Chapter 1, Entering the Strange Instance with a Terminal Illness. Welcome, players, to the new round of the Strange Instance. Instance name, The Wedding of Fengmen Village. 80 years ago, a wedding was about to take place here, but during the ceremony, the groom disappeared, and the next day, the entire village vanished. Find the secret of Fengmen Village, and do everything you can to survive. The successful players will receive generous rewards and even have one wish granted. Difficulty, A. Current number of surviving players, 10. Qin Lang opened his eyes and found himself standing in a gloomy forest. Not far away, a series of dilapidated village houses unfolded before him, with low, weathered earth walls, some with mysterious and meaningless ghostly symbols, everywhere showing signs of life, but not a single living person to be seen. A moon hung in the sky, its cold light sending a chill deep into the bones. Then, a crisp voice sounded in Qin Lang's mind. Qin Lang swallowed. Well, great. He just got here and already encountered a strange instance. His luck was really something. As a transmigrator, Qin Lang had only arrived an hour ago. After finally understanding what had happened in the situation of this world, he was chosen by the system to come here. This place is called Blue Star. Its land area and population are more than 10 times larger than the Earth Qin Lang had lived on before. Moreover, people here generally live longer, but there is no population crisis or aging problem. Because Blue Star has always had a mysterious force that regularly selects people to enter secret realms, embarking on adventure after adventure in strange instances. Many people die in the instances, and Blue Star indirectly completes a population screening in this way. Those who clear the instance not only receive rich rewards but also gain an extraordinary talent that allows them to dominate in the real world. Invisibility, time suspension, teleportation, fire breathing, and many other powerful abilities. If you can think of it, the system dares to grant it. Those who clear the instance return to the real world, usually either rich or noble, with their power rivaling that of the gods. Many elites who have cleared multiple instances can literally move mountains and fill seas, their words deciding life and death. But the difficulty of clearing these instances is extremely high. Especially for Qin Lang, who is in an A-level instance, the average survival rate is often less than 1%. Even some powerful people who have already cleared instances and possess extraordinary talents might die in the instance the next time they enter. Qin Lang only wanted to say one plant name right now, grass. He was a complete newcomer. Was this not like a bronze-level player accidentally entering the king's match? But what made Qin Lang even more despairing wasn't just this. After fully merging with the original owner's memories, Qin Lang discovered that the original owner, besides being an orphan, had one fatal buff: he was terminally ill. This terminal illness, once it flared up, would cause excruciating pain that would make a person wish for death. Currently, there was no cure, only one thing that could alleviate it. That was the scent of a girl's body fragrance. Yes, as long as he inhaled the scent of a girl's body, the pain would stop. The more body fragrance he smelled, the longer he could maintain a normal state. If he went too long without inhaling a girl's fragrance, it would basically be like waiting for death. In such a situation, all he needed was to find a girlfriend. But the original owner was an orphan and a poor boy, and no girl was willing to grow up with him. At first, when the hospital staff knew about this situation, some kind-hearted nurses would often accompany him or give him their worn coats. But over time, both sides would feel uncomfortable, and the original owner didn't want to trouble the kind-hearted nurses anymore. The original owner usually went to places where there were many girls, like cosmetic stores, shopping malls, and cinemas. He would stay close to the girls, trying to sneak a little of the body fragrance left behind as they passed by. Although the effect was poor, it could still alleviate the pain a little. After learning about this, Qin Lang was completely numb. Bro, this illness is basically a natural LSP, pervert, body. At this moment, Qin Lang vaguely felt a discomfort in his body. Oh no, could it be that the effect of the body fragrance I inhaled earlier wasn't enough? This is a desolate wilderness, where am I supposed to find some body fragrance? Original owner, couldn't you at least bring some original scent with you? That could have saved the day. Right now, Qin Lang can only hope that when the dungeon opens, he can find a female player to team up with. Original owner, even if you had cancer, at least you'd get some sympathy, right? Isn't this terminal illness a bit too much? Suddenly, Qin Lang remembered the hint from the dungeon just now. The player who clears the dungeon not only gets rich rewards but can also make a wish? Then if I wish to cure this terminal illness, won't that solve everything? Qin Lang gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. Alright, it's just a dungeon, right? Let's go all out. Anyway, it's a dead end either way. Ding. Detected host successfully traversed, mental energy system bound. Ding. System binding complete. Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the golden finger for the traverser welfare has been activated. Wait a second, what is this death countdown system? Could you at least give me a woman? Holding on to the belief that having something is better than nothing, Qin Lang began to think about the system's use. System, introduce your functions. Alright, the host can now use their mental energy to activate various skills. After midnight every day, the host will receive a new skill. The host has just bound the system, and the system gives a free skill, Death Countdown. A new skill every day? Qin Lang suddenly wasn't tired anymore. Doesn't this mean I'm about to soar? And this Death Countdown skill sounds so powerful. System, about this Death Countdown, can I see this so-called Death Countdown? Host is correct. Now, as long as you consume a certain amount of mental energy, you can check the death time of any existing entity. Not only people, but even plants, trees, and strange life forms will have their death countdowns precisely displayed in front of you. The countdown will be shown in hours. For example, if a person's life only has 48 hours left, you will see the number 48 on them. Once the death countdown is displayed, it will be permanent. The host doesn't need to use this ability on the same target again. Your current mental energy, 100 out of 100. Note, consuming 10 mental energy allows you to check one target's death countdown. Wow! Qin Lang immediately realized the brilliance of this skill. As long as he finds the player with the longest remaining life, he can just stick to them, right? There are 10 players now, meaning he can spend a maximum of 90 mental energy to find that big shot. And still have 10 mental energy left for emergencies. Thinking about it this way, clearing the dungeon doesn't seem that hard. The problem is, where are the people? Someone, please come out. Preferably a girl, I feel like my body can't hold up anymore. Great, it's a man. Suddenly, 8 people appeared from the woods, 3 men and 5 women. Great, people are here, and there are quite a few girls. Qin Lang was about to approach. Hello? A bald man suddenly stepped forward. Hold on. First, tell us your name and your specialties. We're already in a team. We don't need someone holding us back. Have you been in a dungeon before? Qin Lang carefully looked and noticed that these people didn't look friendly. Their eyes were filled with scrutiny, as if they were interviewing him. It's my first time here. Qin Lang told the truth because lying would soon get exposed. A heavily made-up woman behind the bald man sneered, another newbie? Little brother, your luck's bad. All 8 of us are experienced players. It's tiring to carry a dead weight in the dungeon. You'll have to team up with another newbie. Qin Lang's heart sank. Great, even trying to hug a big shot doesn't work. The bald man pointed toward the woods. The other newbie is behind, go find him. Don't follow us. Newbies are the easiest to get killed, and we don't want to be dragged down. The other 6 didn't speak, nor did they look at Qin Lang again. Qin Lang had no choice but to go find a new player like himself. He had barely taken a few steps when a small, thin figure appeared in front of him. You? Hello. A girl with twin pigtails greeted Qin Lang shyly when she saw him. Under the dim light, Qin Lang could see that the girl's skin was very white, her age seemed to be no more than 20, her large eyes were especially bright, and her small nose was delicate, with the tip slightly upturned, making her look playful and lively. Her exquisite face was as delicate as a porcelain doll. Fortunately, it was a girl, and quite good-looking. That was the small blessing amidst the misfortune. Qin Lang smiled and said, "My name is Qin Lang, it's also my first time in this dungeon. I heard you are the same, if you don't mind, let's team up. What's your name?" Sumubei. Sumubei lowered her head, looking a bit socially awkward. Qin Lang nodded, nice name. He took the opportunity to spend 10 mental energy, wanting to see Sumubei's death countdown. Suddenly, a piercing scream came from behind, sending chills down people's spines. Qin Lang turned around and saw the bald man from earlier crashing to the ground. A little girl in a red dress was holding the bald man's head and was eagerly biting into it. Chapter 2, The Tianshan Child Elder? The scene before them terrified everyone, causing them to step back. The previously seductive woman was as pale as paper, trembling behind her companions. The little girl in the red dress was biting the bald man's eyeball, showing them a smile that looked like a human's. The other 7 players all frowned in unison and assumed defensive postures. But no one dared to run. As veteran players, they knew that running in the face of a strange being was the most foolish thing to do. Because the strange beings had to follow the rules of the dungeon and couldn't just kill players randomly. On the contrary, running would easily break the rules and give the strange beings a reason and excuse to kill. Qin Lang didn't know this rule, but he didn't run either. He instinctively stood in front of Sumubei. It's okay, I'm here. If I'm going to die sooner or later, let me die looking cool. Sumubei asked at this moment, aren't you afraid? Qin Lang was, of course, afraid. It was his first time seeing such a scene, and his heart started racing rapidly, his heart almost breaking his ribs. But in the spirit of keeping up appearances, Qin Lang took a deep breath. The best way to eliminate fear is to face it. The anthem of humanity is the anthem of courage. Sumubei smiled faintly, without making a sound. The little girl in the red dress pointed at one of the 7 players, a man with glasses, and giggled, come play with me. The atmosphere immediately froze, a cold wind began to blow around them. Just now, the little girl had made the same invitation to the bald man. The bald man had of course known she was a strange being, but could only agree. Because this was another unspoken rule of the dungeon, if a strange being made a request to you, you had to try to satisfy it. Otherwise, the strange being had the right to attack and even devour the player. The little girl in the red dress said to the bald man, I want to play with a ball, give me a ball. The bald man was at a loss, about to go find a ball when the red-dressed girl suddenly pointed at his bald head. Isn't this a ball? Give it to me, give it to me. The bald man was stunned. How did my head become a ball? No. Before he could finish, the little girl in the red dress directly bit his head off. The man with glasses had no color in his face, but still maintained his basic composure. He nodded, all right, fine. The seductive woman spoke, Lu Ji, you have to be careful. Lu Ji pushed up his glasses and said, don't worry, I've encountered similar strange beings before. Their requests seem impossible to fulfill, but there's a pattern to follow. The bald man just now reflexively rejected her, which is why he died so horribly. Seeing his analysis, Qin Lang activated the Eye of Death. The host spends 10 mental energy to check Lu Ji's death countdown. Host's remaining mental power, 90 out of 100. In the next second, Qin Lang noticed a number appeared above Lu Ji's head. 0. The system had mentioned, a lifespan of less than 1 hour would always show as 0. In other words, he's about to die soon? No way, bro, you look so cool, and yet you're gonna die in less than an hour? Lu Ji stepped forward and smiled, hey, little sister, what shall we play? The little girl in red grinned, her mouth covered in blood, and said, I want your liver. Lu Ji's face changed. But he tried hard to stay calm, okay. The bald old 7 was killed because of rejection, I should be fine as long as I agree to her request, right? The little girl in red chuckled, rushing forward and plunging her hand into Lu Ji's stomach, her little hand stirring inside. Ah! Lu Ji screamed loudly, like a pig being slaughtered. Qin Lang swallowed his saliva, thinking this is it. If everyone plays games with this little girl in red one by one, wouldn't that mean total annihilation right from the start? At that moment, something unexpected happened. Qin Lang saw the number above Lu Ji's head start increasing. It shot up from 0 to 39. Ha! Is he not going to die anymore? Everyone noticed a significant change in the little girl's expression, her previous smile fading, even showing clear signs of panic. She pulled her hand out from Lu Ji's body and quickly transformed into a red light, disappearing. This scene stunned everyone present. She's leaving just like that? Qin Lang was shocked by the sudden change and realized something. It turns out that the death countdown is not constant. How long a person has left to live can change depending on their actions and the surrounding circumstances. Qin Lang thought to himself, so, I can also use the countdown to assess whether a person's actions are correct and predict what to do next. Qin Lang, are you okay? Sumubai quietly asked from behind. Qin Lang turned around and smiled, I'm fine, this situation is a bit strange, but it's a blessing in disguise. You're really brave, you don't look scared at all. Sumubai smiled helplessly, I'm scared, but it doesn't matter. I'm someone who's going to die anyway. A month ago, I was diagnosed with a terminal illness. I only have less than 6 months to live. Now that I'm here, I think dying here wouldn't be so bad. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow when he heard this, you also have a terminal illness? Sumubai asked in confusion, what do you mean, you also have a terminal illness? Qin Lang suddenly wanted to change the subject. His terminal illness was something he couldn't speak of. He stretched out his hand, actually, I can tell fortunes. Give me your hand, and I'll take a look at your luck. Sumubai smiled like a child and then readily stretched out her hand. Qin Lang took her hand, holding it with his left hand, while his right hand pointed here and there on her palm, pretending to study her palmistry carefully. He just wanted to enjoy a bit of her scent to cure his strange illness. At the same time, he activated the system, wanting to see how much time this poor girl had left. Host spends 10 mental power to check Sumubai's death countdown. Host's remaining mental power, 80 out of 100. Qin Lang raised his head and locked eyes with Sumubai's big eyes. At the same time, a long string of numbers appeared above Sumubai's head. 187-9680. What? Qin Lang's mouth hung open. Over 1,000,000 hours? That's more than 200 years. This little girl is going to live like Tian Shan Ton Lao? Qin Lang, why are you staring at me like that? Sumubai touched her face and asked, a little embarrassed, did I scare you? Qin Lang shook his head, no, you scared me. Sumubai lowered her head, sorry. Qin Lang quickly corrected, no, that's not what I meant. Miss Su, believe me, you will live to be 100 years old. He understood now. It must be that in the end, Sumubai will successfully clear the dungeon, then make a wish to the dungeon to get rid of her terminal illness and gain longevity. The thigh that I have always dreamed of is right in front of me. If you want to sleep, just come and use this pillow. Sumubai smiled bitterly, you don't need to comfort me anymore. Qin Lang said firmly, believe me. The one who clears this dungeon can make a wish. Let's work hard and try to clear it together, and then live safely and soundly. Sumubai turned his head and met Qin Lang's eyes again. Time seemed to pause at that moment, and everything around them was blocked out, all the people and things became irrelevant to them. Sumubai asked, when you say together, do you mean it sincerely? Can I really trust you? Qin Lang didn't hesitate, of course. Sumubai smiled and stepped forward, all right then. A scent, indescribable by words, suddenly filled the air, and was sucked into Qin Lang like a violent storm. All the discomfort in his body disappeared instantly. Ah, this feels so good. You two are quite sweet, huh? Lu Ji shouted from behind, still not entering the village? Are you waiting here to be eaten by other weird creatures? Qin Lang was a bit surprised. Didn't Lu Ji just have his heart pulled out by the red-dressed girl? Why was he talking like nothing happened? Turning around, Qin Lang was immediately shocked by Lu Ji's appearance. Chapter 3, The Female Horse. Just now, Lu Ji looked like his intestines were about to come out, but now he seemed perfectly fine. Could it be that what I saw earlier was all an illusion? Qin Lang focused his gaze and noticed that Lu Ji's clothes around his abdomen were torn and stained with blood, which clearly indicated he had been attacked. But under the clothes was a lean body with a flat abdomen, completely undamaged. What's going on? Lu Ji adjusted his glasses and guessed the confusion in Qin Lang's mind. Don't look anymore, this is a talent I gained after clearing the dungeon. My talent is healing, so those minor injuries are nothing to me. Qin Lang suddenly understood and said, as country one. So, the other 6 people must have their own abilities too, right? Lu Ji casually added, luckily, that weird creature left earlier and gave me time to heal myself. Otherwise, I'd be done for. Qin Lang's mind again lingered on that question, why did the red-dressed girl suddenly run away? What was she afraid of? A glamorous woman walked over and said to Qin Lang and Sumubai, you two performed well just now, not like the other new people who were so scared they were a mess. You both have some talent, and should be able to help. So, we've decided that you two can join our team. I'm Ling Long, nice to meet you. At this moment, a beautiful woman with a cold appearance and perfect looks and figure immediately spoke up, Ling Long, I think they must be scared out of their wits. No need to invite newbies. The risk is too high. This dungeon is clearly different from the previous A-level dungeons. Ling Long replied, Old 7 is dead, we need to find a man to join. Otherwise, we won't have a backup groom. The beautiful woman stopped talking. Qin Lang was confused, groom? What groom? Ling Long said, didn't you pay attention to the dungeon's starting prompt? This time the story is about helping the young lady get married, so we need a groom. Since Old 7 is dead, there are only 3 men left, including you. In other words, you might be the groom. Qin Lang was speechless. So, they want to use me to make up the numbers? Sumubai, however, smiled, Qin Lang, don't be afraid. Isn't being the groom a good thing? Qin Lang smiled wryly, the young lady here must be a weird creature. Is it a good thing to marry a weird creature? Sumubai asked, don't you think so? Qin Lang thought for a moment and said, if she's particularly good looking, I might consider it. Lu Ji then said, alright, no point talking more. Let's go into the village first. If we survive this calamity, it means we're fated, and that's enough. The beautiful woman snorted, and the others had varied expressions, but they silently accepted Lu Ji's words. The group walked towards the village. Along the way, Sumubai stayed very close to Qin Lang. Qin Lang couldn't ask for more, as the scent on Sumubai's body was like a perfect medicine to cure his ailments. He couldn't help but lean closer to Sumubai, and their arms brushed against each other. Cold, yet incredibly soft to the touch. Sorry. Qin Lang smiled awkwardly. Sumubai smiled and shook her head, it's fine. Actually, I think we could hold hands and walk together. Qin Lang didn't expect the shy little girl to be so proactive. Qin Lang wasn't exactly a gentleman, and while he didn't particularly need a woman by his side, as a 2-time virgin, he still felt a little hesitant. You wouldn't mind? Sumubai smiled, didn't you say I could trust you? Qin Lang was touched by her smile, alright. He then directly took Sumubai's hand. After they entered the village, a strong, foul smell hit them. The village road was rough and uneven, with a thick layer of rotting leaves piled up on the ground. The houses on both sides were arranged fairly neatly, but the damage was severe, and dust and spider webs had piled up thickly in the corners of the walls. Something's wrong. Ling Long suddenly shouted as she looked at a chair by the road. Lu Ji asked, "What's wrong?" Ling Long pointed and said, "Look, everything else is covered in dust, but why is this chair so clean?" Qin Lang looked and saw that the chair was indeed spotless, as if it were brand new. It was clear that someone often sat there. But the copy said that the villagers of Fengmen village had all left. When something feels off, it must be something strange, and everyone became alert. "Someone's here." The beautiful woman shouted into the distance, "And I'm sure it's not human." Qin Lang looked around but saw nothing. Could this be the woman's ability? Lu Ji nervously said, "More weirdness?" The beautiful woman closed her eyes, as if sensing something, and said, "It's not weirdness. I can be sure of that. It seems to have a woman's body, but the face. Ah." The beautiful woman's face changed color, and she immediately opened her eyes as if she had seen something horrifying. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground, her pretty face filled with shock and fear. Ling Long was about to ask her what was going on when a chilling voice suddenly emerged. "Welcome to Fengmen village." At the clean chair, someone was sitting there, though no one knew when it had happened. To be precise, it was a creature with a human female body but the head of a horse. No wonder the beautiful woman had reacted like that earlier. Anyone would be shocked sensing such a creature. "Horsewoman." A woman in a professional suit said, trembling, "I've never seen such a weirdness before." "Wrong, I'm not a horsewoman, I'm a female horse." The female horse laughed. "A horsewoman has the body of a horse and the face of a human. I have the body of a human and the face of a horse. Also, I'm not a weirdness. I'm the housekeeper of the Fengmen village copy. Welcome, everyone." Lu Ji, seeing that the female horse meant no harm, asked, "You must have some task to give us, right? Straight to the point? Is it to help us with the young lady's wedding?" The female horse shook her head. "No, my main task is to entertain all of you. The wedding is scheduled for tomorrow night. One of you will become the groom, and the rest will be guests." After a pause, the female horse pointed to the houses on either side. "We have prepared rooms for you. The ones with the red wedding symbols on the door are yours. Please rest here for the night, and tomorrow, you can attend the young lady's wedding. Remember, only 2 people can enter each room, and you cannot open the door for any reason once you're inside. Otherwise, terrible things will happen." Lu Ji and the others exchanged looks. They all knew that something must be wrong with these rooms. Perhaps they hid weirdness, or had traps. In any case, nothing good could come from it. The experienced players became even more nervous. They knew all too well, in a weirdness copy, choosing a room is like choosing your death. Without hesitation, Qin Lang said to Sumubai, "Miss Su, let's share a room." Sumubai was slightly taken aback. "Aren't you afraid I'll drag you down?" "I am just a newbie, I don't know anything." Qin Lang said, I said I trust you, of course, I'll stick with you to the end." Looking at the long countdown on Sumubai's screen, Qin Lang felt that following her was definitely the right choice. Sumubai smiled and said, "Alright, then let's do it together." At this moment, Lu Ji asked the woman on horseback, "So how do we choose the rooms?" The woman on horseback replied, "You are guests, feel free to choose on your own. But remember, no matter what happens, do not open the door." As soon as the words left her mouth, a piercing scream suddenly came from one of the rooms behind them, sending chills down everyone's spine. Ah! Chapter 4, Choosing a Room. Everyone turned their heads to look at the door from which the scream came. Is there someone inside? The beautiful woman was shocked. She hadn't felt anything just now. The woman on horseback seemed a bit angry. "Fat girl, stop playing pranks. Come out now." One of the doors opened, and a chubby girl poked her face out, smiling at everyone. Qin Lang felt quite uncomfortable seeing her smile. The fat girl's appearance reminded him of the old rural Fua images, with her round face and big rosy cheeks. The longer you looked, the creepier it felt. The woman on horseback smiled apologetically. "Sorry, this is my daughter, she just loves playing pranks." No one said anything. Everyone was thinking, can someone like this woman actually have children? And the child looked pretty normal, which was somehow a bit unbelievable. "Mom, there are so many people." The fat girl smiled and fully stuck her head out. From her neck down, it was covered in scales like a snake, with no arms or legs. Ah! The beautiful woman was so scared that she collapsed to the ground again. A horse-faced person with a human body, and a snake's head. What kind of thing is this? Qin Lang couldn't help but mutter. Detected a strong emotional fluctuation in the host, mental power increased. Host's remaining mental power, 160/200. Qin Lang was a bit surprised, so I can increase mental power this way? Right, I haven't really asked the system about how to increase mental power yet. I should find a chance to ask later. Seeing Qin Lang laughing, Sumubai was a little confused. "Qin Lang, everyone is so scared, why are you laughing?" Qin Lang snapped back to his senses. It's nothing, I just think this little one looks special. By the way, aren't you scared? Sumubai smiled and replied, what's there to be scared of? I stopped caring about that a long time ago. The fat girl twisted her body like a snake and slithered across the ground, continuously staring at the other players. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the fat girl crawled up to the woman on horseback's feet, coiling her body around her thigh, still staring at everyone with her large head. The woman on horseback smiled, sorry, my daughter is like this, she just really likes that room. But that room is also prepared for you, you can choose. Everyone in their hearts thought, who would choose a room like that? A creepy room like that, who would want to go in? The woman on horseback gently stroked the fat girl's snake-like body, revealing a blood-red tongue. Alright, you can start choosing rooms now. Lu Ji and the others looked at each other, already feeling that something extraordinary was going to happen tonight. But they still had to choose rooms, so Lu Ji spoke up, it's better if two people go into a room together, but that means one person will be left alone. Is there anyone willing to volunteer? I'll say this first, I'm no good for solo combat, I'm better as support. Everyone else fell silent. The person left alone would definitely be the most dangerous. The beautiful woman pointed at Sumubai, let her stay alone. Qin Lang stood in front of Sumubai, no. I must be in a group with Miss Su. The beautiful woman rolled her eyes at him, are you an idiot? Two newcomers together, that's basically asking to be wiped out. I'm giving you a chance to survive and you're rejecting it. Are you out of your mind? Qin Lang insisted, I don't care, I'm staying with Miss Su. You're the one out of your mind. Sumubai can live for more than 200 years. At this moment, Qin Lang felt Sumubai's hand tightly gripping his. A man with a tattoo on his arm spoke, I don't agree with having two newcomers in one group. They might get wiped out, and one of the abilities users will end up alone. It was possible that one person might die, but now, three could die at once, and that's absolutely not worth the risk. The others also expressed their agreement, and their gaze toward Qin Lang and Sumubai shifted. Qin Lang realized something was wrong. Were they planning to use force? Suddenly, Ling Long spoke, then I'll stay alone for the night. The tattooed man said, Ling Long, we know your abilities, but this dungeon's strange nature can't be predicted by common sense. Look at how suddenly Old Seven died. Ling Long interrupted him, Old Seven was an accident. This will never happen again. Enough, let's settle it this way. Ling Long clearly played a leadership role among these people. After she finished speaking, everyone immediately split into four groups, and Ling Long stayed alone. Qin Lang thanked Ling Long, thank you. Ling Long tied her hair up and seemed a bit sharp, no need to thank me, I actually prefer acting alone. As for you two newcomers, follow the rules. If you're not allowed to open the door, don't open it. The oddities in the dungeon all follow a set of behavioral rules. As long as you don't break them, it should be fine. Qin Lang nodded and thanked her again. He quietly checked Ling Long's death countdown. 87,654. Only a little over 10 years left? That's fine, at least she can last through this dungeon. Because Ling Long was alone, she had the privilege of choosing a room first. The village houses in Fengmen village were about the same size, with the only difference being their style. Some looked newer, while others were clearly old and rundown. The woman with a horse tattoo and the chubby girl didn't rush. They just stood by, watching them with a half-smiling, half-amused expression. Ling Long looked for a while, then pointed to a room in the middle, I'll choose this one. She was about to step inside. At that moment, Qin Lang saw the number on Ling Long's head suddenly change from 5 digits to 0. Ling Long. Qin Lang blurted out, don't choose that one. Ling Long furrowed her brows, why? As she retracted her leg, the death countdown returned to 87654. Qin Lang said, well, just a gut feeling. I think this room is unlucky. How about trying another one? He felt that since Ling Long had helped him, if she made a wrong decision, helping her out would balance it out. But saving someone's life? He couldn't do that, nor was he obligated to. Even the King of Hell couldn't stop a dead soul from dying. Ling Long thought for a moment, then pointed to the room next door, what about this one? Qin Lang looked and saw that the number above Ling Long's head hadn't changed. He nodded, I think it's fine. Ling Long nodded, alright, I'll choose this one. Lu Ji was speechless, Ling Long, is your brain broken? You're actually listening to a newcomer? In the dungeon, only your own judgment is worth trusting. Ling Long shrugged, why do you care? After saying that, she strode into the house. The others couldn't be bothered to talk anymore and started picking their rooms. Qin Lang looked at Sumubai, Miss Su, where do you think we should go? Sumubai blinked, aren't you good with instincts? You choose. Qin Lang smiled, instincts aren't always right, you know? Even the best instincts couldn't compare to someone who could live for over 200 years like you. Sumubai glanced at the room Ling Long had entered and asked, "Are you really that concerned about that woman?" Qin Lang was a bit confused by this question, then shook his head and said, "It's not about being concerned. It's just about returning a favor. If she hadn't volunteered to act alone, wouldn't we have been split up?" Split up. Sumubai murmured the word. "All right, I understand." Qin Lang was puzzled, not understanding what Sumubai meant by understanding. "Then let's choose this room." Sumubai pointed casually. Qin Lang followed her gaze. Wasn't this the room the chubby girl liked the most? Chapter 5, Disappeared. Qin Lang saw that Sumubai chose the house that everyone else had avoided. His gaze became somewhat confused. But he quickly nodded, "All right, let's go in." Sumubwa smiled, "Okay." Seeing the choices of Qin Lang and Sumubwa, Luji couldn't help but sigh. After all, they were newbies, they really didn't believe in danger. The beautiful woman asked Luji, "Aren't you going to stop them?" "The last person in the dungeon will definitely need to be a man, the groom. You don't even need to guess, we all know that the death rate of the groom is definitely high. That kid is a newbie, perfect fit." Luji shrugged, "Ling Long has already agreed, what can I do?" After entering the room, Qin Lang noticed the space inside was not small, enough to accommodate 4 people, but the setup was very simple. There were mosquitoes, bugs, and mice, and thick dust covered the tables, chairs, benches, and even the bed. The light bulb above flickered faintly, and the light was very dim, as if the voltage was unstable. But fortunately, there was nothing strange, and no traps waiting for them. Qin Lang picked up the broom in the corner, ready to clean up, since they would stay here for the night. Just as he was about to grab the broom, Sumubwa reached out her hand. Both of them held the broom together and then smiled at each other. Qin Lang took the broom. "Miss Su, let me do it. You find a place to sit, I'll clean for a while." Sumubwa smiled and stepped back, standing in the middle of the room, suddenly saying, "You're such a nice person." Qin Lang, while cleaning, said, "We're the only 2 newbies in the team, of course we have to support each other. They're too unfriendly to newbies." Sumubwa sighed lightly, "There's nothing we can do. The survival rate for newbies in the dungeon is really low. In fact, there was 1 year when only the veteran players passed, and no newbie made it out alive. I believe they used to help newbies, save them, but after seeing one newbie after another die in front of them, they must have become numb to it." Qin Lang nodded, thinking this made sense. But soon, he sensed something was off. When Sumubwa said this, she didn't seem like a newbie at all. Thinking back to the earlier scene, she didn't have an exaggerated reaction when she saw the fat girl. Was it because she knew her time was short and didn't care? While thinking, Qin Lang had cleaned up to the edge of the bed. Qin Lang widened his eyes and crouched down to look under the bed, feeling a chill run down his spine. He was shocked and said, "No way." Sumubwa stepped forward in confusion, "What's wrong?" Qin Lang pointed at the bed. The bed above was covered in dust, even the quilt had mold. But under the bed, it was surprisingly clean. Qin Lang wiped his finger on it and saw almost no dust fall. Qin Lang said, "The top of this bed is full of dust, but the bottom is so clean. Doesn't this mean someone has been living here all along, and they often hide under the bed?" Thinking of this, Qin Lang suddenly felt uneasy. The thing hiding under the bed was probably not something good, right? Sumubwa said, "Didn't the woman just say her daughter really liked this room? Maybe she often plays under the bed?" Qin Lang shook his head. "No, the fat girl's head and body are too wide. She can't fit through the gap under the bed. If it's a small child, though, it might fit." Sumubwa thought of something. A child? Could it be the little girl in red we met at the village entrance? Qin Lang said, "It's possible she might be a villager from Fengmen village, and this might be her room? But why would she hide under the bed?" Sumubwa looked at Qin Lang with a bit more admiration. "Your observation is pretty detailed. You seem to have potential." Qin Lang smiled. "What's this?" "The real potential is you, the girl who could live for 200 years. In the next second, the light bulb in the room suddenly dimmed. Qin Lang and Sumubwa stepped a little closer to each other, nervous and too scared to make a sound. Outside, the woman's voice could be heard. "Guests, it's now the curfew time in our village. The young lady is watching us, she doesn't like anyone running around, so make sure you don't open the door, understand?" The voice of the mare faded in and out, as if she were pacing back and forth. Qin Lang frowned. "The young lady is watching us? Is she choosing a groom?" Sumubai said, "Qin Lang, are you afraid of being a groom?" Qin Lang shook his head. "Being a groom may not be a bad thing. If this young lady is a beauty, my luck might be quite good." Before he could finish, a strange noise suddenly sounded from outside. It sounded like some kind of wild animal howling, echoing in the air. But Qin Lang racked his brain and couldn't imagine what kind of creature could make such a sound. Qin Lang took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, telling himself not to scare himself. It should be almost midnight by now. At that time, he would refresh a powerful new skill, and maybe he wouldn't be afraid of anything strange anymore. Screech, screech. Another creepy sound echoed from outside, like two knives constantly scraping against each other. This sound repeated over and over, young lady, young lady. Screech, screech. The sound kept echoing around, growing louder and louder, sending chills all over just from listening. Bang, bang, bang. A strong knocking sound came from the door. Qin Lang held his breath, clenched his fists, and resolutely did not open the door. He even glanced at the death countdown on the door. The door could still last for another 10 years. In other words, as long as he didn't open the door, the thing outside wouldn't be able to break it. Qin Lang sighed in relief. Miss Su, don't be afraid. Miss Su? Qin Lang reached forward with his hand but touched nothing. Su Mubai was gone. Qin Lang took a sharp breath and then asked, Miss Su? Where are you? There was no sound of the door opening, so she should still be here. At the same time, the knocking stopped abruptly, and the noise outside became much quieter. Qin Lang was a little anxious. Miss Su? Where are you? In the darkness, he didn't dare to move recklessly. He even had the urge to open the door and go find her. No, I can't open the door. Qin Lang withdrew his hand. Su Mubai must still be in the room. She said she had a terminal illness. Could it be that she passed out because of it? Qin Lang crouched down, reaching his hand out to feel around, hoping to find Su Mubai. But before he could start searching, something worse happened. Qin Lang felt a great discomfort in his body. Damn, the scent of the woman I inhaled earlier wasn't enough. Could it be that I'm getting sick too? But this wasn't the worst thing Qin Lang was worried about. As long as there was a woman nearby, even the fragrance in the air could alleviate his condition. The fact that he was having an attack meant there was no woman in the room. Su Mubai wasn't here. At this moment, a blood-red light suddenly appeared in front of Qin Lang. Qin Lang's pupils dilated as he stiffly turned his head to look. The red-dressed girl, the one who had twisted the bald old man's head off earlier, was now standing behind Qin Lang. Big brother, let's play together? The girl in red crawled slowly from under the bed, letting out a creepy, low laugh that made one's hair stand on end. Qin Lang's first reaction wasn't fear. Because the pain in his body was already intense, as though countless needles were stabbing at his limbs. Qin Lang couldn't help but squat down and hug himself. Damn, why does it hurt so much? It turned out that when this illness struck, it was worse than he had imagined. It truly felt worse than death. The red-dressed girl slowly crawled out from under the bed, standing there with her arms outstretched. Big brother, come play with me. Big brother. Qin Lang was already sweating from the pain. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed in his mind. This red-dressed little girl is also a woman. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Anything is better than dying from pain. Alright, big brother can play games with you. Qin Lang stretched out his hand, but can you come over first? The girl in the red dress froze. She clearly did not expect Qin Lang to say this, and the strange aura from earlier weakened considerably. The girl in red took 2 steps forward, uncertain, and said, You want me to come over? Qin Lang nodded, even waving his hand, showing signs of impatience. The girl in red took a few more steps forward, and Qin Lang suddenly grabbed her hand, then pressed it against his forehead, his nostrils flaring as he took several deep breaths from her fingers. It's the scent of a girl. After the pain in Qin Lang's body disappeared, he let out a long sigh of relief. He opened his eyes and found that the hand he was holding was quite normal, not like the long, dirty nails of the Eerie women in the movies. Suddenly, Qin Lang noticed a strange symbol on the girl's hand. He looked up and saw the red-dressed girl's innocent and confused face. The atmosphere became awkward all of a sudden. Qin Lang's heart began to race as he tried to stay calm. Now that she wasn't attacking, it meant he hadn't violated her rules, right? Upon closer inspection, Qin Lang realized that the girl didn't look as terrifying as he had initially thought. Little sister, you're quite cute. The girl in red's voice turned pitiful. Whoa, the young lady has gone mad, she killed so many people. I'm locked up here, and no one is coming to save me. Qin Lang glanced under the bed and asked, Who locked you up here? The girl in red shrugged her shoulders and started crying. The young lady, it's all the young lady. The young lady? She did this to you. Qin Lang was about to ask more when a loud sound suddenly came from outside. It was that voice again. Qin Lang was sure that no known creature could make such a strange and terrifying sound. The crying girl in red suddenly showed a vicious expression. Veins popped out on her face, and her teeth became incredibly sharp. Ah! Just as the girl in red was about to bite Qin Lang, her eyes suddenly widened. Ah! Young lady, quickly go back. Qin Lang froze. Young lady, go back? What does that mean? In a flash, the little girl who had been snarling and clawing turned into a red streak of light and darted back under the bed. Hey, little sister, why did you leave? Before Qin Lang could react, a cold hand rested on his shoulder. Who? Qin Lang turned around, and a familiar scent wafted toward him. Shoo! Su Muo whispered, don't make a sound. Qin Lang stood up, his mind racing with thoughts of where the girl had gone. He looked at Su Muo again and noticed that the death countdown above her head was still a terrifying 200 years. It seemed like she was fine, and there was no sign of her being impersonated by something else. Coincidentally, as soon as Su Muo appeared, the noise outside suddenly quieted, and the lights came back on. Su Muo sighed in relief and said, Qin Lang, are you alright? Qin Lang shook his head, Miss Su, where did you go just now? Su Muo said, I don't know, I just blacked out for a moment and lost consciousness. What happened to you just now? Who were you talking to? It was the little girl I saw at the village entrance earlier. Qin Lang explained what had happened, though he left out the part about inhaling her scent. Su Muo responded, you're really lucky. I passed out and knew nothing, but you didn't violate that girl's rules, and she didn't do anything to you. Your luck and mental strength are really impressive. Qin Lang smiled wryly, same to you. Actually, I should have realized that there would be something wrong with this room, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Su Muo asked, you knew it would be like this? Qin Lang explained, yeah, remember earlier when the woman outside said not to open the door and that the young lady doesn't like people running around? When we heard don't open the door, our first reaction was that something from outside would break in, so we shut the door to keep anyone from entering. But there's actually another possibility. That means there is something in the room that will force us to go out. When we run out, we will break the rules of the young lady. Su Muo nodded, makes sense then the thing in this room that will force people out, is it that little girl? Qin Lang shook his head, it should be like that. Just don't know what the young lady did to make her so afraid. Su Muo's voice turned much colder, do you think the young lady did something wrong? Qin Lang looked a bit puzzled, what is there right or wrong about this? I'm just thinking about the relationship between the young lady and these strange things. And if the biggest danger in this room is not her, then it can only be the strange thing that makes you lose consciousness. Su Muo quickly said, oh, true, then what do we do now? Qin Lang looked at that bed and said, let's lift it up and see. That red-clothed girl came out from inside, and from her words, it seemed something had happened under this bed. The key to this copy is the young lady, and maybe from the girl we can get some clues about the young lady. Su Muo asked, lift this bed? Aren't you afraid that the girl will come out again? Qin Lang glanced again at the death countdown above Su Muo's head. Still no change. This showed that what he was about to do would not affect her lifespan. If there really is something terrifying under the bed, it won't only come after him, right? With a lucky queen beside you, there is nothing to fear. Qin Lang said, don't worry, it will be fine, trust me. Su Muo hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Qin Lang took a deep breath, squatted down, and tried to lift the whole bed. Ding! Midnight has come. Host's superpower refreshed. Chapter 7 Not Knowing Fear. A new superpower again? Qin Lang let out a breath, thinking it was really timely rain. Host gains ability, sense loss. Host can let part of his senses and emotions automatically shut down, such as joy, anger, sorrow, fear, smell, hearing, sight, etc. After losing a sense, the host can choose when to restore it. Each activation costs mental energy, 50. Host's remaining mental energy, 140 of 200. Let part of himself lose senses? This ability sounds like it's not very useful, but for Qin Lang now, it's pretty good. The most frightening thing is fear itself. If he had no sense of fear, then he could face any situation calmly. Qin Lang chose to first turn off the feeling of fear. Host has closed sense of fear. Host's remaining mental energy, 90 of 200. Alright, Miss Su, step back a little now. Qin Lang felt that now even his tone was much calmer, and he no longer had tension or unease toward this room, or even the whole copy. With one strong motion, he violently lifted the bed that hid the red-clothed girl. Ah! Su Muo covered her mouth and stepped back. Under the bed was a dry corpse curled up in the corner. From the size and the clothes on the corpse, it was easy to tell it was the red-clothed girl just now. Qin Lang's face was like a calm lake, not feeling that this corpse was scary at all. After looking at the corpse for a while, Qin Lang's attention quickly shifted to the bottom of the bedboard. Countless scratch marks appeared there, some with bloodstains. It was not hard to imagine the struggle and endless pain of the person once pressed under the bed. Su Muo pointed at the corpse and whispered, she made all these scratches? Qin Lang nodded, should be. Before she died, she should have been pressed here all the time, unable to get out, unable to move, only able to struggle like this. No wonder the underside of the bed is cleaner than the top. Su Muo asked, she couldn't come out herself? She couldn't come out. Qin Lang sighed and said, remember what I said? The fat girl can't get under the bed because the gap is too small, and for a girl in her teens it's also very hard to get in from the outside. Similarly, if she were pressed under the bed, she wouldn't be able to get out again. In other words, she was slowly suffocated to death. Sumubi nodded. That means, someone, like you just did, lifted the bed first, then pressed it down after the girl entered. Qin Lang stared at the claw marks and said, that's it. After being pressed down, the girl was without water or food, and quickly starved to death. Sumubi frowned. Who would be so cruel as to make a girl die so horribly? Qin Lang reached out and touched the varying depths of the claw marks, crouching down to observe the dried corpse. Seeing Qin Lang being so bold, Sumubi's eyes were full of surprise. Isn't he afraid? This kind of courage and mental strength would easily surpass 90% of newcomers. Qin Lang suddenly said, it's not to harm her. The person who pressed her under the bed might have been trying to protect her. Sumubi asked in confusion, what do you mean? Qin Lang said, if you think about it logically, the bed isn't a tool for torture. A normal person wouldn't think of this kind of killing method. The dried corpse has no signs of being blocked at the mouth, nor any signs of being tied up. In other words, she was allowed to scream for help and escape. Fengmen village originally had many villagers. This kind of killing method is slow and easy to detect. Who would do this? Sumubi thought for a moment and then asked, then what do you think happened? Qin Lang said, looking at the clothes she's wearing, it doesn't seem like daily wear. Before being pressed here, she was probably attending some kind of celebration or festival. Sumubi immediately said, a wedding. Qin Lang agreed, exactly, maybe something happened during the young lady's wedding, and her family or friends hid her here. It was this incident that led to the tragedy of her and the entire village. Maybe something happened in the village, causing everyone to start fleeing, and this girl was hidden here by her parents. Qin Lang picked up the little girl's hand and indeed, saw the strange symbol. Sumubi asked, is there something wrong with this? Qin Lang said, It looks like some kind of religious totem. Could it be the local belief of Fengmen village? Just as the words left his mouth, a sharp scream came from outside the window. Ah, let me out. Let me out. Someone's in trouble? Qin Lang and Sumubi rushed to the window to see what was going on. Just as they reached the window, a dark thing suddenly popped up. It was a woman's face skin. A strange-looking thing was draped in that face skin, with two tentacles coming out from the eye sockets. Nostrils, mouth, and other holes were also filled with writhing tentacles. The woman's face seemed to have just been peeled off, and blood was constantly dripping down. Sumubi was so frightened that she covered her eyes and screamed, ah. Qin Lang, however, showed no reaction. Having lost his sense of fear, he remained surprisingly calm in the face of this horrifying scene, even too calm. Qin Lang instantly recognized, the face skin belonged to the beautiful woman who had treated him poorly at the start. Clearly, she was already dead, and her skin had been mysteriously peeled off. Qin Lang, through the window, politely asked the strange creature, could you move aside? He had no idea if the creature with the tentacles understood him, but it pointed its tentacles from the eye sockets at Qin Lang, as though staring at him. Qin Lang shook his head, if you don't move, then never mind. Sumubi was shocked, you aren't afraid? Qin Lang said, I'm naturally bold. Help, don't come near. Outside, a man's voice rang out. Are you crazy? If you open the door, we'll die. Are you trying to kill me? Another woman, likely sharing the same room as this man, angrily shouted. Then, more growls and screams followed. Ah! No! The surroundings quickly fell into deadly silence. Sumubi grabbed Qin Lang's arm. Did they all die? Qin Lang nodded, yeah, including the one who was skinned, at least 3 of them are dead. It's only the first night, and it's almost a total wipeout. The strange tentacle at the window still hasn't gone away, still staring at Qin Lang. Sumubi said, we're really lucky, we didn't break any rules, so it can't get in. The girl in red too, no reaction yet. Qin Lang was silent for a while, then walked back to the window. He stared at the strange tentacle. Do you have something to tell me? Chapter 8, The Unexpected. Qin Lang actually tried to talk to the weird thing? Sumubi stared at Qin Lang in shock. The tentacle was still staring at Qin Lang, but didn't take any further action. Qin Lang thought for a moment, then reached out to open the window. Sumubi quickly grabbed the corner of Qin Lang's shirt. Qin Lang, be careful. Qin Lang spoke calmly, don't worry, as long as I follow the rules of not opening the door or running around, I should be fine. After all, no one said I can't open the window, right? Sumubi showed a helpless smile, you have the biggest guts I've ever seen. Indeed, courage is also a valuable trait. Qin Lang stared at her for a moment, then smiled, maybe it's because you're here. Sumubi's eyes flickered with a hint of shyness. Qin Lang opened the window and said to the strange tentacle, what do you want to say? The strange tentacle actually spoke. Miss, come back. Miss? Come back? It's similar to what the little girl said. Qin Lang was still wondering about the connection between these when the strange tentacle began to mutate. All its tentacles suddenly became incredibly sharp and began to stab toward him. Qin Lang quickly reacted, stepping back immediately. A cut was made across his chest. If he had been a second slower, his organs would have been sliced open. Sumu Bai quickly stepped forward and pulled him back. Qin Lang, are you okay? I told you it's dangerous. Qin Lang looked at the strange tentacle, its tentacles growing longer, and more of them were coming out of the hole where the woman's face was exposed. Strange, what rule was violated? Qin Lang wasn't frightened by the scene, his mind was working quickly. Phew, finally safe. A woman's voice suddenly came from behind. Sumu Bai and Qin Lang turned around and saw a female player had appeared behind them. Qin Lang recognized her immediately as the glasses-wearing woman in a suit from the other room. Wasn't she in the room across from them? How did she suddenly come here? Qin Lang asked, did you use your ability? The glasses-wearing woman nodded, yeah, my room was breached by the weird thing, and my teammates were incredibly stupid. Before she could finish, Qin Lang immediately said, get out. The glasses-wearing woman frowned, what did you say? The woman said that only 2 people can stay in one room, and you're breaking the rules. Qin Lang pointed at the strange tentacle at the door, it wasn't going to attack me, but because of you, it plans to kill us and silence us. The glasses-wearing woman said, so what? We can think of a way to deal with it together, right? You're not even helping your own kind? Qin Lang retorted, why should I help you? Back then, you were the one who agreed to sacrifice Miss Su, and now when you're in trouble, you want to protect yourself. Is there anyone so shameless? It was because of this glasses-wearing woman's sudden appearance that Qin Lang almost died. How could he still help her? Although in the strange world, his survival was the priority, it was understandable for the glasses-wearing woman to act like this, but Qin Lang didn't want to understand her. People are hell. The glasses-wearing woman pulled a dagger from her waist, sneering, you're a brave newbie, looks like I'll have to teach you some manners when dealing with your seniors. Qin Lang cracked his neck, want to do this the hard way? Alright then. He glanced at the death countdown of the glasses girl. In other words, she had less than an hour to live. We will win. Qin Lang spent another 50 mental energy to turn off his pain perception. No fear, no pain felt. Although Qin Lang did not know the strength of this veteran player, he believed in his own power. Most importantly, he truly didn't know what fear was now. Sumu Bai spoke urgently, Qin Lang, be careful. She is a veteran player, and we still don't know her abilities. Qin Lang picked up a candlestick from the table and aimed it at the glasses girl, it's fine, brave wins when paths cross. Sumu Bai was momentarily speechless. Has he always been this brave? The glasses girl was also a bit surprised, even admiring Qin Lang's performance somewhat. However, she still took the initiative to attack, thrusting sharply at Qin Lang, clearly aiming for his life. Qin Lang dodged first and kicked out, hitting the glasses girl's chin directly. Accompanied by a scream, her glasses flew off. Ugh! You! The glasses girl clearly felt her jaw dislocated from the kick. Who the hell is this kid? Qin Lang instinctively wanted to continue the attack. Unexpectedly, the glasses girl appeared behind Qin Lang in an instant, grabbing his neck with one hand, lifting a dagger to stab at his neck. Goodbye, newbie, it's over. Yet, Qin Lang turned his head and rubbed against the glasses girl's neck. You smell so good. When the girl in red had appeared earlier, Qin Lang only inhaled a small amount of her body fragrance, that strange illness was not stable enough yet. Now, with a woman suddenly close to him, Qin Lang's body subconsciously took in a tempest of scent. Are you crazy? The glasses girl was caught off guard, forcefully pushing Qin Lang away. At that moment, Sumu Bai picked up a broom and rushed at the glasses girl. The glasses girl did not look back and kicked Sumu Bai away with force. Ah! Sumu Bai fell to the ground in pain, and Qin Lang counterattacked the glasses girl, knocking the dagger from her hand. You're looking for death. The glasses girl was furious, continuously striking Qin Lang's back. Having already shut down his pain perception, Qin Lang remained unfazed and only held tighter. Qin Lang knew how to put her to death, but right now, he just wanted to inhale as much of the woman's fragrance as possible to stabilize his condition. Meanwhile, the strange tentacle had already crept into the room, carrying a complete human skin it had peeled off, continuously writhing towards the 3 of them. The glasses girl panicked, let go of me. Let go of me. Otherwise, we're all going to die. Her ability allowed for small-scale teleportation. Since entering this room and just now ambushing Qin Lang, she had used this trick. But the precondition for using her ability was that her body couldn't touch any solid objects. Now that Qin Lang was holding onto her, she couldn't activate her power at all. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Lang directly pushed the glasses girl in front of the strange tentacle. The tentacle's sharp appendages immediately pierced into the glasses girl's body. You little brat, you'll regret this. The glasses girl bitterly said this, and then was pierced with hundreds of holes. In the next second, all her flesh and blood, including her bones, turned into pus, leaving only a light floating piece of human skin. Sumubai watched from the side, her face even paler than before. She never expected Qin Lang's skills to be this impressive. What made her more uneasy was that Qin Lang remained eerily calm, as if everything happening before him was only natural. Qin Lang, what are you? Qin Lang stood up from the ground and smiled. Miss Su, trust me, you wouldn't want to know. His identity after crossing over was that of an unlucky person who entered a strange dungeon. But regarding his past life identity, Qin Lang thought it was better not to say anything. After punishing one person, the strange tentacle slowly withdrew, storing its spoils. Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was good that this strange entity was quite rule-abiding. He turned back to look at Su Mubai. Miss Su, are you okay? Su Mubai struggled to stand up. I'm fine. Qin Lang said, alright, now it's just the two of us. There won't be any problems. At this moment, a cold voice echoed. Player Qin Lang killed player Fu Qin. The player trial begins. The remaining players will vote to decide if Qin Lang can continue the game. If more than half of the players think Qin Lang should not stay in the instance, he will be erased. Qin Lang. What? Chapter 9, only 4 people. Qin Lang was stunned. Huh? What does that mean? Players can't kill players? He was very confused. Logically speaking, in a strange instance, survival should be the priority, so why is there such a restriction? But soon, Qin Lang figured it out. This wasn't a restriction, it was just that the instance system wanted to make the mutual killing and suspicion among players even worse. After a player kills another, the other players will have the power to decide the killer's fate. This is to escalate the conflicts and suspicions between players. Especially in situations where choices must be made, due to this rule, players would hesitate. And hesitation could lead to defeat or even death. For example, if Qin Lang had known this rule earlier, he might not have killed the glasses girl, because that could have led to his own death. If he chooses to act decisively, he would end up like Qin Lang now, facing a stranger's trial, with his life completely in the hands of luck. The glasses girl dared to kill Qin Lang because, for veteran players who had already formed groups, there was no doubt they would eliminate the newcomers. To survive, they had no choice but to kill each other, but killing came with risks. In the instance, you are the biggest old silver coin. Sumubei barely stood up and said, Qin Lang, don't worry, I will vote to keep you alive. Qin Lang forced a smile and said, thank you, Miss Su, but I still need a majority vote. If others disagree, I'll still die. Sumubei walked over and held his hand. It won't happen, you'll survive. I promise. Qin Lang looked at this beautiful girl and felt surprisingly calm inside. Even if he really dies, it's not bad to have such a beauty with him. Sumubei lifted Qin Lang's clothes and saw the numerous injuries on his body from the glasses girl, Fu Qin. She frowned deeply. Doesn't it hurt? Qin Lang smiled and shook his head. It's fine, just endure it. It seems that Sumubei really thought he wouldn't die and still had the mood to check his wounds. Time passed by second by second. Death isn't scary, what's scary is waiting for death. Sumubei kept staring at Qin Lang and noticed that there was not a single fluctuation of emotion on his face. Qin Lang, aren't you afraid of death? Qin Lang replied, fear doesn't help. Actually, I'm kind of thick-skinned, so I'm not sensitive to these things. Right now, I'm like a foreigner who doesn't know how to write the word fear. Sumubei asked, why? Because foreigners are usually braver? Qin Lang smiled and said, no, because foreigners don't write Chinese characters. This cold joke earned Sumubei a look of disdain and helplessness. What time is it, and he's still thinking about this? Voting completed. Half of the players think Qin Lang's actions are fine. Player Qin Lang can continue the game and inherit player Fu Qin's equipment and abilities. Qin Lang was a bit surprised. This is a nice bonus? The others chose to protect themselves, so the equipment and abilities of that glasses girl, Fu Qin, became spoils of war. Double happiness. It seems that killing players, though risky, also brings significant rewards. Sumubei smiled and held Qin Lang's hand. I told you, you'd be fine. Qin Lang nodded. Miss Su is amazing. Sure enough, following the lucky ones never goes wrong. The next moment, Qin Lang suddenly felt a warm current filling his body. The dagger that the glasses girl had used earlier also floated up automatically and flew in front of Qin Lang. A line of text appeared before Qin Lang's eyes. Ability, Basic Teleportation. It allows you to quickly teleport to any location within 1 meter. In a short time, it can be continuously used, but it will consume a lot of strength. Before using teleportation, if it encounters any entity, it must leave the entity and wait for 10 seconds to use this ability. Black Dog Blood Dagger. Item level, C. Function, it can cut through strange bodies and cause continuous damage for 1 minute. Qin Lang said, can it cause continuous damage to the strange for 1 minute? This equipment is quite powerful, not bad at all. It's just that this beginner teleportation is a bit troublesome, with short distances and many limits. No wonder the glasses girl easily got killed by him and Sumu Bai. Apart from Qin Lang being overpowered, she must have used teleportation several times before entering this house, which consumed a lot of her strength. Sumu Bai smiled and said, having is better than not having. Qin Lang, now you are also a capable person. Qin Lang replied with a smile. He wanted to say, actually, I already have 2 skills, and in the future, there will be more and more. Oh. A long rooster crow sounded outside, indicating that the bloody night in Fengmen village had finally passed. Sumu Bai said, it seems we can finally go out. Qin Lang glanced at the dried corpse of the girl and read under the bed, not knowing what to think. The horse girl outside spoke, guests, you can come out now. Creak. Qin Lang and Sumu Bai held hands and pushed the door open, discovering that the sunlight outside was just right and quite warm. However, the chunks of shattered corpses on the ground made the scene especially bloody, sending chills down their spines. Needless to say, these were all players who broke the rules and opened doors last night, now turned into a pile of meat mud. The fat girl twisted her snake body, greedily biting into a human thigh, her already large belly continuously swallowing. Qin Lang noticed that there was also blood at the corners of the horse girl's mouth. She had also done it. The horse girl wiped her mouth. Guests don't need to be afraid. Horses don't get fat from night grass, I need to eat at night too. Qin Lang asked, in your eyes, we are just food, right? The horse girl smiled but didn't answer. Qin Lang, you actually managed to kill Fu Qin, well done. Lu Ji walked out, followed by a girl who looked even younger than Sumu Bai. The girl covered her eyes and kept mumbling, so scary, so scary. Ling Long also walked out, and indeed, she was fine. Yes, I was also startled. Ling Long said, Fu Qin is an experienced player who has cleared 2 dungeons, I wonder if she has slipped up this time. Qin Lang said, it was unavoidable, thank you all for voting to let me live. Lu Ji said, since you have inherited Fu Qin's abilities, the responsibilities will also be heavy. We won't treat you as a newcomer. Lu Ji's words were meaningful, implying that now Qin Lang was on their side, and the only newcomer left was Sumu Bai. Qin Lang had to make a statement. I thank you all, but I'm still in a group with Miss Su. Qin Lang said, next time there's a vote, I'll let you all live too. Facing Qin Lang's lack of understanding, Lu Ji's expression changed, and he wanted to say something, but Ling Long gave him a look to keep quiet. Qin Lang counted the number of people, including himself, only 5 remained. Suddenly, the horse girl clapped her hands, all right, guests, please allow me to take you to the next place to prepare for the wedding. Please follow closely in my footsteps. Qin Lang frowned, 4? Have you made a mistake? There are clearly 5 of us here. The corners of the horse girl's mouth curved up, no, last night, only 4 people survived. Only 4 survived? Qin Lang looked back at Ling Long and the others. Who was the extra person? Sumu Bai's eyes widened, could it be, one of us is not human? Lu Ji immediately became alert, staring hard at Qin Lang. Whereas Ling Long looked at Sumu Bai with a cold gaze. Chapter 10, Undercover Phase. Woo, so scary. The girl behind Lu Ji began to cry loudly, stomping her feet on the ground, her short hair bouncing up and down. Qin Lang looked at the short-haired girl, frowning. Those who survived last night were not simple. So the short-haired girl's weak appearance now seemed very unusual, even a bit deliberate. Lu Ji had said that he, with healing skills, was only auxiliary, and could only work with those who had fighting abilities. Therefore, the short-haired girl must have some combat ability, and it was impossible for her to be so delicate. Is it a contrast? In a place where no one could see, the barrage began to celebrate wildly. It's my favorite segment of Who is the Undercover. He, if nothing unexpected happens, they will definitely start to suspect each other and then kill one another. In the upcoming adventure, they will have to guard against each other, kekakek. At this moment, Qin Lang spent 10 mental power to take a look at this girl. Su Miao, 434678. Wow, she can live for about 50 more years, huh? It seems she is also a tough person. And this also proves that she should not be the creepy one who infiltrated the team. Then who could it be? Qin Lang glanced at Lu Ji and found that the text on his head had changed. Paperman Ghost, 11898. It's him. Qin Lang smiled. I didn't expect this ability to be quite handy. But now there's a problem, which is how to reveal this ghost's true identity. Now everyone is caught in a chain of suspicion, no one will trust what the others say easily. If I directly say it, what if the other party tricks me, claiming that they are the ghost? Then it would be hard to clarify. Qin Lang suddenly laughed. I was foolish, why bother with all this? The best way to deal with a ghost is to confront it. Just do it. Look, there seems to be a ghost ahead. At this shout from Qin Lang, everyone began to look nervously into the distance. Qin Lang activated the small area teleportation skill he had just acquired and appeared behind Lu Ji. What are you doing? By the time the Lu Ji reacted, Qin Lang had already stabbed the black dog blood dagger into his neck. Ah! You! Lu Ji's expression twisted, veins popping out. He reached out to grab Qin Lang, but Qin Lang dodged directly. Qin Lang pulled out the dagger and stabbed again, hitting his face. Ling Long panicked. What are you doing? She pulled out a willow branch from who knows where and swung it at Qin Lang. Qin Lang dodged again and shouted, "Look for yourself." Ling Long's eyes were red. When she turned back to look, she gasped in surprise. The paperman ghost revealed its true appearance, a body and limbs made of paper, with facial features drawn with a pen, looking extremely unnatural. Lu Ji. Ling Long's legs went weak. So, he has been dead for a long time? The paperman ghost began to howl in pain. The wound created by Qin Lang was burning continuously, causing ongoing damage. But this clearly didn't result in any fatal injury. It soon restored its state. This little guy actually figured me out at once. The paperman ghost suddenly became enormous, towering over 2 meters tall, and its limbs turned extremely thick. Clearly made of paper, its hands swept lightly, directly breaking through a mud wall. At the same time, the dungeon system gave a prompt. Sea-level ghost appeared. Ling Long was stunned. What? Starting off with a sea-level ghost? The ghosts in the dungeon are ranked from high to low based on combat power, SSS, 8, B, C, D, E. For ordinary players, they could handle D and E ghosts one-on-one, but for anything above C, at least 3 people needed to team up to fight. Ling Long felt that it was all over. She knew she definitely couldn't defeat this paperman ghost. Now cooperating against it might be too late, and they lacked the necessary understanding. Are they going to be wiped out now? Ayo. The paperman ghost angrily lunged at Qin Lang, who had just attacked it, ready to start the slaughter. Qin Lang didn't take it head-on. Instead, he retreated. However, no one expected that as soon as Qin Lang's dagger pierced the top of the paperman ghost's head, its movements began to slow down. Ayo. The paperman ghost let out a miserable cry, shaking its head non-stop. Qin Lang! Hurry down! Su Mubai suddenly shouted. Qin Lang pulled out his dagger, flipped in the air, and landed smoothly on the ground. Bang! The next second, the paper doll ghost exploded on the spot. Ling Long and Su Miao were momentarily stunned, completely not expecting this outcome. Even Qin Lang felt a bit confused. What's going on? He looked at the black dog blood dagger in his hand. Does this thing have such great lethality? Wasn't it just a sea-level item? Why is its power so exaggerated? The viewers in the live stream were also dumbfounded. No way? A sea-level anomaly just disappeared like that? I thought I would fight for 500 rounds. Is it really this easy? The black dog blood dagger is just a sea-level weapon. It can't possibly have such great power. Qin Lang must be extremely lucky. Su Mubai stepped forward and asked concernedly, Qin Lang, are you okay? Qin Lang nodded. I'm fine. Su Mubai said, you're amazing. Your skills don't seem like those of a new player. What did you do before? Qin Lang smiled. It's nothing. I was just a teacher for a few years. Ling Long stared at Qin Lang. A teacher? You can defeat an experienced player and even eliminate a sea-level anomaly. What kind of teacher are you? Qin Lang did not answer. Player Qin Lang has killed a sea-level anomaly. Reward, paper doll puppet. Item level, B. Then, a golden light appeared in front of Qin Lang, and a paper doll cut from white paper fell into Qin Lang's hands. Qin Lang carefully looked at the instructions for this item. Can instantly summon a paper doll puppet to serve you, capable of reconnaissance and combat. It can take any form and gender, but if you have any bold ideas, please think carefully. Qin Lang frowned. How do you know I happen to have a bold idea? This dungeon is not serious. But this item is indeed pretty good, it will surely be useful. After putting the item away, Qin Lang looked at the female horse. Next, what should we do? The female horse smiled. Mr. Qin, do I still need to ask? You are now the only male player. So tonight, you will attend the wedding as the groom and marry the young lady. The fat girl swayed her snake-like body, excitedly saying, Wedding! Wedding! Great joy! Qin Lang was momentarily at a loss for words. After being single for 2 lifetimes, now he was supposed to get married? By the way, the young lady he was supposed to marry must also be an anomaly. The most crucial identity of the groom just fell on him. Look quickly! Su Miao suddenly shouted, What is that? Everyone turned their heads, and then a sinister wind blew, sending chills down their spines. Chapter 11, joyfully received the ghost-slaying blade. They saw a group of people walking from the distance, dressed in red ancient garments, resembling a traditional wedding procession. Each of them had their faces painted white, with a uniform eerie smile that made anyone who looked at them feel uneasy. They carried 4 large flower palanquins, clearly well prepared. Su Miao, scared, covered her face and screamed, "Ah, they're so scary. They can't be anomalies again, right?" The group became alert once more. The female horse said, "All right, everyone can set off to attend the wedding now." At this moment, an old lady with a hunched back walked out from the wedding procession. The old lady wore a long red robe, and a large red flower was tucked into her silver-white hair. Her lips were painted a deep red, looking as if they had been smeared with blood. The same bloody red also appeared on her blush, combined with her originally pale face, resembling the paper dolls found in a paper shop. This makeup would be difficult for a girl as young as Su Mubai to pull off, let alone an old lady looking so ghastly was truly nauseating. "I am a servant named Li, the young lady's personal maid. Groom, please, come up with a few guests." As these people approached, Qin Lang noticed they were real flesh and blood humans, but their makeup was indeed a bit terrifying. However, considering that a paper doll ghost could impersonate someone, so Qin Lang and the others still had their guard up. Qin Lang glanced at the others. Qin Lang asked Ling Long, "What do you think? Should we go over to them?" Ling Long said, "There shouldn't be any problem in going over. If there really is an ambush, we can just adapt." Su Mubai nodded, "I'll walk with you, Qin Lang." Su Miao only knew how to cry and didn't object. Ling Long looked a bit worried but nodded in agreement. Qin Lang continued, "But to prevent something like what happened with Lu Ji from happening again, I think we should be better prepared. For example, we can agree on a slogan. If we're not sure if the other person is real, we can just say the slogan." Ling Long nodded, "Good idea. So what slogan would be good?" Qin Lang said, "Palace Jade Liquor, 180 per cup." The other 3 looked at Qin Lang with puzzled eyes, as if they didn't quite understand what the slogan meant. Palace Jade Liquor, 180 per cup. Ling Long pinched her chin, "This is easy to remember, let's go with this." After confirming the slogan, the group was about to set off. At that moment, Ling Long spoke again, "Wait. I want to pay tribute to the deceased, especially Lu Ji, who fought through several dungeons with me." Qin Lang didn't object, it was human nature. But Granny Li frowned and said, "Young master, if we delay the auspicious time, it will be bad, we should hurry on our way." Qin Lang replied, "Don't you understand the principle of respecting the dead? Waiting a bit longer won't hurt." Granny Li snorted coldly, "There are plenty of dead people here, even if we make a monument for them, someone will dig it up in a while. It's a waste of effort." Before she could finish, Qin Lang directly punched her in the face. He felt no fear now, he was not the least bit intimidated by Granny Li, who might be a strange presence. Upon hearing her words, Qin Lang was simply furious. "What's the rush for?" Granny Li was sent 2 meters away by the punch, staggering a few steps before falling down. Ling Long and the others were dumbfounded at the sight. Granny Li was definitely an important NPC in the dungeon, regardless of her strength, her role was significant. Did Qin Lang just strike her and so hard? This newcomer was too reckless. The audience in the livestream was collectively shocked. Is this kid a reckless type? He acted decisively. Awesome. I've never seen such a fierce newbie. Those strange beings probably didn't even react. Qin Lang said, "I said, is waiting not allowed? I know you all died once as strange beings, but just because no one is here to collect your bodies, you can't stand seeing others being honored." As soon as this was said, the villagers carrying the sedan all changed their expressions, as if Qin Lang had hit a sore spot. Qin Lang coldly said, "What are you looking at? If you have the ability, come and kill me. Let's see how your young lady's wedding goes on without a groom. I don't mind killing a few more strange beings." These words were indeed effective, the strange beings instantly withdrew their killing intent. It seemed that this young lady's wedding was truly important. Granny Li slowly stood up, her features all smashed out of shape, her nose indented by a few centimeters. "Young master really has great strength, but please be patient, let's wait." Qin Lang huffed softly. Ding. Detected that the host's emotions have surged again, spiritual power has increased. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up successfully. The host now has spiritual power, 500/500. The host has obtained an item, Ghost-Slaying Blade. A powerful weapon so strong that even evil spirits fear it, categorized as an A-grade treasure in the dungeon. The treasure has been automatically placed in the host's storage space, and can be taken out with thought whenever needed. Qin Lang was pleasantly surprised, the C-grade Black Dog Blood Dagger was already very powerful, and now he had an A-grade Ghost-Slaying Blade. Wasn't this an upgrade? Ling Long piled up a small mound of dirt, bowing to the scattered bodies in the direction of the village entrance. She then took out a cigarette, lit it, inserted in front of the dirt mound, hands clasped together. Rest in peace, I will avenge you. Su Miao also bowed behind her. The silent Su Mubai came to Su Miao's side and bowed to the dirt mound. Qin Lang made no move, he kept staring at Grandma Li and those carrying the palanquin. Ling Long stood up and said to Qin Lang, "Thank you, Qin Lang." Qin Lang was calm, "It's nothing, let's set off." Su Miao and Ling Long each chose a palanquin and sat down. When Su Mubai was about to get in, Qin Lang called out to her, "Miss Su, this is for you." He handed over the black dog blood dagger. "For me?" Su Mubai was stunned, such a valuable thing. Qin Lang said, "You are the only one among us without a weapon and skills. Having something to protect yourself is always good, take it. I have my ways." With the ghost-slaying knife being a little sweetheart, this dagger would be like a useless trinket, giving it to Su Mubai would just be a kindness. She is a European princess who can live for 200 years, building good relations is always smart. Su Mubai felt a bit moved, "You. Qin Lang, you are really good to me." This dagger had just helped Qin Lang deal with a paper puppet, making it a treasure everyone wanted. Now, for his own safety, he casually said he would give it away. He really has feelings for me. Qin Lang waved at her, then entered the frontmost palanquin. Su Mubai put away the black dog blood dagger and whispered, "Qin Lang, don't worry, I will ensure you survive." As Qin Lang sat in the palanquin, ready to pull up the curtain, Grandma Li suddenly walked over. At this moment, the wounds on her face had disappeared, but she still looked as horrible as before. "What? Want to take revenge?" Qin Lang was already planning to pull out the ghost-slaying knife. Grandma Li said nothing, but quietly tossed Qin Lang a paper note before leaving. Qin Lang opened the note and was instantly shocked. Chapter 12, Let's Wash Together. Qin Lang found that the note only had one sentence written on it. "Save the young lady." What does that mean? What's wrong with the young lady? Why do I need to save her? And why me? Qin Lang couldn't grasp what this really meant for a moment. He had just fought with Grandma Li, could this be her way of seeking revenge by setting some trap? However, before he could think much longer, the palanquin began to rise on its own. And the speed at which it moved was even faster than he expected. It seemed these villagers were not walking too quickly, but rather flying too low. At this moment, the live chat room began to fervently discuss again. They really got into that palanquin. If they knew the truth about this palanquin, they might go mad. What's this? If they saw their destination, they would probably tremble. From the audience's perspective, what these villagers were carrying was not a palanquin, but clearly 4 large coffins. Qin Lang and the others were like 4 corpses, swiftly carried away. After an unknown amount of time, Grandma Li's voice came, "Arrived." Arrived. Qin Lang sat still, feeling his bottom go numb. He lifted the curtain of the palanquin and found that it was already dark outside. What's going on? Did they sit in this palanquin for a whole day? Is this Fengmen village really so large? After Ling Long and the others got off the palanquin, they also looked incredulous. Grandma Li smiled, "Everyone, please come in." Only then did everyone notice that the palanquin had stopped in front of a huge courtyard entrance, which looked quite imposing. 2 stone statues were placed on either side of the entrance. According to reason, the stone statues at the entrance should be something like stone lions. But these 2 statues looked different, they had 2 horns on their heads, resembling some kind of mythical monster. Qin Lang looked at them and felt they seemed familiar, but he couldn't quite recall. Su Mubai came over and took Qin Lang's hand, looking quite nervous. Qin Lang smiled, "Miss Su, there's no need to be afraid. Next, we'll just deal with whatever comes our way." Su Mubai nodded, "With you here, I'm not afraid anymore." Ling Long glanced over at them, a look of hesitation on her face. The 4 entered the door, and inside stood a crowd of men and women dressed festively. Great joy! Great joy! Great joy! Congratulations, son-in-law and young lady! May you have a harmonious marriage for 100 years. Upon seeing Qin Lang, they shouted various congratulatory phrases, their faces filled with excitement. Although the scene was lively, Qin Lang could read an emotion from their faces, greed and hunger. It felt as if he and Su Mubai had become their food. A young woman wearing a red qipao, taller than 1.8 meters and slit to her thigh, approached Qin Lang, smiling, "Hello, son-in-law. I'm Xiao Qin, the maid designated by the young lady for you. Please, son-in-law, follow me to bathe and change clothes." Qin Lang glanced at Ling Long and the others, "What about my friends?" Old Lady Li spoke up, "Son-in-law, don't worry, these few are esteemed guests, we will certainly take good care of them. The young lady enjoys lively gatherings, the more people, the better." Ling Long gave Qin Lang a look, signaling that there would be no problems. Qin Lang nodded and followed Xiao Qin along. Xiao Qin was not only tall but also had a standard figure, curvy and enticing. The qipao hugged her rounded backside, causing her to sway left and right as she walked, a true example of the drifting hips. Especially the scent emanating from her maid Qin Lang, who craved a woman's fragrance, feel ecstatic. Qin Lang knew in his heart that Xiao Qin was probably a strange woman as well. But his peculiar condition made his body crave this kind of scent desperately. Sister, you smell so good. The closer he got, the better it felt. Son-in-law, we're here. Xiao Qin opened a door. Her gaze dropped to the ground, and then she took out several silver needles thinner than a hair from her bosom, quietly scattering them on the floor. The fine silver needles stood up on their own as if they were alive after falling. Xiao Qin sneered, even someone in iron armor stepping on this will get a few holes poked. Dare to mess with old Lady Li? I'll teach you a lesson. Xiao Qin turned her head, son-in-law, please go inside. Ah! Xiao Qin exclaimed because Qin Lang had unknowingly moved close to her shoulder, sniffing away with his eyes closed. Son-in-law, what are you doing? Xiao Qin looked at Qin Lang with wide eyes of terror. Qin Lang smiled, it's nothing, I just think, you smell so good. It's nothing, aren't you my maid? Let me smell you some more. Xiao Qin stepped back, no, son-in-law, I'm going to scream. What is wrong with this person? At this moment, netizens exploded with comments. Dude, can't you see there's something wrong with this woman? Old Lady Li and those villagers carrying the sedan are strange, how can she be a good person? As long as you have the guts, female ghosts take maternity leave, as long as you're bold enough, maternity leave can happen twice. Xiao Qin is a strange woman, but Qin Lang is a lecher. Qin Lang hadn't inhaled much of a woman's scent all alone, he was already desperate for it. Now, with such a stunning beauty in front of him, he couldn't care less about any oddities. He lunged forward, and Xiao Qin couldn't dodge, being completely enveloped in his arms and falling backward. Oh no, there are silver needles on the ground. Needles. Xiao Qin didn't have time to collect the needles, so she could only take them all on her back. She now resembled a meat shield, helping Qin Lang avoid the first wave of traps. What's worse, this trap was set by herself. It hurts. It hurts too much. The sharp pain left Xiao Qin unable to manage her expression, she could only bite her lip to hold back her cries. Qin Lang lay comfortably on Xiao Qin's chest, eagerly inhaling the fragrance from her body. Ah! After letting out an embarrassing moan, Qin Lang's reason gradually took hold. Speaking of which, lying on this Xiao Qin feels rather nice, no wonder so many boys love driving big cars. Qin Lang raised his head. Noticing that Xiao Qin's expression was a bit off, he asked, what's wrong? Xiao Qin gritted her teeth and said, it's nothing, my lord, can we get up first? She felt like her back was bleeding. Qin Lang nodded, oh, sorry, I got a bit carried away. After standing up, Xiao Qin endured the pain in her back and pointed to a nearby wooden tub, my lord, you can go take a bath now. I want you to have bad luck this time. In that bathwater, I have prepared something good for you. But unexpectedly, Qin Lang grabbed her hand, Xiao Qin, I'm not used to bathing alone. So, come wash with me. Xiao Qin's face changed, my lord. Qin Lang pulled hard, no need to be shy. Let me check your body. Chapter 13 The Young Lady's Peeping. Xiao Qin panicked and hurriedly covered her chest, stepping back, my lord, if you do this, the young lady will be unhappy. Qin Lang chuckled, you only think about the young lady's unhappiness, what if I'm unhappy? Come on. Qin Lang pulled Xiao Qin and threw her into the wooden tub. As soon as Xiao Qin entered the water, she immediately felt something bite her. Ah! Xiao Qin couldn't help but scream. In the bathwater was a carnivorous fish possessed by a water ghost, extremely fierce, biting anything it saw. Qin Lang stood by, laughing, what's wrong? Xiao Qin, is the water so hot? Then why did you let me in? That's not right. Come on, I'll help you. Qin Lang reached out, grabbed Xiao Qin's arm, and pulled hard. Crack. This time, it actually pulled her arm off. Qin Lang looked at the arm in his hand, and at Xiao Qin, who had now become one-armed, not knowing what to say for a moment. Xiao Qin thought he was scared, so she quickly pulled out the water ghost fish, stood up again, and restored her smile, my lord, you are really bad. You even broke my arm. Surprisingly, Qin Lang also laughed, sorry, I didn't expect you to be so fragile. Seeing you only have one arm, it's quite inconvenient and not beautiful. Have you ever heard of the Venus with a broken arm? Xiao Qin, huh? Qin Lang grabbed Xiao Qin's other arm and pulled hard again. Crack. It broke again. Now it looks much better. Qin Lang clapped his hands and laughed, now you are the second Venus. The barrage had exploded. Damn, I've seen weird monsters being killed, but this is my first time seeing one being teased. If it were me, I would have died from fright the moment I saw the arm. Bro, you are going down a narrow path. Xiao Qin's long black hair suddenly stood up. You will pay for this. Xiao Qin's body grew taller, her limbs began to mutate to different extents, and a huge insect head appeared. It turned out to be a creepy creature that had originally been a dragonfly. Qin Lang laughed, "I'm your lord now. If you kill me, you're not afraid of the young lady blaming you?" Xiao Qin roared, "You are just a stinky man. The way Fengmen village has become is all because of you stinky men. You're trying to marry the young lady, but I could easily snack on your arm or leg." Saying that, she opened her bloody mouth and bit towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang smiled and took out the Demon Slayer knife. The moment the Demon Slayer knife appeared, a puff of white gas drifted from the blade, and the surrounding air seemed to solidify. A falling needle could be heard. The Demon Slayer knife hadn't even touched Xiao Qin, but the heavy malevolence on it made Xiao Qin tremble all over. What is this?" Xiao Qin was stunned. "What is this thing? Don't come near." Qin Lang smiled, "What's wrong? No longer so tough? Come on, weren't you going to eat me?" Xiao Qin, scared, immediately returned to her human form. "My lord, I was wrong, please don't, have mercy on me." As a level C monster, standing against an A-grade weapon like the Demon Slayer knife, she had no other option but to get obliterated. Qin Lang smiled, "You don't want to die, right? Then tell me some things about Fengmen village and the wedding. Otherwise, with this Demon Slayer knife in my hand, He's about to shove it hard into your body, then keep thrusting again and again, then finally release that white killing aura inside you. The live chat exploded once again. Damn! What kind of wild beast talk is this? Such fast knife, such fast car speed. This dude must be seriously messed up in the head. It's not the dude. Why does killing something so creepy sound so dirty when you say it? Xiao Qin quickly nodded. I'll say it, I'll tell you everything. Actually, I don't know much either. The village was already like this when I was born. What I know was told to me by Granny Li. Granny Li said that Fengmen village used to be a good place, but after the young lady was born, she kept torturing the villagers, and got many of them killed. As Xiao Qin was speaking, suddenly her expression turned into extreme terror, and she knelt down on the ground, hugging her head and crying hard. Young lady, I was wrong. Young lady, I'll never dare again. Qin Lang asked in confusion, hey, what's going on? But before he could keep asking, Xiao Qin's body started showing countless cracks, and began to swell up. Bang! Countless pieces of flesh, mixed with blood, burst all over the floor. Xiao Qin was gone just like that. Player Qin Lang killed a C-class Eerie creature. Reward received, Basic Marrow Washing Pill. Basic Marrow Washing Pill can temporarily boost the taker's strength, endurance, and stamina. Even though it sounds like a certain little blue pill, and can also make a certain part of a man rise up, the two are very different. Weak-bodied people should be careful when using. Qin Lang scratched his head, this works too? But I didn't even do anything just now, right? From Xiao Qin's last words, was it the young lady who struck just now? Was she watching me all along? That's kind of sick. Qin Lang looked around, then said, since you're watching me, then you should know I'm not someone who's easy to control. If you want to kill or torture me, then just get on with it. Seeing no one answer, Qin Lang shrugged and got ready to head out to meet up with Sumubai and the others. Just then, as Qin Lang walked to the door, he felt something was off. On the table in the room, there was actually a Tang San Kai. Tang San Kai sounds nice, but it's actually a burial item, something used to accompany the dead. How could such a rich family place such unlucky stuff around? Qin Lang suddenly thought of something. Those two stone statues at the door. I remember now, those are Tianlu. Tianlu is a legendary beast that can ward off evil spirits, just like Tang San Kai, also used for tomb guarding. A terrifying thought suddenly popped into Qin Lang's head. Son-in-law. Granny Li suddenly appeared again from the other end of the corridor. What's wrong with you? Where's Xiao Qin? Qin Lang looked at her, then said, Xiao Qin is dead, killed by the young lady. Granny Li gave a soft "oh," as if she didn't care much. You haven't changed clothes yet. Hurry up, don't miss the right time. The young lady will come out when the wedding ceremony starts, don't make her unhappy then. After hearing this, Qin Lang asked directly, old woman, you all seem really scared of the young lady? What does she look like? Can I go see her now? Granny Li stopped, then twisted her neck 180 degrees, staring at Qin Lang with a pair of gloomy eyes. The young lady will appear when she should appear. No need for son-in-law to worry. Qin Lang was about to keep asking, but noticed Granny Li was moving her mouth without making a sound, as if trying to lip-sync something to him. Chapter 14, 3000 Divine Jades. Qin Lang stared closely at Granny Li and saw she was repeating one word, backside. Qin Lang felt a chill down his spine. He suddenly turned around, but saw nothing. When he looked back, Granny Li was already gone. Ah! From the other side of the corridor came Su Miao's scream. Qin Lang quickly ran over, wanting to see if something had happened to Su Mubai and the others. After going through room after room, Qin Lang saw Su Miao crying hard on the floor in one of the rooms. There is a mouse. Su Miao squatted on the ground, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Qin Lang was momentarily speechless. Is this really called an old player? Where are Ling Long and Miss Su? Where did they go? Su Miao looked around and said, I don't know when they left. Qin Lang felt even more helpless. He called out the slogan, Palace Jade Liquid Wine. Su Miao raised her head, her big watery eyes staring at Qin Lang. Is it 180 for a cup? Alright, at least it matched up somewhat. Qin Lang pulled Su Miao up and started running out to find Ling Long and Su Mubai. Qin Lang. Ling Long's voice came from a corner. Qin Lang turned to see Ling Long standing at the door of a room. Palace Jade Liquid Wine. 180 for a cup. The slogan was correct. Qin Lang hurried over to her. Both Ling Long and Su Mubai were inside the room, and the room's decor was quite unique. The large room had nothing but a shrine, a statue, and a wooden table with an incense burner. Looking at the statue, it wasn't the Buddha or the Jade Emperor, but rather a Taoist priest in a robe, grinning widely, as if laughing at something unknown. Qin Lang wondered, is this a kind of belief from Fengmen village? Su Mubai touched the table and said, it seems so. Look, it's quite clean here. Ling Long and I just encountered a strange being. We wanted to follow it, hoping to capture it and get some clues, but it disappeared once we got here. Qin Lang looked at the statue and faintly felt something was off. Su Mubai asked, by the way, Qin Lang, the wedding is about to start, are you prepared? Qin Lang chuckled bitterly, prepared for what? I don't even want to go. Ling Long asked, why? Qin Lang replied, because this wedding is not normal at all. Not only are there strange things besides us here, but this house is also abnormal. I suspect we might be in an ancient tomb. This frightened Su Miao into tears. What? An ancient tomb? Ling Long covered Su Miao's mouth and asked, Qin Lang, why do you think so? Qin Lang said, don't you notice that everywhere here is filled with funeral objects? Only tombs have such things. And those stone statues at the entrance are the Tianlu beasts that guard graves in legends. Also, the layout of this place is strange. To enter any room, you have to go through a long corridor, a typical structure of a tomb, narrow in front, wide in back. Remember the hint at the beginning of the dungeon? All villagers of Fengmen village perished in a wedding 80 years ago. So this place could very well be a tomb, and one that buries all the villagers. Although it seems to be already night time, that's really just because we are underground. Ling Long and the others' expressions changed. The live chat started sending comments quickly. Damn, this kid seems brainless but actually has some skills. To figure that out is not simple. But so what if he knows? If they don't deal with these strange beings, especially that young lady boss, they're still doomed. Qin Lang continued, is a wedding held in a tomb going to be good? If I go, won't I be a fool? Rather than this, I'd rather spend more time looking for clues. He looked back at the statue, murmuring, this thing might be a clue. The people of Fengmen village don't believe in land or gods, yet they worship such a strange Taoist, very suspicious. Su Mubai frowned, but when the wedding time arrives, they will definitely come looking for you. We don't have that much time right now. At this moment, Ling Long sighed, it seems we'll have to use that trick. She took out a black jade pendant from her bosom. Ling Long explained, this is called 3000 divine jade, it can summon a deity and allow us to converse with it, to obtain information, or even gain items and so on. Qin Lang listened and asked in confusion, such a great thing, why didn't you take it out earlier? Ling Long said, this thing has great power, but the risks are also very high. 3000 divine jade, as the name suggests, contains various gods from 3000 worlds. Different people will summon different gods. If a proper god is summoned, it's fine, but if a bad thing is called forth, it might lead to great losses. Someone once summoned an evil god, and the other party demanded their soul as the price to fulfill their wish, and they died shortly after. I got this from a big shot who didn't dare to use it, and I've had it on me for years. Qin Lang, upon hearing this, kept his gaze on the black jade. The risk and reward of this thing are both quite high, how should he choose? Ling Long said, Qin Lang, I'm giving it to you now. Whether to use it or not is up to your choice. Qin Lang asked, you're giving it to me? Why? Ling Long smiled, to be honest, I have bad luck, I'm what they call a star-crossed lone star. So if I use this divine jade, there shouldn't be any good outcome. I see you are different from other newcomers, you are someone with great fortune, so you should be able to summon useful gods. Qin Lang took the 3000 divine jade, deep in thought. 3000 divine jade. Item level, A. Can summon powerful gods, but may also summon terrifying evil gods, everything depends on luck. The dungeon system also provided this description, proving that Ling Long was not lying. Qin Lang was not quite clear on what he could summon. However, without any sense of fear, Qin Lang really wanted to give it a try. Su Mubai frowned, Qin Lang, think twice. Su Miao then said, hurry up and try. What if it works? Then we can clear the dungeon together. Qin Lang thought for a moment and then asked Ling Long, "How do you use this thing?" Ling Long's face became serious. "You need to drop your blood on it and then recite a chant." Seeing that Qin Lang really intended to use the 3000 divine jade, the viewers in the livestream suddenly became excited. Ah, someone is fearless enough to use this thing. The 3000 divine jade should be an S-level treasure, but because the side effects are too obvious, it was downgraded by the dungeon system. Very eerie. I remember last time a guy summoned an evil god, and it claimed it could grant 3 wishes, but the summoner had to help it fulfill its wishes. In the end, that guy was killed. Everyone was now staring at Qin Lang, eager to see what he could summon. Chapter 15, The Bathing Girl. Lu Ji slammed the door and left angrily. Qin Lang looked at Ling Long. "I see you guys seem to have a good relationship, aren't you going to stop him?" Ling Long smiled bitterly. "He's always like this, he relies on his powerful healing abilities and loves to roam around. Don't worry, he isn't that easy to kill." As someone who had seen Lu Ji's abilities, Ling Long was quite confident. Qin Lang asked, "But didn't he say that his healing ability is only auxiliary and not strong?" Ling Long laughed. "In the dungeon, it's best to take what others say with a grain of salt. Lu Ji's abilities are far stronger than he claims. But to lower the other player's guard, someone will always deliberately hide their strength to increase their own chances. This is also a trick old players use to clear dungeons." Qin Lang shrugged after hearing this. This isn't about being an experienced player, it's clear he's an old fox. Actually, he already knew very well how Lu Ji would end up. At the moment Lu Ji stepped out, Qin Lang noticed that the countdown above his head had quietly changed. Lu Ji angrily walked down the corridor. They're all a bunch of lunatics, one moment listening to a newcomer, and the next listening to something bizarre. Splashing. A sound of water caught Lu Ji's attention. Lu Ji grew cautious and drew a knife. He cut off his own thumb and threw it up to the ceiling. After finishing this, Lu Ji followed the sound of water and walked over. Through a wooden lattice window, Lu Ji saw a beautiful woman stretching her legs naked into a large wooden tub. Veiled in layers of steam, he couldn't clearly see her face, but he could see her slim curves. This seductive scene made Lu Ji feel a bit dazed and confused. He shook his head, thinking, wait, could she be the legendary young lady? Lu Ji felt he needed to quickly notify Ling Long and the others. Splash, splash. Wash, wash, quickly wash clean, first wash your intestines, then wash your heart, wash, wash. Lu Ji was drawn in by this strange song and slowly turned his head to look. Ah! After glancing at the scene inside, Lu Ji was so scared he almost screamed and quickly covered his mouth with his hand. In the room, the bathing girl had split open her belly, taking out her intestines and washing them in the bathwater. And her hands. Then her hands detached and fell into the bathwater, tumbling around continuously. Oh, I also need to wash my hair. The girl's head snapped, falling into the water and rolling around by itself. This scene made Lu Ji too terrified to look any further. His legs began to feel weak, and he had only one thought in his mind. Run! Just as Lu Ji was about to turn back the way he came, he found his feet were caught by something. Turning around, he saw it was a woman's severed hand. Are you also a guest of the young lady? To peek at someone bathing, how indecent. On the nearby wooden windowsill, the girl's head floated in mid-air, grinning with a terrifying smile, her wet hair dripping water below. Lu Ji wanted to scream, but a severed foot was shoved into his mouth, making it hard for him to breathe. The girl let out a cold laugh, and other parts of her body floated out, surrounding Lu Ji and attacking relentlessly. The freshly washed intestines wrapped around Lu Ji's neck, and with a strong pull, the girl strangled him to death. After Lu Ji fell, the girl's body parts reassembled, revealing a stunningly beautiful nude woman in the middle of the corridor. She bent down, tore off a piece of Lu Ji's facial skin, and chewed it in her mouth. Young people's faces are so tender. The girl enjoyed the meal so much that soon only a pile of white bones was left on the ground. She licked her lips. I wonder what the groom's taste will be like. Meanwhile, the finger Lu Ji had thrown onto the beam began to undergo transformations. The severed end of the finger emitted a faint glow, and threads began to stretch out from inside. More and more thin threads gathered until they formed dense fibers, which then turned into various organs and a new body. Damn it, good thing I'm clever. Lu Ji coughed weakly, lying on the beam, muttering, I didn't expect to use my rebirth ability right from the start. What on earth is this strange place? He told others that his ability was healing, but that was merely a surface explanation. His actual ability was limb rebirth. As long as his body retained even a fragment, he could reassemble a new body after the original was destroyed. This was also why he had the confidence to act alone. After confirming no one was around, Lu Ji planned to rush back to his room and report everything to Ling Long. If what just happened was really the young lady, then they should leave quickly. There you are. The girl's head appeared behind Lu Ji without him noticing, smiling and saying, your ability is quite interesting. Lu Ji let out an ah before the girl opened her bloody mouth wide and bit down on his neck. A large amount of blood flowed from Luji's neck, dripping onto the headless girl standing below. Luji struggled to make his throat's blood vessels regenerate quickly while biting his own finger, drawing a symbol on the girl's face. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Puffs of white smoke rose from the girl's face, and with a cry, she released her grip. You can still perform exorcism spells? The girl, enduring pain on half of her face, scoffed, not simple, huh? Luji covered his throat and jumped down. At this moment, his trachea had recovered, allowing him to breathe, but his vocal cords would take a little longer to regain their voice. Luji ran forward quickly, wanting to leave this hell as soon as possible. Suddenly, a shadow appeared ahead. Luji instinctively thought there was still an enemy, so he quickly formed hand signs, making a gesture for an exorcism like a Western priest, pushing forward with force. With his vocal cords partially restored, he quickly chanted the spell, Ana Dolong, Dorasogia, Hovohanaga. This was a Western exorcism spell he learned from a previous instance, a high-level exorcism technique capable of battling the 14 demons under Satan. A golden light shot toward the shadow, and at the moment of contact, the golden light merged into the shadow without causing any effect. Luji fell into despair. How is this possible? At this moment, the shadow began to charge at him. Luji's pupils constantly shrank. The young lady is the young lady. You are the young lady. In the room, Qin Lang was still staring at the note filled with clues. Sumubai used the tea set in the room to pour a cup of hot tea and handed it to Qin Lang. Qin Lang thanked her, took a sip of the tea, and continued to ponder with his head down. Sumubai sat beside him. We are going to the wedding soon, are you not afraid? Qin Lang smiled. He truly didn't know what fear meant at that moment. If time allowed, he would want to sleep a little longer. We've come this far, there's nothing to be afraid of. I actually find it a bit interesting. Upon hearing this, Ling Long, who was sitting cross-legged on the floor, leaned closer. What's interesting? Chapter 16, The Young Lady. Qin Lang pointed to a line of text above. The young lady, after turning strange, must hold weddings regularly to absorb yang energy to replenish yin energy. But the problem is, there are many ways to absorb yang energy. Why does it have to be a ghost marriage? Ling Long asked. So what are the other ways to absorb yang energy? Qin Lang was about to explain but realized Sumubai, Ling Long, and Su Miao were eagerly waiting for him to explain what other ways to absorb yang energy meant. Forget I said anything. Qin Lang waved his hand, don't mind the details. At that moment, the door was pushed open. A naked man covered in blood walked in. Who else could it be but Lu Ji? Su Miao quickly covered her eyes. Lu Ji, you pervert. Shameless. Lu Ji blankly stared at everyone then said, so cold. Ling Long puzzled. Lu Ji, why were you gone for so long? Wait, did you use that trick? Lu Ji nodded. Yeah. I used it. Ling Long was greatly surprised. The fact that Lu Ji was forced to use his rebirth ability indicated something big had happened. What exactly happened? Sit down and tell us. Qin Lang suddenly stopped Ling Long. Don't go over. He is not Lu Ji. What? He's not Lu Ji? Ling Long couldn't help but take a step back, then stared at Qin Lang and asked, how do you know? Qin Lang replied, trust me, he is definitely not. From the moment Lu Ji stepped out of the door, he had already seen Lu Ji's death countdown reach 0. In other words, he only had less than an hour of life left. Now, with an hour gone, how could Lu Ji still be alive? Moreover, when Qin Lang looked at Lu Ji just now, he noticed that his death countdown had already vanished, indicating that he had long been dead. Lu Ji glared at Qin Lang, shouting, you brat, always babbling nonsense here, and now you still want to mislead people. Looks like I have to show you some real colors. Saying this, he was about to charge toward Qin Lang. Ling Long saw this and immediately drew the branch hidden in her sleeve, striking Lu Ji fiercely. ZZZZ. A plume of white smoke rose from Lu Ji's arm. Lu Ji's facial features twisted together, and he shouted angrily, Ling Long, what are you doing? Ling Long looked at the layer of white smoke and frowned, saying, you really are dead. If you are really Lu Ji, then you would know that this willow branch of mine dispels evil and drives away ghosts, and it will only react like this when it strikes something strange. After finishing her words, a sinister smile crept across Lu Ji's face. The eldest lady has already said that you must die unknowingly, only then can you be a qualified sacrifice. It seems that you can only be a second-rate sacrifice now. Lu Ji then stared at Qin Lang. You can die a little later, but in the end, you will be played with in the palm of the eldest lady. After he spoke, he opened his mouth wide, and his jaw actually dragged down to his chest. In the next second, a large number of black, long worms drilled out from his body, quickly crawling all over the entire room. Su Miao screamed in fright and jumped onto the antique table beside her. Qin Lang quickly picked up Su Mubai and placed her on the bed while revealing his black dog blood dagger. Miss Su, hold on tight to me. Su Mubai tightly grasped his neck with both hands, nodding vigorously. Ling Long raised the branch and struck down at Lu Ji's head. That willow branch was like a sharp sword, splitting Lu Ji directly in half. When those worms lunged towards Ling Long, preparing to bite, her skin was as tough as steel. The worms bit down hard several times but had no effect. Ling Long then grabbed the branch again and swept the black worms off her body, smashing them into pieces. Lu Ji immediately transformed into a puddle of pus, while the other worms, as if losing remote control, let out unsettling howls before slowly dissipating into black smoke. Qin Lang sighed in relief. Well done. Ling Long said, how could Lu Ji turn into such a monster? Players who die in the instance die, and that's it. This has never happened before. Qin Lang replied, this is probably the power of the blood sacrifice. Hurry up, we need to leave. Ling Long, confused, asked, where to? Aren't we waiting for the wedding to start? Qin Lang shook his head, leave the wedding to me and the crybaby, you and Miss Su go find the truth of the blood sacrifice. Ling Long was surprised by this division of actions, and even Su Mubai was puzzled. Qin Lang, aren't you going with me? Su Mubai spoke with a hint of reproach. Qin Lang said, Miss Su, we will still be together, so I need you to keep an eye on Ling Long. I'm only at ease when I trust you with the matters of the blood ritual. Though I don't like that crybaby, she is one of the survivors from last night, so it should be fine to act together with her. If the eldest lady appears, I will try to hold her off. You and Ling Long need to act quickly, find the location of the blood sacrifice from years ago, and uncover what that strange thing hidden among us wants. Su Mubai nodded with a complex expression and then said, well, all right. Pip-pip-a-pap. The sound of firecrackers erupted outside, accompanied by the clattering of gongs and drums. Son-in-law, the auspicious time has come. Old Lady Li's voice came from the other side of the corridor. Qin Lang immediately changed into the groom's clothes on the bed and whispered, hurry up and go. Ling Long and Su Mubai exchanged glances and quickly ran out. Qin Lang looked at their backs, then at Su Miao, who was trembling in the corner. All right, let's go. Su Miao covered her face and shouted, no, I don't want to go, woo-woo. Old Lady Li appeared at the door and saw Qin Lang with a cold smile, saying, son-in-law, why were two girls just running out? If the eldest lady sees them, it won't be good. Why don't we let them come back? Qin Lang replied, my friends can go wherever they want, who are you to control them? Old Lady Li remained indifferent, saying, son-in-law, I still advise you to bring them back. Qin Lang, without saying a word, went up and slapped Grandma Li. Old hag, I've tolerated you for a long time. Qin Lang said, I'll say it again, my friend can do whatever they want, mind your own business. Grandma Li struggled to turn her neck back, her bones cracking and creaking. She glared at Qin Lang with a venomous look and said, fine, since the young master says so, hurry and come with me. Qin Lang pulled Su Miao and walked outside. Woo, I don't want to go. You'd die faster if you stay here. Seeing them tugging and pulling like this, Grandma Li coughed and said, young master, if you keep this up, the young lady might get upset. Qin Lang raised his hand, old hag, do you believe I'll hit you again? Lead the way. Grandma Li had no choice but to shut up. After walking a few steps while dragging Su Miao, Qin Lang once again felt someone watching him. Turning his head to look down the corridor, he saw a woman in a black and white cheongsam walking towards him. Grandma Li, who is she? Is she the young lady? Qin Lang asked, only to find that Grandma Li had disappeared without him noticing. Grandma Li? Old hag? Qin Lang called out a few times, still no one responded. What a beautiful young master. The woman in the cheongsam had somehow appeared right in front of Qin Lang, her lips almost curling to her ears, her eyes filled with desire. The young lady is so lucky. She was the strange one who had just devoured Lu Ji whole. At that moment, facing Qin Lang, her saliva had started to flow uncontrollably. Chapter 17, Behind the Statue. This commotion made Qin Lang vigilant again. 6 sources of light appeared in the corridor, continuously approaching them. Upon closer inspection, they were actually 6 large eyes emitting a green glow. A spider-like monster, covered in countless human heads and remains, was quickly crawling with its 8 long legs intertwined. Corpse Spider King. Weirdness level, B. Su Miao turned pale with fright and immediately hid behind. Ah. It's actually a B-level weirdness. Qin Lang was about to charge forward, but was stopped by Ling Long. Don't go close. B-level weirdness is almost like a small boss. Even though you have an A-level weapon and your skills are good, you still don't stand much of a chance against a B-level weirdness. Let's retreat for now. Qin Lang glanced at the statue of Zunyangzi and immediately said, go there. He suddenly remembered the message Grandma Li had communicated to him with her lips. The back. Could she be referring to the back of this statue? Though Ling Long didn't understand Qin Lang's meaning, she could only trust the intuition of this powerful newcomer. Any statue or idol worshipped in a temple has its back protected well. Who has ever seen the back of Buddha or other idols? Qin Lang and the others jumped onto the altar, even Xiao Chun flew up with them. The flapping of its large wings resembled that of a fluttering moth. The corpse spider king moved to the door and roared at Qin Lang and the others. Ah ah ah. Su Miao tightly hugged Ling Long, asking, Sister Ling Long, why, are we here? Ling Long gripped the willow branch used to banish ghosts, her palms sweating. But Qin Lang was very calm, holding the ghost-slaying sword and staring at the corpse spider king. Surprisingly, Qin Lang's plan actually worked. Seeing Qin Lang and the others behind the statue of Xunyangzi, the corpse spider king seemed to lose its target, not advancing to attack them anymore. However, it didn't leave, just stood at the door, glaring at Qin Lang and the others. At this moment, a large number of viewers had poured into the live stream, exclaiming with excitement. D-level weirdness. I haven't seen this in a long time. Is this dungeon that powerful? Even the elite monsters are of this level. Isn't the young lady even more amazing? These few players look like they will be wiped out, what a pity. I thought we could keep watching Qin Lang entertain us. Speaking of which, what's Qin Lang doing? Everyone's gaze quickly focused on Qin Lang. Qin Lang didn't want to continue confronting the corpse devil spider king, because time was not on his side. The longer it dragged on, not only would Su Mubai be in greater danger, but whether he could escape this cursed place was still uncertain. Behind him. Qin Lang continued to recall the hint that Granny Li had given him. The reason the corpse devil spider king didn't dare to come over now might be because it was afraid to provoke Xunyangzi, but could there be another possibility? Was there some mystery behind the statue of Xunyangzi? In the dark, Qin Lang could only feel around his back with his hands. Suddenly, Qin Lang felt like he touched something. Qin Lang said to Xiaochun, you can't fight, but you must know some spells, right? Can you create a fire? Xiaochun immediately responded with an O. She snapped her fingers, and a flame appeared in her palm immediately. Darling, this fire is to let us play with some wax-dripping fun during our dual cultivation, it's the fire of passion. Qin Lang. He didn't expect summoning a succubus would turn out to be a troublesome matter. But at least he now had a source of light, which allowed Qin Lang to see the truth behind Xunyangzi. To his surprise, there were a series of incomprehensible characters carved on Xunyangzi's back. Su Wu Ju Bi. Qin Lang puzzled, huh? This seems to be written in some kind of cultivation method. Ling Long was greatly astonished. Qin Lang, you can understand these things? Qin Lang nodded, yeah, I can understand it. How about you? Can't you read it? Ling Long, Su Miao, and even Xiaochun, who was a deity, all shook their heads in confusion. Qin Lang frowned, but isn't this easy to understand? The first line says Du Zhua Ti Zi Ting Jiu. The second line is Yi Ni Ji Ji. Isn't it very simple? It's clear at first glance. Ling Long and the others looked at Qin Lang as if he were a monster that had just emerged from the ground, not knowing whether the scary one was the corpse devil spider king outside or Qin Lang, who was babbling nonsense. Qin Lang himself didn't understand why, but he could indeed comprehend these things. Since he had crossed over, Qin Lang had noticed that the original owner must have had a severe illness, at least there was something wrong with the brain structure and the organization of the body. Otherwise, how could he have had the strange illness of nearly dying if he didn't inhale the fragrance of women? Perhaps it was precisely because his brain was different from others that he could understand what others considered heavenly books? Ah, you guys look quickly. Xiaochun shouted loudly. Everyone looked over and found that the appearance of the corpse devil spider king had changed. It stepped back a few paces, lowering its head and entire body. Those 6 large eyes began to stare intently at Qin Lang, but the murderous intent from before had disappeared. It looked as if it was kneeling down before Qin Lang. Ling Long exclaimed, Qin Lang, maybe the spell you just recited is taking effect. Quickly try again. Qin Lang tried reciting again. La Chang Qi Jing San Ji. The corpse devil spider king's eyes actually softened considerably. Qin Lang continued to look down and found that there was a lot recorded on the back of Xunyangzi. However, even though he knew what each character meant, it was still difficult to understand it all. It was like ancient classical literature, where the few words carried a wealth of information, different interpretations could lead to different meanings. But since reciting it was effective against the corpse devil spider king in front of him, he would continue. Qin Lang kept reciting, Jinghuhan Sus. The corpse devil spider king became increasingly excited, then happier, and finally actively cleared a path, seemingly inviting Qin Lang and the others to leave. Ling Long was still suspicious, but Qin Lang took the lead and jumped down. Qin Lang. Ling Long called out, hoping to warn him to be careful. But Qin Lang strode forward, discovering that the corpse devil spider king did not stop him. Instead, it showed incredible respect towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang frowned and said to it, do you like hearing me recite those things? Can you understand what I'm saying? The corpse devil spider king nodded, then shook its head. Qin Lang continued, I want to leave here now. Can you help me? The corpse spider king continued to nod. Qin Lang pointed at the statue of Zunyangzi. If you like to listen, then carry that thing with you and bring it along. Without a second word, the corpse spider king began to obey, scaring Ling Long and Su Miao, who were hiding behind the statue, to step back. Ling Long exclaimed in shock, Qin Lang, you actually trained a B-grade anomaly? Chapter 18, Are you still pretending? Qin Lang chuckled, maybe it just likes to listen to me chant. Not just Ling Long, even the viewers in the livestream dropped their jaws. What kind of a mortal is this Qin Lang? Even a B-grade anomaly dares not move against him? He can understand those heavenly scriptures, he's clearly not an ordinary person. Are all the newcomers this year monsters? The corpse spider king carried the statue on its back and began to lead the way. Qin Lang and the others hurriedly followed. At this moment, many shadows appeared in the manor. Those shadows quickly transformed into the actual villagers, starting to walk towards Qin Lang and the others. Son-in-law, great joy, great joy. Why is the son-in-law leaving? The eldest lady is still looking for you. The villagers wore a rather eerie smile, continually surrounding Qin Lang and the others. The corpse spider king opened its bloody big mouth and roared ahead. The villagers seemed to be scared by this roar, standing in place, not daring to move forward. Qin Lang glanced at the corpse spider king, thinking that having an anomaly as a follower felt quite nice. At this moment, Ling Long tugged at Qin Lang, since you can command this corpse spider king, why not let it help us find Su Mubai? Qin Lang replied, this corpse spider king might not really be that obedient. Besides, I already said we have to get out first to save someone. Seeing that Qin Lang still insisted on his original view, Ling Long continued, I still have something good, even rarer than 3,000 divine jewels. If you help me find Su Mubai, no matter if she's alive or dead, I'll give you this thing, how about that? Otherwise, I'd rather destroy it. Qin Lang looked Ling Long up and down, how come you have all the good things? Then why don't you use them yourself? Ling Long sighed, just like I won't easily use the 3,000 divine jewels, because I'm unlucky, and using them won't end well. And everyone has their own equipment and treasures to protect their lives, who would easily reveal them? Unless it's absolutely necessary, I wouldn't want to say. Qin Lang felt a bit puzzled and asked, but you barely know Su Mubai, so why does her disappearance seem so urgent to you? Ling Long bit her lip, I don't want to leave my teammates behind, nor do I want to see someone die easily in front of me. Is that reason enough? Qin Lang didn't know what to say. Enough, it was indeed quite compassionate. He felt that someone like Su Mubai, who could live for over 200 years, wouldn't easily die, so he wasn't in a hurry to save her. But now, if he said it, Ling Long wouldn't believe him. However, the thing she mentioned being rarer than 3,000 divine jewels did intrigue him. Alright, it's a deal. Ling Long finally smiled, good. Qin Lang immediately addressed the corpse spider king, we need to find another companion. Help me catch a talking anomaly. Upon hearing this, the corpse spider king instantly began to move its 6 large eyes. Suddenly, it spat out a string of blood-red silk from its mouth. The silk shot into a patch of darkness and quickly brought out an elderly woman. Who else could it be but Granny Lee? Granny Lee was tightly bound by the corpse spider king, unable to move at all. Qin Lang asked, Miss Su was taken by you, right? Where is she now? Granny Lee glanced at Qin Lang and then at the corpse spider king, shaking her head helplessly. This servant has already died once. I won't be afraid to die again, it's impossible for me to betray the young lady. It seemed that Su Mubai really had been captured by the young lady. Qin Lang said, if you don't talk, I'll tear this place down right now, and I'll level Fengmen village too. I don't believe that young lady you all talk about will be indifferent. Old Granny Lee's face changed upon hearing this, Qin Lang, you ungrateful thing. The young lady will never let you go. Indeed, no man is worth a thing. The same phrase was said by Xiao Qin right before she died. Wasn't the tragedy of Fengmen village caused by that young lady? Why do they constantly hate men? The corpse spider king seemed hungry, and it actually bit down, munching on Granny Lee's body until it was half gone, crunching loudly. Su Miao saw this bloody, terrifying scene and immediately covered her eyes, starting to scream. Stop! A long, mournful female voice rang out, echoing continuously around. A woman in a magnificent scarlet robe, intricately embroidered with dark golden patterns, displayed a classic and dignified aura. A red veil draped over her head, covering most of her face, with tiny silver decorations along the edges, shining in harmony with the red light from the surrounding candles. Granny Lee was already on the brink of death, and upon seeing the woman, immediately spoke, young lady, young lady. This servant has tried her best. Ling Long shouted, Qin Lang. The young lady has appeared. Be careful. The young lady walked towards them step by step. Fengmen village young lady. Strangeness level, A. In the next moment, the air around seemed to drop several degrees, and all the villagers knelt down in worship of the young lady. A strong ominous aura struck everyone present, causing Qin Lang's hands to tremble slightly. This is the terror of A-level strangeness. Xiao Chun quickly hid behind Qin Lang. Darling, you have to protect me. Even though she is a goddess, she is most afraid of these. Qin Lang. You are truly ruining the reputation of the gods. Qin Lang turned to look at the young lady and smiled. So you actually have such a good figure. Had I known, I should have come to pay my respects earlier. I wonder if I still have time to regret now. A chilling voice came from under the young lady's veil. I hate men. You all should die. The corpse spider king let out several low growls, positioning itself in front of Qin Lang. Ling Long took out her willow branch and then said, Qin Lang, where's your ghost-slaying knife? Qin Lang pulled out the ghost-slaying knife and said, right here. Ling Long said, Qin Lang, since you can command the corpse spider king, why not give me that ghost-slaying knife? You order the corpse spider king to deal with the young lady, and I will use the ghost-slaying knife against her. Su Miao also has combat abilities and can protect you. How about it? Qin Lang nodded. We've got ranged attack, front line, and assistance to protect the back line. A good plan for team combat. Ling Long reached out her hand. Alright, But Qin Lang directly said, but I refuse. Ling Long asked in confusion, why? Qin Lang smiled, give you the ghost-slaying knife, and then you use the chance to take me down, right? Ling Long was taken aback, and Su Miao stopped crying, staring blankly at Qin Lang. Ling Long panicked. Qin Lang, what are you talking about? Qin Lang yawned. What, do you still want to put on an act? Chapter 19 Betrayal. Qin Lang took a few steps back, pointing the ghost-slaying knife at Ling Long, and asked, indeed the biggest boss is the young lady, but you are not a good person either, right? Ling Long's gaze changed as she stared at Qin Lang, asking, what do you mean? Qin Lang, you haven't been possessed by the strangeness, have you? Qin Lang laughed. No, I'm very clear-headed right now. By the way, weren't you looking for Su Mubai? She's right in front of you. Ling Long froze. What, do you mean? Qin Lang looked at the young lady and sighed. Miss Su, there's no point in wearing that veil any longer. The young lady fell silent for a few seconds, then removed her veil. It was an extraordinarily beautiful face. Her skin was as porcelain white, features exquisite yet with a hint of bewitching charm. The eyes were deep and pitch black, with slightly reddened pupils that exuded a strange allure, and it seemed that blood tears were sliding down the corners of the eyes. It was Su Mubei. Su Mubei was the young lady of Fengmen village. Su Mubei looked at Qin Lang. How did you know? Qin Lang sighed lightly. I guessed it the moment I saw Granny Li. He pointed at his nose. I have a little problem with my brain. I'm especially sensitive to smells, especially a woman's body fragrance. I spent last night in the same room with you and smelled your scent, so I know what your fragrance is like. When I saw Granny Li, I smelled that same body scent from afar. When I met Xiao Qin, I smelled that same fragrance again. In other words, you must be quite familiar with these strange things. After realizing this, Qin Lang understood why Su Mubei had a lifespan of over 200 years. For humans, this was a long life, but for the strange entities, it made more sense. The audience in the live stream room burst into applause for Qin Hao. Awesome! 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 So he knew all along. So he has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? He even guessed who the boss was? Look into this Qin Hao. What was he up to before? The essence of the Fengmen village dungeon is, add a boss among the teammates, and slowly play to kill human players. On the scene, Su Mubei smiled bitterly. Qin Lang, you are truly the smartest newbie I have ever seen. Normally, when newbies find out my identity, they are already scared to death. Since you knew all along, why didn't you expose me as a strange entity earlier? Qin Lang said, I'm someone who judges by actions, not by intentions. Miss Su, you are from a different camp than me, but you haven't harmed me along the way. Moreover, I estimate that the first things to die at my hands, like the paper figurine ghost and the one who attempted to harm me, Xiao Qin, were both dealt with by you. When the paper figurine ghost self-destructed, I observed your expression. You were too calm, as if everything was within your control. Right before Xiao Qin died, she also yelled, young lady, I was wrong, which indicates you were secretly helping me. After hearing this, the atmosphere around Su Mubei grew heavier. You are mistaken, I am not helping you. Su Mubei shook her head. I just want to toy with you, to see how you will die in the end. Qin Lang laughed. Say what you want. He turned to Ling Long. Another reason I didn't share my reasoning is because of this woman. Ling Long frowned. What about me? Qin Lang, you are being a bit ridiculous. You believe a living strange entity but not me, your companion through life and death. Qin Lang chuckled. Your acting is quite convincing. I just said that I judge by actions, not by intentions. It seems you have been with us all along, but in reality, you have mostly been sabotaging us. First, it was you who suggested we get on the carriage first, then we came to this ghostly place. Secondly, you knowingly insisted on saving Su Mubei when you knew splitting up was a dead end. Not only that, you urged me to use the extremely risky 3,000 divine jades, and then the things summoned indeed were not useful at all. it seems like you were intentionally setting me up. Xiao Chun? The more Qin Hao spoke, the worse Ling Long's expression became. Lastly, when the corpse ghost Spider King appeared, you wouldn't let me use the ghost slashing knife, saying that I couldn't unleash the power of an A-grade weapon, and I could only escape. But just now facing Miss Su, you said you wanted to use my ghost slashing knife to fight. What? Facing an A-grade strange entity, you know how to unleash the power of an A-grade weapon? Then why did you want to be a turtle when the corpse ghost Spider King appeared? Qin Lang then looked at Granny Li, who was left with only half a body, sighing, Granny, I misunderstood you. The lip reading you did on the corridor wasn't back. You told me it was betrayal. There is a traitor beside me. Grandma Li's expression became peaceful, then she spat out a mouthful of black blood. Ling Long revealed a sinister smile. Ha ha ha. Qin Lang, very good, you are really good. No wonder you possess an A-grade weapon and have escaped the calamity of 3,000 divine jade. At this moment, the corpse Spider King also turned its head, filled with killing intent, staring fiercely at Qin Lang, completely different from its previous docile demeanor. Qin Lang glanced at the corpse Spider King and said, indeed, you guys are really a group. You saying you wanted to find Su Mubai was not just to send me to my death but to hold me back so that the corpse Spider King could find me, right? Ling Long said coldly, so what? The corpse Spider King is my pet. I originally intended to swallow you all at the wedding, but I didn't expect you, kid, to have an A-grade demon slayer blade. I can't sleep until I get it. Now, with a B-grade anomaly and an A-grade anomaly standing on my side, you and Su Miao are already dead. Oh, you must be very curious why I include Su Mubai, right? Ling Long proudly glanced at Su Mubai and said, Qin Lang, if you want to die understanding, why not kneel for me? Or obediently hand over the demon slayer blade, and I can grant you a quick death. Qin Lang replied, no need for you to say. I know why Miss Su is on your side. Because of Sun Yangzi, right? Both Ling Long and Su Mubai's faces changed. Ling Long steadied herself, good kid, you even know this? Suddenly, Ling Long froze and looked sharply at the heavenly books behind the statue of Sun Yangzi. Could it be, the heavenly books told you? Qin Lang raised the demon slayer blade, you can guess. Alright, Sun Yangzi, stop hiding. I already know. The boss of the boss in Fengmen Village is you. Come out. Chapter 20, The No Way Society. Kick. A lewd and shrill laughter rang out as the corpse Spider King opened its bloody mouth again. However, this laughter did not come from the corpse Spider King. A squinty-eyed Taoist with a robe so loose it looked like a tent and a beard down to his chest walked out from the Spider King's mouth. Seeing this scene, the live chat room erupted. My god. There's actually this kind of spy within a spy? According to Qin Lang, Ling Long is in cahoots with the anomaly against him using the demon slayer blade? This doesn't feel right, this dungeon is off. It's different from what I saw before. Sun Yangzi smiled and said, Qin Donor, you have good eyesight, actually able to see through the Taoist. You are the first. Qin Lang said, after I read the ghostly runes behind your statue, the corpse Spider King behaved like a good grandson. It's hard not to think it has nothing to do with you. Since Miss Su isn't someone trying to harm me, then among the characters appearing in this dungeon that can scheme with Ling Long, besides you, Sun Yangzi, who else could it be? Sun Yangzi laughed, Qin Donor has spiritual roots, why not join me in comprehending the heavenly books and cultivate the right path together? He was practically begging Qin Lang for help, because he had pondered the heavenly books for many years but could not grasp their secrets at all. Qin Lang ignored him and turned to Ling Long, I didn't expect you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, to betray too. What's your reason? Players can actually ally with anomalies? Ling Long smiled, then unbuttoned her clothing, ripping it open to reveal a snow-white expanse. At the same time, the live stream of the dungeon was suddenly interrupted. What's going on? Did the internet drop? Everything was going well, how come? Damn, no benefits show for us? Faced with Ling Long's sudden exposure, Qin Lang frowned, what are you doing, suddenly taking off your clothes? On Ling Long's chest, there was a quite peculiar pattern, which at first glance looked like the black and white yin-yang fish of Taoism, but within the black and white yin-yang fish each had a strange rune. The dungeon system is unable to detect the signal. Repairing? Qin Lang was shocked, after this pattern appeared, it could even block the signal of the dungeon system? Ling Long said, I am a member of the No Way Association, and our goal is to gather all the treasures in the dungeons and items in the players' hands. Qin Lang, you say you can't understand how players can unite with the strange? Because the power of the No Way Association exceeds your imagination. Qin Lang exclaimed, oh, and then said, I understand. You No Way Association can negotiate with the strange in the dungeon, decide who can clear the level, and then split the treasures and rewards from the players, right? Ling Long nodded, Qin Lang, you are very talented, and you figured it out so quickly. That's right, on my first night here, I already talked with the strange and Sun Yangzi. Originally, I was the only one who could clear this dungeon. Now it seems, there can be one more. That is you. Ling Long suddenly pointed at Su Miao. You kill her first, then we kill Su Mubai together, and this dungeon will be considered cleared. At that time, we will share the profits, and I can recommend you to join the No Way Association. How about that? As long as you are willing to collect items and treasures for our No Way Association, you will receive rewards and power that you can't even dream of. Qin Lang looked at Su Miao after hearing this. Su Miao was scared and began to cry. Woo! No, don't kill me. I can join the No Way Association too. Ling Long shook her head. The more people clear the level, the less the rewards, and the lower the rating. Su Miao, you do not have Qin Lang's qualifications, you can only be eliminated. This is the survival rule of the dungeon. Qin Lang, what do you think? The silent Su Mubai glanced at Qin Lang. Qin Lang looked at Sun Yangzi. Sun Yangzi, the strange in the entire Feng Men village listens to you, right? Sun Yangzi smiled and nodded. Yes, the Dao Master has always regarded this place as a land of immortal cultivation. Su Mubai is also a chess piece of the Dao Master, used to observe and filter out usable people among the players, to assist in my cultivation. Every groom is an excellent sacrifice and cultivation material. Qin Lang, although it's a pity to let you clear the level, the No Way Association will appreciate the Dao Master for it, so it's not a loss. Don't worry, the Dao Master will help you kill Su Mubai, and then you can choose another new strange as the young lady. After you join the No Way Association, everyone's fate is still long. Qin Lang nodded, so, as long as I nod, I can easily clear the level. But I refuse. Ling Long frowned. What did you say? Qin Lang smiled. I have a quirk, that is, I like to refuse others' proposals when they think they have the upper hand and feel smugly content. Seeing the dumbfounded expression on their face is a great enjoyment for me. Ling Long said coldly, you are looking for death. You don't know the power of the No Way Association at all. Qin Lang raised his Ghost Slayer blade. No way or way, my way is the greatest. Qin Lang, who closed off his fear, just didn't know how to write the word fear. The most critical point. The system reminded him, there are still 10 minutes until midnight. A new superpower is about to arrive. There is an opportunity. As long as I hold on for 10 minutes. Ling Long angrily said, Sun Yangzi, act. Sun Yangzi looked at Su Mubai, go, kill Qin Lang. But Su Mubai stood still. Sun Yangzi frowned, what's wrong, are you rebelling? Don't forget, it was you who killed all the villagers in Feng Men village. Without the Dao Master's words, you will never clear your sins in this life. Only by helping the Dao Master achieve immortality do you have the chance to wash away all your sins. Su Mubai, act. Su Mubai looked at Qin Lang and gritted her teeth. Qin Lang, could you just surrender? Join the No Way Association. Then kill me, then clear the level. I beg you. Qin Lang looked at Su Mubai and shook his head. Sorry, Miss Su, I don't know you well, so I can't do what you say. I, Qin Lang, only do things according to my own ideas. It is absolutely impossible for me to be a dog for the Wudao Society. Ling Long coldly sneered, Sun Yangzi, it seems that your subordinates are not so united after all. You better work hard, because our Wudao Society has what you want. Sun Yangzi angrily exclaimed, Su Mubai. Do you want to taste my power? If you don't make a move, the Corpse Spider King and Ling Long can still take his life, it will just take a bit of time. Su Mubai shed 2 streams of hot tears. Can I just kill myself? If I die, they 3 can all clear the level, won't that be good? Chapter 21 All Methods Used. Su Mubai said, as long as I die, it counts as clearing the level, right? At that time, you let Qin Lang go, and he can hand over the clearing reward, can't you? Ling Long said, Su Mubai, didn't you hear what I just said? The more people who clear the level, the less valuable the reward. Now there are only 3 players left. If Qin Lang doesn't cooperate, there can only be me as the clearing player. Sun Yangzi lost his patience and pulled out a talisman from his Dao robe, flicked his fingers, and stuck the talisman onto Su Mubai. Puffs of white smoke rose from Su Mubai's body as she writhed on the ground in agony. Seeing Su Mubai like this, Ling Long pulled out a willow branch from her hands and said to Qin Lang, since you refuse to cooperate, there's only a dead end. I will act on behalf of the Wudao Society to punish you. Xiao Chun and Su Miao shrank back in fear to a corner. Dear, go for it. Qin Lang, we are counting on you. Qin Lang helplessly picked up the slaying ghost blade, ready to fight back. The new superpower would arrive in 6 minutes. It really felt like a long time. Ling Long suddenly charged at Qin Lang, swinging the willow branch continuously. Qin Lang used the slaying ghost blade to block, but the willow branch unexpectedly elongated dramatically, sprouting countless roots and leaves, instantly wrapping around the slaying ghost blade and tightly locking Qin Lang's other hand as well. Ling Long smiled confidently and then rushed in front of Qin Lang, delivering a kick to his chin. Qin Lang blocked his pain, but his body still staggered backward from the kick. He tightly gripped the slaying ghost blade with his right hand, while his left hand was bound by the leaf-covered willow branch, making him almost a living target for Ling Long. Ling Long fiercely pounded on Qin Lang's abdomen, head, and chest. Put! Qin Lang spewed a mouthful of hot blood that splashed onto the slaying ghost blade. The slaying ghost blade seemed to receive a kind of boost, its malevolent aura began to burst forth, and the entangling willow branches snapped apart one after another. Just as the blade was about to strike Ling Long, she agilely spun around and jumped up. Ha! Ling Long forcefully kicked the slaying ghost blade away in midair. Ha, this is mine now. Wu Dao, invincible. Ling Long picked up the slaying ghost blade, looking at Qin Lang in front of her, coldly sneered, regretted in hell. Sun Yangzi shook his head, what a pity. It was hard to find someone who could understand heavenly scriptures, and now they are going to die just like that. But Qin Lang, don't lose heart. When you die, I will find a way to turn you into a strange being in Fengmen village. At that time, you can focus on helping me decipher the heavenly scriptures and assist me in becoming an immortal. At this moment, Qin Lang suddenly laughed. Ling Long wondered, what are you laughing at? Qin Lang spoke, you can't kill me. At that moment, a figure rushed out directly from behind Ling Long. Ling Long was startled and immediately dodged to the side. When she saw the figure clearly, Ling Long was shocked again. Qin Lang? Two Qin Langs appeared on the scene. Both Qin Lang sighed simultaneously. What a quick reaction. Then, the Qin Lang who had just jumped out immediately picked up the fallen slaying ghost blade. Ling Long was stunned and didn't understand the situation in front of her for a moment. But Sun Yangzi quickly revealed the secret, it's a paper puppet. Ling Long then remembered that the reward Qin Lang received after defeating the paperman ghost was the paper puppet that could imitate a real person. Using this little trick to buy time, huh? Ling Long tugged at the willow branch in her hand, shouting, I'll deal with one first. Sun Yangzi, why are you just standing there? Sun Yangzi, displeased, formed hand seals, commanding the corpse Spider King to attack Qin Lang and the puppet. The paper puppet raised the demon-slaying blade, needing no further action. The malevolence on the blade kept the corpse Spider King at bay. At that moment, Sumu Bai bore the excruciating pain and pulled out the black dog blood dagger that Qin Lang had given him. Qin Lang, catch. Qin Lang caught the black dog blood dagger in a flash. Ling Long sneered as she pulled, it's useless. My willow branch is an A-grade weapon, and your mere C-grade black dog blood dagger can't cut it. Qin Lang kept smiling and then slashed down at his own wrist. What? Sun Yangzi and Ling Long were both shocked by Qin Lang's action. To escape, he actually chopped off his own hand. Qin Lang remained calm, unaffected. It's just one hand, if it means survival, it's worth it. Qin Lang bit down hard on the black dog blood dagger with his teeth, then exploded forward towards Ling Long. Ling Long was ready to fight, but suddenly, Qin Lang vanished. What? Qin Lang reappeared behind Ling Long. After he killed the player Fu Qin, he had gained her ability, short-distance teleportation, which was finally coming in handy now. Just as Ling Long was about to be slashed in the throat by Qin Lang, a yellow talisman was launched. Qin Lang felt a tremendous force slam into him, with several bones in his body breaking. Sun Yangzi held another talisman in his hand and said, Ling Long, your unyielding faction should be quite powerful, how did a newbie manage to do this to you? Why don't I take care of him and just kill him? Ling Long shot him a glare, stay out of it. If you kill him, all his gear and abilities will belong to the dungeon system. Only by killing him myself can I inherit all his attributes. Sun Yangzi put away the talisman in his hand and said, fine, my last attack has sealed all his power. Now, it's up to you. Ling Long shrank her willow branch down to the size of a long sword and began to stride towards Qin Lang step by step. Qin Lang, accept your fate. Unyielding is invincible. Qin Lang lay on the ground, watching Ling Long slowly approach him. Still 2 minutes before his new superpower would arrive. Why is it taking so long? And how would the new superpower be able to help? He had no clue. Qin Lang, unafraid of death, laughed, what a mess. Suddenly, Xiao Chun fluttered by with her large wings. Xiao Chun grabbed Qin Lang and flew into the air. Xiao Chun looked at Qin Lang with concern, darling, how are you? Qin Lang rested his head against Xiao Chun's high peaks, inhaling the fragrant scent of her feminine body, feeling much more spirited. Looks like you're not completely useless after all. Ling Long shouted angrily, you useless succubus, are you trying to help him struggle in his dying moments? Quickly put him down. Sun Yangzi said no more, chanting something, as he thrust a peachwood sword towards Xiao Chun and Qin Lang. Xiao Chun, being merely a low-tier deity, simply couldn't stop such powerful magic. Ah! The peachwood sword pierced Xiao Chun's wing, causing her to lose balance in mid-air and plummet rapidly. Ling Long charged again, stop struggling. Just die obediently and offer your power to the unyielding. Chapter 22, The Final Move. Qin Lang looked at Xiao Chun's pierced wing and forcefully pushed her away. Run. But Xiao Chun still held on tightly to Qin Lang. I waited 3,000 years to have you, I can't just lose you, darling. Ling Long swung her willow branch down heavily. Ding. 0 hour has arrived. New superpower incoming. Bang. The willow branch smashed down fiercely, creating a nearly 1 meter deep pit in the ground. Smoke and dust rose, sands and stones flew. Su Mubai revealed a desperate look in her eyes. Su Miao cried even louder, wah wah wah, don't come over, absolutely don't come over. Suddenly, Su Miao stopped crying. Su Mubai was also taken aback, no way. Sun Yangzi shouted, Ling Long. Qin Lang is not dead. Ling Long suddenly looked up, and discovered that Qin Lang was really standing about 10 steps to her left. Even Xiao Chun didn't expect this, constantly checking herself all over. She was surprised. I'm fine dear, you're also fine. Ling Long asked in astonishment, do you have an immortal body? Qin Lang smiled, hee, haven't you heard of the law that too much smoke does no harm? That was really a close call. Just when Ling Long was about to deliver a fatal blow, Qin Lang's new ability finally arrived. Time stop. Can stop all time, only the host can move freely. Each use of time stop costs 200 mental power, lasting 5 seconds. Relying on this move, Qin Lang narrowly escaped the previous fatal blow. Detected host emotional fluctuation, mental power restored 20. Current mental power, 320/500. This ability is strong, but for the heavily injured Qin Lang, it doesn't mean much. If he still had enough strength to fight with the Demon Slayer sword, then 5 seconds would be enough to quickly eliminate Sun Yangzi and Ling Long. Now he only had enough power for one more time stop. At this moment, the Corpse Spider King finally completely consumed the paper doll version of Qin Lang. The Demon Slayer sword also fell into Sun Yangzi's hands. Ling Long continued to adjust her state, saying, Qin Lang, this time I want to see where you can hide. Su Mubai used all her strength and finally tore off the talisman on her body. But more white smoke poured out from her body, and the damage and pain doubled. At this moment, Su Mubai was disheveled, presenting a kind of chaotic beauty. Sun Yangzi frowned, are you crazy? You really dare to defy me? Su Mubai said, I will not help the wicked. For deceiving so many people, for killing so many even if I die today, I will not let you succeed. Su Mubai urged the Yin energy in her body and rushed towards the Corpse Spider King. Swish swish. Su Mubai moved her fingers like a swordsman, directly cutting off 3 legs of the Corpse Spider King. The Corpse Spider King let out a wail, half of its body sinking down. Even Sun Yangzi, who was standing on top, lost his balance and shouted as he fell down. Unfortunately, Sun Yangzi used a talisman to protect himself and was basically unharmed. Su Mubai quickly began to inject evil energy into the Corpse Spider King. Bang! The Corpse Spider King could not withstand Su Mubai's energy and exploded like a ball. Then, Su Mubai swiftly rushed towards Ling Long. Ling Long immediately used the willow branch in her hand to strike her. As an A-class strange entity, Su Mubai's power was not something Ling Long could easily contend with, so the willow branch was easily blocked. Ling Long's expression turned incredibly anxious as she shouted to Sun Yangzi, what are you still doing? Sun Yangzi gritted his teeth, ungrateful thing. Watch as I destroy you. He recited incantations again, and 2 talismans shot out. The talismans I refined are being wasted. It makes me so angry. Su Mubai saw Sun Yangzi launch the talismans and immediately dodged. Bang bang. The 2 talismans exploded in the air. At this moment, Su Mubai had released nearly 200% of her years of power and Yin energy and was in a state of extreme limit. Qin Lang sensed the danger and immediately said, Miss Su, don't push yourself, I have a way. Sun Yangzi pinched another talisman with his hand and said coldly, Su Mubai, I didn't expect you to reach such strength. But what about your little lover? How about him? After saying this, the talisman in Sun Yangzi's hand started to ignite, but the ashes left behind did not scatter under his control. Soon, from the depths of the darkness in the corridor, once again, a bizarre scene emerged. They were all broken bodies, with a large amount of flesh and blood flowing out, and in some places where there was no flesh, only white skeletons were exposed, covered in numerous bite marks, while pieces of human skin either dragged on the ground or fluttered like flags in the air. These bodies were both male and female, completely naked, and it was obvious that there wasn't a single intact spot on them, they were all shattered parts. Moreover, these bodies had no heads, atop their necks were paper heads, with pale faces painted with thick lipstick drawn into a grotesque smile. Su Mubai's expression changed, and he said, these are the fellow villagers from Fengmen village. Sun Yangzi, you beast, you promised me. Sun Yangzi laughed coldly, they all died at your hands, and you still have the face to say that? Now, I will let your fellow villagers surround Qin Lang. If you want to save him, then you must attack these corpses. As the zombies began to surround Qin Lang, Su Mubai gritted his teeth and immediately rushed in front of Qin Lang. Qin Lang, quickly use the black dog blood dagger to kill me. As long as you kill me, the instance will clear. Everything will come to an end. After clearing the instance, player killing among each other will be against the rules. Ling Long and the Wu Dao Club won't be able to do anything to you. Qin Lang shook his head, it's useless. If he really wanted to kill me, what good would clearing an instance do? Ling Long relaxed and smiled, that's right, we from the Wu Dao Club have already locked onto you. Qin Lang, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, we can find you. Then we will kill you. Sumu Bai cried, I'm sorry, Qin Lang. I shouldn't have chosen you as the groom, I should have told you all of this earlier. Qin Lang said, it's useless to say these things now. Miss Su, could you help me by a minute? Sumu Bai was stunned, asking, a minute? Qin Lang nodded, yes, just 1 minute. I have one more way. Although I don't particularly want to use it. Sun Yangzi coldly said, stop pretending. Your meridians have already been sealed by me, no matter what divine skill you have, you won't be able to use it. Qin Lang laughed too, then, what about the heavenly book? Sun Yangzi was stunned, what did you say? While Sumu Bai was helping him deal with the zombies, Qin Lang began to silently recite a section of the heavenly book content he had memorized. Dahu X, O Guish. After speaking, Qin Lang suddenly raised the black dog blood dagger and fiercely stabbed it into his chest. Xiao Chun panicked, darling, what are you doing? Ling Long and Sun Yangzi were a bit confused as well, Qin Lang was giving up, wanting to commit suicide? Unexpectedly, Qin Lang opened his mouth, but his voice changed, and his expression became particularly fierce. He, this feeling of returning to the world is so good. Chapter 23, Evil Spirit. Qin Lang felt extremely happy, upon seeing the bloodstains on the ground, he couldn't help but want to laugh heartily. What he just said was impulsive. When reading the heavenly book, he learned a part of it. That section taught how to invite an evil spirit to possess oneself. It seemed similar to the 3000 divine jade, but the heavenly book spoke of summoning a real evil spirit. Qin Lang couldn't quite grasp what kind of being this evil spirit was. However, from the looks of it, it didn't seem weak at all. Seeing Qin Lang's peculiar form and change, everyone present, including Sumu Bai, felt some unease. Ling Long frowned, Qin Lang, do you think you can escape by putting on a show? A hint of anger appeared on Qin Lang's face. Bold. Seeing this handsome man, you still don't kneel? At this moment, his voice was extremely rough, resembling a 7-foot-tall man. Qin Lang could clearly feel that this was not his voice, nor was it what he wanted to say. It was as if, within his own body, there was a massive roommate. Suddenly, Qin Lang's vision changed, he was abruptly sucked into the ground, and everything around him turned pitch black. Ah! Qin Lang opened his eyes and found himself standing on a circular jade plate about the size of a soccer field. Is it you who called me out? Qin Lang turned around and saw a monster with 2 horns on its head, big eyes, and a long beard, resembling the Dragon King, but dressed almost like an ancient warrior, staring at him intently. Qin Lang looked at him and asked, what are you? The dragon-headed monster was momentarily stunned and then laughed heartily, not bad, not bad. You are not afraid to see me, you are someone special. To call me out of the underworld, you are indeed fated with me. Unfortunately, with your mortal flesh, I can only exert a tiny bit of my power. Qin Lang questioned again, you still haven't answered my question. Who exactly are you? Are you asking for my name in the human world? The dragon-headed monster stroked his beard, if I remember correctly, it should be Bai Qi. Killing God Bai Qi? Qin Lang gasped sharply. Emotional fluctuations detected in host, mental power begins to increase. Current mental power of the host, 500/500. He recited a spell and unexpectedly summoned the legendary Bai Qi? Wait a minute. Qin Lang asked, the mighty butcher Bai Qi, how did he become an evil spirit? Bai Qi laughed heartily, butcher? Ahaha, good, good. I like this title. Enough chit-chat, look at this. Qin Lang turned again and found a big hole had opened up without him noticing, revealing the terrified face of Ling Long and her desperate wails, don't come over, please don't come. It felt just like watching a first-person video game scene. Bai Qi smiled and said, this woman is your enemy, right? Kid, this time I'll do you a favor and take care of her. As he spoke, Ling Long in the screen suddenly had her heart ripped out, the blood-red heart exploding in an instant. Blood gushed out from Ling Long's chest instantly. Although Qin Lang wasn't afraid, he still felt a strong shock seeing this scene. Bai Qi then said, also, that old Taoist should die too, right? The scene shifted, and Sun Yangzi looked pale with fright. Heaven is clear, the earth is peaceful. Sun Yangzi chanted, once again producing a few yellow talismans. Bai Qi sneered, a mere trick. In the image, Qin Lang's severed hand unexpectedly grew back and grabbed the yellow talismans as if nothing happened. Seeing that his last resort was ineffective, Sun Yangzi was terrified and fled. But it was too late. Qin Lang grabbed one of Sun Yangzi's legs with each hand and yanked forcefully. Rip! Sun Yangzi was torn in half like dried meat, his organs spilling out and blood splattering everywhere. Qin Lang frowned. For someone like this, I should be harsher, but can we keep it a bit more hygienic? And you are using my body, right? Who's responsible for all this blood? Bai Qi clicked his tongue, thinking, this kid isn't holding back at all, is he born this bold? Originally, Bai Qi had plans to possess him, but seeing Qin Lang was somewhat different from ordinary people, he got the idea to observe him. Leaving those things to him to do was also fine. Then the screen went dark, and the voices of Su Mubai and Xiao Chun calling Qin Lang and Deer echoed around. Bai Qi said to Qin Lang, kid, I have already helped you for free once, now it's your turn to help me with something. Qin Lang knew there's no free lunch in the world, but still tried to ask, can I refuse? Bai Qi raised an eyebrow, what do you think? To summon me, you must help me fulfill 3 wishes. Once the 3 wishes are fulfilled, I will return to the underworld and might also give you some benefits. Qin Lang felt speechless. When others summon a deity, they ask the other party to fulfill their wishes, now he has become a servant instead. Qin Lang thought of Bai Qi's promised benefits as just empty talk from a greedy boss. Then tell me, what is the first wish? Bai Qi smiled, that is for you to help me fulfill 1,000 wishes. Qin Lang. Are you sick? I find all 3 wishes annoying, and your first wish is to grant 1,000 wishes? Have you killed too many people and lost your mind? Bai Qi said, don't you know how to write the word evil spirit? Before these 1,002 wishes are fulfilled, I won't easily leave. Alright, you're clinging to me, right? Qin Lang said, what if after these 1,000 wishes, the second wish is to come up with another 1,000, 10,000, and you will never go back? Bai Qi sneered, you're too confident in yourself, aren't you? What if you die halfway through? I can help you a little in times of danger, but it's not unconditional and unlimited. I was just a bit impatient after coming back to the human world. Moreover, your mortal body can't fully unleash my power. If we encounter a strong enemy, you probably won't be able to do anything. Qin Lang pondered for a moment and said, so, I'm being held by you? I can only do my best to serve you? Bai Qi nodded with satisfaction, you could say that. You finally understand. Qin Lang scoffed, dream on. You think that if I can summon you back, I can't send you away again? Bai Qi's eyes widened, what did you just say? Qin Lang said, though I haven't completely deciphered the heavenly book, I now know a way to send evil spirits back. First, I have to die. Then, you lose your host and naturally have to roll back. A flicker of unease passed through Bai Qi's eyes. Chapter 24, the deal is made. Qin Lang continued, besides this, there's another way to send you back, but I haven't fully deciphered it yet. Seeing Bai Qi radiating killing intent, Qin Lang quickly added, of course, there's also a way to keep evil spirits permanently in the human world. If you cooperate, I can choose to keep you here. Bai Qi was enraged, do you want me to be your servant? Qin Lang said, do not do unto others what you do not want done unto yourself. If you don't want to serve others, then I don't want to either. We could both get what we want, why should I have to be your dog? If worst comes to worst, we'll just break everything. He could see that Bai Qi was very afraid of returning to the so-called netherworld. Otherwise, he wouldn't resort to underhanded tricks to force 1,000 wishes to stay. That was his bargaining chip. Bai Qi asked, breaking everything would not be good for either of us. So tell me, what exactly do you want? Qin Lang said, very simple, let's not serve others, let's be brothers instead. This way, we can benefit each other as brothers, how about it? Actually, everything Qin Lang said about dying to send Bai Qi back to the netherworld, and the heavenly book about making evil spirits disappear or stay was all nonsense, just a trick to deceive Bai Qi. Bai Qi's strength was evident, he looked like someone who could communicate. So, it was better for both of them to get along well, both benefiting while taking advantage of the situation. Bai Qi stroked his dragon beard and said, humph, brothers? When the king of Qin saw me, he had to bow, what virtue do you have to think you can be my brother? Qin Lang questioned, but in the end, weren't you granted death by the king of Qin? That single sentence killed the contest. Bai Qi was speechless, then stretched out his palm and said, all right. From today on, let's slap hands to swear, to form a brotherly alliance. Qin Lang also extended his hand, and with a slap, they made their vow of brotherhood. However, Bai Qi's size and strength were more than double that of Qin Lang, and the recoil from their slap caused Qin Lang to stumble back several steps. Ha 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 ha. Bai Qi found it amusing and laughed, kid, since you've become my brother. Hold on, I was the one who proposed the alliance, you should call me brother. Qin Lang said, the Peach Garden Oath is arranged this way. Bai Qi clearly didn't know what the Peach Garden Oath was and angrily said, what? At your age, you dare to call yourself my elder brother? Qin Lang waved his hand, if you don't agree, then we might as well just break everything. It's just a title, what does it matter? It doesn't feed us. Don't forget, if it weren't for me, you would still be stuck in that ghostly place. Bai Qi clenched his fists. All right, kid, but as your older brother, you must help your little brother fulfill his wish. Qin Lang smiled and said, of course, my good brother, tell me, what do you want? Bai Qi said, the first wish, I want you to get the Qian Kuan Jade bottle and the White Dragon reverse scale. Qin Lang furrowed his brow. Qian Kuan Jade bottle, White Dragon reverse scale. What are those? I'm just waiting to conquer the next dungeon. Where would I have the time to help you look? Bai Qi replied, I didn't ask you to find it, just go buy it. This great commander knows that in your world, there is something called the ghost coins, which can be exchanged for abundant treasures. You just need to ask around to find out. Qin Lang said, oh, so it can be bought with money? That's easy to deal with. Alright, I'll help you ask. By the way, how do I get out? Bai Qi laughed and said, you've always been in your body, just close your eyes and feel it. Qin Lang followed his instructions, closing his eyes and imagining he was back in his own body. Wet, so wet. Qin Lang felt water splashing on his face, salty as it flowed into his mouth. Qin Lang. Qin Lang. Sumu Bai hugged Qin Lang, constantly calling his name. Xiao Chun was also crying sorrowfully, darling, wake up quickly, you can't just call me out and not take responsibility, right? Qin Lang coughed and opened his eyes, okay, I'm not dead, stop crying. Seeing Qin Lang awake, Sumu Bai and Xiao Chun were both surprised. Qin Lang, are you okay? Qin Lang nodded, sitting up and saying, yeah. I'm fine. He looked at his body and found all his scars had disappeared, and the left hand he cut off had grown back, feeling just like the original. Su Miao, sitting beside him, hugged her knees and said, Qin Lang. Are you human or ghost now? Qin Lang saw her and felt a surge of anger. Look at you, the one who has been winning all the way is you. What happened to Ling Long and Zun Yangzi? At the mention of these two people, Sumu Bai and Xiao Chun's faces changed. Su Miao just cried again. Just now, the scene of Qin Lang tearing people apart and digging hearts was quite shocking for them. Now Qin Lang looked as if he was suffering from amnesia. Did he really not remember anything? Qin Lang glanced to the side and saw two bleeding corpses, one man and one woman, in a terrible state. He remembered, it was me, no, it was me possessed by Bai Qi who did this. Qin Lang coughed, okay, I understand. Then next. Dungeon signal has been repaired. Detected a major bug in Fengmen village dungeon. Player compensation being issued. Player Qin Lang's killing of player Linglong will not be pursued. Player Qin Lang receives all equipment and abilities from player Linglong. Player Qin Lang receives 1,000 ghost coins as compensation. Player Su Miao receives 500 ghost coins as compensation. Players Qin Lang and Su Miao officially cleared the dungeon. Rewards are being calculated. Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief, cleared the dungeon, finally over. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire underground tomb started to shake violently, and the ground kept rising. Sumu Bai immediately stood up, smashing several boulders to dust, protecting Qin Lang from any harm. Passing through the rock layers, everyone finally breathed the fresh air from outside. Although it was still deep night, it was much better than being underground. As Qin Lang guessed, the wedding procession at the beginning had brought them to an underground tomb. What villagers, what carved beams and painted rafters, were all just illusions. Looking at the desolate graveyard around, Sumu Bai felt a bit sadder. She knelt on the ground and bowed to the moon 3 times. Villagers, Zun Yangzi is dead, you can finally rest in peace. Sumu Bai stood up and said to Qin Lang, thank you, otherwise, we would have to serve Zun Yangzi as slaves for generations. After we clear the dungeon, you will leave, I really feel a bit reluctant. Qin Lang's gaze became complicated, and he asked, Miss Su. What exactly happened between you and the villagers of Fengmen village? Sumu Bai sighed helplessly after hearing this, and began to tell the truth of the story of Fengmen village. Chapter 25 MVP Player. 80 years ago, Sumu Bai's family was the biggest landlord of Fengmen village. Although they were called landlords, the Su family treated the villagers well, and Fengmen village had always enjoyed good weather. But one day, the villagers of Fengmen village began to disappear one after another, and it stopped raining for a long time, making life extremely difficult for the villagers. At that time, a young man passed by Fengmen village, claiming that strange things were happening nearby, which brought disaster to the village. He personally took action to perform rituals and called for rain, finally saving the village. This young man was Zun Yangzi. The villagers of Fengmen village were very grateful to Zun Yangzi, and built a statue and temple for him. Sumu Bai's father, wanting to keep him in the family, decided to marry his daughter to Zun Yangzi, thus that wedding took place. Little did the villagers of Fengmen know, that wedding would become the biggest nightmare of their lives. On the wedding night, Zun Yangzi killed Sumu Bai. It turned out that all the monsters and disasters from the beginning were arranged by Zun Yangzi. Years ago, Zun Yangzi obtained a celestial book and, after being guided by a master, learned about a cultivation method that required marrying a woman with a purine fate and completing a blood sacrifice on the auspicious and festive day of the wedding to greatly increase his powers. He had initially set his sights on Su Mubai's purine fate, carefully arranging everything just to marry her, so he could successfully refine her. Once Su Mubai turned into a monster, she suddenly went mad, transforming into a fierce demon and began slaughtering the villagers. When Su Mubai woke up, she found that she had killed all the villagers. And Zun Yangzi was using the corpses of the villagers for blood sacrifices, claiming he would use their souls to cultivate immortality. From that day on, Zun Yangzi turned Fengmen village into his blood sacrifice site, regularly selecting one player as the new groom, forcing Su Mubai to marry him again, and continuously completing blood sacrifices. At this point, Su Mubai couldn't help but sob. Now, I can finally be free. Qin Lang and Xiao Chun were silent. Just as they were about to say something, Bai Qi's voice once again rang in Qin Lang's ear. Big brother, come up with a way to keep this girl. Qin Lang was puzzled and asked in his heart, why, are you interested in her? I have no interest in women. Bai Qi said seriously, this girl has a natural purine fate, she will have great use in the future. Qin Lang frowned, but she is the monster of this instance, how can I take her away? That's the problem you need to solve, who told you to be the big brother? You. Before Qin Lang could continue to ask, the voice of the instance system rang out. Fengmen Village Instance Reward Settlement begins. Unravel the truth of Fengmen Village, score, S. Reward plus 20%. Defeat the hidden boss Zun Yangzi, score, SSS. Reward plus 20%. Total score, SSS. Total reward plus 200%. Player Qin Lang receives 100,000 ghost coins. Gains skill, incredible strength. Instantly enhances stamina and own strength, can increase up to 500%. Gains S-level item, Sanhua Stone. A spiritual stone produced only on the road to the underworld, a nightmare for evil spirits, can be used to upgrade weapons and equipment. Such as upgrading an A-level weapon to S-level. Note, this is a one-time item. Player Su Miao receives 5,000 ghost coins. Gains skill, invisibility. Player can remain invisible for 10 seconds, but will reveal themselves immediately upon attacking. Additional rewards, all damage and negative effects on all personnel are completely cleared. As soon as the voice fell, all the wounds on Qin Lang disappeared, and his body felt much lighter than before. Even the wounds on Xiao Chun's wings were gone. The key point is that now he received an SSS evaluation, which has surpassed many veteran players. Moreover, he gained the powerful S-level item, Sanhua Stone, and absolute profit. Upgrading a weapons level. That A-class demon-slaying sword can't be upgraded directly to S? Especially with these 100,000 ghost coins, Qin Lang thinks buying that Qiankuan Jade bottle and the White Dragon reverse scale for Bai Qi should be enough, right? Once he fulfills Bai Qi's wish, he will also receive another reward for himself. Delightful. Su Miao felt a bit wronged, why are the rewards so little? But thinking that she hadn't done much along the way, it was normal for the rewards to be less. At this moment, the system spoke again. Player Qin Lang has been confirmed as the MVP player. Player Qin Lang can realize one wish, now you can fulfill it. Qin Lang glanced at Su Miwhite, then said, let Su Miwhite become my companion and close the entire Fengmen village dungeon. Su Miwhite was shocked, Qin Lang you. Qin Lang said, Miss Su, you will be my companion from now on. With you by my side, I can feel much more at ease. Su Miwhite's eyes turned red, saying, Qin Lang thank you. The wish from player Qin Lang has been received. This wish can be realized, but Su Miwhite, as a dungeon anomaly, cannot return to the real world with you, please be aware. Qin Lang nodded after hearing this, good. The Fengmen village dungeon is about to close, may I ask all players if they would like to enter the next dungeon? Qin Lang heard this and asked again, no rush on that, can I use ghost coins to buy some things? Yes, the shop interface is now open for the player. In front of Qin Lang, a pile of item information appeared immediately. Upon closer look, he found that the two items Bai Qi wanted were really there. After seeing the prices, Qin Lang gasped. Just for a Qiankuan Jade bottle, it costs 1.2 million ghost coins. This how many dungeons do I need to clear to save up that much money? Goodness, the rewards for the God of Death aren't that easy to obtain. Bai Qi, let me tell you something, can we buy this treasure later? Bai Qi replied, what do you think? Big brother, you promised. Let's do it sooner rather than later to avoid long nights and dreams. What if someone else buys it? Then you would need to go rob it, it's even more troublesome. Let's go to the next dungeon, we'll earn more ghost coins, or you can rob those players. Qin Lang had no choice and said to Su Miwhite, Miss Su, it seems we don't have to part ways for now. I'm going to the next dungeon, are you willing to come along? Su Miwhite answered without hesitation, Qin Lang, I will stick with you from now on. As long as I can be of help, just give the orders. Little Chun quickly hugged Qin Lang. I want to follow you too, darling. Su Miao also said, Qin Lang, I'm going with you too. Qin Lang looked at her, somewhat speechless. Are you wanting to win without effort again? But thinking further, Su Miao really isn't simple. When rising up from the ground earlier, so many falling rocks came down, he had to rely on Su Miao's protection, but Su Miao didn't have any issues? Could it be that she is truly a master? Then let's go together. Qin Lang said to the dungeon system, I want to challenge the next dungeon. As soon as he spoke, Qin Lang felt darkness overwhelm his eyes. Chapter 26, Someone is Here. When Qin Lang woke up again, he found himself sitting on a long-distance bus. Where is this? The light inside the bus was dim, with a few small lights that looked smaller than red dates. Qin Lang sat up straight and looked around. His seat was near the aisle, in a row of 4 seats, and now there was only him. Where are Su White and Su Miao? Where did Little Chun go? Welcome to the new dungeon. Dungeon name, Donghu High School. In this dungeon, players will play roles like teachers and janitors, interacting amicably with the students of Donghu High School. Clearance requirement, survive for 3 days in Donghu High School. Dungeon difficulty, AA. First task, stay alive and reach Donghu High School. The new dungeon has already started? So this bus is on its way to Donghu High School? Dear, you've finally woken up. A voice entered Qin Lang's mind from his palm. Qin Lang raised his hand, frowning. When did you sneak in here? Little Chun said, you summoned me with 3,000 divine stones, and there will be divine patterns on your palm. I can naturally hide inside. All right. So, I have an evil spirit named Bai Qi inside me, and also a succubus named Shao Chun. 2 serving me alone, what a small blessing is this? Qin Lang asked again, then why don't you come out? Shao Chun's voice trembled a bit, there's a scary strange thing in this car, and it was just staring at me. I'm afraid that if I come out, it will find me and involve my dear. Qin Lang nodded, so that's how it is, you are quite good. Shao Chun sounded a little wronged, dear, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Qin Lang said, it's alright, you can't fight, you've done very well, and this information was very timely. Shao Chun perked up instantly, then can my dear reward me? I'm on your right hand, can you guide me once here, let me feel it? Qin Lang. I usually use my left hand. Suddenly, the long-distance bus jolted a bit. Ah! A woman's voice came from behind, impatiently shouting, driver, can you even drive? The driver in front said, sorry, this road is not easy to navigate, everyone please hold on tight. Qin Lang turned back to see who was talking. Don't look back. A girl's voice shot out like a needle. This voice was very recognizable, somewhat neutral, but from the tone, it was clear it was a girl, like a singer whose name included Chun. Qin Lang asked, who are you? The girl said, my name is Yi Zi, you must not look back. This bus is a bit strange. Qin Lang frowned slightly, how can you be so sure? The girl replied, because the strange thing just spoke, someone went over to see what was the matter, and now there has been no response, it's likely they are dead. You definitely don't want to end up like them, right? Qin Lang did not speak further. If what the girl said was true, then the elimination of players in this instance had already begun. The girl asked again, you are a player too, right? What is your role this time? Qin Lang whispered, role? What role? The girl said, in your position, there must be an envelope that says what your role is for this trip to Donghu High School. Qin Lang felt under his backside and indeed found an envelope. Using the dim light, Qin Lang opened it and saw a paragraph of text. Qin Lang, senior year math teacher. Your students' math grades this semester are not ideal, find a way to help them. Lately, during math class, they tend to doze off, while it's common for students to sleep in class, you better find out what they are doing privately. Hints. 1. Do not mention the previous math teacher in front of them. 2. Students enjoy pranks, so do your best not to turn your back on them. 3. Students at Donghu High School live on campus, so strange noises may occur at night, you can patrol, but never go out casually after 2 a.m. After reading this long paragraph, Qin Lang suddenly felt overwhelmed. What's going on? I'm here to teach math? Is this real? I've long forgotten those key points for the college entrance examination, alright? So, what role did you draw? Yi Zi asked from behind. Qin Lang tucked the envelope away and replied, I can't say. Yi Zi asked, why? Qin Lang said, on the way to Donghu High School, there may be many unexpected incidents, no one can guarantee whether you can survive to the end. If you die halfway, telling you this would be pointless. If we survive and make it there, we can talk then. Yi Zi laughed out loud, you are quite cautious. You're not a newbie, are you? Qin Lang did not answer, which counted as an acknowledgement. If it were him before, this information would just come and go. But after learning of the existence of the unlawful society, Qin Lang decided to remain alert towards everyone except Su Bai. What if a sly player like Ling Long slipped in among them? Qin Lang looked ahead and noticed that the seats of this bus were designed quite high. He couldn't see the backs of the passengers in front of him, and with the dim lights, he had no idea how many people were on this bus. Maybe besides the driver and the strange person in the back, there were only Qin Lang and Yi Zi, the two passengers. Perhaps there were others. Su Bai and Su Miao were also on the bus, but for some reason, they weren't speaking now. There was another possibility. The only passenger on the bus was Qin Lang himself. The owner of the earlier voice, along with the so-called Yi Zi, were not human. Swoosh! The bus suddenly slammed to a stop, causing Qin Lang's upper body to lurch forward. The furious woman in the back began to yell again, "Driver, damn you! Do you even know how to drive? If you don't, I swear I'll tear you apart." The driver wasn't angry and continued, sorry, there's someone blocking the way ahead." Qin Lang tilted his head to look ahead. The door opened, and sure enough, there were footsteps. An old woman's voice came, can we catch a ride? We want to go to Donghu High School." This old lady also wants to go to Donghu High School? Is she also a player? While Qin Lang was thinking, the driver directly rejected her, "No, it's full." Qin Lang glanced at the empty seats beside him. The driver was lying. But this was understandable. In this deserted place, it wouldn't be surprising for someone to rob passengers, so not taking in strangers made sense. However, the old woman spoke again, "Please, we're in a hurry. We don't need seats, we can stand." The driver hesitated for 2 seconds and surprisingly agreed, "All right." Soon, an old woman with a cane, bent over, dressed in a black coat, got on the bus. Behind her were 2 people in black robes. The men in black looked quite tall and exuded a strange and mysterious aura, making it impossible to guess their gender and identity. Qin Lang also didn't smell any perfume, judging they should be 2 men. The old woman came to sit next to Qin Lang. He thought that the 3 of them would see the empty seats on both sides and choose to sit down, or argue with the driver about something. But surprisingly, the old woman shook her head, "It seems there are really no seats." Qin Lang couldn't help but ask, "Old lady, what are you talking about? I have 3 empty seats on both sides." But the old woman looked at Qin Lang with a surprised expression. "Young man, you have people sitting on both sides, how can you say there are empty seats?" Qin Lang frowned slightly. "You say I have people on both sides?" The old woman replied, "Young man, don't joke with me." After saying that, she stood still, using her hand to support the seat. Qin Lang touched the space beside him. It was completely empty. Is it me that has a problem, or is it this old woman that has a problem? Suddenly, the old woman shouted like a kettle boiling, "Young man! You are too much. The young lady is sitting there well, and you just reach out to touch her? Look at how scared she is." Qin Lang looked confused. "What young lady? I'm clearly touching air." But now Qin Lang's hand was close to the cushion. If there really was a woman sitting there, then he was indeed touching an indescribable place. "Aren't you going to hurry up and take your hand away?" The old woman's voice became even louder and more anxious. Qin Lang frowned and then moved his hand upwards, making a grabbing motion. You are still touching her, too much." The old woman raised her cane and angrily exclaimed, "Ruining morals. Pervert. Everyone come look, there's a pervert here." She stumbled and accidentally fell to the ground. The 2 men in black simply stood there, unmoving. The old woman finally managed to get up and said, "You young man, truly reckless." Qin Lang pointed at the 2 men in black and asked, "Aren't you 2 going to help her?" The men in black didn't answer. The old woman was puzzled, "Young man, what are you doing? Are you pretending to be crazy and foolish to fool us?" Qin Lang said, "Old lady, those 2 got on the bus with you, what am I pretending to be crazy about?" The old woman frowned, every wrinkle on her face filled with disdain. "So you really are a madman. I clearly got on the bus alone, where did these people come from?" The 2 men in black robes began to closely follow the old woman, quickly passing by Qin Lang. For a moment, Qin Lang didn't know what to say. She can't see what I can see. And I can't see what she can see? Who is seeing wrong? She reached out her hand towards Qin Lang's back. "Girl, stop crying, come out, come to me. Crazy people can kill and set fires without punishment, I don't know who thought up this law." Then, the old woman made a hand-holding gesture, really seeming like she was comforting someone next to her. The old woman looked around and said, "Children, don't be anxious. Why argue with a fool? What? He's still a teacher? No way, a teacher treating students like this is really worse than a beast." "Oh, young man, thank you, no need to get up, I'll be fine standing for a while." "Oh dear, how can I feel right about this? The old woman kept laughing and then sat down in a position right in front of Qin Lang, constantly thanking the air, as if there really was a good person giving her a seat. Qin Lang suspected that it was this old woman's mind that was the problem. Yi Zi? Are you still there? Qin Lang wanted to talk to the only entity he could communicate with normally, to confirm who was seeing wrong. But Yi Zi, who had just spoken a lot with Qin Lang, was now silent, as if she never existed. Could it be that she is also my illusion? Qin Lang reached out to touch his letter. It was still there. This proves that what Yi Zi and I see should all be true. It's this old woman who has a problem in her mind, right? But how to explain these two men in black robes? They are indeed standing right here. Does the old woman not only have a bad head but also bad eyes? Qin Lang looked out the window again. It was still the scene of wilderness outside, with odd trees continuously retreating as the vehicle sped forward. What's going on? Is Donghu High School built deep in the mountains? Are Su Mubai and Su Miao also riding such a strange vehicle? Suddenly, Qin Lang realized something. Why is it so quiet? If the vehicle is moving fast in the mountains, it couldn't possibly be completely silent, right? What kind of method is this vehicle using to move? The vehicle suddenly jolted again. Without exception, the irritable woman in the back began to curse again. Crazy? Can you let people sleep? If you can't drive, don't drive. Go home and drive your mother. Qin Lang glanced at the old woman next to him. She seemed to have not heard the woman's words, eyes closed, grasping her cane in meditation. Qin Lang shouted forward, "Driver, how long until we reach Donghu High School?" The driver said, "Soon." Qin Lang stood up and asked again, "Can you stop for a moment? I need to go to the bathroom." The driver calmly replied, "Wait a moment, we will arrive soon." Qin Lang walked over, "Stop the car. I can't hold it anymore." As he walked forward, Qin Lang also looked at the other seats on the bus. All empty. So why did the driver say it was full, and why didn't the old woman sit in those empty spots? What did they all see? The driver still spoke in an unemotional tone, "We will arrive soon." Qin Lang walked step by step forward. "You think I'm giving you face?" He took out a black dagger and prepared to have a good chat with the driver. But when he reached the driver's seat, he found it completely empty. Oh my, high-tech, driverless? Qin Lang looked at the steering wheel that could turn by itself and felt that this vehicle was getting more and more interesting. We haven't even reached Donghu High School yet. Is there really so much strange stuff happening? The old woman in the back saw again. "Young man, what are you doing? Don't you know you can't disturb the driver while driving? Didn't you hear everyone cursing you for being crazy? If you want to die, don't drag others down with you." Qin Lang stood in place, constantly thinking. If there really are strange things, so be it, it's just a big fight. I had the ghost-slaying sword, and after Ling Long's death, I got the willow branch, both A-level items. With Bai Qi helping me inside, if I encounter ordinary strangeness, I can just rush in. But right now, I don't see anything. What should I do? Maybe this car has been filled with invisible strangeness since the beginning, except for me. The old woman, who got on halfway, can see them, but I can't. The old woman called out again, "Hey, young man, didn't you hear? Don't disturb the driver, get back here." Qin Lang ignored her. If there really is a powerful strangeness on the car, Qin Lang thought fighting it would be fine. But what if it's also transparent? Also, am I really hallucinating, and is this hallucination caused by it? Right now, it hasn't made a move on me. What is it waiting for? Qin Lang felt it was better to gather more reliable information before taking action. At that moment, Qin Lang noticed a newspaper pasted on the door of the driver's cabin. Qin Lang carefully looked at it under the dim light. This is Chapter 28, Are You the Devil? The newspaper wrote, "The school bus of Donghu High School was in an accident, and all students on board died. 2 years ago, Donghu High School chartered 2 buses to take all 200 senior students to the county for college entrance exams. After finishing the last subject, the students joyfully boarded the bus to return to school, planning to celebrate with their teachers. But on the way back, the buses had a malfunction, and both fell off a cliff, leading to a tragic end for both teachers and students. 200 young lives were lost just as they finished the college entrance exam and were about to start a new chapter in life." The news also had a picture of the vehicle before the accident. Qin Lang focused, realizing it was the very bus he was on. What a coincidence, I boarded a hearse. That's thrilling. Teacher, what's wrong? Are you okay? A young boy suddenly appeared from nowhere and gently patted Qin Lang's shoulder. Qin Lang turned back and was shocked by what he saw. The originally empty seats were now filled with people. One youthful face after another, with clear and bright eyes. All students. What I just saw, was it really just a hallucination? Next to the old woman stood a crying girl, tears streaming down her face. The boy said, "Teacher, you were just touching Xiaoyu inappropriately, and now you're disturbing the driver. What's going on? It's really scary. Is it because of too much pressure? But we have already finished the exams." Qin Lang looked at these young faces, feeling an instant sense of unreality. Looking back at the driver's cabin, there was now a middle-aged man driving carefully in the previously empty spot. The uncle cautiously glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, as if in fear. And the newspaper about the accident had vanished. The boy asked again, "Teacher, you've been talking to yourself since just now, are you possessed?" Qin Lang looked ahead and saw the two men in black cloaks who had gotten on with the old woman were still there. He suddenly smiled. "Teacher, please say something." The boy whispered, "Are you okay, teacher?" Qin Lang tapped his head and asked, "Are you saying I wasn't acting quite right in my seat just now?" The boy nodded, "Yes, you even touched. We won't blame you, but if something's wrong, you need to talk about it." Qin Lang nodded, "All right, I understand." He knocked on the driver's cabin, "Stop immediately." The driver responded with confusion, "Hey, teacher, what are you doing? We're going uphill now, we can't just stop, or there will be trouble." Qin Lang continued shouting, "Stop! Quickly!" He pulled out the black blood dagger and started smashing the driver's cabin window. The driver was startled, "Don't act recklessly. There are kids in the car." The old lady pointed at Qin Lang and shouted, "Are you trying to die? Everyone, quickly stop him." A few taller male students stood up and quickly approached, "Teacher, stop messing around. If this continues, we won't hold back." They rushed forward to grab Qin Lang. In desperation, the driver slammed the steering wheel. The car began to shake violently, the students' bodies swayed, and those standing in the aisle fell upside down. "Ah!" The students began to scream loudly. The car quickly spiraled out of control, rushing straight toward the cliff ahead. Qin Lang held onto the driver's seat and shouted, "Bai Qi!" Bai Qi's voice rang in his ears, "What's wrong?" Qin Lang said, "Big brother commands you to stop the car immediately, by any means necessary." Bai Qi replied, "Oh? They all seem to be ordinary people, at least, I don't see anything strange. Are you really going to take action? You might have to bear some blood debts." Qin Lang said firmly, "Who cares? I want to get off the car." Bai Qi twirled his dragon beard, "All right, big brother, are you ready?" As soon as he finished speaking, the car windows all cracked and then shattered with a bang. Shards flew inside the car, piercing the students. Even the roof of the car caved in, as if something was pressing down on the vehicle. The old lady watched all of this, breaking out in a cold sweat. "What is this, teacher, exactly?" Boom! The car finally crashed through the roadside guardrail, with nearly half of it hanging off the edge. "Woo woo woo! Mom, I'm so scared. I don't want to die here." Qin Lang immediately ran towards the back, stepping on several students along the way. Reaching a window where the glass was relatively intact, Qin Lang immediately stepped on two students' bodies to get close to the windowsill. The old lady gritted her teeth and said, "Hey! These are your students, aren't you going to help them? Are you a devil? You should let the students go first. As a teacher, you should be the last one to leave, right?" Qin Lang sneered coldly, "Oh, I didn't know you were so kind. Since you want to be a saint, you can be responsible for them. Goodbye then." After saying that, Qin Lang directly jumped out of the car. As soon as Qin Lang's feet hit the ground, he activated his immense strength skill and pushed the car hard over the cliff. The long-distance bus, which was still relatively balanced, began to move forward slowly at Qin Lang's push, looking like it was about to fall. The old lady in the car, seeing this through the rear glass window, panicked, "Hey, do you have a conscience? So many kids are still inside." Qin Lang laughed, "If you love kids so much, why not stay with them?" Seeing this, the students cried out loudly, "Teacher, wake up! Save us! Teacher, how could you do this to us? You bastard! We'll haunt you even after we die." With one strong push, Qin Lang sent the long-distance bus crashing down. Watching Qin Lang standing at the edge of the cliff, the old lady gritted her teeth, "I never expected that someone could see through it. Miscalculated, miscalculated." Sigh. Qin Lang sighed in relief. It was exhausting from the start. The rewards for this mission must be great, right? "You really are strong." A familiar voice sounded again, as Yi Zi walked over from a distance, covered in dirt. Behind Yi Zi, there was a stunning woman in red high heels, her legs long beyond imagination. To be able to wear high heels on this kind of mountain road shows she's tough. Qin Lang guessed that this woman was the one who had been cursing on the bus. Yi Zi smiled, "Thanks to you, we were able to get off that ghost bus." The stunning woman also said, "Handsome, I owe you my life. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Jiu, what's yours?" "Lu Jiu. 6 and 9. Girl, your father really knows how to name you." Qin Lang responded nonchalantly, "You can skip the name, I didn't intend to save you at all." As long as you don't scam me. Next, let's figure out how to get to East Lake High School. Yi Zi pointed ahead, we are already here. Chapter 29, The Laughter in the Teaching Building. Qin Lang looked ahead and indeed saw a large area filled with light, plus a whole teaching building. After putting away the black dog blood dagger, Qin Lang walked forward. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu wanted him to wait for them, but Qin Lang moved quickly, ignoring their calls. He really doesn't have an ounce of gentlemanly demeanor. Lu Jiu frowned, this man must not have a girlfriend and has no charm with women. Yi Zi smiled, people who are capable also have bad tempers. I think he is quite impressive in every way. By the way, how is that good sister Ling Long doing? Any news? Lu Jiu sighed, I don't know, maybe she is still exploring some instance. It's fine. She is so skilled, nothing bad will happen to her. We agreed to clear one more instance before taking a break. Then we can go shopping and get our nails done together, hee hee. As they talked, the three arrived one after another at the school gate of East Lake High School. Welcome, everyone. A plump monster with a horse's head stood at the center of the school gate. When Qin Lang saw her, he had the feeling of meeting an old acquaintance. Mayor, it's you again. The mayor smiled, Mr. Qin, you shut down the Fengmen village system, and I was assigned to come here. Speaking of which, your performance in Fengmen village was outstanding. You are the best new player I've seen in years. She stuck out her long tongue to lick her lips and touched her belly, thanks to you, I had a hearty meal again. Qin Lang now understood how Ling Long and the bodies of Sun Yanzi were handled. But that was none of his business. By the way, have you seen anyone else? Qin Lang asked, the girl who was with me in the last instance. Only the mayor was at the school gate, Su Mubai and Su Miao were still missing. The mayor smiled, Mr. Qin, you are the first player to arrive here, I haven't seen anyone else. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu caught up. Wow, the steward looks so weird this time. Lu Jiu covered her mouth and nose, seemingly disgusted by the mayor's appearance. The mayor didn't mind but looked towards their backs and smiled, more players have arrived. Qin Lang turned around and saw a long-distance bus slowly approaching, almost identical to the one he had just shoved down. After the bus door opened, there was a rush of footsteps. First, two men got off the bus. They stood on either side of the bus door, and one of them, a man in glasses, smiled, Lan Lan, we have arrived. The other muscular man wearing a tank top said passionately, welcome to East Lake High School, my precious little princess. A young girl in a pink dress with twin ponytails stepped down. Haoren, Wang Long, thank you for protecting me all the way. LV Xinlan smiled and touched the heads of the two men. As her one foot was about to touch the ground, the muscular man Zhang Haoren quickly squatted in front of her and extended his hands. My princess, please do not let the dust here dirty your shoes. From now on, let me be your knight and protect you. LV Xinlan laughed, okay? As her feet landed on Zhang Haoren's palms, he lifted LV Xinlan up, allowing her to sit on his shoulders. Wang Long adjusted his glasses and, somewhat unwillingly, said, Lan Lan, are you thirsty? I have some water. Qin Lang looked at these three people and couldn't help but exclaim, the warm man is indeed behind the dog liquor. Yi Zi asked, what do you mean? Lu Jiu snorted, did you see? That's what gentlemanly demeanor looks like. Qin Lang ignored the two's comments and continued to stare at that long-distance bus. Is that it? Just the three of them? Where are Su Mubai and Su Miao? The mayor laughed, time's up. Congratulations to the 6 players for reaching the destination. The East Lake High School instance officially begins. As soon as the voice fell, a white mist rose before the 6 people, enveloping the entire high school. Qin Lang squinted, vaguely seeing a short figure appear in the middle of the school gate. You are all teachers sent by the county, right? A short and chubby middle-aged man said with a smile, I am the principal of East Lake High School, He Jinpeng. Qin Lang remembered that he was a math teacher, so he would have to deal with He Jinpeng for the next 3 days. Yi Zi smiled and said, Principal, I am the new school nurse, please take care of me. Then the others began to introduce themselves. Lu Jiu was the Chinese teacher, LV Xinlan was the music teacher, Su Haoren was the physical education teacher, and Wang Long was the English teacher. He Jinpeng smiled and said, Great, with all of you here, our school will surely achieve excellent results in this year's college entrance examination. Mentioning the college entrance examination, Qin Lang recalled the newspaper he saw in the car. The date of the car accident was June 2021. What year is it tonight? Qin Lang suspected that the time the instance game started was different from the time he sat in the car, perhaps even in a different spacetime. From the moment the female horse vanished and He Jinpeng appeared, many things were refreshed. However, asking what today's date is directly might feel strange. Qin Lang didn't want to draw attention to himself right away. He Jinpeng cheerfully led them to the dormitory, saying they could rest for a night and start teaching tomorrow. East Lake High School was not big, it had one large teaching building, one boys' dormitory, one girls' dormitory, a cafeteria, and an office building also serving as a teacher's dormitory, plus a playground. It was around 8 in the evening, and some classrooms were lit. He Jinpeng said that was where the senior students were studying. On the way, He Jinpeng warmly introduced the school's situation to them. East Lake High School currently had 620 students, all of whom were children from nearby villages. They could not get into the key high school in the county and didn't want to stay too far from their elderly at home, so they could only come here to study. Although East Lake High School was small, it had nearly 70 years of history. It started as an elementary school and gradually upgraded to a high school. The first principal was He Jinpeng's grandfather, and 3 generations of their family had stayed here to teach and run the school, earning great respect from nearby villagers. The county's leadership also supported He Jinpeng and East Lake High School, often allocating funds to assist them, so they had no shortage of equipment like plastic running tracks and multimedia classrooms. Dear teachers, I have arranged for someone to clean your rooms. Bunk beds, 4 people in 1 dormitory, just right for you 3 men and 3 women, and there will be an extra bed for your things. Other than LV Qin Lang showing a look of displeasure, everyone else said it was fine. Qin Lang stood in the corridor, carefully observing the surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed a lonely little house in the middle of the school's playground. The house looked like it was from the last century. At least, Qin Lang had never seen anything like it since he was born. Such an old house standing among the modern plastic running tracks not only looked very strange, but it also felt somewhat eerie. Qin Lang pointed at the house and asked, "Principal, what is that?" He Jinpeng looked over and smiled. "That, it is?" Before He Jinpeng could finish speaking, a strange laugh came from the teaching building. He. Ha ha ha. The sound was odd, seeming to come from far away, yet also sounding close, crawling into everyone's ears like insects. Qin Lang instinctively covered his ears. At that moment, he saw a terrifying thing appear in the corridor of the teaching building. Chapter 30, Top Scorer Soup. A pale human head floated past the corridor, the laughter fading away with it. Qin Lang looked closer and found that the head had disappeared again. Was he seeing things? The laugh frightened LV Qin Lang, causing her complexion to turn pale. She covered her ears, trembling, and whispered, "Who is there?" He Jinpeng's face turned slightly pale, then he laughed heartily. It might be some child not sleeping at night, playing a prank on us. The kids from the mountains are naughty, not like those from the city who are so strict. Please forgive them, teachers. I will talk to them properly tomorrow, so everyone don't worry. The laughter stopped, but everyone felt a little uneasy in their hearts. He Jinpeng continued, "Teachers, you came from far away, you must be hungry, right? I have already asked the cafeteria to prepare your late-night snacks. If you are hungry, you can go get some. The students finish their self-study at 10, and they will go to the cafeteria at that time. You can go early to avoid the lines with them, ha." Yeezy smiled, "Okay, thank you, principal." He Jinpeng smiled slightly, "Alright, I will take my leave now." Qin Lang called out to him, "Principal, you didn't answer my question just now. What is that building in the middle of the playground for?" He Jinpeng hesitated for a moment, then smiled, "It's nothing, that building has been there since the beginning. My grandfather said no matter how the school changes, we cannot touch that place. There's nothing inside." Then he changed the topic, speaking seriously, "Everyone, please do not go in if there's nothing to do." Qin Lang frowned, thinking to himself, isn't he just trying to hide something? That old building must have something going on. Then, the boys and girls each walked into their dorms. Zhang Haoran and Wang Long, upon entering, immediately occupied 2 lower bunks. Zhang Haoran smugly said, "Sorry, Teacher Qin, you can sleep on the top bunk." Wang Long pushed his glasses, "We are not bullying you, but if Lan Lan needs us, we want to be able to reach her the fastest." Qin Lang didn't want to argue and didn't speak to them. His attention fell on a calendar hanging on the wall. May 13th, 2022? Qin Lang let out a TCH. Sure enough, the time in the school was different from the time on his way here. In other words, the instant he entered the school, he had traveled to the future. The car accident happened over a year ago. "Qin, how many copies have you cleared?" Zhang Haoran had somehow started doing push-ups on the floor. And he had one hand behind his back, balancing on one finger. Even with this difficult move, his breath was steady when he asked Qin Lang the question, not messy at all. Qin Lang didn't answer but continued to think. Zhang Haoran felt a bit dissatisfied. "I'm asking you a question. How come you have no manners at all?" Wang Long said, "Alright, he has the right not to answer. By the way, I'm really a bit hungry. Do you want to go to the cafeteria together?" Zhang Haoran suddenly stood up, saying, "I will go ask Lan Lan. If she goes, I will go." Wang Long immediately said, "Zhang Haoran, you just had Lan Lan sitting on your shoulders, now it's my turn to serve her." Zhang Haoran coldly said, "You little rat, how dare you fight me for her? If Lan Lan hadn't asked me to get along with you, I would have." He cracked his knuckles, fingers making popping noises. Wang Long took off his glasses. "Oh? Well, let's see who gets who first." "Wang Long, Haoran." The neighbor, Wang Xinlan, shouted, "There's a cockroach. Come save me." The two men, who were just at odds, immediately rushed out. Coming! My little princess! Lan Lan, I'm coming to save you. Qin Lang quietly closed the dorm room door, then stretched out his right hand. Staochun, come out. A cloud of golden powder scattered from Qin Lang's palm, and moments later, a demonic girl with big wings appeared in front of Qin Lang. Darling! Xiaochun couldn't help but leap forward. Qin Lang pushed her back with his hand. Don't get too excited. I called you out to help me with something. Xiaochun, puzzled, replied, but I can't fight. Qin Lang said, you don't need to help me fight, just listen to me. 5 minutes later, Qin Lang walked out of the dorm room. In the corridor, Yi Zi and Lu Jiu were staring blankly at the dorm. Zhang Haoren and the others were conducting a major cleanup. Struggling hard against the cockroaches, while Lu Xinlan sat on the upper bunk cheering them on. Yi Zi looked quite speechless, then asked Qin Lang, have you found anything? Qin Lang replied with a question, what about you? What did you find? Yi Zi smiled, why are you still so alert? Did something terrible happen to you in the last instance? Did you get tricked badly? I noticed the old house on the playground, just like you. There might be something incredible hidden inside. Based on my experience, such mysterious places could be the key to clearing this round. What do you think? Want to go in together when we have time? Qin Lang neither refused nor agreed, but instead mentioned a doubt he had just thought of. It's already mid-May. There's less than half a month left before the college entrance examination. Why have we suddenly become the new teachers? Where have those previous teachers gone? Lu Jiu nodded, that makes sense. Something must have happened for those teachers to run away, or they might all have died? The three fell into silence. Yi Zi spoke up again, Qin Lang, let's go to the cafeteria and eat something. Qin Lang didn't refuse. On one hand, he was indeed quite hungry, and on the other, he wanted to see what other odd things this school had. The cafeteria was a 2-story small building. The serving and dining area was on the first floor, where many tables and chairs were arranged closely together, looking a bit old. As soon as he entered, Qin Lang smelled a special fragrance. Not just him, Yi Zi and Lu Jiu also sniffed, it smells so good. Is that rib soup? Oh, you're all the new teachers, right? A plump lady saw Qin Lang and the others, smiling and saying, the principal told us to prepare good food for you. Come on, come on. They ordered 3 dishes and a soup, but still paid the most attention to that peculiar fragrance. The three quickly pinpointed the source of the aroma, a large pot at the entrance of the cafeteria. At this moment, the pot was tightly covered, with only white smoke constantly escaping from it. Yi Zi couldn't help but ask, Auntie, what delicious food are you making? It smells so good. The plump lady wiped her hands and walked out, smiling proudly, oh, this is our school's secret recipe, specially made to boost the students' brains. The students say it refreshes them and helps with exams, making their thinking much clearer. They call it the scholar's soup. You 3 teachers should try it too. After saying that, she opened the lid of the big pot. Qin Lang looked into the pot and was instantly shocked. Inside were several living human heads boiling. Boiled heads? Qin Lang couldn't help but frown, you use this to boost brains? The so-called scholar's soup is actually head soup? At this moment, he felt his tray moving. Looking down, the braised meat and vegetables had turned into severed fingers and internal organs, and even the steaming white rice had transformed into black bugs crawling onto Qin Lang's hands. Even the previously warm meat soup had turned into a bowl of blood. Qin Lang immediately threw those things aside. Clatter! The stainless steel tray fell to the ground, spilling food all over. Oh! Why are you wasting food? The plump lady squatted down, picking up the spilled food with her hands. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu hurriedly put down their food and took the broom and dustpan from the corner to help clean up. The plump lady was furiously upset with Qin Lang, what's wrong with you as a teacher? If you don't want to eat, you don't have to, but why waste it? Do you know what the kids are eating nowadays? The school's funds are so tight. Giving you meat and you waste it like this. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, almost crying. Qin Lang glanced again at the big pot. It truly was human heads. Qin Lang picked up a spoon hanging on the wall and began stirring the soup. The plump lady became even more anxious. What are you doing? That's for the students to drink later. Qin Lang pushed her aside, get out of the way. You are so arrogant while cooking human heads here. Human heads? Yi Zi and Lu Jiu were startled and hurriedly leaned closer to take a look. Qin Lang fished out a human head and, upon closer inspection, found he actually recognized it. Isn't this the boy who spoke to him in the car? Didn't he already die? Could it be that this school collected the bodies of students who died last year to use as broth? Qin Lang, there are no human heads here. Yi Zi questioned, inside is clearly just some pork ribs and beef bones. After hearing this, Qin Lang realized what he had scooped up was indeed just a large beef leg bone. What's happening? Is it another illusion? Am I once again being manipulated by something strange? The plump ant looked at Qin Lang with the eyes of someone seeing a monster. Are you some kind of lunatic? How did you become a teacher with this expression? Lu Jiu quickly snatched the spoon from Qin Lang's hand and smiled. Sorry, Auntie, our friend here has had a tough journey, please don't mind him. He just talks nonsense when he's tired. Could you please give him something to eat? He'll sleep soundly after he fills up. The plump ant covered the pot again, cleaning up the food as she said, Alright, you all sit there and wait. After sitting down, Yeezy asked, Qin Lang, what's wrong? Are you seeing illusions again? Qin Lang raised his head. What do you mean by again? Lu Jiu replied, you were the same way in the car, just talking to the air. Qin Lang was greatly puzzled. I was talking to the air? Yeezy and Lu Jiu then recounted everything they had seen along the way. At first, Qin Lang and Yeezy were communicating normally, but once the car stopped for a while, Qin Lang became a bit off, starting to outsmart the air. After saying a bunch of nonsensical words, Qin Lang stood up and went to the driver's cabin, knocking on the door and windows with a dagger. The car then began to shake violently, followed by a shattered window, and they both jumped out as the car was squeezed by something. Qin Lang's mind felt even more chaotic for a moment. When the car stopped, that old lady and the two men in black robes got in. Did I fall into an illusion since then? Was it the old lady's doing, or those two men in black? Qin Lang asked again, are you just going to watch and sit here? He wasn't blaming them for not taking action, but thought there might be other reasons making Yeezy and Lu Jiu hesitant to act. Yeezy replied, the car was filled with strange happenings, how could we dare to act rashly? It was you who was so noisy, making us all terrified. Lu Jiu took a sip of soup and said, yeah, I thought you were like me, using curses to drive away evil spirits. Qin Lang puzzled, curses can also drive away evil? Lu Jiu nodded, yes, haven't you heard that saying? People fear ghosts 3 parts, while ghosts fear people 7 parts. As long as you act fiercer than them, they won't dare to come near. This was a trick my grandma taught me. Qin Lang now understood why Lu Jiu kept emoting in the backseat. What he cared about more now was everything he saw really an illusion? Or was it half real, half fake? Was something strange deliberately disturbing his mind, trying to drive him crazy? The plump ant brought over a simple meal. This time there was only a can of fish and a plate of stir-fried vegetables, which could be described as quite perfunctory, probably fearing Qin Lang would waste it. Yeezy bitterly smiled and placed her braised pork into Qin Lang's bowl. I'm on a diet, you eat it. Lu Jiu also gave Qin Lang a piece of her rib. I don't like eating bones. Qin Lang looked at the normal meal before him and began to doubt again. What is real right now? For some reason, the celestial texts he saw in Fengmen village floated before his eyes again. Qin Lang scratched his head, feeling an inexplicable mysterious force was wandering around, but he just couldn't understand what it was. Ding-ling-ling. The bell signaling the end of evening classes rang, and a lively sound of footsteps echoed from the teaching building. A group of students charged into the cafeteria like cavalry on the attack. Auntie, Auntie. I want this. Auntie, don't shake your hand. Aren't you afraid of Parkinson's? Where's the top scorer soup? Auntie, I want 2 bowls today. The students chattered loudly, and the plump ant was busily trying to keep up. Yeezy couldn't help but sigh, they are really young, so full of energy. Lu Jiu smiled and said, I was like this when I was in school too, eating 4 meals a day, and I still felt 2 bowls of rice wasn't enough. Qin Lang watched the students in silence, not saying a word. The most popular dish was the top scorer soup. Each student got a bowl, and before they even sat down, they couldn't help but take a sip. Ah! I don't feel tired at all. I wait for this sip every day. It's so delicious. I'm worried that I won't be able to drink it after graduation. Qin Lang watched them and thought about the sight of heads bobbing in the pot just now, and for a moment, he found himself speechless and almost laughed. If he hadn't shut off his sense of fear, he would have probably found the scene terrifying, right? Yeezy and Lu Jiu looked a bit greedy. Is it really that delicious? I'll go get a bowl too. Yeezy stood up and asked Qin Lang, what about you, do you want a bowl too? Qin Lang thought for a moment and said, okay, I'll have a bowl. I want to see what this top scorer soup tastes like. 3 steaming bowls of top scorer soup were brought out. Looking at the milky white soup, images of those heads flashed in Qin Lang's mind. They say you are what you eat, eating human brains should be good for the brain, right? Could it be that the students from Donghu High School are depending on this to learn well and improve every day? At this moment, Qin Lang sensed that someone seemed to be staring at him. Qin Lang turned his head to see an old hunchbacked man by the cafeteria window, leaning on a cane and peering in. The old lady from the school bus. 2 men in black robes stood behind her. Qin Lang stood up and pulled out the black dog blood dagger, rushing outside. Yizi was just about to drink the soup when she saw this and asked, Qin Lang, where are you going? Lu Jiu, drinking her soup, said, really, can't you stay still for a moment? This soup is really tasty. What she didn't notice was that the expressions of the students in the cafeteria were a bit strange. Qin Lang ran outside but saw nothing. Gone? Qin Lang hazily felt that since he had come here, something had already latched onto him. Bai Qi, do you feel that something is off? Bai Qi's voice sounded, hee, you should ask me, where is it right? This place is too evil, I suspect there's a mass grave underneath this school, or else there wouldn't be such a huge grudge. A place so disturbing that even an evil god finds it sinister, this AA-level quest isn't joking around. Qin Lang looked at the playground, the most sinister place is that room, right? Bai Qi was silent for a while and said, I don't know. Don't know? I can't explain that feeling. Qin Lang pondered for a moment and strangely felt a chill passing through his body. Yizi asked from behind, Qin Lang, what's wrong? Are you seeing illusions again? Qin Lang shook his head and said, it's nothing. Returning to the cafeteria, the two were surprised to find that students were lining up to leave. There wasn't a trace of leftover food on the table, all the plates were neatly stacked at the door, and everyone's movements were as orderly as if they had trained beforehand. Compared to the chaotic scene of grabbing food just moments ago, it was like heaven and earth apart. Yizi wondered, could it be because of the top scorer soup? Qin Lang asked, are you sensing something wrong too? Yizi couldn't help but look at Lu Jiu, worriedly asking, Xiaolu, how are you? Lu Jiu sat quietly in her seat, hands hanging down, head bowed in silence. The dishes in front of her were all eaten clean. The bowl containing the top scorer soup was especially spotless, making it clear that Lu Jiu had licked it with her tongue. Yizi stepped forward and asked again, Lu, what's wrong? Lu Jiu lifted her head, squinting her eyes as she said, Yizi, you're back. I suddenly feel so sleepy. Seeing nothing wrong with her, Yizi replied, okay, I'll go back with you once I'm done eating. Qin Lang was silent for a moment, then asked, Lu Jiu, which seat were you in on the way back after last year's college entrance examination? Yizi looked at him in confusion, Qin Lang, why are you asking this? Unexpectedly, Lu Jiu suddenly became extremely agitated. Who's talking? Lu Jiu looked around, as if someone was speaking to her, come out. Don't hide. Yizi was startled, Lu, don't scare me. What's wrong? It's just me and Qin Lang here. Lu Jiu looked terrified, no. A man is talking to me. I can hear it clearly. What did he say? That someone set fire on the bus, the driver was killed. Ah. He says he's in my head. Yizi hurriedly asked, quick, use your best exorcism method. Lu Jiu took a deep breath and then shouted, you piece of trash. Get out of me now. Ah. Lu Jiu suddenly slapped herself and then said in a vicious voice, no swearing, a good student can't do such impolite things. Yizi was greatly alarmed and hurriedly asked Qin Lang, what should we do? Qin Lang said, just as I guessed. This so-called top scorer soup is made from the bodies of students who died last year. The resentment of those students lingers in it, drinking it might let some spirit invade her mind and control her consciousness. Yizi was full of questions, the car accident last year? What? Qin Lang, do you know how to break the curse? Qin Lang sat down and actually started stirring the top scorer soup with a spoon, saying, I do have a way. To untie the knot, you must find the one who tied it, just ask these vengeful spirits directly. Yizi quickly asked Lu Jiu, I don't care who you are, as long as you agree to come out of Lu Jiu's body, I will agree to any condition. I can even help you be freed, so you can ascend to paradise early. Lu Jiu shook her head, I don't want paradise, I want to take exams, I want to take the college entrance examination. As long as I can study without dying, I will study hard. In the next moment, Lu Jiu panicked, those words just now weren't mine. Yizi, you must think of a way. Qin Lang laughed on the side, and said to Yizi, are you silly? Why would they come out easily? These vengeful spirits would love to parasitize on more people. Otherwise, why would these students drink this so-called top scorer soup? Seeing him like this, Yizi asked, if you have a way, then hurry up and use it. Qin Lang laughed, is there really a free lunch? I do have a plan, but it depends on how sincere you are. After Qin Lang sized Yizi up and down, she quickly covered her chest, as long as it's not offering myself, just name your price. 100,000 ghost coins, how about that? Wow, can 100,000 ghost coins be so easily taken out? The reward I got from the sealed door village instance was only 100,000. Let me think. Qin Lang glanced at Lu Jiu, what about you? How much are you willing to offer as a reward? Lu Jiu gritted her teeth, I will offer 120,000 ghost coins. Unexpectedly, they're all wealthy women. Qin Lang held up two fingers, 200,000 ghost coins per person, totaling 400,000. Lu Jiu's eyes widened. Are you robbing me? Yi Zi promptly agreed. Alright. Open your system store, and I'll transfer it to you right now. At that moment, Qin Lang realized that in the instance, players could trade or purchase items through the system store. Soon, Yi Zi transferred 200,000 ghost coins directly to Qin Lang. However, the system surprisingly deducted a 0.1% handling fee. How familiar this operation is. Although Lu Jiu was reluctant, she could only transfer 200,000 as well. Yi Zi asked, okay, I've given you the money, how do we drive the vengeful spirit out of Lu Jiu's mind? At this moment, Lu Jiu let out a cold laugh, he. Overestimating myself? There's no way I will leave. Qin Lang picked up that bowl of champion soup. Oh really? Then let's give it a try. After saying that, he tilted his neck back and drank the whole bowl in one gulp. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu were both shocked. Are you crazy? You knew you'd get possessed and still drank it? Chapter 33, Resentful Spirit. After drinking the champion soup, Qin Lang felt a ball of energy churning around inside his body, then slowly merging into him. Right after, a boy's voice appeared in his mind. He, it's my first time seeing someone this stupid. Very good, I got another body. Next, I want you to drink champion soup every day, to fulfill my dream. Ha. Inside Qin Lang's consciousness, a white resentful spirit slowly became solid. The resentful spirit soon turned into a high school student, but his body was covered in countless faces, even his fingers had several pairs of eyes. Each face looked like a 17 or 18-year-old, some with closed eyes, others wide open, mouths moving as if speaking unknown words. The resentful spirit looked at the faces growing on his body and chuckled, don't worry, classmates, we'll get what we want very soon. Big bro, really? You brought in a new roommate without saying a word. Bai Qi walked out from behind, his voice thunderous, you think this little body has that much space? The resentful spirit was shocked, Who is that? When he turned around and saw Bai Qi's dragon head and human body, the spirit collapsed in fear. G ghost. How is there already a spirit parasitizing Qin Lang's body? Very soon, Qin Lang also came in. Wow, Bai Qi, he looks even more disgusting than you. Bai Qi stroked his dragon beard, I'm way more handsome than him. By the way, big bro, where'd you get this filthy thing? Now calling Qin Lang big bro had become a habit for him. Qin Lang was confused? What thing? Bai Qi chuckled smugly, with that knowledge of yours, you're still called big bro? When a person dies, they become a ghost. When a ghost dies, they become a jinn. They can't reincarnate, don't have a spirit, and are rejected by the 6 realms, so they can only parasitize humans. Humans have homes, ghosts have corpses, each has a form, but jinn are unrestricted. This one seems to be a mixture of many ghosts after death. I often see this in the netherworld, but this many young and creepy ones all fused together, this is the first time. Now it was Qin Lang's turn to be proud, see? Following big bro, you get to broaden your horizons. Bai Qi. This guy must be seriously ill in the head, better not possess him. Seeing the two of them, the resentful spirit trembled, don't come near. Let me tell you, this is just one of my clones. Even if you destroy me here, I still exist. He, when the time comes. Qin Lang pointed at Bai Qi, do you know who my little brother is? Evil spirit Bai Qi. No Bai Qi? The infamous butcher of men. During the warring states, over 2 million died, more than 1 million by his hand. How many clones do you have? Can they even match his killing leftovers? I advise you to behave, or if he goes crazy, even I, his big bro, can't control him. Bai Qi nodded proudly, big bro is right. Only then did the resentful spirit show fear, no. I don't want to die again. Qin Lang said the lines he had thought up earlier, tell the truth. How did you come here, and what's the truth behind the champion soup? Then get out of my and Lu Jiu's body. Maybe then I'll consider giving you a way to live. Bai Qi, big bro, what are you saying? He's already more than dead, what way to live? Qin Lang glared at him. The resentful spirit reacted quickly and said, I can leave, but I can't say anything. You too, I was forced. Someone said I could fulfill my dream of becoming a champion, otherwise I wouldn't have hurt so many classmates. I'm just a student, please let me go, okay? Those young faces with open eyes on his body also stared pleadingly at Qin Lang and Bai Qi. Qin Lang waved his hand, Bai Qi, just kill him. Alright, when a ghost dies and becomes a jinn, what happens if the jinn dies? Bai Qi twisted his dragon beard, when a ghost dies, it becomes a jinn. Death is hope is death. If death happens to me, I won't know anymore. Turns out there's even more to divide. Qin Lang felt this was a bit like knowledge in physics, after molecules decompose, there are atoms, and after atoms, there are quarks, and so on. No matter what hope, or death, destroy him. Bai Qi complained, you promised to be brothers, yet time and again you treat me as a thug. I was once a commander of 400,000 Qin soldiers. Qin Lang waved his hand. I get it, help me do one thing, and I'll grant you another wish, okay? Bai Qi laughed. Now that's what a big brother should say. The vengeful spirit panicked instantly. No, no, no. I'll tell. We all died last year on the way back from the college entrance exam. That car accident was no accident. Someone deliberately set the car on fire, killed the driver, and then we fell off the cliff. We were all hoping to get into college and live well, who would have thought? The vengeful spirit grew more agitated as he spoke and even started to cry. This was the first time Qin Lang saw a spirit cry in such a strange way. No, he had seen Su Mubai cry before. Qin Lang said, "Stop wailing, quickly tell me, who set the fire and harmed you?" The vengeful spirit replied, "I don't remember, because they were wearing black robes, and I couldn't see their faces at all." Black robes? Qin Lang suddenly recalled seeing those two people on his way here. Was there an old woman in your car? The vengeful spirit was shocked. How do you know? Have you seen her too? Qin Lang responded, "You continue, what happened next?" The vengeful spirit said, "I'm not clear about what happened afterwards, just remember that me and my classmates turned strange, and it took a long time before we became like this. Someone told me he could let us live on in the minds of the younger students, guiding them in their studies and exams. Once a top student appeared from Donghu High School, we would have fulfilled our mission and realized our dreams of being champions, and we could ascend from there." After hearing this, Qin Lang asked again, "Who was that person?" The vengeful spirit shook his head. "I really don't know." Bai Qi said, "Big brother, asking him is useless. Killing a ghost and creating this takes skill. The ones who do this are definitely experts, and they won't leave any traces for you to investigate." Qin Lang scratched his head. "I hadn't expected there to be such a tricky presence at Donghu High School. It seems this task will be quite difficult." After pondering for a moment, Qin Lang said to the vengeful spirit, "All right, you get out of my body and Lu Jiu's body. But if I find you through the students, you must appear and listen to me, understand? Otherwise." Bai Qi said at this moment, "Otherwise, I'll have to do as Big Brother says and destroy all your avatars." Qin Lang glanced at Bai Qi, pretty in sync. The vengeful spirit nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes. I'll definitely be obedient, I'll leave right away, right away." Suddenly, Qin Lang remembered something. "Wait. Since you're a student of this school, I need to ask you one thing." Chapter 34, Death in Senior Year. Qin Lang asked, "What's inside that broken building in the middle of the Donghu High School playground?" The vengeful spirit's face turned even uglier upon hearing this. I don't know." Qin Lang didn't waste words. Bai Qi. Bai Qi opened his dragon mouth and let out a roar. The vengeful spirit immediately knelt. "I'll tell. Actually, I really don't know what's inside, but all previous principals forbade us from going in. Previously, 2 seniors and a senior sister went inside. But they went crazy afterward. One senior smashed the mirror in his dorm and cut off his own ear with the shards. The other senior came home and used a kitchen knife to cut off his fingers, then lay in a pigsty to let the pigs eat him. The remaining senior sister had the worst fate. She killed her parents and younger brother, then stuffed their tongues into her own mouth and choked to death. We all speculated that there are ghosts in that old house, but the principal said they were just under too much academic pressure." Qin Lang immediately knew that He Jinping was spouting nonsense. Who would cut their own flesh over academic pressure? Everyone in this school is truly talented. That old house has to be visited sooner or later. Qin Lang said, "All right, you can go. I'll call you if something comes up." The resentful spirit replied repeatedly and then left. Bai Qi suddenly laughed, "Big brother, this time you might be in big trouble. If you could reach my peak, that wouldn't be a problem, but in your current state, I'm afraid it's unlikely." Qin Lang rolled his eyes at him. "Mind your own business." After returning to his body, Qin Lang found Yi Zi anxiously waiting by his side. "How is it?" Seeing Qin Lang open his eyes, Yi Zi hurriedly asked. Qin Lang twisted his arm. "It's fine now." Lu Jiu touched his head and said, "It seems, that strange sound is really gone." Yi Zi breathed a sigh of relief. "Great. By the way, how did you do it, Qin Lang?" "It's a secret." Qin Lang got up and stretched. "All right, let's go back. We still have to teach those students tomorrow." When the three left the cafeteria, the plump ant serving food was staring at them from the window. A hunched figure walked out from behind. "Who is this Qin Lang? He drank the top scholar's soup and didn't get hurt." The plump ant asked, "Mom, should we tell the old ancestor?" The old woman shook her head. "To ask the old ancestor for such a small matter? He will definitely blame us for our uselessness. Let's wait and see. I don't believe they can survive." Back at the dormitory, Qin Lang found that Zheng Haoran and Wang Long were already asleep. The lights were off on the girl's side, and it seemed LV Xinlan, who had been licking, had also gone to bed early. Qin Lang frowned slightly. The three of them had avoided the fate of drinking the top scholar's soup by going to bed early without going to the cafeteria. What good luck this is! Or, could it really just be luck? Qin Lang lay down, quietly waiting for midnight to arrive. Ding! New superpower has arrived. X-ray vision. Can see through objects within 2 meters, ignoring the barriers of clothing, walls, and flesh. When activated, it consumes 2 points of mental energy per second. Current mental energy of the host, 500 of 500. X-ray vision? This power is great. This way, when exploring that mysterious old house, I won't need to go inside, I can just use the vision within a 2-meter range. Qin Lang silently made a plan in his mind. At the same time, another question continued to trouble him. Where did Su Mubai and Su Miao go? What roles do they play in this instance? The next day, around 6 o'clock, the school broadcast played the wake-up music. Qin Lang and the others freshened up and gathered downstairs. He Jinping was already waiting for them, and a group of students was jogging on the playground. Good morning, teachers. He Jinping smiled, everyone worked hard yesterday, so I didn't ask you to wake up early. I hope everyone can wake up at 5:30 tomorrow because the students are up at this time too. If the bell rings at 6, it'll be too late. Principal. What are we doing today? LV Xinlan rubbed her eyes, enjoying Zhang Haoran's massage, while Wang Long stood beside her holding a piece of bread. He Jinping laughed again. Yesterday the third-year students had a weekly test, so you all just need to grade the papers, report the results, and explain the questions to the students. Is there any other question? Yi Zi raised her hand and asked, Principal, are we the only teachers here? What about the other grades? He Jinping replied, there were many teachers before, but something came up last minute, and they can't come. I'll tell you all the specifics later. With the college entrance exams and final exams approaching, students just need to practice and study on their own. The children in our school are very well behaved, just check in on them whenever you have time. Everyone shook their heads, indicating there were no issues. He Jinping took them to the teacher's office and then left under the pretext of something. Looking at the table full of papers, each person received a pile based on their subject. Even Yi Zi, who played the school nurse role, got a stack. Qin Lang did not immediately grade the papers but instead counted the number of test papers. Something's off. His sudden words caught everyone's attention. Yi Zi asked, what's off? Qin Lang pointed at the test papers and said, look, there are 4 classes and 200 papers, which means there are only a little over 200 students in the senior year. But there are nearly 1,000 students in the entire school. In other words, there are about 800 students in the first and second years combined. If this year's senior class only enrolled a little over 200 students, by next year, the current sophomore class would just be starting school, and it wouldn't be possible to double the enrollment. At most, they might recruit 300 more, right? So according to this calculation, when the new freshmen come in, wouldn't it mean they have recruited over 500 students? 200 in the first year, 300 in the second year, and 500 in the third year. How could a school like Donghu High School, which is not a key school, possibly achieve a doubling of enrollment every year? Every year, so many students are unable to enter good high schools? Even if enrollment increases, the number of students in each grade shouldn't have such a large gap. Zhang Haoran felt confused and asked, what exactly are you trying to say? Qin Lang replied, it's very simple. The truth is that this school probably enrolls 400 or 500 students every year. These 400 or 500 students should complete their junior and senior years. Even if some transfer out or drop out, it shouldn't change too much. But now there are only 200 seniors. In other words, is a large number of students gone after entering their senior year? As soon as this conclusion was spoken, the room fell silent. Yi Zi, Lu Jiu, and Lu Xilan immediately sensed something was wrong. Gone? Yi Zi asked, are you saying many students could not survive to graduate high school? Lu Jiu shook his head, that's too exaggerated. What kind of school could have such a thing? Could it be that Donghu High School intentionally encouraged some students to drop out in order to improve their college admission rates? Qin Lang shook his head, the number of students is the lifeline of a school, how could they easily give that up? If they want to improve the admission rate, they can just let a group of students give up the college entrance examination. Why go through all this trouble? Yi Zi frowned, but if so many students really disappear every year, don't the parents notice? Aren't the students afraid? Isn't Donghu High School's reputation quite good? Qin Lang replied, so this needs to be investigated carefully. Perhaps the principal is also hiding something from us. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open. Chapter 35, Jumping Off the Building. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu's faces suddenly changed. A petite female student stood at the door, with a high ponytail, neat hair, and a smooth forehead, her small and delicate face framed by big, bright eyes that showed an innocent expression. Even wearing oversized school uniform, her cuteness could not be hidden. Yi Zi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was just her talking about the school that he Jinpeng had overheard. Lu Xinlan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Oh my, how cute. I want my daughter to be this adorable one day." Zhang Haoren quickly added, "My little princess, you'll definitely have a cute daughter." After saying that, he showed off his bicep. Wan Long rolled his eyes at him and said, "What are you thinking? What does it matter to you if Lan Lan has a daughter?" The two glared at each other. Lu Jiao smiled and walked over to the cute girl, asking, "Student, are you looking for the teachers for something?" The girl trembled and said, "Hello, teachers, I am Chu Anren from class 2 of senior year. Which of you is the math teacher?" Everyone's gaze turned to Qin Lang. Qin Lang answered calmly, "That's me, what's the matter?" Chu Anren quickly walked up to Qin Lang and suddenly knelt down. "Teacher, please help me, okay?" Yi Zi and others were astonished. Lu Xinlan hurried over and pulled Chu Anren up. "Little sister, what are you doing? Just say what you need. The teachers will help you." Chu Anren cried like a weeping willow and said to Qin Lang, "Teacher, I didn't do well on this exam. Can you find a way for me to pass? I will definitely study hard next time, please don't let me fall out of the top 50. Yi Zi gently patted Chu Anren's back and whispered, "Classmate Chu, please calm down, how do you know you did poorly in math? The papers haven't even been graded yet, it's not certain." Chu Anren cried very sadly, "I missed a few big questions this time. Woo, teacher, please help me. I'm not worried about my other subjects, but I have to be in the top 50 in every subject." Everyone frowned. You want to be in the top 50 in every subject? Are students from Donghu High School really this competitive? Qin Lang asked lightly, "It's just an exam, if you do poorly, you can try again next time." Chu Anren hurriedly said, No, teacher, you have to help me." Qin Lang asked, "It's just an exam, if you don't meet the requirements, what will happen?" "At most, I'll get scolded." Chu Anren's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, and no. "Teacher, if I don't do well, I will. Teacher, please don't ask, just help me. I'm willing to do anything." Qin Lang shook his head, "No way." LV Xinlan said unhappily, "Don't you have any sympathy at all? You just need to change one score, why be so stubborn? If she still doesn't do well next time, we can talk then." Zhang Haoren and Wan Long unconditionally stood with LV Xinlan, also asking Qin Lang to change the score. Even Yi Zi and Lu Jiao couldn't bear it, and they all began to persuade Qin Lang. Qin Lang still shook his head, refusing, "No, the scores are what they are, they can't be changed. Unless you tell me what will happen if your rank drops." Seeing this, Chu Anren hurriedly said, "My parents will hit me, they will scold me. Teachers and classmates will be disappointed in me. Teacher, please help me." She spoke with true feelings, and everyone in the office was affected. Qin Lang still shook his head, "If that's the case, I will have a thorough talk with your parents. If your classmates look down on you, I can help educate them too. But rules are rules." Chu Anren started crying again. Qin Lang remained unmoved. Chu Anren seemed to have made some kind of determination, saying, "Teacher, I will say it. If I don't do well, I will be eaten." Chu Anren. A tall man suddenly stepped forward, his round eyes nearly popping out. Director." Chu Anren covered her mouth and collapsed to the ground. The man rushed over, grabbed Chu Anren, and angrily said, "What are you doing here during class? How dare you disturb the teachers while they are working? You want the teacher to change your score? What do you think school discipline is? Did I teach you to behave like this?" The man looked at Qin Lang and the others, his expression slightly softened. "Sorry, teachers. I am the director of education, Su. This student is too naughty, making you laugh at us." Yi Zi spoke up, "Director Su, the child didn't do it on purpose, please don't punish her. It's almost college entrance examination time, it's normal to feel pressure." Su said sternly, "First, learn to be a person, then learn to do things. If she dares to ask the teacher to change her score now, I cannot imagine what she will dare to do later. I'm doing this for her good." After saying this, he suddenly pushed Chu Anren and shouted, "Hurry up, go wait for me in the office." Chu Anren trembled all over, sweating profusely, and looked back at Qin Lang. The grievance and resentment in her eyes reached an extreme, as if a trapped prey knew it was going to die. When Su Hu and Chu Anren reached the door, Qin Lang stood up and asked, "Director Su, I have a question. Is Chu's fear of dropping ranks because the school has special punishment measures?" Su Hu shot a glare at Chu Anren, then spoke gently to Qin Lang, "Teacher Qin, you're overthinking it, our school has always used persuasive education and operates legally. There are no punishments, she is just overthinking it, a little education is enough." Just then, Chu Anren suddenly dashed towards the guardrail in the corridor, turning around to jump down. "Ah!" Yi Zi shouted, "No!" Qin Lang immediately activated the time-stop skill. Everything around came to a halt, even Chu Anren, who had already suspended in mid-air. Qin Lang rushed over to pull Chu Anren up and placed her on the ground. What terrifying secret lies hidden in Donghu High School? Is failing an exam really a reason to jump off a building? What pained him the most was that 200 points of mental strength just vanished like that. He hoped to get some useful information from Chu Anren, otherwise, it would truly be a waste. 5 seconds later, time resumed its flow. Ah! When everyone saw Qin Lang catching Chu Anren, they all breathed a sigh of relief. However, they were also puzzled. Just a moment ago, it looked like Chu Anren was about to jump. Is Qin Lang's skill and speed really that incredible? Leaning on Qin Lang's shoulder, Chu Anren began to cry, "Teacher." Suhu was furious. "You little brat, come here. Thinking of jumping off? Do you really think that will solve the problem? Teacher Qin, please hand her over to me." What a joke. If you take her back and let her die, wouldn't I have saved her for nothing? Qin Lang was about to refuse when Chu Anren suddenly whispered something to him. Chapter 36, The Self-Saving Conference. Qin Lang was slightly stunned, and when he came to his senses, Chu Anren had already been pulled away by Su Hu. Chu Anren glanced back at Qin Lang, her eyes filled with hope and expectation. Qin Lang pressed his lips together and said nothing, turning to enter the office. Yizi said, "What's hidden in this school is probably more than just that old house. We must figure out the oddness here quickly, otherwise we might be in danger too. Last night, nothing happened just because we arrived, but tonight doesn't mean the same." Based on their previous experience, once night fell, dangerous things would occur in the instance. Just like when Qin Lang was in the Fengmen village instance, strange occurrences began at night. Something must happen tonight, they must collect as many clues as possible before dark. Lu Jiao also agreed, right? Students are jumping off buildings just for failing an exam, what nonsense is this? When I grade the papers later, I'll try to give high scores, otherwise, I really can't stand it. After grading the papers, I'll take a walk around the school to see what's so strange. Qin Lang shook his head. No, grade them all low. If there's a way to deduct points, then deduct them as much as possible. Even if the handwriting is terrible, they still get a low score. Lu Xinlan protested, "Don't you have any conscience? Knowing how important scores are to students, you still want to put them through this? What if some innocent person dies, and it lowers our scores?" Qin Lang asked, "Does casually killing people lower our scores?" Zhang Haoren sneered, "You don't even know this? You must be a rookie. The instance will score us strictly based on our actions. If any innocent people are killed, it will lower the final score and rewards, and might even attract system sanctions. If we could just kill without consequence, I'd have gone on a killing spree on my first day. Why would I be playing house here?" Qin Lang remembered that in the Fengmen village instance, everyone other than players was Eerie, so killing didn't matter at all. But in this school, currently not a single Eerie presence had appeared. Qin Lang said again, "No, I will still grade them low. If they can't handle the blow and choose to die, that's their problem, I didn't force them." After speaking, he hugged his exam papers and went to a corner to start grading. Lu Jiao looked at Yizi, "What should we do?" Yizi hesitated for a moment and then said, "Let's follow Qin Lang's suggestion and grade them low, be strict." Soon, the weekly test scores came out, and the scores for the entire senior year were horrendous to behold. Especially in the math papers graded by Qin Lang, nearly half of the 200 students failed. Once the papers were returned, the students displayed extremely agitated and dissatisfied emotions. "Teacher, I only got the answer wrong on this question, all the other steps were right. How come I got 0 points? Isn't there supposed to be 2 points just for writing out a solution?" "Teacher, you can't do this." Facing the noisy shouts, Qin Lang took out the black blood knife and slammed it directly onto the table. "This is how I grade papers, who agrees, who disagrees?" The students in the class saw the uniquely shaped knife and instantly dared not speak anymore. Qin Lang said, "If you keep blabbering, I'll send you to talk to Director Su and Principal Yi. Do you still want to rebel?" When Su Hu and He Jinping were mentioned, these students fell silent, their eyes filled with fear. A few students looked at their papers and immediately began to cry. Qin Lang pretended not to see and was too lazy to discuss the papers, directly letting them study independently. By the afternoon, the scores had all been tallied. Due to Qin Lang and others' strict grading, many who were previously in the top 50 were pushed down. He Jinping opened the broadcast, his tone very stern. "This exam's results are quite unsatisfactory. Many students have made significant progress backwards, showing your irresponsibility towards your future, not taking it seriously. You can't be so lax before the college entrance examination. Those who were in the top 50 and are now outside of it, as well as those who have been outside for 2 consecutive times, all go to the back mountain for the self-reflection conference." After the broadcast ended, many students cried even harder, all of them standing up and walking outside. Qin Lang stopped a girl and asked, "What does this self-reflection conference mean?" The girl cried uncontrollably, "I examine myself 3 times a day, the self-reflection conference is about reflecting. Teacher, you are too cruel. I shouldn't have to go." Qin Lang asked again, I didn't ask you the literal meaning, I asked what this self-reflection conference is for. The girl bit her lip, glared at Qin Lang hatefully, and quickly left the classroom. Without a word, Qin Lang was going to follow her. But Su Hu's figure appeared again. Teacher Qin, now you should be watching the remaining students study independently, where do you think you're going? His voice had a hint of threat and warning. Qin Lang said, it's nothing, I need to use the restroom, is that okay? Su Hu was taken aback and said nothing more, allowing Qin Lang to pass. After taking a couple of steps, Qin Lang turned back and asked Su Hu, Director Su, where is Chu Anren? Why haven't I seen her? Su Hu flatly said, her behavior constitutes a serious violation of discipline, I've sent her home to reflect. Qin Lang smiled and then walked towards the restroom at the end of the corridor. Standing by the window of the restroom, Qin Lang clearly saw the students marching orderly toward the back mountain. With no adults watching, Su Jinpeng and Su Hu absent, they obediently moved towards the mountain. Qin Lang sneered and walked downstairs. Su Hu unexpectedly reappeared, asking, Teacher Qin, where exactly do you want to go? Don't you want to follow the rules anymore? Qin Lang stared at Su Hu and questioned, why are there so few seniors, yet so many freshmen and sophomores? I've already checked in the office, your yearly enrollment for freshmen is quite fixed, around 400. So why are there only half of them left in senior year? Why are so many people not reaching senior year? Su Hu's face changed, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. Qin Lang continued to press, also, what is this self-reflection conference these students are attending? Su Hu's face became quite ugly, what does this have to do with you? You're only temporarily helping out, why do you need to meddle? Now, get back to your job. Qin Lang approached him and smiled, if you don't speak, I have ways to make you talk. Su Hu's eyes flashed with ferocity, what? You want to make a move? He reached towards his pocket. Before Su Hu could reach for what was in his pocket, Qin Lang charged forward and pressed him to the ground. Su Hu still wanted to shout out, but Qin Lang pressed the black dog blood dagger against his throat. Make a sound and I'll kill you. I'm not a teacher at all, don't expect me to reason with you. Su Hu gritted his teeth and said, fine, I won't shout, just let me go, it hurts. Qin Lang didn't let him go immediately, instead, he pressed him against the wall of the corridor and reached for his pocket. There was a hard object in Su Hu's pocket. When he took it out, it turned out to be a small pistol. This pistol was not loaded with bullets, but with something even shorter, a crossbow, similar to a hidden weapon used in martial arts novels for silent attacks. Qin Lang leaned close to the gun and sniffed, laughing, what a surprise, it's a full dose of tranquilizer. Looks like you often use this trick on students? Su Hu was sweating profusely and then said, let's go to the office. I will explain to you. Of course, Qin Lang wanted to go with him to the office, but before that, he needed to call Yi Zi and Lu Jiu. There was no choice, he needed to breathe in a woman's fragrance to prevent that strange disease from recurring. Even knowing there might be members of the unethical association among Yi Zi and Lu Jiu, he could only choose to trust them for the time being. After all, Su Mubai and Su Miao had not been seen until now, right? Where on earth are you? Arriving at Su Hu's office, Qin Lang waited for the three to sit around him. Yi Zi asked, Qin Lang, should we go check out that self-reflection meeting first? Those students won't be in danger, right? Qin Lang was somewhat speechless, what did those students' lives have to do with you? He shook his head and said, don't worry, they are going to take the college entrance exam soon, the school won't easily let them die. He looked at Su Hu, so, let's talk. First answer me this, why did so many students die upon entering senior year? Su Hu swallowed hard and then said, it's the rule set by the ancestor. He said that every year, Donghu High School only needs 200 students to take the college entrance exam, the rest don't need to, they can just stay here as human pillars. Lu Jiu frowned, human pillars? What does that mean? Su Hu shook his head, I don't know either, the ancestor said, as long as they stay, the school will keep producing college students, and there might even be talents for Qingbei. The fact is, just as the ancestor said, although our school isn't great, students can still get into undergraduate programs. For a small place like ours, this is already a fantastic blessing. Qin Lang directly interrupted him, who is this ancestor? Su Hu said, the ancestor is the ancestor, I've never seen him. Lu Jiu was speechless, you believe in something you've never seen? Su Hu retorted, so many people believe in God and Buddha, have they really seen Jesus and the Buddha? Lu Jiu was suddenly at a loss for words. Qin Lang asked again, has the principal seen the ancestor? Su Hu was stunned for a moment, then nodded, he has seen. The old principal has also seen him. Many major matters in our school are decided by the ancestor. And Su Hu started to say something but paused, it's nothing. Qin Lang brandished the dagger, keep talking. Otherwise, I'll cut off your fingers one by one. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu exchanged glances. This Qin Lang is really ruthless. Su Hu hurriedly said, at the self-reflection meeting, the ancestor will also appear. Students who don't perform well will receive the ancestors' teachings and admonishments. The effects are quite good. Our school's results are indeed getting better year by year. Last year, there was even a top student, but unfortunately died on the way back. Qin Lang, Lu Jiu, and Yi Zi exchanged glances. It seemed that this so-called ancestor had been behind all these events happening at Donghu High School. It sounded very much like the head of a weird cult. But the issue is, what this ancestor was doing was actually encouraging students to study hard. Is there such a boring cult leader in the world? Suhu saw that Qin Lang and the others were silent and timidly asked, can I leave now? Qin Lang smiled again. You think you can leave just like that? Are you going to report to the principal? You need to provide more explosive information first. What is really in that old house in the middle of the playground? As soon as he heard this, Suhu quickly waved his hands. I don't know. I really don't know. Don't ask anymore. Don't ask anymore. Sweat dripped from his forehead, his words tangled up, and he could only keep repeating these simple phrases. Qin Lang was about to step forward to force him to speak, when suddenly, he saw a white mist appear behind Suhu. The white mist quickly solidified into a strange shape, the head, torso, and limbs slowly taking form. With a head like a wolf and a fox, arms one long and one short, while the feet resembled chicken claws, it seemed like some kind of evil creature stitched together. Something strange. Qin Lang swiftly drew his ghost-slaying sword and charged at the monster formed by the white mist. The white mist eerily opened its mouth and lunged to bite Suhu's shoulder. Ah! Suhu let out a heart-wrenching scream, followed by a spurt of blood that splattered all over the wall, leaving large stains of crimson. Even Qin Lang was taken aback by the unusual amount of blood. The white mist chuckled eerily, showing Qin Lang a human-like grin. It's you who have been watching us from the shadows. Qin Lang slashed down with the ghost-slaying sword. To his shock, the white mist reached out its hand and actually caught the ghost-slaying sword. The sword's malevolent energy erupted, scattering the white mist's hands. The white mist's expression turned frantic, retreating repeatedly. Qin Lang pushed closer, his movements becoming even quicker. Suddenly, the white mist gathered together again, morphing into a human shape once more. Qin Lang was about to strike again when he clearly saw the new form of the white mist and couldn't help but cry out. Miss Su! The white mist had actually taken on the appearance of Su Mubai. Qin Lang, quickly save me! Qin Lang stopped his movements. Su Mubai had been captured by the strange thing here? Suddenly, a voice from within him sounded, Big brother, you're losing your focus. Look more clearly. What is that? This voice resonated like a loud bell, instantly awakening Qin Lang. The previously strange white mist had also vanished. Qin Lang opened his eyes again and realized that standing before him was actually Yi Zi. Yi Zi was spitting blood, barely blocking Qin Lang's ghost-slaying sword with a paper fan. Behind her, Lu Jiu held a magic staff, staring at Qin Lang. What do you want to do? If you don't stop, I won't be polite. Yi Zi shouted, Little Lu, put down your weapon. Mr. Qin's eyes seemed to have returned to normal. Qin Lang's breathing quickened. What's going on? Lu Jiu gritted his teeth. How can you even ask? See what's under your feet. Qin Lang looked down and was shocked once again. Chapter 38, It's All a Lie. He looked down, discovering a pile of soft, bloody flesh on the ground. Suhu had actually been killed by his own hand. What's going on? Lu Jiu said, and you're still asking. Just now, you took out your knife and chopped down at him, we couldn't stop you. Now he's dead, what do you expect us to do? If the principal finds out, how will we stay at this school? If they decide to take action against us, we can't just kill them at will, or we'll be in trouble. Aren't you just alarming the snake in the grass? Facing Lu Jiu's accusations, Qin Lang paid little heed and made no reply. His mind was in a whirl. Everything that just happened felt more real than the illusions he faced before. What was going on? Was it because this scenario was too powerful? If it could affect his consciousness and create illusions, why hadn't it acted against him yet? Yi Zi approached and asked, Qin Lang, are you alright? Qin Lang suddenly asked out of nowhere, have you ever watched Journey to the West? Yi Zi was taken aback, huh? Qin Lang continued, when Sun Wukong deals with small monsters and deities, he can use his magic to make them fall asleep or become dizzy, and he can also confuse them with his 72 transformations. Why can he do this? Lu Jiu pulled Yi Zi closer to him. Yi Zi, let's stay away from him, this guy might really be unstable. Qin Lang spoke to himself, because Sun Wukong is stronger than them all, his magic and power are more impressive. So he can do whatever he wants to those weaker than him. Yi Zi asked, so? What conclusion do you draw? Qin Lang did not answer but continued to question, but there are many gods and monsters with magic even more powerful than his, why haven't they made Sun Wukong faint? For example, Taishan Laojun, his circle is so powerful, why couldn't he subdue Sun Wukong during the chaos in heaven? Yet later on the journey to the west, his ox used that circle to give Sun Wukong a lot of suffering. The reason is simple, everything is fake. Yi Zi and Lu Jiao both wondered, huh? Qin Lang shook off the blood from his ghost-slaying sword and said, the havoc in heaven was orchestrated by the Jade Emperor to settle scores, and the journey to the west was arranged by the Buddha to prove his power. Everything is fake, everything has been counted and arranged. From the beginning, what Sun Wukong could and could not do was no longer up to him. Stronger people don't deal with him, it's simply because they haven't gone all out. Fake. Everything is fake. After saying this, Qin Lang took his sword and walked out. Yi Zi asked, Qin Lang, what are you going to do? Qin Lang reached the door and said, what else is there to say? To that demise conference, I want to see who this so-called ancestor really is. I want to see what's real. Yi Zi was about to stop him, but Qin Lang had already run out. Lu Jiao held his head with both hands. It's over, if he makes a mess now, how can we deal with the boss? We haven't collected any clues or tools, isn't this a disaster? Yi Zi frowned, thought for a while, and said, at this point, we can only find a way to follow and see. Perhaps we can stop Qin Lang. Lu Jiao pulled her back and directly shut the office door. Little Lu, what are you doing? Yi Zi was puzzled. Lu Jiao shouted, Yi Zi, are you crazy? Did that scoundrel Qin Lang fill your head with nonsense? You trust him so much? He's already gone mad. Yi Zi helplessly said, then what do you suggest we do? Lu Jiao said, now we can only discuss with LV Xinlan and the others. But before that, we need to handle Su Hu's corpse, otherwise, it will be troublesome if the principal finds out. We can only act against the strange. Suddenly, Lu Jiao looked out the window and exclaimed, oh no, the sun has set. As dusk fell, the night descended. The slaughter time of the instance had begun. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the office door was also knocked on. Director Su, are you there? An old voice called from outside. Lu Jiao and Yi Zi exchanged glances. Yi Zi raised her fan and vigorously fanned toward the ground. A swift, strong wind blew, miraculously sweeping Su Hu's corpse along with the blood on the floor under the desk. Lu Jiao opened the door and found an old woman standing outside. If Qin Lang were here, he would recognize her immediately, the old woman who appeared on the long-distance bus. Behind the old woman, the two men in black robes still stood. But in Lu Jiao and Yi Zi's eyes, there was only that old woman at the door. Lu Jiao asked, Elder, what do you need? The old woman replied, oh, it's like this, I'm a helper in the cafeteria, and I want to ask Director Su something. I've been looking for him for quite some time but haven't seen him. Have you seen him? Lu Jiao nervously shook her head. Director Su just took leave to go home. He said he wouldn't be back until tomorrow. The old woman looked at her with suspicion. Lu Jiao swallowed hard. What's wrong, Elder? Don't you believe me? Of course I don't believe you. The old woman's gaze fixed sharply on the office. Isn't he standing right behind you? As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Jiao and Yi Zi felt a chill on their backs. The two turned their heads and saw that Su Hu, who had just been cut in half by Qin Lang, was actually standing up. He had used his hands to hold on to the exposed intestines, and his head was twisted at an unbelievable angle. The other half of his body was also standing, and it was wriggling, as if trying to reunite with the half that had a head. He. Su Hu's body was constantly bleeding, his mouth twisted, and he was laughing a strange human laugh. Lu Jiao and Yi Zi realized immediately, it's a creep. This old woman definitely had problems too. Lu Jiao and Yi Zi quickly took out their weapons, preparing to deal with them separately. Ha! Where is the person? Just as Lu Jiao pulled out the demon-slaying staff, she discovered that the old woman had mysteriously disappeared. Yi Zi grabbed Lu Jiao and ran outside. No matter what, we can't stay here. This teaching building is strange, let's talk outside. But as soon as they took a few steps outside, a piercing scream rang out from below. Ah! At this moment, Qin Lang had already run to the back mountain. After climbing over a small hill, he ran a few steps before suddenly stopping again. Bai Qi's voice rang out again, asking, what's wrong? Qin Lang turned around, revealing a smug smile towards the school and said, of course, I'm running back. Chapter 39, The Way of Soldiers is Deceptive. Bai Qi wondered, aren't you going to find some old ancestor? Qin Lang laughed, you used to lead troops, yet you don't know this. The way of soldiers is deceptive. I want to clearly inform the school of the hidden creep, so they know I've gone to the back mountain. But actually, my target is that old house on the school playground. After hearing this, Bai Qi understood, so what you just said to those two women was all an act. You wanted to prove you're not normal, then make them relax their vigilance? Qin Lang nodded, you're right, but only half. I do want those behind me to think I'm crazy. But what I said wasn't a lie. The whole story of the journey to the west is a carefully arranged show by the gods and demons of heaven and earth. When I entered this copy, I was already suppressed by a mysterious, powerful, and indescribable force. As long as I'm still in the school, I will be influenced by it. Bai Qi asked again, then if you go back now, won't it know? Qin Lang laughed, you're wrong about that. I've already set things up. After saying this, he whistled at the sky. Soon, a shadow with wings began to swoop down towards Qin Lang. Darling! Xiao Chen tightly hugged Qin Lang. I haven't seen you for almost 24 hours, I missed you so much. Qin Lang was nearly breathless from her ample bosom. Cough cough, okay, let's fly up quickly. Also, tell me what you found from last night until now. After letting Xiao Chen out last night, Qin Lang tasked her with monitoring the entire campus and surrounding situation from the air. Xiao Chen smiled, sure. Darling, after the deed is done, you have to reward me with a lollipop, okay? It'd be even better if there's milk. Qin Lang. Bai Qi laughed, amazing, you even have the trick of flying back. Bro, your mind is quite sharp. Did you anticipate this step when you let this demoness out last night? Xiao Chen immediately squatted down and said, come on, darling, just get on me and use your natural weapon to spur me forward. Qin Lang would rather walk back now. Xiao Chen took off with Qin Lang on her back and soon reached the school skies. Along the way, Xiao Chen shared her discoveries with Qin Lang. Last night, in the middle of the night, a group of students ran out of the dormitory. They went straight to the back mountain. Again the back mountain. It seemed connected with that old ancestor somehow. Qin Lang asked, did you follow them to take a look? Xiao Chen said, yes, I saw the students running to a clearing on the back mountain from far away. As Xiao Chen described that scene, goosebumps rose on her arms. 800 first and second year students gathered in a clearing, each holding a book. In the center of the clearing was a giant statue of Confucius, and the students began to surround the statue, quietly reading aloud from their books. The scene looked quite eerie, all the students appeared like emotionless machines, their eyes extremely vacant. When the reading ended, a few students took the initiative to step in front of the statue of Confucius and started to confess their sins. Some said they shouldn't have fallen in love early, some said they climbed over walls to go out, and others said their grades had dropped recently, and so on. After these students finished stating their wrongdoings, they continuously knocked their heads on the ground before the statue. While doing this, they also said, "Grandfather, spare my life. Grandfather, spare my life. I will definitely study hard and bring glory to the school." They kept knocking their heads in apology, even causing their foreheads to bleed, but they did not stop. Then, suddenly, one or two of those students floated into the air, with their feet off the ground. Bang! Accompanied by a loud sound, those two students were blown in half, and other body parts scattered all around. The students who were not blown apart continued to knock their heads. "Thank you, grandfather, for giving me the opportunity. I will study hard in the future." A plump woman stepped out from the crowd, cut off her head, and then walked away. Next, a short and stout man came forward. It was the principal, He Jinpeng. He Jinpeng said, "Dear students, you are all a part of this school and the pride of your parents in the future. You have parents who didn't arrange jobs for you, no powerful connections, no other roads to take, only the path of studying hard. If you don't cherish the environment and opportunities the school gives you, that is just wasting your life. Rather than that, it is better to make a greater contribution. Now, come up according to your rankings to receive the grandfather's reward. Second year students first." As soon as he finished speaking, one by one, students stepped forward, first bowing to the statue of Confucius, then taking out a knife to cut off a piece of flesh from the bodies of those who had been blown apart and putting it in their mouths. Once everyone had taken their turn eating, the dead students had already become mere skeletons. After hearing these descriptions, Qin Lang frowned. Statue of Confucius? Could it be that the grandfather they are talking about is Confucius? Bai Qi chuckled at this point. Confucius? That corrupt Confucian Kongqiu could be called a saint? Only then did Qin Lang remember that Bai Qi was from the School of Military Strategy, a perpetual enemy of the Confucian school. But putting that aside, Qin Lang thought that what Xiao Chen saw last night must have been a provincial assembly for first and second year students. No wonder more than half of the students disappeared when they advanced to the third year. With such a deadly assembly that kills several at once, how many will be left alive? And what is the process for the third year assembly? At this moment, Xiao Chen reminded, "Dear, we are above the school now." Bai Qi asked again, "Surprising from above is indeed a good strategy. But aren't you afraid that the bizarre things hidden in the school will make you hallucinate?" Qin Lang said, "No, I'm 90% sure nothing will happen." Bai Qi asked, "Why?" Qin Lang said, "The Wudao Society." Bai Qi, Wudao Society? What does this have to do with them? Qin Lang said, "I have experienced hallucinations a total of 3 times. Once on the long-distance bus, once in the cafeteria, and the third time just now in Su Hu's office." Did you not notice? Lu Jiao and Yi Zi have been by my side every time. Bai Qi suddenly realized it was they who were behind this. Qin Lang said, one of them must be a member of the Wudao Society. Or perhaps both of them are. The Wudao Society operates this way, they will find a way to kill players. And obtained his equipment and skills. I killed a member of the unorthodox society in the last instance, which might have angered them. I don't know what method they used to track me down so precisely. At that moment, Qin Lang noticed that someone had actually run out from the old house in the middle of the school playground. Had someone broken into the old house ahead of time? What had they discovered? Chapter 40, The Mystery of the Old House. Because he was flying too high, Qin Hao couldn't see clearly who that person was and could only vaguely make out that it was Zhang Haoren, who was following Lu Xinlan. Zhang Haoren was moving very hurriedly, as if he were fleeing for his life. Xiao Chun, fly down a bit. Qin Lang commanded, just stop at the top of the teaching building. Xiao Chun complied and set Qin Lang down on the rooftop. Standing on the rooftop, Qin Lang finally saw clearly, it was indeed Zhang Haoren. Then, Lu Xinlan, Wan Long, and others stood on the other side of the playground, loudly calling Zhang Haoren's name. Zhang Haoren was in a very strange state, he had bitten his own ears, and blood was gushing out from both sides of his face. His eyes were wide open, and he ran faster and faster. His body was covered with many wounds that looked like they had been made by wild beasts, some cuts on his left arm were deep enough to reveal bone. Zhang Haoren kept running outside, his face filled with terror. Lu Xinlan covered her eyes, ah. Haoren, what happened to you? Wang Long stood in front of Lu Xinlan, shouting, Lan Lan, don't worry, I will protect you. Zhang Haoren has gone mad, we should leave quickly. Yi Zi and Lu Jiao also hurried down, what's going on? Lu Xinlan tearfully explained the whole story. It turned out that when they were preparing to search for clues hidden in the school, they noticed the old house on the playground. Wang Long said that the old house was unusual and warned against entering recklessly. But Zhang Haoren accused Wan Long of being cowardly. So the two made a bet, whoever dared to enter the old house and bring out key clues would win. The loser could no longer approach Lu Xinlan. Zhang Haoren rushed in just like that and ended up like this. At this moment, Lu Jiao turned around and exclaimed in surprise, what are those students doing? Everyone turned to look, and saw that the students in the teaching building had all come out, lined up in the corridor, looking down. They didn't seem to think it was strange at all, in fact, they appeared extremely calm. Aha! Suddenly, Zhang Haoren's arm muscles began to swell rapidly, becoming thicker than his thighs. Following that, Zhang Haoren charged straight towards Lu Xinlan and the others. Wan Long immediately took out a bell, shaking it constantly while chanting words. Upon hearing the bell sound, Zhang Haoren erupted with fresh blood, as if something had slashed him from behind. Wan Long accelerated the shaking of the bell, and thick veins popped out on his forehead. Zhang Haoren let out a wail, knelt on the ground, his hands being forcefully held down by something. Wan Long gritted his teeth, what great strength! What on earth did this guy see inside? Why is he so violent all of a sudden? Yi Zi said, it seems, he's been possessed by something weird. Lu Jiao held the demon-subduing staff, let me give it a try. She stepped in her high heels, leaped up, and after cursing a couple of times in the air, began to viciously strike towards Zhang Haoren's head. Zhang Haoren's wound suddenly sprouted several long whips made of bone, striking towards Lu Jiao. Seeing this, Lu Jiao quickly threw the demon-subduing staff into the air. Mox, Bazima Ha. The demon-subduing staff emitted a burst of golden light, instantly deflecting those bone whips. Seeing her weapon was effective, Lu Jiao laughed and began to chant even louder. Avalokiteshvara, then he Buddha Baralam. The golden light on the demon-slaying staff became even more dazzling, the temperature around it continually rising, with the air beginning to twist. Zhang Haoren and the bone whip on him seemed to have a sense of fear, wanting to retreat. At this moment, Wan Long suddenly shook the bell, trying to hold Zhang Haoren down again. Seeing that they were about to subdue Zhang Haoren, Yi Zi and Lu Xinlan also breathed a sigh of relief. But at that moment, Yi Zi looked up again and felt a chill run down her spine. The eyes of those students looking this way became excited, their smiles growing weirder and more unsettling. Suddenly, an ear-piercing and terrifying scream came from the old house in the middle of the playground. This sound seemed to come from hell, appearing in the human world like a huge mistake. Those who heard it felt the greatest fear of their lives, their legs growing weak. Wan Long and Lu Jiao also stopped their movements and spells. They both thought of the same thing, this might be their last day in this world. Ah! With another roar, Zhang Haoren punched down, directly creating a huge pit in the ground of the playground. The tremendous force generated shockwaves, sending Lu Jiao flying back more than 2 meters, breaking 2 of his ribs. Wang Long coughed up blood, collapsing on the ground and shouted, his strength is too strong, I can't hold him down. Run! He has completely lost his reason now. Zhang Haoren pounded the ground furiously, each blow causing small-scale earthquakes. Seeing this, Yi Zi and Lu Jiu also abandoned their plan for a head-on conflict and chose to scatter and run. Faced with the terrifying scene of Zhang Haoren going mad, the students present remained calm and composed, as if watching a performance. Yi Zi shouted, "Classmates, run! Stop watching!" But those students stared at them with blank eyes, looking very strange, as if they had lost their souls. Zhang Haoren rolled his eyes back, the white showing more frightening than before, and his punches grew stronger. Zhang Haoren nearly tore the playground apart. Still not satisfied, he aimed at the teaching building and dashed straight for it. Is he going to attack the students? Yi Zi screamed, "Quick, save the people!" But no one responded to her. At this moment, even self-preservation was difficult. Who had the time to save any students? And it was clear that these students were not normal. At that moment, a figure flashed in front of Zhang Haoren. Qin Lang held the ghost-slaying blade, a smirk on his lips. "Your look is quite unique." Yi Zi and Lu Jiu exclaimed, "Qin Lang? Weren't you at the provincial conference?" Zhang Haoren opened his mouth to roar, seemingly telling Qin Lang to get lost. Qin Lang chuckled, "Why so excited? Don't worry, I can mostly guess what you're planning. But you have to answer me a few questions first." Zhang Haoren yelled loudly, and the bone whip on him was also getting ready, intending to charge. Yi Zi raised the paper fan in her hand. "Qin Lang, let me help you. He definitely wants to attack the students, we can't let him go up there." Lu Jiu spat on the ground. "I didn't expect this Qin to have a bit of conscience." But Qin Lang seemed to ignore him and continued to talk to Zhang Haoren. "Oh? Not gonna speak up? Then I'll just go upstairs. Guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to kill each of these students one by one." Yi Zi gasped in shock. "What?" Chapter 41, The Transformed Monster. Qin Lang's words stunned everyone once again. Yi Zi puzzled. "Qin Lang, what are you saying? Why do you want to attack the students?" Others also found it hard to understand. Just now, the ferocious Zhang Haoren also froze for a moment. Qin Lang smiled and said, "Now you know to behave yourself? Listen carefully, if you don't tell me what's in that old house, I will really make a move." Zhang Haoren, with red eyes, let out a few low growls again. Qin Lang did not waste words, directly grabbing a student, ready to chop down with his knife. Zhang Haoren shouted angrily, looking especially anxious. Yi Zi threw out the paper fan in her hand, hitting Qin Lang's ghost-slaying knife heavily. Qin Lang felt his arm go numb for a moment and temporarily stopped. Yi Zi was furious. "Qin Lang, are you really crazy? Why attack innocent students? They must be controlled by something." Qin Lang replied, "This creature wasn't originally targeting the students, can't you see that?" Yi Zi looked puzzled. "What?" From the previous actions, it seemed Zhang Haoren was indeed going after the students. Qin Lang said, "I just watched him upstairs and noticed that even though he was fighting you, his eyes were constantly pointed towards the principal's office." At this, Yi Zi and the others seemed to understand something. "Right, where is Principal He Jinpeng? Could these incidents also be related to him?" Wang Long asked, "So how do you know this monster won't attack the students? Even if it won't attack students, what's the point of you killing students for it?" Qin Lang responded, "I can't tell you this right now. Someone among you is definitely part of the Wudao Society. I don't want to share such an important clue." As Wang Long and the others fought against Zhang Haoren, Qin Lang had already quietly approached the old house from the other side of the playground. From 2 meters away, he activated his X-ray vision and saw the situation inside the old house. At that moment, Qin Lang felt he had understood everything. Zhang Haoren roared, "Kill him, must kill him." Qin Lang said, "He Jinpeng is not here right now. He has gone to the provincial assembly, you should go to the back mountain to find him." Upon hearing this, Zhang Haoren immediately turned and rushed out. Lu Xinlan asked, Haoren he? Wang Long said, "Zhang Haoren is already dead. The current one is just a bizarre parasitic shell." At this moment, Yi Zi and Lu Jiu looked at each other. Yi Zi asked, "Qin Lang, you just mentioned the Wudao Society, why do you say someone here is a member of the Wudao Society?" Qin Lang glanced at the two of them and did not answer. He turned to those students and shouted, "You, whatever your name is, come out." One of the boys stepped forward but made a sound without opening his mouth. "Mr. Qin." Qin Lang said, "You get all the students to surround that old house and stand in a circle." The vengeful spirit hesitated and said, "But that house." Qin Lang shouted, "If I tell you to go, then go." The vengeful spirit had no choice but to agree, yes. Then, those students quickly lowered their heads and went downstairs towards that old house. Yi Zi asked, "Qin Lang, what do you mean? That house is obviously so dangerous." Qin Lang sneered, "Dangerous? Let me show you what real danger looks like." His gaze turned towards the distance. As the vengeful spirit controlled the students toward the playground, a hunched figure blocked their path. The old lady tapped the ground with her cane and said, "Go back. Don't you know it's class time?" Upon seeing the old lady, the vengeful spirit seemed to recall some bad memories, causing its control ability and emotions to become very strange and unstable, and the students also showed uneasy expressions. Qin Lang walked over and said, "Old lady, we meet again." The old lady stared at Qin Lang and chuckled, "Young man, not killing you back then was indeed my mistake. It's been a year, and I see you are well." Qin Lang smiled, "What nonsense are you talking about? What year? I've just been here for the second day." The old lady frowned, "Second day? What do you mean? I remember meeting you a year ago." Qin Lang sighed, Indeed. Everything is a lie. You still haven't figured this all out, no wonder you can't get out. So absurd, truly absurd." The old lady widened her eyes, "What do you know? What are you saying?" Qin Lang said, "You have been trying to stop these students from leaving this school all along." The old lady was stunned, gazing foolishly at Qin Lang. Yi Zi was even more confused. "Qin Lang, what are you talking about?" Qin Lang said again, "This old lady is talking about an incident that happened a year ago, a tragedy at Donghu High School. At that time, after the college entrance examination, 200 senior students fell off a cliff on their way back to school, ultimately meeting a tragic end. And the instigator of it all is this old lady. She got on the bus midway, and took the opportunity to start a fire, causing the vehicle to lose control, resulting in the death of those students." The vengeful spirit then spoke, questioning the old lady, "Why did you do this? What offense did we commit against you? Who are you to treat us this way?" Nearly 1,000 students spoke out together, questioning the old lady in unison, their voices booming, deafening. Yet the old lady said nothing. Qin Lang then said, "All right, you should clarify your identity now. You caused the deaths of 200 students returning to school last year, and your aim was not to harm them, but to prevent them from harming others, right?" As soon as he said this, everyone present gasped in shock. Lu Jiu exclaimed, "Qin Lang, what are you saying? What do you mean by not letting the students harm others?" Qin Lang remained silent, instead staring at the old lady, seemingly waiting for her to speak. The old lady asked, "What else do you know?" Qin Lang shrugged, "At present, that's about it. Once I learned of the existence of the top scholar soup, I could roughly guess how students from this school could possibly be normal. The top scholar soup has been brewed since last year. In other words, the students who drank the top scholar soup and took the college entrance exam were those who died in last year's accident. They just so happened to be killed by you. This is probably not a coincidence. You were trying to stop them from graduating, weren't you?" The old lady laughed, "You really are beyond what the old ancestor expected. Unfortunately, you are not his match. Young man, leave this ghost place as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will die." Chapter 42 The First Principle. Qin Lang said, "If it weren't for other matters, I also wouldn't want to stay in this ghostly place. Now, you must tell me what you know." The old lady sighed, "Okay, I did indeed cause the deaths of those people. What they drank was not top scholar soup, but a potion that allowed possession by spirits. Everything was ordered by the old ancestor for me to do. What a sin." Lu Jiu said, "You did such inhumane things, yet you still have the nerve to talk about sin? Who exactly is that old ancestor?" At that moment, behind the old lady, those two men in black robes appeared again. Unlike before, everyone could see them this time. "Ah!" Yi Zi and the others jumped in fright, thinking that something new and strange had appeared. The old lady turned around, her pupils dilated. "You are." One of the robed men spoke, addressing the old lady, "Li Chunhua, you assisted others in the dark practice of evildoers, unlawfully killed spirits, and disturbed the order of the underworld. It's time for you to die. You won't miss a spot in the 18 layers of hell." "Li Chunhua?" Yi Zi looked at the old lady, "Is this your name?" It sounded a bit familiar. Hearing the robed man's words, Li Chunhua chuckled with relief. So there really is a hell in this world. Qin Lang looked at the two robed men. "You are the legendary Yin Chai?" The first robed man replied, "Correct, a large number of people here died wrongfully before their time, and we've been sent here to investigate. But we didn't expect them to not become ghosts after death, instead, they were turned into something. This incident is too bizarre, we are here to investigate as ordered. Qin Lang, you've discovered the true murderer this time and prevented these spirits from going out to harm the world. This is indeed a great achievement. I will report this to my superiors and seek a reward for you." Qin Lang said, "The matter is still not resolved, I want to hear Li Chunhua reveal the clues she knows." The robed man hesitated for a moment, then said, "Originally, we were going to take her away immediately, but let me give you this face first." Yi Zi and the others didn't dare to breathe for a moment. To have a ghostly figure show such respect, Qin Lang's influence is truly immense. Speaking of which, it was their first time seeing a ghostly figure in the dungeon. Qin Lang turned to Yi Zi and the others and said, "Step back a little." Lu Jiu protested, "Hey, why should we? Can't we listen in from the side?" Qin Lang coldly replied, I've already said, if there are members of the Wudao Society among you, I won't cooperate or share information with them. This clue was found by me alone, why should I let you eavesdrop? Lu Xinlan pouted, how stingy. You are skilled, but can you really clear this dungeon all by yourself? Qin Lang said, that's none of your business. As long as you are here, I won't let Li Chunhua continue. Or maybe we should have a fight? You choose. Wang Long showed an indignant expression, taking out a bell as if ready to force a confrontation. Yizi stopped the emotionally charged Lu Jiao and Wang Long, saying, forget it, Qin Lang doesn't trust us, there's no helping it. Everyone knows what kind of existence the Wudao Society is, there's no need to make it difficult for him. This clue really has nothing to do with us, Qin Lang has the right to decide who can listen and who cannot. Lu Jiao saw that Yizi had said this and could only huff before turning away. Yizi said to Qin Lang, I understand your thoughts, but you are indeed too suspicious. If there really were members of the Wudao Society among us, why haven't they acted until now? Moreover, the purpose of the Wudao Society is to trap players. Since the beginning of the dungeon, have we done anything to you? Dungeons must rely on cooperation to succeed, you could learn to trust others, starting with us, how about that? Qin Lang did not respond directly, only giving her his back. Yizi sighed and laughed. At this moment, Li Chunhua finally spoke, Qin Lang, although I don't know what you did, you must already know what's in the house, right? Qin Lang nodded, exactly. Then you also know my identity? Yes, you are the first principal of Donghu High School. Qin Lang said, in other words, you are He Jinpeng's grandmother. Through his X-ray vision, Qin Lang saw 3 old photos in that old house, one of which was Li Chunhua's. Beneath the photo was a line of text, Principal Li Chunhua, 1977 to 1997. She served as the principal of Donghu for 20 years until her death. In other words, this old lady had actually died nearly 40 years ago. Li Chunhua sighed, this is actually all my fault. This old house was actually the earliest classroom of Donghu High School. That year, Li Chunhua was sent down to the countryside, and then the college entrance examination was restored. But she didn't get into college, so she stayed to be a rural teacher. The school grew larger, teaching from elementary to middle school. Donghu Elementary School also turned into Donghu High School. Many nearby villages had children who couldn't afford to go to school, and there were many left-behind children. Li Chunhua went one by one to persuade them to come to school here, wanting them to change their faith through knowledge. Later, the country announced free compulsory education, and students were able to afford middle school. But when it came time for high school, they still had no way out. Li Chunhua then stood up and expressed her willingness to create a high school so that these students could attend college, fulfilling her uncompleted dream from years ago. Unfortunately, her abilities were limited, the students' grades couldn't improve, and the county wouldn't support her, leading to a decline in the school's teaching quality. Li Chunhua knew very well that she no longer had the ability to keep it going. The county figured it out and decided to cancel Donghu High School, establishing a new public school to better accommodate those children. But in her heart, Li Chunhua had an obsession, believing that she could definitely teach students who would attend college. Back then, when Donghu High School was about to be shut down, I was possessed by a ghostly madness, listening to others and inviting a divine statue, claiming it would bless the children in this mountain to enter university, even to become top scholars. The statue was indeed brought back, and the students' grades did improve, the school was saved, but... Qin Lang asked, that statue, is it the Confucius statue placed at the back mountain, right? Li Chunhua nodded. Recalling the past, Li Chunhua still felt a lingering fear, saying, it's easy to invite a deity, but hard to send it away. I only found out later that it was not a Confucius statue at all, but a monster. Every year before the school starts and before finals, I would take the students to offer incense and pray to it. Unexpectedly, this allowed it to receive a large amount of incense, giving it a physical form, and later it could even send me dreams. That was when I and the children in this school fell into a complete nightmare. Chapter 43: The Origin of the Ancestor. Li Chunhua did not know what kind of monster was in that Confucius statue. One night, the monster sent Li Chunhua a dream, saying that those students could do better, and even have top students who could enter Qingbei, with some becoming top scholars. This was a great honor for Li Chunhua. She thought if one of her students could enter Qingbei, it would be worth it for her whole life. Li Chunhua said this, unable to help but kneel and cry. Qin Lang coldly stared at her, asking, what did you promise it? Li Chunhua said, as long as suitable students are selected as sacrifices, and the other top-performing students eat their flesh, they can become smarter. The more they eat, the faster their grades improve. At first, I was unwilling, but it said that if those students didn't get into university, they would forever be trapped in this mountain like me. What meaning would life have? All things are inferior, only reading is noble. Qin Lang sighed softly, and then you agreed. Li Chunhua cried even louder. I was truly foolish. How could I agree to it? At that time, my mind was filled with thoughts. I was a top student, betrayed by the times, betrayed by society. I could have gone to university, my classmates all got in, why couldn't I? I just wanted to prove, I'm not worse than others. Qin Lang shook his head, saying, it's not just that, you think that since you could be betrayed, life could be ruined, then why can't others? Li Chunhua, you don't really want to cultivate these children, you just see them as tools. Li Chunhua lay on the ground, crying even harder. Yes. That's right. From that time on, I became a devil. I did as it said, casting spells on the students, letting them eat their classmates' flesh, making them understand this is the law of the jungle. After the sacrificed students died, I helped him kill those souls, turning them into one after another. Because they did not belong to the 6 realms, even the underworld would not easily notice them. The ghost officer then corrected, it's not that they can't notice, it's just using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. For these little matters, the 2 of us are enough, why make a big fuss? Qin Lang then asked Li Chunhua, so many people died at the school, don't the students' parents know? Li Chunhua said, how do these left-behind children live? No one really cares. If their parents often thought of them, would there be so many left-behind children going astray? Even if those children's parents came looking, as long as they made them eat that flesh and let control them, there would be no problem. With the top scholar soup, this method became even more convenient, easily allowing the parasites to dwell in the students' bodies and minds. Qin Lang glanced at the students behind him who were parasitized, saying, you really? That monster also told me, since they are bound to become the garbage of society eventually, why not let them have more value? I am truly a bastard. I actually believed him. Qin Lang continued to calmly ask, you also ate the flesh of those students, right? Li Chunhua gritted his teeth and nodded, yes, he said this way I could survive, he helped me extend my life, saying I would see a top student from Qingbei appear at Donghu High. Qin Lang looked at the 2 death messengers, can eating human flesh really extend life? The death messenger said, I cannot answer that. Qin Lang smiled faintly. Not denying it actually pointed to the problem. Li Chunhua said, I can't turn back now. What I can do is help it recruit more students, let more students become its sacrifices. Last year. I truly couldn't bear it anymore, I finally went mad and killed those kids. But it just wouldn't let me go, saying I had to gather all the children's remains to make a top student soup. Li Chunhua said this, not wanting to continue, only able to cry endlessly. Qin Lang's expression remained blank, what does that ancestor look like, how powerful is he? Li Chunhua answered, I don't know, I have never seen his face. My son, daughter-in-law, and grandson have also become his slaves, unable to persuade them, unable to move them. Now it's good, I can finally leave. Mr. Qin, since you can end all this, please. Qin Lang said, you don't need to say such things, making it seem like you're nobly entrusting a burden. You are the most despicable person from the beginning to the end. If you weren't, why did you attack me on the way here? Where did those teachers go initially? Can you clarify? You clearly just want to keep surviving. I will ask you one last question, besides us, who else have you seen? Were there 2 girls who arrived at the school? Li Chunhua was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, girls? No. At this moment, the death messenger spoke, all right, the time has come. It's time to go. After saying that, he pulled out a thick black chain from his robe and placed it directly around Li Chunua's neck. The death messenger continued, Qin Lang, you have helped us a great deal this time, it counts as a great merit. This so-called ancestor's monster, perhaps only you can subdue. We won't let you work for nothing, nor will we let you work alone. Another death messenger in a black robe stepped forward. The chaining death messenger said, he can be your helper. Once the task is completed, we will reward you greatly. Qin Lang glanced at the black-robed death messenger, thinking his combat ability should be decent, perhaps he wouldn't need Bai Qi to act. Besides, death messengers should have properties to restrain these oddities, right? Not bad, you guys are quite generous. Qin Lang said, then I'll take care of this matter. The chaining death messenger nodded, then a dark tunnel appeared before him, with wails echoing from within. Li Chunhua shivered and asked, I have been teaching for many years, I just took a wrong turn, I shouldn't suffer too much, right? I can still be reincarnated as a human, right? The death messenger coldly replied, what do you think? Li Chunua's face turned as pale as paper, shouting, no. Don't. The death messenger kicked her inside, then turned to Qin Lang, by the way, there's one more thing in this old house, you must not touch it. Though I don't know why that thing is here, but it's not for you mortals to meddle with. Qin Lang smiled and nodded. After the death messenger left, the remaining death messenger suddenly shrank down significantly. Woo, he finally left, scared me to death. Upon hearing this sound, Qin Lang's expression changed. Why does this crying voice sound so familiar? After knowing Su Miao was one of the black-robed figures, Qin Lang really couldn't hold it together anymore. Why? If she is one of the black-robed people, then why didn't I notice it at the beginning? And if the other black-robed person is the real messenger of death, why would they let Su Miao be a colleague? Su Miao wiped her tears and looked at Qin Lang. I can finally talk to you. I was so scared earlier. Qin Lang asked in confusion, so what is this situation? You aren't the messenger of death in this story, are you? Su Miao nodded and then took out an envelope. Opening it, she saw several lines of big words neatly written inside. Your role, messenger of death. There are always deaths at Donghu High School, but not a single ghost reports to the underworld. This has seriously affected the order of the underworld for decades. As a newly appointed messenger of death, you should do something. Next, you will be cut off from all human senses and follow the true messenger of death to fulfill your duties. Remember, during this process, listen to your senior's words, do not act on your own, and absolutely do not make any noise, or the task will definitely fail. Qin Lang was speechless. Why should it be like this? This role is way too easy, right? Has her good luck always been this amazing? There can't be any shady deals with the system, can there? Su Miao exclaimed angrily, how is it easy? You have no idea how strange that person is, nor what tasks he will give you. What if he wants me to go back to the underworld with him? Boo-hoo. Qin Lang rubbed his forehead, alright, stop crying, come with me to the back mountain. Su Miao asked, the mountain? I'm most afraid of climbing mountains, boo-hoo. Qin Lang glared at her, if you don't go, you'll have to be afraid of me next. Su Miao, boo-hoo. In the distance, Yi Zi and the others didn't understand the conversation, but seeing Qin Lang chatting so well with the messengers of death, especially one messenger crying like that in front of Qin Lang, made them feel a shiver down their spines. Lu Jiu swallowed hard and said, Yi Zi, you were right. Not confronting Qin Lang head-on is the right move. If even the messengers of death can be made to cry, how powerful must he be? Wang Long recalled his argument with Qin Lang earlier and felt a chill down his back, filled with regret. What if Qin Lang is a hidden big shot who bullies the weak? Qin Lang summoned Xiaochun again. A flash of gold lit up, and a beautiful girl with two large wings and a fiery figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Seeing Qin Lang, Xiaochun instinctively wanted to rush over and hug him, darling. Qin Lang waved his hand, mind the occasion. You lead the way, I want to see the place for the provincial assembly. Xiaochun pouted, Master, then what's my reward? Qin Lang squinted at her for a moment. Xiaochun shivered, stuck out her tongue and said, Darling, I'll lead the way right now. This scene completely stunned the others. My goodness, is that a succubus? Is it really a succubus? Lu Jiu covered his mouth with both hands. Qin Lang actually has the most difficult to summon, and extremely powerful succubus? Yi Zi asked, Little Lu, how do you know that's a succubus? Also, what do you mean by extremely high power limit? Lu Jiu swallowed hard and said, My sister Linglong had a piece of the 3000 divine stone, which can summon 3000 deities, it's an A-level artifact. She told me that the deities summoned by the 3000 divine stone can be divided into 4 types based on cost-effectiveness, upper, middle, lower, and miscellaneous. Succubi belong to the highest cost-effectiveness level. At first, succubi have very low power, even no combat ability, but once they have a relationship with their master, they can evolve into powerful succubi with other abilities after the yin-yang harmony process. The more times the yin-yang harmony occurs, the stronger the succubus becomes. Moreover, their loyalty is extremely high, making them one of the strongest cost-effective deities among the 3000. Wang Lon, seeing Xiaochun's fiery figure, couldn't help but feel stirred, and said, TCH, yin-yang harmony, sooner or later, he will become useless. Lu Jiu shook his head, you're wrong. Yin-yang harmony isn't a one-sided taking. That is the misunderstanding of the ordinary people. Every time the master and the succubus gather yang to replenish yin, they themselves are also gathering yin to replenish yang, gaining a certain enhancement. In other words, as long as the master's physique is good enough, and there is enough time, if he doesn't mind the repetitiveness of that task, he can completely cultivate by gathering yang to replenish yin daily. Once these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. They watched Qin Lang's departing back, their expressions filled with surprise. Qin Lang had the Ghost Slayer blade and was accompanied by a succubus. He could even chat and laugh with the Grim Reaper. What kind of god is he exactly? Qin Lang began to walk up the mountain, personally heading to the provincial conference to see what was happening. Yi Zi and the others quickly followed. A group of people walked over mountains and across ridges for quite a while. Dear, it's just ahead. Xiao Chun pointed to the top, and sure enough, it was brightly lit. At the same time, a strong smell of blood wafted down with the mountain wind. Something's wrong. Qin Lang slightly flared his nostrils and then said, It looks like we're a step late. Roar. The familiar roar sounded again. It was Zhang Haoran. Su Miao covered her ears. Ah, is a monster coming? Qin Lang said, It is a monster, but it's not aiming at us. The newly arrived Yi Zi asked, How do you know it's not aimed at us? Qin Lang said, that monster's target from the very beginning is the principal. Can't you see? If it wanted to attack the students just now, it would have been effortless. The students chose to watch, it's not because it's fun but because of a natural affinity. Lu Jiu asked in confusion, affinity? Qin Lang nodded, although it will lose most of its memories, there are still some obsessions with certain things from its past. So when something from their obsessions appears, it will definitely trigger a reaction, just like when a person is hungry and wants to eat, it's a primal instinct. In other words, the students have a history with this monster. It must have been sealed in that old house, and Zhang Haoran accidentally released the seal when he entered, thus becoming possessed. These were the conclusions Bai Qi arrived at, based on his understanding in the nether realm. At first, Qin Lang didn't quite understand, and with Yi Zi and Lu Jiu listening now, they were even more baffled. They only felt that Qin Lang was even more monstrous than the monster itself. Could he really be some kind of high-level boss here crushing weaklings? Lu Jiu swallowed and said, He Jinpeng and the ancestor must be up to something sinister. If they succeed, we will be in big trouble. The group quickened their pace and rushed up. When they reached the slope, the scene before them left them all dumbfounded. Chapter 45, The Art of the Scholar Boy. On a man-made flat ground, over 100 dismembered corpses scattered about. Upon closer inspection, they were actually arranged in some incomprehensible pattern, spreading around a huge statue of Confucius. In front of the Confucius statue, there was a tied-up girl. Lu Jiu took a look and said, Isn't that the Chu Anren who came to us today to change scores? But Qin Lang shook his head, No, she is not Chu Anren. Yi Zi asked in confusion, Then who is she? Qin Lang took 2 steps forward and shouted loudly, Miss Su. Chu Anren raised her head, and after seeing Qin Lang, she gave a grim smile, Mr. Qin, you finally recognized me. Yi Zi and the others were even more confused. What is going on here? They knew each other all along? Qin Lang smiled slightly, Actually, I should have thought of that earlier. Since you can possess a student, as a strange being, you must also be able to. Previously, after Chu Anren was saved by Qin Lang, she had said one word to Qin Lang. Seal. At that time, Qin Lang suspected that this seal referred to Fengmen village. In this side story, only Su Mubai and Su Miao, who had gone through the last instance with him, knew about Fengmen village. When Su Miao appeared, Qin Lang also realized that Chu Anren was actually Su Mubai. Qin Lang asked, Is this arranged by the copy system? Su Mubai nodded, I arrived earlier than you, with many plots and tasks. Moreover, the system requires that I cannot reveal my identity, I can only admit it when you discover it. Qin Lang shook his head, Okay, that's how we're playing? In the copy of Fengmen village, Qin Lang suggested bringing Su Mubai, who was a boss, out. Although the copy system agreed, it clearly felt unwilling. So, in this copy, it intentionally forcibly separated Su Mubai and himself, and also made it impossible for Su Mubai to reveal his identity, while forcibly weakening Su Mubai. It was obvious that it wanted to make things difficult for him. But now, worrying about these things was useless. Qin Lang asked again, Where is He Jinpeng? Su Mubai said, A person with many bones exposed just came, and after fighting for a while, they left. Mr. Qin, be careful, the ancestor has already possessed He Jinpeng. He initially wanted to possess me, but that man came and stopped him. Hearing this, Qin Lang nodded, I understand. Ah whoa. With a roar, the nearby forest suddenly erupted with commotion. Qin Lang and the others immediately stood at attention. At this moment, trees fell down one after another, and a tall figure slowly stepped out. Judging roughly, that thing was at least nearly 3 meters tall and looked frightening. Boom! Again, several large trees crashed down, and a giant monster wearing ancient clothing appeared in front of everyone. It had no eyes, nose, or ears, its gigantic head was bald, and its huge mouth split wide open, with a long tongue hanging down to its chest, and a lot of blood continuously dripping down. On its thick limbs were many ancient Chinese characters that were incomprehensible, seeming like some kind of spell. He, a few more have come. The monster licked its fingers, just right, after completing the ritual, I still need to replenish strength, you came at just the right time. The moment they saw it, Yi Zi and Lu Jiu were so scared they couldn't move. Such a strange sight, they had truly never seen before. East Lake Ancestor. Strangeness level, AA. Qin Lang raised his ghost-slaying blade, eager to try an AA-level strangeness. Then after destroying it, the rewards must be very rich, right? The ancestor chuckled, Destroy me? How naive you are. I have been lurking here for nearly 60 years, cultivating countless ghostly beings. Even the underworld messengers can't do anything about me, you, a tiny speck, think you can deal with me? He took out 2 heads from behind, grinning, Your fate is exactly this. Everyone focused and saw that the 2 heads were Zhang Haoran and He Jinpeng's. LV Xinlan covered her eyes and said, Haoran is really dead. The ancestor chuckled, I have waited so many years, and today I finally regain my body. Ha ha ha. This must be the will of heaven. Qin Lang spoke calmly, indeed it is the will of heaven. However, your cultivation of this Confucian child technique is not yet complete, and in the end, you actually chose to use He Jinping's body as an ingredient, truly a failure among failures. Everyone looked puzzled again. Confucian child technique? The ancestor was astonished, wide-eyed, asking, how do you know? The Confucian child technique is an ancient method, it's impossible for anyone to still know it now. Before finishing, the ancestor seemed to realize something. You have seen the Pango Heavenly Book? And you can understand it? Qin Lang smiled, then spoke, before coming here, I stayed in a place called Fengmen Village. There was a man named Sun Yangzi who collected something called the Heavenly Book. It recorded many things, and they were quite interesting. Like this Confucian child technique, which is meant to continuously create the resurrection of scholars after they die, and can also lead to becoming a celestial being. Although scholars are not saints, they read the words of saints, after working hard day and night, they would also absorb some so-called scholarly energy. The quality is better than that of ordinary sacrifices. Especially young scholars are more easily manipulated and brainwashed. As long as you give a little benefit, they are willing to do anything. Once created, they can transcend the 6 realms and are less likely to be discovered and captured by the underworld. Just store it for a certain number of years, and it can be used for formations and cultivation. Qin Lang glanced at the body on the ground and said, these students risk their lives to study for a way out, and each generation is more desperate than the last, they are the best material for Confucian child arts. You are really thoughtful, fooling the 3 generations of principals from Donghu High School to collect sacrifices for you. Over the past 60 years, so many students have been killed. After this statement, Yi Zi and the others turned pale. Lu Jiu trembled and said, such evil sorcery, can it really lead to immortality? Qin Lang glanced at her and replied, in ancient times, human sacrifices were common, how could eating people not lead to immortality? The ancestor chuckled, that's right, how many people have been lost to the imperial examination over the centuries? Batch after batch of scholars go to take exams, and many end up dying because of it, contributing to the prosperity of dynasties and the honor of emperors. This is merely a ritual where a portion of people are sacrificed to achieve enlightenment for a few. How many have they consumed? I probably haven't even eaten a fraction, right? Qin Lang smiled lightly, but unfortunately, everything you are doing comes at a price. The ancestor suddenly felt a bit anxious. Price? What price? Chapter 46, The True Ancestor. Qin Lang raised the ghost-slaying blade and said, your price is me. The ancestor's mouth gaped open, laughing heartily, just you? Even if you can understand the Pango Heavenly Book, so what? Can you apply what is written in it freely? If you really could grasp the Heavenly Book, you probably would have become immortal long ago. Why waste your breath? Qin Lang stepped closer to the statue of Confucius, preparing to put Sumubai down. You can come and try. I will save the offering you value the most right now. Do you dare to stop me? The ancestor was momentarily stunned. Why is this mortal so brave? Qin Lang cut the ropes binding Sumubai with the ghost-slaying blade and caught her in his other hand. At this moment, Sumubai was quite weak, the power of the bazaar she once had was clearly no longer available as she clung to Chu Anren. Qin Lang handed her over to Xiao Chun and then turned to approach the ancestor with his blade raised. The ancestor laughed again, I let you save someone not because I fear you, but I feel killing you and then eating her would be just the same. Next, I want to. Qin Lang charged forward and swung the ghost-slaying blade at the ancestor. By the time the ancestor reacted, one of its arms was directly severed by Qin Lang. The ancestor opened its mouth wide and faced the severed stump, unable to accept this reality. Although it had no eyes, it still possessed spiritual vision to sense everything happening now. What exactly is Qin Lang? Qin Lang pointed the ghost-slaying blade at it. Stop howling. Have you prepared your last words? The ancestor fell back violently, with veins bulging all over. You, don't come any closer. At this moment, in its spiritual vision, Qin Lang wasn't just a person. Behind him was an enormous black shadow. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a monster with a dragon's head and a human body. Big brother, you are borrowing my power again, you will have to return it later. Bai Qi chuckled. Qin Lang said, I never said I wouldn't return it. Hurry and help me deal with it. If it adapts to its current flesh for too long, it will become hard to handle. Bai Qi replied, okay, big brother. Qin Lang raised the blade again and hacked at the ancestor. The ancestor hurriedly dodged, but its massive size rendered it unable to escape. Swish swish swish. After a few strikes, the ancestor's limbs were severed, and its body was sliced into fragments by Qin Lang. Only the massive head remained, rolling on the ground. When the head rolled in front of the statue of Confucius, the ancestor let out a howl to the heavens. Impossible. Impossible. I've never encountered anything like this in thousands of years. Teacher, you're lying to me. Qin Lang was slightly stunned. Teacher? The old ancestor gritted his teeth. I am different from you mortals. I was one of Confucius's 3,000 disciples back in the day. What you did is a sneak attack. Despicable. Cheating. He was truly unwilling, he hadn't even made a move, and yet Qin Lang had defeated him like this. He hadn't even attacked yet. Qin Lang frowned. Fighting isn't a turn-based game. Do I really have to wait for you to launch an attack? If I kill you quickly, I can still get a reward. Bai Qi couldn't help but laugh. So you're a student of the Kong family. No wonder, he carries a scent of stale Confucianism. I suppose this a Confucian boy technique was also taught to him by Confucius? I always said these bookworms had bad intentions. Qin Lang said, you slaughtered 400,000 people, so does that make you a good person? 50 steps laughing at 100 steps. Bai Qi. The old ancestor shouted at the statue of Confucius, teacher. If you have a spirit in heaven, can you help me one more time? Your disciple has done so much. Can you bear to? Before he could finish, the statue of Confucius began to sway slightly. The surrounding mountains and forests also started to tremble. There's an earthquake. Yi Zi exclaimed, and the others quickly scattered, running to find open space. The statue of Confucius swayed back and forth, and surprisingly, the connection between the statue and its base broke. Ah! Ah! The massive statue fell down, directly landing on the old ancestor's head. Put! The old ancestor's head was smashed into a puddle of meat, no longer making any sound. At almost the same time, the earthquake ended, and everything returned to calm. Qin Lang stood the ghost-slaying sword on the ground and smiled, so there really is a heavenly intention. For some reason, even after achieving a great victory, he felt not a trace of joy. Instead, his expression was rather solemn. Meanwhile, Yi Zi, Lu Jiu, and the others were completely dumbfounded. They hadn't even had a chance to appear, and this boss had already been dealt with by Qin Lang? Does that mean this dungeon is over? Just like that? A direct speed run. Qin Lang still held the ghost-slaying sword, then walked toward Su Mubai. Mr. Qin, you're really amazing. Su Mubai smiled. I knew that without me, you could still clear the level. Qin Lang sighed lightly. Let's not talk yet, just rest up. Su Mubai had no idea how long she had suffered in this place before arriving. It was truly unimaginable. Now still being alive is not easy at all. At this moment, Lu Jiu couldn't help but ask, Qin Lang, who exactly are you? Qin Lang did not answer her but said, you should hurry up and get ready. Things here are not over yet. Yi Zi was filled with confusion. Not over? But didn't you just kill that old ancestor? Qin Lang sighed, you're really naive. If it were cleared, why hasn't the dungeon system popped up a notification? Generally speaking, either the boss is defeated or the dungeon task is completed to count as cleared. But now, there's not even a reward notification, which means the boss is still alive. Yi Zi and the others felt a chill run down their spines. So you mean, the old ancestor is actually still alive? Qin Lang looked down at the teaching building. The old ancestor just failed to refine his body. I only destroyed his Confucian boy technique and ruined his physical form. But I didn't kill him. Su Miao started crying again. How is it not over yet? Does this mean we have to kill all those students? Qin Lang was somewhat speechless, thinking how could she say such harsh words in such a weak tone. Yi Zi asked, Qin Lang, are you saying that among those students below, there might still be the old ancestor's incarnation? Qin Lang added, did I not say before? Everything is fake. The old ancestor I just fought might not even be the real one. The true old ancestor has actually been watching us. Then, he turned to look at the statue of Confucius that had smashed through the old ancestor's head. Isn't that right? Ancestor. Everyone suddenly turned their heads to look. What happened next sent chills down everyone's spine. Chapter 47, Immortal and Indestructible. The already fallen statue of Confucius began to slowly rise up piece by piece. The flesh and mud it smashed down with began to stick back onto it, gradually covering the statue, leaving only the head exposed. Not only that, but many strange objects began to appear behind the statue of Confucius, and even the bodies of the students on the ground began to undergo bizarre transformations, seemingly driven by some kind of terrifying power. What unfolded before their eyes was truly beyond everyone's understanding. Yi Zi and the others dared not move. Only Qin Lang's mind remained clear, staring at it intently. He, how did you know I wasn't dead? The ancestor's voice rang out again, penetrating everyone's eardrums. It had no mouth or vocal cords, as if it was connecting with each person's mind, transmitting its voice. Qin Lang said, your obsession is too deep, lingering in this world for 1,000 years without dissipating. The Confucian child technique is just one of your obsessions, it is not your very life. Breaking your technique doesn't mean I've taken your life. I believe that over these 1,000 years, you must have tried countless times to use the Confucian child technique to revive and become an immortal, but not once have you succeeded. Otherwise, how could you think of using exams to collect sacrifices to control them? Every step you took was perfect, dodging human laws, even the underworld messengers nearly couldn't catch you. As long as the students' obsessions remain, you will remain. As long as we are in this school, we cannot defeat you, and one day we will be eliminated by you. Upon hearing this, Yi couldn't help but tremble and asked, Qin Lang, are you saying that we have no chance of winning? Lu Jiu's face turned even paler. No way, is this the AA level instance? A sense of despair spread among everyone's hearts. The ancestor, taking the form of the divine statue of Confucius, walked step by step towards Qin Lang, coldly saying, you really are clever, you even guessed this? Indeed, I have long been an immortal and indestructible existence. As long as there are people in this world who are obsessed with getting ahead through studying, I will exist. As long as the students in this school continue to work hard, they will ultimately be my pawns. Studying hard to become an official has always been like 1,000 troops crossing a single log bridge. The world only notices the winners who cross the bridge, who cares for those who fall? Just like the students of Donghu High School, coming here to study means their talents are low, and they will never be good enough to enter a top university, and afterward, no one will care. Since no one cares, what harm is there in using them? After a pause, the ancestor proudly said, no matter how powerful you are, you cannot destroy me. I just wanted to play a little game with you, haha. Yi Zi's face turned even whiter. Lu Jiu murmured, immortal and indestructible? What should we do? Everyone's eyes dimmed again as they watched the ancestor approach them, the inexplicable sense of oppression growing stronger. But Qin Lang smiled, I'm not clever, I couldn't come up with so much on my own. The ancestor asked, oh? If that's the case, how could you think of these things? Qin Lang paused for a moment, then said, someone told me. The ancestor was taken aback, stopping in its tracks. Who? Qin Lang said, I don't know, but he is standing right behind you now. It's an old man with a white beard, looks quite old and is pretty tall. The ancestor was startled, then said, are you trying to trick me? Qin Lang shook his head, as you said, I really did see part of the Pango Heavenly Book. After I understood it, I realized my mind became even stranger, I could often hear and see things that were different. I suspected that my mind was broken, and even thought that someone was causing trouble near me. Qin Lang looked at Yi Zi and Lu Jiu. Yi Zi was a bit nervous, do you suspect us? Qin Lang didn't answer, but turned to the ancestor and said, later I understood that all of this was a form of communication with someone. Sometimes, he was even helping me. Perhaps this is the wonderful part of the Pango Heavenly Book you mentioned. Do you want to know what I heard after I met you? The ancestor's tone showed a hint of hesitation. What did you hear? Qin Lang smiled, the old man behind you told me to say that you made a mistake. The ancestor's body began to swell further, growing limbs like arms and legs. The surrounding corpses seemed to be struck by some force, and with a loud bang, they exploded. A long tentacle reached out from the statue of Confucius, sweeping towards Qin Lang and the others. Qin Lang picked up Su Mu Bai and jumped up. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu also suddenly retreated backward. Wang Long stood in front of Lan and bravely blocked the attack, but then his body was ripped in half, screaming in pain as he spewed out a large amount of blood. Only then did Lan have the chance to run out of the ancestor's attack range. Wang Long. Lan called out with heartache. Qin Lang, holding Su Mu Bai, spoke to the ancestor. What, in a hurry? The ancestor's voice was filled with anger and reluctance. What nonsense are you saying? Where did I go wrong? The Confucian boy technique was taught to me by my teacher at his deathbed. Isn't it meant for me to attain immortality this way? You are lying to me. You are lying to me. I know, in the eyes of you ordinary mortals, this method is cruel and inappropriate. But my teacher said, knowing it is impossible but still doing it. Some things, although knowing they are impossible, still have reasons to be done. Where did I go wrong? These are all the teachings my teacher gave me. Qin Lang frowned and shouted, wretched thing. This roar was deafening, sounding as if it were not Qin Lang himself. Su Mu Bai held onto Qin Lang tightly, and her gaze towards him also changed. Qin Lang continued, knowing it is impossible but still doing it does not mean you should ask if it can be done. It means you should ask if it should be done. The ancestor stood dazed, old. Qin Lang continued, is it also knowing it is impossible but still doing it to harm the innocent? If I show you the Confucian boy technique, do you want to learn how to murder innocent students? Don't forget, you are one of them. You remember knowing it is impossible but still doing it, but why do you forget that you shouldn't impose on others what you do not desire for yourself? All the ancestors' movements stopped, and the anomalies around fell silent. Qin Lang lowered his head, becoming silent. Su Mu Bai looked at Qin Lang's face, holding her breath. Suddenly, the ancestor let out a huge wail that echoed through the night sky. Chapter 48, Learning Without Thinking is Wasted. After the ancestor wailed, the changes in his body became even more pronounced. Many indescribable organs and body parts grew from him, looking even more horrifying. Impossible! 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 The ancestor roared as he lunged towards the crowd. None of you will leave alive. All of you will become mine. At this moment, a white light appeared from Qin Lang. When the ancestor saw the white light, he froze again. The white light was blinding, and Qin Lang and the others couldn't see what it was. The ancestor, however, stared at it, his voice trembling little by little. Impossible, impossible. As the white light approached the ancestor, a hand reached out from within and gently placed itself on the head of the Confucius statue it adhered to. Lowering his head, Qin Lang suddenly began to speak to himself. Unfortunately, you can no longer reincarnate, you can only suffer in the underworld. Learning without thinking is wasted, thinking without learning is dangerous. Why can't you grasp this principle? The ancestor's voice suddenly became young again. Teacher, I'm sorry, I'm confused. Another hand extended from the white light and also rested on the ancestor's head. Qin Lang, Insha Lord, you can start now. As soon as he finished speaking, the crying Su Miao hurriedly took out an iron chain and slowly walked towards the ancestor. She swung the iron chain forward, pulling out a young man who had been bowing his head. Woo woo woo, let me think of the spell. Su Miao bit her lower lip and softly said, Insha, bind the soul, living beings stay away. Gates of hell, open. A huge black cave appeared ahead, with ghostly howls coming from inside. The previous black-robed Insha reappeared, standing at the cave's entrance, receiving the trapped ancestor. The black-robed Insha first slightly bowed to the white light, and when the light gradually dissipated, he stared at the young man transformed from the ancestor. Ah, originally one of Confucius' 3,000 disciples, a great future, but instead wants to do these things. The black-robed Insha sighed and then looked at Qin Lang. Thank you, Brother Qin, for your help. He reached into the ancestor's heart and surprisingly pulled out a blood-colored jade tablet. The black-robed Insha said, this blood jade tablet is a treasure given to him by Confucius when he passed away. Over the past 1,000 years, he concentrated much of his essence in it while cultivating the Confucian youth technique. I believe it must be a treasure, so I give it to you as a reward. After saying that, he threw the blood jade tablet to Qin Lang. Qin Lang suddenly raised his head and caught the blood jade tablet. Blood jade tablet. Treasure level, S. Function? S-level treasure? Yi and the others were immediately shocked when they saw the system prompt. They had only heard that S-level items could be dropped in S-level dungeons, but did not expect to see S-level items drop in an AA-level dungeon one day. Moreover, they had never seen a real S-level item before. Now they were envious and jealous of Qin Lang to no end. To actually obtain an S-level item from an AA-level dungeon, what luck and strength is this? Qin Lang looked puzzled. What is this thing for? The black-robed Insha replied, this item certainly has divine powers, but how to use it depends on your fate. Qin Lang held the blood jade tablet, feeling the blood glow on the surface seemed to be slightly pulsating, like a weak heart, alive. Not only that, but Qin Lang suddenly felt that his body was at ease. In the next second, his superpower system also spoke up. Congratulations, host, on leveling up. Superpower system has been fully upgraded. Now the host will not randomly gain new skills every day but will refresh new skills daily. The host has already obtained 3 skills, and can choose one to refresh at midnight every day. For example, in the death countdown skill, if the host does not want to use this skill, they can choose one from options A, B, or C to refresh into a new skill. The host can also choose not to refresh. Not refreshing will grant 100 mental strength as compensation. The host's current mental strength, 1000/1000. Qin Lang raised his eyebrows. He did not expect that taking the blood jade tablet would also bring this benefit. S-level items are indeed useful. Qin Lang held the blood jade tablet and said, alright, then I'll accept this. The black-robed Insha nodded and led the ancestor away. At the moment the gates of hell closed, the dungeon system finally manifested. Donghu High School dungeon completed. Congratulations, players Qin Lang, Su Miao, Yi, Lu Jiu, and LV Xinlan on clearing the dungeon. Dungeon objective, survive for 3 days in Donghu High School. Player Qin Lang actually solo killed the boss on the first day, breaking the record. Evaluation, SSS. Super God Perfect. Rewards are as follows. 1. Player Qin Lang gains 1 million Eerie coins. 2. Obtains item, Despair Virus Potion. Item level, AAA, single use. Greatly enhances human abilities and can self-heal damage, transforming into a super warrior. 3. Obtains item, Assassin's Cloak. Item level, AA. Wearing it makes actions feel like 8 times speed, greatly increasing agility and jumping ability, becoming a true top assassin. 4. Choice Privilege. Player Qin Lang can choose the difficulty of the next dungeon. Qin Lang let out a sigh of relief. Smiling, I thought this time I really struck it rich. 1 million ghost coins, plus what I earned before, is enough to buy Bai Qi the Qin Kuan Jade bottle or the White Dragon reverse scale. As for this dead-end virus and the assassin's cloak, they are also good things. Paired with this blood jade pendant, isn't it bound to take off? Especially with this choice privilege, it's enough to make people envious. This time, clearing the AA level dungeon can be done in a day. If you choose a relatively simpler one, isn't it like drinking water? Guaranteed to win, right? Qin Lang has undoubtedly become the biggest winner. All other players are rewarded with 10,000 ghost coins. Lu Jiu couldn't help but shout, "Damn system! I have my share of hardships, how come I only get this little?" She had over 200,000 ghost coins when she entered this dungeon. After giving Qin Lang 200,000, she thought she could break even upon clearing the dungeon. But what is this? Is this sending a beggar away? Yeezy laughed and said, "Alright, little Lu, we essentially followed Qin Lang and won by lying down. If it weren't for him, who could have thought of a way to deal with this boss ancestor? I'm afraid in the end, everyone would have been killed by this ancestor. Less is less, surviving is the most important." After hearing this, Lu Jiu had no choice but to nod helplessly. LV Shilan quickly stepped forward and said to Qin Lang, "Brother Qin Lang, you are amazing. You have to take care of me from now on." Qin Lang stepped back, "Stay away from me." LV Shilan was stunned. What are you doing?" Qin Lang said, "I saw everything just now. You are the most dangerous one among these people." After hearing this, LV Shilan was momentarily taken aback, then felt a bit wronged. Why do you say that?" "What did I do?" Qin Lang said lightly, "When the ancestor attacked, Wang Long had a chance to survive. It was you who controlled him." At the moment Qin Lang was jumping up with Su Mubai in his arms, he saw Wang Long trying to evade when LV Xinlan formed hand signs, then Wang Long couldn't move and took the hit directly. "I suspect Su Haoren and Wang Long don't genuinely like you, they are under some sort of enchantment or control by you. Now tell me, did Su Haoren really voluntarily go to explore that old house?" As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at LV Xinlan differently. LV Xinlan changed her previously pitiful expression, her face also looked much stern. "You are really smart, really very smart." LV Xinlan smiled and said, "As expected from the man who can clear the AA level dungeon in a day." Qin Lang said, "This is not the time for flattery. A person like you who enjoys killing players for fun must belong to the Wudao Society, right?" As soon as the word Wudao Society came out, Yi Zi and Lu Jiu became tense. LV Xinlan smiled, "Qin Lang, you are too sensitive. I did think about joining the Wudao Society. But I'm still in the assessment." Qin Lang said, "Then that's about it. If you are with them, then don't come to provoke me." Qin Lang still vividly remembers the incident where he almost fell into a trap set by Ling Long and the Wudao Society. He will settle this score sooner or later. If LV Xinlan had just admitted she was with the Wudao Society, Qin Lang wouldn't mind trying out the effects of his new gear and items right now. LV Xinlan shrugged and walked away reluctantly. Qin Lang glanced at Su Mubai in his arms and asked, "Miss Su, how are you?" Su Mubai's tone was a bit weak, then she said, "I'm fine, you can put me down now." After Qin Lang complied, Su Mubai suddenly separated from Chuanren's body, reappearing in front of Qin Lang. Yi Zi and the others were shocked again. Su Mubai, whom Qin Lang referred to, turned out to be a strange being. And she's an A-level strange being. In other words, besides a succubus in his hands, Qin Lang also has a powerful strange being that could instantly kill any of them as a teammate. This is terrifying. Qin Lang could practically be the boss of a dungeon by himself. Su Mubai smiled bitterly at Qin Lang, "Sorry, Qin Lang, this time I didn't help much." Qin Lang smiled and said, "The dungeon system is deliberately trying to weaken you, there's nothing we can do. Next time, I'll choose an easier dungeon so everyone can feel more comfortable." At this moment, Bai Qi's voice echoed. "Big brother, are you foolish? It's precisely because they worried you'd pass this dungeon too easily that they deliberately held this girl back. If you choose an easier one, wouldn't that just make her suffer more?" Qin Lang thought for a moment and agreed. "So does that mean we must choose a harder dungeon next time?" Bai Qi replied, "Otherwise? A more difficult clearance gives richer rewards." Qin Lang sighed, thinking that this time it wouldn't be easy. The East Lake High School dungeon is about to end. The new dungeon will open in 1 hour. Players can decide whether to stay or return to the real world. Qin Lang didn't need to say anything, he would definitely continue to collect ghost coins. After spending 1.2 million in the shop to buy the Qin Kuan Jade bottle, Bai Qi was quite happy for a while, but he didn't mention what it was useful for. "Big brother, the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed, I'll tell you after I get the White Dragon's reverse scale." Bai Qi placed the Qin Kuan Jade bottle in front of the long dragon nose, and all the dragon scales trembled, as if sliding on ice. Qin Lang also began to contemplate what difficulty to choose for the next dungeon. At that moment, Su Miao also approached. "Wah? Qin Lang, can you please take me along? Qin Lang was speechless. You already lay back and won this time, only cosplayed as a ghost once, is that not enough? Why do you always want to follow me? To be honest, Qin Lang thought this crybaby was even worse than Lu Xinlan. 2 dangerous dungeons could win by just crying. Seeing her cowardly demeanor, yet without thinking, she wanted to challenge the dungeon. What exactly is she after? Moreover, until now, she had revealed no details or abilities. Sumubai smiled and hugged Su Miao, saying, Mr. Qin, you weren't in this dungeon, it was Sister Su who helped me all along. She recognized me right from the start and used her ghost identity to secretly assist me, otherwise, I might have been sacrificed by the ancestor long ago. Sister Su does have some skills. Qin Lang sighed lightly, fine. So he continued to team up with Su Miao and headed for the next dungeon together. Qin Lang, take us along too? Lu Jiao and Yi Zi approached, we also want to go to the next dungeon with you. Qin Lang said, why? I'm choosing a harder dungeon for the next challenge. Aren't you afraid of death if you follow me? Lu Jiao replied, who isn't afraid of death in this dungeon? But we barely got any rewards this time, most of the ghost coins have already been given to you. We can't go back empty-handed. We can definitely help, just trust us. Yi Zi added, yeah, you figured it out, we won't harm you. It doesn't matter if it's hard, even if we die, we won't blame you. Qin Lang glanced at the two of them and then said, alright then, you bear the consequences. Having a few more women around would indeed help with his odd illness. But speaking of this odd illness, Qin Lang noticed it seemed to have worsened after reading that ancient book. It was only because there was a woman around him all the time that it didn't show. Could it be that something really was wrong with his head? Qin Lang shook his head and looked closely at the dungeon system again. A-level dungeon is on top, then AAA, followed by Quad A, and finally 5A. Other level dungeons are the same. However, there are new difficulties at 5S dungeons, but it seems no one has challenged them yet. Though Qin Lang was well equipped, he still didn't dare to take risks. Then he said to the dungeon system, for the next dungeon, I want a challenge. AAA level. Received. The AAA level dungeon will soon open, please prepare, players. The only one who felt ignored, Lu Xinlan, looked at them with a cold smile at the corner of her mouth. She took a red card from her pocket. Qin Lang, you think you can shake me off? It's not that easy. A flash of golden light passed by, and Qin Lang and the others completely disappeared from the spot. When Qin Lang opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a big bed. The ancient and elegant room, along with a classical dressing table, made it seem like he had arrived at a filming location for a period drama. Qin Lang was full of confusion. What am I doing here? Chapter 50, The Appearance of the Film Queen. Qin Lang sat up and immediately tried to get out of bed. Cut. A rough, loud voice sounded. A man in a duckbill cap stood up in front, pointing at Qin Lang and angrily shouted, in the script, you've already fainted, how could you wake up by yourself? What kind of actor are you? You have no professionalism at all. Qin Lang looked at him, then glanced around. Cameras, spotlights, and many modern-dressed men and women were everywhere. Were they really filming a period drama? The story of this instance was quite unique. Director Qinshi said to Qin Lang, hey, I'm talking to you, can you hear me? He complained to a skinny man beside him, Li Wei, I gave you so much time to cast, and you found someone like this? Li Wei quickly said, sorry, director, wait a moment, let me talk to him. He came to Qin Lang, brother, according to the script, you should be lying in bed now, waiting for the female lead to come find you. Qin Lang shrugged, since it was such an easy role, he might as well cooperate. It was time for him to take a break anyway. When Qin Lang lay down, he took the opportunity to glance at his clothes. A gray-black long coat, quite characteristic of the Republic of China era. Was it a period drama? Just as his head touched the pillow, Qin Lang noticed a face on the ceiling. That's right, it was a woman's face. The woman seemed to be stuck to the ceiling, constantly winking at Qin Lang. But Qin Lang didn't react at all. It was just bizarre. Just don't disturb me while I sleep. Seeing Qin Lang unfazed, the Eerie woman showed a hint of surprise on her face. As if asking, why aren't you scared? At that moment, the instance systems prompt finally arrived. Instance name, Death Crew. 2 years ago, 5 young bloggers came here for an adventure livestream and mysteriously died. Since then, countless film crews have come here to shoot, but they all encountered supernatural events, and filming never went smoothly, accidents and even murder frequently occurred. This crew also doesn't believe in evil. Can you complete this filming? Pass requirements, help the crew complete the filming. Difficulty, AAA. Immediately, a lot of background information flooded into Qin Lang's mind. He was in a Qing dynasty ancient house with a history of 200 years. It is rumored that a horrifying massacre took place here, and since then, every family living here had terrible endings, making it a well-known haunted house. After the establishment of the country, this place was developed into a scenic area, but supernatural events often occurred, leading local authorities to abandon it. They haven't taken action due to the high costs of demolition. 2 years ago, 5 adventure bloggers came here looking for trouble, claiming to sleep here overnight to prove there were no ghosts. But unexpectedly, all 5 tragically died the next day. At this moment, a woman slowly walked to Qin Lang's side. She exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "Oh my god, A1, what happened to you?" Qin Lang frowned slightly. Is this the female lead? Her acting is really terrible. Qin Lang slightly opened his eyes and found that this female lead was a complete stranger, with a face resembling a social media influencer. To be honest, the ghost face on the ceiling looked much better than her. Suddenly, the female lead shouted to the air beside her, "Ah! There's a ghost! Cut! Cut!" Qinsher couldn't help but shout again, "Mimi, that was too fake, anyone can tell you are acting." Qin Lang laughed, the director was quite right. Mimi pouted, "But aren't we acting?" Qinsher. Then Qinsher could only sigh and tell her the lines, "Listen closely, this scene is when you find your missing companion Alan, and you are very happy. But seeing the strange clothes on him, you begin to suspect something is wrong. At that moment, you find a female ghost sitting by the bed, and you are immediately scared. Got it? You must be natural, understand?" Mimi lifted her overly silicon-enhanced chin. "I understand, you've said it several times. Let's do one more take and then go eat. I'm so hungry." Qinsher had an expression that seemed like he wanted to greet her whole family, but quickly gritted his teeth and said, "Okay." Qin Lang felt bored and opened his eyes. He noticed that the woman's face had moved from the ceiling to the wall across from him. "Ha, still want to come over and play with me?" Qin Lang had dealt with the strange for so long that he clearly felt this female ghost wasn't scary at all. Since lying down filming was too boring, he simply stared at her. The female ghost noticed Qin Lang was really staring at her and suddenly felt a bit flustered. "He can really see me? Then why isn't he afraid of me? Ah, Owen. You're here." Mimi began her exaggerated acting again, this time even stumbling over her lines. Director Qinsher was a bit desperate and sighed helplessly. "What can I do? After all, Mimi is the mistress of the investor. If I fire her, I would be in big trouble too." He looked at the script he had polished with care, his heart bleeding. If only a ghost would come out and kill this annoying woman. Qinsher grumbled in a voice only he could hear. At this moment, after finishing her lines, Mimi looked to the side, preparing to casually scream "Aw" and then go eat. Who would have thought that the female ghost walked out from the wall, staring directly at Qin Lang? Mimi suddenly saw a disheveled woman appear, her eyes bleeding, her face white as paper, and instantly felt her scalp tingle. Ah. Mimi's legs went weak, and a stream of warm liquid sprayed out. "Ghost! There's a ghost! Don't come over! Qinsher's eyes lit up at once. "Good, very good. That's the feeling. Finally captured the effect he wanted." He hurriedly told the cameraman to zoom in, capturing Mimi's facial expressions more closely. Mimi, scared, sat on the ground, shouting to Qinsher and the others, "There's a ghost! There really is a ghost! Come save me!" The crew members were shocked. Her acting is so damn good. No one expected Mimi had such a skill hidden away. The assistant director felt something was off. "Director, this scene isn't in the script, it seems wrong?" Qinsher was extremely excited at this moment. "What do you understand? This is the actor adding to the scene, okay? I think it's great, let her keep acting, don't stop. This Mimi has the aura of a leading actress." Mimi started crying. "Are you all dead? I'm not joking, there really is a ghost." But no matter how much she screamed, everyone thought she was having an acting breakthrough and instead appreciated her terrified expression. The female ghost slowly walked over, but her target wasn't Mimi, it was Qin Lang lying on the bed. Mimi cried, "Help! Don't come over! In the next second, she suddenly felt darkness before her eyes and fainted. At that moment, everyone finally realized something was wrong. Damn! Something's happened. Quick, save her! Chapter 51, I am a ghost, but you are not a human. Everyone was in a flurry as they carried Mimi away. Qinsher stood up, his expression completely blank. Is it really necessary? Was she acting too deeply? Qinsher pulled up the clip from just now and saw Mimi's terrified expression, which was indeed quite real, a completely instinctive reaction. It didn't seem like acting. Qinsher suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Could it be there really is a ghost? Other staff members softly asked, "Director, should we withdraw for now?" Qinsher swallowed hard and said, "What's there to be afraid of? Almost done filming, what's there to be afraid of now? Let's grab something to eat first." He said he wasn't scared, but his steps were the quickest. Everyone hurried to follow him. Now, it left Qin Lang behind. Qin Lang sat up and stretched lazily. So comfortable. Qin Lang patted his head, that was a nice sleep. Can you see me? The female ghost stared at Qin Lang and asked very seriously. Qin Lang nodded, yeah, I can see you, what's the matter? The female ghost suddenly let out a cold laugh and stretched out her long arm to grab Qin Lang. Then go die. A sharp pain surged through. The female ghost found that Qin Lang had fiercely stabbed her in the chest. Ziz. White smoke started to rise. Qin Lang held the black dog blood dagger and shrugged, sorry, but I'm a bit quicker. The female ghost spat out a mouthful of black blood, then said, I just wanted to joke with you, I mean no harm. How could there be someone who isn't afraid of ghosts? Ordinary people would have peed themselves like that Mimi just now. Qin Lang responded, oh, you should have said that earlier. He then tugged the dagger out sharply. Ziz. Another round of white smoke billowed out. The female ghost cried out in pain, ah. Qin Lang looked apologetic, sorry, is it more comfortable when I stab deeper? He then inserted the dagger back in. Ah. The female ghost gritted her teeth, you. Qin Lang said, is it more comfortable when I pull it out? He pulled the dagger out again. The female ghost lost control over her expression, no. Qin Lang asked, you don't want it pulled out? Then fine, I'll stab you again. Put. The female ghost glared at Qin Lang, filled with resentment, I meant, don't stab me again. Qin Lang nodded, got it, when a woman says no, she really means yes. Just wait, I'll stab you a few more times and you'll feel better. Put. After a few stabs, the female ghost shouted, stop. Qin Lang sighed, you say it hurts when I stab in, but then you say no when I pull out. That's why women are so troublesome. The female ghost got angry, you dare to play tricks on me. Her hair instantly stood up, and her body began to float in the air, followed by her opening her mouth wide to pounce at Qin Lang. Qin Lang remained calm and pulled out his demon-slaying sword. The female ghost's eyes suddenly became clear. Ah! The female ghost retreated, seemingly unable to handle the aura from the demon-slaying sword. Qin Lang stroked the sword and asked, what's wrong, not so tough now? The female ghost pressed against the wall, gulping, who are you? Qin Lang smiled, who I am isn't important, what matters is that you're about to have trouble. The female ghost said, I haven't harmed anyone, can't you spare me? Qin Lang carried the demon-slaying sword forward and said, sure, but first you must answer a few questions. The female ghost nodded, okay, I will answer everything, please ask, master. Qin Lang stroked his chin, am I handsome? The female ghost was momentarily stunned. In the next second, she nodded repeatedly, handsome. So handsome. Qin Lang raised his sword and slashed at her. Ah. The female ghost let out a heart-wrenching wail. Why? The female ghost couldn't understand what she said wrong. Qin Lang shook his head, you know too much. The female ghost. Qin Lang said again, I'll give you another chance. Am I handsome? The female ghost shook her head, not handsome. Without hesitation, Qin Lang slashed again. How dare you lie? The female ghost was in despair. Qin Lang asked again, once more, am I handsome? The female ghost covered her already injured body, gritting her teeth, vowing to remain silent. Qin Lang slashed again, not speaking means I'm not handsome. The female ghost was utterly desperate. She wasn't human, but Qin Lang was definitely a real devil. The female ghost cried, Master, please let me go. I won't do it again. Qin Lang held the demon-slaying sword and asked, then tell me, how long have you been a ghost in this old house? The female ghost weakly answered, I don't know, I can't remember when I got here. Qin Lang asked, so you have been obstructing the film crew's shooting? The female ghost shook her head, I just played a little prank just now. Qin Lang, of course, did not believe these words. With not a single piece of useful information, you can die again. The female ghost hurriedly said, no, master, give me another chance. There are many ghosts in this old house, almost every room has one. But the strongest ghost king is hiding in a well. He is very powerful, you must be careful. We are also being controlled by someone, we are very pitiful, sob. After hearing this, Qin Lang said, okay, I understand, then you can die. The female ghost wailed, I have already given you information, why do you still want to kill me? Qin Lang smiled, I just said you didn't give me information, so I was going to get rid of you. When did I say that I would spare you because you gave me information? The female ghost was truly going crazy. This man is truly a devil. Player Qin Lang successfully slayed a B-grade anomaly. Reward, 1000 ghost coins. Ha! Such a weak anomaly, and it is actually B-grade? Qin Lang remembered that B-grade anomalies usually required a group battle to deal with. Is this it? But thinking about it, he just used the black dog blood dagger and the ghost slaying blade. After so many attacks, it indeed turned out to be somewhat capable. Qin Lang walked out of the room, wanting to see where Su Mubai and the others had gone this time. Since there were anomalies everywhere, Su Mubai should be useful now. Qin Lang looked down at his clothes and thought they were really ugly, so he wanted to find a dressing room to change. At that moment, a commotion arose in the courtyard. "What did you say?" Director Qin shouted loudly while holding his phone. "Mimi is dead?" The other staff members looked astonished. Qin put down his phone and looked at the others. Mimi was in the hospital and had an accident. She should be gone. The assistant director asked, "Director, what do we tell Mr. Liu? And another crew is still filming. Should we have them come back?" The female lead is gone, which normally would mean filming has to stop. But Qin gritted his teeth and said, "No. Filming cannot stop. At worst we rewrite the script, just say the female lead died in that scene. Where's the screenwriter? Call him over." At this time, a staff member rushed over, out of breath. "Director! Director! Mimi is back." Chapter 52: A False Alarm. How could a person who was already dead come back? Qin widened his eyes and stared intensely at the staff member. "You must be mistaken?" The staff member said, "No, it's really Mimi. She said she wanted to find you." Qin's legs already trembled. "No way, could it be that she has a grudge against me for always cutting her scenes?" Qin Lang stood silently to the side, watching. Are the ghosts in this instance so bold? Coming out in broad daylight? The assistant director asked, "Director, what should we do? This old house can't really be haunted, right?" Qin kept trembling and then forced himself to calm down. "Everyone, don't panic. We have many people, and there are so many men here, with strong yang energy, and it's daytime. What is there to fear?" As soon as he finished speaking, a woman appeared in front of everyone, head bowed, arms stretched forward, and barefoot, walking slowly. Mimi raised her head. "Director." Her face was covered in bright red blood, her eyes filled with intense resentment. "You made me suffer so much." Ah! A ghost. Qin and the others quickly turned to run. As they passed by Qin Lang, Qin was pulled back by him. "What are you doing? Want to die?" Qin's legs were still trying to run, but Qin Lang was strong and still pulled him back. "Look closely, is she really a ghost?" Everyone stopped and turned around to take a closer look. "Qin, who do you say is a ghost?" Mimi wiped the blood off her face and shouted, "I want to tell my dad to fire you." Qin pointed at her face. You have bled so much." Mimi angrily replied, "I accidentally got the blood from the props team." "How do you manage? You can't even place things properly." Qin raised his phone and asked, "But I just heard, the car taking you to the hospital had an accident." Mimi frowned. "What car accident? I didn't even leave. I was fine when I was lifted into the car, then I just came back. This ancient house is really big. I searched for ages and couldn't find you all." Qin then asked, "So why are you barefoot?" Mimi said, "I just passed through a gap, my high heel got stuck and broke, so I had to come here barefoot." "You're still saying I'm a ghost?" Qin and the others sighed in relief, patting their chests. "Scaring yourself. So it was all just a false alarm." At that moment, Qin Lang suddenly spoke up, "Don't be too happy yet." He asked Mimi, "Then who was going to take you to the hospital?" Mimi frowned. "How would I know? I said we didn't need to go, yet he still drove away." Qin Lang asked again, "Was it one car or two?" "Of course it's one car." Mimi replied impatiently. Qin Lang turned to Qin. "Director, who called you just now?" Qin suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Right. If it was one car that had an accident and someone died, then who called him? The police wouldn't have come this quickly, let alone contact him so fast. Everyone's heart sank again. Qin quickly checked the caller ID. The number was fine, it was from a crew member. But when he called back, all he heard was a burst of hee laughter from the other end. Ah! Qin was so scared he quickly dropped his phone. What is going on? Qin Lang said, "It's obvious, we've already been targeted by the ghosts here. The car accident might be real, it was a ghost that called you." Everyone's legs trembled, they looked like they were about to run away again. "Stop." Qin Lang said, "You guys are filming a horror movie. Don't you know running separately is just what these fierce ghosts want?" Qin asked, What should we do?" He never expected that this temporary male lead stand-in would be so calm. Qin Lang said, "It's simple, call the other crew members back. Then continue filming." Qin's eyes widened. "Continue filming? Shouldn't we be calling the police now?" Qin Lang was speechless. "If you manage to report to the police, wouldn't that make the ghosts here lose face? They want us trapped here. Instead of that, let's just finish filming the movie. The more you're not afraid of it, the more it's afraid of you. Chen swallowed hard. Why should I believe you? Qin Lang chuckled, well, if anyone among you wants to run, feel free. Everyone looked at each other, no one took a step. A small thin guy couldn't take it anymore. No way. I want to leave, I don't want to die with you all. He immediately ran towards the yard. But the moment he stepped out, bang, a stone flew and hit him in the head. Brain matter splattered everywhere, blood flowed like a river. Ah! Mimi was so scared she sat on the ground again. Now no one dared to run away. Qin Lang shrugged, see? This is what happens if you try to run. We're fine now, which means we've followed some kind of rule. Running away is undoubtedly breaking the rules, and that's a dead end. Chen breathed heavily, asking again, so, can we leave once we finish filming? Qin Lang nodded, I think so. He wasn't sure either. But to complete the mission, they had to finish this film. Before that, he had to trick them into finishing it. Mimi started crying, Daddy, Daddy. I don't want to film any movie anymore, I want to go home. Woo woo woo. Qin Lang frowned, asking Chen, this girl is so annoying as the female lead. Can we change her? Chen shook his head, she's already in the previous scenes, changing her now probably won't work. Qin Lang scratched his head, sighed, alright. How many scenes are left to shoot? What about the script? Let me take a look. Also, go do whatever you're supposed to do, aren't we supposed to have lunch? Now Qin Lang had completely become the backbone of these people. The assistant director followed Qin Lang's order and called the other crew members over, while the others started to prepare lunch. Qin Lang picked up the script and began to flip through it. Chen carefully explained, we have completed most of the filming. Only the ending part remains, where the male and female leads encounter the evil spirit, then kneel down and beg the evil spirit for forgiveness, before safely leaving the old house. But in the end, the female lead realizes that this is all a dream, she is actually still in this old house, and then the evil spirit devours her. Qin Lang nodded, not bad, there's a twist. Speaking of which, with real ghosts appearing, can this pass the review in the country? Chen replied, of course, it can't pass the review in the country, but this film isn't meant for domestic audiences. Qin Lang asked, then who is it for? Chen suddenly showed a troubled expression. At that moment, a wail came from the next courtyard. Ah! You all come quick! Chapter 53, The Cannibalistic Ancient House. This cry quickly attracted everyone's attention, and everyone nervously ran over. Qin Lang approached and saw a staff member slumped on the ground, pointing at several insulated boxes, trembling uncontrollably. Look! All the lunches inside the insulated boxes were smashed, spilling out a pile of food that was covered in mold. Even the sealed meat, bread, sandwiches, etc., were all moldy and infested with worms. This scene left everyone present feeling a chill down their spine. Needless to say, the strange happenings in the old house were causing trouble. Chen teeth were chattering as he looked at Qin Lang, what do we do? Just as Qin Lang was about to speak, another group of people rushed over. Qin Lang. Yi Zi and Lu Jiao immediately recognized Qin Lang. The crying Su Miao followed closely behind them. Qin Lang frowned, where's Miss Su? Is she not here again? Qin Lang, I'm here. A sweet-looking girl with a youthful face raised her hand. Qin Lang looked her up and down, have you possessed someone again? Su Mubai smiled wryly, yes, what can I do? My physical body got destroyed a long time ago. After leaving Fengmen village, I can only possess others to exist in human form. Qin Lang patted her shoulder, that's good too, you can experience different lives. Is there anything strange in this old house? Have you encountered anything? Lu Jiao spoke up first, it's more than just an encounter. 3 people from our crew have already died. But we haven't even seen a shadow of the strange happenings. What about you? Qin Lang replied, I just dealt with a B-rank strange, and we've had deaths here too. Yi Zi and Lu Jiao gasped. Killed a B-rank strange? Solo kill? What kind of terrifying combat power is this? But thinking of Qin Lang's performance in the last instance, they felt it wasn't so difficult to understand. Su Mubai asked, what about you, Qin Lang? Qin Lang pointed at the moldy, smelly food and said, these strangeness won't let us eat. Facing the stench of the food, Lu Jiao and the others frowned tightly. Chen quickly said, we didn't expect to have you all here, please use any powers you have to help us. This movie must be completed. Yi Zi frowned, what time is it, and you're still thinking about the movie instead of leaving? Is making a movie more important than your own life? Suddenly, Qin Lang smiled, alright, if they won't let us eat, then they shouldn't expect us to be fine either. After saying that, he walked into a room, closing the door behind him. Qin Lang took out the desperate virus from his storage space and drank it down. Ah, this feeling. Qin Lang felt a strong heat spread throughout his body, as if he had swallowed a mouthful of 50-degree liquor. So good. Qin Lang clearly felt that his body had undergone a transformation from cells to bones. Bai Qi said, "Big brother, this thing is indeed useful. I feel your physique is greatly different than before. You were just a mortal flesh." Qin Lang asked, "Oh, then what about now?" Bai Qi, much more impressive mortal flesh. Qin Lang. Bai Qi said, "That's already pretty good. I think you can at most unleash 2,000ths of my power now. By the way, what's the sudden deal with you?" Qin Lang took out a black dog blood dagger, cut his own palm, and said, "I just want to play with something different." A blood red cut was made, and in the next second, it began to heal at a visible speed. He. Qin Lang laughed and said, "With enhanced physical attributes, immense strength skills, and this super healing speed combined, any kind of play is possible." Outside the room, Chen Shi and others waited anxiously for Qin Lang. Why is there no sound? Could something have happened? This place is too eerie. Bang! A huge noise came from inside the room, as if the wall had collapsed. Qin Lang. Yizi thought something had happened to Qin Lang. But Sumubai reached out to stop her. "No need to go, Qin Lang is fine." Boom! Then there was another loud crash. Qin Lang kicked open the main door and shattered a row of windows with a punch. The scene left everyone dumbfounded. That's too unbelievable, right? Qin Lang then twisted and broke a column in front of the door, weighed it in his hand, and suddenly jabbed it into the nearby wall. The wall instantly cracked into pieces, and dust filled the air. Qin Lang shouted to everyone, "If you won't let us go out, and you're messing with our dinner, do you want to starve us to death? If you don't let us get something to eat, I'll flatten this entire area. If you dare, come out now." After saying that, he raised his fist to smash a wall again. Yizi suddenly shouted, "Qin Lang, wait. Look over there." On a nearby wall, 2 words written in blood appeared. "Stop it." Qin Lang chuckled, "Then let 2 of us go out to buy food and come back." The wall once again showed 2 words written in blood. "Okay." Qin Lang said to Lugio and Yizi, "You 2 go buy it. Everyone else stay put and don't move." At this moment, Qin Lang had undoubtedly become the pillar of the group, and although everyone wanted to go out, they still followed this arrangement. Qin Lang proudly brushed the dust off his hands, thinking this 3-a-dungeon strangeness was nothing much. Ah! This house. Qin Lang turned around and was stunned. The brick wall that had just been smashed and those columns seemed to come to life, automatically returning to their places, and all the holes and cracks that had been made vanished. It was as if all the chaos Qin Lang had just caused had never happened. Bai Qi couldn't help but laugh. "Big brother, it seems those weird things just now were not afraid of you, but were showing you respect. You have some suffering ahead." Qin Lang's mouth curled up. This is getting interesting. Chen Shi was so scared his legs went weak, and he slumped to the ground. Could it be that legend is true? Qin Lang asked, "Legend? What legend?" Chen Shi swallowed hard, as if he hadn't heard Qin Lang speak, muttering to himself, "A man-eating house, the house will eat people." The staff's faces also turned pale. Qin Lang squatted down and patted Chen Shi's face. "Stop muttering, what man-eating house?" The pain brought Chen Shi back to reality. He touched his flushed cheek and said, "There's a legend in this area. That is, this old house is actually alive. And for over 200 years, it has been constantly eating people." Chapter 54, A Movie for Ghosts. Chen Shi trembled as he said, "The first owner of this old house was a scholar from the early Ming dynasty. It is said that he dreamed a strange dream every night, that a woman walked back and forth in the courtyard, continuously spitting water out. Later he invited a Taoist to perform a ritual, and when digging in the courtyard where the woman appeared in his dream, they discovered a female corpse, floating in water. But the corpse looked just like a normal person. The Taoist suggested burning the corpse, but that night, the Taoist and the scholar's family all died. The female corpse has disappeared without a trace. Since then, everyone who has lived in this house has inexplicably died. People say it is the ghost of that female corpse that merges with the house and devours everyone inside." Qin Lang heard this and said, "Is that it? It doesn't sound particularly scary." He had just dealt with a 1,000-year-old ghost in the last scenario. Now, this 100-year-old female ghost didn't seem like a big deal to Qin Lang. But the task to clear this scenario was to complete the film. The challenge lay mainly in protecting the crew members, allowing them to finish the movie without being mysteriously killed before it ended. Chen Shi continued, "I haven't finished. 2 years ago, 5 young people came to do a haunted house livestream, and when they moved in here, someone had a dream about a woman wandering in the yard. So, they dug up the land in the yard like the scholars in the legends, wanting to see what was there. As a result, just like the scholars from 200 years ago, they also dug up a female corpse soaking in water. The corpse, just like the legend says, had not decayed in the water and looked almost exactly like a living person. But the next day, they all died. And they died in a very brutal way. It is said that one person had completely opened up their own stomach, grabbing onto their own insides. And those insides had bite marks on them, as if they had been bitten by something. Su Miao was scared and stepped back 2 paces. Woo-woo. Don't say any more. Qin Lang stroked his chin. Oh? It seems that the key to this old mansion is that corpse soaking in water? Chen Shi nodded. It should be. At this moment, the assistant director could not help but ask, Director, how do you know all this? Wasn't that 5 people's live stream cut off halfway? Qin Lang asked, cut off? How did it cut off? The assistant director said, I also watched that live stream. I was one of the audience that night. The live stream cut off halfway, and there were no parts about dreams or female corpses. I joined this crew out of curiosity. As soon as he finished speaking, the others in the crew said, yeah, I watched that live stream too. There really weren't any segments or scenes as the director mentioned. What a coincidence, you watched it too? Damn, had I known, I wouldn't have come. This place is really spooky. At this moment, Qin Lang and Su Mubai finally understood. These people had one thing in common, they all watched that 5-person livestream. Is there such a coincidence in the world? Qin Lang stared at Chen Shi. Director, where did you see those segments you just mentioned? Chen Shi hesitated, glancing nervously around. Qin Lang said, don't worry, with me here, these eerie things won't dare to act lightly. Chen Shi then cautiously said, actually, a month ago, I received a video. Someone added me as a friend on Feishin, sent the video, and then blocked me. I clicked on the video and found it was actually the second half of that 5-person livestream, which scared me so much that I couldn't sleep well for half a month. Qin Lang asked, then why did you dare to come here to make a movie? Chen Shi's face turned extremely pale, clearly finding this question harder to answer than what he just said. Because that night after I watched the video, I received a phone call. The person on the line told me, I have to come here to make a movie, and then show it to the ghosts. Qin Lang frowned, what? Show the ghosts a movie? Chen Shi said, I don't know what this means either. At first, I thought it was a prank, but the calls just kept coming in, as if they were haunting me. Not only that, I had nightmares every day, and every time I dreamed of this place. I had no choice but to find a way to raise funds, and then I just came here. I had a vague feeling, if I don't finish this movie, I might die. The other crew members looked at each other, all glaring at Chen Shi with resentful eyes. It turned out that because of this guy, they ended up in this situation. Qin Lang rubbed his chin again. There were too many doubts at the moment. First, why did the live stream of those 5 people get interrupted? And generally speaking, the first reaction to such technical issues should be to restore the live stream, right? Why were they continuing to dig up bodies? If there were live stream clips, didn't that mean they didn't realize their live stream had been interrupted? Secondly, who sent that strange video to Qin Shi and kept harassing him? Finally, what does it mean to make a movie for ghosts? Just as Qin Lang was about to continue asking, a phone suddenly rang. Chen Shi hurriedly answered it. Hello? It's me. The other side said something, and Chen Shi was so scared that he stood up straight. What did you say? Chen Shi quickly looked around, are you sure? Qin Lang asked, what's going on? Chen Shi swallowed hard, just now the police called, saying they found our cruise car was in an accident. There were 2 bodies inside, one male and one female. And according to the ID carried by the corpse, one of them is Mimi. As soon as this was said, all the crew members instantly felt a chill run down their spines, shivers creeping in. Where's Mimi? Everyone started looking around. The female lead, Mimi, who had just been with them, suddenly disappeared. Could it be that they had just been with a female ghost? Chen Shi trembled continuously, as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. Qin Lang said, don't be afraid, sit down and wait for dinner. He then said to Su Mubai, Miss Su, please go and have a look. Su Mubai nodded and then got up to walk outside. Ah! After taking just 2 steps, Su Mubai saw a figure standing at the gate of the yard. It was Mimi. Chen Shi and the others quickly stepped back several paces. The assistant director accidentally called out, Mimi? Mimi turned slowly towards them, her back to the crowd. Then, an unforgettable scene appeared before everyone's eyes. Chapter 55 Restart. Mimi turned her body, her skin already peeled away, exposing 2 eyeballs, white teeth, and blood-red facial muscles in the air. Not only that, her neck, chest, abdomen, and lower body were all without any clothes or skin. The bloody muscles and organs, along with bones, looked extremely frightening and disgusting. She had no skin on the front, resembling one of those human models from medical schools. Ugh! Some staff members saw this and immediately vomited all over the ground. More people felt a cold shiver throughout their bodies, tightly covering their eyes, daring not to look again. Qin Lang was not afraid, he even said, wow, this is the legendary exposed bones, right? Chen Shi and the others were speechless. At this moment, was there still time for jokes? But in fact, Qin Lang had already sensed something was wrong. Suddenly, he glanced back at Su Miao behind him. This crybaby would cry at any ghost story, so why was she so quiet at this moment? Qin Lang glanced at Su Miao again and found she was actually smiling. Qin Lang, be careful! Su Mubai shouted, pulling Qin Lang's attention back. Nini reached out her hand, running toward everyone with a cheerful smile. Ha ha ha, continue filming, did I make it into my shot? Su Mubai extended her right hand and slashed it across Nini's neck. Nini's head and body immediately separated, and Su Mubai reached back and directly took out Nini's heart, crushing it with a little force. Nini suddenly carbonized, with cracks appearing all over her body, turning into a pile of powder scattered by the wind. Su Mubai said, poor thing, poor thing. Qin Lang said, it seems the strangeness in this ancient house can't stand being lonely any longer. It will probably be very lively at night. Shen Shi became very desperate, why we were fine before during the filming. Qin Lang asked, someone among you must have broken the rules. Rules? Qin Lang said, the strange can harm people both actively and passively. If nothing happened to you before, it means the strangeness of the old house does not actively harm people. Now that they are making such a fuss, it can only prove that someone among you violated the rules and touched their reverse scales. As soon as he said this, everyone in the crew exchanged glances, carefully recalling if they had done anything inappropriate. Shen Shi asked, Master, will we die? This was also the concern of others. Qin Lang said, maybe, but I also hope the movie can be completed. So those who don't want to die should do as I say. Shan Shi nodded vigorously. At this moment, Lu Jiao and Yi Zi, who went out to buy food, returned. They carried 2 full boxes of lunch and began distributing them after placing them on the ground. However, after what had just happened, many people lost their appetites and ate as if it was wax, crying while eating. Qin Lang enjoyed his meal and shared everything that had just occurred with Yi Zi and the others. Ha! There's such a thing? Yi Zi exclaimed, no wonder this is a AAA level instance, even the strangeness here is so peculiar. Lu Jiao said, showing a movie to ghosts? How does that work? Qin Lang shook his head, I've only heard of singing operas for ghosts. Wasn't there a tradition in the countryside? Inviting an opera troupe to perform for an entire night in the ancestral hall to make the ancestors happy. Lu Jiao interjected, I understand, maybe the strangeness here is also like that, wanting to film the movie first and then screen it in this old house. As long as you fulfill their wish, everything will be fine. Qin Lang replied, but I still feel this matter is not that simple. Yi Zi asked, why? Qin Lang took a sip of cola and said, think about it, the legend of the old house eating people has existed for over 200 years. In other words, even if there is something strange, it must have gained a history of over 100 years. Did they know what a movie was back then? Why would they have an obsession with watching movies? Even if they kept up with the times and knew about movies, it wouldn't lead them to feel satisfied just by watching one, right? Others also deeply agreed. Qin Lang continued, besides, the strangeness here is quite extraordinary. That Mimi earlier disguised herself as a human and mingled among us, I didn't even realize she was strange. Even when she was standing in front of me, I didn't notice anything unusual until she turned around. So the strangeness in this instance is very different from before. Su Mubai said, Qin Lang, you can leave this matter to me. The moment that Mimi appeared, I knew she and I were of the same kind. So I think I can distinguish who is a real person and who is strange. Qin Lang smiled and glanced at Su Mubai. Then he said, there also exists some rule of killing here, as long as you break it, they will act without hesitation. One known rule is, anyone who leaves here without permission will undoubtedly die. Including that staff member from the beginning, as well as Mimi and the person who took her to the hospital, all died for this reason. Su Miao then asked with a whimper, so what are we going to do tonight? We can't sleep in this yard, can we? What if this is the yard where the female corpse is buried? Yi Zi and Lu Jiao also felt uneasy and couldn't help but glance at the ground. Qin Lang scratched his head and said, this is indeed a problem. Although I don't have to worry, the people in this crew are too easy to be killed one by one. But without them, this movie cannot be completed. Suddenly, Qin Lang thought of something. He called Shen Shi over. Director, how long will it take to finish filming the remaining scenes? Shen Shi shook his head, I think we won't be able to shoot it anymore. The male and female leads are dead, how can we do this? Qin Lang asked in confusion, when did the male lead die? Yi Zi replied, didn't I just say 3 of them died on our side? One of them is the male lead. Qin Lang rubbed his forehead and asked again, what if we change the script and shoot it again? Shen Shi shook his head once more, there's not enough time. If we reshoot, it will take at least half a month, and I fear the longer it takes, the more unforeseen problems will arise. Qin Lang said, what I mean is to change the script. We don't need a lengthy 2-hour movie, just something around half an hour will work, right? We can also find actors locally. That's definitely possible, right? Counting the actors, lighting, and you as the director, how many people do we need in a crew at minimum? Qin thought for a moment and replied, I estimate, at least 10 people. Qin Lang said, great. We only have 5 people here, so you need to choose 4 from those other people. These 10 people will be the new crew, we will all sleep in one room tonight. Qin was stunned and asked again, what about the remaining 20-something people? Qin Lang replied nonchalantly, they can just die. What? Chapter 56, Cold-Blooded. Yi Zi was shocked. Qin Lang, do you mean to abandon them? Qin Lang nodded, that's right, that's exactly what I mean. Lu Jiu objected, no, that's too cold-blooded. This is not the way to clear the dungeon. Qin Lang asked, then tell me, what is the way to clear a dungeon? Lu Jiu replied seriously, of course, it is to do everything possible to complete the dungeon mission while minimizing sacrifices. Because the humans appearing in the dungeon truly exist. Empathize, if you were in their shoes, would you want to be abandoned? Qin looked at them in surprise, dungeon, you guys? Yi Zi said, you probably can't understand, we're not from the same dimension or world. Your place has already been designed as a horror dungeon, and we are players trying to clear it. After hearing this, Qin's expression froze, seemingly unable to process it, or perhaps his brain had crashed. Qin Lang stroked his chin and said, so that's how it is, the dungeon system connects stories from different eras and worlds, sending us here to complete a so-called mission. The system, or rather, a group of people, are watching us. Lu Jiu nodded, that's right. Qin Lang, you will eventually return to the real world. If your life were chosen to be a dungeon, becoming an NPC in someone else's eyes, how would you feel? Would you want to be abandoned? Qin Lang smiled, humph, of course I wouldn't. I would choose to kill those players and become the biggest boss in that dungeon. I have always believed that my fate is in my own hands, not dictated by fate. Lu Jiu, unable to resist, exclaimed, crazy. In any case, I oppose your idea. Yi Zi nodded, I oppose it too. Qin Lang said, doesn't matter, I don't intend to gain your understanding anyway. He looked at Su Mubai, I believe Miss Su will definitely stand by my side. Su Mubai nodded, yes, whatever Qin Lang says, I will do. Lu Jiu then turned to Su Miao. Su Miao covered her face and said, what, don't look at me, I don't know. Qin Lang said, I'm not asking for your opinions, nor will I decide whether to do this based on a vote. I'm just notifying you. Since 10 people are enough to finish a movie, the rest are just extras. Protecting them will divert extra energy and easily allow the strange attacks in the ancient house to succeed. If you insist on being overly compassionate, then that's up to you. Lu Jiu got up in anger and directly walked out. Yi Zi sighed and followed. They both knew they were no match for Qin Lang. But they also did not agree with Qin Lang's methods and could only protest this way. Qin Lang didn't care. He never intended for these 2 women to follow him. In a 3-level dungeon, he never thought of a happy ending, no matter how much he drank, that thought would never cross his mind. Qin Lang looked at Qin and said again, now 2 have left, so you need to find 2 more. In short, gather enough team members to finish the movie. Qin nodded, his voice trembling, okay. After the others left, Qin Lang asked Su Mubai, do I seem too cold-blooded? Su Mubai smiled, Qin Lang, do what you think is right. Qin Lang also smiled. Soon, the people were split into 2 groups. One side was a 10-person team made up of Qin Lang, Su Mubai, Su Miao, and Qin, along with 6 crew members. The other side included Yi Zi, Lu Jiu, and the remaining 22 crew members. It was around 5 in the afternoon, and the sun was almost setting. With the groups reshuffled, Qin Lang needed to think about rewriting the script. Qin Lang asked, did the person forcing you to make the movie have any requirements for the film? Qin swallowed hard and said, I remember him saying it must be related to the follow-up of those 5 people from the old house. In other words, their adventure livestream was the first part, and the movie we're making is their sequel. Qin Lang said, by the way, you always say you've watched the follow-up live streams of those 5 people. Can you show me what happened to them afterward? Qin hesitated, are you sure you want to see it? Everyone else who has watched it, besides me, is dead now. It turned out that Qin had watched it with other friends before, and they had all experienced accidents after being scared. That was why Qin obediently followed what the mysterious person said, working hard to secure funding to finish the movie. Right now, Qin Lang was the only trustworthy ally Qin had seen. If something happened to him, would he really die in this old house's strange grasp? Qin Lang yawned, you don't have to worry about this. Just open it. Qin had no choice but to comply. He took out his laptop and opened one of the videos. On the screen, 3 men and 2 women were excitedly chattering at the camera. A boy with a buzz cut earnestly said, you may not believe it, but the 5 of us just had the exact same dream at the same time. We all dreamed of a woman appearing in the courtyard outside. It was really exactly the same. God, this curse of the old house can't be real, right? I'll say it again, this is not a drill, this is not for show. Another girl with long hair said, so we now plan to do what the legend says, dig up the ground in the courtyard to see if there's really something there. Another girl with short hair stared at the screen, seemingly seeing some kind of comment. She said, aren't you afraid of disturbing the ghosts here? Ha ha, we're not disturbing, we're just greeting them. She pulled out her phone and said, and look, our phone signal is still full. This means that if anything happens, we can still call for help. And everyone watching us, if there are really ghosts, then we are all witnesses together. The boy with the buzz cut said, if there are really ghosts, I will definitely make Nobel Resurrect to give me an award. The 5 young people burst into laughter. Qin Lang pressed pause and asked, this video, only you and your friends have seen it? It's not the live broadcast at that time? Shenshur shook his head, no. The live broadcast was stopped when they fell asleep. The next news we got was the report of the 5 of them dying horribly. So this video of them waking up from the dream in the middle of the night is definitely exclusive. Qin Lang said, that's interesting, they just acted like they didn't realize the live stream was cut off, and there were comments interacting with them. Is a ghost accompanying them for the live stream? Chapter 57, Conflicts Erupt. As soon as Qin Lang's words fell, Shenshur and the crew couldn't help but shiver. The ghost actually interacted with these 5 people? Ghosts playing with humans? Qin Lang smiled, it seems that the weirdness of this old house is quite interesting. He pressed the play button and continued watching. The 5 people in the livestream took out tools and began to dig, really planning to excavate the yard. Shenshur had already seen the video and knew what would happen next, yet at this moment, he trembled in fear and turned away, not daring to look. Look quickly. In the video, the short-haired woman exclaimed with excitement, there really is something. The crew-cut man and 2 other boys said, wow, it's gold. But in Qin Lang's eyes, what they dug out was not gold at all. In the excavated ground, there was a lot of standing water, and a pale female corpse was lying inside. Yet the 5 people seemed oblivious, continuing to talk about gold buried underground. We're rich. We're rich. Oh my god, do we need to report this to the authorities? Is it really gold? Let's take it out and check, don't let it float up in the water. At that moment, the female corpse opened her eyes. The next second, the video ended. Su Miao screamed again, wah. Qin Lang looked at Shenshur, is that all? Shenshur nodded, trembling, yes. I wanted to delete it after watching. But the next day after I deleted it, this video appeared on my desktop. I suspected I got a virus, and I've replaced my computer several times, but this video keeps showing up. Qin Lang laughed, so this Eerie thing can also act like a hacker, knowing how to mess with your computer. You don't have any study materials on your computer, right? When you were facing the island teacher that night, couldn't they see you too? Shenshur looked speechless, he truly couldn't understand why Qin Lang would make such a joke at this time. Qin Lang clapped his hands and said, since that's the case, let's start thinking about the script. Since we're going to film the story of these 5 people, let's confirm the cast. The director, assistant director, and I can play the 3 male roles. And the 2 females, Miss Su and Su Miao, can just come. At this moment, Shenshur asked again, but what about the ghost? Who will play the ghost in this old house? Qin Lang smiled, no need to specially cast someone to play the ghost. He looked around and said, aren't there ghosts everywhere in this place? Shenshur and the assistant director were shocked. Does that mean we don't need someone to act as a ghost, and we really let a ghost appear? Qin Lang nodded, that's exactly what I mean. Since this movie is meant for ghosts to see, why not let a ghost appear? Shenshur's hands trembled, and he couldn't help but ask, is there any other way? Qin Lang replied, what do you think? Shenshur looked utterly hopeless. He then asked, after we film the movie, can we leave? Qin Lang said, I don't know. If it weren't for completing the task, he wouldn't have the energy to deal with this. A glimmer of despair flashed in Shenshur and the assistant director's eyes. One of the staff members couldn't help but sat down on the ground, tearfully saying, then are we doomed? If we film, it's death, and if we don't film, it's also death. What's the difference? Qin Lang shot him a cold glance, of course there's a difference. If you don't film, you'll die right now. The man bit his lip and said, you dare. If I go out, I'll call the police. Qin Lang laughed coldly, if you can get out, feel free to call the police. We'll see if the police die with you at that time. And do you really think I would give you that chance? The man looked at Qin Lang's face, filled with murderous intent, and immediately shut his mouth. On the other side, Lu Jiao and Yi Zi gathered together, surrounded by anxious crew members. Lu Jiao said, everyone don't be afraid, we will protect you. Although we may not be as skilled as Qin Lang, we are still not afraid compared to ordinary ghosts. A strong man asked, then hurry up and take us away. I don't want to stay in this haunted place at all. Others echoed in agreement. Yeezy patiently said, everyone, please calm down. I understand your feelings. But now it's almost evening, and acting rashly could lead to problems. And as you all saw, anyone who tries to leave easily will die. The big man continued, but the problem is, staying here isn't a solution either. And according to what you said, we can't act at night, so we can during the day? Mimi died during the day, didn't she? Lugio became a bit impatient. Then tell me, what do you want to do? The big man snorted, I think you all have quite a bit of ability, so of course we should think of a way to break out now and see if we can find a way out. Only then can we escape. As soon as he said this, it immediately garnered agreement from the other crew members. After all, it wasn't them charging into battle and facing the evil spirits, they might actually find a way to survive. Lugio was furious, I gathered all of you to protect you, but you treat me as cannon fodder, right? The big man spread his hands, you all promised to protect us. If you're too scared, just say it. Why put on a big show? Lugio was about to explode with anger. How could these people be so ungrateful? Another long-haired woman took out her phone, everyone stop arguing. In my opinion, this is very simple, we just need to call the police. The police have strong yang energy, maybe they aren't afraid of these ghosts. If they come, we can follow them out, right? Others nodded in agreement. Yeezy hurriedly said, no, we absolutely can't call the police. Doing this will only anger those evil spirits. The fact that we're still alive means we aren't breaking their rules. Calling the police now would just complicate things, and even if the police could come in, we can't go out with them. The long-haired woman snorted, is what you say final? We don't have any food left, and we will have to sleep soon at night. Are we supposed to know there are ghosts and still sleep in a haunted house? Since our phones still have signal and we can call, why can't we try calling the police? Do we just sit here and wait for death? The big man agreed, exactly, I support calling the police. And we can also send a message to family and friends or post online to let everyone know what's happening here. There's strength in numbers, I refuse to believe that the ghosts in this ancient house are that powerful. Lugio and Yeezy exchanged helpless glances. At that moment, they heard strange footsteps from the neighboring courtyard. Tap. 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 Chapter 58, An Unsettling Night. The people in the courtyard felt chills run down their spines, their hair standing on end. What is that noise? The big man tightened his grip on his phone, is it the director coming? Just a moment ago, everyone was eating together in one courtyard. After parting ways, Qin Lang went to the courtyard on the east, while the rest of them went to the slightly larger courtyard on the west. All the equipment and props were placed in the middle courtyard, in other words, the two groups of people were only separated by one courtyard. And the footsteps were coming from the east, from the courtyard where Qin Lang and the others were. More than 20 pairs of eyes stared intently at the semicircular archway of the courtyard but could not see any shadows. But the tap-tap footsteps still echoed in the air, coming closer, then farther, then farther, then closer. Yeezy and Lugio immediately took out their weapons, alert, no! This sound is clearly unusual, everyone don't move rashly. But the big man shouted, a ghost is coming, everyone run. With that shout, more than 20 people immediately ran toward the more western courtyard's house. Yeezy panicked, everyone, don't run around. This will easily make you a target. Lugio was already feeling a bit drained, why are these people always so disobedient? Strangely, after most of the people had run, the tap-tap footsteps suddenly stopped. Yeezy hurriedly chased after them, everyone come back quickly. There are no ghosts, don't get separated. After much effort, they managed to bring back a good number of people. Upon counting, we found that one person was missing. It was the long-haired girl who said she would call the police. Lugio frowned, oh no. It looks like we've really offended those ghosts. Woo, save me. The voice of the long-haired girl suddenly came from a room in the next yard. Yeezy, Lugio immediately ran over. In the dim room, the long-haired girl said, I twisted my ankle, I can't move, woo, it's so dark here, I can't see anything, someone come save me. A big man and another tall skinny man ran over and immediately said to Yeezy, you go take a look. Lugio glared at him in dissatisfaction. At this moment, the long-haired girl cried out even more sorrowfully, why aren't you four coming yet? Lugio had no choice, gripping her magic staff, said, I'll go take a look. Yeezy grabbed her, did you not hear what she said? Little Lu, she is no longer human. Lugio realized, right, she just said she couldn't see, so how does she know there are four of us here? A chill swept through their entire bodies from bottom to top. Let's go back and talk. Based on her sense of fear, Yeezy sharply realized this situation was beyond her ability to handle. The ghost in this house was definitely not something she could deal with. After retreating, Lugio placed her hands on her hips and said to the others, now do you understand? It was right not to let you run around and call the police. The big man stubbornly replied, you say whatever you want? If we had called the police earlier, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Besides, you keep saying you'll protect us, but now one person is already missing. Aren't you ashamed? Lu Jiu got angry. Are you sick or what? Damn it, the king of hell can't save a dead ghost. If you insist on courting death, what can I do? Am I giving you face or what? If we follow Qin Lang's idea, you should just fend for yourselves. We are still willing to stay with you. Shouldn't you be grateful? The big man said, we should be grateful if you protect us properly. With the situation now, what should we be grateful for? Lu Jiu, furious, rolled up her sleeves and was about to take action. Yi Zi quickly stopped her. Alright, little Lu, now is not the time for infighting. We never had much confidence dealing with these ghosts, and fighting is useless. A clenched fist can't kill anyone, let alone in a situation where we're not united? Lu Jiu glared fiercely at that person, then pointed with her finger. Yi Zi stood up again and said, everyone, I know you are all scared and tense right now. When we first faced all kinds of strange things and ghosts, we felt the same. But this is useless, we still have to rely on ourselves to get through this. Qin Lang and the director are thinking of ways to shoot a new movie. Maybe when the movie is finished, we can get out. Before that, let's unite, shall we? Her words were heartfelt and quite infectious, even that big man fell silent for a moment. Seeing that she had stirred their emotions, Yi Zi was very pleased and continued, in that case, let's decide the order of shifts and rotations for the night. We currently have 24 people, we can form teams of 4, switching every hour, 6 hours for one rotation. Everyone will endure a bit tonight in this yard, and come daytime, you can go help Qin Lang and the others with the movie. Little Lu and I will find a few suitable rooms and get rid of the weirdness inside, so everyone can sleep well tomorrow night. Lu Jiu looked at Yi Zi with approval. It must be said, this was an excellent plan. But the big man spoke up again, nonsense. We're unarmed and don't know how to catch ghosts. If we encounter a ghost during our shift, we would be eaten even if we called for help. Besides, why should we work during the day while you don't have to? Are you planning to use us as shields tonight, and then sneak away during the day? Are you going to help us find a place to sleep and comfort the children? As soon as these words were said, the people present began to murmur among themselves. Yi Zi earnestly said, everyone, I absolutely do not mean that. You believe me, you can't get out, and neither can we. Since I chose to be with you, I won't abandon you. A big man stood up and pointed at her, but you just clearly saw someone in danger and did nothing. The tall, thin man echoed, exactly. Just now, when you heard a cry for help, you said she's not human and just left. Why should we trust you? Yi Zi was dumbfounded. She still tried to explain, it's nighttime, and we have little chance against ghosts, everyone, please understand. The big man said, understand what? We absolutely do not accept your plan. We need to figure out a way out ourselves. Isn't that right, everyone? Others chimed in, yes. Let's get out first. Lu Jiu was furious, fine, you all go. If I told you what to do, I wouldn't be human. At this moment, from the direction where the long-haired woman had called for help, a rotting hand suddenly stretched out, slowly crawling towards them. Chapter 59, The Man in the Pink Cloak. The crowd remained angry, expressing their distrust of Yi Zi and Lu Jiu intensely. Just then, someone suddenly screamed loudly. Ah! Let go of me, let go of me. A girl saw a pair of rotting hands grabbing her feet and immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. As others saw this scene, they quickly scrambled away, the crowd dispersing in an instant. Yi Zi took out her white paper fan and rushed over. Paper blowing snow. A few thin paper sheets flew out, striking the rotten hand like blades. Hiss, hiss, hiss. That pair of rotting hands turned into a wisp of blue smoke and disappeared. Yi Zi breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the girl. Miss, are you okay? What were you thinking? Why didn't you act sooner? You nearly scared me to death. The girl pushed Yi Zi away forcefully. That's right. Why weren't you more careful? We chose to stay because we believed in you. Could you have been quicker just now? You made me trip. The people around began to accuse Yi Zi as well. This left Yi Zi utterly confused. She had just saved someone, why was she being scolded? Do good people deserve to be threatened with a gun? Lu Jiu couldn't take it anymore. Are you all done? If you want to die, just go die. No wonder Qin Lang says it would be better if you all just died. You're asking for trouble, let's all just die together. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an immediate strong reaction from the crowd. What did you say? Did that Qin Lang say for us to die? So cold-blooded, you're just like him. I don't care, you're responsible for us. If even one of us dies, it's all your fault. They began to slowly encircle Yi Zi and Lu Jiu. Yi Zi quickly pulled Lu Jiu and urged her to leave. Don't run. Seeing this, those people chased after them. Lu Jiu was furious, honestly. These people are so ungrateful, let me just kill them. Yi Zi said, don't speak such foolishness. Killing innocent people will ultimately harm us. Sigh, maybe Qin Lang is really right. Lu Jiu fell silent. If they followed Qin Lang's advice and let these people fend for themselves, wouldn't there be so much less trouble? Sometimes, people are scarier than ghosts. After Yi Zi sighed, she quickened her pace. Suddenly, Yi Zi exclaimed, wait. Lu Jiu asked, what's wrong? Yi Zi said, we're clearly running towards Qin Lang's direction. Why haven't we gotten there yet? Lu Jiu also realized this and couldn't help but stand still, trembling. They were only one small courtyard away from Qin Lang's place. But they had just passed by 2 or 3 courtyards, why hadn't they arrived yet? Yi Zi glanced around, we have already been targeted by the ghosts in this old mansion. Lu Jiu lifted her magic staff, beginning to keep watch around them. They are here. Those from the crew chased after them. The encirclement is about to close in again. Yi Zi shouted, everyone, calm down. We are being targeted by ghosts. Don't come any closer, or you'll be in trouble too. The large man shouted, do you think we still believe you? Hurry and take us out. Lu Jiu gripped the demon-slaying staff and lunged at the large man's face. Thud. The large man's face was punctured by Lu Jiu, creating a huge bloody hole. Yi Zi exclaimed in shock, Xiao Lu, what are you doing? Lu Jiu shouted, they are not human. Look. As the words fell, Yi Zi finally noticed that these people's eyes were different from those of normal people. Black, very black. Their pupils were pitch black, devoid of any light, as if their eyes had been scooped out. The man with the punctured face actually grabbed Lu Jiu's hand tightly. He. A chilling laughter echoed from all directions, shaking Yi Zi and Lu Jiu's bodies to their cores. The crew members began to reach out their hands and assault Yi Zi and the others. Awah! Several people opened their bloody mouths and lunged forward. Yi Zi quickly waved a paper fan, flicking it again to turn it into blades shooting out. But even with half their heads sliced off, those people still moved effortlessly. Oh no! It was Yi Zi's first time encountering such a situation. Xiao Lu, run! Lu Jiu cursed as he fought, damn! Can't kill them! They won't die at all. Where to run? These people are just like zombies. Zombies die if their heads are gone, but they seem to have no weakness. Suddenly, a pink figure flashed out. Swish, swish, swish. Several silver blades of light appeared. The closest few mutated people to Lu Jiu and Yi Zi disintegrated into dozens of pieces. I didn't expect this place to be so big. A man in a pink cloak stood before Lu Jiu and Yi Zi. I didn't expect to find 2 little beauties here. The man was tall and imposing, exuding an air of casual elegance that concealed great power. He wore a hat, the edge of which was somewhat rough, giving him a bit of a heroic vibe. Lu Jiu and Yi Zi stared blankly. Why, you are. The man chuckled, pulling out a pink hairband to tie up his jet-black long hair. You can call me Qin Lang. Don't worry, little beauties, you are safe now. He raised a curved blade, its edge shimmering coldly, darting like a pink lightning toward the mutated people. Lu Jiu and Yi Zi stood frozen, watching in amazement as those weird creatures were eliminated one by Qin Lang. It was their first time witnessing such powerful swordsmanship. In less than 2 minutes, Qin Lang had turned those mutated beings into a pile of minced flesh. He shook the blood off his blade and smiled at Lu Jiu and Yi Zi. Little beauties, it's all good now. Lu Jiu was drawn in by his handsome appearance and formidable skills, stepping forward to bow. Thank you. Are you a player too? Qin Lang laughed. Yes, but I sleep during the day and only come out at night to hunt ghosts. I didn't expect to run into you. Yi Zi exclaimed, you can sleep so much in a 3A dungeon? Aren't we supposed to use the day to collect clues and progress the plot? Qin Lang burst out laughing. I'm just here to kill ghosts. I don't care about plot or tasks at all. As soon as he finished speaking, heavy footsteps emerged from the old house, as if some hulking creature were about to come out. There was a glimmer of excitement in Qin Lang's eyes. Looks like something big is coming. Little beauties, step back. Yi Zi then noticed that Qin Lang had 3 knives at his waist, each varying in size. Treating my toys so violently. A blue-faced fierce ghost in clothing from the Ming and Qing dynasties stepped out of the old house, its lips absent and fangs bared. You should die too. Blue-faced zombie. Weird level, B. Lu Jiu hurriedly said, Qin Lang. This B-level weirdness. Let's deal with it together. Qin Lang waved his hand and then pulled out a knife in each hand. B-class Eerie? Then I'll use dual knives to show my respect. Chapter 60, Let Me Chop Once. The green-faced zombie drooled from its fangs and chuckled, "It seems you are quite tasty." Qin Lang curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. "Do I need to say that? Too bad you can't eat me." The green-faced zombie let out a furious roar and sucked in mightily. A fierce wind swirled around, and Lu Jiao and Yi Zi staggered, nearly unable to stand. But Qin Lang was as steady as a mountain, his expression calm as still water. The scattered meat on the ground was also sucked into the mouth of the green-faced zombie. In the next second, the green-faced zombie had grown significantly larger. Qin Lang, who was about its height, could barely reach its belly now. Hee, delicious, delicious. The green-faced zombie wiped its mouth. "Next, it's your turn." Qin Lang laughed, "Now that you're full, it's time for you to leave." The green-faced zombie was furious and reached out its massive hand to slap down. Qin Lang's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already stepped on the back of the zombie's hand, leaping into the air, slicing down at the zombie's face with both knives. This ghostly speed startled the green-faced zombie. It tried to block with its other huge hand and smashed down with force. But Qin Lang vanished a second time. Before the green-faced zombie could react, it felt a dizzying spin, as if the entire world was upside down. It wasn't the world that turned, but its head that had been chopped off and fell to the ground. The green-faced zombie tried to understand everything, while Qin Lang had already appeared before him. Qin Lang looked quite relaxed, the dual knives dripping green blood. Lu Jiao and Yi Zi swallowed hard, murmuring, "So fast." They were amazed at the size of the green-faced zombie, but by the time they snapped back, they saw Qin Lang pass through the zombie's neck. The zombie's blood didn't even have time to splatter, and Qin Lang's pink cloak had already swept past, followed by him landing gracefully after a flip. Everything happened in an instant. They were more bewildered than the green-faced zombie. How could a knife be this fast? The green-faced zombie roared, "You." Before it could finish, Qin Lang's knives moved again. Swish, 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 swish. Qin Lang's knives were as swift as lightning, slicing the green-faced zombie into fine pieces. "Ha!" Qin Lang laughed happily and slammed down his curved knife to the ground. A powerful wave of sword wind rose, wrapping around the zombie's fragments and body, charging forward. Bang, bang, bang. The green-faced zombie's body exploded in several places, crashing backward. Qin Lang flicked the blood off his knives, swiftly sheathed them, and confidently turned around. Killing a ghost in a 3A dungeon feels so good. Player Qin Lang successfully killed B-Class Eerie. Reward, 1,200 Eerie coins. Qin Lang smiled, now I have money for drinks. He suddenly found a silver wine flask in his hand. Ah, the best drink is after killing ghosts. Qin Lang took a sip of the strong liquor and said contentedly. Then the surroundings began to shift, and Lu Jiao and Yi Zi realized they had never left that courtyard, but had fallen into a ghostly loop, spinning in circles. Lu Jiao stepped forward, smiling, "Thank you, brother Qin Lang. If it weren't for you, Yi Zi and I would have been done for." Qin Lang smiled, "It's nothing, you are safe now, and I gain joy, no one owes anyone." Lu Jiao felt like spring breeze. "Qin Lang, I wish we had met you sooner. This time, it's all thanks to you for clearing the level." Qin Lang said, "Are you all in a hurry to clear the level? Then we can go look for the strongest one." Lu Jiao readily agreed. But Yi Zi said, "Lu, shouldn't we discuss this with Qin Lang? After all, it's a 3A dungeon, what if there are other traps?" Lu Jiao pouted, "What to talk about with that cold-blooded guy? He would probably sell us out." Qin Lang asked, "Oh? Who else besides you players?" Lu Jiao nodded, "Of course, just a talented but unethical bastard. His name is Qin Lang, and he can take on B-level anomalies alone, but his character is far worse than yours." Hearing that Qin Lang can also tackle B-level anomalies alone, Qin Lang's gaze changed. "Really? I'd love to meet him." Yi Zi pointed to the courtyard next door, "He's right there." On Qin Lang's side, he was just finishing the script. That's how we'll shoot it. Director, is half an hour of content enough? Chen Shi looked at the script written by Qin Lang, marveling, "Awesome. This story is fantastic. I think it's perfect." Qin Lang smiled, thinking that the people in this world had actually never seen Grave Encounter, The Grudge, The Conjuring. Qin Lang. Miss Lu and the others are back. Sumubai pulled Qin Lang, and they brought someone. Qin Lang turned around and saw Lu Jiao, Yi Zi, and the most eye-catching Qin Lang. Qin Lang also noticed Qin Lang, and their gazes met, both feeling a strong pressure. Qin Lang thought, this guy in the pink cloak is a master. But it's none of my business. Not knowing if it was from reading the heavenly book or having an evil god and succubus inside him for too long, Qin Lang felt a sense of detachment from ordinary humans. Up to now, besides himself, he didn't even trust other humans. Lu Jiao proudly pointed at Qin Lang. "Qin Lang, let me introduce you. This is our savior, his name is..." "I'm not interested in knowing." Qin Lang asked, "Why are there only a few of you? What about the others in the crew?" Yizi showed a troubled expression and said, they seem to have been controlled by the ghosts in the ancient house and started attacking us. Lu Jiu continued, thanks to brother Qin Lang, he saved us and defeated the B-level anomaly all by himself. Qin Lang smiled, it was just a casual thing. Qin Lang looked at Lu Jiu and joked, so, did you find out that being a babysitter for a group of people isn't fun? Lu Jiu's face turned a bit awkward, you're wrong. If brother Qin Lang had appeared earlier, maybe those anomalies wouldn't have happened. Qin Lang couldn't help but interrupt her, saying to Qin Lang, you are Qin Lang, nice to meet you. Qin Lang nodded, Lu Jiu felt a bit dissatisfied, why was this Qin Lang so arrogant, feeling unfair seeing someone even more capable? Qin Lang stepped forward and asked, I heard you can also take on B-level anomalies, what weapon do you use? Can I take a look? Qin Lang replied, I'm not interested in chatting about this. If you don't want to help, just leave. Qin Lang smiled. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold. Qin Lang stared at Su Mubai, one hand already reaching for his knife handle, you're a strange entity? Su Mubai asked, what's wrong? Qin Lang excitedly said, an A-level anomaly. Can I slash at you? Chapter 61, 30% and 70%. Su Mubai's face changed. Qin Lang had already begun to draw his knife. Boom! A powerful aura radiated from Qin Lang, sending everyone close to him crashing to the ground. Qin Lang sheathed his knife, you don't want me to make a move? Qin Lang said nothing but motioned for Su Mubai to come closer. Su Mubai swallowed hard, approaching Qin Lang like a scared little rabbit. Actually, just now, Qin Lang hadn't made a move at all. It was Bai Qi who did it. Qin Lang pulled his consciousness back inside him. Bai Qi, what are you doing? Qin Lang looked around but couldn't find Bai Qi's figure. Big brother, over here. A familiar, weathered voice rang out. Qin Lang turned around, stunned by the scene before him. Bai Qi at this moment had transformed into a black dragon, coiling around the Qian Kuan jade bottle. But the Qian Kuan jade bottle, which could still be held up with both hands when bought, now stood tall at several meters, making Bai Qi cling tightly to it. Qin Lang asked, what were you so angry about just now? Bai Qi opened his dragon mouth, isn't Su Mubai your woman? That pretty boy was about to hurt her, I couldn't just watch my sister-in-law get hurt, right? Qin Lang chuckled, you don't have that much initiative, huh? What was the reason? Bai Qi said, when I was still immortal, I had a daughter. Su Mubai looks a bit like her, so I softened for a moment. Qin Lang chuckled, so the infamous butcher Bai Qi has a daughter? Then your wife must be quite pitiful. Bai Qi's eyes revealed a hint of sadness, yeah, that's right. Qin Lang shook his head, it seems I can't pursue Miss Su anymore. You see her as a daughter, and me as an older brother, wouldn't that be chaotic if I got together with her? Bai Qi laughed, what's wrong with that? We each have our own views. I call you brother, you call me father. Get lost. Qin Lang asked again, what do you think of this Qin Lang? Bai Qi sneered, if I could return to my peak, a mere mortal like him would be no threat. But unfortunately, you're not strong enough now, you only have a 70% chance. Qin Lang frowned, why only 70%? Bai Qi replied, 70% is his. Right now you might have a 30% chance, but luck also plays a part. Qin Lang was speechless, so I shouldn't clash with him? That would be too frustrating. Bai Qi said, don't worry, I can sense he isn't someone who enjoys killing. I just used the dark god's aura to shock him. This Qin Lang, no matter how strong he is still immortal, he seems calm now, but he's already panicking inside. He won't make a move against you for a while, at least not to kill. Qin Lang asked, how can you tell he doesn't like killing? Bai Qi laughed again, brother, don't I know what a real killer is like? Qin Lang thought about it and agreed. After all, Bai Qi was a butcher who had killed over 1 million people. He could identify a killer at a glance. Qin Lang waved his hand, got it, you can play with this bottle by yourself. Bai Qi continued, brother, you still need to be careful. Though that Qin Lang is just a mortal, physically and in swordsmanship, he is already nearly perfect. The moment you show killing intent, he can take you down. Do not provoke him. Qin Lang did not respond and walked away. When he returned to his main body, just as Bai Qi had said, that instant had made Qin Lang silent for a long time, he had no intention of drawing his sword again, and his killing aura had lessened a bit. But Qin Lang's gaze on Qin Lang held a hint of excitement. Interesting, really interesting. Yizi spoke up, Qin Lang, though Miss Su is strange, she isn't bad. Besides, she's been with Qin Lang all along, let's not ruin the peace. Qin Lang stroked his chin, so there's such a technique? I'll try it next time. Su Mubai nervously glanced at him. Qin Lang licked his lips again, but it's rare to encounter an A-level anomaly, not drawing my sword feels a bit unreasonable. Qin Lang, can I exchange a few moves with her? Qin Lang answered decisively, if you love drawing swords and cutting things, you can go to New Oriental, why are you causing a ruckus here? Qin Lang chuckled, if you say it like that, then it shouldn't be said like that. I just want to spar with her. He began to draw his sword again. Qin Lang was also ready to take out the ghost-slaying blade. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Woo woo woo. Su Miao suddenly started crying loudly, so scary, so scary. Qin Lang was taken aback and turned to look at Su Miao. Meow meow? Qin Lang and the others were astonished. They knew each other? Su Miao shrank in the corner and said, woo woo woo, so scary, don't come near. Qin Lang stood there, surprised for once. But soon, he regained his usual cold demeanor. I see. Since Meow Meow is crying, I won't joke around anymore. He sat down and reached out to Qin Lang. I apologize for what happened just now. Qin Lang frowned and ignored him. What was the relationship between Su Miao and Qin Lang? Who were they? But no matter what, with two experts like Qin Lang and Qin Lang around, everyone felt a bit more secure. At least they didn't have to worry about another anomaly colliding with them. Qin Lang glanced at the time and found it was already 9:30. There were still 2.5 hours until midnight. At that time, one could only refresh their skills. He glanced up at the sky. Qin Lang was lying on the eaves of a house, his face hidden under a straw hat, the pink cloak covering his whole body like a blanket, as if he were asleep. Truly carefree and wild. Qin Lang felt that this Qin Lang could attract even Bai Qi's attention, proving he was not an ordinary character. At this distance, even if he used time pause, it would be hard to launch a sneak attack successfully. He hoped to obtain a skill, not to defeat him, but at least to balance the situation. A 30% chance of winning was too low. Perhaps feeling a bit restless and then bored, Qin Lang called for Qinsher to take a look at the previous script. While rummaging, Qinsher asked, Master Qin, didn't we just write a new script? Why do we need to look at the old one? Qin Lang said, the fact that your previous script was filmed so smoothly shows that the story pleased the ghosts in the old house. If something went wrong later, could it be because something in it displeased them? Qinsher got a bit nervous and hurriedly pulled out a script. Qin Lang picked it up and started flipping through it. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on the second page. Could it be? Qin Lang looked at Su Mubai and asked, Miss Su, you were on another set during the day, can you tell me who died and when? Su Mubai nodded, I remember everything, wait a moment, I'll write it down for you. The first to die was the actor playing the male lead. At this moment, Qin Lang, who was sleeping on the roof, lifted his straw hat with his finger and glanced at Qin Lang. After Su Mubai finished speaking, Qin Lang frowned. So that's it. Chapter 62, Waves. Qin Lang said, if the ghosts in this old house kill according to this pattern, then it's going to be interesting. Su Mubai asked, Qin Lang, what did you discover? Qin Lang pointed to the original script, look, the current order of deaths matches the order of appearances in the script, doesn't it? As soon as he said this, the others hurried over. Indeed, the current order of deaths was exactly as Qin Lang had said, following the order of the characters' appearances in the script. Qinsher swallowed hard, why would the ghosts here do this? Qin Lang replied, isn't it simple? All of you have watched that live broadcast, the ghosts here want to rekindle old ties with you. The faces of Qinsher and the others changed, rekindle old ties? What does that mean? Qin Lang coldly said, the people in the same crew have all seen that live broadcast, and they could still get together to film. Is there such a coincidence in the world? Qinsher, you probably haven't told me the whole truth, right? Qinsher felt a chill down his back, then said, I. Qin Lang continued, you don't have to answer me now, most of what you say in this situation would be lies anyway. Anyway, starting tomorrow, you'll also be one of the actors. Whether you want to live or die, it's up to you. After finishing, he turned and lay down on the ground, closing his eyes to rest. Qinsher and the other crew members looked at each other, their faces filled with guilt. Clearly, they must have done something unethical before and were afraid to speak it aloud. The assistant director looked at Qinsher, director, it shouldn't be related to that matter, right? Qinsher swallowed again, don't say random things. Let me think, I need to figure out how to explain it to Master Qin. Another staff member said, director, if it really doesn't work, just tell the truth? Those people are dead, why are we still keeping that secret? Qinsher gritted his teeth, those people weren't killed by ghosts. Didn't you hear what Lu Jiu said? Those people were controlled by ghosts, the one who killed them was that man with a knife and sword. Others looked at each other, each heavy with thoughts. The night watch duty was given to Su Mubai, who didn't need to sleep, while the others gathered around a campfire and fell asleep in the yard. Lu Jiu glanced at Qin Lang lying on the roof and asked Yi, isn't brother Qin Lang cold? Moreover, sleeping in that place is easy to be targeted by the ghosts in the old house, right? Yi smiled, how long have you known him? You're already so concerned about him. Once this dungeon is over, team up with him. Lu Jiu slapped her lightly, what are you talking about? Don't jinx things like that, okay? I think relying on brother Qin Lang is much better than relying on that Qin Lang. At least he has some humanity. Yeezy glanced at the sleeping Qin Lang and shook her head. I don't think so. Qin Lang might be a bit more reliable than Qin Lang. Lu Jiao asked in confusion, how do you figure? Yeezy replied, Qin Lang is not thinking about clearing the game, he is looking forward to battling stronger strange beings. If you follow him, you'll just encounter more formidable enemies. But Qin Lang really helped us clear a 2A level dungeon. Lu Jiao said defiantly, but I just don't like him acting like the whole world owes him something. In terms of strength, brother Qin Lang is stronger, right? Yeezy smiled helplessly, her gaze resting on Qin Lang. At this moment, Qin Lang went to find Bai Qi again. Bai Qi seemed to particularly enjoy coiling around the Qiankuan jade bottle and was still sticking to it. Qin Lang asked, you don't have any special preferences, do you? Bai Qi opened his eyes, his dragon whiskers started to tremble. Brother, what are you doing here at night? Qin Lang stretched and said, I want to ask you a few things. What is the Pango Heavenly Book? Bai Qi laughed, did you just think to ask me about this? Qin Lang said, I've always wanted to ask, just didn't have the time. After I saw those so-called heavenly books in Fengmen village, those words felt like they were carved into my mind. I can't forget them no matter what. That old ancestor from Donghu High School said I had seen the Pango Heavenly Book and even summoned Confucius. But every time, I don't know how it works to summon it, it just works mysteriously. Can you explain to me what this is all about? Bai Qi chuckled, if I could directly use the Pango Heavenly Book, would I still need to rely on you, brother? Qin Lang was speechless, you know you are relying on me. Bai Qi said, the Pango Heavenly Book is only named after Pango, we still don't know who actually wrote it. I heard about the power of this heavenly book when I was in the underworld, it can summon deities from all directions and communicate with the myriad worlds. But very few people can interpret the heavenly book, only a specific type of person can do it. Qin Lang asked, what kind of person? Bai Qi stared at him, that would be Pai Shu. Qin Lang looked confused, air? What air, angry air? Fire air? Balloon air? Bai Qi said, not that kind of air, it's the twisting air from above and beneath. Specifically, this Pai Shu is quite elusive. But it's said that only a select few are capable of using the heavenly book. Not all who possess it can even dream of using it. Brother, you are considered a special case, enjoy this fortune. This is a great opportunity given to you by the heavens. Qin Lang chuckled, do you want this opportunity for yourself? Will being this Pai Shu attract a lot of attention? Bai Qi nodded, once the Pango Heavenly Book is used again, it will be easily targeted. After all, such a treasure in the world, many people want its power. As someone who can summon evil gods with the Heavenly Book, you will definitely be seen as a prize target by those who recognize its value. At that time, you can only pray that the other person isn't as powerful as that Qin Lang. Moreover, with so many extraordinary beings around you now, it's likely that the ones who stick around won't be good people. Qin Lang waved his hand, stop cursing me. He seemed to think of something and planned to ask Bai Qi again, but after looking at his current state, he thought better of it. Once his consciousness returned to his body, Qin Lang looked at the time, there were still 10 minutes until midnight. Qin Lang changed his position and lay down, gazing at the starry sky lost in thought. What will I ultimately gain from constantly traversing these copies while carrying the secret of the heavenly book? An innocent man suffers for possessing something precious, it seems that nothing good will happen next, right? Ding! Midnight has arrived. Skill refresh has begun. Please choose the skill you want to refresh. Chapter 63, You Didn't Speak the Truth. Finally, it has come. Qin Lang chose to refresh the death countdown skill. At first, he used this skill to cling to a powerful ally. Now he is the strongest ally, useless to keep. Death countdown skill has been refreshed. Please choose a new skill. A damage reflection. Reflects 50% of the damage inflicted by enemies. Consumes 100 mental power per second. B. Danger perception. Detects the environment within 5 meters, identifying potential dangers, allowing early warning of threats. Consumes 20 mental power per second. C. Super defense. Immunizes against damage from the first 3 attacks when fighting the same enemy, later attacks cause only 30% damage. Each use consumes 100 mental power, cooldown, 120 seconds. Wow, these are all quite useful. This is indeed an upgraded system. Qin Lang felt these skills would come in handy during the battle with Qin Lang. For some reason, Qin Lang thought he would eventually have to fight the delicate-looking figure in a pink cloak. It seems A and C are the best choices. But Qin Lang hesitated while choosing. Strange, I came here to clear the copy, not to fight this Qin Lang. Why do I care about him? And it seems like with that crybaby Su Miao around, Qin Lang won't easily make a move. Qin Lang chose B. Then, Qin Lang activated Danger Perception to see what was hidden in this ancient house. Qin Lang closed his eyes but found that he did not fall into darkness. Instead, he could still see some things clearly. The surroundings were so clear at this moment that Qin Lang could even feel every gust of wind. Many small red dots had already appeared. The walls, door frames, abandoned wells, and several floor tiles in the adjacent courtyard were all glowing red, clearly warning that there was a setup inside. Wow, there are quite a few of them. If I stepped in easily, who knows how much trouble I would face. It's truly impossible to guard against. Qin Lang was puzzled. What rules govern the ghosts killing and injuring people in this ancient house? The script might be one of the factors, but the previous 5 people who died, like the live broadcast crew, did not have a script. If the rules are unknown, ordinary people like Chen Shi will keep dying, and this movie likely won't be completed, making it impossible for me to clear the level. The boss of this copy is very clever. For now, it is only sending out B-level or lower anomalies to set various traps. It is not aiming for strong players like me but targeting ordinary people like Chen Shi. The goal is to stop the movie from being fully completed. As long as it continues to hide, letting the movie remain unfinished, I can't clear the level, and it has the battlefield advantage. Thinking about this made Qin Lang's head begin to ache. First of all, the condition to clear the level is to finish the movie. What defines this movie? If it is the movie that Chen Shi originally wanted to shoot, then since I have changed the script, does the new story still count? If it doesn't count, then all my previous efforts would be in vain. Secondly, aside from us players in this ancient house, ordinary people outside would die, yet it seems those wanting to enter are unaffected. Looking at it from another angle, I could keep inviting people in, expanding the forces to complete the movie. But wouldn't this turn into a war of attrition? Indeed, a 3A copy is not easy to clear. Qin Lang thought for a long time and unknowingly went through a whole night. When Qin Lang woke up again, he was greeted by the aroma of food. Sitting up, he saw everyone gathered together eating noodles. Qin Lang, you're awake. Sumubai handed him a bowl of noodles. This is for you. If it's not enough, there's more. Qin Lang took the noodles and asked, where did this come from? The bowl of noodles clearly looked like something from outside. Someone had obviously gone out. Sumubai said that Qin Lang went out to buy it. He's gone to search the old house again, saying he wants to try out some new strange things. Qin Lang didn't say anything, starting to eat the noodles hungrily. Lu Jiu sneered from the side, sure enough, we still have to wait for brother Qin Lang to act. If you keep leading the team, we might end up starving in the morning. You're eating so well, make sure to thank brother Qin Lang when he comes back. Yi Zi frowned, little Lu. Qin Lang ignored her. Talking to that kind of woman was just wasting his breath. Chen Shi walked over, looking anxious. Master Qin, I thought about it last night. We actually hid something. If I tell you, will you still help us? Qin Lang did not directly answer but asked, do you think you have another choice? Just say it, I don't have time for riddles. Chen Shi swallowed hard, then said, actually, those 5 people who came here for the live broadcast used to work in our company. He and the entire crew were from the same film company, and the 5 young people who came to live stream were contracted hosts from the new media department next door. In other words, they were all acquaintances. Qin Lang nodded, go on. As expected, it was not that simple. Chen Shi continued, actually, the entire exploration live stream of the old house to the film shooting was a project planned by our company. The boss originally planned to have those 5 hosts come here to do live streaming for promotion to boost their fame. And then buy several marketing accounts to say how scary and strange this place is. Once the popularity and various rumors built up, we could come here to shoot a movie, and it would definitely sell well. Qin Lang drank up the soup and asked Sumubai for another bowl. At the same time, his mind was quickly processing this information. Everything connected, it all made sense now. No wonder everyone in the crew had seen the live stream. It was all colleagues and work-related. Qin Lang asked again, so many legends about the old house are actually fake? Chen Shi nodded, yes, things like a 200-year-old house, a scholar meeting a female ghost, houses that eat people, etc. These are just gimmicks. But the incident of digging up an incorruptible female corpse is true, you saw it during the live stream. Qin Lang waved his hand, take it a bit slower. Don't try to confuse my thoughts. The highest form of lies in the world is mixing true words with false ones or reversing the order of facts. Chen Shi was experienced in filmmaking, he was too familiar with this trick, and Qin Lang didn't want to be influenced by him. You guys' company deliberately created the rumors about the old house being haunted, then wanted to take advantage of it to make a profit. And then unexpectedly, the 5 people who came to livestream really died. And then? Chen Shi continued, then the company paused the project. Unexpectedly, 2 years later, just a while ago, I received the second half of that live broadcast recording, and it was ordered by the ghosts here to be made into a movie. You know the rest. Master Qin, everything I'm saying now is the truth. Qin Lang thought for a moment and shook his head. No, you are still lying to me. Chen Shi's face turned as pale as paper. Master Qin, I swear, I really didn't. Qin Lang said, you just said that because 5 hosts died, your company boss paused the project? But your boss originally wanted to make a big deal out of it to gather material for the movie, right? If people really die, that would benefit his plan and project. Why stop it? Because dead people don't make money? I don't believe a capitalist would be so easy to negotiate with. Moreover, now that something's happened to you, your company has restarted the project? Just for your safety? I believe your boss is bad. But I really don't believe he is a fool. You must be hiding something, right? Chen Shi's forehead dripped with sweat, and he couldn't help but glance back at the assistant director behind him. The assistant director and others only exchanged a look with him, then quickly lowered their heads to continue eating noodles. At this moment, Yeezy spoke, Director Chen, if you have any troubles, just say them. Even if you're carrying a huge secret, is it more important than your lives? If you don't speak, how can we help you? This gentle voice did indeed relax Chen Shi. He wiped his sweat and said, Master Qin, Miss Yi. I didn't mean to hide anything, it's just that there are some things I truly don't dare to say. You all must be immortals from heaven, each with your own powers, surely you can guarantee our safety, and after the matter is completed, you will each have your paths. But I need to continue living here, if I casually say something, I could be finished, please try to understand me. However, since Miss Yi has just said that, I know I can't hide it from you any longer. After Chen Shi babbled through his thoughts, he took a sip of water and said, Actually, as Master Qin said, after those 5 people died, the boss really had to shoot a movie. Qin Lang took a bite of noodles and then said to Chen Shi, extend your hand. Chen Shi was confused but extended his hand in front of Qin Lang. Qin Lang took out a black bloody dagger and quickly made a cut on his hand. Ah! Chen Shi cried out in pain, covering his wound and shouting, Master Qin, what are you doing? Lu Jiao also asked, Qin Lang, why are you randomly using a knife? Isn't this bullying? After witnessing how Qin Lang acted bravely to save his life, Lu Jiao was thoroughly displeased with Qin Lang's actions. Qin Lang remained calm and said to Chen Shi, I don't like this slow, gradual questioning. If I have to pressure you to say a little, isn't this wasting everyone's time? I've already given you a whole night to think. If you still won't talk to me properly, then you just need to learn a lesson. Lu Jiao then said, but can't you use another method? Must you hurt others like this? What's the difference between your behavior and the anomalies? Qin Lang shot her a glance and said to Su Mubai, Miss Su, is there any way to make her shut up? Su Mubai's eyes turned cold, and with a slight effort, the temperature around them dropped several degrees. Su Miao was so scared that he covered his eyes, whoa, so frightening. Lu Jiao was genuinely panicking this time. She struggled against B-grade anomalies, let alone A-grade Su Mubai. Lu Jiao worriedly said, you all better not mess around. Otherwise, when Brother Qin Lang comes back, he definitely won't let you go. Yi Zi hurriedly said, everyone calm down. This is not the time for infighting. Qin Lang, do what you want, we won't say anything. Then she shot a glare at Lu Jiao. Su Mubai, at this moment, looked at Qin Lang. Qin Lang said, next time that B*TCH speaks, Miss Su, just go and pull out her tongue. Su Mubai nodded, okay. Chen Shi then began to tremble and started narrating again. This time, he spoke of an even more bizarre story. After the 5-person live streaming team was wiped out, the company planned to hurry and produce a movie based on this. Of course, to succeed in passing the review, the movie couldn't show ghosts or monsters but needed to change it to a serial killer mixing in with the 5 people, who eventually gets caught and shot by the police. The filming went very smoothly and was completed in less than a month. However, during the film's test screening, strange things began to occur. First, the office storing the master tape mysteriously caught fire, killing several employees who were working overtime. Then, during editing, the editor inexplicably killed 2 colleagues while working late at night. He jumped off the building to commit suicide as well. The boss, seeing things getting out of control, invited a Taoist priest to perform rituals. The Taoist said the master tape carried heavy resentment. The 5 who died tragically hated the company for making jokes about their deaths and refused to help them get justice, which caused so many lives to be lost. The boss had no choice but to hire a private detective, and through connections, had the police investigate their cases, even holding a grand ceremony to appease the souls of the 5. The boss said he would send the master tape to the Taoist temple for veneration, and indeed it was quiet for a while after that. But on the boss's birthday, he shockingly took a knife and killed his entire family, creating a sensational massacre. He also committed suicide. When the new boss came in, he demanded that no one mention the ancient house again, erasing all the project's records completely. Chen Shi and the others could still stay, relying solely on their good relationship with the new boss. That's all. Chen Shi looked nervously at Qin Lang, I swear I didn't miss anything. Qin Lang twisted the black dog blood dagger in his hand, his mind racing. After hearing this, Yeezy said, so it seems, the curse of the ancient house really exists. But if the resentment of those 5 caused all this, why, 2 years later, do they still want you to film again? Could it be that someone has provoked their souls again? Sumubai also said, strange revenge is often very strong. Generally, they would quickly eliminate all enemies. And if everyone who had contact with the master tape and project is going to die, how come Director Chen, you are fine? Chenshire waved his hand, I don't know. I really don't know this. I've said all I know. This time Qin Lang didn't respond immediately. Instead, he said to Sumubai, strangeness sometimes won't immediately take revenge on enemies. For example, Miss Su, didn't you also wait before taking revenge on Sun Yangzi? Mentioning Sun Yangzi, Sumubai couldn't help but think of the thing at Fengmen village, and her emotions began to get complicated. But soon, Sumubai understood the reason for Qin Lang's words. Qin Lang wasn't trying to tear open his own scars, he was simply thinking of the key issue. Qin Lang. Are you saying someone is controlling those strangeness? Chapter 65, The Underground Chamber. Qin Lang nodded, those 5 live streamers must have been controlled by something. Otherwise, they wouldn't behave so strangely. The biggest suspect is the female corpse they dug up. That female corpse may have found a way to control those 5 to take revenge on the crew and the company. Then forced the crew to return to the old place. The question is, what does she want? With all this trouble, there must be a purpose, right? There was silence again at the scene. Lu Jiu said, why think so much? Let's just dig out that female corpse and destroy it. No matter what strangeness it is, as long as we take action, everything will be fine with brother Qin Lang here. Qin Lang glanced at her, thinking there could hardly be a woman more foolish than her. Once this ancient house is damaged, it can repair itself. Is moving a female corpse really that difficult? Can you please use your brain a little? Lu Jiu, you. Yeezy said, alright, now is not the time to argue. In my opinion, we should wait for Qin Lang to return. He went to search for the strange thing, right? Maybe he will have new discoveries. Lu Jiu crossed her arms and said, yeah, maybe brother Qin Lang found the boss and killed it with one stroke. We would pass directly. She then looked at Qin Lang, this time let you enjoy the feeling of lying down and winning. Qin Lang said, yeah, you do like lying down and winning, and you enjoy being saved. As soon as these words came out, Lu Jiu's ears turned red. She had also been saved by Qin Lang before. During the last dungeon, she also lay down and won alongside him. Just now, those words seemed really inappropriate. At that moment, the pink figure appeared again. Qin Lang shook his head and said, I'm so exhausted, this manor is truly vast. Lu Jiu hurried forward, brother Qin Lang, how is it? Did you discover anything? Qin Lang smiled bitterly, nothing, I haven't found a single anomaly. They all seem to be hiding. Qin Lang heard this and quietly activated his danger perception. There were still many red dots all around. Clearly, the anomalies and traps were still present, but since Qin Lang said he found nothing, it seemed they chose to conceal themselves. I just don't know what will happen when everything erupts at once. Qin Lang thought for a moment and said to Chenshire, are you full? Then let's get to work. Let's try to finish shooting the movie early and see if the anomalies in this ancient mansion are satisfactory. Chenshire nodded eagerly and immediately arranged for the remaining people to prepare. Qin Lang knew he wouldn't need to appear in the next scene, so he also began to stand up and walk toward the ancient mansion. Sumubai wanted to go over, but Qin Lang asked her to stay behind and supervise the movie's completion. Qin Lang saw Qin Lang preparing to explore and immediately suggested, hey, take me with you? I've walked through here once in the morning, so I'm familiar with the way. Qin Lang coldly replied, I'm not interested in teaming up. Qin Lang laughed, so cold and aloof? I'm just being kind. Qin Lang said, I don't need kindness. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Lang turned and walked deeper into the old house. Lu Jiu said disdainfully, what the heck? Putting on a show. Brother Qin Lang's good intentions are treated as insincerity by him. Sumubai turned and said, watch your words. Otherwise, I might just do as Qin Lang suggested and pull out your tongue. Lu Jiu clenched his fists, about to erupt, but was directly stopped by Yeezy, alright. Yeezy glanced at Qin Lang's back, feeling a vague sense of unease in her heart. Qin Lang entered a room and found the furnishings to be antique and quite clean. This place hasn't been visited in years, yet it's still this clean, haha, what are you pretending for? Qin Lang spoke to the empty room, trying to scare me? If you have the guts, come out and talk. Only the air responded to him. Qin Lang said, if you're not coming out, fine, but you better hide quickly. He immediately activated his danger perception. Under the bed, there was a hidden compartment, the red light most vivid and bright. Looks like I hit the jackpot. Qin Lang smiled, then picked up the ghost-slaying blade and chopped the bed open. When the hidden compartment appeared, Qin Lang inserted the blade into the floor tiles gaps, intending to pry it open with force. With his current strength and the ghost-slaying blade's power, this little task was effortless. Bang! The hidden compartment was opened. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Several black poisonous snakes shot out from under the floor tiles, directly biting into Qin Lang's arm. He. The base of the snakes was surprisingly connected to a beautiful woman's head, with those snakes growing from her eyes. If an ordinary person suddenly saw this scene, they'd probably be scared to death. Qin Lang directly swung his blade and cut off the snake's body, then stepped on the beautiful woman's head. Is that all? The expression of the beautiful woman's head became a bit flustered, yet she still showed a fierce look, constantly growling like a beast. Behind the beautiful woman's head was a pitch-black cave. Get out. The snake-eyed beautiful woman gritted her teeth and said. Qin Lang glanced at the snakes still biting his arm and said, "Do these snakes still have poison? What a pity, I'm not afraid of these." After injecting the dead-end virus, this little injury and the toxins were simply nothing. Qin Lang directly pulled off the snake's head, then stomped hard and crushed the snake-eyed beautiful woman's head. Player Qin Lang has exterminated a sea-level anomaly. Reward, 500 anomaly coins. Qin Lang looked around again, saying, "There must be good stuff down here, right? If you don't stop me, I will definitely go in." Only sending one sea-level anomaly to guard the door? Isn't that underestimating me? The surroundings were still very quiet, but Qin Lang could feel a faint cold wind blowing in, cool against his body. Qin Lang smiled and took out a useless straw spectre left in Fengmen village, transforming it into his own likeness before tossing it down. 5 minutes later, the straw spectre signaled back from below, indicating that it was temporarily safe. Qin Lang immediately turned and jumped down. Ding! His foot landed on a step, and after steadying himself, air currents blew toward him from both sides. It shouldn't be like this. In a closed space, how could there be air movement? No wonder the straw spectre didn't suffocate. Based on the direction and size of the air currents, Qin Lang deduced that the underground chamber was quite large. Suddenly, a somewhat terrifying thought popped into his mind. Could it be that everything above the old house is a facade and a setup? Could the real horror be below the ancient house? Tat tat tat. A sound of footsteps came from behind him. Qin Lang raised the ghost-slaying blade in his hand and said, "Don't try to scare me. Otherwise, you will find that I am the real devil." Chapter 66, The Woman in the Background. The footsteps grew closer, and Qin Lang prepared for battle. But nothing happened, it seemed like just a gust of wind passed by. Tat tat tat. Another set of footsteps passed. Qin Lang's danger sense detected no threats. How strange. Is there really no specter in this underground space? Qin Lang casually followed the sound of footsteps ahead. The straw spectre cleared the way in front, and still, nothing happened, as if there was truly nothing here. But the surroundings were indeed very empty and seemingly endless. At that moment, a small point of light appeared ahead, as if there were a room. Qin Lang hurried over, thinking surely there would be something this time. Upon entering the room, Qin Lang could see the layout clearly in the dim light. My God! Qin Lang couldn't help but exclaim, so this old house hides these things? This is going to be fun. I wondered why the specters in the ancient house are so well hidden. On the filming set, Chen Shi had just wrapped up one scene's shooting. Alright, very good, everyone take a break. Chen Shi hadn't called for a stop throughout. Right now, he was in a state of wanting to leave this place quickly, completely unconcerned about the quality of the footage. Another reason was that the crew members were working very hard. After all, this was a matter of life and death, who would dare to be careless? It was already noon, yet Qin Lang still hadn't returned. Sumubai was a bit worried, why hasn't Qin Lang come back yet? Is he lost? Yizi said, maybe he found a clue and is studying it. Lu Jiu murmured beside them, Yizi, why do you always defend that Qin Lang? I think he's probably already. She made a slicing motion across her neck. Yizi was startled, what nonsense are you talking about? Qin Lang is someone who can take down a grade A spectre by himself, how could he easily get into trouble? You should mind your own business? If Sumubai hears you cursing Qin Lang like this, I'm afraid. Yizi patted Lu Jiu's shoulder, then prepared to go get the boxed lunch. Lunch had been bought by Qin Lang, and the specters in the old house didn't seem to intend to starve them. Lu Jiu wanted to eat with Qin Lang, but Qin Lang wouldn't eat, only drinking and lying on the rooftop to sleep alone. Bored out of her mind, Lu Jiu opened a computer on set to search for a movie or TV show to pass the time. While eating and watching, she suddenly noticed a woman's silhouette on the screen that looked just like her. How did I end up in a TV show? Lu Jiu thought she was seeing things, so she rubbed her eyes. Looking again, I found that figure still in the picture, and it seemed to be slowly turning this way. Lu Jiu gasped and quickly pressed the pause button. Yizi. Brother Qin Lang. Come and take a look. Yizi hurried over, what's wrong? Qin Lang lifted his hat and also asked what was happening. Lu Jiu quickly explained her discovery. I saw myself in there. As soon as this sentence was spoken, Chen and the others who were eating changed their expressions. But soon, after exchanging glances, they lowered their heads and continued eating their boxed meals. Yizi came to Lu Jiu's side, staring closely at the screen, puzzled. You? I can't see you at all. Lu Jiu pointed at the screen, right here, right here. Ha? It's really not there anymore. She almost pressed her face against the screen, it was just here. I saw someone just like me. Yizi felt something was off, but she couldn't find anything wrong. Xiao Lu, did you perhaps see it wrong? Lu Jiu shook her head, no way. I definitely saw a figure, let me rewind and take a look. But after rewinding several times, she still didn't find anything unusual. The characters in the show were just the same, not more, not less. Lu Jiu scratched her head, how strange, why isn't there anything? I clearly saw it. Yizi said, maybe you really mistook it? If there really was something strange, with so many of us, it's impossible we wouldn't notice. Moreover, you can sense the existence of the strange yourself. Before clearing the level, they once acquired a skill, to sense and identify the surrounding abnormalities by touch. If there truly was something strange in the computer, Lu Jiu and Yizi would definitely have noticed it. Up close to the computer, yet feeling completely fine, didn't notice anything wrong, that meant it was all okay. Could it be, was I really mistaken? Lu Jiu swallowed hard, feeling that something was off. Yizi patted her shoulder, don't be paranoid. Ha? Where's Qin Lang? The two women turned around and found Qin Lang was gone again. Lu Jiu was a bit worried, brother Qin Lang won't run into trouble, right? Beside them, Sumubai spoke up, just now, it seemed like Qin Lang saw something and jumped away. Yizi said oh, and then told Lu Jiu, Qin Lang is so capable, how could he run into trouble so easily? Xiao Lu, don't be anxious, don't scare yourself. Lu Jiu nodded and continued to sit down to eat while watching. Did I really see it wrong? The characters in the TV drama kept delivering their lines. Based on what I've seen so far. The male lead said, there's only one explanation. Lu Jiu, you are going to die. Lu Jiu nearly spat out her food. How could the male lead say my name? Did I mishear? Lu Jiu, is it delicious? How's our performance? Why aren't you joining us? Lu Jiu trembled all over, her face as pale as a sheet. It was her first encounter with something so strange. Not only that, all the characters on the screen were staring at her. Lu Jiu's hand slipped, and her boxed meal fell to the floor. Those characters were staring unblinkingly at her, their faces twisted into eerie smiles. He. Lu Jiu, come on, stay with us. Stay with us. Lu Jiu hurriedly closed the laptop, her breathing becoming extremely heavy. She was about to call Yizi and the others over to see. But for some reason, Lu Jiu, as if possessed, opened the laptop again. At that moment, the TV drama continued normally, all the characters began delivering their lines again. Lu Jiu swallowed hard, what's going on? Did I really see it wrong? In the center of the screen, the figure just like herself appeared again. That woman was standing in the middle of all the characters in the drama, having turned halfway, from the side profile and figure, she looked exactly like herself. Lu Jiu picked up the mouse, hurriedly wanting to close the web page. But all the characters in the drama again turned to stare at her. In unison, they shouted. Don't turn it off. Chapter 67 They spoke. Ah! Lu Jiu shouted and pushed the computer to the ground. This commotion startled everyone. Yizi rushed over, little Lu, what's wrong? Lu Jiu pointed at the computer, her lips trembling, struggling to speak. There's a ghost. There must be a ghost in there. The Eerie Sumubai walked over, closed his eyes to feel, and then looked at Lu Jiu in confusion. There's nothing. I don't sense any similar presence nearby. At least in this yard, I haven't found anything unusual. Lu Jiu yelled hysterically, there is. There really is. They spoke to me. She told everyone everything she had just seen, and the people present looked at each other, finding it hard to believe what Lu Jiu said. Characters from a TV show talking to you? Could that really happen? Yizi picked up the computer and found the screen was cracked but still usable. She opened the webpage playing the TV show but found nothing unusual. Little Lu, there's nothing. Yizi said, I didn't find anything. Lu Jiu swallowed hard, what about brother Qin Lang? I want him to come back. He can definitely see the problem. At this moment, Chen, who had been silent, said, can you tell me what those characters said to you? Yizi looked at him and asked, do you know what's going on? Chen shook his head, I don't know, but I have encountered a similar situation. Do you remember the editor who committed suicide that I mentioned yesterday? It turned out that the deceased editor encountered a situation similar to Lu Jiu's. That night, the editor was overtime working in the office, editing videos. Qin was also reviewing footage nearby. Suddenly, the editor said, "Director, come look, there seems to be a woman here who doesn't seem right. Did we accidentally film her during shooting?" Upon hearing this, Qin immediately denied, how could that be? But when he leaned closer to the screen, he discovered that, indeed, there stood a woman in the background of the dialogue between the male and female leads. The woman had her back turned to the camera, wearing clothes inconsistent with the storyline, and didn't look like an extra. At that moment, Qin felt something was off. He didn't remember filming this woman at all. So he asked, "Can we cut her out?" The editor made an okay gesture, and they both went back to work. But unexpectedly, the editor started mumbling, "Strange, why can't I cut her out? Director, I can't seem to cut this woman's segment. I don't know if it's a software problem." Qin said, "Then just restart it, why are you asking me?" The editor said oh and then added, "Why does this woman look a bit familiar?" In the next second, the editor suddenly screamed. "Ah!" Qin jumped in surprise, displeased, asked, "What's wrong?" The editor pointed at the screen, trembling as he said, "They spoke. They spoke to me." Qin thought he must be hallucinating from staying up late and walked over to question him. "What did the footage say? Are you out of your mind?" The editor covered his eyes and told Qin, "Just now, the characters inside were talking to me." Of course, Qin didn't believe him and thought he was being silly. He looked again and found everything normal, and the strange woman had also disappeared. "Isn't this already edited?" Qin patted the editor's head, "Finish the rest, and then go home and sleep. Stop being paranoid." The editor looked pale and then took a deep breath and picked up the mouse to continue working. Qin sat in his place and continued to review the footage but felt an unusual silence in the office. He thought the editor had fallen asleep on the job, so he turned to look. What happened next was an unforgettable scene for his entire life. The editor had a strange smile as he stared at the footage and began to cut his own arm with a utility knife. Qin was scared. Just as he was about to speak, the editor suddenly stood up and walked towards the door. Then, several colleagues upstairs were killed by him. Qin was sweating heavily. After that, he also committed suicide. Before he died, his experience was quite similar to Miss Lu's. Lu Jio's breathing became heavy. She had encountered many strange and ghostly things, but none made her feel so terrified. This unexpected feeling of eeriness was slowly seeping into her body. "Yi Zi. Hurry to find brother Qin Lang, as long as he is here, everything will be fine." But who would dare to go out easily now? Besides, even Qin Lang had to admit that the layout of this ancient house was complicated. If they went out, it would probably be hard to come back. Yi Zi hugged her tightly, "Don't be afraid. We're still here. Miss Su is also very strong, ordinary strange things won't dare to come over. Maybe they just want to scare you. And didn't we just check several times?" Whether it was on the computer or everything around, there were no signs of the strange. Unexpectedly, the strangeness in this ancient house was so hidden, even said to be everywhere. Sumubai looked at Qin again and asked, "Why didn't you tell us about those things earlier? You should have made it clear when Qin Lang asked you yesterday." Qin hurriedly said, "No. Just listen to me. I didn't mean to hide it from you. I was scared by Mr. Qin last night. How could I remember all those details? On the night when the editor went on a killing spree, I almost died too." Sumubai said nothing, just silently put away the computer, thinking to talk about everything after Qin Lang returned. Yi Zi held Lu Jiao and said, "Miss Su, I think waiting like this isn't a solution. We probably have no mind to continue filming. And based on Xiao Lu and the director's experiences, these strange things might meddle in the film. The more footage we shoot, the more dangerous it might get." Sumubai replied, "No, we should still follow Qin Lang's orders and finish the movie." Lu Jiao was annoyed. "Are you out of your mind? Didn't you hear what I said? Those strange things can appear in the film. Who knows, maybe what we filmed this morning also has them. What do you mean by continuing to shoot? Just because you're no longer alive, you want us to accompany you?" Sumubai turned her head, frowning and asking, "What did you say?" Yi Zi saw that Sumubai was angry and hurriedly said, "Miss Su, Xiao Lu is just scared, don't take it to heart." Just then, the entire ancient house suddenly shook. Ah! Chapter 68, Timely Earthquake. The ancient house shook for about 10 seconds, and everything returned to normal again. Lu Jiao, still in shock, asked, "What happened?" Yi Zi comforted her softly, "It's okay, it might just be a simple earthquake." Lu Jiao recalled the terrifying scene she had just seen and tightly grabbed Yi Zi's hand. "Yi Zi, do you believe what I just said?" Yi Zi's expression became uncertain. "This." She nodded, "I believe." She and Lu Jiao had been friends through several quests and had encountered many incredible situations, so she would believe it. But there was also a chance that Lu Jiu really mistook something, or was confused by the strange. Moreover, neither she nor Su Mubai had sensed any trace of strangeness. Su Mubai continued to focus inside the ancient house. Qin Lang had been gone for a long time, why was there still no news? Would the recent earthquake have anything to do with Qin Lang? Chen Shi and the crew members were trembling in the corner and then asked, what should we do next? Su Mubai replied, just do as I said, insist on finishing the movie. As Qin Lang said, finishing the movie doesn't necessarily mean nothing will happen. But without doing so, we definitely won't be able to get out. Chen Shi and the assistant director exchanged glances, then quickly got up to prepare for work. Su Mubai walked towards Lu Jiu and Yi Zi again. Lu Jiu thought Su Mubai was here for revenge, so he instinctively prepared to use the demon repelling staff. What do you want? Su Mubai said coldly, don't waste your efforts. You struggle against B-level anomalies, but can you really defend against me if I make a move? Lu Jiu fell silent all at once. Yi Zi quickly said, Miss Su, Lu Jiu was just scared and spoke without thinking, please don't. Su Mubai replied, that's not what I mean. I just want to tell you, just because I'm not a living person anymore, I understand even more how painful death feels, and I understand the meaning of life even better. If it weren't for Qin Lang, I would be trapped here forever like the anomaly in this ancient house, relying on the deprivation of others' lives for purpose and meaning. Even though I'm dead, I want to live more than anyone. After finishing her words, Su Mubai turned around and left. Lu Jiu watched her, putting down the demon-repelling staff in his hand, and all the unsaid words vanished in an instant. Yi Zi gently patted Lu Jiu's back, softly comforting him. Until evening, Qin Lang and Qin Lang had not returned. The shooting work was going smoothly. Su Mubai was on watch. Wherever there were anomalies, she could sense them in advance and eliminate them with her own strength, so there were no casualties in the entire crew. But the more it went on like this, the more uneasy everyone felt. How could everything be perfectly fine? This is not normal. Miss Su, we are a bit hungry. Chen Shi held his stomach and said, can we go get something to eat? Su Mubai looked at Yi Zi and Lu Jiu beside her. You went out to buy food before, so I'll leave dinner to you. I'll stay here to protect everyone. Yi Zi nodded, okay, but Lu Jiu was scared today, it's better if I go alone. Lu Jiu looked at Su Miao, who had been squatting in the corner, and said, it's too dangerous for Yi Zi to go alone, she should go too. She knows brother Qin Lang, she must also be an expert. She didn't do anything in the last mission, so it's about time she contributes, right? When Su Miao heard this, she started crying. What? No, I don't want to go, I'm most afraid of the dark. Everyone felt inexplicably irritable when they heard her crying. Su Mubai had no choice but to say, then let's wait for Qin Lang or Qin Lang to come back. Yi Zi patted off the dust on her clothes, alright, I'll go. Qin Lang and Qin Lang might be back very late, and everyone will be starving by then. It's okay, if there's danger, I will find a way to leave. I might even run into Qin Lang or Qin Lang on the way. Su Mubai looked at her for a while and said, then be careful. Yi Zi nodded, okay. After that, Yi Zi quickly walked out of the ancient house. After walking a few steps, Yi Zi noticed that the temperature around her dropped, and goosebumps formed on her skin. Yi Zi realized something was wrong and immediately took out her white paper fan. Suddenly, a blurred silhouette appeared before her. Who's there? Yi Zi swallowed, opening the white paper fan, ready for battle. But the other party did not respond at all, their body swaying as they continued to stagger backward toward Yi Zi. Stop. Halt. Yi Zi began to step back. But after just a few steps, she felt as if she had been bumped by something. Yi Zi turned her head in surprise, only to find a tall wall appeared behind her without her noticing. It was a trap. Yi Zi immediately swung her white paper fan and began to attack the tall wall. Clang, clang, clang. But no matter how hard Yi Zi attacked, the wall remained unmovable, only emitting metallic sounds. A copper wall and iron bastion? Yi Zi turned her head again, realizing the silhouette was already very close. Yi Zi took a deep breath. With a forceful swing, a fan was opened, paper snow. Countless paper pieces flew out like snowflakes, striking that silhouette. Break! Yi Zi shouted loudly, and those paper pieces began to explode, making a bang 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 sound, while a cloud of white smoke rose up. Yi Zi nervously stared ahead, her heart racing. Is it effective? But when the white smoke dissipated, the silhouette became even clearer, yet still unharmed. Yi Zi gritted her teeth, not giving up her attack, instead continuing to wave the paper fan, sending more paper pieces toward the bizarre figure in front of her. However, after taking 2 steps forward, she suddenly saw the silhouette clearly. Ah! Yi Zi was momentarily stunned, then let out a sharp scream, you. She saw herself. That Yi Zi turned her head, gave her a cold smirk, then stretched out a dark hand. Yi Zi quickly dodged, gritting her teeth and shouting, get away! It's just an illusion. But that Yi Zi grabbed her paper fan, forcefully lifting her up off the ground. Yi Zi held onto her weapon tightly, using her legs to push forcefully in the air, straining her whole body to press down. The Yi Zi sank her feet into the ground, but her smile grew even more manic. Yi Zi opened her mouth wide, and a dark arm stretched out from inside, reaching for the original Yi Zi above. Oh no! Suddenly, the entire ancient house began to shake violently again. Boom 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 boom. Yi Zi's expression changed, and she released her grip, vanishing into the mysteriously appearing high wall, her face showing a hint of resentment. The real Yi Zi fell to the ground, feeling the intense vibrations. What on earth is happening here? Chapter 69, Working for the Tiger. Yi Zi. Sumubai rushed over and asked, "Are you okay?" Yi Zi saw her inside in relief, saying, "I just encountered a bizarre thing." The shaking of the ancient house stopped again, no one knew why, as if they couldn't understand why it suddenly started shaking. Sumubai said, "As soon as you went out, I felt something strange around, but after searching everywhere, I still couldn't find you. I only saw you in the next yard after the tremor." Yi Zi looked around and then realized she hadn't actually moved more than 10 meters from her original spot. This place is too strange. Yi Zi said to Sumubai, "Thank you, Miss Su, otherwise I might have just died." Sumubai replied, "If it weren't for that tremor, I might not have found you, no need to be polite." Yi Zi smiled wryly and said, "You were the only one brave enough to come out, now my legs are weak. Without your help, who knows if the bazaar would return." Sumubai helped her up and said, "You are much better than that Lugio, at least you can reason." Yi Zi, supported by Sumubai, continued walking. "Don't blame Lugio, she has her own troubles. She had a very good friend who died in a previous instance, and it was because of a female bazaar." Sumubai's expression changed a bit. Yi Zi continued, "At that time, Lugio hid that friend, she watched helplessly as the female bazaar ate her friend. She is just too sensitive, actually, she's a pretty good person." Sumubai fell silent for a moment, then nodded, saying, "I understand." Seeing Yi Zi return injured, Lugio panicked. "Yi Zi, what happened to you?" Yi Zi said, "The strange beings attacked, and that bazaar can change into someone else's appearance. Everyone, be careful. Change into someone else's appearance?" Hearing this, Lugio thought of the strange thing she encountered during the day. "Isn't that the same as what I saw in the TV show?" Yi Zi said, "She's very powerful, at least B grade or above. Before Qin Lang and Qin Lang come back, we should not act recklessly." Lugio felt a sense of despair, "But we haven't seen either of them, where could they have gone?" Chenshur and the others were also very desperate, huddling their bodies and nervously looking around. Time passed little by little, hunger tormented everyone, except for Sumubai, everyone else felt a bit uncomfortable. But the lack of food and water was not the main concern, what made everyone anxious was the dire situation before them. Currently, Qin Lang and Qin Lang were missing, Yi Zi was seriously injured, and Sumubai couldn't leave. Outside, there were B-level weirdos, and they felt trapped like they were on a deserted island. At this moment, Chenshur spoke up, "Why don't we take advantage of the night to finish shooting the remaining scenes?" Lugio unhappily said, "What time is it, and you're still thinking about filming? What is there to shoot?" Chenshur patiently explained, "What I mean is, let's all act together. Those weirdos only dare to move outside and don't come in, which shows they are afraid of Miss Su and you all. Moreover, I noticed that during the filming, those weirdos rarely came out to cause trouble. This indicates that they actually don't oppose the start of the filming. So why don't we act together now, moving toward the exit under the guise of filming, and then send someone out to buy supplies? We could also speed up the progress, how about that?" This was indeed a good idea, and everyone expressed that they could give it a try. Sumubai and Yi Zi exchanged glances and both agreed. The group tidied up their things and carefully prepared to step out of the yard. Wait! Everyone turned around abruptly and saw Qin Lang walking out from the other yard. "Qin Lang!" Sumubai joyfully walked over. Are you okay?" Qin Lang nodded and then asked, "Where are you all going?" Chenshur quickly said, "Master Qin, it's good that you're back. We want to change locations to continue filming." After hearing this, Qin Lang suddenly laughed. You plan to find them a better grave, right?" Chenshur was stunned and stuttered, "Mr. Qin, what are you talking about?" Qin Lang said, "Stop pretending, I already know the secret of this ancient house. Or rather, I know your secret." Sumubai was shocked upon hearing this, and immediately rushed in front of Chenshur, grabbing his neck. Qin Lang shouted, "Miss Su, don't kill him first. Just capture him." Sumubai nodded, and after gripping Chenshur's neck, she immediately slammed him down to the ground. Chenshur screamed, No, let go of me. You. Master Qin, stop joking around, okay?" Qin Lang pulled out several USB drives from his pocket, threw them on the ground and said, "Claiming injustice? Then you explain these." Upon seeing those USB drives, Chenshur's expression changed, clearly different from just now. But he immediately shouted injustice. Master Qin, I don't understand what you mean. Master, let's stop joking around, okay? Yeezy walked over, holding her wound, picked up a USB drive and asked, Qin Lang, what are these? Qin Lang said, I found them underground. I discovered a large underground space under the ancient house this morning. At first, I didn't know what it was used for. Until I found a small room. At that time, when Qin Lang walked into that room, he saw a pile of tapes marked with timestamps and many people's names. In the center of the room, there was a computer and a projector. Qin Lang noticed that the tape with the most recent timestamp had the names of 5 people. Those 5 people were the ones who had come here for a live broadcast earlier. Qin Lang then opened that tape and found a USB drive inside. After inserting the USB into the computer, he only saw a movie inside. When he clicked it open, Qin Lang discovered that it showed scenes of the 5 people bound to poles. And on the screen, there was a person inflicting torture on them. The realism didn't seem like acting. That person was Chen Shi. Other tapes were similar, all showing Chen Shi inflicting torture on various characters. The 5 people actually did not go missing. Qin Lang said, they were captured by you. Chen Shi, drenched in sweat, hurriedly said, Mr. Qin, I don't know what you're talking about. I said, I watched that live broadcast clip, you all saw it too. They were clearly killed by the female corpse in the ancient house. What does it have to do with me? Qin Lang smiled again, isn't this simple? The clip you showed me is just an experiment you designed together with the ghost in the ancient house. You are already in cahoots with the strange happenings here. Chapter 70, Keeping Up with the Times. In cahoots with the strange happenings? Everyone's gaze towards Chen Shi suddenly changed. Chen Shi hurriedly said, No, how could I possibly team up with a ghost? Master Qin, your joke has gone too far. You can't accuse a good person, can you? Qin Lang smiled and said, whether it's true or not, we'll see, right? Is there a computer? Yeezy immediately brought over a laptop. Qin Lang plugged in a USB drive and then opened a video. Ah. No, director, I'm begging you. I don't want to die here. In the video, 5 young men and women are tied to pillars, with 2 already dismembered. Chen Shi approached a dead woman, slowly peeling off her skin with a small knife. Throughout the process, Chen Shi's expression was strangely calm and skilled in his technique. Such a disgusting and bloody scene made those present feel nauseous. Lu Jiu covered his mouth and said, Ugh, what is he doing? Does he simply enjoy inflicting pain? Qin Lang said, didn't he say before? He came to this ancient house to film for the ghost. What he does in films is to show the ghost in this ancient house. He probably made some deal with the ghosts here, constantly luring people to come here. As long as people come, he will cooperate with the strange happenings to shoot these disgusting things. If you don't believe it, keep watching. In the end, after Chen Shi killed the 5 and peeled their skin and dismembered them, he bowed to the camera. Masters of the ancient house, I hope you enjoyed today's performance. Then he bent and knelt in various ways to thin air, making the scene extremely eerie. Qin Lang said to Chen Shi, if I guess correctly, all the people in the crew are also your filming material, right? You just said you wanted to leave this courtyard to create opportunities for the strange happenings, trying to control Miss Su and the others, right? I think those 5 people were the same. They indeed dug up a female corpse and were also bewitched by the ghost. But you were also in this ancient house at that time, waiting for them to completely fall into a trance before bringing them underground. The reason the basement of the ancient house is so spacious is that it is meant for filming. I just dug a hole in the basement and found there is actually another layer. Countless skeletons are hidden down there. Yeezy recalled the earthquake during the day, so, it was you, Qin Lang, who caused that. At this point, Chen Shi's face was already very pale, sweat soaking his clothes. No. Mr. Qin, you have misunderstood. I have never done such things. I am not. Sumubai pressed down on him firmly, stop quibbling. The facts are right in front of you, hurry up and explain. Where are those ghosts hiding? Speak. Chen Shi swallowed hard, I don't know, I really don't know. I didn't do these things. The other crew members huddled in the corner, trembling, their eyes on Chen Shi filled with resentment and blame, along with fear. The assistant director asked at this moment, Master Qin, why did Chen Shi not film those pieces for 2 whole years? And during these 2 years, Chen Shi's behavior has been quite normal. Why did he act again 2 years later? Qin Lang said, this is very simple. Because he brought the ghosts from the ancient house outside. Do you remember those 5 people? In the second half, they didn't know that the live broadcast had been interrupted, but they could still see many comments and interactions. What does this mean? Are those comments fake? Are they created by these ghosts? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Ghosts can send comments? Qin Lang said, let me give a simple example. For instance, in the kinds of movies that men like to watch, why do many feel empty after watching them, as if their energy has been drained? This sudden question made the men present look at each other, feeling a mix of confusion and embarrassment. What else could it be? Isn't it for the well-known reason? Qin Lang continued to explain, have you ever thought that the female leads in those movies might be monsters, constantly tempting the viewing men and then siphoning off their energy? Similarly, Chen and the ghosts in the old mansion, during that live broadcast, accidentally discovered they could enter phones, USB drives, and even the internet. They manipulated the relevant data, changing the images and things people saw. You think what you see on your screen is already filmed, but actually, it has been tailored specifically for you by them. They can really do this. While you are watching, they deceive your eyes, absorb your energy for their use. Sumubai suddenly realized, no wonder those who watched the original movie from the old mansion went crazy and saw many strange images, even committing murder. So that's how it is. Last night, Chen said that the editor who killed his colleague saw the uncut silhouette of a woman, ultimately harming himself with a knife and killing his colleague. It was because the ghost possessed the data of the film at that time and controlled his computer. Yi Zi looked at Lu Jiu and said, Little Lu, is the strange image you saw in that TV series during the day also because of this? Lu Jiu also remembered, right. That laptop seemed to be Chen. The reason he saw a woman in the drama who looked just like him was that the ghost in the computer was scaring him. Sumubai nodded, I can only feel the strangeness in reality. I've never seen ghosts hiding in data. They can hide their presence in this way. Qin Lang nodded, yes, nowadays, even ghosts have learned to keep up with the times. When you watch these videos and movies, you are actually being controlled by ghosts. With such convenient means, why do they still go through all this trouble to scare people in the old mansion? Chen gritted his teeth, no. You are slandering me. What ghosts becoming digital, what ghosts in movies? It's all nonsense. Then tell me, why do they want me back now? If I'm right, wouldn't it be better for them to continue hiding in USB drives, computers, and wires? Why do they want me back? Isn't this just ridiculous? Qin Lang shook his head, you won't rest until you reach the Yellow River, right? Do you want me to dig up that female corpse for you to see? Chapter 71, A-Class Battle. Female corpse? Mentioning the female corpse, Chen Shi's face changed again. Qin Lang said, yeah, you've always been doing this, aren't you just raising a corpse? Those who died in the old mansion, or those who were killed in a strange way, their souls are absorbed into one entity. I think it's that female corpse, right? Chen Shi swallowed hard, how do you know this? Qin Lang smiled, you should be the one answering my questions now, right? Also, your rhetorical question is actually a confession. The matter of raising corpses was actually told to him by Bai Qi. Anyone who has been in the underworld longer understands this knowledge better, right? At this moment, another voice came. Qin Lang, you are wrong. Jun Lang appeared, draped in his signature pink cloak. Ha! I finally made it back. Jun Lang was actually covered in blood, his hair a bit disheveled. Upon seeing Jun Lang, Lu Jiu was extremely excited, brother Jun Lang, you're back. Jun Lang smiled, sorry, I saw signs of something strange earlier today, so I rushed over to check it out. He then looked at Qin Lang and said, Qin Lang, you were mistaken. Qin Lang asked, why do you say I'm wrong? Jun Lang responded, the small room you mentioned, I also went there. There really are many of those USB drives inside, but how can you be sure that the director Chen on the screen is real? Strange things can take on human forms, didn't you know that? So what you see is not necessarily the truth. Lives are at stake, we cannot be careless. Qin Lang chuckled, so the strange thing got too full and pretended to be him? Even if those things weren't done by him, he can't be completely removed from the connection with the strange. Jun Lang dusted himself off, but no matter what, we can't fall into chaos ourselves. He stared at Sumubai, hey, can't you let her go first, then we can slowly ask questions? What truth can we get from torture? Lu Jiu spoke, yeah, I think brother Jun Lang is right. Let her go first, so we don't scare ourselves. Sumubai did not let go, but instead looked at Qin Lang. Qin Lang looked at Jun Lang and said, first of all, her name is Sumubai, not Hei. Also, my rules are my rules, you just need to handle the strange, don't meddle. Jun Lang brushed his hand against his knife handle, oh? Do you mean to treat me as your henchman? Qin Lang nodded, you could say that. He also drew out his ghost-slaying knife, confronting Jun Lang like this. Seeing the tense atmosphere, a fierce battle about to break out, Yi Zi hurriedly said, don't be impulsive. The strange is still nearby, fighting here easily allows them to take advantage. Jun Lang and Qin Lang exchanged glances, to stabilize the internal before fighting the external, what do you think? Qin Lang calmly replied, agreed. Then. The next second, both men charged at each other violently. Clang. The two knives collided, sparks flying, they struck each other and then flipped towards the neighboring courtyard. Boom. With a loud noise, dust filled the air, blocking everyone's view. Sumubai, Yi Zi, and Lugio were all flustered, wanting to rush over to see what was happening. But after just taking a couple of steps forward, the shockwave from the battle ahead stunned them. This was clearly a fight they couldn't intervene in. He. Behind them, Shenshur suddenly started to laugh. Sumubai and the others turned back, finding him holding a computer, opening the screen towards everyone. As expected, humans are like this, they love infighting. Shenshur opened the computer, so my choice was correct, as long as I don't become human. Yi Zi exclaimed in shock, quick, stop him. Sumubai rushed over, but everything was too late. Countless shadows flew out from the computer screen, swirling above everyone's heads, filling the atmosphere with ghostly wails. Shenshur laughed loudly, Masters, come out. Although the sacrifice ritual failed and my film cannot be completed, they can still be your food. The shadows began to merge together, taking on a solid form, crashing down onto the ground. A creature with 3 heads, each with different expressions, appeared before everyone. With a chilling aura, nearly 4 meters tall, it stood up directly blocking the moonlight. Some crew members attempted to escape but were caught by one of the 3-headed strange, pulled apart and swallowed in 3 pieces. Eating human flesh raw is indeed unappetizing. The 3-headed strange spat out a mouthful of black phlegm, staring at Sumubai and the others. Let's see how you like these 3. The other 2 heads also let out chilling laughs, beginning to close in. Lugio raised the demon-slaying staff, shouting backwards, Brother Qin Lang, stop fighting. The strange things are coming. Shenshur laughed heartily, no need to waste your efforts. They can't hear what's going on here. Wait until they fight to the point of mutual destruction, then come. You are already corpses. After saying this, he knelt on one knee and spoke to the 3-headed monster, Second Master, those 2 men just now are the strongest, their flesh must be the most delicious. I will definitely find a way to turn them into the best material to offer to you all. The head in the middle of the 3-headed monster spoke, very well, my servant, you may go to the back. The head on the left stared at Sumubai, gritting its teeth and said, you are clearly also a monster, yet you serve humans, truly a disgrace to us. You, just like the ghosts of those mortals, should become part of us. Sumubai stretched out her hands with long claws and said to Yi Zi and Lugio, this guy is also A-class, take care of yourselves, I'll handle him. Sumubai suddenly jumped and leaped 2 meters high, shooting blood-colored threads from her 10 fingers, stabbing directly into the body of the 3-headed monster. Blood demon technique? Not simple at all. The 3-headed monster grabbed the blood threads and pulled fiercely, causing Sumubai's body to fall. Sumubai reacted quickly, immediately severing the blood threads, flipping in midair, and extending new blood threads to fly toward the 3-headed monster. Aoo! The left head of the 3-headed monster roared, and from its shoulders, 2 more arms sprouted, blocking Sumubai's blood threads. The right head opened its large, bloody mouth, countless tentacles stretching out from inside, all attacking Sumubai at once. Sumubai spun blood threads into a web beneath her feet, pushing hard to jump upward. She brought her hands together, several blood threads converged, forming a thick whip, whooshing down to strike the 3-headed monster. Bang bang bang! The middle head of the 3-headed monster was struck in half, black blood splattering out, and the other 2 heads were also hit to varying degrees. This shocking combat power left Lugio and Yi Zi dumbfounded. Is this how A-class monsters fight? Sumubai continued to weave blood threads into a web at her feet, using it as a ladder to descend slowly. Suddenly, her pupils constricted sharply, not good. The body of the 3-headed monster began to recover continuously, and the middle head quickly rejoined together. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The 3-headed monster roared, you traitor, how could you do this to me? Traitor! The 3-headed monster grew a total of 8 arms, striking down towards Sumubai from above. Boom boom boom. The ground was smashed into countless big pits, and the ancient house's buildings were shattered into pieces. Yi Zi and Lugio were covered in dust, pushed back continuously by the shockwave. Miss Su! Yi Zi shouted, disregarding her own pain, pulling out a paper fan, ready to help. I'm fine. Sumubai's voice came from the dust. Yi Zi was delighted about her safety, but the next second, she was dumbfounded. Sumubai's left arm had already been crushed, and her right shoulder was missing a large piece of flesh. Her legs were even more severely injured, with bones sticking out. Miss Su! Yi Zi looked terrified and hurriedly said, run away quickly. Sumubai responded, it's fine, this is not my original body. The 3-headed monster chuckled and said, so you have possessed a human's body. You still can't bear to leave this body, it seems your spirit form is very weak, right? He really guessed correctly. Although Sumubai was a powerful monster due to Qin Lang and the system wishing for her to stay, she also had limitations, which were that she needed a physical body to maintain 100% of her strength. This was something she had adapted to after great effort. In the last instance at Donghu High School, Sumubai had difficulty speaking freely because she couldn't adapt to that body until later when she could finally recognize Qin Lang. Now, if she gave up this body, in front of the three-headed monster, it would be like seeking death. No, it would be worse than death, she would be blown to pieces. Sumubai continued to shoot blood-colored threads from her fingertips, they densely intertwined together. Covered the gaps in the flesh, and wrapped around the skin, like putting on a suit of blood-colored armor. Lu Jiu couldn't help but exclaim, so cool. Sumubai looked like a valiant female warrior at this moment, stirring people's blood to boil. The three-headed monster coldly laughed, aren't you still relying on that fragile human body? This is your weakness. Come on, I'll let you know the fate of siding with humans. Sumubai suddenly leaped, quickly rushing toward the chest of the three-headed monster, preparing to attack. The three-headed monster's 8 large hands quickly gathered, tightly surrounding Sumubai, squeezing hard. Blood demon technique, blazing flame. Sumubai's blood-colored armor rapidly heated up, steam rising all around, and when the three-headed monster's hands touched it, it was like experiencing a brutal torture, emitting a sizzling sound. Ah! All 3 heads of the monster cried out in pain at the same time. Sumubai unleashed the blood demon technique again, extending 2 blades from her hands, spinning her body, transforming into a terrifying blade storm charging towards the three-headed monster. Slash, slash, slash. Multiple wounds appeared across the three-headed monster's body, as Sumubai soared up and down, attacking and defending against the beast, battling back and forth. But it was clear Sumubai had the upper hand, as the monster's wounds healed slower than her cutting speed. Bastard! The three-headed monster opened its 3 big mouths and shot out a black energy orb one after another, constantly firing in all directions. The density of the energy orbs was equally intense, as the 3 mouths fired like machine guns, causing Sumubai's attack to quickly halt. Seizing the opportunity, the three-headed monster launched all 8 fists at once, unleashing a storm of punches into the air. Ya, 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 ya. The punches from the three-headed monster were so dense that Sumubai had no place to escape. Bang, bang. The armor woven from the blood demon technique was instantly shattered. Yi Zi's legs went weak, Miss Su. Lu Zhou's face turned as pale as paper in an instant. Without Sumubai, Qin Lang and Qin Lang were also gone. How could they possibly defeat this three-headed monster? The three-headed monster laughed heartily, good, 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 this is the fate of a traitor. Ha! The three-headed monster quickly sensed something was off. Logically, Sumubai should have had her spirit float out, which should be absorbed by it. But where is she? Not only that, there were only fragments of the blood demon technique armor in the air, and Sumubai's physical body was nowhere to be seen. The back of the three-headed monster's neck turned cold, not good. Sumubai appeared behind it with her mangled body, hands crystallized into blades from the blood demon technique. Only now you realize, it's too late. You were so happy hitting before, now let me have some fun. The three-headed monster panicked, wait. You and I are both monsters. Sumubai's eyes glowed red, her hair stood on end, entering a unique frenzy of slaughter from the monster. Slash, slash, slash. The three-headed monster's neck was continuously sliced by Sumubai, cutting deeper and deeper. Ah! The three-headed monster cried out in agony, its neck flesh growing thinner, eventually leaving only a layer of skin connecting it. Sumubai coldly said, not very satisfying. She concentrated all her strength and suddenly made a cut, breaking through the three-headed monster's throat. The 3 heads of the monster flew into the air, then all fell down. Sumubai stepped on one of the heads, standing firmly. Her body was clearly at its limit, more wounds, and several bones broken. Although she landed steadily, she was also a bit wobbly. One of the heads of the 3-headed monster was planted upside down in the ground, unwillingly asking, you are so strong, why serve humans? Sumubai connected her physical body with blood threads, saying flatly, because I owe Qin Lang too much. The 3-headed monster sneered, boring. Then, its gigantic body scattered with the wind. The dust flew up into the sky. Yi Zi pressed her hand against her chest, so good. So good. Sumubai walked over, don't relax so quickly. Qin Lang and Qin Lang haven't sent back any news, what if they've encountered the strongest strange thing here? Before her words fell, the ground beneath them began to rise and shake. Quick, scatter! Sumubai shouted. But her reaction was too slow, a huge black hand reached up from the ground, grabbed her lower body, and with a tearing sound, split her in half. Seeing this, Yi Zi waved her paper fan fiercely. The paper blew like snow, creating a barrier. A shield made of paper plates blocked between Sumubai's upper body and the giant black hand. Though the paper shield was quickly shattered, it bought enough time for Yi Zi to catch the half of Sumubai's body. Miss Su, are you okay? Yi Zi saw Sumubai's exposed intestines, her eyes full of terror. I'm fine. Sumubai said, I'm strange, as long as my soul isn't harmed, I'm okay, but this monster is too strong. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. Ancient House Ghost Hand. Strange level, S. Lu Jiu's face turned pale. S-grade, we're finished. Chapter 73, Out of Options. At that moment, another explosion sounded from behind the crowd. What's going on now? Su Mubai frowned. But soon she smiled. Because two familiar figures walked out. I just wanted to put on a show, but ended up getting trapped. Qin Lang walked out with the ghost-slaying blade. Qin Lang held both a sword and a dagger. We planned to lure the snake out of its hole, but instead, we got played. How embarrassing. Su Mubai and Yi Zi, Qin Lang. Lu Jiu, brother Qin Lang. Qin Lang smiled. Sorry, I didn't have time to discuss it with you, but this show is pretty realistic, right? A show? Lu Jiu looked dazed. You weren't actually fighting just now? Qin Lang said, that's right, Qin Lang and I ran into each other during the day, and learned that some of the strange things in this ancient house can hide in computers and data. If we don't make them believe that we're mutually destroying each other, they probably won't come out. And hasn't this copy said it? We need to shoot a good movie to leave. This is also part of the script. Soon, his attention turned to the huge ghost hand. Ho ho ho! Qin Lang's hands trembled with excitement. It's actually an S-level strange. I knew a level 3 copy wouldn't disappoint me. Seeing the half of Su Mubai, Qin Lang frowned. Miss Su, are you okay? Su Mubai shook her head. I'm fine, my soul is okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, this time we only eliminated an A-level strange. I haven't been much help. Qin Lang said, stop talking, just lie still. At this moment, Bai Qi spoke in Qin Lang's mind. Big brother, they touched your woman, can you endure this? Qin Lang coldly replied, shut up. Yi Zi and Su Mubai exchanged glances. They hadn't said anything. Qin Lang took the lead in striking, holding the sword in one hand and the dagger in the other. He stepped onto the wall and slashed down at the ghost hand. The blade and sword laughed. Life and death struggled. A puff of black mist emerged from the ghost hand, forming a strange entity the same size as Qin Lang. That strange thing also held a knife and sword like Qin Lang, reacting quickly to successfully block the first wave of slashes. Not only that, it can even counter with a sword, slicing through Qin Lang's pink cloak. Interesting. This is the first time I've seen my doppelganger. Qin Lang glanced at his torn cloak, smiling instead of getting angry. Then can you do this move? Qin Lang stepped on the strange swordsman's head and leaped up. He sheathed his knife and sword, hands forming a drawing pose. Qin Lang's figure merged with the moonlight, his pink cloak billowed in the wind, like cherry blossoms blooming under the moon. The blade and sword laughed, the moon fell, and the flowers broke. His strike was incredibly fast, like lightning striking without warning, ripping through the strange swordsman's body, creating a series of sonic booms around, shaking the heart. Good. Lu Jiu clapped excitedly. Brother Qin Lang is amazing. Yi Zi was already mesmerized. She couldn't even see Qin Lang's movements clearly. It felt as if, for a moment, the moon's light and his sword sheen completely merged, and by the time he reacted, that strange swordsman was already gone. Qin Lang stood still in place. Aside from knowing that Qin Lang could deal with that strange swordsman, he was also clear that the ghostly hands tricks were not only this. And there certainly wasn't just one ghostly hand. Qin Lang shouted, it's not over yet. He turned around, slicing at that ghostly hand with both his sword and knife. Boom! The ground cracked open again, and the second ghostly hand indeed appeared. It aimed to repeat what it had just done to Su Mubai, pulling hard at Qin Lang's foot. Bai Qi, go! Qin Lang gathered Bai Qi's god of death power in both hands and swung his demon-slaying knife horizontally. The power of Bai Qi, combined with the malevolent energy of the knife, and the addition of the incredible strength enhancement, made Qin Lang's strike almost as powerful as 10,000 pounds. Even an S-level ghostly hand would not be able to withstand it easily. The ghostly hand instantly loosened its grip and quickly retreated to the side. Qin Lang did not stop. Each knife strike came with the force of thunder, precise and aimed directly at the vital points. The two ghostly hands shrank together, swaying unsteadily. Then, the ghostly hands opened up, and with a gudong sound, they grew more than twice in size, looking even more terrifying. Qin Lang clicked his tongue and quickly took a sip of alcohol. It grows underground and is connected to the souls that died in this old house. These endlessly flowing souls are its source of power. He looked at Qin Lang and said, you take one, I take one? Qin Lang shook his head. Are you sure there are only two? Before his voice fell, 8 slightly smaller ghostly hands shot up from the ground, forming a protective layer that completely shielded Qin Lang and Qin Lang from getting close. Not only that, but 4 more appeared behind Su Mubai and the others, surrounding them completely. Qin Lang furrowed his brow. They were now being attacked from both sides. Moreover, they suddenly had to deal with 12 ghostly hands, clearly stretched thin as it was. The 2 largest ghostly hands were still continuously absorbing soul power, and he had no idea what even more terrifying tricks were waiting ahead. Qin Lang glanced at the time. There were still 20 minutes until midnight, and maybe after his skill refreshed, there would be a glimmer of hope. But for now, he had no clue how to break the situation. The battlefield fell into an unsettling stalemate. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu were even more frightened, unsure how much longer they could hold out against an S-level bizarre entity. However, Qin Lang remained calm, shouting loudly, "Meow meow." At this moment, everyone realized that the crying Su Miao was curled up in a corner. Su Miao was crying loudly, covering her eyes, shouting, "Don't look at me, don't look at me. So scary, boo-hoo." Qin Lang said, "Hurry up and take action. Otherwise, we're really going to die." Su Miao cried out loudly, then took out a dice from her pocket and threw it to Su Mubai. "Mubai, you help me, throw, boo-hoo. I'm scared." Su Mubai held the dice, her expression blank, unsure what it meant. Qin Lang, while drawing his knife ready for battle, chuckled, "Bizarre lady, just throw it. Hope we have better luck." Qin Lang asked, "What does it actually mean?" Qin Lang smiled without answering. Su Mubai still had a puzzled expression, but in her urgency, she could not think much about it, so she just threw the dice. The dice bounced on the ground, clank clank clank, and finally showed 5 red dots facing up. "Ah-oh." Qin Lang hissed in response, with a bitter smile, "Our luck isn't good." Su Miao cried even harder, "Boo-hoo-hoo, it's number 5, boo-hoo." Seeing that the ghostly hands had almost finished absorbing the soul power, Qin Lang became anxious. "What's going on?" Qin Lang said, "Just look for yourself, but don't get scared." Qin Lang naturally glanced toward Su Miao. The next scene shocked him, turning his previous understanding upside down. No way. Chapter 74, The Difficult Situation. A circle of black mist appeared around Su Miao, with a 6-pointed star array radiating bloodlight under her feet. In the next second, a figure with a goat's head and layer upon layer of feathered wings on its back appeared before them. With muscular arms, well-defined lines. Its terrifying eyes with vertical pupils send chills down one's spine at a single glance. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu had already been frightened into silence. Su Mubai also found the scene before him too strange. Qin Lang looked at Qin Lang, "What's going on here?" Qin Lang was a bit surprised. "It's your first time seeing Baphomet and you aren't afraid, you're brave." "Baphomet?" "It's the famous goat-headed demon from the west." Qin Lang took another sip of his drink. "It also has another name, Satan." Qin Lang asked, "Satan? Su Miao turned into Satan?" Qin Lang nodded. "Meow Meow gained a power in a previous instance, she can summon demons. Meow Meow can summon a total of 6 demons, Baphomet is the 5th demon. I've seen it once, its temper isn't very good." Su Miao stood in front of Baphomet, crying even louder. Baphomet spoke, "You again, what do you want to summon me for this time?" Su Miao sobbed, "Help me, protect them." Saying this, she pointed at Su Mubai and the others. Baphomet snorted coldly, "Another dumb request. Then the price is the same as before." As he spoke, Baphomet placed Su Miao in his palm and took giant steps towards Su Mubai and the others on his goat legs. Baphomet's appearance, along with the evil aura, made Lu Jiu and Yi Zi tremble all over, unsure whether the ghostly hands or this demon was more terrifying. The little ghost hands seemed to sense something and decisively launched an attack on Baphomet. "Ah, ah, ah." Su Miao, scared, squatted on Baphomet's palm, covering her ears and screaming. Baphomet flapped his wings gently, and countless small magic circles appeared around him. Each magic circle shot out blood-red spikes that flew out, accurately piercing those black hands. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The black hands continuously let out strange low growls, then little by little transformed into pools of black sludge on the ground. These then regathered, constantly pouncing toward Baphomet. Baphomet had a stoic expression, not even turning his head to look at them. The number of magic circles increased, and countless blood-red blades flew out, cutting and piercing those little black hands. No matter how the black hands resurrected and launched attacks, they could never get close to Baphomet, let alone Su Miao and the others. Qin Lang asked Qin Lang again, "What is the price that Baphomet spoke of?" Qin Lang said, "Baphomet requires a part of Meow Meow's body, the higher the demand, the greater the price. Baphomet should have a 70 or 80% chance of dealing with this S-class anomaly. But the problem is the price is too high." Qin Lang suddenly understood Su Miao a bit. Having such a power would drive a normal person insane. But he instead got an idea. "By Qi, look at him, he doesn't need the host to help fulfill any wishes, just requires a part of the body, why don't you learn from him?" Bai Qi chuckled, "Big brother, do you think I'm stupid? What do I need your flesh for? Besides, you have the extinction virus in your body, even if you lose a hand or foot, it can grow back. I could take a finger from you today, and tomorrow you'd be as good as new, you're thinking about making a profit without any cost, right?" Qin Lang saw that his thoughts had been seen through and laughed a few times. Bai Qi continued, "Big brother, you should focus on thinking about how to deal with these ghost hands. If you can clear this level, you should be able to earn more rewards, which will help me by the White Dragon reverse scale. By then, using it together with this Qian Kuan Yuxing bottle, that scene, ha ha ha." Qin Lang shrugged, thinking Bai Qi was a bit overly optimistic. He still hadn't thought of a good way to deal with these ghost hands. At this moment, the ghost hands continued to grow larger, and other ghost hands became excited. Black liquid kept bubbling out from their palms. As they fell to the ground, they transformed into numerous eerie humanoid forms, appearing like soldiers before the crowd. Qin Lang's hands suddenly trembled. Qin Lang asked, "Are you scared?" "It's not me trembling." Qin Lang let go, and only then did Qin Lang realize that it was his knife shaking by itself. This knife is called Liang, a weapon of absolute righteousness and brightness. These ghostly hands are clearly using the souls of the dead in the ancient mansion as their servants, forcing them to be slaves even in death. Liang can't stand it, so it's crying. Qin Lang drew Liang and said, "There's no need to cry anymore, old buddy, let's chop them down together." A strong air current burst forth from Qin Lang's body, making Qin Lang's clothes flap loudly. Qin Lang said to Qin Lang, "Just like before, I'll face them head on, you find an opportunity to join in. An S-class anomaly is absolutely not something we can handle alone." Qin Lang replied, "I won't follow your plan. At this time, there's no distinction between first and second, we all attack." Qin Lang paused for a moment, then laughed, "Then let's see who's faster." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Lang darted in like lightning. The Liang knife in his hand was covered with flames, shining brightly in the night. Those ghostly souls were burned to ashes before they could even approach. Qin Lang pulled out a sword with incredible speed, its cold light flashing in an instant. The knives and swords laughed, ice and fire danced. The two blades in Qin Lang's hand spun rapidly like a fan, their attack methods constantly changing, sometimes chopping with the Liang knife, sometimes slashing fiercely with the sword. The speed was so fast that many new ghostly souls were cut into pieces before they even materialized. In the blink of an eye, the army of ghostly souls scattered, and Qin Lang's figure moved with lightning speed. Qin Lang had to admit that Bai Qi's prediction was very accurate. If he really fought with Qin Lang, having a 30% chance of winning would be lucky. It seemed that to survive in this instance world, one had to be strong enough, and even stronger. Bai Qi laughed, "Big brother, I can sense that you've developed ambition. It seems you are very eager for power. Then keep realizing my wishes, and I'll help you level up." Qin Lang said, "Alright, I'm not buying your big pie." Bai Qi laughed reluctantly and asked, "So, do you want to go up?" Qin Lang stared at the two largest ghostly hands, asking, "Can we make it?" Although Qin Lang temporarily suppressed those smaller ghostly hands, they hadn't approached the troublesome giant ghostly hands yet. Bai Qi said, "We can, but the risk is huge." Qin Lang raised the ghost-slaying blade, "Then let's stop talking and go." Then, a strong shockwave surged from beneath Qin Lang's feet as he rushed forward, the malice on the ghost-slaying blade becoming even stronger. When the small ghostly hands prepared to pounce on Qin Lang, the malice automatically formed small storms that rebounded back, forcing the small hands to retreat. Bai Qi said, "Big brother, I'm now using my energy to enhance your power in all aspects, but this will burn your body and even your lifespan. If it hurts too much, just say it." "Hurt?" Qin Lang laughed. "I've already turned off my sense of pain." The powerful power of the evil god exploded from within Qin Lang, and upon closer inspection, one could see a black dragon coiling around him, roaring. In the distance, Sumubai and others looked at the scene of Qin Lang and Qin Lang fighting, their faces filled with shock. Lu Zhou's jaw almost dropped to the ground, his eyes ready to pop out. But Fumi laughed, "One relies on speed, the other on strength, it's a pretty good combination." Coming out this time, finally able to see something interesting. Qin Lang charged forward, now less than 2 meters away from the giant ghostly hand. The small ghostly hands gathered together, abandoning defense against Qin Lang to focus on Qin Lang. Very good. Qin Lang felt a rush of excitement, gathering together is even easier to solve. He raised the ghost-slaying blade high and brought it down hard. Boom boom boom. A bottomless crack formed beneath Qin Lang's feet, and everything around the crack was either split in half or sucked into the gap. All the ghostly hands were instantly cut into 2 halves. Sumubai was overjoyed at this scene, good. Qin Lang's expression became incredibly excited. "I didn't expect him to be this strong, I really didn't misjudge him at the beginning." Qin Lang licked his lips, "I need to find a chance to have a good fight with him." Those ghostly hands were sliced in half, and then... Ha ha ha. 2 enormous ghostly hands surprisingly grew mouths and burst into reckless laughter. In the center of the giant hand's palms, a mouth appeared, the left hand spoke in a male voice, while the right hand spoke in a female voice, both laughing uncontrollably. "So, you can talk." Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief, "I thought the S-class freaks were mute." The left ghostly hand laughed, "Although we exposed ourselves early because of you, it's about time." The right ghostly hand said, "Yeah, staying in this ancient house for hundreds of years, having eaten so many souls, I'm already completely fed up." Qin Lang raised the ghost-slaying blade and said, "I don't have time to listen to your stories. Hurry up and let me finish this, stop babbling here." The right ghostly hand chuckled, "Kid, no matter how strong you are, you're still just a human. It's still too early for you to deal with an otherworldly being like me that's been around for hundreds of years. Now, let me show you the gap between us." As soon as he finished speaking, numerous holes exploded open on the right ghostly hand, and countless black spheres flew out. These spheres were smooth on the surface, each featuring long, sharp teeth. They came flooding in like locusts, directly covering Qin Lang entirely. Sumubai panicked. Qin Lang. Qin Lang jumped hard, leaping into the air to try and save Qin Lang. But the left ghostly hand suddenly emerged. Hey, don't forget about me. Its fingers stretched out constantly, the ends turning into tentacles that pierced towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang's eyes flashed with cold light, drawing out his third blade. Sword and blade laughed, 3 illusions of the divine. He threw a blade into the air, the blade seemed alive, slashing and cutting everywhere, causing the remaining souls in the left ghostly hand's tentacles not to dare approach. Qin Lang continually attacked from below with his dual blades. Return! With Qin Lang's command, the blade in front automatically returned. He threw another one out and continued attacking with the one that returned. The 3 blades moved as if they were growing from Qin Lang's body, handling the left ghostly hand's attacks with ease, their movements extraordinarily graceful. The left ghostly hand laughed. Not bad, but you still need a bit more. After saying that, it spat out a thick, green liquid that charged towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang immediately saw that the liquid was poisonous, so he hurriedly increased the speed of his swords, using sword energy and blade wind to disperse them. But those toxic liquids automatically split into more blobs, spreading around Qin Lang. The left ghostly hand shouted excitedly, "Explode!" The little toxic blobs exploded continuously, thick poisonous smoke completely enveloping Qin Lang. Ha ha ha. The left ghostly hand proudly asked the right ghostly hand, "I'm done here. What about your side?" The right ghostly hand looked at the already scattered black spheres and smugly said, "He's been eaten without a trace left." Lu Jiu's face turned pale, collapsing to the ground. Brother Qin Lang and Qin Lang, they're all gone. Sumubai gritted her teeth, trying to crawl over. Impossible, Qin Lang wouldn't. Yi Zi hurriedly pulled her back. "Miss Su, don't be impulsive." At this moment, the 2 ghostly hands stared at Bafumi, who was guarding beside Sumubai. They said, "You're not human either, why help them? Hand over those humans, and we'll let you go." Bafumi chuckled. "What kind of tone is that? Do you take me for your servant? Do we Western demons have no face here at all? I advise you not to provoke me, or the consequences will be on you." The 2 ghostly hands laughed mischievously. "Scaring us is useless. I hear you loud and clear. As long as that little girl doesn't pay the price, all you can do is defend yourself. And her summoning must be permanent. Once the time limit is up, you have to go back, right? Why should we fear you?" After hearing this, Bafumi sneered coldly, then placed Su Miao on the ground. "Your brains work pretty well. I am cash on delivery, but I also have a bit of initiative. I've always wanted to see how much difference there is between our Western demons and your strange ones." Bafumi chanted incantations as he extended a massive sickle from his hand. Bafumi's arm emitted a strong red light, then he swung it forward with force. Death Scythe. Ha! A huge blood-red light shot forward quickly, like a sharp blade ready to cut those 2 ghostly hands. Seeing this, the 2 ghostly hands let out wild laughter. The left ghostly hand opened its 5 fingers and surprisingly grabbed Bafumi's blood-red blade in one go, while the right ghostly hand charged forward fiercely, transforming into a gigantic fist that smashed down at Bafumi. Bafumi raised the sickle in his hand to block the punch. "Just a little trick." Bafumi sneered, "These few moves of yours are not even as good as the bugs I summoned." Unexpectedly, the right ghostly hand chuckled coldly. "Is that so?" Suddenly, numerous venomous snakes sprouted from its body, biting Bafumi with lightning speed. Bafumi frowned slightly, and countless magic circles opened around him to attack those venomous snakes. Boom! 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 The venomous snakes were interrupted by the energy from the magic circles, but the toxin from the right ghostly hand had already fully entered Bafumi's body. The right ghostly hand laughed heartily and withdrew. Bafumi wanted to continue his attack but found that his body seemed locked by something. The left and right ghostly hands pressed together and slapped hard. The left ghostly hand laughed. He, as expected of the great demon, you are not dead yet. That poison was refined over 100 years, made with hundreds of thousands of souls and grievances. Even a Deluo golden immortal would die from it. Seeing this, Su Miao cried and asked, "Big Goat, are you okay?" Bafumi snorted coldly, "I'm fine, just temporarily unable to move. Defense is not a problem. I didn't expect this time to be a bit tricky. I was careless. This time, you have to offer more rewards." Su Muba and the others heard this, their hearts racing faster and faster. Even such a powerful demon is not a match? Is this the power of S-level strangeness? Lu Jiu felt weak all over, her lips trembling constantly. "It's over, this is all over. I shouldn't have come to this instance at all." She really didn't expect S-level strangeness to be so hard to fight. Yi Zi took a deep breath and said, "Don't be afraid, Bafumi said he can defend. As long as we have time, we have a chance." We cannot give up here. Otherwise, we would be letting Qin Lang and Qin Lang down. Before she finished speaking, the ground suddenly exploded with a boom and two figures jumped out. Qin Lang, shirtless, muscular, alongside Qin Lang in a pink cloak, stood before everyone. Qin Lang, are you okay? Yi Zi was overjoyed, but just as she was about to say something, she noticed Qin Lang looked quite unusual. Qin Lang frowned, gasping for breath, and asked Qin Lang, how did you do it? He had just been enveloped by poisonous smoke, trying to break free, but the S-level strangeness's toxin was not that easy to deal with, right? Qin Lang's limbs instantly went numb, unable to move. When he thought he was going to die, the next second he found himself hoisted over Qin Lang's shoulder. Qin Lang is not dead yet, but because he inhaled a small amount of poisonous fog, he was also unable to move like Bafumi. If he had received the same dosage as Bafumi. The toxins, at this moment, are probably already cold. Qin Lang did not answer Qin Lang, but instead asked back, are you still tangled at this time? Just lie down. When the densely packed round face weirdly rushed towards him, Qin Lang directly activated the skills of time pause and teleportation, dodging to the side to prepare for another attack. Seeing Qin Lang being enveloped in poison gas, Qin Lang once again used the same trick to save her. Just at that moment, the previous fight had created a hole in the ground, so Qin Lang carried Qin Lang and jumped down, right as he had just found a way to come up. Using Bai Chi's strength for the first extended period, Qin Lang felt his body becoming noticeably fatigued. If it weren't for the enhancement of the ultimate virus, an ordinary person would have already lost their life at this point. The virus continuously repaired Qin Lang's body, but it could never keep up with the speed of consumption. Bai Chi asked, Big brother, are you okay? Qin Lang replied, less nonsense, continue. Bai Chi said, your body has reached its limit. If you continue, you will die. Find a place to hide and recover before anything else. Qin Lang lifted the Ghost Slayer knife, then I must go. Hide? Where can we hide? Only a battle. He fixed his gaze on the two ghost hands before him, if I must die at the hands of such monsters, then I should die fighting. Bai Chi shook his head helplessly. Bafumi looked at Qin Lang and laughed, he, you are the most spirited bug I have ever seen. I will give you a little help, go. Once I clear all these toxins, I will definitely lend you a helping hand. Qin Lang glanced at him and continued walking towards the two ghost hands. Sumubai gritted her teeth and looked at Yi Zi, Miss Yi, can I borrow your body? Yi Zi was startled, borrow me? Sumubai nodded, I want to use your body to fight, I can't let Qin Lang go on an adventure alone. Although I have never tried possessing a living person, I promise I won't harm you. Qin Lang spoke up, Miss Yi, you must be cautious. Once a strange entity possesses a living being, it won't be so easy to come out. And her negative energy will also affect you, and you might even suffer permanent damage. Lu Jiu quickly said, yes, Yi Zi, and this is an S-level anomaly, the power difference is no small matter. Yi Zi hesitated for a moment, then said, okay. Miss Su, go ahead. Lu Jiu, Yi Zi. Yi Zi said, we might not survive now, so what are we talking about for the future? I must do something. On the other side, Qin Lang's battle with the two ghost hands began again. He wielded the Ghost Slayer knife, using his teleportation ability to dodge the various weapons and poison liquid spat out by the two ghost hands. Countless ghostly souls and poison hidden weapons attacked Qin Lang. He relied on his nimble body to evade, causing all those attacks to miss. Boom 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 boom. Those weapons fell to the ground, causing explosions, and the strong toxicity corroded the ground. The big mouths of the two ghost hands opened simultaneously, shooting out two giant energy orbs, one red and one black, into the sky. Dead Soul Rain. The energy orbs exploded in mid-air, instantly falling from several meters high, morphing into countless droplets, covering an area of several meters around Qin Lang. Blood Demon Technique. Yi Zi rushed in front of Qin Lang, creating a massive shield made of blood. No, she was Su Mubai at this moment. Qin Lang asked in confusion, Miss Su? He smelled Su Mubai's unique scent. Su Mubai said, I'm using Miss Yi's body right now. Qin Lang, hurry up and think of a way to get out. I will attract this guy's firepower. Before her voice fell, the fierce dead soul rain grew heavier, nearly piercing through Su Mubai's shield. Qin Lang tightened his grip on the Ghost Slayer knife, although his expression was calm, his heart was already burning with anger. He roared in his heart, Bai Chi, increase your strength. Bai Chi replied, Big brother, I've been using my power to assist you since just now. And that's already the maximum you can endure. Increase the dosage, and you will die. Qin Lang was just about to tell him not to worry about it when a mechanical voice sounded. The host can now refresh skills. Qin Lang was stunned. He wasn't surprised by the skill refresh. But he saw that on the system panel in front of him, it actually showed that his mental power was full. No way. To dodge the attacks from the ghost hands, Qin Lang had used the time pause multiple times, and his remaining mental power should be very low. Even if his emotions were fluctuating greatly, it shouldn't have increased that much, right? Suddenly, Qin Lang realized something. Bai Qi, stop supplying me with power. Bai Qi was puzzled. If I give you power, you can't win. If I don't give you power, you definitely won't win. Qin Lang, stop talking. Just do it. After Bai Qi stopped supplying power, Qin Lang activated time pause and rushed out while carrying Sumu Bai. Current mental power, 800/1000. Bai Qi, give me power. Though Bai Qi was confused, he did as told. Current mental power, 1000/1000. Qin Lang, whoa. Bai Qi, you're actually a healer? Can you give me a rebound? Chapter 77, Doing as One Pleases. Qin Lang, surprised yet delighted. Bai Qi, all this time, you're a healer. Bai Qi? As a reaper, how could he be related to the concept of a healer? Qin Lang laughed loudly. I found a way. You keep giving me power, don't stop. How much? Just handle it, just don't stop. He had rarely checked his mental power recently, and just now he realized Bai Qi's role in a moment of inspiration. This is like a racing car that not only goes fast but can also refuel while running. No. Bai Qi said that the power he was offering now was not even 2000ths. But it was already so incredible. That is like having a nuclear power generator in a racing car. If there was a powerful skill, wouldn't it just take off? Qin Lang continued to use the time pause skill, pausing for over a minute. After getting Sumu Bai to a safe area, Qin Lang let time resume. Qin Lang. Hey. Sumu Bai thought she was still enduring the attack of the Death Soul Rain, only to find that their positions had changed. Others were equally shocked and confused. Jun Lang, this speed, faster than me. Bafu Mia, it felt like in the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Did this bug use some magic? He felt that even if he faced that attack head-on just now, he probably wouldn't come out unscathed. No matter how fast the movement, it's hard to avoid being hit by the densely packed and wide-ranging Death Soul Rain. But Qin Lang managed to do it, which was truly incomprehensible. The two ghost hands were also very surprised. They thought that was the final blow, yet Qin Lang was unexpectedly unharmed? Is there really such a thing? Qin Lang stood in front of Sumu Bai. Don't move around, just occasionally help me with cover. Sumu Bai, oh. Qin Lang, be careful. Qin Lang raised his ghost-slashing knife again and charged towards the two ghost hands. Human, don't be too arrogant. The left ghost hand roared, spewing out a large amount of venom from its mouth, shooting towards Qin Lang like poisonous thorns. The right ghost hand first shrank into the ground, then appeared behind Qin Lang, preparing to pounce on him to cut off his escape route or crush him. Your attacks and combinations are indeed quite scary. Qin Lang laughed, but no matter how powerful the attack is, if it can't hit, it means nothing. Time, pause. Everything came to a halt, the two ghost hands stood motionless in place. Ya. Without hesitation, Qin Lang swung fiercely at the right ghost hand, releasing all the suppressed anger. The 5 fingers of the right ghost hand were chopped off, and its palm was almost sliced as thin as spicy strips. Qin Lang then hid behind the right ghost hand, letting it block the venom from the left ghost hand for him. Time resumed. Awah! The right ghost hand screamed in agony, places where the ghost-slashing knife had cut were smoking. Endless evil spirits escaped from within. Coupled with the poison attack of the left ghost hand, the tearing of the wounds intensified. The left ghost hand was stunned. The right ghost hand angrily said, What do you mean Don't you have any accuracy at all? The left ghost hand shouted, How would I know? How did you get cut up like this? Truly useless. The right ghost hand retorted, Keep cursing. The battle situation unexpectedly reversed quietly. Sumu Bai and the others were astonished and speechless. Once again, they hadn't seen clearly. Jun Lang was also very fast, but when facing the giant ghost hands and such swift poison attacks, he was bound to get hit. Yet Qin Lang was not affected at all. More eerie than eerie. Qin Lang looked at the ghost-slaying knife in his hand and shook his head. What a pity, can't kill completely with one strike. These two ghost hands are really tough. The right ghost hand was constantly regenerating itself, angrily told Qin Lang, You brat. I'm going to swallow you whole, so you can't reincarnate. Qin Lang shrugged, Really? Then let me see what kind of abilities you actually have. Taking advantage of the standoff, Qin Lang began to refresh his new skills. The host can choose any skill to refresh. 1. Super Strong Perspective. Can see all objects and terrain within 100 meters. Consumes 80 mental power per second. 2. Let the bullets fly. The host can choose any part of the body as the gun barrel to shoot, turning mental power into bullets. These bullets deal 100% real damage to ghosts, monsters, superheroes, Batman, etc. Consumes 10 mental power per bullet. 3. 0 degree freezing. The host can open a certain area where any object entering will be frozen. Consumes 100 mental power per second. Wow, all three skills are so awesome. To be honest, Qin Lang really wanted all of them. But for now, he chose the second one, let the bullets fly. Turning mental power into bullets. What I have in abundance now is mental power. And real damage. Paired with Bai Qi, who can infinitely replenish, this is going to take off. Bai Qi, remember, you can't stop the healing. Bai Qi's dragon whiskers were pointing upward. Big brother, do you hear how that sounds like human speech? Qin Lang attacked again, this time using his left hand to make a gun gesture, aiming at the left ghost hand. Brat, the times have changed. Bang 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 bang. He shot out dozens of bullets at once, turning all the evil spirits spat out by the left ghost hand into dust. The left ghost hand was first taken aback but immediately withdrew to avoid this round of shooting. The right ghost hand hadn't fully healed yet and shouted, "What's wrong with you? Fight him." The left ghost hand was also furious. You make it sound easy. These bullets are fierce, and they aren't ordinary bullets. Qin Lang chuckled inwardly. Right, they're not ordinary bullets, they're the bullets from Lang Wei's poems. Qin Lang poured a bit of liquor into his mouth with the last bit of strength, lamenting, "This. It's really the first time I've seen bullets being able to eliminate the Eerie." And where did he hide the gun? Lu Jiao shook his head vigorously. It's impossible. Eerie beings are immune to all physical attacks, they shouldn't take damage without the corresponding weapons and tools. Ba Fumie was also silent. Physical exorcism. I really have seen it all. Seeing how useful the mental power bullets were, Qin Lang simply put away the ghost-slaying knife and raised both hands, also creating a gun barrel in his chest. Fire. Da-did-day-day-day. The powerful firepower instantly formed a bullet barrage, fiercely rushing towards the left and right ghost hands. The two ghost hands quickly spat out a large number of evil spirits to shield themselves from the firepower, and many little ghost hands also emerged from the ground to create trouble for Qin Lang. I don't believe your bullets are unlimited. The left ghost hand roared, "Shoot, shoot, shoot. I'll let you shoot as much as you want. When you run out of bullets, I'll cut you down." Qin Lang laughed. Run out? Sorry, the long blue bar means I can do whatever I want. Chapter 78, 1,000 Years of Cultivation. The left and right ghost hands were using all their strength, constantly utilizing the power of the evil spirits within them to create various shaped monsters and soldiers to resist Qin Lang's firepower. Left ghost hand, I refuse to believe that our hundreds of years of power will lose to just one human. Right ghost hand, that's right, I want to see how many bullets he can use against us. Even Qin Lang and the others were a bit worried. Lu Jiao swallowed hard. Is this Qin Lang a monster? How can he grow gun barrels from his body? What is he using as bullets? Qin Lang squeezed the wine jug and said, Qin Lang's trick must use something like his own inner strength as a material. But those bullets seem so powerful, the consumption must be huge, right? Ba Fumie, Qin Lang actually wants to play a war of attrition, he is really making a huge mistake. No matter how strong he is still human, his opponent has 100 years of cultivation. The two sides are not on the same level, their starting points are different. If this continues, he will definitely suffer. Sumubai looked at Qin Lang anxiously, wanting so much to help. But the battle was intense, and the ghost hands unleashed a lot of strange souls, she could not intervene at all. Moreover, she had not fully adapted to Yizi's body, even though Yizi's body and soul did not oppose her possession and could use blood ghost technique. Sumubai, who had never possessed a living person before, still felt a bit powerless. Time passed little by little, and Qin Lang continued to release a crazy output. Everyone realized something was wrong. Qin Lang wondered, strange, why is Qin Lang's firepower getting stronger and stronger? This is not normal. Normally, his inner strength should only decrease, not increase. Lu Jiao was also dumbfounded. What is going on? I can't understand. Ba Fumie felt that everything in front of him exceeded his understanding, he even broke out in cold sweat. Are Eastern weirdness and Eastern people really that amazing? I can't make sense of it at all. At this moment, the most embarrassed were the two ghost hands. This human, what's going on? Why is he still outputting? It's as if these bullets are endless. Left ghost hand, this kid clearly doesn't have our strength but relies on quantity and firepower to suppress us. It's been so long, why are his ammunition supplies still so ample? Right ghost hand, how can he compete with us in attrition and last so long? What is happening? I've never seen such a human before. In fact, up until now, the two S-rank weirdness were still at an advantage. In terms of strength, Qin Lang was still far behind them. Otherwise, Qin Lang would have already used mental bullets to shoot them down. But Qin Lang's trick shattered everyone's psychological expectations and caught them off guard. Moreover, this skill was just obtained by Qin Lang, so he hadn't used it before. From the perspective of others, it seemed Qin Lang had this skill all along but deliberately hid it. Then the question arose, how many more skills is he hiding? Weirdness can also feel fear, and the unknown is something all creatures fear. How many bullets can Qin Lang still fire, and how many more tricks does he have? Before Qin Lang runs out of bullets, they might be destroyed. Bang! A bullet pierced through the last layer of ghostly defense, brushing past the left ghost hand. The left ghost hand swayed. Should we withdraw? As long as the ancient house is still there, we still have a chance. The right ghost hand said, are you an idiot? Look at what he's done to the ancient house. If we retreat now and let him discover our foundation, it will be disastrous. Left ghost hand, then what do you suggest we do? Right ghost hand, of course, we fight back. Left ghost hand, you make it sound easy. Their expressions gave Qin Lang a glimmer of opportunity. Have their mental states collapsed? That's great. Qin Lang looked at Su Mubai and shouted, Miss Su. Su Mubai instantly seemed to understand something and rushed up. Qin Lang tried his best to generate gun barrels on himself, increasing the firepower output. Both ghost hands charged forward. I won't believe it. My 100 years of cultivation will not lose to you, the stinky boy. Qin Lang laughed. 100 years of cultivation? He and Bai Qi spoke in unison. Our cultivation has been over 1,000 years. Boom 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 boom. A massive barrage directly covered the left and right ghost hands, and the ghostly power they released was completely shattered. As the right ghost hand was struggling, it suddenly felt a thread wrapping around its 5 fingers. It grew eyes from the back and discovered that Su Mubai was tightly binding it with several blood threads. Blood ghost technique. Su Mubai grabbed the blood threads and pulled hard. The blood threads were long and sharp, quickly cutting through the fingers of the right ghost hand. Just as it was about to completely sever them, the right ghost hand hurriedly used ghostly power to heal itself. Stinky girl. You're looking for death. The right ghost hand extended several poisonous snakes from its palm towards Su Mubai. The left ghost hand shouted angrily, don't get distracted. Idiot. The right ghost hand realized that Qin Lang ahead was the key and hurriedly built a new defense. But it was all too late. Qin Lang jumped into the air, raising the ghost-slaying blade. Hua! A vertical chop came crashing down, directly splitting the right ghost hand in two. Immediately after, Qin Lang fired again with both hands, punching countless holes into the right ghost hand to prevent it from healing again. Jun Lang clapped his hands and said, beautiful. Su Mubai also smiled, looking at Qin Lang with eyes full of admiration and worship. At the same time, she felt a strong heartbeat, and her cheeks were burning. Strange. Even though Su Mubai was possessing EZ, as the strange entity, she did not enjoy the sensations of the body, and her emotions would not show physically. So this heartbeat and blushing reaction. Is it EZ? Seeing this, the left ghost hand immediately prepared to shrink underground to hide. At that moment, a large hand firmly grabbed it. Bafumi smiled and said, hey, strange one from the east, you were pretty arrogant just now? The left ghost hand panicked, we are not humans, we're just fellow travelers, you don't need to wipe us out completely, right? Bafumi sneered, I've heard that the eastern hell is scarier than my hell, you should help me take a look. He swung his other hand, brandishing a gigantic reaper's scythe, horizontally slicing through the left ghost hand. After losing connection with the ground, the left ghost hand instantly turned into green smoke and slowly disappeared. Qin Lang finally relaxed and quietly looked at Bafumi. Bafumi said coldly, Bug, you are quite powerful. Qin Lang replied, you are the bug. Suddenly, a strong intense heat spread through his entire body. Ah! Qin Lang covered his heart, shouting loudly before collapsing. Su Mubai's eyes widened, exclaiming, Qin Lang. Chapter 79, Two Big Things. Qin Lang opened his eyes and found Bai Qi beside him. I didn't die, right? Qin Lang sat up, noticing the surroundings were dark, likely in his own subconscious world. Bai Qi stroked the Qiankuan jade bottle and said, Big brother, I already reminded you long ago, your physical endurance is limited. So my power continuously entering your body will also keep countering you. Luckily you had already injected the death virus and, with your unusual constitution, you didn't die. Qin Lang said oh and wanted to try to return to his original body but found he didn't have the strength to go back. Bai Qi said, you are still in a coma, don't waste your energy. It's best for you to rest for a while, or your body will definitely have problems. Qin Lang said, yeah, I should rest now. After clearing this copy, the reward should be enough to buy that white dragon reverse scale. I've fulfilled your first wish. Bai Qi nodded, thank you, big brother. Then I will mention the second wish. Qin Lang sighed, alright, but don't ask for too much. Bai Qi said, don't worry, the second wish is. I want the wheel sword. Qin Lang frowned, wheel sword? What is that? The name sounds strange. Bai Qi's expression and tone grew serious. The wheel sword was the sword I used to commit suicide back then. After that, this sword became the sword of Qin Lang. Do you know Jing Ko? When he assassinated Qin Wang Ing Zhang used the wheel sword to block his Lady Su's dagger and killed Jing Ku. Qin Lang, is this wheel sword really that powerful? Suddenly, he asked, wait, you were already dead when Jing Ku attacked Qin, how do you know about this? Bai Qi laughed, because I met him in the underworld. Qin Lang, okay then. Bai Qi is a god of slaughter, and Jing Ku was a top assassin who almost killed the great dragon Ing Zhang. Both of these heroes from the Warring States period died under the wheel sword. This treasure is not ordinary. Qin Lang asked again, what do you want with this sword? Revenge? Bai Qi twirled his dragon whiskers, I'm not that petty. In any case, please help me look for it carefully. Qin Lang added, if the system has it in the shop, I can get it for you. But if it's not there, it could be troublesome, maybe it's in the hands of a collector, or buried underground, or maybe it's already gone. Bai Qi shook his head, impossible, treasures like the wheel sword are protected by heaven and earth, they won't be easily destroyed. Moreover, I've heard from people in the underworld that it has reappeared in the world. Perhaps it is held by some mortal, big brother, if you put in some effort to find it, you will definitely reap rewards. Qin Lang scratched his head, alright. Coincidentally, I also don't plan to go to the next dungeon, so let's stay in the real world for a while. At that moment, Sumu Bai's voice sounded from above. Qin Lang? Qin Lang? Bai Qi, it seems you've recovered well, you can go back. Qin Lang stood up to leave, but suddenly remembered a question. Bai Qi, I've always wanted to ask, why did you become the way you are now? Bai Qi twisted his dragon head, big brother, you don't need to ask about this. Qin Lang shrugged and walked away. Then, Qin Lang's true body opened his eyes, seeing Ez staring at him with a nervous expression. No, she should be Sumu Bai now. Sumu Bai said with delight, Qin Lang, you're awake. Qin Lang felt a wave of warmth and comfort lying in her arms. He couldn't help but rub against her, Miss Su, your legs are so soft. Sumu Bai's face turned red, Qin Lang, this is not my leg. Qin Lang. Oh right, the body still belongs to Ez. Qin Lang coughed twice and sat up, why haven't you gotten off her? Sumu Bai shook her head, I can't. Jun Lang spoke up, it's very difficult to switch bodies after an eerie possession, unless the possessed person dies, or someone helps. Just go back to the real world and find a skilled Taoist priest or monk to help you. Qin Lang looked at him and said, you seem to have recovered quite quickly. Jun Lang laughed heartily, thanks to you, after clearing the dungeon, all wounds and toxins were cleared. By the way, you need to hurry, if time drags on, Sumu Bai's negative energy will erode Yeezy's body, then even the gods can't save her. Sumu Bai's expression changed, and she lowered her head, muttering, I'm sorry, Missy, Qin Lang and I will definitely find a way. The next second, her voice changed back to Yeezy, it's okay, this was my choice back then, I believe in you guys. Qin Lang looked at the coexistence of Sumu Bai and Yeezy, feeling quite complicated inside. Behind them, the goat-headed Baifmi spoke, ha, coming out this time is truly eye-opening. Baifmi let out a devil's unique ha cold laugh. Su Miao cried, you should go back. I'm scared. Woo. Baifmi replied, humph, then I will take my price. Qin Lang and the others looked at Baifmi, wanting to know what the cost of summoning a demon to do its work was. Baifmi stretched out its claw and scratched the back of Su Miao's head. Su Miao's long hair immediately turned into shoulder-length short hair, and the cut-off part was taken by Baifmi. I wanted more, but since I enjoyed this battle so much, that's enough for now. Bafumi held onto that tuft of hair and opened a six-pointed star barrier beneath his feet, disappearing in a flash. Qin Lang frowned. Is this the price? A part of the body? Well, hair does count as a part of the body. Su Miao cried loudly, woo. I have to grow my hair long again. Short hair looks so ugly. Everyone. Junling chuckled and said, the instance is being settled, and the rewards will be distributed soon. By the way, Qin Lang, shall we team up in the next instance? Qin Lang replied, no need, I have to return to the real world for a bit. Right now, the main priority is to get Su Mubai out of Yeezy's body and conveniently ask Bai Qi for the wheel sword he wanted. Suddenly, there was a sound of light footsteps. Who? Lu Jiao ran out upon hearing the noise. No, please don't kill me. The director Chen Shi crouched on the ground, hugging his head, trembling as he pleaded, please, great ones, I was wrong, let me go. Lu Jiao grabbed him by the collar, damn it, you were so arrogant just now. Working for the weird, causing so many deaths. You even made those kinds of films, pervert. Shameless. Lu Jiao raised his hand and slapped him several times, hitting Chen Shi's face until it swelled like a pig's head. Stop hitting me. Chen Shi cried out, I was wrong, I'm sorry. I was forced, too. Just as Lu Jiao was about to go all out, a mechanical voice rang out in everyone's ears. Congratulations to all players for clearing the level. now beginning to distribute rewards. Chapter 80 Global Announcement. As the system settled, all actions came to a halt. Congratulations player Qin Lang for successfully killing an S-grade anomaly. Rating, SSS. Perfect. Player Qin Lang receives 2 million strange coins. Qin Lang receives S-grade item, Goddess Jade. Goddess Jade allows you to breathe normally underwater for 48 hours. A golden light appeared in Qin Lang's hand, as a round exquisite jade pendant continuously emitted a strange glow. Can stay underwater for 48 hours? This thing is definitely a divine artifact. Qin Lang receives A-grade item, Swift Fist Gloves. Swift Fist Gloves increases attack speed by 60%. Another uniquely designed yet lightweight pair of gloves fell into Qin Lang's hands. It's good that it can increase attack speed. Paired with the mental bullet skill, he can unleash more and faster attacks now. The other players, like Qin Lang and Yi Zi, also received their respective rewards. Qin Lang smiled and said, "Thanks to you, Qin Lang, I got a chance to participate in killing the S-grade anomaly. This reward is really abundant." Qin Lang's reward in strange coins reached 500,000, already the highest in his career. Although the item received was only B-grade, Qin Lang didn't mind too much. He figured he could just buy a new knife with the money. As for Lu Jiu, she barely participated in the battle against the ghostly hands in the ancient mansion, so she could only receive a consolation prize of 2,000 strange coins. Accordingly, Su Miao and Yi Zi's rewards were much higher than Lu Jiu's, second only to Qin Lang and Qin Lang. Lu Jiu knew the results were quite fair but still felt a bit unsatisfied. She vented her anger on Shenshi. "You wanted to use us as sacrifices, didn't you?" Shenshi quickly covered his head and cried, "No, please, spare my life." Qin Lang walked over and patted Lu Jiu's shoulder. "Alright, Miss Lu, let him go." Lu Jiu was confused. "Brother Qin Lang, people like him don't deserve forgiveness. Now that the instance is over, we can teach him a lesson." Qin Lang said, "You should let him go if you can." Reluctantly, Lu Jiu released Shenshi. Shenshi bowed his head to Qin Lang and said, "Thank you." "Thank you, master." Then turned and ran away. Suddenly, Qin Lang drew his knife and swiftly chopped off Shenshi's head. Lu Jiu didn't react in time, and Shenshi was already decapitated. Qin Lang said, "Letting you go didn't mean letting you live. Now the world is completely clean." At this moment, the system spoke again. Player Qin Lang has shown outstanding performance in 3 consecutive instance challenges. Immediately get qualified for the ranked match. Now evaluating initial rank. Ranked match? Initial rank? Qin Lang was confused. What is this? Qin Lang laughed heartily. Huh? You don't even know this? In addition to the difficulty levels of S, A, B, C, there is a more challenging ranked mode. The dungeons you played before and the current one are both normal modes. If you enter the ranked match, you can earn points based on your performance during the dungeon, thus obtaining your rank. Ranks go from lowest to highest: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, emerald, diamond, master, king, etc. Each rank is further divided into 5 tiers, with tier 1 being the strongest and tier 5 the weakest. Once you qualify for the ranked match, your initial rank will be determined based on your performance in the last 3 dungeons. Player Qin Lang's initial rank, Gold Tier 2. Lu Jiu was so shocked her jaw almost dropped to the ground. What? Gold Tier 2? Qin Lang's pupils widened in disbelief, continuously saying, "Incredible, truly incredible." The highest initial rank for ordinary players is only Silver. In the past 20 years, the highest initial rank has only been Silver Tier 1. Qin Lang, you are just too monstrous. A treasure shaped like a key fell from the sky, its surface shimmering with flowing golden light, with a gem embedded in the key handle. Qin Lang took out a similar key-shaped token, but it was made of silver. "This is the token that proves your rank. As you can see, I currently only have a silver rank." Qin Lang put away the token and asked, "Since you can play ranked matches, why are you in this ordinary mode?" Qin Lang chuckled, "It's simple, after playing one ranked match, I felt a bit lacking in confidence. At that time, I participated in a B-level ranked match. To be honest, the difficulty is about the same as the current 3 in normal dungeon. Many players who are strong in normal mode, or have cleared S-level dungeons, died immediately after participating in a ranked match. I advise you to not rush into ranked matches, practice more first." B-level ranked match difficulty exceeded that of 3 in normal dungeon? Qin Lang suddenly understood the value of the ranked matches. Once cleared, the rewards must be even richer, right? Player Qin Lang contributed over 80% in this dungeon's boss battle, ranking first among unranked players. Received global announcement benefits. Global announcement? Lu Jiu's eyes were about to pop out, her hands shaking uncontrollably, her teeth chattering. This was a rare and precious benefit. Fame and fortune. Global announcement starting soon. Would you like to hide your name? Qin Lang did not think twice and said, "Hide." He had no intention of showing off. Qin Lang seemed unbothered, chuckling, "Don't worry, we won't tell anyone else." Qin Lang replied, "Even if you do, it's fine. I just won't recognize it." Lu Jiu frowned and muttered softly, "What's there to show off about, hum?" Qin Lang then told the dungeon system he wanted to return to the real world. Lu Jiu hurriedly said, "Qin Lang, I want to go with brother Qin Lang, but Yi, you have to protect me well. If something happens, you'll be in trouble." Qin Lang patted his chest, "I thought you were going to be a tailgater. Good thing you are someone who values love over friendship. Lu Jiu, I just simply don't want to stay with you anymore." Qin Lang gently stroked Su Miao's head. "Meow meow, shall we go back together?" Su Miao cried loudly, "Whoa, I don't want to go back." Qin Lang replied, "If we don't go back, we can go to the next dungeon, don't be afraid, don't be afraid." Then, he turned around and knelt on one knee in front of Qin Lang. Lu Jiu was alarmed, "Brother Qin Lang. Qin Lang, this time I owe you a life and a favor. You are strong, but I will be even stronger. Next time we meet, let's see who can clear the dungeon faster." Qin Lang replied calmly, "I'm not interested in competing with you. We probably won't meet again." Qin Lang stood up and dusted off his clothes. Smiled, "Don't speak too confidently. By the way, if you want to find a way to get Su Mubai out, I know a place. You can go to Qingshan City and look for the Bai Long Temple. Just say you are my friend, and Master Wukong at the temple will help you." Qin Lang, "Okay, I'll remember that." A gate of space opened wide, and Qin Lang pulled Su Mubai's hand and walked inside. At the same time, all media and social networks worldwide received this message. A mysterious player has first ranked as Gold Tier 2. This player achieved 80% contribution while dealing with an S-level anomaly. Players worldwide suddenly erupted in excitement. Chapter 81, Entering the City. What? 80% contribution for dealing with an S-level anomaly? Doesn't that mean he did most of the fighting? This counts as a one-on-one battle, right? Even though this isn't a ranked boss, it's still not simple. The key point is that he first ranked as Gold Tier 2? That's simply incredible. Everyone couldn't help but start wondering who this mysterious player really was. Is this the real world? Qin Lang stepped out of the space gate, discovering that the exit was actually in an abandoned construction site. Qin Lang looked around and asked, "Are all these buildings unfinished?" Behind him, Yi Zi's voice sounded, "They are not unfinished buildings, we should be in the old area." She pointed to the brightly lit urban area in the distance and said, "Over there is the current residential area, known as the new area. Every city has a place like this." In the distance, forests of steel and glass rose up from the ground, and suspended tracks wove through the clouds like silver threads, giving a sense of near-future sci-fi. Qin Lang asked, "New area? Old area? Is it because the new area is fancier?" Yi Zi continued, "Of course not. The old area was once where humans lived, the new area is a new city built by players with super abilities." "Wait, Qin Lang, how come you don't even know this?" Qin Lang shrugged, "I just don't know, you go on." Through Yi Zi's explanation, Qin Lang gradually understood. The technological level of this world was similar to that of Earth before his travel. Maglev trains, AI, and the internet were all present. But after the dungeon system arrived, countless players emerged, applying skills they brought from the dungeons to reality, creating the current cities and civilizations. For instance, building houses used to rely on construction workers laying bricks and tiles one by one, but now, all it takes is the power of thought to replace manual labor. One can even envision and create desired facilities with their mind. Some item rewards from dungeons could also be applied to production and life, changing the previous societal rules of operation. With these convenient super abilities, humanity abandoned their past facilities and moved into new cities. As Qin Lang walked, he asked, "Then why not completely transform the old area?" Yi Zi answered, "It's simple. On one hand, the cost is quite high, and those with powers don't do free work. Many players choose to use the skills they got to earn a living in the real world instead of exploring dungeons after acquiring a skill. Most of them can become influential, and over time, they end up living in luxury. Besides, if everything was advanced in the new area, it wouldn't seem advanced. Keeping the backward old area shows off their superiority." Qin Lang scratched his head and asked, "Then are we going to the new area now?" Yi Zi nodded, "Yes, first, Yi Zi crouched down and let out a painful wail. Qin Lang hurried over, "What happened?" This time, it was Su Mubai's voice that spoke, "It's my fault, maybe my dark energy is too strong, so Missy can't occupy her body for too long. We need to find a way to get me out of here quickly." Qin Lang said, "What did Qin Lang say about Qing Chang's Bai Long Temple? But where is Qing Chang?" They had just stepped out of the construction site, hoping to find someone to ask for directions or to find a bus station or something. But this place felt like a wasteland, with not a single person in sight. Yi Zi was currently quite weak and couldn't directly call her out to ask about the situation, so Qin Lang had no choice but to take Su Mubai and head toward the bustling new district. Along the way, Qin Lang saw many familiar things, but the more he moved toward the new district, the stranger the scenery became. Not only had the architectural style changed, but the clothing of the people on the street was also different. The young people dressed in particularly bizarre ways, with both men and women dyeing their hair in bright colors. The billboards by the roadside were quite explicit, featuring elements of gambling, drugs, and violence, completely lacking in pretense. Qin Lang wanted to ask a passerby for directions, but their mental states were all abnormal, clearly indicative of having taken something illicit. There was even a couple doing their business in public, and everyone around them didn't care at all, not even showing interest in watching. "Qin Lang, look!" Sumubai exclaimed in surprise, pointing at a large gate ahead. The gate loomed like the backbone of a giant beast, its steel and glass surface reflecting the neon lights of the new district, cold and distant. Sparkling electronic screens were embedded in the door, scrolling the entry fee and warnings, splitting the prosperity from the decay. Warning! 2 unidentified individuals detected approaching. A guard's mechanical voice echoed from a loudspeaker. A group of heavily armored guards, wielding high-quality weapons, quickly surrounded them. The captain of the police team shouted, "Halt! What are you doing?" Qin Lang pointed ahead, saying, "Entering the city." The captain asked, "Have you paid the fee?" Qin Lang shook his head. The captain then asked, "Let me see your entry code." Entry code? Qin Lang and Sumubai looked at each other in confusion. The captain, growing impatient, said, "Stop playing dumb. Show me your entry safety app." Qin Lang waved his hand, "I don't have a phone." "Isn't it just about paying the fee?" "Stop the small talk, just tell me how much it costs to enter." The captain sneered, "A broke loser without even a phone? Can you even afford the entry fee? 1,000 per person, can you take that out?" Qin Lang took out a strange coin and asked, "Can I use this?" The moment those police team members saw the strange coin, their eyes went wide. "Strange coin?" Their eyes instantly cleared up. The captain stared at Qin Lang, swallowing hard and asking, "May I ask, are you a dungeon player?" Qin Lang nodded, "Yeah, what's up?" The captain immediately straightened up, "Attention, everyone! Stand straight! Salute!" The police team members hastily lined up and saluted, creating a path for Qin Lang and Sumubai. The captain nervously said, "I'm sorry, I didn't ask carefully just now, you can enter the city now. Thank you for your hard work." Qin Lang and Sumubai exchanged glances. Qin Lang held the strange coin, "Don't you want this?" The captain was sweating profusely, and "No. We dare not. Players entering the city are free. I'm sorry for the previous oversight, please forgive us." Qin Lang smiled, thinking that dungeon players had such privileges in the real world. But then he thought about it, dungeon players returning to reality meant they had cleared the game and were somewhat capable, so how could these ordinary people dare to provoke them easily? He directly entered the city, with Sumubai following closely behind. The police captain wiped his sweat, complaining, "Even they look like that, yet they are players?" Another team member said, "Maybe their dungeon level isn't high? They've come back from the old district." The captain ordered, "Call Lord Tiger immediately and tell him another player has returned." Chapter 82, Advanced Players. After entering the city, Qin Lang found that the scenery of the new district was indeed different from the old district. Various shapes of skyscrapers formed a vibrant steel forest, with pathways connecting different floors, many sky bridges and tracks on the roads, and the city's terrain undulated in a fantastical way. Qin Lang and Sumubai casually found a larger restaurant to eat. This one, and this one. Having not eaten anything substantial in the dungeon, he picked up the menu. Except for the cover, almost everything has been pointed out. The waiter stared in astonishment, wondering if this man and woman could really eat that much. The surrounding customers also turned their heads, looking at Qin Lang's table with eyes of disbelief. Qin Lang and Sumubai were dressed quite ordinarily, could they be here to eat and cause trouble? "Sir, here we require payment before serving the dishes," the waiter said. "You just ordered a total of 21 dishes, and the total is 36,789 yuan. Qin Lang took out a mysterious coin, "Can I use this?" In the next second, the waiter opened his mouth wide and exclaimed, "Ah! A mysterious coin." His hand holding the silver tray trembled slightly, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his throat rolled as if he was holding his breath. "A mysterious coin. Sir, are you sure you want to use it for payment?" His voice was a bit tense, shaking with disbelief. The surrounding customers were also drawn in by the scene, stopping their knives and forks, focusing their gaze on the mysterious coin in Qin Lang's hand. "Oh my! That really is a mysterious coin. Is he a player who returned from the dungeons? How could he come to a place like this? I've never seen a real player before." Their voices were soft but could not hide their shock and envy. Qin Lang looked at the mysterious coin in his hand, confirming that this thing was indeed valuable. Thinking of this, he regretted spending over 1 million mysterious coins to buy the white dragon scale for Bai Qi, leaving him with only over 400,000 now. What annoyed him further was that after Bai Qi received the white dragon scale, he acted like he found a treasure and started tinkering with it secretly. He would not say exactly what he was doing, telling Qin Lang to wait and not disturb him if nothing was happening. At this moment, the restaurant manager personally approached. "Hello, sir." The manager smiled. "I apologize for the delay. Please go to the private room upstairs for your meal. The dishes you ordered will be prepared immediately." Qin Lang certainly would not refuse, and after standing up, he asked, "What city is this?" The manager replied, "Don't you know, sir? We are in Xinjiang." "Hey, what a coincidence." Qin Lang continued to ask, "Do you know about the White Dragon Temple?" The manager nodded. "Yes, it's on the second floor of Area D." Area D? Second floor? It didn't sound like a proper place name. "Forget it, as long as I know the place, I'll go see it after eating." Qin Lang then asked, "Is a mysterious coin very valuable?" The manager laughed. "Sir, you sure know how to joke. Now a mysterious coin has skyrocketed to its highest historical price. One mysterious coin can be exchanged for over 1,000 federal coins. Moreover, a mysterious coin represents your strength and status. We are very honored to serve you as our esteemed guest." Qin Lang nodded, finally understanding why so many dungeon players were reluctant to enter dungeons for adventure. With a mysterious coin or proof of player status, who would want to take life-threatening risks in the dungeons to make a name for themselves in the real world? After entering the private room, Qin Lang took out 50 mysterious coins. "If it's 1 to 1,000, these strange coins can pay for the meal. Remember to give change." The manager took the mysterious coins, trembling, with tears in his eyes. Qin Lang frowned. "Are you that excited?" The manager replied, "Sir, being a hero of passing the dungeons and still paying for a meal, you truly are a sage." Qin Lang said, "Oh? It turns out you can also eat without paying?" The manager was speechless. In the end, after coaxing from Su Mubai, Qin Lang still paid. Once the dishes arrived, Qin Lang immediately began to eat meat heartily, taking bites of meat paired with wine, savoring every morsel. Although Su Mubai could not taste the food and did not need to eat, she still took a few bites to care for Yizi's body, ensuring proper nutrition. She chewed carefully with her teeth based on her human memories before swallowing. Suddenly, the door of the private room was kicked open. A big man in a suit walked in with a group of people. The big man sat down directly in front of Qin Lang, leaning slightly back, one arm draped over the chair's back, while the other hand held an unlit cigar. His subordinates shut the door behind them. Standing straight in a row, no one dared to speak casually, an invisible pressure filled the air. "Kid, you have quite an appetite." The black bear smiled and said, "I heard you are also a player who cleared the dungeon? Congratulations. Tiger Lord sent me to talk to you." Qin Lang didn't lift his head, continuing to gnaw on the elbow in his hand. One of the little brothers complained, "Hey, our brother bear is talking to you." The black bear waved his hand. "Hey, I know the feeling of just coming out of a dungeon. I was starving to death back in the day too." Su Mubai asked, "Oh? You're a player too?" The black bear licked his lips as he saw how stunning Yizian looked while Su Mubai bent down. "Humph, of course. Otherwise, how could I work for Tiger Lord? But great heroes don't boast about past glories, it's all in the past. I just achieved a little bit." The little brother just now proudly said, "Girl, Brother Bear has cleared 3 ordinary B-level dungeons. Back then, my rank was Black Iron 2, and then I gradually rose to Bronze. Pretty amazing, right? Su Mubai. 3 B-level dungeons." She, the boss of an A-level dungeon, suddenly didn't know what to say. The black bear laughed. "Hey, why talk about that? Let's keep it low-key, low-key. Look, you've scared the pretty girl." The little brothers laughed heartily, starting to shower him with praise. The black bear asked Qin Lang, "Kid, Tiger Lord is looking for someone to form a team to clear a dungeon. The bounty is very generous." Qin Lang shook his head, not interested. The black bear coldly said, "Kid, you got it wrong. Those 2 sentences I just said were not questions, nor was I inviting you. I am telling you that you must participate, do you understand? You just arrived in Xinjiang and don't know the rules, right? Tiger Lord is the biggest boss here, even the capital city has to listen to him. It's just that there aren't many players available lately, otherwise, when would a nice job working for Tiger Lord come your way?" Qin Lang wiped his mouth. "Oh, I see. Then you should have said it earlier. If you had said it earlier, I could have let you roll away." The black bear angrily said, "Damn it, you little punk. Since we're both players, I'm giving you some face, yet you don't cherish it, right? Back then, I was a bronze rank player. Are you trying to die here since you didn't die in the dungeon?" Qin Lang said, "Oh, you're only bronze, then you're really trash." Chapter 83, Assessment. "What did you say?" The black bear's eyes widened. I climbed up to bronze by strength. Qin Lang didn't look up. What's bronze? I'm now gold rank. The black bear's eyes widened, his cigarette dropping to the ground. The air in the private room suddenly froze. Gold? Ha ha ha. The people present burst into wild laughter. The black bear said loudly, "Kid, stop bragging. You think you're gold? Then I must be diamond rank. Come on, prove it to me. I want to see for myself." Qin Lang, I have no obligation to prove anything to you, get lost. He had no desire to communicate with this kind of person at all. The black bear angrily said, "Kid, do you dare to speak to me like that? Don't think just because you cleared a dungeon, you'll be impressive. Back when I entered the dungeon, you were still liquid." Before he could finish, a shadow suddenly flashed in front of him. Su Mubo raised her palm and slapped it towards the black bear's face. With a loud smack, the black bear flew up, his nearly 1.9 meter tall muscular body crashing to the ground with a heavy thud, shaking the ground around him. "Brother bear." The little brothers hurried over to check, finding that Black Bear's face was swollen, several teeth knocked out, blood flowing from his mouth, and a lot of blood vessels in his cheeks. Su Mubo went over and kicked the Black Bear hard on the butt. "Watch how you talk to Qin Lang," Su Mubo coldly said, "otherwise, I'll kill you right now." Her tenderness was only for Qin Lang. To others, she remained that eerie person who wouldn't blink when killing. This thick aura of killing and dominance scared the little brothers present into not daring to move recklessly. Staring hard at Su Mubo. "Su Mubo, aren't you leaving? You, our Lord Tiger kindly invited you, yet you were so ungrateful, you'll regret this later." As those little brothers dragged Black Bear out, they cursed and swore. Su Mubo closed the door and asked, "Qin Lang, it seems we've already been targeted as soon as we entered the city." Qin Lang wiped his hands. "No worries, they brought this on themselves. If they get beaten to death, they deserve it. Let's go to Bailong Temple first to take care of your matter." After dinner, the two took the high-rise elevator to District D, where they saw the entrance of a temple. The three large characters Bailong Temple were carved on the plaque at the entrance, with a long line of devotees waiting outside, unending. Qin Lang thought to himself, if everyone lined up obediently, they might not even see the abbot tomorrow. So he spoke to a little monk who was maintaining order. "Excuse me, little master, is your abbot in?" The little monk glanced at him and impatiently said, "I don't know, get in line." Qin Lang replied, "I'm here on a friend's recommendation." The little monk's expression remained unchanged as he asked, "Friend? Which friend?" "Jun Lang." "Jun." The little monk's mouth dropped open, his eyes nearly popping out. "Why you, how do you know Jun Lang?" Several other little monks nearby turned pale upon hearing Jun Lang's name, staring hard at Qin Lang. Qin Lang was confused by their reaction. "What's wrong?" "Jun Lang is the one who sent me here." The little monk quickly smiled and said, "Apologies, esteemed patron, I offended you earlier. The abbot left early this morning, would you like to come in and wait?" Qin Lang waved his hand. "No need, just tell me where he went." The little monk hurriedly said, "The abbot went to the number 5 mansion in District C. The president of the Tiger and Dragon Association called him to discuss important matters and left in quite a rush." Qin Lang rubbed his forehead, thinking, why do I have to run another errand? At the same time, inside the number 5 mansion in District C. "Master Wukong, do you think this wheel sword is real?" A white-haired man in a custom suit, looking luxurious, asked solemnly. Wukong carefully held an ancient sword and examined it, nodding. "No doubt about it, the spiritual energy on it is incredibly strong, it's definitely real. Legend has it that the manslayer by Qi and Jing both died by this sword. It is no ordinary thing, I can see the spiritual aura floating above it without opening my celestial eye." Bai Chihu sighed in relief. "That's good, I can rest easy now. That plan should be nearly ready." Wukong folded his hands. "You, Master Bai, have put in much effort, heaven will surely be touched and your wishes fulfilled." Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. "Lord Tiger, not good." Bai Chihu put away the wheel sword and allowed the visitor to enter. "What happened?" A subordinate walked in and said, "Black Bear was beaten up bad." Bai Chihu was stunned. "How is that possible? He's an experienced player who has cleared many instances, not even afraid of bullets. Where is he? Bring him here." The subordinate quickly left, and soon Black Bear, looking like a beaten pig, walked in. "Lord Tiger, I let you down." Black Bear entered, one hand covering his face, the other covering his backside. "I brought shame to you." Yukong couldn't help but want to laugh at his appearance but quickly placed his hands together to cover his face. "Amatba." Bai Chihu frowned. "Who did this?" In Xinjiang, not many would dare to treat members of the Tiger and Dragon Association this way. Black Bear wiped his tears and said, "As you ordered, I called together all the players who just cleared their instances for the assessment. But I bumped into someone named Qin Lang, and not only did he not appreciate it, he even dared to take action. I got these injuries because of him." Bai Chihu stroked his chin, thinking, Qin Lang? I've never heard of this name, where did he get such courage? He exchanged glances with Wukong, a suspicion emerging in their hearts. Could it be the Undaunted Association? Wukong said, recently, many promising players have been deceived by the Undaunted Association and led astray. Master Bai, you must be cautious when assessing them. The black bear cried out, Master Tiger, this isn't hitting my bottom, it's clearly your face. White Tiger. White Tiger said to the black bear, you go heal first, I will take care of this for you. By the way, have all the examiners gathered? The black bear nodded, everyone is here, waiting for your command in the hall. White Tiger said, good, I understand. I'll send a few more people to catch that Qin Lang, who dares to harm my Dragon and Tiger Association. At that moment, a maid stood at the door, Mr. White, there are 2 guests outside saying they want to see Master Wukong. White Tiger looked at Wukong, somewhat displeased, Master, didn't you say you would specially accompany me to examine those players today? Wukong shrugged, I don't know, perhaps they came uninvited, just send them away. The maid said, but that person said it was Qin Lang who invited them. Wukong's face turned pale upon hearing Qin Lang's name. White Tiger was quite excited, Qin Lang. He has come out of the dungeon? What is that guest's name? I think it's Qin Lang. Qin Lang? The black bear shouted angrily, that little brat has come knocking? Wukong and White Tiger were also puzzled. How is Qin Lang connected to Qin Lang? Wukong said to White Tiger, since Qin Lang recommended him, we do need to meet him. White Tiger sneered, good, since he was sent by Qin Lang, I must welcome him properly. Perfect, let him come to the hall to participate in the exam. Black Bear, you go be the examiner. Wukong was shocked, Master Bai. White Tiger said, Master, you know my relationship with Qin Lang, I would like to tear him apart. For your sake, I will first test that brat. If he has real skill, then I can talk to him properly. If he is useless, then it's deserved if he dies, just say you haven't seen such a person. He has offended my Dragon and Tiger Association, it's normal if he dies. After hearing this, Wukong had no choice but to nod, alright then. Ahmet Ba. The black bear showed a sly smile. Don't worry, Master Tiger, I will definitely deal with this little brat who can't even last 5 days. On the other side, Qin Lang and Su Mubai arrived at a luxurious hall led by the maid. The hall was filled with dozens of people, dressed in various styles, some even looking from different eras. I didn't expect to be summoned by the Dragon and Tiger Association right after coming out of the dungeon. Yeah, I thought I could have a good rest. Since Master Tiger called us, he wouldn't be asking me to join his association, right? That would be an honor. If I become a member of the Dragon and Tiger Association, I won't have to worry about anything in Xincheng. Qin Lang and Su Mubai found a sofa to sit on. Qin Lang was puzzled, strange, weren't we supposed to see that old monk? Where has this led us? Su Mubai pulled at Qin Lang, look, it's that person. Qin Lang looked up and saw a big man with his head wrapped in bandages coming down from the second floor, his mouth curling in a way that looked like it was almost reaching his ears. It was the black bear who had been beaten by Su Mubai. The black bear scanned the crowd and quickly spotted Qin Lang and Su Mubai. He let out 2 cold laughs and said, welcome, players, to your arrival. Master Tiger called you all here to find some capable people to form a team and conquer a dungeon. As long as you pass the exam, we will immediately grant you 100,000 ghost coins as a reward. If anyone can conquer the dungeon and complete the hidden tasks inside, in addition to monetary rewards, they will also receive a mysterious big prize. Moreover, they will gain all the resources and protection from our Dragon and Tiger Association. Master Tiger promises never to let you down. The players at the scene immediately erupted in excitement. Another dungeon? What does Master Tiger want to do? But 100,000 ghost coins is indeed a lot, I only got 10,000 for clearing. If I could join the Dragon and Tiger Association, then, with the protection of Lord Tiger, I won't have to worry in my next life. Looking around at the eager people, Qin Lang felt particularly bored. What's going on? What assessment? He was already thinking of leaving, but the unusual situation in front of him made him ponder. He had already said he would come to see Wukong, yet he ended up in this place. Is someone deliberately arranging this? Is it Wukong, or the Lord Tiger that these people talk about? What is their connection? At this moment, a surveillance camera was directly aimed at Qin Lang and Su Mubai. In the monitoring room, Bai Chihu and Wukong watched Qin Lang, both showing nonchalance. Is this Qin Lang? Looks quite unremarkable. Bai Chihu took a sip of red wine. I just had someone check, there's no record of him before, he should be a newbie just breaking into the instance. Wukong said, maybe he entered the instance with Qin Lang and rode on Qin Lang's coattails. Several times before, Qin Lang introduced people to me for some spells, most managed only because of Qin Lang. Bai Chihu snorted coldly, if that's the case, then he has no real skills, yet dares to mess with my people? Seeking death. Wukong couldn't help but sigh, Amatba. In the hall, the black bear's emotions were quite agitated as he shouted, "Now, the first wave of the assessment begins. Are you all ready?" The players present shouted in unison, "Ready." Black Bear sneered, "Then, the first wave of assessment is..." He suddenly pointed at Qin Lang, "You all will duel with that man, whoever can kill him will pass." Everyone looked towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang frowned, "You want to fight me? Is this for real?" Black Bear gritted his teeth, "Don't underestimate him. This person hasn't registered any record of passing or player identity officially. In other words, he just came out of the instance. But he claims to be in the golden rank." As soon as this statement was made, the venue erupted in laughter. Golden? Just came out of the instance and is already golden? That mysterious player from the global announcement can't possibly be him, right? No way, if he was really that big shot, he'd have enjoyed it already or gone to be an official. A player of golden rank could at least be a city leader. Why waste efforts here? Kid, you're just blowing hot air. In the monitoring room, Bai Chihu shook his head, daring to impersonate a golden player? Truly a reckless fool. Master, if you meet him, who knows what trouble he'll bring you, I'm basically helping you. Wukong also sighed, "Sigh, why does Qin Lang always introduce me to such people?" Qin Lang looked at them expressionless, his heart undisturbed. A fierce-looking man swaggered out, standing in front of Qin Lang. "Kid, you say you're golden? Then you have the ability to take me out in one shot." Another man joined in, "Hey, hey, hey. I'm closest to him, I should be the first to fight him. You step back." He pointed at Qin Lang and asked, "Kid, if you have the skill, take me out too." Qin Lang raised his hand and shot 2 mental bullets at the two of them. Bang! Bang! The brains of both men were instantly pierced, brain matter splattering everywhere. Everyone was dumbfounded, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. He actually killed 2 people with just a flick of his hand? Is he also an instance player with special abilities? Many people present had only fought in B or C grade instances, there weren't many terrifying scenes, and while deaths occurred, most had not personally witnessed such events, often losing companions in confusion. This was the first time they witnessed such a horrifying scene. Not to mention Qin Lang's terrifying combat power. Qin Lang said, "Everyone saw it, they asked me to take them out. I've never heard such a request in my life." Chapter 85, Screams. Black Tiger on the second floor saw this scene and couldn't help but tremble. Is this kid really such a monster? No, it must be that those people were just underestimating him. Wasn't I the same back then? There are so many people here. Why should I be afraid of him? Everyone, don't panic. The black bear shouted, "Let's stick together. Don't be afraid of him, and never underestimate him." As soon as he said this, all the players in the hall immediately became alert, using sofas and other furniture as cover, surrounding Qin Lang, waiting for the right moment to act. Having learned from the lesson of the 2 earlier, they were much more cautious this time. Sumo Bai prepared to stand up, "Qin Lang, let me handle it." Qin Lang held her down, "Never mind, I'll do it, it'll be quicker." He stood up and looked around, "Listen up, I'm here to find someone, not to participate in this nonsense assessment." "Master Wukong, are you here?" At this moment, 3 people suddenly jumped out from behind, each holding different weapons, attacking Qin Lang. Qin Lang quickly drew the ghost-slaying blade and swung it horizontally. Ah! The 3 people were instantly sliced in half, their bodies dropping to the ground. Qin Lang planted the ghost-slaying blade into the ground and asked, "Who's next?" The players present felt a chill run down their spines, and their legs turned to jelly. That's an A-class weapon. Yes, it's A-class. My god, he actually has an A-class weapon, no wonder he's so powerful. The sinister aura emitted by the ghost-slaying blade made their weapons tremble in their hands, showing great resistance. I'm not playing anymore. One player ran out directly. Me too. What nonsense assessment, saving my life is more important. Run. In no time, everyone had fled. Qin Lang, resting the ghost-slaying blade on his shoulder, looked at the black bear. "Hey, do you know where Master Wukong is?" The black bear's vision went dark, and he almost fainted again. This guy can't really be at the golden rank, can he? Qin Lang and Su Mubai headed for the second floor, while the black bear and the others huddled together, trembling with fear. Big boss, big boss." The black bear knelt down. "I was wrong, I shouldn't have provoked you, don't kill me." Qin Lang coldly said, "Killing you would dirty my hands. I came to find someone, why did you bring me here? Are you sick?" The black bear shook his head, then nodded, Right, you are right, I'm sick. Big boss, please spare me." Qin Lang frowned, "If you can't do it, at least try to be a bit more arrogant. Looking at you like this is really disgusting." Hearing this, the black bear quickly tried to comply, but right now he could only think of crying. Just as Qin Lang was about to ask again, a voice came from behind him, Mr. Qin. Bai Qin's tone was very enthusiastic, your arrival is not well received. The Wukong behind him also clasped his hands together, Amitba, benefactor, poor monk's dharma name is Wukong. Qin Lang retracted the ghost-slaying blade and ignored Bai Qin, instead telling Wukong about the situation with Sumu Bai and Yi Zi. Please, master, help me get my strange friend out of my human friend's body, and don't hurt either of them. Wukong smiled after hearing this, so that's it, a small matter. Bai Qin smiled and said, Mr. Qin, don't worry, I'll prepare the venue for Master Wukong to perform the rite, just take a short rest. Qin Lang frowned, who are you again? Bai Qin straightened his chest, I'm Bai Qin, the president of the Dragon and Tiger Society. Qin Lang scratched his face, oh, so it's you, this bastard, who has been causing me trouble. Bai Qin did not expect Qin Lang to be so rude, and said somewhat unhappily, Mr. Qin, this is all a misunderstanding. You first attacked my people, then came here to go on a killing spree, I'd say that settles the score, right? Qin Lang shrugged, you brought this on yourself. You. Bai Qin clenched his fists and was about to explode, but then thought about needing to collaborate with Qin Lang in the future, and held back from losing his temper. Arriving in a well-prepared room, Wukong confidently said while holding a ritual instrument, Mr. Qin, don't worry, I've done this kind of rite before. Soon, I just need to chant a few lines of scripture to ensure your strange friend comes out, and I can also find her a good place. After saying this, he first sprinkled some water on Yi Zi, then wrote a few scriptures on her forehead, and then shook the ritual instrument while chanting the scriptures. At this moment, Bai Qin quietly asked Qin Lang, Mr. Qin. Here, you can confidently leave it to the master. Let's chat over there. Qin Lang waved his hand, I have nothing to talk to you about. And whether it will succeed is uncertain, so why are you talking too much? Bai Qin felt even angrier inside. You get a little paint and you think you can open a dyeing workshop? Isn't it just a strange thing? Is it worth staring at this way? But he wasn't anxious, because soon, Wukong would definitely solve this strange matter, and Qin Lang would owe him a favor, ensuring they would work together again. Time passed little by little, but there was no sign of effect. Sumo Bai was still stuck to Yi Zi. Wukong was sweating profusely. What's going on? Why isn't it working? Bai Qin began to feel something was wrong and asked, Master, why isn't it done yet? Wukong couldn't help but ask, Qin Shizhu, may I ask what level the strange thing attached to Yi Shizhu is? Qin Lang replied, level A. Wukong, level A, huh? Wait. What did you say? Wukong and Bai Qin's faces turned pale, taking 2 steps back involuntarily. This Sumo Bai is an A-level strange thing? Wukong's lips turned white, Qin Shizhu, please don't joke. A-level strange thing, where did you get it? Also, how are you friends with it? In his impression, an A-level strange thing could basically wipe out all players below bronze level, its strength was terrifying. Qin Lang said, I met Miss Su while doing a dungeon, what's the problem? Bai Qin swallowed hard, what dungeon? Qin Lang, A-level dungeon, is there a problem? Bai Qin's mind suddenly crashed, then you met Jun Lang in the A-level dungeon? Qin Lang shook his head, no, I met him in a 3A-level dungeon. 3A. Wukong and Bai Qin cried out in shock, their blood pressure soaring. Wukong wondered that if he had hair, it might just stand straight up. The strongest player in Xinjiang had only cleared a 2A-level dungeon so far. Qin Lang actually survived in a 3A-level dungeon? This is really a tough guy. Wukong couldn't help but swallow again, Jun Lang's strength can actually clear 3A dungeons already? God. Sumo Bai, not convinced, said, what Jun Lang? That dungeon could be cleared, all thanks to Qin Lang, he was the main attacker against the boss. The rune let out another scream. Bai Qin immediately came to Qin Lang and bowed, Mr. Qin, I beg you to help me. Chapter 86 2 Rounding Swords. Qin Lang frowned, showing a face of disgust, what are you up to again? Forget it, don't even start, I won't help you. He could see that Bai Qin was looking for players and testing them, clearly having some matter at hand. But Qin Lang didn't want to get involved. Bai Qin said, Mr. Qin, I beg you. As long as you agree to this request of mine, I can give you anything. Qin Lang was speechless, wanting to continue to refuse. But Bai Qi's voice suddenly rang out, brother, this person has touched the rounding sword. Qin Lang, confused, asked in his heart, are you sure? Bai Qi, absolutely. No one knows the aura of that sword better than I do. Qin Lang looked at Bai Qin and asked, do you have the rounding sword here? Upon hearing this question, Bai Qin immediately nodded, how did Mr. Qin know? There really is one. Qin Lang asked, take me to see it later. Bai Qin immediately nodded in agreement. Qin Lang then asked Wukong, can you still get Miss Su out? Wukong nodded, I can, but it will take some time. The monk didn't expect your strange friend to be so powerful. Qin Lang told him to take his time, while he followed by Qin Tiger to see the rounding sword. By Qin Tiger took Qin Lang into the study and turned open a statue beside the door. Click, click, click. The bookshelf nearby made a huge noise, parting to reveal a passage. By Qin Tiger entered and soon came out carrying a long, exquisite wooden box. Qin Lang opened the wooden box and saw a sword more than a meter long. It gleamed with cold light, full of spiritual aura, and at first glance, one could imagine it cutting hair or even shortening it. A magnificent scene of slicing everything apart. Good sword. Qin Lang couldn't help but feel moved as he looked at it. After all, it was the sword that had defeated the manslayer Bai Qi and the assassin Jing Ku. Not right. Bai Qi's voice rang out, it's not this one. Qin Lang asked in confusion, what? Isn't this the Gulu sword? Bai Qing Tian was shocked, Mr. Qin, what are you saying? I have already had experts appraise it, and Master Wukong has also looked at it, saying there is no problem. Qin Lang waved his hand, I'm not talking to you, be quiet. Bai Qing Tian immediately shut up. Faced with someone who had cleared a 3A dungeon, he, the president of the Dragon Tiger Association, could only obey. Bai Qi explained to Qin Lang, this sword is indeed the Gula sword, but also not. Qin Lang was speechless, can you stop speaking in riddles? Is it or isn't it? Bai Qi said, famous swords like the Gula sword are never forged as a single piece, there is one true sword and another as a deputy sword. Like Ganjiang and Moi, there were two made during the forging. Ganjiang is Moi, and Moi is also Ganjiang. Likewise, this sword, while it is the Gula sword, is not the one I used when I committed suicide. Qin Lang scratched his head and asked again, so this sword is useless then? Bai Qi said, that's not quite right, just as twins have a kind of psychic connection, the true sword and the deputy sword attract each other. As long as there is the deputy sword in hand, one can quickly find the true sword. Qin Lang understood, he needed to take this sword to find the other one. He looked at Bai Qing Tian, I'll take this sword. You name your price. Bai Qing Tian, hearing this, was excited, Mr. Qin, you truly are the person I've been waiting for. Qin Lang asked in confusion, what do you mean? Bai Qing Tian said, to be honest, I didn't collect this sword for anything else but to save my daughter. A week ago, Bai Qing Tian's daughter had died while entering a dungeon. A friend who was with her risked everything to bring back her body. Bai Qing Tian was heartbroken. As he prepared to cremate his daughter, a mysterious Taoist passed by and said his daughter's life was not meant to end, and that she could come back as soon as a fated person appeared. That Taoist looked dirty and crazy. At first, I thought he was speaking nonsense and was about to beat him up and drive him away, but he instantly cast a spell and showed me my daughter's soul. It turned out that although Bai Qing Tian's daughter had died, her soul still lingered in her body, and she could only be restored with a special spiritual medicine. Bai Qing Tian continued, this spiritual medicine exists in a high-difficulty dungeon, and you can only get it by completing a hidden task inside. That dungeon has existed for 10 years, and so far, no one has been able to conquer it. I was preparing to recruit people to form a team to conquer that dungeon, but the Taoist calculated that I needed to find the Gula sword. This would bring a fated person to look for the sword, and he could conquer the dungeon. I immediately sent people to find the sword, and finally bought this sword from a collector, but no one came to claim it for a long time. I thought I had been deceived or that the sword was fake, which is why I sent people to gather players for the assessment and even invited Master Wukong to verify its authenticity. And then, Mr. Qin, you came. After speaking, Bai Qing Tian looked at Qin Lang with eyes full of expectation. Qin Lang holding the Gulu sword, so I've been plotted against? Did that Taoist say who he was? Unexpectedly, even his search for the Gulu sword had been predicted. Recalling the Taoist that was at Fengmen village, Qin Lang really didn't have a good impression of this group. Bai Qing Tian said, he didn't leave a name. He only helped me calculate this divination. Oh, he also said that the fated person has the water character in their name. After thinking, Qin Lang realized it was true, his name indeed has water in it. So you want me to help you go to that dungeon and complete the hidden task? Bai Qing Tian nodded, that's right. Mr. Qin, please help me with this. As long as I can get the elixir to save my daughter, I can give you everything I have. Qin Lang chuckled, you don't have to say that, I'm not interested in your things. Let me ask you something, how many people does your Dragon and Tiger Society have? Bai Qinhux said, we have branches all over the country, with a total of 100,000 members. Qin Lang nodded, listen carefully. Then he spoke about the rolling sword and a real sword. You must mobilize everyone to find that sword. When the time comes, we will trade, you bring the sword to exchange for my elixir. Bai Qinhux was extremely excited, thank you, Mr. Qin, thank you, Mr. Qin. Rest assured, by the time you're out of the dungeon, I will definitely have found the real sword. Qin Lang set down the rolling sword and asked, by the way, what's the name of that dungeon you mentioned, and how do we get there? Bai Qinhux hurriedly replied, the entrance to that dungeon is fixed, every now and then, players can go in, but no one has successfully cleared it yet. The dungeon has a strange name, it is called Silent Hill. Qin Lang, Silent Hill? Qin Lang wondered, Silent Hill? Are you talking about the Silent Hill from that classic horror film? Bai Qin looked even more confused. Movie? There's a movie about Silent Hill? Qin Lang then remembered that this world is very different from the Earth he knows. Many cultural works in history are not the same. It seems that the people here have never heard of, let alone seen, Silent Hill. He recalled when he and his roommate watched Silent Hill together at night, where they had to go to the bathroom in pairs. Qin Lang thought to himself, if the setting of Silent Hill in this dungeon is similar to the movie he watched, it would be an easy task for him. Even if he has to complete hidden missions, he can take his time. This is a guaranteed win. Qin Lang asked again, where is the entrance to that Silent Hill dungeon? Bai Qin said, Mr. Qin, you don't need to worry, I will send someone to take you there. Not just me, many associations and groups want to conquer that dungeon, so there will be a lot of players going there. Mr. Qin, you will set off under our association's name. I can also choose a few helpers for you. Qin Lang shook his head, no need, I'll just go with my strange friend, I won't use your banner. Alright, let's see how Master Wukong is doing. He picked up the rolling sword. I'll take this thing. After all, it's a treasure, why not take it? Bai Qin dared not refuse, of course, please. Qin Lang walked back holding the sword, and Bai Chi's voice echoed again. Hey, big brother, I didn't expect you to care for your little brother so much, willing to take such a big risk to find the rolling sword. Qin Lang thought, stop flattering, I just feel like someone is watching me, and I need to figure it out. To calculate that I would come looking for the rolling sword in the unbeatable dungeon, do you really think this is a coincidence? You might as well believe that I am Emperor Qin. Bai Chi smiled coldly, if you really were Emperor Qin, I might have to chop you down. So, do you think someone is behind all this? But the fact that I want the rolling sword, no one could possibly know, let alone plan it in advance, it can only be deduced. Qin Lang said, I believe it can be deduced, but why let Bai Qin get the rolling sword and then force me to save his daughter? You're probably after the rolling sword, which is already in someone's hands, just waiting for Bai Qin to fetch it. Bai Chi understood, someone definitely wants you to go to that dungeon. Qin Lang nodded, I suspect there is someone scheming behind this, but I haven't figured out their purpose yet. My intuition has always been the most accurate, there must be something behind this. I hate this feeling of being watched, I won't rest until I flush them out. I will never give up. Bai Chi smiled slightly. Those who have thunder in their hearts and a calm face can serve as generals. Facing such a convoluted situation, Qin Lang could still remain so calm, truly not an ordinary person. Bai Chi's claws creaked and cracked. Perhaps, Qin Lang could really help him achieve that wild ambition. Arriving at the previous room, under the bright lights, Yeezy lay on a bed, next to her stood a stunningly beautiful woman, her figure faintly visible. Wukong curled up in a corner, looking tired, constantly chanting scriptures, with a few half-burned incense sticks in front of him. It seemed that Su Mubai had successfully left Yeezy's body. Su Mubai spoke, Qin Lang, I'm fine, but Miss Yi might have been affected by the negative energy on me, and is still quite weak. Qin Lang nodded and said to Wukong, Master, thank you. I will donate to you. Wukong smiled bitterly, Qin benefactor is too polite. You are a friend of Qin Lang and a valued guest of President Bai, of course, I must help. It's just that her karma is too heavy, unable to reincarnate, but continuing as a wandering ghost is probably not a long-term plan. Su Mubai's gaze dimmed. Actually, she didn't want the chance to reincarnate, now she just wanted to always accompany Qin Lang and help him. Qin Lang nodded, thank you for the reminder, Master. He turned to Su Mubai and said, Miss Su, let's go, we are heading to the new instance dungeon. Wait. At this moment, Yi Zi on the bed woke up again, Qin Lang, are you really going to leave me behind? Qin Lang replied, you are awake. Of course not, I will take you to a safe place. Yi Zi said, I want to go to the new instance dungeon with you. Qin Lang frowned, but your body. Yi Zi shook her head, it doesn't matter, even if I die, I won't blame you. After looting the instance dungeon with you, I found this matter very interesting and meaningful. So please take me with you. Qin Lang shrugged, then it's up to you. Let's set off. Half an hour later, Qin Lang and Yi Zi, led by Qin Tian, got in the car and drove out of the city, passing through the dilapidated old district, arriving at a desolate construction site. When Qin Lang and the others got out of the car, they immediately exchanged glances. Isn't this the entrance where they returned to reality? What a coincidence. Qin Lang felt that someone must be arranging all of this behind the scenes. If he didn't find out, he might have no peace in the future. Qin Tian instructed his subordinates to bring over a box. Mr. Qin, this is an S-class item my woman obtained before, I think it would be useful for you. Qin Lang opened it, discovering a shiny black ring inside, quite exquisite. Qin Tian explained, this is called the obsidian ring. It can absorb all strange attacks and store them, releasing for counterattack when necessary. My daughter said it's a very powerful weapon. Qin Lang found it particularly useful, so he accepted it without hesitation. Bai Qintian added, Mr. Qin, just keep going forward, and you'll see a group of players. The Instance Dungeons manager will take you in. Everything depends on you. Qin Lang, don't worry. After speaking, he turned and walked forward. Bai Qintian watched Qin Lang and the others retreating figures, wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, and then made a phone call. Hello, I've done what you said. Can you save my daughter now? On the other side of the phone, what's the rush? Wait until Qin Lang dies in the Instance Dungeon. Bai Qintian angrily said, he entered that Instance Dungeon, there's no chance he could survive. Aren't you just playing tricks? I brought him over as you instructed, and gave him that ring, isn't that enough? The voice on the phone responded, don't worry. I still say, once Qin Lang dies, your daughter will live. Qin Lang and Su Mubai walked about 50 meters and found that a crowd of people indeed gathered ahead. They should be players going into the Instance Dungeon together. There are really quite a few. Qin Lang had not finished speaking when a scream echoed from ahead. Ah! Someone is being eaten. Chapter 88 Old Friends. Hearing the commotion, Qin Lang stepped forward to join the excitement. What happened? Qin Lang asked a man who was eating people. The player trembled as he replied, it's the administrator. She was supposed to take us to the dungeon, but suddenly, she just bit a player to death and started eating. Qin Lang was puzzled, what's so strange about eating people? Isn't that common in dungeons? I've seen it happen several times. The man looked at Qin Lang as if he were a monster. What are you talking about? I've cleared so many dungeons and have never seen that. Are you just bragging? Qin Lang did not want to argue about this anymore. He looked around at the other players, their faces filled with terror. Are they all just novices who only play easy dungeons? A few players sat frozen on the ground, scrambling away. No way, I'm not playing anymore. What powerful strength do you get after clearing? My life is more important. Dying before even entering the dungeon? It's too cruel. In the blink of an eye, half of the crowd had vanished. Young man, you're pretty brave, not scared at all. An old voice pricked Qin Lang's back like a needle. Qin Lang turned to see several young men and women staring at him, but they were clearly not the ones speaking. When he lowered his head, he noticed an old woman hunched over, smiling at him, holding a long pipe. You're quite handsome. What do you think, want to join our team? After saying that, the old woman took a puff of smoke and blew it out, then inhaled it back into her lungs and exhaled again. Qin Lang firmly rejected, no, I have my own teammates. The old woman chuckled, a young girl and a strange one no older than 200, what can they do? She could even see Su Mubai. In her spirit form, Su Mubai was invisible to ordinary people unless she revealed herself. No one had noticed her along the way, yet this old woman could see straight through? Qin Lang replied calmly, that's none of your business, old lady. You should take care of your health, or you might hurt your back. A man widened his eyes, anger evident on his square face. How can you speak to the old lady like that? She invited you to join, it's praise for you and also a way to save your life. So many wanted to join her and couldn't, you should be grateful. Next to him, a woman in yellow crossed her arms. Exactly, we all passed the old lady's screening to join the team to Silent Hill. You haven't shown any skills, the old lady probably let you join out of pity. Why can't you recognize a good heart? The old lady spoke, alright, she means no harm, why are you saying so much? She looked back at Qin Lang with a smile, young man, I see you have some courage, much stronger than those others. I guess you've been through some bloody battles, so you don't want to miss out on talent. She pointed her pipe at the man who had just spoken, his name is Fong Chang, a top swordsman who has killed a B-class anomaly. Then pointed at a man in a black cloak, his name is Sima Qing, the strongest mage in Xinjiang. Finally, she pointed at the woman in yellow, her name is Fong Lanlan. Don't be fooled by her being a girl, her stealth and lockpicking skills are top-notch, a rare female assassin. Fong Chang and Fong Lanlan looked proud, and their expressions became even more smug when they looked at Qin Lang. Sima Qing shot a glance at Qin Lang, his face filled with displeasure, and did not greet him. They were all selected by the old lady after strict evaluations, yet Qin Lang received an invitation without doing anything, which naturally made them feel 100 times unwilling. Qin Lang nodded, oh, swordsman, mage, and assassin. Doesn't that just mean selling swords, making staffs, and trading daggers? Fong Chang and Fong Lanlan were momentarily stunned. Then in a fury. What did you say? Fong Lanlan gritted her teeth and said, who are you calling, vile, shameless? Fong Chang said to his grandmother, Grandmother, this person is so uncivilized, why call him in? I think it's better to just deal with it here. But Grandma just silently smoked her cigarette without speaking. Ah! She has started eating again. The crowd ahead burst out in exclamations and wails. Qin Lang said to Yi Zi and the others, let's go see what's going on. Fong Chang was about to chase after Qin Lang to argue, but was stopped by his grandmother. Forget it, the young people don't understand, why bother to argue with him? Grandma sighed, I think he must have seen some big scenes before, it's a pity he still lacks experience. His aura is very weak, his strength probably isn't great either. Such a pity, I thought he was a piece of uncut jade that could be well polished, but it turns out to be this. Fong Lanlan clenched her delicate fists, I think so too, he doesn't seem like someone capable. Grandma exhaled a puff of smoke, let's go, we should go take a look too. As the four of them moved forward, many players recognized Grandma. It's Grandma Jean Yi. She actually came personally to challenge Silent Hill? We should stick close to her and ride her coattails. The players showed great respect for Grandma Jean Yi, hurriedly making way for her. Grandma Jean Yi nodded and smiled in acknowledgement. When they arrived at the front of the crowd, they saw a monster with a horse head and a human body gnawing on two corpses. It was eating very happily, completely ignoring the terrified gazes of the surrounding players. Fong Lanlan covered her mouth and nose, nearly throwing up. She's an administrator? Why does she look like this? The administrators she had seen in the dungeons she visited before were all human-like, she had never seen a horse-headed monster like this. Fong Chang's face also turned slightly pale, and he unconsciously moved closer to Grandma Jean Yi. Grandma Jean Yi said, this should be a monster not inferior to an A-class weirdness. To become an administrator, I'm afraid its strength is above a silver tier player. Player ranks go from low to high: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, emerald, diamond, master, king, etc., and each rank is also divided into 5 tiers, with the first tier being the strongest and the 5th tier being the weakest. Most players present were at best bronze. This female horse was so strong? I wonder how it started eating people. Can an administrator really attack players? Let's just watch and see. The atmosphere on the scene became tense, and no one dared to speak carelessly. Female horse? Finally, Qin Lang, who squeezed to the front, shouted, what are you doing here? The horse-headed female who was eating people paused her chewing upon hearing Qin Lang's voice, turned around with surprise, Mr. Qin? All the players immediately looked at Qin Lang with astonishment. They know each other? Fong Chang and Fong Lanlan opened their mouths wide, their eyes suddenly widened, their pupils shrinking to the size of pinpoints, their hearts racing at the fastest pace. Their hands trembled even more violently than before, feeling a chill running down their spines. Fong Lanlan swallowed hard, I can't be seeing things, right? Even Grandma Jean Yi was momentarily stunned, her brows tightly furrowed. The horse-headed female wiped her mouth and politely smiled at Qin Lang. Mr. Qin, I didn't expect we would meet again. Qin Lang stepped forward and asked, you are the administrator of this dungeon again? The horse-headed female nodded with a smile, yes, all of this is thanks to you. After saying that, she bowed to Qin Lang, please take care of me again this time. Everyone felt their breaths stop and then gasped in cold air. This monster was so polite to Qin Lang? What kind of background does he have? Chapter 89 Hidden Task. The horse-headed female smiled with blood dripping from her mouth. Mr. Qin, I have long seen that you are not an ordinary person. Sure enough, you came. Qin Lang smiled slightly, a faithful bond, I suppose. The horse-headed female is here, and Sumu Bai is also here. This is where the dream begins? He glanced at the corpses on the ground, asking, so, are you that hungry? The horse-headed female replied, these two were spreading rumors, I just wanted them to learn some manners. After all, not everyone is like Mr. Qin, both capable and cultured. Qin Lang waved his hand, now is not the time for flattery. How do we enter the instance? The woman chuckled, I am also waiting for a notification. Please be patient. Qin Lang yawned, alright then. By the way, I heard there are hidden tasks in the Silent Hill instance. Do you have any clues? The woman paused slightly, then said, Mr. Qin, do you have enemies? Qin Lang was puzzled, why do you ask that? The woman replied, someone must have told you, wanting you to undertake this task, right? Qin Lang nodded his head. The woman continued, yes, there is indeed a hidden task in Silent Hill, but completing it is harder than clearing the game. If it's not an enemy, why would they tell you about this? This sounds like a trap. I believe with your strength, it is possible to clear it. But for that hidden task, I advise you not to be reckless. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang became even more interested. Since you know what the hidden task is, why don't you tell me? The woman slightly furrowed her brow and said, I can't say it directly. But if you're really interested, you can take a look in a basement after you enter the instance. One last reminder, that hidden task is not that simple. Qin Lang noted this down, okay, you continue eating. The woman was about to continue her meal when she added, Mr. Qin, considering we are somewhat old acquaintances, I'll give you this reminder, the Silent Hill instance hasn't been conquered in many years. Many golden-ranked players have also fallen inside. If you don't have 100% certainty, you might as well head back. I'm not too keen on eating you just yet. Qin Lang shot her a glance, humph. What he was unsure of was whether this Silent Hill was the same terrifying town from the movie he had seen in his previous life. If it were the same, then he might not have much to fear, as he roughly knew the plot and the monsters inside. But if there were changes, where would they be? Then, Qin Lang returned to the crowd. At this moment, all the players looked at Qin Lang as if they were seeing a monster rising from the ground. This person was not surprised at all to see the woman eating people and could even chat happily with her. Could it be that he also eats people? But he looks so ordinary. It's fortunate he is a player, not an enemy. What were they just talking about? Yi also asked Qin Lang, do you know that, monster? Qin Lang sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to rest. We have some past dealings, but not much. I didn't expect the instance administrator to be her. She just said this instance is very difficult, especially that hidden task, even harder. You'd better think it over before going. Yi laughed, no need to think, I'm going. Qin Lang asked, why? Yi, because you are here. As soon as the words came out, Yi's pretty face turned red, and she quickly corrected herself. What I mean is, you are very reliable. Qin Lang, I know. Yi. Beside them, Sumubai looked at them with a rather complicated expression. Across from the three, Granny Jean Yi had been staring at Qin Lang. Fong Chang asked, Granny, this kid is not simple. Granny Jean Yi replied, that's obvious. If it were an ordinary person, how could I possibly invite him to join? Encountering such a person right from the start, and he doesn't want to engage with us, it's probably not good news. Fong Chang patted his chest, but there is good news. Like the fact that I am here. Granny Jean Yi, I know you're here, but what's the good news? Fong Chang looked puzzled. I just said, the good news is that I am here. Fong Lan couldn't stop laughing. When Fong Chang came back to his senses, his face turned red. Granny. Sima Qing said in a cold voice, Granny, do you know any clues about this Silent Hill instance? Granny Jean Yi took a puff of smoke and said, there is indeed a clue. A friend of mine once whispered some information to me using a voice stone. A voice stone is an S-level item within the instance. Players can communicate with people in both the dungeon and the real world. Many players rely on this to devise strategies. Players can die in the dungeon, information is life, and the sound transmission jade is rare, so this information is quite valuable. After listening to Granny Genia's words, Fong Chang and the others became excited again. Granny, what did your friend say? Granny Genia was silent for a moment and then uttered two words, the church. The church? Granny Genia said, yes, the church should be the key. Once we get in, our priority is to find the church. The three replied, yes. At this moment, the female horse suddenly spoke, ladies and gentlemen, sorry to keep you waiting. The Silent Hill dungeon officially begins now. Please enter in an orderly manner. After saying that, a dark red spatial door appeared behind it, resembling an unfathomable abyss. The players looked at each other, and various teams began to discuss whether they should enter first. Qin Lang took the lead with Yi and Sumubai. Granny Genia said, hurry, keep up with him. As Granny Genia moved, other players followed in one after another. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. When Qin Lang opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on an abandoned car road. Gray-white mist flowed gently over the cracked asphalt surface, with visibility of less than 5 meters. A rusty iron sign leaned at the roadside, with peeling red paint that read Welcome to Silent Hill in English. A ding-dong sound came from a distance, dull and hollow, each chime thickening the mist. There were deep brown traces in the middle of the road, resembling dried blood, winding and disappearing into the fog. Yi and Sumubai felt a strong sense of unease coming their way, growing increasingly tense. But Qin Lang felt somewhat excited. It's the same. Exactly the same. In his last life, he played all the Silent Hill movies and games. What he saw now was identical to his memories of Silent Hill. Qin Lang stepped forward, but Sumubai stopped him. Qin Lang, let me scout the path ahead. I'm a spirit now, if something happens, it'll be easier for me to escape. Qin Lang thought that was good, so he said, don't go too far, be careful. Remember, pay attention to where the church is. Sumubai nodded and then began walking deeper into the fog. Chapter 90, Different Details. While Qin Lang and Yi were waiting, more and more players appeared behind them. However, none of these people were Granny Genia and her group. Qin Lang remembered that Granny Genia and the others had entered behind him. Could it be that the portal sent players to different places? But he recalled that there was only one entrance to Silent Hill. Qin Lang realized that this Silent Hill indeed had some slight differences from the one he knew. At this moment, the dungeon system prompt began. Dungeon, Silent Hill. Decades ago, Silent Hill was a prosperous mining town, until a sudden disaster changed everything. Official reports claimed that a mine collapse caused the whole town to be abandoned, but survivors told a very different story. Survivors said that black mist rose from deep within the mine, enveloping the entire town, and those who inhaled the mist displayed twisted expressions of pain, their bodies slowly blending into the darkness, ultimately disappearing without a trace. Some also said that the miners inadvertently opened the gates of hell while working with coal. Upon entering Silent Hill, remember to ponder one question: which is scarier, the living or the ghosts? Dungeon difficulty, B, ranked mode. In ranked mode, players will earn points upon clearing the dungeon, gaining more abundant rewards. Qin Lang nodded while reading. The background is quite similar. The story of Silent Hill in his last life also started from a coal mining town. Qin Lang remembered that Silent Hill was originally a small town that thrived on coal mining. This was true in both the game version and the movie version. But due to a great fire that ignited the town's coal mine, the town was shrouded in coal dust, and the fire continued to burn the coal beneath the ground for nearly half a century. The black mist rising from the depths of the mine, engulfing the entire town, and those who inhaled the mist showing distorted expressions of pain, mentioned earlier by the system, should tell the tale of that disaster. However, there were some differences in details, such as the fact that the town's residents gradually blended into the darkness, ultimately disappearing without a trace, which was not present in either the movie or the game. Moreover, the survivor rumor about the miner opening the gates of hell was also something Qin Lang heard for the first time. Where is Mu Bai? Why hasn't he returned yet? Yi Zi asked anxiously. Qin Lang furrowed his brows. Not good. He walked quickly into the mist. The air was filled with the smell of rust and decay, mixed with the scent of blood and rotten wood. Occasionally, there was a sweet, sickly fragrance, like burnt cotton candy, but it was soon overshadowed by the stench of decay. Miss Su! Qin Lang shouted loudly. Qin Lang! Fortunately, Su Mubai quickly floated over after hearing Qin Lang's voice. Qin Lang grasped her hand. Where have you been? Su Mubai said, I just saw a shadow and went after it immediately. But I couldn't catch up with him. Qin Lang said, there are many monsters here, be careful. Yi Zi, who had just let out a sigh of relief, looked into the distance again and exclaimed, Qin Lang, look. In the center of the road ahead, there was a stone platform, with a huge cross erected upon it. And a charred corpse was being tied to the cross. The body was highly carbonized, its facial features burned beyond recognition, but from the twisted neck and gaping mouth, one could tell the suffering it endured while burning. Yi Zi's hands trembled continuously, and her whole body shivered. Even Su Mubai frowned. Yi Zi, is this done by the strange ones? Qin Lang, no, it's the Church of Silent Hill. Yi Zi and Su Mubai, church? Qin Lang nodded. There is an evil church in Silent Hill that believes that as long as they burn heretics on the cross, the demons can be exorcised. They call it the purification ritual. This is just one way. Another way is to put people directly into a burning brazier and roast them to death like barbecue. Qin Lang remembered that in the movie, the fire in Silent Hill started because the church used the second, and most brutal, method to burn the offerings to death, and an accident occurred. The ropes binding the offering malfunctioned, causing the offering to topple the brazier, which directly ignited the underground coal fire. Yi Zi looked at him in surprise. Qin Lang, have you been here before? How do you know so much? Just as Qin Lang was about to find an excuse to dodge, a scream came from behind. Players behind were screaming and fleeing. A monster about 2 meters tall and as thin as if it had been severely tortured was devouring a player, with 2 legs sticking out, looking like the monster was smoking 2 cigarettes. The monster's skin was a dark purple, appearing as if rotting, covered in cracks, each crack writhing with what looked like eyeball-sized flesh, blinking occasionally, staring at its prey. Yi Zi's face turned pale. What is that thing? The monster's face had almost no features, only a huge mouth torn to the ear roots, inside of which were not normal teeth, but layers of twisted human faces. These faces distorted and struggled continuously, displaying expressions of pain, emitting twisted cries and whispers, as if countless souls were trapped within. You can never escape. The Abyss Wailer? Strangeness level, B. Yi Zi only felt her body go soft, almost forgetting about the battle. Many cowardly players immediately became frightened, falling to the ground, dead from fear. Strange. Qin Lang murmured quietly, then grabbed Yi Zi's hand and ran down another street. Su Mubai followed closely behind. Yi Zi asked, Qin Lang, aren't we going to fight? Qin Lang said, we didn't come here to fight monsters, let's not waste our strength. Those people are dead, so be it. Let's first find the basement the woman mentioned. He thought to himself, another different setup has appeared. He remembered that Silent Hill has 3 layers, the real world, the surface world, and the inner world. Among them, the surface world and the inner world correspond to the inner thoughts of the key character Snowsoft, created by her mental energy. Monsters appear in both the surface world and the inner world, and the monsters in the latter are more numerous, stronger, and more bloody and terrifying. Based on the charred corpses and scenes just seen, Qin Lang thought they were still in the first layer of the real world, where monsters shouldn't appear. This familiar yet strange feeling made Qin Lang feel a sense of unease and uncertainty for the first time. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, a piercing air raid siren blared from the sky. Qin Lang stopped and said, "TSK TSK, here it comes." "What's going on?" Yizi felt a slight pain in her ears. "What is that sound?" Qin Lang replied, "Something is about to happen." Anyone who has seen the Silent Hill movies and games has a shadow over that wailing air raid siren. Because when this sound appears, it signifies the beginning of the exchange between the three worlds. In other words, more monsters will appear, and the next scenes will only become stranger and more terrifying. Qin Lang saw a church faintly visible in the distance, so he pulled Yizi along and called Sumu Bai to rush over. On the other side, right after Qin Lang left, a group of people suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was old Granny Jean and her three companions. Fong Chang scoffed, thought they were really impressive, but they just ran off. Such a disgrace. Fong Lanlan looked at the Abyss Whaler, frowning and saying, "What a disgusting monster, Granny, should we attack?" Old Granny Jean scanned the players sprawled on the ground and said, saving a life wouldn't hurt. Fong Chang was overjoyed at receiving the command and immediately jumped out. He drew his sword from his waist, ran a few steps, and leaped into the air, directly stabbing at the Abyss Whaler. Before he could get close, the Abyss Whaler opened its fearsome mouth, emitting an indescribable sound that pierced everyone's ears. Fong Chang felt a jolt in his left chest, a sweet taste in his throat, and then he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Ah! Fong Chang let go with both hands and fell to the ground with both himself and his sword. Old Granny Jean sighed, "Jean, it's your turn." Sima Qing extended her hand, chanting incantations, as three fireballs rose into the air, whoosh, whoosh, shooting toward the whaler. Boom, boom, the fireballs hit the Abyss Whaler, igniting a great blaze. Fong Lanlan's eyes flashed with a cold light as she transformed into a shadow, in the blink of an eye appearing beneath the whaler. She had a sharp dagger in her hand that had appeared from nowhere, and with two quick slashes, she cut the Abyss Whaler's 2 feet. The Abyss Whaler let out a cry towards the sky, losing its balance and toppling forward. Fong Chang had already stood up, recalling the earlier scene, feeling ashamed, he attacked even harder. Break! Fong Chang first executed a long rainbow through the sun, creating a large hole in the Abyss Whaler's chest. Seeing this, he spun his sword in a flourish, bent down, and delivered a sweeping attack at the whaler's lower body. Unfortunately, he was injured, and the strength was insufficient, failing to deal a fatal blow. The Abyss Whaler still fell, but it reached out its large hand to grab Fong Chang. Sima Qing pointed with her hand, and a long column of fire erupted out. At the moment the Abyss Howler was struck, another fire broke out. Hot hot hot. Fong Chang jumped back in pain. The Abyss Howler froze, then turned to ashes and drifted into the sky. Player Sima Qing successfully killed B-Class Anomaly, received reward, 10,000 ghost coins. Player Fong Lanlan assisted, received reward, 5,000 ghost coins. Player Fong Xiang assisted, received reward, 1,000 ghost coins. What's going on? Fong Chang shouted in frustration, "I worked so hard, and I only get 1,000 ghost coins?" Fong Lanlan chuckled, "Isn't your hardship all your own doing? Who told you to rush in like that? If it weren't for me and brother Sima, you would have died long ago." Fong Chang argued loudly, "What? I just pierced the monster with that move, I dealt the most damage." He pointed at Sima Qing, he was just playing with fireballs, not even sweating, how did he become the main attacker? This is unfair. Sima Qing remained indifferent to Fong Chang's anger, as if he hadn't heard anything. Grandma Jean Yi spoke, "Enough, Fong Chang, Lanlan is right. You were just looking for trouble. Sima Qing saved your life, yet you fuss over a few ghost coins. What kind of behavior is that? Apologize to him." Fong Chang felt a bit unwilling, but seeing Grandma's gaze, he still bowed to Sima Qing. "I am sorry, I spoke too harshly just now." Sima Qing, for Grandma Jean Yi's sake, responded with a faint Grandma Jean Yi took a puff of her cigarette and murmured, "This dungeon isn't simple, starting off with a B-Class Anomaly." Sima Qing spoke up, "Grandma, what's most important now is to clarify what Qin Lang just said about that cult." Grandma Jean Yi and the others had been following Qin Lang closely, but she used her magic to hide their presence, and Qin Lang's focus was on the dungeon, so he didn't notice. They overheard Qin Lang's conversation with Yi Zi completely. Sima Qing said, "Qin Lang seems very familiar with this Silent Hill. Moreover, Silent Hill has never been cleared, yet he understands it so well, which indicates." Grandma Jean Yi said, "He mentioned something just now, my friend also mentioned it in the Soundstone. This shows he has also mastered the intel of Silent Hill, knowing some strategies here. Otherwise, there's no way he could know so much." Fong Lanlan jumped in and said, "But the Soundstone is such a precious item, how could he have it? Maybe he heard it from some informant?" Grandma Jean Yi shook her head, "Impossible. Players who come to Silent Hill are all wiped out, except for people like my friend who are willing to explore and share intel knowing they will likely die. In other words, those who know the ins and outs of Silent Hill, along with me and a few others, won't leak this information." Feng Lanlan didn't understand, then how does Qin Lang know so many details? Grandma Jinyi frowned, there's only one explanation. Qin Lang has a gift for foresight, or he has a powerful ally. Feng Lanlan asked, powerful ally? What kind? Grandma Jinyi took a puff of her cigarette. Actually, there is a female anomaly beside Qin Lang, you just didn't see her. I suspect that the anomaly is the powerful ally beside Qin Lang, and the intel about Silent Hill was given to him by that anomaly. Sima Qing nodded, that makes sense. Fang Chang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and took out a pill to eat. Turns out he's just a little nobody relying on an anomaly for directions. I thought he was impressive. He's probably just that anomaly's slave. I've seen those before, entangled by anomalies and having to do their bidding, almost like wraiths, tsk. Feng Lanlan suddenly understood, no wonder he knows that female head-headed administrator, it's probably due to that female anomaly. I understand, Qin Lang is just a man who lives off others. Grandma Jean puffed on her cigarette and said, it seems now that if Qin Lang refuses to cooperate, we just need to separate him from that strange thing, and we can easily control him. That is his fatal weakness. Fang Chang rubbed his hands together, alright, let's do this. Before he finished speaking, the alarm began to blare, woo woo woo. Feng Lanlan looked up at the sky and exclaimed, wow, it's snowing. Grandma Jean looked up in shock, no, this is not snow. Grandma Jean reached out her hand, pinching a snowflake, and a large area of gray smudges appeared between her fingers, clearly not snow. Feng Lanlan gasped, what is this? Grandma Jean calmly replied, it's coal dust. Didn't the system just say this place used to be a coal mining town? A big fire burned the coal mine, and there is still fire underground. You all be careful. Feng Lanlan and the others said, understood. Sima Chang asked again, Grandma, should we still follow Qin Lang? Grandma Jean looked into the distance and said, if he is truly capable, we will definitely need him again. Let's move forward. Just as they took a step forward, suddenly several cracks appeared on the road, and the four lost their balance and fell. Ah! Feng Lanlan and Feng Chang screamed loudly. After they all fell, the cracked road began to mysteriously restore itself, as if nothing had happened. On the other side, Qin Lang was still running with Yi Zi and Su Mubai towards the church. The scenery on the road became stranger and even more unsettling, with an indescribable stench in the air. Qin Lang suddenly stopped. Yi Zi asked, what's wrong? Qin Lang said, we fell into a trap. Yi Zi asked, a trap? Why? Qin Lang pointed to a nearby shop, don't you find it familiar? Yi Zi then realized the scene around them seemed familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was exactly like the street they had just passed. It was obscured by dust earlier, so they hadn't noticed it. Qin Lang, are we encountering a ghost wall, going in circles? Qin Lang nodded, that's right, even if we walk for another 10,000 years, we won't reach our destination. He recalled the original plot where the outer world and inner world represented the inner thoughts of the key character, Shuai. In other words, they had entered Shuai's spiritual world. If Shuai didn't let them go, they wouldn't be able to escape. The key was to find Shuai. Qin Lang suddenly spotted a manhole in a nearby alley, and said, let's check that out. Running on the street had no meaning, this passage might have clues. Just as they descended, another wave of strong woo-woo-woo alarms sounded. Qin Lang frowned, oh no, it's starting again. The air raid alarm indicated that the outer world was ending, and they were entering the inner world. The monsters in the inner world would be even more terrifying, and the scenes would be more horrific. Qin Lang, look. Yi Zi was shocked to find thick bloodstains all over the wall, along with many claw marks, as if countless hands had smeared and torn at it. The sky outside flickered, and a piercing buzzing sound could be heard, casting a flickering shadow of weak light on the bloodstains. Not only that, but the steps beneath them were also covered in congealed blood crusts, with many sticky liquids on top. This scene made Yi Zi feel nauseous, instinctively gripping Qin Lang tightly, her face pale as paper, and she could clearly feel her feet becoming icy cold. Qin Lang said to Su Mubai, Miss Su, keep an eye on Yi Zi. If anything happens later, make sure she gets out safely first. Both Yi Zi and Su Mubai were startled. Qin Lang, what about you? Qin Lang replied, don't worry about me, just stay close to me. The scene before him was still quite familiar to him. Because both movies and games have similar scenes. This shows that, on the whole, the copy of Silent Hill still follows the framework in my memory. As I walked down, the light became darker and suddenly the outside entered into darkness, all sources of light disappeared, and everything around was pitch black. Su Mubai quickly lit a ghost fire, finally bringing a glimmer of light. Yi Zi trembled as she walked down and asked Qin Lang, did we go the wrong way? Why don't we just go outside? Qin Lang said, going outside is useless, the streets at midnight are even more dangerous. Yi Zi said, midnight? But it seemed to be morning when we came here, how did it suddenly? Qin Lang shued, something is coming. A low sobbing sound came from the front, like countless people were quietly weeping in their ears. Occasionally mixed with the harsh sound of metal scraping, as if someone was dragging iron chains. A monster without facial features and hands, with its skin tightly shriveled together, limped towards them, mumbling something incomprehensible. Yi Zi's eyes widened as she said, it. Qin Lang asked, have you seen it before? Yi Zi, frightened, softened her legs and knelt on the ground. No way, it's impossible. She hugged her head with both hands and cried out loudly, It shouldn't be possible, it should be dead. Sumubai acted quickly, using blood demon technique, cutting the monster in half at the waist. The monster, split in two, struggled on the ground, still producing an unpleasant low roar. Qin Lang squatted down to help Yi Zi up and asked, hey, what happened to you? Yi Zi looked at Qin Lang in terror, saying, I've seen it. I've seen it. Qin Lang asked, where did you see it? Yi Zi sobbed, it's called the White Skin Monster. I once went through a copy. The White Skin Monster is the boss of that copy. Most of my teammates were eaten by it, eaten. Yi Zi's words were incoherent, her whole body trembling, showing how much shadow the White Skin Monster cast over her. Qin Lang seemed to sense something. Could it be that? Sumubai patted Yi Zi's shoulder and said, it's okay now, it's dead, right? You are safe now. Yi Zi said, I originally had a team, but they all died at the hands of this monster. That copy was time-based. As long as you survive for a certain time, you can clear it. To deceive it, I hid in a pile of dead bodies for a day and a night. Qin Lang was silent for a moment, then asked, so you watched it eat your teammates alive? Yi Zi began to cry, her mind recalling the overwhelming fear and guilt she felt back then. At that time, she hid among the remnants of corpses left by the monsters, watching through the gaps as the monster devoured her teammates. Teammates let out painful moans, desperate wails, and cries for help. But Yi Zi was so scared that she couldn't move, eyes wide open watching her teammates being eaten bit by bit. Traitor! Traitor! The monster, already cut in half, surprisingly spoke with its upper body, constantly whispering to Yi Zi, it's because of you that we died. Chapter 93, Guilt. Upon hearing the voice, Yi Zi's pupils dilated, unable to believe, Captain? The monster continued, why didn't you help me back then? Why didn't you save me? If you had just come out, we could have fought that monster together. I still have a fiancé in the real world. I could have cleared it and enjoyed endless happiness and a wealthy life, but because of you, I can only rot in the monster's belly. Yi Zi, you are so cruel. Yi Zi cried out, no, Captain, I didn't mean to. I really. Before she could finish, Qin Lang directly took out the demon-slaying knife and chopped the monster. Although the monster was still not dead, it finally stopped talking. Qin Lang said, Yi Zi, you are too attached. The monsters here must have certain mechanisms, and you can show what you fear the most. Yi Zi's tears continued to flow down as she questioned, really? So what I saw and heard were all illusions? Qin Lang shook his head, the monster is real, but it is shaped by your inner self. It's definitely not the one that devoured your teammate back then. Otherwise, how would it appear here in this silent hill? Yi Zi took a deep breath and then said, is it? Then she couldn't help but cry again. I've always wanted to return to that instance and take revenge myself, but every time I think about it. Qin Lang gently patted her head, all right, calm down. After the Silent Hill instance is over, I'll help you take revenge in that instance. After hearing this, Yi Zi's cries subdued a lot, and her eyes brightened, really? Qin Lang nodded, what I promise, I will definitely accomplish. All right, let's go. If you are scared, just close your eyes and let Miss Su lead you. Yi Zi glanced anxiously at the monster on the ground and made up her mind, I'm fine. She followed Qin Lang closely, looking at his back, and suddenly asked, Qin Lang, are there things you fear? Qin Lang paused for a moment, then smiled, fear? I haven't experienced that feeling in a long time. Since he turned off his sense of fear, Qin Lang's emotions had been quite stable, he couldn't even remember what he used to be afraid of. Yi Zi asked again, so, this mechanism doesn't affect you? Qin Lang shook his head again and said, not necessarily. Just because I am not scared now, doesn't mean I wasn't afraid before. They can still transform into things I once feared. He began to think carefully about what he had been afraid of before. At that moment, Qin Lang and the others found themselves in front of a red door. The surface of the door seemed soaked in blood, covered with chaotic scratch marks, as if someone had desperately clawed at it, trying to escape. Sumubai couldn't help but frown, such heavy resentment. I'm afraid what's inside is not harmless. Qin Lang, let me go in first to take a look. Qin Lang waved his hand, this resentment is heavy, and the evil energy is strong, my ghost-slaying sword might not be able to handle it. It's dangerous for you to approach carelessly, step back a little. Qin Lang took out the wheel sword from his storage space. This sword even makes gods of death like Bai Chi feel fear, its breath is even stronger, definitely capable of overcoming the evil energy of this door. Qin Lang took a deep breath and suddenly thrust forward at the red door. Ah woo! Countless wails began to echo throughout the narrow corridor, a stench of blood instantly surged out, and the fluorescent lights on the wall flickered wildly, emitting a low buzzing sound. With a creak, the red door opened. Qin Lang cautiously pushed the door open with the wheel sword. The room was empty, the floor covered with twisted black shadows, like some sort of struggling humanoid. They were clearly shadows, but he could hear whispered murmurs, muttering some incomprehensible incantations. Yi Zi moved closer to Qin Lang. What are these? Qin Lang replied, most likely, they are the original residents of Silent Hill. Back during the coal mine fire in the town, many people were forced to hide underground, they probably suffocated to death. In the disaster of Silent Hill, almost all residents suffered, one can only imagine the resentment they carried. Qin Lang decisively said, Miss Su, make your move. Su Mubai nodded and rushed into the room, preparing to cast her blood-sucking technique to eliminate those black shadows. But as soon as she entered, she suddenly let out a loud scream. Villagers, why are you here? Those black shadows transformed one by one into the villagers from the ceiling village, all staring intently at Su Mubai. Though Su Mubai was strange, she still retained her original emotions. At the moment she saw the villagers, her features twisted into a painful expression that was hard to describe. A deep frown settled on her brow. Miss, why did you abandon us? You are out there having fun with this guy, while we are stuck as lonely ghosts in Fengmen village. Miss, your heart is too cruel. Boo-hoo. You killed us, it was you who killed us. Su Muba's breathing grew heavier, she tried hard to tell herself that these were just illusions. But she couldn't do it, and soon retracted her blood magic, while those shadows drew closer to her. Qin Lang frowned and immediately raised the wheel sword, stabbing it toward the shadows. The wheel sword burst forth with dazzling golden light, forcing the shadows to retreat. Qin Lang swiftly slashed sideways again, scattering 2 or 3 shadows into nothingness with a couple of swift strokes. He pulled Su Muba towards him and then abruptly shut the door. Su Muba's chin shook from excessive tension, her whole face seemed twisted by an invisible hand. Having known her for so long, it was the first time Qin Lang saw such an expression on her face. Su Muba looked at Qin Lang. I'm sorry. I know it's fake, but... Thinking of the villagers in Fengmen village, Su Muba's heart always ached. After all, those people were killed by her own hands, and even if they were misled by Sun Yangzi, she still committed an unforgivable sin. Qin Lang gently embraced her and said, Alright, don't blame yourself too much. The dungeon of Fengmen village has been closed, those villagers won't be disturbed again. Yi Zi looked at them, feeling both sympathy for Su Muba and discomfort herself. She had just been scared and felt very guilty, while Qin Lang simply patted his own head. Why did Su Muba get a comforting hug? Oh my, what am I thinking, what time is it? Qin Lang glanced at the red door and said, Let me handle this, you all step back. Can you make me feel guilty? Interesting, I want to see what tricks you can play on me. Chapter 94, Patricide. Qin Lang pushed open the red door and stepped inside first. All the monsters in the inner world have a reference in reality. He remembered the infamous nurse monster, embodying both sexiness and terror. They were the products of a character from Silent Hill trapped in long-term repression. But in this dungeon, all the monsters were clearly a manifestation of the player's various emotions. From the moment they stepped into the inner world, Qin Lang and the others' inner voices were completely laid bare. Qin Lang entered the room and found that those shadows had already disappeared. The room was filled with a decaying moldy smell, and the mottled stains on the walls resembled some kind of dark red Eerie pattern. A dim yellow bulb flickered restlessly on the ceiling, casting a twisted shadow on Qin Lang. Cough, cough. In the corner, a man sat there, appearing out of nowhere. His head hung low, his shoulders slightly heaving, as if he were panting. His wrinkled shirt bore large dark stains on the chest, and the air was thick with a faint rusty smell. When Qin Lang clearly saw his face, it felt as if a cold hand gripped his heart. Dad! It was his father, Qin Zhengshi, who had been dead for many years. Qin Lang's throat felt blocked, unable to make a sound, his rational mind screamed this must be an illusion, a trick of Silent Hill. Qin Lang. His voice was low and hoarse, as if stuck in his throat, scraping against the bones like a rusty saw. Why, did you kill me? His eyes widened suddenly, staring fiercely at Qin Lang, the whites of his eyes veined with horrifying red, his eye sockets sunken deep, lips trembling with fury. Qin Lang tightened his grip on the wheel sword. Su Muba and Yi Zi came in right away, ready to strike. But Qin Lang stopped them. Stop. With the little reason he had left, he said, the strange presence in this room is focused solely on me. If you provoke it, even more illusions will appear. At that time, no one could control anyone else, go. Yi Zi and Su Mubai looked at him with worried faces, but you. Qin Lang said with determination in his eyes, I can do it. Yi Zi and Su Mubai had no choice but to step back. Qin Zhengshi stood up, staring tightly at Qin Lang. Say it. His roar exploded in the room, like thunder rolling. Qin Lang suddenly stood up from the chair, his movements stiff and twisted, as if some kind of corpse was being forcefully controlled. His arms trembled unnaturally, fingers clenched like dry branches, joints cracking with every movement. Qin Lang's breath suddenly hitched. You brought this on yourself. Qin Lang said, over the years, I have never regretted laying my hands on you. He couldn't help but admire the designs of Silent Hill. Even knowing that the opposite side wasn't real, just thinking of past events made Qin Lang unable to suppress a surge of impulse. What surprised him the most was not this. Being a father avenger was something he did in a past life. Why could this Silent Hill's weirdness be read? It was clear that it wouldn't fabricate simulations based on existing data or information, but instead projected the most primitive and real emotions and thoughts from deep within a person's heart into reality. How ruthless. Qin Lang couldn't help but sigh. After all, it was a dungeon of ranking mode. These designs were indeed ruthless. No regrets? Qin Lang, ask yourself, were the things you did back then really right? You're just deceiving yourself. Qin Lang's expression became even more twisted, his mouth cracked open, and streams of black blood slowly flowed from the corners of his mouth, dripping onto the floor, soaking into the wooden planks like rotten mud. You killed me with your own hands, Qin Lang. Qin Lang's voice echoed like it came from the depths of hell, resonating in all directions. I want to seek justice from you. You beast. Without me, where would you be? The lights flickered wildly, the walls of the room began to ooze crimson liquid, and the floor seemed to tremble slightly. For some reason, Qin Lang felt his hands were immobilized, and his ears buzzed. The wheel sword in his hand also shook constantly, about to drop to the ground. Qin Lang gritted his teeth. Bullshit. You were the real beast back then. The things you did, do you dare say I wouldn't dare to hear? Listen well, Qin Lang, I do not regret killing you. After saying this, Qin Lang raised the wheel sword in his hand and fiercely stabbed it toward Qin Lang. Qin Lang's body began to rapidly change shape. Bones dislocated, flesh split, limbs twisted into an extremely impossible shape, like some kind of monster breaking free from the human shell. Black liquid spilled from his eyes, and his mouth split wider, as if he wanted to swallow Qin Lang whole. Qin Lang's voice drilled into Qin Lang's ears. I am the beast? Then you are the son of a beast. I can't escape, and you will never escape. Qin Lang felt his head was about to explode again. Bai Qi. A powerful aura erupted from Qin Lang's body. Bai Qi chuckled. Big brother, so you have killed your biological father? That's thrilling. Exactly, I don't like my dad either. Bai Qi grabbed the wheel sword and sliced through the monster's arms. We can be considered like-minded now. Thick white smoke emitted from the monster. The floor began to shatter, and thin tendrils flew out from within. Bai Qi said, so that's it. This room is full of these little tendrils, and whatever steps on them will be read for enough mental disturbance, then slowly devoured. The monster attempted to transform again but could only turn back into Qin Lang. Because although Bai Qi was currently controlling Qin Lang's body, the monster's tendrils could only read the hidden things in Qin Lang's heart, and were ineffective against Bai Qi. In other words, Bai Qi was like Qin Lang's alter ego. The monster was utterly helpless against this. Can you fathom the thoughts of this general? Bai Qi raised his knife and slashed, cutting away countless tentacles, and then he swiftly struck at its core. Ah! The monster let out a heart-wrenching howl, and from its body erupted a black liquid, while the rest suddenly crumbled into a pitch-black ash, vanishing into the air. Yi Zi and Su Mu Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Qi said, Big brother, it's all good now. Qin Lang returned to his original form. You've worked hard. Bai Qi remarked, Big brother, you're really impressive now. I see your body is much stronger than before. Now you can exert 1,000th of my power. Congratulations. Qin Lang chuckled. That's good. Make sure to work even harder for me in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, the room underwent a drastic change again. Qin Lang's eyes widened. What? How could this? Chapter 95, The Sinful Blood. In an instant, the entire room shed its previous bloodiness and darkness. The blood and flesh patterns on the walls vanished, replaced by light yellow wallpaper, radiating a warm tone rich with the passage of time. The old floorboards regained their wooden texture, emitting a faint scent of sandalwood. The dim yellow light softly illuminated the space, dispelling the recent darkness, as if everything had merely been an illusion, and there was even a touch of warmth. Yi Zi, feeling uneasy, said, What happened? The illusion is gone? Qin Lang shook his head. Not necessarily, we might still be in an illusion. In Silent Hill, don't easily trust what you see, otherwise, it's easy to be deceived by them. Yi Zi asked, them? Qin Lang thought for a moment. Here, with a church, there must be a corresponding cult. Since there's a cult, there's surely some kind of deity or even a dark god they worship. Su Mu Bai's face changed. Could it be, like Fengmen Village, where many died in a sacrificial ritual? Qin Lang fell silent. He didn't recall such a setting in Silent Hill, but it was hard to say in this world. While Qin Lang pondered how to respond, his attention was drawn again. Look! On the originally smooth wall, blood suddenly appeared and slowly formed a line of text. Your sins are my nourishment. Yi swallowed hard. What does this mean? Qin Lang pinched his chin and said, literally, it likely means we all have sins, and these sins become the nourishment for the monsters of Silent Hill or the raw materials that torment us. Just moments ago, each of us saw different degrees of illusions, all related to our past mistakes, at least on a moral level. For example, Yi, you feel guilty for not saving someone in danger, and Miss Su, you believe that killing the villagers makes you guilty. I need not mention myself, killing my own father is the greatest sin in any culture. The monsters in Silent Hill will continually torment us through these. At that moment, Yi and Su Mubai's expressions darkened again. This is because they could not escape the shadows of their past and the torment of their conscience. Even if they had reasons for their actions, wrong is still wrong in the end. Qin Lang, however, remained calm as he walked towards another door in the room. All right, let's keep going. He opened the door, revealing another dark and narrow corridor, with an even heavier smog of coal dust. The three of them walked down, hearing vague sounds ahead. Yi cautioned, is it a monster? Qin Lang shook his head, doesn't sound like it, I hear people screaming. Sure enough, as they got closer, they heard a group of people crying out in agony. Ah, let me out. Please, let me down. I don't want to die. Qin Lang pushed open the door. From the high dome hung a dozen rusty iron chains. At the end of each iron chain hangs a person. The stained glass has long been shattered, and the moonlight shines through the gaps, casting mottled patches of blood-red light on the ground. On the floor stand sharp weapons, densely packed rusty spears, broken sword blades, and inverted nail boards, each stained with dried blood. Each person's wrist is tightly bound by the iron chains, their skin turning purple from long suspension. Their soles are only an inch away from the sharp weapons, any slight movement could be fatal. Below is an ancient altar made of black marble, its surface carved with twisted runes. In the center of the altar is a concave circular groove, its edges inlaid with human bones, the bottom connecting to a complex system of pipes. When seeing Qin Lang and the others enter, one of the girls cried out loudly, help, help! We are all captured, please let us go. You are players too, right? Please help us. The other few also began to plead. Yi instinctively wanted to find a way to lower them down. But Qin Lang stopped her. Qin Lang asked, who captured you? The girl replied, I. We don't know, we were just walking on the street when suddenly there was an earthquake. We fell down and lost consciousness. When we opened our eyes, we were already here. Please help us. We've been trapped here for a long time, I'm scared. Qin Lang looked around and noticed a piece of paper nailed to the wall beside him. He walked over and saw a few lines written on it. Those who enter this door must perform the task of purification, the blood of the sinner is the only way out. Find the person with the gravest sins, use their blood to complete the purification, and only then will the key appear. The one with the gravest sins will die, and the rest will be able to leave. Qin Lang clicked his tongue and said, not good. Before his words fell, the large door behind them slammed shut with a bang. Yi was startled, she began to forcefully attack the door, but it was ineffective. Qin Lang said, don't waste your effort. This room is protected by rules, unless we follow what it says, we can't leave. Yi was somewhat anxious, then let's let them go first? We can come up with a plan together afterward. Qin Lang pointed at the altar below, we can't let them go, they are the key to solving our problem. Do you see the altar and those grooves? As long as we can drop them down, their blood will slowly flow through the grooves and fill the entire altar. The paper says the blood of the sinner is the key to leaving, we must fill the altar with the blood of the person with the gravest sins if we want to escape. The suspended people turned pale, they immediately began to cry out in protest. I'm a good person. You have to be careful. Yes, I've never done anything wrong, you have to trust me. Woo, I don't want to die. Yi frowned and stepped forward to take a look at the altar. This altar is shallow, perhaps one person's blood is enough. She turned to Qin Lang, but who is the one with the gravest sins? Su and Yubai also looked puzzled, gravest sins, this standard and definition are too vague. How do we define this? For ordinary people, murder and arson are grave sins, but is it simply about who has killed more? So is killing always wrong? What about the righteous thief who robs the rich to help the poor, do they count as exceedingly sinful? This evaluation standard is too vague, it can't be defined at all. Qin Lang looked at the 6 people hanging on the ground, falling into deep thought. He murmured, find the one with the gravest sins, use their blood for purification, and only then will the key appear. What does it mean? Suddenly, the room began to shake violently. Yi's body swayed a bit, surprised, and asked, what's happening? The suspended people panicked even more, their cries growing louder. She looked around. I was startled, sharp spikes had actually grown out of the wall. The needle tips gleamed with a cold light, each one carefully polished, with dark red stains still lingering at the tip. The distance between the needle tips gradually shrank, like some mechanical device slowly advancing. Qin Lang said, "It looks like if we don't quickly open that device, we might die here." Su Bai asked, "Should I try to knock off these spikes?" Qin Lang waved his hand, "That's useless. This is a rules-based room, we can only escape by solving the puzzle. Forcing our way through might make things worse and waste time. The players who can enter this copy, although they generally aren't very skilled, I refuse to believe they can't even escape from a mere iron chain. The fact that they cannot escape even at the cost of their lives already proves that something is firmly holding them in this room." Yi Zi's face turned pale. "So do we have to kill someone to leave here?" The altar, while not very deep, still needed a living person's blood to fill it up. Once there was enough blood flowing to the altar, that person would most likely not survive. Qin Lang nodded, then looked at a nearby table, on which were several buttons. The buttons were arranged in a circle, each corresponding to one of the dangling people. As long as you pressed the corresponding button, that person could be sent to see Yama, the king of hell. Yi Zi looked at Qin Lang. "Do we have to do this?" To survive by killing a stranger was a bit too much for her. Moreover, this reminded her of the scene when she watched helplessly as her teammate was eaten. The 6 people hanging struggled even harder. "I'm really a good person, please don't kill me, I can't die here. Please, I've done nothing wrong, my family is still waiting for me to come home. You can't just watch me die, can you? I'm innocent." Qin Lang waved his hand, "Everyone stop shouting, tell me what kind of people you all are. There's not much time, keep it simple." As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man wearing glasses hurriedly spoke, his voice trembling. "My name is Li Zhiheng, and I am a primary school teacher. I teach children math every day, and I even use my salary to buy school supplies for underprivileged students. I participated in this copy to earn rewards so that more children can continue their studies. I have participated in over 100 volunteer activities, teaching in rural areas. I have always taught children to be kind and upright. I am not a bad person. If there are really deeply sinful people in this room, it absolutely would not be me." A man with a buzz cut shouted angrily, his voice tinged with rage, "What do you call this, a good person? My name is Zhao Ming Xian, I've been a police officer for 15 years. I've caught at least 80 criminals. If anyone here deserves to die, it must be those true villains." He took a deep breath, his sharp gaze fixed on the blood words on the wall. "I can't be the bad guy, can I?" Qin Lang pulled out a chair and sat down, looking rather relaxed. "It's hard to say." Zhao Ming Xian's eyes widened. "You." A woman in a white shirt quickly spoke next, trying hard to keep her voice calm. My name is Xinwan Qing, and I am a doctor. I am a pediatrician, and I face sick children every day. I also regularly provide free medical care for children in orphanages. My hands have saved countless little lives, how could I possibly be a sinner?" Her gaze swept across the room, her face pale but her eyes firm. "I will never harm others, this must be a misunderstanding. If I die, you all have chosen wrong." Qin Lang then asked, "If everything's so fine, why did you come to this copy?" Xinwan Cheng hurriedly replied, "I didn't want to come myself, but someone took the entire orphanage of children hostage, saying that if I didn't come to Silent Hill, kill all the children. I'm here to save people." Qin Lang fell silent for a few seconds and said, "Continue, next." A young man in his 20s trembled as he spoke, clearly on the verge of breaking down. "My name is Chun Hao, just a regular office worker. I go to work every day, work overtime, earning a dead-end salary, facing my boss's exploitation. I'm just an ordinary beast of burden. I have a paralyzed wife at home. I heard there's a magic potion in this copy that can help her recover, so I came. I've never even skipped fare, how could I be someone with deep sins?" At this moment, Zhao Mingxian sneered, "Heh, your lies are too absurd." He then shouted at Qin Lang, "Hey, the result is out. He went to great lengths to say so many falsehoods, he must be guilty." Chun Hao was furious. "What grounds do you have to slander me?" Zhao Mingxian laughed coldly, "I'm a police officer, how could I not hear the flaws in your words? Players entering this copy are all qualified for ranked matches, they have a certain level. Such players in real life are also considered elites, so how could they be exploited beasts of burden? Who are you trying to fool? I got a skill to find things in the previous copy, and I rose high, I could even live in tall buildings. There's no way I lived as miserably as you say." Others nodded in agreement. They all had certain abilities and lived well in reality, doing good deeds out of their ideals and character. They could not imagine a situation like Chen Hao's. Chen Hao gasped for breath, his eyes filled with terror. "I'm not lying. Everything I said is true. You people clearly have never seen a truly paralyzed patient. Do you know treating this illness is a bottomless pit? The rewards I got from the copy, and those strange coins, are nowhere near enough for my wife to recover." Qin Lang waved his hand, "Stop arguing. Continue, next." At this moment, the prickly walls were drawing closer. A blonde woman began to cry, her eyes full of fear. I am Su Lena, a single mother, and my daughter is only 5 years old. I was mistakenly pulled into the copy, fighting for my life, just so I could give her a better life after clearing it. But a couple of days ago, someone kidnapped my daughter, saying I had to come here, or they would sell her organs. I wouldn't even want to step on an ant. How could I be a bad person? Her body trembled violently, tears falling one by one, dropping on the ground like small despair. Qin Lang rubbed his chin, his heart faintly understanding something. Chapter 97, One Must Die. Qin Lang looked at the last person. It's your turn. Tell me, what good have you done? A man in a suit finally raised his head, his expression oddly calm. Han Zhuaran, lawyer. His voice was steady, yet it made people uneasy. I know what you are thinking, lawyers often defend guilty people, don't they deserve to die? Others exchanged glances without speaking, tacitly agreeing. Han Zhuaran chuckled softly, a glint of cleverness passing through his eyes. But I never defend real criminals, my duty is to uphold justice and ensure the law is fair. I entered this copy because I was coerced, but I cannot say the specifics. He slightly tilted his head. In short, if there is truly a sinner here, it cannot be me. And I think that even if someone must sacrifice, it doesn't have to be the 6 of us. Upon hearing this, Yi Zi was stunned. What do you mean? Han Zhuaran looked at Qin Lang and Yi Zi. Isn't it obvious? It requires the blood of a deeply sinful person to find the key, but it didn't say it had to be the blood of the 6 of us, right? Aren't both of you in this room? Perhaps the person who truly deserves to die is among you. Yi Zi was stunned, and then looked at Qin Lang. Qin Lang smiled. Well, what he said really makes sense. Han Zhuaran breathed a sigh of relief, right? This altar can only hold one person's blood, and there's only one chance, and not much time. If we choose wrong, none of us will survive, right? It's your turn to come clean. Yi Zi clenched her fists. If what these 6 people said is true, then they are not that guilty, and have become pitiful victims forced into this situation for various reasons. In contrast, she and Qin Lang had already been proven guilty in the last room. Even if she was trying to survive at that time, and Qin Lang had other reasons that forced him to kill his father, both cases are still unforgivable sins. Sumubai saw Yi Zi's emotional state and quickly said, Yi Zi, don't think too much. What you and Qin Lang did, including my situation, were actually out of necessity, forced. Don't blame yourself. Just believe in Qin Lang. Yi Zi's nose tinged with sadness as she looked back at Qin Lang. Qin Lang stood up again and approached the blood-stained note. He ripped the note down and carefully turned it over to look at it. At this moment, he noticed a pattern on the wall that had just been blocked by the note. A completely naked person was nailed to a cross. A crucifixion image? Qin Lang glanced at the note, falling into deep thought. The wall with the needle spikes was getting closer. Zhao Mingxian was angry. Aren't you going to hurry up? We're going to die soon. What? Are you afraid to admit you are guilty, so you don't dare to die? Qin Lang held the note and sat back down. What are you shouting about? Do you believe I'll send you to your death first? Zhao Mingxian swallowed. Why you dare? I'm not guilty, my blood won't help. You'll die too. Qin Lang laughed coldly. If according to that lawyer's words, I must sacrifice myself to survive, then let me ask, if I let you live, I'd die. If I don't let you live, I still die. So why should I do that? I'd rather drag a few down with me before I die. Shen Wanqing's face turned pale. Why, you're not human. How can you think like this? Yi Zi looked at Qin Lang with worry on her face. She knew Qin Lang would think this way and would do it. In the last scenario, to save energy, Qin Lang intentionally let most people face the vicious monsters. He didn't care how many would die. When the first monster appeared at the start of this scenario to slaughter players, Qin Lang immediately took her to continue exploring instead of saving anyone. Qin Lang could be ruthless. Shen Hao shouted, no. My wife relies on me alone, can you bear to do this? Li Zhihong also cried aloud, I have so many students. They all depend on me to continue their education. If you kill me, how many people's hope would you destroy? Shen Wanqing shouted, if I can't survive and go back, the children in the orphanage will be ripped apart. You think you only harmed the 6 of us? That's countless young lives. Qin Lang yawned, I don't care. I have no morals, so your moral coercion is useless to me. Yi Zi's expression twisted in pain, wanting to persuade Qin Lang. She thought if it really came to it, she could be the one to be sacrificed. But Su Mubai once again held her back. This time, without Su Mubai need to speak, Yi Zi could read a phrase. Believe in Qin Lang. Yi Zi could only close her eyes and continuously pray in her heart. The needles were getting closer, less than 2 meters away from Qin Lang and the others. Han Zhuaran panicked completely. You're so selfish. Don't you understand to give up the small self for the greater good? The theme of this room is purification. If you refuse to purify yourself, you'll only sink deeper. Qin Lang chuckled, stop pretending here. No, it should be you who stop pretending here. At these words, everyone was stunned. Han Zhuoran asked, what do you mean? Qin Lang waved the paper in his hand, I only said that the blood of the wicked is needed to get out, but I never mentioned the key. The word key is only written on this paper. You say you arrived here in a daze and woke up hanging. Then tell me, how did you know about the key? Han Zhuoran was left speechless. The other 5 people glared at this foolish lawyer with resentful eyes. Qin Lang continued, clearly, before I arrived in this room, you had already seen the paper and were then captured. If I'm not mistaken, you all actually received some instructions and hints. For example, to let one of the people entering this room die, and then you could complete your task and leave, right? Han Zhuoran swallowed hard. Qin Lang had hit the nail on the head. Qin Lang said, from the very beginning, I and Yi Zi were set up by you. Oh dear, you all speak so grandly, yet you want to lure a stranger to bleed to death for you. Tell me, doesn't this count as wicked? Zhao Mingxian saw that Qin Lang had seen through it and immediately shouted, stop this nonsense. Moral kidnapping doesn't work on us. Unless one of you 2 dies, this stage cannot be completed. You don't necessarily have to kill all 6 of us. But the hint we received definitely requires one of you to die. Still don't understand? If you don't die, this stage won't be counted as completed. One of you must die. Chapter 98 Truth of the Mechanism. Qin Lang laughed again, one of us must die? With the way you are, it doesn't seem like any of you can walk out of this game alive. Yi Zi heard the implication in his words and asked, Qin Lang, what do you mean? Qin Lang did not answer but continued to sit still. Shen Wanqing closed her eyes and shouted loudly, someone, think of a way to kill him. Li Zhiheng struggled endlessly, I already said this was impossible. I might as well fight back. Zhao Mingxian yelled fiercely, kid, if you don't act dignified, I can help you be dignified. Qin Lang yawned, stop howling here. If you really had a way, would you still be hanging like this? I could really send you all to see King Yen now. So just shut your mouths. Han Zhuoran glared hatefully at Qin Lang, cursing, you will not die well. At this time, the spiked wall was drawing closer, less than half a meter from Qin Lang. Su Mubai was also anxious, but she didn't know what to do. Yi Zi closed her eyes, her heart racing, hoping for a miracle to happen. The 6 people hung were crying for help, or cursing Qin Lang. Because of you, we are all going to die. Why won't you die? Are you that selfish? Bastard! What kind of stage is this? It's meant to wipe us out. Crack! The wall covered with sharp spikes surprisingly stopped. The wall filled with spikes slowly retreated with a dull mechanical sound, the sharp metal blades began to retract. This scene stunned everyone present, they completely couldn't understand what was happening. Everyone held their breath, staring wide-eyed as those deadly spikes slowly moved away, their lingering fear replaced by sudden surprise. The trap has retreated? We survived? After a brief silence, a series of excited gasps erupted. Great, I'm not dead. Li Zhiheng's face showed the ecstatic joy of someone who had survived a disaster, tears almost spilling from his eyes. Shen Wanqing couldn't help but cry out loud, murmuring thanks to God, as if having escaped the shadow of death. However, as joy faded, a strange unease silently spread in the air. Is this the end? Zhao Mingxian frowned, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance, still filled with caution. Why? We clearly haven't made a choice yet. Han Zhuoran clenched his fists tightly and murmured, something isn't right, isn't this where we are supposed to carry out the purification? Why, did the wall retreat without us doing anything? Where is the key? Although no one had died, the key to leave the room still had not appeared, causing a deep sense of unease among them. More importantly, they were still suspended. An eerie silence enveloped everyone, as joy was gradually swallowed by unease. Yi Zi asked Qin Lang, what on earth is going on? Qin Lang replied, it's simple, all of this is actually a trap. If any one of us dies and the altar is filled with blood, then we can never escape this room. As soon as these words were spoken, the air suddenly froze, and astonishment and confusion appeared on everyone's faces. Zhao Mingxian directly questioned, what are you talking about? The hint we received was that the guilty person entering the room must die. As Qin Lang mentioned, they had already seen a note when they came in. The note read, you must find a way to purify the guilty person who entered the room. Then, Han Zhuoran saw the note on the wall, which was the same one Qin Lang held now. Zhao Mingxian paused, his tone heavy, we still didn't understand, and suddenly a thick mist rose up, and then we lost consciousness. Han Zhuoran looked at Qin Lang, the hint you received was for the 6 of us to die, right? If we make you die, then we can pass. If you make us die, then you can pass. Isn't it like that? The hints on the note are all lies? Qin Lang shook his head, the hints on the note are true, as long as one of me or Yi Zi dies, you can leave this room. Similarly, if I kill any one of you, or even all of you, I can also leave. Because anyone who enters this room is guilty, killing them counts as successful purification. But the problem is you all got it wrong. Because it says leave, but it doesn't say you won't die, right? Zhao Mingxian and others' expressions changed suddenly. Shen Wanqing said, You mean, we will die soon after leaving the room? Qin Lang nodded, correct, because once someone is killed in this room, it will worsen one's own sin, becoming truly sinful, so without purification here, stepping out of this room will also lead to purification. Han Zhuoran swallowed hard and asked reluctantly, How do you know that? Qin Lang pointed at the cross pattern on the wall and said, This room has Christian elements. In Christian doctrine, it emphasizes love, sacrifice, forgiveness, and justice, especially loving others as oneself. If a person actively chooses to let another person die to save themselves, especially out of selfishness, this could be seen as selfish, unjust, or even murder. This violates the doctrine, thus increasing one's own sin. Conversely, doing nothing gives you a much greater chance to survive. Zhao Mingxian got angry, but we are still suspended. What use is there in saying this? As soon as he finished speaking, a loud boom, boom, boom echoed from the nearby wall. The wall split apart, revealing a passageway illuminated by fire in front of everyone. Yi Zi exclaimed excitedly, That must be the new exit? Qin Lang nodded, Yes, the so-called key actually doesn't exist. If you stubbornly stick to that door, you really won't be able to get out. At that moment, Zhao Mingxian and the others grew anxious. Hey, if you leave, what will we do? Li Zhiheng shouted, Yeah, let us out too. Don't be so selfish. This is guilty. Yi Zi looked at them and then said to Qin Lang, if it really isn't possible, just help them, okay? Qin Lang glanced at her and then silently walked to the table with the button. Han Zhuoran's eyes widened, What are you doing? If you press it, we will die. Qin Lang chuckled and said, If I die, then so be it. The exit has already appeared, and even if it closes now, I can still make it. You guys are too noisy, just die already. With that, he directly pressed the button. Chapter 99, Moment of Repentance. Qin Lang pressed the button without hesitation. Han Zhuoran, who was hanging, felt his pupils constrict sharply, realizing he was quickly falling. A heart-wrenching scream broke from his throat, Oh no! Everyone held their breath, staring wide-eyed as he plunged straight down, the cold spikes below waiting like a monster with bared fangs, eager for a baptism of flesh and blood. However, just as Han Zhuoran was about to touch the spikes, those icy steel protrusions suddenly retracted back into the floor. Boom! Han Zhuoran crashed heavily onto the hard ground, making a muffled sound. He lay on the ground, trembling all over, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with terror of surviving a disaster. The people around froze for a moment, and after a while, single mother Sulina, who had just been scared and screamed the loudest, now trembling said, Didn't die? Han Zhuoran gasped, suddenly looking up at Qin Lang, his face pale and lips quivering, What did you do? Qin Lang remained silent and continued to press other buttons. The others fell down amidst a series of screams just like Han Zhuoran, but they did not get impaled, instead, they landed heavily on the cold ground. Seeing them sprawled on the ground groaning in pain, Yi Zi exclaimed, Qin Lang, you knew nothing would happen? Qin Lang laughed and said, Isn't that obvious? The real exit has already appeared, why let anyone die? Zhao Mingxian rubbed his fists together, saying, You little brat, you were quite arrogant just now. Just wait, after we get out, I will definitely throw you into prison. Qin Lang walked to the door, turned to glance at him, then revealed the sword in his hand. A-class weapon. Han Zhuoran exclaimed in surprise, then adjusted his glasses. This, you got it as a reward from the instance? Zhao Mingxuan's face turned quite grim, and he dared not mention dealing with Qin Lang any further. His strongest weapon was only a B-class, and if he fought Qin Lang directly, he'd probably be turned into dust. Zhao Mingxian mumbled, I'll deal with you after we get out. Qin Lang couldn't be bothered to talk to someone as insignificant as him. What he was thinking was, the theme of Silent Hill is all about sin and purification, and that aligned with his impressions to some extent. But the question was, since all the players here were guilty, what exactly was the true way of purification? Moreover, if each room seemingly had its own rules, then all weapons and abilities would be useless. This feeling of being controlled was unpleasant. Qin Lang and Yi Zi walked ahead, while Han Zhuoran and the others cautiously followed behind. Su Mubai existed in spirit form, vigilantly watching over them. They reached a door similar to the previous room. Above the door were the words, Repentance. Qin Lang frowned and directly pushed open the door. Welcome everyone. In the center of the room stood a strange being dressed in a black suit. Its shape was human, but its head was that of a huge and menacing snake. Ah! Shen Wanqing covered her eyes and screamed loudly. Han Zhuoran frowned, and even Zhao Mingxian felt a shiver down his spine. Bang! With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut. Hello everyone, I am Snake Man, the host of this room. The Snake Man's head was covered in dark green scales, and The scales reflected a cold, eerie light under the glow, and a pair of elongated eyes looked like two pieces of yellow amber, with slitted pupils exuding a sense of cold detachment. Qin Lang saw 9 chairs arranged in a circle beside him and smiled. "You have been waiting for a long time." "Yes, fortunately, everyone has arrived. God bless, may you all find your own purification." A slender snake tongue slowly stretched out from the mouth of the snake human, gently quivering. It slightly bowed its head, revealing an expression similar to a smile, then opened its mouth, speaking in a hissing snake-like tone. "Now, our confession activity begins." Its voice was deep, echoing hoarsely, as if a ghost had crawled out from a bottomless abyss. The room's lights flickered slightly, as if responding to its eerie welcome. Han Zhuoran uneasily asked, "What, confession activity?" The snake human smiled but said nothing, only gesturing for everyone to sit down. Zhao Mingxian and the others exchanged glances, alarms ringing in their hearts, but faced with this mysterious and eerie serpent-headed figure, they had no other choice. Once everyone was seated, the snake human smiled slightly and slowly pulled out a stack of cards with golden letters on a black background from its suit, deftly flipping them with its fingers like an experienced gambler. "Next, I will randomly distribute cards to each of you." The snake human's voice was low and subtly hoarse, as if some ancient ritual was about to commence. "Each card records a sin, and your task is to confess and repent." It paused for a moment, the amber snake eye slowly scanning the crowd, and a chilling smile crept across its lips. "For example, if someone draws the card for murder, then they must detailedly explain to us, who did you kill? What was your motive? How did you dispose of the body?" At that moment, Han Zhuoran frowned and spoke, his tone laced with unease. "What if I haven't committed that crime at all? Are you asking me to make something up?" Upon hearing this, the snake human gently flicked its crimson tongue, letting out a hoarse laugh. "You are correct. Even if you have never committed that crime, please act as a true sinner and tell your story without flaws." Xin Wanqing suddenly stood up, the chair scraping against the floor made a harsh sound. She glared at the snake human, her tone cold and angry. "This rule is simply absurd. Why should we confess to crimes we never committed?" She glanced around, her eyes landing on Han Zhuoran and Zhao Mingxian, her brows furrowing, dissatisfaction evident in her tone. "And besides, those two, one is a lawyer, and the other is a policeman. Their professions have made them witnesses to countless cases, well-versed in various crimes. Making them fabricate a crime is as easy as pie. It is simply unfair to us." Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingxian sneered, crossing his arms, a hint of provocation in his gaze. He scoffed, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "So what? The rules of the game are like this, someone will always start with an advantage, isn't that reasonable?" His heart was filled with joy at this moment. No matter what crime it was, as long as he took the cases he had seen, tweaked them, and swapped in his name, he would be fine. Zhao Mingxian fixed his gaze on Qin Lang, thinking he would show this kid his skill in this round. Chapter 100, The True Sinner. Little did he know, Qin Lang shot him a cold glance, his tone indifferent yet carrying an undeniable authority. "Shut up." Zhao Mingxuan's smile froze immediately, as if an invisible hand had cruelly tightened around his throat, and his heart sank suddenly. He instinctively wanted to retort, but seeing Qin Lang's sharp gaze, he inexplicably fell silent, the arrogance on his face gradually fading. He couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. "Just wait and see." Qin Lang turned back to the snake human, his tone calm but with a pressure that couldn't be ignored. "Please continue explaining the rules." The mysterious snake face of the serpent man revealed a hint of an enigmatic smile, as if it found the scene before it incredibly amusing. It gently flicked the card in its hand and said in a deep voice, "Next is the key part of this event." The serpent man slowly lifted the card in its hand, speaking in a leisurely yet eerie tone. "Two of you will be assigned the real crimes you have committed. Next, each of you must find the one among others who is truly confessing their crime. In other words, everyone must work together to identify the real guilty person." Its snake eyes slightly narrowed, and a strange arc formed at the corner of its mouth, the last syllable tinged with a hoarse laugh. "When this true criminal is found, he or she will stay behind for purification." The serpent man deliberately emphasized the words purification, as if something ominous was hidden behind them. It paused, scanning the anxious faces of the crowd, and then slowly added, "As for the others." It elongated its tone, narrowing its eyes. "The others will smoothly pass and leave this place. If you guess wrong, then everyone will be kept here." As the words fell, the room plunged into silence. The expressions of the crowd instantly turned ugly. Xin Wanqing gasped sharply, Zhao Mingxian frowned slightly, and Han Zhuoran's throat bobbed as if he wanted to say something but ultimately closed his mouth. The tense atmosphere spread, and everyone's hearts raced uncontrollably. Zhao Mingxian had just felt pleased, thinking he could describe a non-existent crime to seem real. But now it appeared that if he made it too realistic, he was almost courting death. If he got picked for fabricating lies, everyone would die. Yet if he told a falsehood about a real crime, there was still a risk of being exposed for being guilty. It was too hard. Too hard. Should he tell the truth or tell a lie? The serpent man said the real guilty person would be left behind. But the question was, who was the real guilty person? No one knew the standard, and no one knew what purification truly meant. Han Zhuoran began to regret it too. Earlier he was thinking about how to fabricate a reasonable crime, but now he was wildly weighing in his mind, what if he made it too realistic and everyone mistakenly thought he was the real guilty person? It would be over. The air seemed to freeze, and everyone was on high alert. The serpent man watched their changing expressions, seeming to enjoy this moment immensely. It licked its lips, casually tossed the card onto the table, and softly said, "Now, let the game begin." It stood up and began to deal cards to everyone. After dealing the cards, the serpent man laughed and said, "When you start confessing the crimes on your cards, you can reveal the cards for everyone to see and judge whether your words are real or not." The crowd exchanged glances, their eyes filled with vigilance and unease. Qin Lang opened his card and found two striking large characters written on it. Patricide. Qin Lang placed the card on his lap. At this moment, Bai Qi spoke up, "It's over, big brother, you truly killed your father. What will you do later? If you tell the truth, then everyone might think it's too realistic and vote you out. But if you lie, then everyone might think you are covering up. Now you're stuck." Qin Lang responded internally to Bai Qi, "Don't worry, I know what to do." At this moment, the serpent man excitedly spoke. "Next, please let the first confessor begin." It looked to its left at Su Lina. Su Lina's fingers trembled as she clutched the thin card, the joints almost turning white. She took a deep breath and painfully flipped the card over. "Murdering my husband." Four black characters struck the eyes of everyone like they were etched into their hearts. The air instantly became stagnant. Everyone's gaze fell sharply on her. Su Lina's face turned pale, her lips slightly trembling. She raised her head, her eyes full of fear and struggle, as if she wanted to say something but it got stuck in her throat. Finally, she closed her eyes, as if she had made up her mind, and spoke with a trembling voice. "It was a rainy night. My husband got drunk again and started to lose his temper with me. He smashed bottles, threw tables, and cursed at me, saying I couldn't cook, saying I spent his savings too quickly. He even cursed at me, saying I wasn't worthy to be his wife." Her fingertips gripped the edge of the table tightly, her nails nearly embedding into the wood. He said these were accusations, that he was gambling and fighting outside, and often brought strange women home to spend the night. "My daughter's biological father died early, and I married him just to find someone to rely on. I never expected him to be such a beast, wanting to." Her voice choked, tears streaming down her cheeks, but she did not stop. Xin Wanqing couldn't help but cover her mouth, and Yi Zi showed a sympathetic look. As women, they could already guess what the man had done. Qin Lang remained indifferent, even showing a barely noticeable smile. Su Lina said, "That night, I just couldn't take it anymore. The knife was right there in the kitchen, and the thunder outside was roaring, the darkness was maddening. When he raised his hand to hit me, I don't know where the courage came from. I grabbed that knife and plunged it hard into his chest. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, their eyes tightly locked on her. Su Lina's gaze became dreamy, lost in past memories, her lips moved as if she were retelling a nightmarish scene. Su Lina stared at her hands, took a deep breath and said, he widened his eyes, looking at me in disbelief. Blood gurgled out of his mouth. He even grabbed my hand, his grip terrifyingly strong. I thought he would choke me to death, but he just gasped, his lips trembling, as if he wanted to say something. Her voice had become hoarse, her shoulders slightly shaking. Then he slowly stopped moving, but I was afraid he wouldn't be completely dead and would come back to life. I pulled out the knife and stabbed down hard again. Chapter 101, Not a single person is human. Tears fell down her face, her breathing rapid, as if she were about to suffocate. When he finally stopped breathing, I realized what I had done. She covered her face, her voice filled with despair and pain. I was terrified. I didn't dare to call the police, nor did I dare to escape. I just knelt beside him, apologizing again and again. I'm sorry, but he could never hear it again. Her nails nearly dug into her palm, her whole body curled up in the chair, tears streaming down her face. I thought I would be freed, but every night, as long as I closed my eyes, he stood by the bed, blood flowing from his chest, his eyes staring at me. He didn't speak or move, but I knew, he hated me. Her voice became feeble to the extreme, whispering like a delirium. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Her body trembled violently, as if she were being torn apart, her eyes filled with fear, regret, and pain. The room was silent, everyone was rendered speechless by this confession. She spoke too genuinely, so genuinely that it made people feel she was truly repenting. However, not everyone believed Su Lina was speaking the truth. Right now, only one truly repentant person could be chosen, and if they chose wrong, it would be their own death. Next, it was Li Zhiheng's turn. Li Zhiheng's fingers trembled slightly, he stared at the cards in his hand, his lips moved a few times, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just took a deep breath and slowly flipped the card onto the table. Harm students. The 4 black words pierced through the air like a sharp blade, reflecting in everyone's eyes. A chill of discomfort creeps in. In the previous room, Li Zhihong was still saying how dedicated he was to his students, but now the crime assigned to him is this? Li Zhihong bows his head, his voice dry, as if burdened with endless weight and guilt. As I said before, I am a teacher. He raises his head, his complex gaze sweeping over everyone, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, revealing a self-deprecating smile. The reason I chose this path wasn't because of a love for education, but because I liked controlling others. The audience furrows their brows slightly, beginning to listen closely. I enjoy the feeling of standing at the podium. That feeling of being looked up to and obeyed by a group of children gives me a sense of power. When I see them obey me, listening to my words, I feel particularly joyful, comfortable from head to toe. His gaze becomes deep, as if reminiscing about those past moments. But not every student listens. There are always a few mischievous ones, those who love to talk back, those who don't take me seriously. At this point, his face turns slightly pale, his fingers gripping tightly on the table, his voice starting to tremble. At first, I only punished them by making them stand, scolding them, but, later, I gradually found myself unable to control my anger. He suddenly closes his eyes, grasping his hair tightly, as if trying to rip away some heavy memories. The first time I hit someone, it was because a student wouldn't stop speaking in class. I warned him 3 times, he still didn't listen. I got furious and directly slammed my book hard on his head. Seeing him covering his head, not daring to cry out, I actually felt a sense of pleasure. He lifts his head, his gaze becoming a bit vacant, his face pale. A dead silence fills the room. From then on, I became even more ruthless. Anyone who dared to misbehave, I would make them lay on the desk and whip them hard with a pointer. His fingers unconsciously rub on the table, as if he could still feel the pointer in his palm, hearing the frightened gasps and choked cries of the students. They were afraid of me, so scared they didn't dare to say a word, didn't dare to tell their parents, and trembled every time they saw me. At that time, I thought this was the feeling of teacher's authority and the pleasure of having power. He suddenly gasps, hugging his head with both hands, his voice trembling completely. But later, I realized how wrong I was. Tears slide down his cheeks, he wipes them fiercely, his gaze filled with pain and despair. One student, because I scolded him too harshly, ran out of the classroom. By the time I found him again, he was already a corpse. His fingertips tremble, his voice nearly shattered. At that moment, I realized, I wasn't a teacher, I was just an abuser, a complete villain. I always portrayed myself as a good teacher to others, but in reality, I had done many inhumane things. He buries his head deeply, his body slightly trembling, tears dripping onto the table, soaking into the wood's grain. I'm sorry. I truly am sorry for them. His shoulders shake, making suppressed sobbing sounds, as if finally unable to hold on, pouring out all his guilt and pain. The air thickens, heavy enough to suffocate. In this moment, no one speaks, no one comforts, and no one easily judges whether his words are true or false. Qin Lang observes Li Zhihong and the others. None of them are truly human. But what he is even more curious about now is, what is the basis in this game for judging whether a person truly repents for their crime? If the judgment is wrong, then the wrong choice will cost a life. The only logic is the process of elimination. Eliminate the ones who could be lying, those who have not committed the related crimes but are forcefully claiming they have, and what remains are the truly guilty. Those who need to be purified. So what do people who have drawn crimes they have never committed do? At this moment, Zhao Mingxian crossed his arms over his chest, leaning back in his chair, and his cold gaze swept over Li Zhihong, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Enough, stop pretending. I've seen too many scum like you. Zhao Mingxian scoffed lightly, his sharp gaze as if interrogating a criminal. You say you regret it? But, haha. He squinted his eyes, the smile deepening, yet his tone grew even colder. If you truly regretted it, why didn't you turn yourself in back then? Zhao Mingxian leaned slightly forward, an overwhelming pressure radiating from him. I've seen many people like you won't sincerely repent until you've spent a few years in prison or are truly caught. His voice was deep, but each word struck Li Zhihong's heart like a hammer. Stop acting, are you trying to trick us into letting you go or trying to make us believe your conscience suddenly awakened? As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Zhihong slammed the table, his face turning bright red, filled with rage. Zhao Mingxian. You have no right to speak to me. Are you really clean? Li Zhihong's chest rose and fell violently, as if he was about to explode from anger, his eyes filled with both fury and a sense of humiliation. What right do you have to say that? Do you even know me? Do you know what I am thinking? Li Zhihong's hands clenched into fists, knuckles turning white, his voice trembling slightly with agitation. I've already admitted my mistakes, I'm already repenting, what right do you have to insist I'm faking it? Just because you are a police officer? You think you can convict anyone at will? Zhao Mingxian said, I'm just stating my assumptions, why are you so anxious? Li Jiheng gritted his teeth. You? He looked at the snake-like figure. I'm repenting here, and he's causing trouble. Aren't you going to do anything? The snake-like figure laughed. I'm just facilitating. Everyone can express themselves freely, just don't get physical. Next, please start. Qin Lang's fingers tightly gripped the card, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. The card wrote 4 words, secretly filming patience. Everyone was taken aback. Qin Lang is a pediatrician. The amount of information is a bit overwhelming. Qin Lang's gaze flickered, as if struggling with whether to speak, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her lips trembling lightly. She took a deep breath, as if trying to suppress all emotions, but a trembling voice still spilled from her throat. You all know, I am a pediatrician. Her voice was soft, she licked her chapped lips and continued, the duty of a doctor is to save lives, but She paused, lowering her head to look at the card in her hand, her fingertips rubbing over it as if trying to erase the words. Every time a child comes in for treatment, I first comfort them, telling them not to be afraid, they trust me, treating me as the adult who protects them. But on my desk hides a camera. As soon as this sentence came out, the room seemed to grow colder. Her breath quickened slightly, as if with every word spoken, the pressure on her chest increased, pain reflected in her eyes, as if recalling those moments. Everyone held their breath, their expressions gradually freezing. Qin Lang's hands trembled slightly, her voice tight, yet she continued to speak. The camera was carefully placed, the angle just right to capture their bodies. During each examination, I would act as if nothing was wrong, pressing the switch. I told myself I was just recording, that I didn't do anything. But the truth is, I knew where those videos would go. Those videos would be sorted and sold to some wealthy people. Her voice gradually lowered, as if something was pressing down on her, even her breathing quickened. Her fingers instinctively grabbed the edge of her clothes, her nails nearly digging into her palm. Her throat seemed to be blocked, and her voice became hoarse. She raised her hand and forcefully wiped her face, as if trying to wipe away the invisible guilt, but the more she wiped, the more painful her expression became, and the red blood vessels in her eyes became more and more noticeable. I know what kind of people the buyers are. They are willing to pay a high price, their needs. But I never thought about it, as long as I don't think about it, I can pretend this is not my fault. I thought this was enough, but later, I went to the orphanage. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Those children, they have no parents, no one to protect them. I used my identity as a doctor, still doing the same things. Her eyes lost all their light, as if immersed in her own guilt. Her hands slowly wrapped around herself, as if trying to curl up, and her voice became trembling. Once, a child cried and asked me, Dr. Auntie, will you protect me? She closed her eyes, and the tears finally fell, hitting the table and splashing tiny watermarks. Her throat rolled, as if swallowing bitter emotions, slowly exhaling the last words. I nodded, smiling at her, of course, Doctor's sister will protect you. Her voice choked, like a blade stabbing into her heart, and she could no longer hold on, collapsing onto the table, her shoulders trembling violently. I know. I am guilty. I shouldn't have done that, but at that time, I really needed money. After I cleared a level, I no longer lacked money, but I was still controlled by those rich people. After all, if I didn't continue doing those things, they would ruin my name. The whole room was silent, as if even the air had frozen. Zhao Mingxian spoke again, so, you're saying that someone kidnapped the orphanage children to force you here, that's also a lie? You don't care about those children at all? Qin Wanqing immediately started to rebut, no. It's true. Of course, I care. If I didn't care, how could I repent? The others looked at each other, but said nothing. Qin Lang's brows furrowed slightly, his gaze shifting among the crowd, a strange unease rising in his heart. He looked around, every face written with regret and pain, as if they were truly burdened with heavy guilt. Their statements were full of details, from the motive for the crime to the execution, even the psychological changes afterward were described clearly, as if they had personally experienced it. But this doesn't feel right. If they were talking about crimes they hadn't committed, then theoretically, their accounts would have logical flaws, or the details wouldn't be realistic enough. After all, even a good liar would struggle to cover up a crime they've never committed, and their emotions wouldn't be so immersed. Under such high-pressure circumstances, it should be easier to make mistakes. Moreover, this wasn't just ordinary lying, it was about creating a reasonable criminal story in a very short amount of time and making it seem real. However, the recent few people Su Lina, Li Jiheng, Qin Wanqing, their stories were too smooth. The emotional ups and downs, the struggling regret, even the rhythm of their crying was perfect, as if someone who had been immersed in pain for a long time was suddenly pushed to the edge of collapse. But if they had truly committed such a crime, their hearts would be extremely cold, even sociopathic. How could they have been pushed to the breaking point in just a few minutes? Qin Lang's fingers unconsciously tapped on the table, his thoughts spinning rapidly. His intuition told him that something was wrong here. But where did the problem really lie? Was their performance too brilliant, or was there some force affecting them? Chapter 103, Excessive Confession. It was Zhao Mingxuan's turn to confess. He took a deep breath, looked down at the cards in his hand, and a mysterious smile played at the corners of his mouth. He quickly composed himself and scanned the room full of people. His voice was low and slightly hoarse, as if he was lost in some distant memory. Breaking the law while knowing the law. He slowly uttered the 4 characters on the card and let out a laugh, perhaps mocking himself. This really fits me well. He placed the cards on the table, folded his hands together, and slowly rubbed his palms, as if reminiscing or weighing how to tell this crime. I used to be a police officer, a cop who specialized in handling criminal cases. He sneered lightly, his gaze dropping, as if he did not want to meet anyone's eyes. Every day, I fought against evil, but I also did dishonorable things, and not just once or twice. He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts, and continued, a few years ago, a colleague approached me and said he had his eye on a businessman. That businessman had many shady businesses, spent money lavishly, kept mistresses, engaged in speculative trades, and might even be involved in money laundering. My colleague told me that if we teamed up and applied some pressure, we could make this guy cough up money. Zhao Mingxuan's fingers lightly tapped his knee, his tone eerily calm. At the time, I didn't hesitate much and agreed. After all, that guy's hands weren't clean either. In other words, the fact that he could be extorted by us meant he should have been caught long ago. Justice doesn't only come in one form. I thought this was better for him than throwing him in jail. At first, our plan went smoothly. We made him a suspect in a certain case, making him believe he could be arrested at any moment. Zhao Mingxian chuckled lightly, but there was no hint of humor in his eyes. He was indeed scared and immediately forked over a large sum as a bribe. During that time, we lived quite comfortably. He paused again, his gaze fixating on the cards on the table, letting out a soft sigh, his tone growing somber. But once a person tastes sweetness, it's hard to pull back. We weren't satisfied with just one payment, so we found another excuse and forced him to continue paying protection fees. But he was a businessman and not an idiot. Realizing we had tasted blood, he simply started negotiating cooperation with us. He kept using money to corrupt me and my colleague, trying to make us his bodyguards. But no secret can stay hidden forever. He was eventually discovered. When the news broke, we knew things were going to get tough. Zhao Mingxian lightly clenched his teeth, his eyes darkened. That colleague of mine was more ruthless than me. He thought we couldn't let that guy turn the tables, so we found an excuse to kidnap his family. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, and Zhao Mingxuan's voice lowered slightly, as if stating the most ordinary thing. We made that guy understand that if he didn't do as we asked, his family would. As a result, he broke down. Zhao Mingxuan's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile. That boss didn't go to the police, he chose to commit suicide. He closed his eyes, as if recalling the scene from years ago, his fingers slightly curling, his voice tinged with fatigue. Unfortunately, sometimes fate loves to play tricks. He paused, a bitter smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. If I had gone to prison back then, I might not have ended up in this hellhole. After finishing, Zhao Mingxian leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, as if finally shedding a burden, or perhaps sinking into endless contemplation. Li Zhiheng sneered, crossing his arms, his gaze filled with obvious disdain and sarcasm as he stared at Zhao Mingxian, speaking with a tone of contempt. You really are quite hypocritical, Officer Zhao. Just now you were talking about me, but you are even more guilty than I am. Zhao Mingxian slowly opened his eyes, a faint cold smile still playing on his lips, his gaze sharp as a knife, as if he could see through Li Zhiheng's pathetic psychological attack at a glance. He scoffed lightly, his tone lazy yet filled with an undeniable sense of pressure. Oh? You say I am more evil than you? He leaned forward slightly, his eyes piercing as they locked onto Li Zhiheng, his voice deep but powerful. I colluded with businessmen, extorted, blackmailed, and indeed drove that guy to desperation to commit suicide, but what about you? At least we sacrificed one, yet indirectly saved many. How many children have you harmed? Can you count them? Zhao Mingxuan's words were like a sharp dagger, piercing straight into Li Zhiheng's heart, causing the expression on his face to stiffen in an instant. Zhao Mingxian coldly laughed and continued to press. Those children you beat, scolded, humiliated, and tormented, their psychological scars will last a lifetime. You haven't just destroyed one person's life, you have ruined countless futures. What right do you think you have to accuse me here? Li Zhiheng opened his mouth, his face flushing red and then pale, but he was unable to utter a single word for a long time. His lips trembled, his gaze evasive, as if Zhao Mingxuan's words had stabbed him right in the part of his heart he least wanted to face. He had just been arrogantly trying to demean Zhao Mingxian, but now, with a change in tone, he had become the one who felt utterly ashamed. Qin Lang silently observed this confrontation from the side, his brows slightly furrowed, feeling increasingly uneasy in his heart. His gaze lingered on Zhao Mingxian, his mind quickly organizing everything he had just heard. Zhao Mingxian could have stopped talking about his collusion with businessmen after making his point and started to repent. But he voluntarily continued to reveal details, even describing how he pushed the businessman to the brink. This is too abnormal. Qin Lang thought to himself, a normal person in such a situation would try to minimize their crimes to avoid suspicion, but Zhao Mingxian did the opposite, making his action sound even worse. This is not how an ordinary person should react in such a situation. His expression grew serious, faintly sensing that within this confession game, there seemed to be something he had yet to notice. Chen Hao's fingers trembled, barely able to hold onto the card. He took a deep breath and painfully flipped the card over. Abandon the first wife. Four black characters appeared before the crowd, like a cold and cruel judgment. Chen Hao's Adam's apple rolled, a flicker of indescribable pain and guilt passing through his eyes. Zhao Mingxian let out a cold snort again. Chen Hao's previous various justifications, claiming he risked everything for his paralyzed wife, turned out to be meaningless. Chen Hao was drenched in sweat, saying, "My wife's paralysis was caused by me." Chapter 104, Coincidence. Chen Hao lowered his head, his voice dry, as if carrying the weight of some self-blame. I once swore that I would take care of her for a lifetime. He gritted his teeth, his gaze drifting, afraid to look at anyone in the eye, as if fearing to see disdain and blame reflected back. That year, I was accidentally chosen to enter a dungeon, and after completing it, I got a huge sum of money, and suddenly changed my fate. At first, I thought that my life and hers would get better, and our destiny would change because of it. I held her hand and told her, no matter what happens, I would be by her side, taking care of her, loving her. I thought I could do it. I thought as long as I persisted, I could hold on. But later, I began to find all sorts of excuses not to go home. I spent my time outside, drinking with friends, going to nightclubs, and even looking for other women. His fingertips unconsciously tightened on the table, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, as if he wanted to grasp something that had already passed away. Chen Hao suddenly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, as if trying to suppress all the regrets and guilt in his chest, but his voice still trembled. I was hired by a company, and then became their thug, sinking deeper, coming home even less than before. When my wife went out looking for me, she had an accident. Chen Hao's eyes turned red, tears shimmering in his gaze, but he still held on and continued speaking. It was I who harmed her. He forced a bitter smile, a smile filled with endless self-mockery and pain. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with deep regret, as if wanting to lay his sins bare before everyone. She was lying in a pool of blood at that time, and the driver fled the scene. No one helped her. If it weren't for a passerby, she would have died, while I was outside, indulging in pleasure, pretending to be free and unrestrained. She could have lived well. If I had done a little bit of responsibility, hired a nurse for her, bought her medicine, she wouldn't have ended up dying from an infection. He covered his face with his hands, his shoulders shaking violently, as if he could no longer bear the weight of his heavy guilt. Chen Hao's cries were deep, filled with heart-wrenching pain. I was wrong, I was truly wrong. The room was silent, even the air seemed to be frozen. Everyone was silent, expressions varied, while Qin Lang's frown grew tighter. Why is he speaking so in detail? Qin Lang's heart was filled with swirling doubts. Chen Hao's emotions had collapsed so completely, his words were full of regret and pain. If this was just a lie he made up, how could it feel so real? But if it was true, why would he expose himself so openly in this situation? A vague sense of unease gradually surged in Qin Lang's heart. He clearly felt that a net was waiting for him. So far, everyone had been earnestly confessing, and there were hardly any traces of falsehood. Especially in the confessions, unless all 5 of them were born actors, it would be impossible to show such expressiveness. What exactly was wrong? Yi Zi's fingers paused on the table for a moment, slightly trembling as she turned over her card. She glanced down, the color draining from her face, and she froze in place. Betraying teammates. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but her throat felt blocked, making her unable to make a sound. She took a deep breath, her gaze flickering, as if recalling that painful experience. It's my turn, that was a nightmarish instance. Her voice was hoarse, carrying a hint of restrained pain. There were 4 of us at that time, trapped in the instance. We knew we had to find an exit, or we would die at the hands of monsters. Her hands tightly gripped the hem of her clothes, her knuckles turning white, as if needing to hold herself tightly to bear the agony of continuing to speak. The monsters in that instance, they were not like ordinary monsters. They wouldn't attack hastily but would stare at us, like waiting for their prey to make a mistake. Her throat moved, taking a deep breath, at that time. I was responsible for setting traps. We had a plan, to get the monster into the trap and then launch a concentrated attack, seizing the chance to rush towards the exit. Her gaze gradually lost focus, sinking into that nightmarish memory. But I made a mistake. Her voice choked, her eyes turning red, her nails digging deep into her palm. At that time, I was too nervous, my hands were shaking, causing the trap to not trigger, the monster was not trapped, and we were discovered instead. Her eyes dimmed, and she looked down, her voice began to tremble. It started to approach us, and we all panicked. Everyone was running, but I couldn't move. Her shoulders shook slightly, and tears slid down her cheeks as she bit her lip, not daring to remember what happened next, yet having to continue speaking. I was very scared. I was really scared. It was getting closer, and I felt like it could pounce on me at any moment. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. So I did something I can't forgive myself for. Her voice shattered completely, tears kept falling, and her fingers clenched tightly, as if trying to suppress her inner fear. I deliberately exposed my teammate's location, letting the monster find him. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, and the expressions of the crowd shifted slightly, but she did not look up, only immersed in her own pain. The monster lunged at him. He didn't even have time to react. He looked back at me. Her voice grew smaller, as if crushed by memories, tears falling, choked with sobs. His eyes, he must have wanted me to save him, right? She tightly covered her face, as if trying to hide her tears, but the trembling of her shoulders revealed her inner breakdown. But I didn't. I just stood there blankly, watching the monster grab him, watching him struggle and scream, and then, piece by piece, he was torn apart. Her voice was broken and intermittent, her gaze unfocused, her entire body curled up on the chair. He died. I killed him. Her hands gripped her own arms tightly, tears falling uncontrollably, her voice choked with indescribable pain and regret. If it weren't for me, he could still be alive, but I sent him to his death to save myself. Qin Lang looked at Yi Zi and thought of even more things. Yi Zi had mentioned betraying her teammate before. It shouldn't be a lie. So Yi Zi was really regretting it, and the sin she drew was also true. Then the two people mentioned by the serpent who needed to be purified were herself and Yi Zi? The other 6 had drawn sins they did not commit? Could there be such a coincidence? Chapter 105, Dark Words. Yi Zi's crying echoed in the silent room, heavy enough to make it hard to breathe. Qin Lang's brows furrowed tighter. Something was wrong, something was definitely wrong. First, this game required real regret, but if it was too real, then when others pointed it out, she would be doomed. So from a personal perspective, she had to lie. Why were Zhao Mingxian and the others so serious, even a bit overacting? Han Zhuoran's fingers rubbed the edge of the card for a moment, and finally, he took a deep breath and flipped it over. Perjury. Han Zhuoran smiled and said, I have indeed done this. He stared at the card, his gaze complex, his lips twitching slightly, as if trying to force a bitter smile, but ultimately failed to smile. I have truly committed perjury once. His voice was somewhat deep, as if carrying a heavy sense of guilt. This matter, I thought I could forget, but it has clung to me like a nightmare. He lowered his eyelids, his gaze flickering, as if his thoughts drifted back to that gloomy courtroom, to that decision he still couldn't let go of. That case was very sensational. He spoke softly, his tone slow but carrying a certain repressed pain. The defendant was a serial killer, a complete demon. He killed 6 people, and his methods were extremely cruel, but I stood on his side. I wasn't afraid, nor was I threatened. I simply wanted to prove that I could do what others couldn't. He bitterly smiled for a moment, his voice carrying a hint of self-mockery. I was young then, just starting to make a name for myself in the industry. I want everyone to see my abilities. I want people to know that even in the worst cases, if I want, I can turn it around. So, I accepted their deal. Han Zhuoran looked up, his eyes somewhat hollow. The killer's family was very wealthy. They gave me a huge sum of money, a number I couldn't refuse. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, but his tone was devoid of pride, instead filled with regret. At that time, I thought that by clearing his name, I could become famous and also get money, even if he was guilty beyond measure. Why not take a gamble? Han Zhuoran's gaze gradually dimmed, his fingers unconsciously rubbing on his pants, as if touching some indelible scar. I altered testimonies, overturned the original evidence, and exploited loopholes in the law, guiding all unfavorable clues about him to become police investigation errors. On the day of the trial, I stood in the courtroom, watching the angry, despairing eyes of the victims' families. They cried, they shouted, they begged, but I closed my eyes, pretending not to hear. When the verdict was announced, the criminal was released without charge. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Han Zhuoran's shoulders trembled slightly, as if bearing some unspeakable pain. I thought I would be happy. After all, I succeeded. I proved my abilities. He bitterly smiled and shook his head, his voice carrying a hint of restrained bitterness. But when I walked out of the courtroom, when I saw that man standing in the crowd with a mocking smile, I suddenly felt like a wound had been ripped open in me. Months later, the news reported his next case. He killed again, more cruelly. The victim was a young girl living alone. Zhao Mingxuan's face showed a dismissive expression, as if he wanted to stop him from continuing. Han Zhuoran closed his eyes, took a deep breath, his voice becoming hoarse. If I hadn't helped him commit perjury, that girl wouldn't have died. His voice finally carried an unmistakable regret. I released this demon. I personally sent him back to the streets to continue killing. I am guilty. I was wrong. His nails dug deep into his palm, as if punishing himself. I thought I could control the law, could master everything, but in the end, I was merely a hired executioner. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes red, his throat slightly moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end only softly uttered one sentence. I really am guilty of my profession. He closed his eyes, as if unable to face everyone's gaze any longer. The room was dead silent, even the sound of breathing felt heavy. But Qin Lang's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. It began again. Why were their confessions so detailed? Even unnecessary details were laid bare one by one? Are they all good people? Qin Lang's mind surged, as if pulled back to the original rules by an invisible force. He forced himself to recall every detail, trying to find flaws in those seemingly fair terms. However, the more carefully he thought, the faster his heart raced, as if he had glimpsed some chilling truth. This confession meeting could never find the truly guilty person. Or perhaps, everyone here is guilty. He slowly scanned the room, pausing on each person's face, trying to capture even the slightest hint of flaw in their expressions. But what he saw was only regret, repression, pain, and that deep-seated calmness in their eyes. Qin Lang suddenly realized a key point: the number of victims had already been decided from the start. The snake person spoke at this point. Mr. Qin, it's your turn. Qin Lang frowned. The snake said that the real culprits were two people. But why two? Why not one, or more? Right, he and Yi Zi just happened to be two. Qin Lang realized this rule was already set. No matter how they struggled, in the end, only he or Yi Zi would be pushed to the trial seat. This confession meeting was never about finding the guilty, but about creating them. Everyone told their own sins, their tone was heavy, emotions full, even detailing the environment, psychological state, and the process. But were all these stories really true? Qin Lang's heart stopped suddenly, his pupils slightly contracted. The stories told by Han Zhuoran and the other six began to replay in Qin Lang's mind. Murdering a husband, breaking the law, violating a student. These were all things they might have done. But where were the flaws? Qin Lang rapidly replayed everyone's confessions in his mind, his thoughts whirring like gears. Right. Qin Lang suddenly realized, in those people's confessions, there was a similar phrase in all of them. Chapter 106, Breaking the Deadlock. Qin Lang took a deep breath, trying hard to calm himself down, and began to sort through them one by one. After Su Lina finished her murdering husband story, she finally said in a low voice, I was wrong. I really was wrong. Li Zhiheng, after admitting to harming a student, cried bitterly, choking as he said, I am guilty, truly guilty. The others were pretty much the same, and all showed signs of performance. Qin Lang's pupils suddenly constricted. If only one or two people said this, he might not think much of it, but everyone added this similar statement. It couldn't be mere coincidence. This was likely a code. The true meaning of this sentence was not to confess a crime, but to send a message to a teammate: the crime I drew is real. They were using this method for elimination. If more than two people truly confessed their crimes, it only meant one thing: everyone drew real crimes. In this case, all they had to do was select one sacrifice. This sacrifice would only be born from himself and Yi Zi. This explained Qin Lang's previous confusion. If these people really had not committed these crimes, there would inevitably be logical flaws or obvious signs of guilt when they fabricated stories. But not only did they tell their stories in great detail, they also showcased strong feelings of guilt and remorse with no flaws. In fact, this was just sending signals. Just now, Han Zhuoran even directly admitted, I really did this. This indicated they had fully understood the code. The six people drew crimes they had all committed. They just needed to obediently finish confessing, then unanimously point out themselves or Yi Zi. The snake had lied from the very beginning. Alright, so this is how you want to play? Qin Lang sneered coldly in his heart. So now, he and Yi Zi were completely kept in the dark, becoming the only lambs to the slaughter. Then how could he escape? Qin Lang looked at the card in his hand. Filicide. This was indeed something he had done. Even more coincidentally, the original identity had also done this. Han Zhuoran and the others would definitely identify either himself or Yi Zi soon. Then he and Yi Zi would be doomed to stay. Qin Lang did not want to see this scene happen, because he did not trust these six people, and Su Mubai should not want this either. He glanced at Su Mubai in the corner, and her gaze was indeed always shifting between him and Yi Zi. Directly flipping the table? No, fighting in this room was too risky. Besides, the snake was the administrator. Killing the administrator might lead to some punishment. Qin Lang stared at the card in his hand. Lost in thought. Suddenly, Qin Lang's mind flashed with inspiration. I've got it. It was Qin Lang's turn to confess, and everyone's gaze turned sharply to him, filled with pressure, even with a hint of unexplainable malice. Qin Lang, it's your turn. Han Zhuoran chuckled lightly, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Go ahead, do you have something to hide? Zhao Mingxian crossed his arms, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, seemingly mocking. Yeah, everyone has to confess, there's no escaping it. Qin Lang said softly, her voice gentle as if trying to persuade a disobedient child. Qin Lang squinted his eyes, carefully surveying the people around him, feeling increasingly suspicious inside. Everyone else had finished confessing, they were already safe, and only he and Yi Zi were left. From the very beginning, the 6 of them had secretly made an agreement. Qin Lang glanced at Yi Zi calmly, she lowered her head, her face pale, her lips slightly trembling, clearly aware something was wrong. Han Zhuoran and the others might have spoken the truth, but they were all planning to use Qin Lang and Yi Zi as scapegoats. Qin Lang took a deep breath and suddenly looked at the silent snake man, asking, "So, the rule is that we confess according to the sins written on the cards we draw, right?" The snake man was slightly startled, then revealed a meaningful smile, slowly nodding, "Of course." Qin Lang asked again, "What if I have never done the things written on the card? Should I still admit it?" The snake man, still smiling, casually replied, "A rule is a rule. Whether you have done it or not, you must confess according to what is on the card." Qin Lang's gaze shifted slightly, continuing to question, "What if the content of the confession doesn't match what's on the card?" The snake man's eyes narrowed slightly, the curve of his smile widening, "Then you would be violating the rules. But from what I see, everyone has confessed according to the content of their cards. Mr. Qin, do you intend to confess differently than what is on the card? That's not allowed, you will be punished." Qin Lang's smile held a hint of playfulness as he lightly clapped his hands, and the sound resonated clearly in the silent room. Qin Lang said, "Have you ever heard the phrase, 'The law doesn't punish the masses'?" The snake man flicked his tongue, "What do you mean?" "Because they have already violated the rules." He spoke calmly, as if just mentioning it casually, but his eyes held a trace of mockery directed at everyone present. Zhao Mingxian furrowed his brows, confusion etched on his face. "What nonsense are you talking about? We all confessed according to the sins on our cards. I even confessed to things from years ago." He sneered, seemingly dismissing Qin Lang's words, but internally feeling uneasy. Qin Lang did not answer directly but scanned the room and smiled more deeply. "If you don't believe me, just look at the cards in your hands." In an instant, everyone felt a tightness in their chests and looked down at their cards. The next second, shocked voices erupted one after another. "What's going on? This isn't right. Why did the content of my card change? It wasn't like this just now." Everyone's faces turned pale in an instant, the cards they had just opened themselves now had completely changed. Zhao Mingxian stared intensely at his card, his fingers trembling slightly. The breaking the law he just confessed was gone, replaced by the big letters perjury. "Isn't that Han Zhuoran's sin? How is this possible?" Qin Wang's face was ashen, her card that originally said secretly filming patients had now turned into breaking the law. She suddenly looked up at Qin Lang, her eyes filled with terror. "What did you do?" Everyone began to compare and realized that the contents of their cards had all changed. This means that everything they had just confessed did not match what was on the cards. The smile of the snake human finally faded a bit, his narrow eyes squinting slightly, staring deeply at Qin Lang, his tone still light, but with a hint of vigilance. "Qin Lang, what kind of trick did you pull?" Qin Lang shrugged, the smile at the corner of his mouth unchanged. "Me? I didn't do anything." Chapter 107 Rules of the Instance. In fact, just moments ago, while everyone was immersed in the atmosphere of confession, Qin Lang quietly activated his time pause skill. Qin Lang thought, "Since you want to design a way to get me killed, then I might as well turn the tables on you." Without any hesitation, he quickly acted, striding in front of each person and swapping all the cards they held. After doing all this, Qin Lang returned to his original position, took a deep breath, and lifted the time pause. Time resumed its flow, and in the air, there seemed to be a faint pop sound, as everyone continued their previous actions without noticing. And that is when the earlier scene happened. When Qin Lang prompted them to check their cards again, the entire confession meeting plunged into complete chaos. "What is happening? The content on my card has changed? This is wrong. What on earth is going on? Why is it different from what I just confessed?" In an instant, cries of surprise and shouts of anger erupted, and everyone's expressions twisted. Such a thing was too unbelievable, they could not understand what had happened. They looked up at Qin Lang suddenly, as if wanting to get an explanation from his lips. But Qin Lang merely smiled faintly, arms crossed, looking at them with a half-smile. The snake human's expression finally turned serious, his eyes narrowed, fingers gently tapping on his knee, as if contemplating something. He truly did not expect that Qin Lang could come up with such a thing, directly breaking the entire game rules. But he had been watching Qin Lang all along, how could this happen? After finally designing a method that could completely eliminate Qin Lang without leaving a trace, it still did not work? Ha! The snake human let out a light scoff, his tone carrying some irritation. "Qin Lang, you are really beyond my expectations." His gaze flickered for a moment, clearly contemplating how to respond, but at this moment, the game's rules truly could not continue. After all, everyone had already confessed, and now, everyone was wrong. It was like crying at the wrong grave, and the rules had collapsed. The snake human stood still, fists clenched tight, his knuckles turning white from the force. His scales glinted coldly under the dim light, his pupils narrowed into a thin line, and his tail restlessly whipped against the floor, making a soft pop sound, as if expressing his inner agitation. Qin Lang spoke, "So, what now? Should we start over? Or maybe, would you just let us go?" The snake human unwillingly replied, "Leave? It's not that easy." But just as he hesitated, the door beside them suddenly made a soft sound and opened slowly. A faint beam of light broke through the crack of the door, and soon after, the figure of the female horse appeared at the doorway. Her steps were light and graceful, as if every step was on invisible piano keys, producing a silent melody. "Snake human, don't be so rude to Mr. Qin." A subtle smile graced her face, but that smile did not reach her eyes, instead sending a chill down one's spine. "The confession meeting is over." The female horse's voice was calm and indifferent, as if coming from a great distance. "Congratulations everyone, you can all leave the scene." Her voice echoed in the empty room, carrying an irresistible force. The crowd in the room began to stir. Zhao Mingxian and the others breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to leave. However, the snake human did not move. Its eyes were fixed on the mare, a deep growl escaped its throat. "Why?" The serpent's voice was hoarse and angry, its body slightly leaning forward, as if ready to pounce on the mare at any moment. "We are not finished. You cannot just..." Before it could finish, the mare's smile suddenly vanished. Her eyes narrowed slightly, the curve of her lips becoming sharp as a knife. In the next second, her mouth opened wide, her once graceful face twisted grotesquely, as if some ancient monster was breaking free from beneath her skin. Her mouth opened so wide it seemed capable of swallowing the entire room, and deep within her throat was an abyss of blackness, as if leading to another world. Before the serpent could react, the mare's head lunged forward, moving so fast that it was almost impossible to see. Her mouth was like a giant net, instantly engulfing the serpent whole. The serpent's tail flailed briefly in the air, then vanished into that darkness. As the mare closed her mouth, a dull crack sounded, like bones being crushed. The room fell into a dead silence, everyone holding their breath, as if the very air had solidified. Sulina, frightened, covered her eyes and screamed loudly. After swallowing the serpent whole, the mare slowly raised her head, a trace of blood still at the corner of her mouth, her gaze cold and sharp, sweeping across everyone present. "No one can break the rules of the game." Her voice remained calm, but each word struck like a hammer on everyone's hearts, including the administrator. Qin Lang stood up from his chair, his movements crisp and decisive, as if the earlier thrill had barely stirred him. All right, I understand, we can leave now, right?" His black trench coat lifted slightly with his movements, the hem slicing through the air with a sharp arc. "Mr. Qin." The mare's voice came from behind, laced with a hint of laughter. "Aren't you going to thank me?" Qin Lang's steps paused for a moment, but he did not turn around. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a sarcastic smile. "Thank you?" His voice was deep and indifferent, as if squeezed out from deep in his throat. "You are following the rules, why should I thank you? Besides, you've always wanted to devour me, right?" The mare let out a light laugh, her laughter echoing as if from a distant place, carrying a strange ethereal feeling. "Mr. Qin, you are very clever, but sometimes you still need to be careful." Her eyes narrowed slightly, gazing at Qin Lang's back, as if assessing a curious prey. "I hope you continue to have good luck in Silent Hill." Her voice was gentle, yet carried an indescribable danger. "In that recent game, you were bound to die. I didn't expect you to allow me to escape, that's truly remarkable." Qin Lang finally turned around, meeting the mare's gaze. His eyes held no fear, but rather a provocative challenge. "Oh?" His voice remained calm, yet a hint of disdain slipped through. "Is the next game also certain death?" The mare's smile grew louder. "If you are still obsessed with that hidden mission." Her voice was low and slow, as if each word was striking every nerve. "Then you will definitely die." Chapter 108 Difficulty High and Low. Qin Lang's eyebrows raised slightly, his expression still wearing that nonchalant demeanor. "Really?" His voice was light, as if discussing an unimportant matter. "Then I will have to give it a try." The mare said nothing more, just quietly watched him, her gaze filled with an elusive depth. She bowed slightly to Qin Lang. "Then be careful on your way." Qin Lang did not say much more, pushing open the heavy iron door, walking toward the next room. The door slammed shut behind them with a dull thud, echoing heavily. It seemed to sever their connection with the world before. A group of people once again traversed a long corridor, and no one spoke to each other. Another room. Qin Lang's words made everyone tense up again. Qin Lang walked at the front and forcefully pushed open an iron door. This room was more spacious than any place they had been before, surrounded by complete silence. The light above cast a pale glow, and in the corners that the light couldn't reach, the darkness felt thick like ink, subtly unsettling. The floor was made of hard stone tiles, and the walls were covered in strange runes that were unreadable but radiated a chilling aura. "Welcome, everyone." A deep, resonant voice suddenly rang out, and everyone quickly looked up to see the source of the voice. A massive creature with the body of a man and the head of a bull stood in the center of the room. It exhaled white mist from its nostrils, and the thick bull horns on its forehead glimmered coldly in the light. Qin Lang waved his hand. "No need to be so polite, just tell us what we have to do to get out. Also, how many of these rooms do you have? I'm in a hurry." Now, Silent Hill was still in the realm stage, and to reach the church, they had to return to the surface world and unravel the secrets here. The bull-headed monster chuckled. "No need to rush, everyone. The rules for the next challenge are very simple." It paused for a moment, seemingly enjoying the tense expressions on everyone's faces, then slowly said, "You will enter a one-on-one combat match. Each person must face a B-level anomaly alone. The standard for victory is to completely defeat your opponent, by any means necessary. There are now 8 of you, and as long as you win 5 matches, you can pass this level." Upon hearing these words, the tightly wound nerves of the crowd instantly relaxed a bit. B-level? Zhao Mingxian was first stunned, then a slight smile appeared on his lips. "This is too easy." The others also showed relaxed expressions, exchanging glances, and some even began to stretch their limbs, eager to try. For ordinary newcomers, B-level monsters would require a team to deal with, but for these seasoned players, it was a piece of cake. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room noticeably lightened, and some even began to laugh triumphantly, as if this level was already in their pocket. However, the bull-headed monster maintained its smile, watching their reactions with a hint of amusement flashing in its eyes. It spoke in a low voice, "Since everyone thinks it's easy, then good luck to you all." Qin Lang stood among the crowd, his brow slightly furrowed, his gaze deeply sweeping around. Something felt off, very off. The theme of this dungeon had always revolved around remorse and sin, but now the challenge was merely a straightforward battle? Could simply winning 5 battles allow them to clear the level? How could it be that simple? He carefully recalled each room he had previously experienced. Every rule was filled with plots and traps, exploiting the weaknesses in human nature, deception, fear, selfishness, regret, and then slowly pushing them to the verge of despair. And now, this level was just a simple fight? Qin Lang clenched his fists, a shadow of unease creeping into his heart. He was confident in his own strength. Although Yi Zi was somewhat lacking, letting Su Mubai take control of her again when necessary shouldn't be a big problem. But the issue was, even if he and Yi Zi could win, it was completely useless. Others also needed to win 3 more matches. But the problem was, he had no idea how strong the others truly were or how to support them. He lowered his gaze, casting a complicated glance at those around him, as everyone excitedly discussed the upcoming battles, with some already eager to jump in. Completely unaware that a crisis was quietly approaching. Finally, I can make a big move." Zhao Mingxuan's voice broke Qin Lang's contemplation. He excitedly moved his neck, the bones cracking loudly, the battle spirit within him completely boiling over. "I was almost going crazy playing those previous levels." Zhao Mingxian grinned widely, eager to try his hand. "This level is just right for me, I'll go first." He pointed his finger towards the bull-headed monster standing in the center of the field, his eyes filled with arrogance and confidence. "Hurry up and let me go, let's get off to a good start." The bull-headed monster grinned, revealing a row of gleaming white fangs, letting out a low, rumbling laugh. He casually threw the lump of dark brown mud in his hand onto the ground. "It's ready, please start." His voice was hoarse and terrifying, as if carrying some unfathomable malice. The lump of mud fell to the ground, and unexpectedly began to wriggle like a living creature, its surface swelling and collapsing continuously, like a heartbeat. Then, its size rapidly expanded, as if something terrifying was about to be born from it. Seeing this, Zhao Mingxian was first stunned, then burst into laughter, with disdain written all over his face. "Is this all you can do? You won't even let out a decent monster?" He casually shook his arm, then suddenly flipped his right hand, a dazzling firelight suddenly igniting in his palm. In his hand, a long spear appeared, completely dark red, with patterns of violent flames carved on its body, fire lance. The flame patterns on the spear seemed to flow like living beings. At the tip of the spear, faint red flames burned, and heat waves twisted in the air as Zhao Mingxian swung it, radiating a suffocating high temperature. "Kid, watch closely, this is an A-class weapon, fire lance." Zhao Mingxian shouted loudly at Qin Lang, a smirk on his face, his tone dripping with arrogance. "It's not something like those ordinary pieces of junk in your hands." He slowly raised the fire lance, giving it a gentle shake, and the flames at the tip instantly flared up, like an angry dragon, curling up scorching heat waves. Even the ground slightly changed color, as if it would catch fire at any moment. Qin Lang couldn't be bothered to respond to him. But it seemed that although Zhao Mingxian appeared arrogant, he indeed had some strength. The difficulty of obtaining an A-class weapon is extremely high, just the power of this spear is enough to prove he was not an ordinary character. Indeed, everyone who could enter this dungeon for ranked matches was not a weakling. However, would this battle really be that simple? Chapter 109, The Most Fearful Enemy. Zhao Mingxian, boasting as he swung the fire lance, held an arrogant smile, completely disregarding the squirming lump of mud before him. But at that moment, the wriggling of the mud suddenly stopped, as if frozen in place, and then its form began to change rapidly. The mud elongated and contracted as if being shaped by some invisible force, the outline gradually becoming clearer, eventually transforming into a man in a police uniform. The man's features became clearer, and that familiar yet grim face revealed itself to Zhao Mingxian. Dressed in a neat, deep blue police uniform, a badge on his chest, and that pair of pitch-black eyes stared coldly at Zhao Mingxian, carrying an unfathomable chill. Zhao Mingxuan's smile instantly froze, his pupils constricting sharply, as if he had seen something terrifying that he could not accept. Li Yang? His voice trembled uncontrollably, and he almost dropped the fire lance. In the snake human's room, he had confessed to being a corrupt cop with a colleague, extorting others to the point of imprisonment. That colleague looked exactly like the monster before him. The police-like man smiled slightly, revealing a set of neat white teeth, but that smile carried an indescribable eeriness. Old Zhao, it's really been a long time. His tone was mild, yet it sent chills down people's spines. Zhao Mingxuan's breath suddenly stalled, cold sweat began to beat at his temples, and he stood frozen, as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes filled with fear and unease. The voice, tone, and expression were all the same. You, how could you be here? He instinctively took a step back, his fingers unconsciously tightening, knuckles turning pale. Li Yang tilted his head slightly, looking at Zhao Mingxian with a playful gaze, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepening. What's wrong? My being here surprises you? Zhao Mingxuan's throat felt blocked, memories flooded his mind, memories he desperately wanted to forget but could never erase completely. No, that incident has nothing to do with me. He shook his head violently, his face pale, his tone hurried as if he were trying to shake off responsibility wildly. Li Yang, don't come after me. I didn't do anything. But Li Yang merely looked at him silently, the smile on his lips unwavering, as if carrying a hint of pity, or perhaps mocking his pathetic excuses. The air seemed to freeze, and Zhao Mingxian could only hear his heart pounding loudly. Zhao Mingxian, wake up. This is all fake. Don't believe it. Hurry up and end it. Han Zhuoran's voice exploded in the air, like a warning bell suddenly waking Zhao Mingxuan's senses. Zhao Mingxian jolted his head, cold sweat trickled down his cheek, and his consciousness finally returned to reality slightly. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, then suddenly gripped the fiery gun tightly, his gaze turning resolute. No matter who this Li Yang was, as long as he stood in front of him as an enemy, there could be only one outcome: total annihilation. Zhao Mingxian clenched his teeth and charged forward, the fiery gun enveloped in blazing flames, thrusting fiercely towards Li Yang's chest. Put! The gun tip accurately pierced Li Yang's body, but Zhao Mingxuan's pupils suddenly dilated. Because the expected splatter of blood and the sensation of tearing flesh did not occur. Instead, he felt as if the gun tip had sunk into a quagmire, sliding effortlessly into the opponent's chest like piercing into a bottomless quicksand. What was even scarier was that the fiery gun did not penetrate the enemy as usual but was slowly being sucked into Li Yang's body. Zhao Mingxian stared in terror, and he immediately tried to retract the weapon, but the fiery gun seemed firmly grasped by some invisible force, and he couldn't pull it back at all. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to yank fiercely, but the gun only trembled slightly, remaining still, even sinking deeper. Li Yang's face still wore that chilling smile. He slowly raised his head, his gaze dark like a bottomless well, his voice low and filled with mockery. Old Zhao, are you really that ruthless? Zhao Mingxuan's hand shook, his heart racing wildly. Li Yang's tone slowly intensified, each word like a nail hammered sharply into Zhao Mingxuan's mind. Did you forget how sweetly you talked when you pulled me into the gang? You swore that we could make money together, brothers united, that after the score, we could live a good life. But what was the result? I was a good police officer, and you turned me into a dirty cop. Li Yang's voice carried an indescribable resentment and mockery, like a disease that burrowed deeper into Zhao Mingxuan's heart. Zhao Mingxuan's body froze abruptly. Images from years ago suddenly surged in his mind. No, it's impossible, you died in prison. Zhao Mingxian mumbled, his face pale, even breathing out of rhythm. He suddenly let go, retreating a step as if electrocuted, his gaze uncertain as he looked at Li Yang before him. His lips trembled slightly. You monster, how did you know? This matter, apart from himself, no one could possibly know. He told no one. But the Li Yang before him spoke so clearly. So, he really is Li Yang. Zhao Mingxuan's breath became more and more hurried, his heart pounding so violently it felt like it would leap out of his chest. What on earth is this monster? Li Yang slowly stepped forward, each step like a heavy hammer striking Zhao Mingxuan's heart. The air suddenly felt heavy, making it hard to breathe. His face still held a faint smile, but that smile exuded an unfathomable coldness and resentment, as if something terrifying was hidden beneath his skin, making one shudder. Zhao Mingxian, do you remember? Li Yang's voice was slow and deep, carrying a hint of bittersweet recollection, but more of an anger he could not hide. Back then, I was a good police officer, a truly good police officer. As he spoke, pain and self-mockery appeared in his eyes, as if laughing at his once foolish and naive self. But, what about you? When I was most helpless, you pulled me into the abyss. Zhao Mingxuan's face turned pale in an instant, his pupils constricting sharply, his feet unconsciously taking a step back, as if nailed to the spot. You even told others that I encouraged you to extort money from that rich man. But it was all you. Chapter 110 for the wife. Li Yang's voice suddenly rose, his eyes burning with repressed anger. You patted my shoulder then, laughing, and said to me brotherly, taking people's money to help them, this little bit of money doesn't mean anything to that old guy. And what about me? I was not a greedy person back then, I didn't even want to touch that dirty money. But at that time, my wife was seriously ill, the expensive medical bills suffocated me, I truly had no other choice. You took advantage of this and dragged me into this quagmire. Li Yang's fist slowly clenched, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, no different from a real person. Zhao Mingxuan's breath began to quicken, cold sweat dripping down his forehead in large drops. No, it's not my fault. His lips trembled, incoherently arguing, but his voice was so weak he could hardly hear it himself. But Li Yang did not stop, his steps still slowly moved forward, his gaze like a knife, piercing into the deepest part of Zhao Mingxuan's soul. Not your fault? Are you sure? Back then, after you got the money, your appetite grew larger and larger, from a small amount at first, to millions, tens of millions later, you had completely changed. But do you know how I felt at that time? I lived in fear every day, worried about being exposed, worried my child would grow up to learn that their father was once a corrupt police officer. And you? Li Yang suddenly raised his hand to point at Zhao Mingxian, his gaze seemed to pin him in place, his tone even more chilling. Not only did you not stop, but at the last moment, you betrayed me. When the matter was exposed, to save yourself, you immediately pushed all the blame onto me, making me take the fall for you. You successfully walked away from this storm unscathed, even entering the dungeon and clearing it successfully, enjoying treatment that others could never obtain. Zhao Mingxian, tell me. In that dungeon, did you also betray your teammates to gain everything you have now? Li Yang's voice seemed to carry some kind of magic, echoing in this empty space. Zhao Mingxuan's body suddenly trembled, the color drained from his face completely. He looked as if he had seen a ghost, his legs going soft, cold sweat soaking his back, even losing the courage to run away. No, don't come closer. Don't come closer. His voice trembled, he raised both hands suddenly, as if to block Li Yang from getting closer, yet the feet kept retreating. Li Yang's steps remained slow and steady, closing in step by step, his eyes filled with mockery and hatred. Han Zhuoran's gaze darkened, and he shouted sharply, Zhao Mingxian. How long are you going to stay down? Get up and keep fighting. But Qin Lang shrugged, it's useless. You could shout until your throat hurts, and he still won't hear you. Zhao Mingxuan's body trembled slightly, he was holding onto the ground, his arms straining hard, desperately trying to stand up. His face was as pale as paper, cold sweat pouring down in large beads from his forehead, and his legs felt as heavy as lead. I am not. His lips quivered, his voice so weak it was almost inaudible. He wobbled to stand straight, but the next second, his pupils suddenly constricted, his whole body froze for a moment, then he crashed heavily to the ground. Bang! The dull sound of him falling sent a shock to everyone's hearts. Zhao Mingxian? Hey, Zhao Mingxian? The bullman walked over slowly, looking down at Zhao Mingxuan's body, his beastly eyes showing no emotion, as if this was all old news to him. He bent down, reaching a thick hand below Zhao Mingxuan's nose, then stood up, his tone flat as if stating a trivial fact, he's been scared to death. In an instant, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Scared to death? Han Zhuoran and the others' faces changed dramatically, everyone's pupils slightly constricting, and their brains struggled to accept this reality. Zhao Mingxian just died like this? No blood, no fight, not even a wound, just because of fear, he was scared to death? Everyone's throats felt like they were tightly gripped by an invisible hand, and breathing became difficult. Yi Zi frowned, softly saying, what kind of joke is this, someone just died immediately. Everyone's gaze uniformly turned to the cold body, a wave of unexplainable chill rising in their hearts. Han Zhuoran's fingers curled slightly, he took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and said in a deep voice, well, Administrator, we need to discuss this immediately, this battle is probably far more terrifying than we imagined. The bullman heard this, a sly smile twisted at the corner of his mouth, that smile containing a mockery of watching a show. Sure, you all go ahead and discuss, there's plenty of time. It stretched the words, a hint of eerie playfulness in its tone, as if looking forward to their next performance. Han Zhuoran's gaze swept over everyone, speaking solemnly, next, this mud monster will definitely become the object of our inner repentance. But remember it's just a monster. Don't be fooled by illusions. Strike hard, do not hesitate. We just need to win 4 more rounds to clear. After he finished, he cast a sharp glance at every person in the team. No problem. Just do it. It's just a B-level anomaly, What's there to be afraid of? Everyone nodded, their expressions resolute, as if they were already prepared. However, standing aside, Qin Lang furrowed his brows slightly, a hint of unease rising in his heart. From the very beginning, he had an indescribable feeling. If it were him, no matter what he saw, he would probably feel no waves inside. The problem was, could it really be that simple? At that moment, Chen Hao suddenly stepped forward, speaking lightly, "For the next round, let me take it." Everyone turned to look at him. "Are you sure?" Han Zhuoran's gaze sharpened, staring at his face. "Of course." Chen Hao nodded, his eyes showing no hesitation. "If this monster turns into my wife's form, then it will be easier." Everyone was taken aback. Qin Lang frowned. "Really, are you sure you won't be affected?" Chen Hao snorted, his eyes cold. "Affected? What a joke. My wife, there is only one, no matter how this monster imitates, she is not my wife. And the reason I came to this instance is to live and return to her side. How could I be fooled by a mere strange thing?" Chapter 111, The Tender Truth. His words were forceful, causing those present to glance at him in surprise. "All right, then it's up to you." Han Zhuoran nodded, thinking that Chen Hao's fierce determination might really solve the battle quickly. But in Qin Lang's eyes, he was just setting a dangerous flag. This contest was supposed to be a struggle against one's own sins and dark sides, but was it really that easy? Even knowing the truth to repentance? Could it be that this instance had so much information from the very beginning? Mind-reading ability? Impossible, right? If such a heaven-defying ability existed, there would be no possibility of clearing the instance. Chen Hao did not say anything more. Instead, he reached out, and a black, materialized weapon slowly appeared in his palm. The gun's shape was smooth and deadly, the body seemed to emit a faint glow, like the sharpest fangs of a hunter. Qin Lang saw the gun and thought it was somewhat similar to his psychic bullet ability. However, one clear difference was that Chen Hao's gun bullets seemed to all be special, unable to rely on his own psychic energy as a source. "This is the reward I received from the instance. A-class silver bullets. Even a B-class vampire duke can be killed with a single shot. I guarantee this guy will have no chance to speak." Chen Hao's mouth curled slightly, his fingers rubbing the gun's body, his tone cold. "Once it appears, I won't give it a chance to even open its mouth." A chilling aura seemed to fill the air. Everyone watched him step onto the duel stage, hoping for a smooth next battle. The mud monster began to squirm again, its surface trembling with countless tiny tentacles, like some ominous creature hatching. However, Chen Hao showed no hesitation and raised his hand to fire a shot. Bang! The bullet whistled through the air accurately towards the mud mass. But the bullet, which should have instantly pierced the enemy, instead bizarrely stalled in mid-air, as if caught in an invisible barrier. Then, the bullet slowly dissolved into the air, not even creating a ripple. Chen Hao's face slightly changed, his brows tightly knitted. His weapon could instantly kill even an A-class anomaly. How could it be ineffective? Just at that moment of being stunned, the mud monster quickly condensed, its surface gradually shaping into a human figure as if sculpted by an invisible hand. 1 second, 2 seconds. When the figure fully formed and revealed its features, Chen Hao's pupil suddenly shrank, his face showing unprecedented shock and fear. Standing before him was a man with a deep knife scar on his face. The man was sturdy, dressed in an old worker's uniform, his features not particularly special, but that face seemed to carry a heavy shadow, making the air feel oppressive. Chen Hao's hand actually trembled slightly. "Chen Hao." Seeing this, Han Zhuoran couldn't help but shout anxiously, "What are you afraid of? That guy is not your wife, just attack." Chen Hao did not answer, feeling as if something was gripping his throat, making his breath quicken unconsciously. At this moment, Qin Lang, standing nearby, squinted slightly, his gaze fixed on the man as he calmly said, "No need to ask. I suspect that man is the driver who caused his wife to become paralyzed." Han Zhuoran was stunned, then suddenly turned to look at Qin Lang. "How do you know?" Qin Lang's gaze was steady as he slowly scanned his surroundings, speaking firmly, "Have you noticed that the rooms we've experienced are actually connected? They are like a complete filtering system, with each link having its purpose." Everyone was confused, and Han Zhuoran frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Qin Lang raised his hand and pointed around, continuing to explain, "First, this copy will show us the object of our remorse in our hearts, which is the person we fear facing the most. Next, it will determine what unforgivable sins we have committed through these people. Then, there is the confession session, where we must share our stories, whether willingly or under pressure. Once we speak, it means exposing our past." As he said this, his gaze coldly swept over the still impassive driver standing in place, continuing, "And the most terrifying part of this copy is that it will create so-called monsters based on your own story and your true inner thoughts." Xin Wanqing felt a chill run down her spine and instinctively took a step back, swallowing hard as she asked, "Do you mean, the appearance of this monster is not random, but tailored to Chen Hao's most feared secrets and deepest guilt?" Qin Lang slightly nodded, his tone incredibly firm, "Exactly." Han Zhuoran seemed to begin to understand but still frowned, "But, in Chen Hao's story, aren't the only characters involved him and his wife?" Why did the monster turn into that driver? Qin Lang's lips curled up slightly, his gaze sharp, very simple. Because without this driver, Chen Hao's wife wouldn't be paralyzed. Don't you all understand yet? Once this was said, everyone exchanged glances. Han Zhuoran seemed to understand something, but dared not speak it out loud. The air was thick with suffocating silence, and everyone couldn't help but look at the driver again, and at that moment, Chen Hao's face had turned pale as death, his fists clenched tight, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Shen Wanqing stared at Chen Hao, puzzled. No, if this driver really harmed his wife, Chen Hao should be angry. Why is he so afraid instead? Qin Lang scoffed, slowly speaking. He is definitely not afraid of that driver, but rather feels guilty. If it was an accident, he should be angry. But what if this driver was instructed by him to hit his wife? Everyone was taken aback. Qin Lang's gaze was sharp, watching Chen Hao's expression change, and slowly said, he is so afraid not because this driver simply crashed into his wife, but because he knows this driver for sure. To put it bluntly, they planned that car accident. This statement made the air in the room seem to freeze for a moment. Han Zhuoran furrowed his brows. Do you mean? Qin Lang sighed lightly but maintained a very certain tone. Chen Hao indeed has a paralyzed wife, but he did not come to this copy for her. It must be for another reason. Shen Wanqing gasped, suddenly looking at Chen Hao. So, he's not afraid of the monster, but of his wrongdoings being exposed? At this moment, Chen Hao's face darkened completely. But he said nothing more, and after a few seconds of silence, he suddenly raised his gun and aimed it at the driver. It's fake, all fake. I'm not afraid of you. Bang! 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 Gunshots suddenly rang out, flames flickering in the dim room. Bullets hit the driver precisely. But strangely, the driver's form didn't even shake, and the bullet seemed to have struck a pool of stagnant water, having no effect whatsoever. Chen Hao's eyes widened, veins popping on his forehead, clearly realizing the situation was wrong. How is this possible? He murmured, and then pressed the trigger again. Bang! 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 Bullets poured out continuously. The gun barrel even felt slightly warm, yet the driver remained completely unmoved, not a single bullet hole on him. Chen Hao's cold sweat dripped down his cheeks, his fingers began to tremble, and he finally panicked. Damn it! He muttered a curse under his breath, suddenly threw away the gun, and charged forward, ready to fight. The driver spoke. You just can't change your stubborn ways, can you? Want to kill to keep secrets? Chen Hao shouted loudly, that's not my fault. You were the one who hit her. However, the driver standing there slowly curled the corner of his mouth into a cold arc, his tone extremely mocking. Heh, you didn't say that when you hired me. Chen Hao's body suddenly stiffened, his pupils constricting sharply. Han Zhuoran and Shen Wanqing both gasped in disbelief, looking at Qin Lang. Was he really the driver Chen Hao hired? How did Qin Lang get it so right again? At that moment, Chen Hao's expression completely twisted, his jaw clenched tightly as he stared at the driver, his eyes filled with madness, and he roared, You're talking nonsense. Nonsense. I love my wife very much. Otherwise, why would I take care of her and keep her alive? Once this sentence came out, everyone in the room felt a jolt, an unspeakable chill running down their spines. The corner of the driver's mouth rose in a faint cold smile, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing into the deepest wounds of Chen Hao's heart. Don't you know the real reason you kept her alive? His voice was icy, as if carrying a strange echo, endlessly reverberating in the room. Chen Hao's expression instantly twisted, his gaze flickering for a moment, his teeth grinding together, but he did not speak. The driver slowly took a step forward and continued, You kept her not because you love her, but because you want to take revenge. Chen Hao's pupils shrank suddenly, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. The reason you let her live is that you want her to suffer for the rest of her life, to understand how ridiculous her past mistakes were, how laughable, that even death is a luxury. The driver's words were like a sharp blade, peeling away Chen Hao's facade bit by bit. Because while you were living in obscurity, your wife once cheated on you, treating you like a dog, exploiting the fact that you were too afraid to divorce her. Then, by chance, you cleared a dungeon, gaining unbelievable power and status, turning your life around. You thought you finally mastered your life, that you were the main character. Everything you have done so far has been for revenge against her. The room fell silent as if dead. Han Zhuoran and the others were stunned, their expressions shifting from shock to disbelief, and Su Lina couldn't help but gasp, her face pale. No, that's not it. Lu Hao muttered, shaking his head, absolutely not. But the driver kept staring at Chen Hao, pressing on with a cold tone, as for why you entered this dungeon, it's entirely because you were entrusted by certain people. What you did was not for your wife at all. This sentence struck Chen Hao's mind like a heavy hammer, causing him to completely collapse. Shut up. Chen Hao screamed as if he had gone mad, completely losing his sanity. His eyes turned red, filled with madness, and he suddenly rushed toward the driver. Chen Hao let out a beast-like roar, his fist filled with rage swinging toward the driver's face, while raising his gun again, ready to shoot through this bizarre situation. But just as he made his move, the driver suddenly opened his mouth. It was no ordinary mouth, but a deep, black, gigantic maw, capable of swallowing everything. The room. The air seemed to be sucked into that bottomless abyss, a tremendous force sweeping over Qin Hao's entire body. His movements froze. Ah ah ah. His screams echoed throughout the room, but just a few seconds later, his voice abruptly ceased. Qin Hao had completely disappeared. Only his discarded weapon remained on the floor, making a light click sound. The clod of mud reshaped itself again, turning into a puddle of dirt on the ground. Su Lina's face instantly lost all color, her whole body collapsing to the ground, her legs unable to support her. She desperately clung to Shen Wanqing, trembling all over, her lips quivering, unable to utter a complete sentence. Han Zhuoran's face looked extremely grim, cold sweat oozing from his forehead, his lips pressed into a straight line. What exactly is this thing? His voice was hoarse, carrying an unmistakable fear. Qin Lang took a deep breath, his brows tightly knitted, his gaze heavy as it scanned the entire room, slowly speaking. The way this thing operates is too strange. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes, as if he had already sensed something wrong. Why can it know everyone's deepest confessions? Why can it not only read surface sins, but even expose secrets that one does not wish to acknowledge? Such an ability is, frankly, too terrifying, right? A strange oppressive feeling filled the air, everyone holding their breath, their hearts seemingly gripped by an invisible hand, making even the slightest breath difficult. The bullman's gaze wandered among the crowd, a heavy atmosphere enveloping the air. He asked flatly, "Next, who will go?" The room fell into complete silence. Everyone stared at the wriggling mud creature, their eyes filled with vigilance and unease. It had just swallowed Qin Hao, and the suffocating oppressive feeling still lingered in the room, as if it would be their turn in the next moment. Qin Lang did not answer immediately but slowly scanned the crowd, his expression deep as water. He knew that losing 2 more times would mean disaster. "We need to discuss this further," Qin Lang said softly. The bullman scoffed, "Feel free." Once the people gathered around, Qin Lang finally spoke, "I have a plan, though it is extremely dangerous, it is worth a try." Chapter 113 Experiment. Qin Lang's voice was kept very low, his eyes holding an elusive meaning. He slightly turned to the side, beckoning a few people closer, and then spoke in a volume almost only they could hear, quickly saying a few words. "Listen carefully, I have a hypothesis." The moment his words fell, everyone's faces changed drastically. "What is your basis for this? And what do you mean by experiment?" Han Zhuoran's pupils shrank sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Qin Lang, his anger nearly impossible to contain. Qin Lang said, "I don't know, so let someone test if my method works." Han Zhuoran flatly refused. "You are joking with everyone's lives." He grabbed Qin Lang's arm, his knuckles turning white from the grip, his gaze as sharp as a knife. Su Lina was even more frightened, stepping back a step, her face full of terror. "What if it's just like what you said? Wouldn't we die for nothing?" Shen Wanqing's lips trembled slightly, though she did not speak up against him, her eyes revealed great turmoil. However, Qin Lang looked at them very calmly, his deep gaze holding a hint of cold light. Qin Lang stated, "This is the only way. If you don't listen, you'll only die faster." Shen Wanqing looked at Qin Lang, "So you mean, one of us must go to die, right? If your guess is wrong, we'll be wiped out." Qin Lang replied, "Exactly. You all decide who will go. Actually, it may not necessarily end in death, it's just 50-50. But without this method, it's 100% chance we'll be trapped here." Li Jihun glared at him, "Then why don't you go? Why make us go to our deaths?" Qin Lang answered straightforwardly, "If I go, I will definitely not lose. That would have no reference meaning. But what use is it if I don't lose? You all need to win against us to leave here. So we must figure this out." The others exchanged glances. Yi Zi stepped forward, "I'll go. I am willing to take this risk." Beside her, Su Mubai frowned and asked Qin Lang, "Should I go help Yi Zi? Facing the B-grade anomaly alone might." Yi Zi spoke up, "Miss Su, I appreciate your kindness, but this time it's not necessary. I'm much stronger than before, and I'm afraid it will affect Qin Lang's plan." Qin Lang nodded in agreement, "That's right, this time we need to see if the opponent really has any mind-reading skills. If you possess the body, it will affect the experimental results. In any case, Yi Zi, just do as I say. If there is real danger, Miss Su can help you later." Yi Zi nodded, "Thank you all." Then she took a deep breath and said, "With your words, Qin Lang, I feel that even if I die this time, it doesn't matter." After speaking, she took out her paper fan and started walking up to the stage. The bullman smiled a little and then snapped his fingers, signaling the new round of competition to begin. The mud creature squirmed, its shape like a boiling pool of black sludge, constantly rolling, squeezing, and molding. It was as if an invisible hand was controlling it, shaping the chaotic, disorderly mud into some fixed form. Yi Zi kept her eyes fixed on it. Gradually, a twisted and familiar face emerged from the sludge, followed by features, torso, and limbs. Yi Zi's pupils sharply constricted, her heart feeling as if it had been tightly gripped by someone. It's him. It was the teammate she had previously betrayed. Her breathing became uncontrollable and chaotic, fingers icy cold, hair standing on end, as if she had been pulled back to that dark night in an instant. Lu Jia. The Lu Jia in front of her wore the gear they once had on during missions, even the scar on his chest from a past injury was faithfully restored. However, an indescribable emotion was on his face, his gaze deeply locking onto Yi Zi. Yi Zi. The low and hoarse voice emerged from Lu Jia's lips, carrying a pain and resentment that was hard to express. Why did you abandon me back then? Yi Zi's footsteps froze instantly. Subconsciously she took a half step back, palms slightly sweating. Her mind surged with unwilling memories. At this moment, Yi Zi understood why Zhao Mingxian and Chen Hao had been so panicked, even to the point of perishing due to their poor performance. The dummy made from this mud creature was even more real than a living person. Facing someone she knew was long dead and filled with guilt, combined with this oppressive environment, it was hard not to waver. The doubt deep in her heart caused Yi Zi's previously firm resolve and defenses to waver slightly. Lu Jia continued to move forward, an eerie smile still on his face. At that moment, Yi Zi caught a glimpse of Qin Lang out of the corner of her eye. Qin Lang stood quietly not far away, his gaze steady as iron. Qin Lang said, "Do not be afraid." These 3 words made Yi Zi's heart shake violently, as if a powerful force pulled her back to reality. Her eyes gradually calmed, fingers slightly tightening, the corners of her lips forming a hint of coldness. She stared directly at the Lu Jia made from the mud creature, took a deep breath, and then calmly and firmly asked, "Do you remember when you drugged me back then?" This sentence was like a heavy bomb, exploding in the silent space. The expression of the mud creature suddenly stiffened. Lu Jia's mouth slightly opened, a hint of panic flashed in his eyes, clearly not expecting Yi Zi to say this. The resentment and pain on his face instantly froze. "What did you say?" Lu Jia's throat slightly moved. It seemed he wanted to argue, but after a few seconds, he was actually speechless. Yi Zi's gaze became colder, as she slowly stepped closer, her eyes sharp as knives, as if she wanted to completely dissect his disguise. "Why aren't you speaking?" Her voice was deep, yet carried a forceful pressure. "Don't you remember? At that time, you deliberately drugged me before we set off to make me your woman. Luckily, the captain discovered it in time. I made that monster attack you because of this. I wanted you to be punished. Although this punishment was heavier than I expected, I also didn't think that I couldn't save you." The air felt as if it had solidified, everyone's breaths quickened. Lu Jia spoke again, "But you shouldn't have abandoned me like that." Yi Zi suddenly smiled, "You've exposed yourself. Lu Jia has never drugged me. You really don't have the ability to read minds." Chapter 114, No Mind Reading. The expression on the face of Lu Jia, transformed from the mud monster, began to twist, filled with anger, panic, and struggle. That chaos of being exposed ultimately turned into an extremely complex expression. His lips trembled, his gaze no longer firm, but began to shift, even with a hint of fear. A strange silence spread between the two. The bull man frowned slightly. His gaze locked tightly onto Qin Lang, his pupils slightly contracting. "Just as I thought." Qin Lang slowly spoke, his tone firm. "The so-called mind reading doesn't truly know real evil." The bullman's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze wavering a bit. Qin Lang ignored his reaction and continued, "These monsters can shape those people we repent about, even mimicking their tone, habits, and logic vividly. It's not because they can truly see into our hearts. They are like an AI, programmed with specific information and procedures." Han Zhuoran nodded, "I understand. The consciousness of these mud monsters does not come from our true memories of the past, but from real existing information, intelligence." In an instant, the hearts of the crowd trembled. The bullman's pupils contracted, still looking a bit unconvinced. Su Lina puzzled, "I still don't quite understand." Qin Lang's lips curled up slightly, his gaze sharp as a knife. "It's simple, the system of the dungeon must have grasped information about each of us in advance in some way. So these mud monsters can replicate those people deep inside our hearts that we do not wish to face. They know things that are indeed terrifying, striking at our pain points, even revealing some facts we do not wish to admit. But..." He paused, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened a bit. "They ultimately are not real people, and do not truly hold all of our secrets. Take Lu Jia just now, for example. It indeed revealed Yi Zi's past that she did not want to face. It knew Lu Jia had once been abandoned, and that Yi Zi had been carrying guilt all along. But it did not know all the details of Yi Zi's relationship with Lu Jia." His tone gradually grew heavier, each word like a heavy hammer, striking forcefully on the bull man's heart. The bull man's complexion completely darkened. "So?" Qin Lang smiled slightly, his tone calm yet laced with mockery. "These mud monsters seem all-knowing, but they are actually incomplete and fragmented. They only look like people by piecing together scattered information. The bullman stared at him closely, silent for 2 seconds, then snorted coldly, "But what does that matter? You all knew they were fake, but what was the result? You still lost, didn't you?" His tone carried a hint of sarcasm, his gaze sweeping over Yi Zi, then Su Lina, before finally landing on Qin Lang. "This has nothing to do with truth or falsehood." The bullman sneered, "Emotions cannot resist instinct. When you face them, you still feel fear, still feel guilt, and still feel bound by your past mistakes. This has never changed." Qin Lang quietly looked at the bullman, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, revealing a meaningful grin. "You?" He gently shook his head, his tone filled with a mix of pity and sarcasm. "You truly do not understand human emotions at all." These words made the bullman's gaze suddenly shrink. Standing in the dim light, Qin Lang had his hands in his pockets, his expression calm, as if he had seen through everything. Human emotions are not just fear, regret, and guilt. You think they can only be our weaknesses, but in fact, they are also our strength. You will understand soon. The bullman's breath hitched slightly, his fists clenched, and his gaze gradually darkened. The air around them seemed to become heavy. Yi Zi attacked without hesitation. In the air, countless white paper sheets suddenly floated up, sweeping like a storm, casting shattered light and shadow in the dark space. Each paper sheet was like a sharp blade, slicing through the mud monster's body, splattering dark debris. Although it did not fall immediately, its movements had clearly slowed down, even showing some hesitation. The bullman, watching from the side, changed his expression slightly, frowning. "What is happening?" He could see that Yi Zi's fighting power was continually increasing, and even her fighting spirit was exceptionally high. However, Qin Lang's expression remained calm, and the corners of his mouth even curled up slightly, carrying a hint of a meaningful smile. "The reason humans feel regret is that they care. Zhao Mingxian fears his colleague Li Ming because he once regarded Li Ming as his best friend. Chen Hao fears that driver, not because he is afraid of death, but because he still feels regret towards his wife. Even though he hurt her, deep down, he still cares. Yi Zi is the same, she cares about the teammate she once caused to die." Qin Lang paused, his gaze resting on Yi Zi, who was fighting fiercely on the field. Her figure moved so quickly it was like a shadow, constantly waving deadly paper sheets, making the mud monster retreat step by step with every swing. Her movements were no longer hesitant or filled with fear, instead, they were replaced by a complete awakening, a calm yet fiery anger. Qin Lang chuckled lightly, his eyes sharp as a knife. "When she finally understands that you were just toying with her emotions, using those fragmented memories to piece together a cheap illusion, trying to manipulate her with superficial information, what do you think a truly normal person will do?" The bullman was taken aback for a moment. Qin Lang's smile deepened, his tone low yet powerful, hatred and anger. At this moment, Yi Zi's attacks became even more violent. Her paper sheets flew faster and faster, and with every swing, the air seemed to stir up a hurricane, those sharp paper blades ripping through the mud monster's surface, leaving countless deep cracks. The mud monster, unwilling to be outdone, began to counterattack wildly, trying to bind her with its massive tentacles, but it was no longer able to gain the upper hand. At this moment, Yi Zi seemed to completely break free from the shackles of her soul. Her body moved so quickly it was dazzling, each dodge perfectly timed, each attack ruthless, even filled with overwhelming fury. "You are not Luja, you know nothing." Yi Zi was no longer afraid, nor hesitant, because she had seen through everything in front of her. She would not let past guilt bind her anymore, nor would she let unnecessary regret affect her battle. She was going to win. The mud monster completely revealed its true form, becoming incredibly swollen and massive, starting to launch a deadly attack on Yi Zi. Su Mubai shouted loudly, "Oh no!" Chapter 115, True Repentance. Su Mubai furrowed her brow slightly, looking at the intense battle involving Yi Zi, her hand quietly tightened into a fist. She looked at Qin Lang and asked, "Should I go help?" Qin Lang merely smiled gently, his tone assured, "No need, Yi Zi can handle it." As soon as he finished speaking, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. The paper fan in Yi Zi's hand suddenly unfolded, sharp paper pieces pouring out like a torrential storm, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Countless paper pieces swirled and flew, forming a silver-white vortex that tightly trapped the mud monster within. The monster struggled to break free from this encirclement, but the more it struggled, the fiercer the cutting of the paper pieces became, tearing its body apart and sending up waves of dark mud. The mud monster let out piercing wails, but Yi Zi's expression remained extremely calm. "It's over." She suddenly waved her paper fan, and all the paper pieces abruptly shrank towards the center, like a huge net closing in to completely swallow the monster. In an instant, a dazzling white light erupted in the arena, followed by the complete disappearance of the mud monster's figure. After a brief silence, cheers of joy erupted in the arena. "We won!" Han Zhuoran stared wide-eyed, unable to believe this scene. Su Lina was so excited she almost jumped up. Su Mubai's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes filled with approval. However, the ugliest face belonged to the bull-headed man. His eyes were dark, fists tightly clenched together, his whole body trembling slightly with anger. Yeezy slowly closed her paper fan, taking a deep breath, then turned to walk toward Qin Lang, her expression and demeanor appearing so relaxed. Qin Lang, thank you. Her voice carried a hint of complexity but was more resolute. I feel stronger than before. Hearing this, Qin Lang smiled faintly. I told you, this plan is very risky. You survived because of yourself. At first, he wasn't sure if this monster, or the dungeon system, could truly read the innermost thoughts of each person. If that were the case, the difficulty of this level would be extremely high. Because if there really were mind-reading abilities, the monstrous form derived from the mud would be incredibly terrifying, capable of constantly revealing many truths that could disturb people's hearts. He was fine, but others might not be able to handle it. Qin Lang had already raised his head, looking at the bull-headed man opposite him, the smile at the corner of his mouth gradually fading, his gaze becoming sharp. So, do you want to compete again? The bull-headed man's face had darkened to the extreme, yet he did not seem overly alarmed by Yeezy's victory. On the contrary, he merely coldly stared at Qin Lang, a vague smile playing on his lips. There's no need to compete anymore. His voice was deep as he slowly said, because your opponent is gone. The mud monster had disappeared, and the secret of this level had been unveiled by Qin Lang. Indeed, there was no need to go on competing. The bull-headed man continued, Qin Lang, you and I both know it's really hard to deal with. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, Han Zhuoran furrowing his brow as he looked puzzled at Qin Lang. Could it be that these administrators had a grudge against Qin Lang? However, the bull-headed man ignored their confusion and continued, but, Qin Lang, do you think this can lead to victory? What if you discovered the tricks? You have merely found the so-called key, but throughout, you have not truly repented or faced it. The rules and theme of Silent Hill are repentance. So, you cannot escape. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang paused slightly, then revealed a faint smile. He lightly scoffed, seemingly unconcerned about the bull-headed man's warning, and turned to leave. Han Zhuoran looked at his departing figure with confusion, unable to help but frown and ask, wait, this isn't right, is it? If killing the monster is all it takes to end this, then the few of us left shouldn't even bother competing? But doesn't this go against the rules set by the strong man? Could it be that everything he said was a lie? His words echoed the doubts in everyone's hearts, and they fell silent, looking to Qin Lang, as if waiting for his explanation. Qin Lang stopped in his tracks, glanced at them, a faint smile still on his lips, but his eyes had turned a bit colder. Haven't figured it out yet? Every room here, from the very beginning, isn't meant for us to pass through, it's meant for us to die. If they can't make us die, then why not just let us leave? Han Zhuoran trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief. Qin Lang continued, his tone laced with sarcasm, the confession in Silent Hill is very simple, yet very bloody. It must be like Zhao Mingxian, who, upon facing his past mistakes, dies. Only then can he be redeemed. He scanned the surroundings, observing the faint shadows flickering in the room, a deeper cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. So, no matter how splendidly packaged the rules may seem, they are just deceptions. The real goal is to leave us with no way out, ultimately leading to our death. All the rooms here are basically meant for us to struggle to our deaths. Once we realize the true purpose and the critical point of the trials, all the tests will come to an end. The air seemed to freeze instantly, and everyone felt a chill rise in their hearts, something indescribable. Then, what should we do next? Su Lina's voice trembled slightly. If death is the only real confession, do they really have to die next? Qin Lang coolly gazed at the strong man and asked. How many more rooms do we have to pass through before we can return to the surface of Silent Hill? The strong man grinned, his tone carrying a hint of significance. I just said, the theme of Silent Hill is confession. So, even if you truly return to the surface now, it doesn't matter. Qin Lang wasn't surprised by this response. Then what about the church? In his understanding of Silent Hill, there really are those who remain forever, even if they get out, it doesn't mean they can escape. The strong man's smile froze for a moment, then he returned to his indifferent posture, shrugging, you're quite smart to know the church is the key. Actually, you have already reached the church. We are already in the church? Han Zhuoran was stunned. To be precise, you have always been beneath the church. The strong man said, in light of your diligent efforts, I'll give you a hint, when you reach above the church, you will know the truth of Silent Hill and how to escape. Everyone felt a shiver down their spine, a wave of unease spreading through the air. Qin Lang pondered for a moment, then asked, what about the hidden task? How can it be accomplished? Chapter 116, The Faceless Man. The strong man tilted his head, his smile containing a hint of ridicule. Go find it yourself. As long as you can find a basement, you'll know the content of the hidden task. But the conditions to complete this hidden task are extremely harsh, harder than passing the trials. The strong man stopped talking, just looking at Qin Lang, his eyes seeming to expect something. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes. This is just like what the female horse said. The question is, where exactly is that so-called basement? Qin Lang and the others stepped through the heavy door, and the air outside felt even colder, filled with an unsettling dampness. Before them lay a narrow corridor, which forked into two paths at the end, and above the intersection hung an old wooden sign, the faded writing still clear to read. The left sign read, "Survival rate 60%, but far from the exit." The right sign read, "Survival rate 10%. But it is closer to the exit." The air was still for a moment, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the signboard. To the left. Li Zhiheng spoke almost without hesitation, his tone firm. "Although it's farther, at least the survival rate is higher." "Yes, I think so too." Su Lina quickly nodded. "The situation is dangerous enough already, we don't need to gamble with our lives." However, Qin Lang merely glanced at the signboard, the corner of his mouth slightly rising, his tone cold. "I want to go to the right." Everyone was taken aback. Li Zhiheng furrowed his brow. "Are you crazy? The survival rate is only 10%. Survival rate?" Qin Lang snorted softly, his gaze calmly sweeping over them. "Don't you all see? Those numbers are meaningless." Li Zhiheng's expression changed, grinding his teeth. "What do you mean? This is not a place where you can rely on probability to live." Qin Lang's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable certainty. "No matter which path we choose, the final result has only two outcomes, life or death. In other words, the probability of surviving is always 50%. And the given survival rate is just a trap to mislead us." "On what grounds do you say that?" Li Zhiheng clearly didn't believe him. Qin Lang did not answer. "If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. I don't need to explain much. Anyway, I choose the closer right path." The atmosphere suddenly fell into a stalemate. "I'm going with Qin Lang." Shen Wanqing was the first to express her stance, her voice firm. The previous obstacles could only be barely overcome with Qin Lang's help, and now she chose to continue trusting him. Han Zhuoran hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "I'm going too." "You too." Li Zhiheng's face turned extremely ugly, staring at them. "You are simply insane." Qin Lang smiled faintly, saying coldly, "In that case, you can go your own way." The air seemed to freeze, the tension at the fork almost palpable. Li Zhiheng's fists were tightly clenched, Su Lina's face was filled with hesitation, but in the end, she bit her teeth and whispered, "Brotherly, let's go." Li Zhiheng glared at Qin Lang fiercely, then suddenly turned and walked toward the left passage. Qin Lang did not look at them again, but stepped into the right passage leading into the unknown depths. Shen Wanqing and Han Zhuoran followed closely behind. Qin Lang and the others walked slowly along the dim corridor, the floor beneath their feet exuding a damp, decayed feeling, as if it could collapse at any moment. An indescribable stench filled the air, reminiscent of old, moldy pages, and the scent of something rotten. Occasionally, blurry, mottled shadows flickered on the walls, as if invisible eyes had been secretly watching their every move. Uncertain how long they had walked, suddenly, an ancient iron door appeared before them, with no signs, no handle, just a slight gap that seemed to be waiting for their arrival. Qin Lang was at the front, pushing the door open without hesitation. The room inside was surprisingly empty, the gray walls had no windows, and a bare incandescent light hung from the ceiling, casting a dim glow that enveloped them in eerie silence. In the center of the room, a tall figure stood quietly. It was a man, but he had no face. His skin was smooth, without a single flaw, the front of his head was a featureless flat surface, devoid of eyes, nose, mouth, and even ears. The moment Han Zhuoran saw him, he felt an indescribable discomfort. Even when he had encountered the Bullman and the Snake Man before, he had never felt such disgust. However, the next second, the faceless man laughed even though he had no mouth. "Welcome, everyone." The faceless man's voice seemed to resonate directly in their minds, gentle yet filled with a chilling eeriness. "I am the administrator of this room. You can call me Faceless Man. I know you have already called me that in your hearts." Shen Wanqing's fingers instinctively tightened, and Han Zhuoran also frowned, clearly feeling uneasy about this guy's presence. The faceless man tilted his head, seeming satisfied with everyone's reaction, then continued in a slightly joyful tone, "Congratulations on reaching here. The next challenge is simply the easiest one in Silent Hill." He paused slightly. "This challenge isn't complicated, you can pass it relying on luck." The air fell silent for a moment. Qin Lang squinted, looking at him with a half-smile. "Oh, such good luck?" The faceless man gently clapped his hands. The room's lights flashed slightly, then lit up in a cold, white light, completely illuminating the floor ahead. Everyone followed the light and saw that the space ahead was actually a narrow bridge suspended in darkness, made of square glass pieces put together. Each row had 2 pieces of glass side by side, extending a total of 10 rows, leading to the other end far away. However, beneath the glass was not solid ground, but an endless, invisible abyss. The faceless man slowly raised a slender hand and said in a calm tone, "This is your next test jump glass." Qin Lang's gaze slightly sharpened, and he remained silent. "Jump glass? Why does this challenge feel so familiar?" "The rules are very simple," the faceless man said in a steady tone. "For the glass bridge ahead, each row has 2 pieces of glass. One is real and can bear a person's weight. The other is fake, and once you step on it, you will fall straight into the abyss. You all will walk one by one, as long as you reach the end, you win. After hearing this rule, Han Joran's face instantly turned ashen, his throat moved slightly, as if something was stuck in his throat, but he couldn't say a word for a long time. Chapter 117, Luck. The faceless man paused here, seemingly allowing everyone to digest this information. In other words, you can only choose one of the two pieces of glass to stand on each time. Choose correctly, and you move forward, choose wrong, and you will sink forever into darkness. Of course, you can take your time to discuss who will go first or use other methods to test the correct path. By the way, please do not use any skills or items, the consequences will be quite severe if you are discovered. Alright, let's begin. I look forward to your performance. The faceless man had no features, but anyone could feel he was smirking at Qin Lang and the others. The air suddenly became incredibly heavy. Relying on luck? Qin Lang frowned and murmured softly, "This is not a test at all, it's a way to send people to their deaths. This is a challenge that risks lives." Han Joran finally couldn't hold back and shouted angrily at the faceless man, "It's clearly asking us to sacrifice to get the right path. This is not a fair game at all." The faceless man quietly watched them, his smooth skin still empty, showing no signs of change. Qin Lang said, "I just mentioned that the core of this dungeon is to find ways to die. What fairness is there?" The faceless man said, "Mr. Qin is very clever." Qin Lang looked at him, "Do you know me? It seems I am quite famous among your administrators." The faceless man said, "That's natural, your record is quite explosive in the eyes of our administrators, the female horse also speaks highly of you." Qin Lang chuckled, "In that case, will you give me a break?" "I'm sorry, rules are rules." The faceless man's voice remained cold and calm, "The game has already started, walk or don't walk, the choice is in your hands." He slightly waved his hand, making a "please go ahead" gesture, "You can take your time to discuss and decide how to walk, I won't rush you." Everyone fell into silence. Qin Lang looked at the silent glass bridge ahead, squinting slightly, lost in thought. The room was dead silent, with only the wind whispering softly, moaning endlessly in the abyss beneath the glass bridge. Sumubai looked at the glass bridge before her, furrowing her brows, and said, "Qin Lang, I am not human. I can use my spirit form to go ahead and take a look. There must be differences between the false and the real glass." She lifted her foot and stepped forward, her figure radiating a faint halo in the air. As a spirit form, she should not be affected by gravity, able to pass through obstacles freely. However, with a loud crack, Sumubai's body suddenly froze in place. Ah! Sumubai was entirely stuck in place, even moving a finger became incredibly difficult. What's happening? Sumubai was taken aback for a moment, struggling to lift her arm, but her body felt as if it were nailed to the ground, unable to move at all. Qin Lang's gaze deepened, instantly sensing something. His eyes slowly turned to the faceless man, who was standing leisurely by, holding a dark red talisman between his fingers. The strange patterns on the talisman seemed to come alive, writhing continuously, emitting a special wave that suppressed spirit forms. The faceless man tilted his head slightly, his tone flat, "Cheating is not allowed here." After saying this, the faceless man tightened his fingers slightly, and the red light of the talisman grew even more intense, causing Sumubai's figure to shimmer for a moment. "Ah, ah, ah!" Sumubai cried out in pain. Yi Zi shouted, "Miss Su! Let her go!" Qin Lang stared at the faceless man. The faceless man did not respond immediately but slowly tightened his fingers, seemingly waiting for Qin Lang's next move. Boom! A formless pressure suddenly spread, and the air in the entire room turned cold. Qin Lang's gaze was deep as a chasm, he stood still, his body slightly leaning forward, hands in his pockets, seemingly casual but concealing sharpness. "We have no intention of cheating." He spoke slowly, his voice deep and firm, "But don't push me. I'll say it one last time, let her go." At that moment, the air felt as if it had solidified. Han Joran and Qin Wanqing both instinctively took a step back, even their breathing paused. The faceless man quietly looked at Qin Lang, his face still expressionless, his smooth skin appearing even more eerie under the dim light. The tension between the two was subtly clashing, the silence lasted for a few seconds before the faceless man suddenly chuckled lightly, slowly releasing his fingers. The talisman disintegrated into ashes with the wind, and Sumubai immediately felt a lightness, regaining her freedom. "Heh, then I'll give Mr. Qin a bit of face." The faceless man's voice remained calm, even carrying a hint of mockery, "Please follow the rules." Qin Lang stared at him for a moment, withdrew his momentum, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, enigmatic. "Fine." Qin Lang said, "Then let's follow the rules." The room was filled with a heavy atmosphere, everyone stood in front of the bridge, their expressions varied, deep down filled with anxiety and unease. "What should we do next?" Qin Wanqing asked, frowning, her voice tinged with urgency. "Yeah." Han Joran echoed, "How do we cross this glass? If it's all about luck, there's no way to get across." Yi Zi also looked up at Qin Lang, her eyes filled with anticipation. However, Qin Lang only slowly turned his head, scanning everyone, with a slight smile on his lips, holding an unfathomable meaning. "I know the way to pass," he said slowly. Everyone was stunned, then their eyes brightened. "Then hurry and tell us." Han Zhuoran couldn't help but urge. But Qin Lang spoke leisurely, his voice deep and meaningful. "However, before I tell you, you must answer me one question first." The air froze for a moment. "What question?" Shen Wanqing frowned. Han Zhuoran frowned impatiently and said, "Qin Lang, don't keep us in suspense. Right now, the most important thing is how to get through this. Who has time to waste here?" Qin Lang glanced at him, his gaze deep like an abyss. He did not respond directly, but slowly said, "This question is crucial. If you don't answer, I won't give you the solution." His voice was calm, but there was an undeniable strength in his tone. Shen Wanqing looked at him deeply and finally nodded. "Okay, go ahead and ask." Qin Lang's gaze swept across the crowd, and he slowly uttered, "Who exactly called you to this instance?" As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere in the room suddenly changed. Han Zhuoran's pupils suddenly constricted, a hint of unnatural tension appeared on his face, as if something had pierced his heart. After a few seconds, he finally opened his mouth, his voice stiff. "Why are you asking this?" Chapter 118, The Reason. Qin Lang's sharp eyes swept over Shen Wanqing and Han Zhuoran. "You both said from the beginning that you were forced to participate in this instance." Qin Lang slowly spoke, his voice deep with a hint of scrutiny. "So I want to know, who exactly is pressuring you?" In the room filled with snakes and human figures, they both claimed to be coerced into joining this instance. Qin Lang felt something was off at that moment. He came to the instance to collect another wheel sword, and with others being forced to come, it seemed like someone had been sending countless players to this instance from the very beginning. If there wasn't a conspiracy behind it, he really wouldn't believe it. Han Zhuoran's face slightly changed, his eyes flickering as he instinctively glanced at Shen Wanqing. Shen Wanqing frowned and said in a low voice, "Does this question matter?" Qin Lang smiled slightly, but his gaze was as cold as a sharp blade. "Of course it matters. If you don't tell me, I won't be able to feel at ease." Han Zhuoran seemed very uncomfortable, his lips slightly moved, but he did not say anything. Shen Wanqing's expression was equally complicated, as if she was avoiding the question, scared to speak. Qin Lang said, "If you don't speak, we can all just waste time together. Anyway, I don't need to pass, I can afford to wait." Shen Wanqing glanced at Qin Lang and then at Han Zhuoran, finally letting out a sigh. Her voice was low and carried a hint of bitterness. "Then let me speak first. Actually, I didn't want to come to this instance at the start. But someone found me and said that if I didn't come." Her voice suddenly tightened, as if recalling some incredibly unsettling memory. "They would expose everything I secretly did to the children." Han Zhuoran's gaze trembled slightly, while Qin Lang's eyes were deeply fixed on Shen Wanqing, seemingly waiting for her to continue. Shen Wanqing's thoughts were pulled back to that night. In the dimly lit room, a window was half closed, letting in a damp breeze. She had just returned home from work. The house was dark, giving off a gloomy atmosphere. As she reached to turn on the lights, she casually placed her bag on the sofa. However, in that instant of the light turning on, she saw a person standing in the living room. The person was dressed in a black trench coat, wearing a hood, standing by the window, half of his face hidden in shadows. Shen Wanqing's heart suddenly tightened, and she instinctively took a step back, shouting, "Who are you?" The person slowly turned his head, his voice low and cold. "Dr. Shen, don't be nervous. I just came to talk to you about a deal." What deal?" She gritted her teeth, trying to keep her voice calm. The person smiled slightly, pulling out a USB drive from his pocket, gently spinning it in his hand. "This contains all your secrets you've kept," he said, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. "If exposed, I bet many people would see you differently, right?" Shen Wanqing's face suddenly turned pale, her heart tugging painfully. She tried to suppress the fear in her heart. The voice tightened. "What exactly do you want to do?" The man slightly leaned forward, his eyes deep. "It's simple, you just need to participate in a quest." Shen Wanqing's heart raced as she said, "I don't want to go on any quests anymore." The mysterious man chuckled. "This is a notification for you, not a request for your opinion. If you don't go, the things in this USB drive will leak, and this is just the first step." Shen Wanqing paused here, and the room fell into a brief silence. Her gaze was complicated as she looked at Qin Lang. "Is this okay?" "I promise, not a single word is false." Qin Lang quietly looked at her, as if confirming the truth of her words. A few seconds later, he slightly nodded, accepting her answer. Everyone's gaze turned towards Han Zhuoran. Han Zhuoran's lips twitched slightly, his expression not looking good. After a moment of silence he spoke, "My situation is similar." His voice was low, as though he was trying hard to recall the scene back then. "That day, I was in the office preparing for a lawsuit," he said, frowning slightly. The memories surfaced in his mind. It was already late at night, and he was the only one working late in the law firm. The office lights had a slight yellow glow, and the files on the desk piled up like a small mountain, the computer screen densely filled with case analyses. Han Zhuoran rubbed his temples, sighed tiredly, and reached out to sip the coffee that had long gone cold. At that moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open a crack. Han Zhuoran looked up suddenly, his brows furrowing. Who? His voice tinged with professional caution. The door opened, and a man in a black coat walked in. The man wore a hood, and his face was hidden in the shadows, making it impossible to see his features. Han Zhuoran's heart sank, and he instinctively stood up, grabbing a pen from the desk, his gaze sharp as he stared at the newcomer. Who are you? How did you get in? The man in black slowly walked to the desk, casually pulled out a business card, placed it on the table, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable air. Lawyer Han, I'm here to give you a special invitation. Han Zhuoran did not reach for the business card, his eyes narrowing. I don't know you. The man in black chuckled softly, slowly saying, this is not a case, but a journey. As he spoke, he took out a letter from his coat pocket, placing it in front of Han Zhuoran. There was no sender information on the envelope, just 4 blood-red words. Silent Hill Quest. Han Zhuoran's heart sank, his gaze sharpening slightly. What kind of joke is this? He said coldly, this quest is so dangerous, do you want me to go to my death? The man in black gently tapped the table, his tone still calm, you must go. Why should I? Han Zhuoran sneered, just because you casually pull out a letter for me, I have to go? The man in black suddenly raised his head, his eyes hidden in the shadow of the hood, yet they exuded a cold light. Why should you? He slowly repeated, then the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, as if smiling while uttering a sentence, because you have no choice. Han Zhuoran's heart jolted, a chill creeping up his back. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. What if I refuse? The man in black smiled lightly, his fingers tapping the envelope. Then you might find that the things you've done behind the scenes can no longer be hidden. I know everything. Han Zhuoran's pupils contracted, staring intently at this stranger before him. He did not believe in such threats, yet the other's tone was so certain it sent a chill down his spine. He sensed this was not an empty threat but that something would indeed happen. The man in black said nothing more, just looked at him as if certain that he would make a choice. Just as the conversation reached this point, Qin Lang suddenly interrupted him. Wait. You are lying to me. Han Zhuoran suddenly looked up at Qin Lang. Qin Lang's eyes turned cold. The story you told has too many holes. Han Zhuoran's face changed, forcing himself to remain calm. What holes? Qin Lang narrowed his eyes and said slowly, you say that a man in black suddenly burst into your office and handed you a letter, insisting you must join this Silent Hill quest, right? Yes. Han Zhuoran nodded. Qin Lang laughed disdainfully, ridiculous. Since you're a lawyer, do you really think the dirty deeds you've done before wouldn't leave any evidence? He could threaten Qin Wanqing with that evidence, but to threaten you, I find that a bit unlikely, don't you? The atmosphere in the room had dropped to freezing point. Cold sweat began to form on Han Zhuoran's forehead. He forced himself to stay calm, but his expression was no longer as natural as before. Qin Lang stared at him, his tone steady but sharp. However, the biggest flaw is not these. Han Zhuoran's fists clenched unconsciously tighter. You are a lawyer, representing wealthy clients, even helping people commit perjury and settle cases. With your connections, you must have many powerful people behind you, right? Qin Lang spoke slowly, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's. Han Zhuoran said nothing, but his face turned slightly pale. Qin Lang coldly laughed, but you expect us to believe that a mysterious stranger could simply threaten you with a few words, and you'd willingly run to this deadly quest? What about those rich sponsors behind you? Didn't you think of asking for help? Or perhaps, you simply don't dare? Han Zhuoran's breath quickened for a moment, but soon returned to calm. Qin Wanqing was also threatened, and she came just the same? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a half-smile. You're right, Qin Wanqing's story also has flaws, but do you know what your biggest problem is? Han Zhuoran frowned. What? Qin Lang's gaze was cold as he slowly said, when I pointed out that your story has problems, your first reaction was not I'm not lying, but she's the same. If you really felt innocent, why not directly refute me instead of rushing to drag someone else down? Isn't this just a case of that won't work on me? Han Zhuoran's face completely froze. Others looked at him, their eyes filled with doubt and scrutiny. Han Zhuoran's face changed drastically, sweat sliding down his temples. His breath became rapid, and his gaze was restless. I don't know. Han Zhuoran's fingers curled slightly, joints turning white from the force, his lips trembled as if he wanted to speak but forced the words back. Qin Lang continued, you are a lawyer who understands human nature well. Making such a low-level mistake suggests that the person who contacted you must have put enormous pressure on you, right? That person is terrifying to the point that you don't even dare to mention them. Everything I just said is true. Han Zhuoran's voice tightened, a hint of uncontainable fear lacing his words. Qin Lang, why must you force me? Qin Lang quietly looked at him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, not a hint of panic. You only told part of the truth, that does not equal the whole truth. If you don't speak, I won't consider you a teammate anymore. From now on, take care of yourself. Qin Lang's words were like a calm and cold alarm bell, ringing in Han Zhuoran's heart. Han Zhuoran's breath suddenly stalled, his throat rolled up and down, and his eyes became even more frantic. He clenched his fists, as if engaged in a fierce psychological struggle. A pained conflict was faintly visible on his face. I can't say, please don't force me. Han Zhuoran suddenly shouted, his voice hoarse, as if he were desperately suppressing some terrifying emotion. He shook his head violently, a glimmer of pleading in his eyes. If I spill anything, I'll die. The room instantly fell into a deathly silence. All eyes were focused on Han Zhuoran. Shen Wanqing's brows were tightly furrowed. Yizi seemed to guess something, a hint of unease appearing on her face. Qin Lang remained calm and indifferent. He asked lightly, it wouldn't be the people from the Wudao Society looking for you, would it? As soon as these words were spoken, Han Zhuoran's body jolted suddenly. His pupils dilated, the color drained from his face in an instant, and he stood there as if struck by lightning. It seemed as if something was stuck in his throat, preventing him from making a sound. He wanted to deny it, but his expression had already betrayed him: shock, fear, struggle, and even a trace of helpless despair. The air in the room seemed to freeze in that moment. Everyone's heartbeat seemed to slow down a beat, quietly waiting for Han Zhuoran's response. Han Zhuoran's lips trembled, cold sweat sliding down his forehead, his breathing rapid, fists clenched tightly, as if releasing them would cause him to collapse completely. When the words Wudao Society were uttered, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy, as if the air had become thick and suffocating. Even the ever-unresponsive faceless man turned towards them. The Wudao Society, a terrifying organization that specializes in hunting players in instances and seizing treasures, is feared by basically every seasoned player. Han Zhuoran closed his eyes, took a deep breath, as if resolute in some decision, and slowly nodded. Yes, it's them. Everyone's gaze fell on Han Zhuoran, their expressions varied. Shen Wanqing frowned, as if deep in thought. Li Zhiheng instinctively took a step back, seemingly afraid of being caught in some uncontrollable whirlpool. You encountered the Wudao Society? Han Zhuoran swallowed hard. At first, I didn't know, but I asked my backer to investigate. As Qin Lang said, they really did come from the Wudao Society. At that moment, my backer also wanted to abandon me, and I had no choice. Qin Lang showed no surprise nor anger, even his expression remained unchanged. It's really those bastards from Wudao Society. A cold smirk tugged at Qin Lang's lips, but it carried no warmth, making one feel as if falling into an ice pit. I sensed something was off long ago. Qin Lang slowly stated, his tone indifferent, as if merely stating an established fact. From the very first instance, you almost got me killed. Indeed, someone was manipulating things from behind. His gaze swept over Han Zhuoran, then slowly scanned each person in the room, as if assessing whether they were trustworthy. Now I understand, those who control everything from behind are the Wudao Society. Chapter 120, this time, we will annihilate them. The moment these 4 words fell, everyone's hearts tightened abruptly. Sulina drew in a sharp breath, Shen Wanqing's expression was complicated, and Li Zhiheng was already sweating nervously. Han Zhuoran looked as if someone had tightened a grip around his throat, his face was pale, lips trembling, wanting to say something but unable to. Qin Lang ignored them, lowered his head with a faint, cold laugh. Interesting, looks like the people from the Wudao Society haven't let me go yet. Not just this instance, but they never spared me in the previous ones either. Han Zhuoran and the others stared at Qin Lang in unison. Have you crossed paths with the Wudao Society? Qin Lang said nothing, which was tantamount to acknowledgement. Qin Lang had long settled scores with the Wudao Society. Ling Long, a member of the Wudao Society, had previously tried to take Qin Lang's life in the Fengmen village instance, only to end up dead at Qin Lang's hands. Han Zhuoran's face grew even uglier, sweat trickling down from his forehead. He instinctively took a step back, as if afraid Qin Lang would suddenly turn on him. But Qin Lang merely watched him quietly, his gaze indifferent. So? I can only repay tooth for tooth. Qin Lang slowly exhaled. The voice was low, yet carried an irresistible sense of oppression. This time, I must dig out the roots of the Wudao Society and completely destroy them. It was as if an invisible killing intent exploded in the room, causing everyone to instinctively tense up, breathing becoming careful and cautious. Yizi had never seen Qin Lang with such an expression before. Han Zhuoran's face changed completely, his back was soaked with cold sweat, and he stood frozen in place, not daring to say another word. Han Zhuoran's face remained pale, he took a deep breath, trying hard to make his voice sound calmer, but it still held a hint of trembling. No matter what, we still have to pass the checkpoint first. His voice was deep, but could not hide the fear within. When Qin Lang heard this, he slowly turned around, his gaze cutting like a blade across everyone. You too, you haven't reached an agreement with the Wudao Society, have you? Shen Wanqing and Han Zhuoran shook their heads vigorously. No, we wouldn't dare. Qin Lang kept staring at them, his expression calm, but a hint of an inscrutable cold smile played at the corner of his mouth. Well then. Qin Lang's tone was indifferent, carrying an undeniable determination. Since you two are not in cahoots with those bastards, I can take you a little further. Next, I will lead the way, you just need to follow behind. After saying this, he took a step forward, heading straight towards the glass bridge ahead. Everyone collectively held their breath. The glass bridge floated in the void, like a narrow path leading into the abyss. Below was endless darkness, like some monster that devoured everything, sending chills down their spines. The surface of the bridge was made of pieces of transparent glass, stitched together, and under the dim blue light, it glimmered with a cold and eerie sheen. Just the thought that half of these glasses were fake sent a shiver down their spines. One wrong step, and they would plunge directly into the darkness, with no chance of survival. The faceless man stood far away, arms crossed over his chest. He stared gloomily at Qin Lang's back, his tone laced with a hint of cruel excitement. Good luck to you. His voice was like a distorted sound wave, echoing eerily in the darkness, full of a chilling malice, as if mocking and anticipating something. Xin Wanqing felt uneasy, hesitating for a moment before finally stepping forward, lowering her voice to remind, Qin Lang, should you take a closer look at the glass first? The difficulty of this bridge is higher than we imagined, don't be too impulsive. Qin Lang stopped but did not look back, he simply said calmly, no need. His tone was calm and determined, with no hint of hesitation. Xin Wanqing was slightly taken aback, opened her mouth as if wanting to say something more, but ultimately fell silent. She had an unsettling feeling in her heart, as if something bad was about to happen. Yi Zi looked at the faceless man and found his posture a bit strange, with hands clasped behind his back, seemingly doing nothing. So naive. The faceless man sneered inwardly. The truth of the glass's authenticity was not a fixed rule, but rather, controlled secretly by him. In other words, regardless of how Qin Lang observed or tested it, the moment he took his first step, the faceless man could shatter that glass into pieces the instant he stepped on it. At that time, Qin Lang would fall unprepared into the abyss, leaving no trace behind. From the very beginning, it was impossible for Qin Lang and the others to pass. The faceless man narrowed his eyes slightly, a mocking cold light shining in them. He resembled a puppeteer watching his puppet struggle, filled with a malicious pleasure. Come on, he murmured to himself, the smile on his lips deepening, let me see what your panicked expression looks like? In the darkness, that touch of sinister laughter became increasingly bizarre and terrifying. Qin Lang wore a faint smile, as if he did not regard this perilous glass bridge at all. He gently moved his wrist, his gaze sweeping over the few people behind him, his tone as casual as if discussing what to eat for lunch, just stick close to me. His words sounded completely relaxed, even tinged with a confidence that was hard to grasp. Yi Zi swallowed hard, Qin Lang, you must, be careful. She simply couldn't understand, was this challenge really just a test of luck? Or did it hide some kind of trap? Han Zhuoran and Xin Wanqing exchanged a glance, yet instead of feeling reassured, anxiety filled their hearts even more. They all knew that this glass bridge could not be crossed by luck alone. Qin Lang looked way too relaxed, which made people even more uneasy. However, Qin Lang stopped explaining, raising one foot and slowly stepping toward the left glass. At the same time, the faceless man in the distance slightly raised his chin, a glint of mockery flashing in his eyes. They've finally arrived. He brought his index finger and thumb together and gently snapped his fingers. Snap. This light sound seemed insignificant, yet on this dangerous glass bridge, it was like the whisper of death. Just as Qin Lang's foot was about to land on the left glass, the internal structure of that glass silently changed. Beneath its seemingly solid surface lay countless tiny cracks, ready to shatter under sufficient weight. One wrong step, and it would be the end. Yet, Qin Lang's foot did not actually come down. In the moment everyone held their breath, Qin Lang's expression suddenly darkened, a proud smile forming. Time stop. Start. In an instant, everything in the world came to a halt. Xin Wanqing stood frozen, her lips slightly parted, as if she hadn't had time to shout anything. Han Zhuoran's eyes reflected his tension, his finger had just moved slightly, as if frozen, stuck in the air. Even the faceless man in the distance was paused mid-motion. The entire space became completely silent, only Qin Lang could still move. He squinted slightly, glancing at the left glass he was about to step on, a cold smile appearing in his heart. He gently stepped down, placing his weight on the left glass, and a strange sensation immediately came from under his foot. Crack! Tiny cracks spread beneath him, even the slightest pressure could cause the internal structure of the glass to completely collapse. So he really did act. Qin Lang nodded, his guess was indeed correct. The faceless man could truly control the stability of the glass at any moment. That was close. Qin Lang muttered to himself and quickly withdrew his foot, leaping instead to the right glass, landing lightly and securely. Steady, safe. He looked down, confirming that this glass showed no abnormalities, then a slight smile crept across his face as ideas began to form in his mind. Time still stood still, the entire world was silent, as if only Qin Lang alone stood on the bridge. Qin Lang snapped his fingers, and time seemed to resume its normal flow. Qin Lang stood steadily on the right glass, his expression still calm and carefree. He gently moved his neck, producing a crisp crack sound, scanning the faces of everyone, casually saying, "See, it's very simple." Sumubai was momentarily stunned, then a glint of joy flickered in her eyes, unable to help but whisper, "Great." Han Zhuoran took a deep breath, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, knowing clearly that if he had been in Qin Lang's place, he might have already fallen. Shen Wanqing bit her lip, her eyes filled with disbelief. She had thought Qin Lang was just speaking lightly, truly facing a game where one could risk their life, no one could remain completely unperturbed, yet Qin Lang had genuinely stepped forward unharmed. Yet, unlike their surprise and relief, the faceless man's feelings at that moment were extremely complicated. Even one could say it was a mix of anger and confusion. He had no facial features, and the crowd couldn't see his expression, but if he had a face, it would surely be twisted in that moment. This isn't right? The faceless man rapidly replayed the scene in his mind. He clearly saw Qin Lang stepping towards the glass on the left, and he, at the first moment, smashed the support structure of the piece of glass on the left. According to his plan, as long as Qin Lang stepped on it, the glass would shatter instantly, and he would fall straight down, completely buried in this scenario. But why did Qin Lang end up standing on the right side? The faceless man could hardly believe his eyes. If Qin Lang was just lucky and happened to change direction at the moment of landing, the probability would be too low, so low it was almost impossible. But he saw with his own eyes Qin Lang stepping towards the left. Not only that, but the glass on the left also shattered. Could it be that he smashed the left glass and then chose the right one? Impossible. The faceless man's fists tightened slightly, the tips of his fingers making a faint crackling sound, his heart filled with doubts. "What's going on?" he whispered softly. His gaze was fixated on Qin Lang, as if trying to find a flaw in him. However, Qin Lang's face still bore that calm demeanor, even revealing a hint of a smile that seemed almost non-existent. "Faceless man, why are you not speaking?" Qin Lang suddenly spoke, his tone casual, "What's wrong?" "I'm going to continue, you know." This nonchalant sentence instantly ignited the faceless man's resentment. The faceless man's eyes gleamed with dangerous light. "Impossible. I will try again." He didn't believe his game could be so easily cracked by someone. He wanted to try again to see if Qin Lang was just lucky. Or, did he truly have some means? But in this space, all props and skills couldn't be used. Qin Lang stood on the glass bridge, slightly squinting his eyes and looking around. The wind howled from an unknown place, carrying a chilly breath that made one shiver unconsciously. He raised his foot, preparing to step toward the next piece of glass. This time, he chose the left. Because the distance between the two pieces of glass was slightly farther than before, he needed to leap to land steadily on it. Qin Lang took a deep breath, slightly crouching down, his legs instantly brimming with power. The next second, he leaped up fiercely, his body tracing a perfect arc as he fell towards the left glass. However, just at that moment when he was in the air, the faceless man snapped his fingers quietly again. The glass on the left shattered. Qin Lang caught a glimpse of the glass trembling slightly, fine cracks rapidly spreading from the center, as if it would turn to dust and fall into the abyss at any moment. Trying this again? His pupils contracted slightly, and his thoughts moved paused. The air once again froze in an instant, all sounds were withdrawn, and the world seemed to be pressed pause by an invisible hand. Qin Lang's body still maintained the airborne posture, but at this moment he finally had enough time to observe the glass that was about to collapse. The cracks had spread to the edges. If he continued to fall, he would certainly plunge straight into the endless darkness below. He had to change his landing point. Almost in an instant, Qin Lang tightened his body, adjusted his center of gravity, and with lightning speed, his left hand shot out to firmly grasp the edge of the nearby intact glass. Qin Lang quickly turned over, using the strength of his wrists to leap up, his entire body skillfully flipping, landing steadily on the right piece of glass. However, just at the moment he turned, he unintentionally glanced down into the abyss. There was something. There were a pair of scarlet eyes. Those eyes were enormous, as if they could pierce through the darkness, staring intensely at him. The deep red was like it was soaked in blood, and it seemed to gaze at everything in the world with an unspeakable malice. This aura was even more intense than the S-class weirdness he had encountered before. It seemed the consequences of falling down were quite serious. He took a deep breath, quickly steadied his mind, and seized the opportunity to adjust his body to its best state. Qin Lang snapped his fingers. Time resumes. The air instantly flowed back, and the world resumed its motion. Everyone saw Qin Lang in midair. The left glass suddenly shattered, yet he remained completely unharmed, standing steadily on the right glass. Yi Zi patted her chest. Great. We are safe. Faceless man, impossible. You cheated again. Chapter 122, If cheating is not discovered, it's not cheating. Sumubai clenched his fists, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Shen Wanqing and Han Zhuoran were also dumbfounded. They hadn't clearly seen how Qin Lang accomplished this incredible scene. But more shocked than them was the faceless man. He stood frozen in place, his black robe trembling slightly, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. How could this be possible? He had clearly set a trap, causing Qin Lang to fall into an abyss, but why? Qin Lang not only succeeded in standing on the right glass but the left glass actually shattered? No. Something is wrong. A hint of fear emerged in the faceless man's eyes for the first time. This Qin Lang is definitely not an ordinary player. But, how did he do it? You cheated. The faceless man stepped forward fiercely, his voice filled with uncontainable anger. His black robe trembled slightly, his breath became unstable, and despite lacking facial features, his entire presence revealed his fury. This is impossible. You couldn't possibly know which piece of glass was problematic. He roared, his fist tightly clenched. Speak. What means did you use? Qin Lang listened to the faceless man's accusations, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of mockery. He casually glanced at the faceless man and said slowly, Do you have any evidence? You. The faceless man was momentarily at a loss for words. Qin Lang shrugged lightly, saying leisurely, Without evidence, don't shout randomly. As long as cheating is not discovered, it doesn't count as cheating, right? The faceless man's body trembled violently. He knew the rules well. If he couldn't catch Qin Lang cheating on the spot, he could only watch helplessly as he continued to advance. Could it be that you're feeling guilty yourself? Qin Lang looked at him with a half-smile, or perhaps, the traps in your game aren't as reliable as you think? The faceless man's form slightly shook, his fingertips trembling gently. No. He absolutely cannot let Qin Lang pass smoothly. He gritted his teeth, quickly making a decision in his heart. Despite failing earlier, this time he must successfully take down Qin Lang. He had to make Qin Lang fall into the abyss with his own hands. But Qin Lang seemed completely unaffected, chuckling lightly as he stepped forward, continuing toward the next piece of glass. The faceless man took a deep breath, his fingers raised slightly at his side. This time, he would not let Qin Lang slip away by chance. He coldly stared at Qin Lang's steps. As he was about to step onto the next piece of glass, he snapped his fingers suddenly. Crack! The structure inside the glass instantly changed. The originally solid glass was secretly transformed into the most fragile state. As long as Qin Lang dared to step on it, it would shatter immediately. However, Qin Lang still walked steadily. The faceless man's gaze turned icy, tightly watching Qin Lang's movements, waiting for him to step on the glass and fall into the abyss. Thud thud thud. The next second, the faceless man's heart suddenly trembled. He was shocked to find that Qin Lang's foot paused slightly just before landing. It was as if he sensed something, then nonchalantly adjusted his body weight, precisely choosing another piece of flawless glass. What the faceless man was momentarily stunned. Oh? Another failure? Qin Lang's lips curled slightly, as if he already knew everything. He slowly turned his head, his gaze seeming like a smile as he looked at the faceless man. What a pity. Just now, he had once again found the correct choice by pausing time. Although he couldn't use the skills given by the copy here, the skills my system provided him were something he couldn't handle, right? The faceless man's fists were tightly clenched. This is impossible. He had adjusted the glass twice, yet Qin Lang seemed to foresee the future, perfectly avoiding each trap. The faceless man's chest heaved violently, his anger almost breaking through his reason. At this moment, Yizi, Han Chuan, and Shen Wanqing tightly followed behind Qin Lang, staring intently at his movements, fearful that a slight misstep would lead to a trap. Yet under Qin Lang's lead, they surprisingly moved through without obstacles. Hurry! Stay close to Qin Lang. Yizi was the first to react, urging in a low voice, and everyone quickly quickened their pace to catch up with Qin Lang. The faceless man watched as they passed through one by one, completely breaking down. If he had features, they would surely be twisted in that moment. This is impossible. This is impossible. Damn it. The faceless man cursed under his breath, an eerie killing intent radiating from him, yet he was helpless. He could only watch as Qin Lang led everyone safely through. The faceless man stood at the end of the glass bridge, staring fiercely at Qin Lang and the others as they disappeared into the distance, his fists creaking tightly. I lost? No. Qin Lang must be playing some trick. He is the master of this game, he is the one who set the rules. But why, can Qin Lang toy with him right under his nose? The faceless man's chest heaved violently, his black robe seemingly fluttering from the fury. He suddenly lifted his foot, wanting to rush forward. Even though he couldn't control the glass anymore, he still wanted to personally question Qin Lang. How did he do it? But at that moment when he was about to step forward, Yizi turned back and exclaimed, Ah! You! Crack! A chilling sound echoed beneath the faceless man's feet, like glass shattering, and his heart sank. Not good. He suddenly looked down, only to find he was standing on a piece of trap glass he had set himself. What? Boom! The glass instantly shattered. The faceless man lost his balance, and he felt as if he was suddenly swallowed by an abyss, falling downwards. He desperately reached out, trying to grab anything to hold onto, but around him was nothing but endless void, with no point of support. The howling wind whistled past his ears, the cold breath of the abyss made his body involuntarily tremble. At this moment, in the dark abyss, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened. They were like two burning blood-red lanterns, exuding bloodthirst and cruelty. Then, a large, monstrous shadow slowly emerged in the abyss, a strange creature covered in twisted black tentacles, each tentacle writhing as if alive, its mouth opened wide, revealing rows of eerie, interlaced fangs. The corners of its mouth slowly curled into a strange arc, as if admiring the faceless man's fear. No. No. The faceless man finally felt fear. He struggled desperately, trying to escape, but his body was completely bound by dark power, unable to move. The one who should die isn't me. He struggled and roared wildly, but it was all in vain. Qin Lang and the others stood by the side, looking down and witnessing the terrifying scene. Chapter 123, The Trap. Sizzle. The monster in the abyss opened its massive mouth, suddenly inhaling. The faceless man's body was instantly enveloped by the twisted darkness. Like a piece of paper swallowed whole, it vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Gulch. The sound of the monster swallowing echoed in the abyss, its crimson eyes scanning the surroundings, seemingly searching for new prey. But eventually, it slowly closed its eyes, sinking once again into the endless darkness, as if nothing had ever happened. On the bridge, Qin Lang and the others witnessed the demise of the faceless man, a chill running through their hearts, leaving them speechless for a long time. Qin Wanqing took a gentle breath, murmuring, he actually died in his own trap. Yi Zi furrowed her brow slightly, a hint of complexity in her eyes. He deserved it. Han Zhuoran swallowed hard, his face pale, but what exactly was that thing? A sense of coldness arose in everyone's hearts as they gazed at the pitch-black abyss, falling into silence together. Qin Lang and the others walked out of the room, finding their view much wider than before. Before them, a stone staircase wound upward, the end of the stairway faintly illuminated by a soft glow, clearly an exit. Have we finally come out? Han Zhuoran gazed at the stairs, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. Qin Wanqing let out a soft sigh, smiling slightly. It seems so. Yi Zi also breathed a sigh of relief, her gaze toward Qin Lang filled with admiration. However, just as everyone was about to step forward, Qin Wanqing suddenly stopped, furrowing her brow, and whispered, "Wait. Li Zhihong and Su Lina haven't come out yet, should we wait for them?" The air instantly fell silent. Han Zhuoran scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Wait for them? Qin Wanqing, you can't really believe they're still alive, can you? Qin Wanqing froze slightly. What are you talking about? They took a longer path, so of course, they will be slower. Han Zhuoran continued, those two chose to part ways with us, to put it bluntly, they broke away from us. This means they never considered us as teammates. Do you think we need to stop for them now? If they really died here, should we keep waiting for them? If they were capable, they should have caught up by now. Even if they aren't dead, how long will it take for them to come out from that long route? We have no idea. Qin Wanqing's expression was somewhat complex, as if she still wanted to say something, but she didn't open her mouth. At that moment, Qin Lang calmly spoke up, I think, waiting a bit won't hurt. Han Zhuoran frowned, Qin Lang, you can't possibly. Qin Lang gently waved his hand, his expression calm, just waiting a bit, there's no loss in it. Han Zhuoran opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything else, just stood aside impatiently. After several life and death tests, Qin Lang undoubtedly became the leader of this small team, and his words carried significant weight. Qin Wanqing glanced at Qin Lang, her breath slightly easing, while Yi Zi remained silent, quietly looking toward the direction of the stairs. Everyone stood before the stairs, waiting for the long-absent Li Zhihong and Su Lina. Time ticked by, filling the air with a sense of boredom and impatience. Han Zhuoran leaned against the wall, fiddling with his cuffs, appearing somewhat restless. Qin Wanqing crossed her arms, occasionally glancing back into the darkness, seeming to still hold some hope. Yi Zi stood straight, continuously looking at Qin Lang. Qin Lang was not idle at all. He was searching around the walls and floor, his palms slowly sliding along the stone wall, his brows slightly knitted, his expression focused. Qin Lang, what are you looking for? Su Mubai watched his actions, unable to help but ask. Qin Lang didn't stop his movements, casually replying, I'm looking for the basement. Basement? Su Mubai was taken aback, tilting his head. Yes. Qin Lang paused, then continued, since I came in, I haven't found the basement that the female horse mentioned. I have checked all the previous rooms, there are no hidden entrances at all. So the only possibility is that it is here. This is also the reason why he does not go out immediately, but chooses to wait here for someone. Su Mubai blinked, then smiled gently. Qin Lang, you wouldn't have forgotten, right? Forgotten what? Qin Lang looked at her in confusion. Su Mubai's lips curled slightly as she pointed to her own cheek. I am a spirit. Qin Lang was taken aback, then he realized, feeling a bit absurd inside. That's right. Su Mubai is now a spirit, she is not hindered by walls or the ground at all. She can simply pass through to help investigate. If I had known, I wouldn't have been groping around here. I really feel a bit foolish now. Qin Lang chuckled, then I'll trouble Miss Su to go in and see if there is any hidden room here. Sumubai smiled slightly, it's a small matter. After that, her figure trembled slightly, and she turned into a phantom of light, instantly vanishing into the stone wall. Sumubai's figure like a wisp of smoke drifted through the stone wall, her form gradually solidifying. She frowned, a hint of seriousness on her face. How is it? Qin Lang immediately asked. Sumubai nodded, there really is a place similar to a basement, it looks like some kind of hidden secret room. However. She paused, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness, there is a restriction at the entrance, and I can't get in. A restriction? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, looking at her in surprise, but you are a spirit, even you can't enter? Is there a barrier? Sumubai shrugged, it seems so. I tried several times, as soon as I got close to that entrance, my whole spirit would be pushed back by an invisible force, and I simply couldn't pass through. It looks like what's here cannot be entered casually. Qin Lang nodded thoughtfully and then asked, what direction? About where is that secret room? Sumubai extended her hand, pointing to a wall not far away, it's over there, should be behind this wall. Qin Lang walked towards the direction she pointed, raising his hand to explore the wall, his fingertips sliding over the stone bricks inch by inch, sensing for any anomalies that might exist. His movements were very careful, no stone brick was overlooked. A few seconds later, his fingers suddenly stopped. Qin Lang slightly narrowed his eyes, repeatedly pressing down on one of the floor tiles, discovering that this tile was slightly looser than the surrounding ones, as if it could be pushed. He tentatively pushed it with some force. Initially, there was no reaction, but when he increased his strength a bit more. Click! A faint sound of a mechanism turning echoed in the silent space, and then the wall in front of them slowly split apart, revealing a dark passageway right before their eyes. A chill spread out from the passage, making the air feel cold. Another secret passage. Qin Lang murmured softly, wondering if there were tunnels everywhere in this silent ridge. Xin Wanqing instinctively took a step back, a flicker of unease crossing her face, this place feels a bit off. Han Zhuoran took a deep breath, staring at the black entrance, his lips twitching, damn why does it feel like we are about to step into another troublesome place? Yi Zi remained silent, only slightly furrowing her brows, gripping her weapon tightly, her eyes flashing with vigilance. Yi Zi stood next to Qin Lang, staring at the dark entrance, her eyes shimmering with determination, her tone firm, I will go with you. Xin Wanqing heard this and raised an eyebrow, then chuckled lightly, then I will go too. Qin Lang glanced at her, are you sure? Xin Wanqing raised her chin, her tone implying confidence, do you think I'm someone who is afraid of death? She was a person who pursued profit and harmed children, Qin Lang had no good feelings toward her. On the side, Han Zhuoran frowned. With arms crossed, somewhat hesitant, I think I should stay. Li Zhihong and Su Lina haven't arrived yet. If they are really alive, we must have someone here to wait for them. Xin Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle, a hint of teasing in her eyes, oh? Didn't you just say they might already be dead and we shouldn't care? Han Zhuoran's face instantly flushed red, momentarily lost for words, his gaze a bit dodgy, well. So? Xin Wanqing laughed meaningfully, are you scared, or are you just trying to find an excuse to survive? Scared of what? Han Zhuoran gritted his teeth, his expression changing from embarrassment to anger, stamping his foot hard, let's go. Who's afraid of who? Qin Lang watched as a few people argued and decided to go together, the corner of his mouth curling slightly, but then he sobered up and said seriously, if you are sure you want to go, you need to think carefully. His tone became much more serious as he scanned everyone, this place is very likely a hidden task area, the difficulty is definitely higher than previous quests, and it could be extremely dangerous. In other words, you could die when you come here. That short sentence instantly made the atmosphere around them tense up a bit. The dark entrance looked like a giant mouth of an abyss, as if it was waiting to swallow those who recklessly intruded. Yet Yi Zi was completely unmoved, her lips curling up slightly, her expression calm, Qin Lang, if I was afraid of dying, I wouldn't come here with you. Xin Wanqing blinked, her smile undiminished, my dirty secrets are all in someone's hands, it's meaningless to go out. Dying here with meaning is good too. Qin Lang, you saved my life, so it's fine to give it back to you. Han Zhuoran took a deep breath, though he felt a bit scared inside, he didn't want to back down at this moment, and patted his chest hard, let's do it. Who's afraid of who? Qin Lang looked at them and nodded, good, then let's go. After saying that, he took the lead and stepped inside without hesitation. Sumubai gently raised her hand, a ball of ghostly blue flame igniting in her palm, the faint light dancing in the dark passage, illuminating the surrounding environment. As she moved forward slowly, the scenery around gradually became clear. On the walls, twisted characters were densely packed, like some ancient inscriptions or perhaps some mad graffiti. Those characters were irregular, varying in size, some seemed to be scraped into the stone wall with fingernails, deeply embedded and revealing a strange aura that couldn't be described. The ghostly flame of Sumubai cast over, and those carved marks seemed to come alive, as the light and shadows intertwined, faintly revealing distorted faces, fierce and in pain, as if silently screaming. What are these things? Han Juoran couldn't help but ask in a low voice, his tone tinged with unease. Looks like some kind of talisman, but not quite. Qin Wanqing frowned, a trace of unease appearing in her eyes, but they don't look like normal things. Han Juoran, no kidding. Qin Lang didn't answer, he just kept walking forward calmly, stepping over those twisted characters, his steps firm without pausing. Finally, at the end of the passage, a heavy iron door appeared before them. The surface of the door was also carved with eerie symbols, a hint of deep darkness seeping through the cracks, its destination unknown. Compared to the chaotic carvings around, the characters on this door were clearly more orderly, subtly exuding a kind of oppressive authority, like a seal, firmly locking away whatever unknown existed behind it. Qin Lang stopped, his gaze resting on the door, his brow slightly furrowed. Save. Suddenly, a low and hoarse voice drifted faintly from behind the door. Everyone instantly tensed up, the air seemingly frozen. Did you hear that? Yeezy lowered her voice, her eyes warily glancing towards the door. Of course, it's so obvious. Han Juoran also lowered his voice. But a hint of tension had already surfaced in her eyes. Sumubai furrowed her brows slightly, the ghost fire flickering faintly. She looked at Qin Lang and said hesitantly, inside, it seems there really is someone. Is it a living person, or something strange? Qin Wanqing did not finish her sentence, but everyone understood what she meant. Qin Lang stared at the door, his gaze grew heavy as he slowly extended his hand, gently pressing against the cold iron door. Behind the door, the hoarse voice seemed to become clearer. Qin Lang focused on the seal on the door, his brow slightly furrowing. The runes of the seal were scattered and complex, winding around the iron door like vines, exuding a chilling aura. The ghost fire of Sumubai reflected on the runes, flickering slightly, as if alive and writhing, making one feel uneasy. Step back a little. Qin Lang whispered, extending his finger to gently trace the rune. In an instant, the rune shattered like a torn spider's web, a mysterious aura surged out from behind the door, causing everyone to involuntarily hold their breath. Yeezy instinctively reached for the weapon at her waist, while Qin Wanqing tightly gripped the talisman in her hand. Everyone entered a state of alert. Taking a deep breath, Qin Lang pressed both hands against the door and pushed hard. Boom! The heavy iron door slowly opened with a harsh grinding sound, a thick, damp aura mixed with a strange fragrance rushed toward them. The ghost fire's light penetrated the darkness, illuminating the scene inside the room. When everyone saw the scene before them, they all widened their eyes in shock. Chapter 125, The Container. In the center of the room, there stood neatly arranged rows of tables and chairs, like a bizarre classroom. But the most shocking thing was the high altar standing at the end of the room. The altar was made of black rock, its surface carved with intricate and strange patterns. In the center of the altar lay a figure quietly, the pale skin glowing bizarrely in the reflection of the ghost fire. That's Feng Lanlan! Yeezy exclaimed, and everyone's gaze instantly focused on the woman. It was indeed Feng Lanlan, who had been with Granny Genia before. Feng Lanlan's face was pale, her eyes filled with terror. Upon seeing Qin Lang and the others, she struggled to lift her head, her voice trembling and urgent as she cried out. Great! It's you! Help! Please save me! Her voice echoed in the empty room, carrying a heart-wrenching despair. Qin Wanqing asked Qin Lang, is she your friend? Qin Lang shook his head, not very familiar. Yeezy asked, Feng Lanlan, what happened to you? Feng Lanlan's face was pale, her lips trembling slightly, clearly still in shock. Her gaze swept over Qin Lang and the others, as if finally grasping onto a lifeline. A glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes, but more was still fear and anxiety. We were walking with Granny Genia along that mountain path. Her voice choked, recalling the situation, her body involuntarily trembled, then, suddenly, the ground cracked open. We didn't have time to react, we just fell in. The ground suddenly cracked open? Qin Wanqing frowned. Qin Lang looked at her, why are you so surprised? Qin Wanqing and Han Juoran exchanged glances and said, because we also came underground like this. Qin Lang nodded thoughtfully. Feng Lanlan nodded, breathing rapidly, yes. It was like we were sucked in, unable to break free. Then I passed out. Her hands trembled slightly by her side. When I woke up, I was already here, my hands and feet bound, completely unable to move. She suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with pleading, please save me. I beg you, hurry and get me down. Feng Lanlan looked indeed very disheveled. She was tied to the altar, her limbs bound by strange black chains. One could even vaguely see the marks pressed into her skin. The entire person seemed to be trapped in this eerie and terrifying room, as if they could become some kind of sacrificial offering at any moment. Qin Lang, what should we do? Yeezy looked at Qin Lang. No. Qin Lang's voice was calm and firm. Yeezy's movement froze, and she turned back in a daze. Why? Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, carefully scanning the whole room, especially that strange altar. Feng Lanlan heard Qin Lang's refusal, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. She struggled, her hands bound by black chains, making a crisp clinking sound. Qin Lang, why won't you save me? Hurry! These chains are hurting me so badly. If you don't save me soon, I'm really going to die. Are you really going to ignore my cries for help? Her voice trembled, filled with a hint of anguish. Qin Lang said, helping you is a kindness, not helping you is just common sense. Don't make it seem like I came specifically to save you. Yi furrowed her brows, a flicker of hesitation passing through her mind. Qin Lang, if this is a ritual, will we be in danger once the ritual is complete? In terms of emotions and logic, let's rescue her first. Shen Wanqing also whispered, I agree. I've been feeling that this place is indeed strange, but if Feng Lanlan is really some kind of sacrifice, delaying too long might bring danger. Qin Lang didn't answer immediately, but slowly walked towards the altar, his gaze carefully scanning the room. Sumubai followed him, the ghostly flames he released slightly swayed in the air, illuminating the twisted words on the walls. These words seemed to have been distorted by some power, presenting an eerie curve that made one feel uneasy. Qin Lang's gaze fell on the ground, where he discovered a circle of ancient runes engraved at the bottom of the altar, faintly glowing with a weak red light, as if hiding some special energy. And the black chains on Feng Lanlan's hands and feet actually seemed to move slowly like living things, as if sensing something, emitting a low, inaudible clicking sound. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes and said coldly, what you all said is possible, but there is another situation. Also, these chains do not seem like ordinary restraints, but some kind of seal. Seal? Yi Zi's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately became alert. Qin Lang nodded, his gaze fixed on the altar, his tone deep and serious. If I'm not mistaken, the reason Feng Lanlan is tied here might be to seal something. She may not be a sacrifice, but a container. As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone was stunned. Feng Lanlan's face suddenly changed, her gaze flickering before becoming even more urgent. No, that's not true. Qin Lang, you're overthinking. I really am just captured. You all hurry and save me. Her voice trembled, seeming to desperately explain, but Qin Lang had already noticed her subtle change. Han Zhuoran asked, Qin Lang, what is your basis for this? Shen Wanqing's expression also grew serious. If she really is being suppressed, then breaking the seal might unleash something dangerous. Qin Lang did not rush to answer. He remembered that in the Silent Hill he had in mind, the evil spirit needed to use the female protagonist's body as a vessel to descend back into this world. Qin Lang slowly walked around the altar, suddenly raising his hand to lightly flick the black chains. In that moment, the chains seemed to be enraged, letting out a sharp, vibrating sound, and the air in the entire room seemed to instantly freeze. At the same time, Feng Lanlan's body suddenly trembled, her expression slightly twisting, and a strange light flickered deep within her gaze. Qin Lang's lips curled up slightly, looking at her with a half-smile. It seems my guess is still right. You are hiding some incredible energy. All these abnormalities in Silent Hill are caused by you, right? Feng Lanlan stared at Qin Lang with all her might, veins visible on her face. Qin Lang's deep gaze fixed on Feng Lanlan. Slowly opening his mouth, his voice was deep and calm. This town has been strange from the very beginning, especially after the Silent Hill mine accident. The official explanation has always been an accident. But don't you find it odd? A small town, completely abandoned shortly after the mine accident, and even the nearby residents avoid it? This definitely isn't something that a mere mining disaster could cause. Chapter 126, Victims. Shen Wanqing frowned, looking a bit uneasy. Are you saying that the real reason for that accident was not the mine collapse? Qin Lang nodded, his eyes becoming sharper. I suspect that the root of that accident was very likely that the miners found something underground, something that should not have been discovered. That thing destroyed the entire Silent Hill. Yi Zi gasped, unable to help but ask, what thing? Qin Lang slowly glanced around as if looking for clues, and after a moment, he whispered, maybe it's an ancient creature, maybe it's some kind of evil monster. In short, those miners, while digging underground, uncovered a presence that did not belong to the human world and accidentally triggered its prison, causing everything to spiral out of control. As soon as he finished speaking, the air in the room instantly became tense, as if the twisted symbols on the walls were stirring restlessly. Han Zhuoran swallowed hard and forced himself to calm down. Are you saying that deep in the mine, they released something terrible? Qin Lang gently tapped the stone surface of the altar, his voice hollow and cold, perhaps even worse than you can imagine. The mining disaster back then was likely not caused by a mine collapse, but by those released things, turning the entire mine, even the whole town, into some kind of experimental site. Experimental site? Su Muide's voice carried a hint of surprise. So you're saying, the people in this town are all experimental subjects of those things? Qin Lang narrowed his eyes and slowly nodded. Perhaps they are test subjects, perhaps they are sacrifices, but either way, it explains why the entire town eventually became a ghost town and why no one dares to approach here to this day. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill spreading from their spines to their limbs, as if the temperature in the whole room had dropped several degrees. Yizi looked around, seeming to sense that the symbols had become even more sinister, and involuntarily hugged her arms tightly, lowering her voice to say, Qin Lang, if your speculation is true, then the place we're in right now is very likely the source of those things from back then? Qin Lang did not answer but redirected his gaze toward Feng Lanlan. At this moment, Feng Lanlan's expression was no longer just simple terror. Her face was pale, and something unknown seemed to hide deeply in her eyes. Her lips trembled slightly, as if trying hard to conceal something. The room fell into an indescribable silence, only the faint ghostly light swaying in the air, reflecting everyone's shocked or wary expressions. Shen Wanqing furrowed her brow, staring at Feng Lanlan on the altar, her voice carrying a hint of confusion. I still don't understand how this relates to Feng Lanlan being sealed here. Qin Lang scanned the surroundings with a deep gaze and slowly spoke. Someone, or rather the plot of this copy, arranged for Feng Lanlan to replace the container that was sealed back then. Han Zhuoran suddenly looked up, a hint of astonishment on his face. Are you saying that the person who sealed that strange thing back then is still alive? Qin Lang nodded, his expression grim. The ritual now should still be incomplete, so she is still alive. But that also means, someone will definitely come to continue this ritual soon. Hearing this, everyone felt a wave of coldness, as if the air had become thick and oppressive. Yizi could not help but take a step back, her eyes alertly scanning the surroundings. And Shen Wanqing unconsciously clenched her fists, ready for battle. Qin Lang did not hesitate and quickly turned to Su Mubua. Mubua, go look for any other secret passages or exits. Someone must have gone out just now, but we didn't see them, so there should be another way out. Su Mubua nodded, his form flickering, turning into a wisp of ghostly blue light, rapidly penetrating the wall and disappearing into the darkness. At that moment, Feng Lanlan on the altar suddenly struggled violently, her voice filled with fear and urgency. Qin Lang. You're wrong. There is no ritual at all. Hurry and save me. Her eyes were full of terror, as if she feared everyone would believe Qin Lang and not want to save her. Her voice trembled with a sob. I really am just tied up here, not some vessel. Let me go, please. Her cries echoed in the dim room, sounding exceptionally sharp, even somewhat out of control. However, Qin Lang did not act immediately but squinted, carefully observing Feng Lanlan's expression. Qin Lang. Yizi was about to say something when suddenly, a low and aged laughter echoed from a corner of the room, sounding like dry branches scratching in the wind. Just obediently accept your fate, Feng Lanlan. Everyone suddenly turned around to see two figures slowly walking out of the shadows, Granny Jinyi and Sima Qing. Granny Jinyi held a long smoking pipe, her face wore a strange smile, and her eyes were as deep as a black hole, while Sima Qing stood beside her expressionless, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze icy. Feng Lanlan's eyes widened in shock, tears streaming down her face, her voice filled with despair. Granny Jinyi, please save me. You were supposed to be on my team, right? Aren't we teammates? Granny Jinyi slowly raised her head, a faint smile on her lips, her gaze carrying an unexplainable meaning. Teammates? Ha, Feng Lanlan, you are too naive. You are merely someone I hired. Feng Lanlan struggled violently, tears flowing down her cheeks as she screamed hysterically. Why? Why me? I did nothing wrong. We clearly entered the dungeon together, why should I be the one to sacrifice? Qin Lang quietly watched this scene, his eyes dark, suddenly asking, where did you come from? His voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable pressure. Granny Jinyi slowly suppressed her smile, raising her inscrutable eyes to look at Qin Lang, her mouth curving slightly as she spoke slowly. Guess? Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Granny Jinyi, his voice deep and void of warmth. So, you already knew about this ritual? Granny Jinyi chuckled softly, exhaling a puff of smoke, taking a slow step forward, her eyes glimmering. Qin Lang, do you think I would charge into battle unprepared? Her voice was gentle, even carrying a hint of amusement. Before stepping into this town, I had already investigated its history. The coal mine accident in Silent Hill? Ha, that's merely a facade. The true disaster is the things sealed away being released. And now. Chapter 127 Hidden Mission. Granny Jinyi paused here abruptly, revealing a meaning-laden smile as her gaze slowly swept over everyone. Speaking of which, I'm somewhat surprised you all managed to survive and come this far. Qin Lang said nothing, merely looked at her coldly. At that moment, heavy footsteps suddenly came from the doorway, dragging slowly, with each step seeming to exhaust all energy. Everyone instantly tensed and turned their heads, only to see a man stagger in, blood-soaked, his face pale, with a gruesome wound on his chest, blood dripping from the hem of his clothes onto the floor. His breathing was rapid and heavy, each step seeming to endure immense pain. Qin Lang squinted his eyes, and when he looked closely, he found that this person was actually Feng Chang, one of the members from Granny Jinyi's group. Feng Chang's eyes were bloodshot, filled with hatred as he stared at Granny Jinyi and Sima Qing, his voice hoarse and full of raging anger. You are not human at all. As he finished, he almost roared, his hands trembling, his eyes filled with despair and fury. He struggled to steady himself, taking heavy breaths as if wanting to continue his denunciation. Boom! Before Fong Chang could finish, a blazing flame suddenly took shape from the air, engulfed in intense heat, instantly rushing towards Fong Chang. Ah! Fong Chang let out a heart-rending scream, and in an instant, his entire body was consumed by the fire, the flames lighting up the entire room. Fong Chang's body twisted painfully in the flames, struggling, before ultimately turning into a pile of charred ashes, even his wails abruptly stopping. Everyone's heart jolted, instinctively gasping for breath. Qin Lang slightly turned his head, looking at Sima Qin, who stood in place, his right hand slightly raised, the palm not yet fully closed, the air still lingering with the burnt stench of fire. Granny Genie glanced at the ashes on the ground, let out a soft sigh, her tone calm as if the recent slaughter was merely a trivial matter. Did you see? Those who talk too much never live long. Qin Lang's gaze suddenly turned cold, the air around him seeming to press down heavily. Qin Lang's eyes slowly swept across the room, where Fong Lanlan was bound on the altar, not daring to move. Granny Genie stood calmly beside her, while the residual heat from Sima Qin's fire spell caused the air to shimmer slightly. Fong Chang's corpse had already turned into charred remains on the ground, only a burning stench lingering in the air. Qin Lang's lips curled slightly upwards, but there was no hint of a smile, his voice was deep yet undeniable. I understand. Granny Genie, you knew where this ritual was from the very beginning, right? Granny Genie did not answer immediately, instead, she chuckled softly, her finger tapping lightly on the ground with her cane, producing a crisp sound. Qin Lang continued, his speech steady yet sharp as a knife. From the moment you entered the town, you had already grasped the secret of Silent Hill. So you arrived here earlier than us, with only one purpose, to find this sealing ritual and control it. He paused, narrowing his eyes, staring sharply at her, and Fong Lanlan has been your sacrifice from the very beginning. You needed a living person to serve as the core of the seal, and she just happens to be the most suitable pawn. Upon hearing this, Fong Lanlan widened her eyes in shock, struggling in terror, her voice trembling. No, that's not true. Granny, you aren't that kind of person, right? Granny Genie slightly tilted her head, her face still wearing that faint smile, as if Fong Lanlan's cries were merely echoes in the air, utterly meaningless. Qin Lang's gaze turned icy, continuing, as for that just now, he accused you, proving that he was also a victim. He was just a discarded piece in your game, a sacrifice, correct? Finally, Granny Genie smiled, her eyes deep as an ancient well, calmly looking at Qin Lang. You are indeed very smart. Her tone remained indifferent, even carrying a hint of admiration, as if she appreciated Qin Lang's reasoning abilities. Qin Lang snorted coldly, unfazed by her praise, his gaze slightly narrowed as he slowly spoke. If I'm not mistaken, this so-called sealing ritual cannot be the hidden task of this instance, right? At his words, the smile on Granny Genie's face momentarily faltered, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes, like a venomous snake watching its prey, faintly revealing a killing intent. The atmosphere in the entire room suddenly tightened, as if the air had solidified in an instant. Shenwanjing, Yi Zi, and the others instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, while Sumubai's ghostly fire flickered slightly, casting the twisted characters on the wall as if they had come to life, throwing distorted and eerie shadows. Qin Lang did not step back, instead, he met her gaze, the corner of his mouth curling slightly up, his tone playful. It seems I guessed right. Old Granny Jean squinted her eyes, tapping her cane gently, which let out a dull sound. A meaningful smile lingered at the corner of her mouth as she exhaled a puff of smoke, which spiraled upward as she softly said, Qin Lang, how did you know about the hidden task? Qin Lang's gaze was sharp as a knife, he let out a soft hum, the corner of his mouth subtly rising, carrying a hint of provocation. This, you guess. He paused, confidently declaring, if completing the ritual is the hidden task, then I can't let you have it. At that moment, the air seemed to solidify for an instant. Granny Jean quietly stared at Qin Lang. After a moment, she lightly exhaled a puff of smoke. In the swirling mist, her face was obscured and unclear. Then we must have a good contest. Hearing this, Qin Lang suddenly laughed, his voice carrying a hint of mockery as he glanced at old Granny Jean with amusement. Are you planning to fight here? He slightly raised his hand, the energy in his palm hinting at a gathering power, and the surrounding air seemed to tremble slightly as if influenced by something. However, old Granny Jean did not rush to act. She simply let out a light laugh, shook her head, her gaze profound, almost carrying a touch of ridicule. I know you are not an ordinary person. Right now, you have the advantage in numbers. I and Sima Qing might not be your match. But even if you win, what then? She slowly exhaled, her fingers lightly tapping on the cane, the sound crisp and echoing in the cold room. The specific method to carry out this ritual, only I know. Without me, none of you can hope to complete it. Qin Lang's smile slightly faded, he looked deeply at old Granny Jean, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. The room fell into a brief silence as Fong Lanlan continued to struggle on the altar, while Yi Zi, Shen Wanjing, and the others tensed, the atmosphere ready to explode. Old Granny Jean said, then how about we talk? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. A deal? You speak, I listen. Old Granny Jean calmly surveyed the crowd, the corner of her mouth slightly upturned, her tone slow and certain as she started to speak. Qin Lang, do you think I want to monopolize this hidden task? She paused, shaking her head gently, exhaling a puff of smoke. her voice carrying a hint of leisure. Actually, as you said, the real goal of this hidden task is to successfully seal the monsters in the town. Everyone was momentarily stunned by her words. Qin Lang nodded. This was the same as what he thought. Moreover, in his past life in Silent Hill, the evil god also wanted to descend into this world through the body of the female lead, Shuero. But he couldn't remember the specific method for sealing. It seemed the instance system had revised part of the plot again. Old Granny Jean leaned slightly forward on her cane, staring at the altar, slowly saying, "You guessed it correctly before. The mining accident years ago was not simply a collapse, it was that the miners dug up something they shouldn't have from deep within the mine, and that was the beginning of all disasters." Her voice was deep, carrying a chilling coldness. They unintentionally released some ancient monsters, causing the entire Silent Hill town to be filled with various supernatural phenomena and strangeness. In other words, it drove the entire town mad. Everyone felt a jolt in their hearts, as if the air had solidified for a moment. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, his tone steady. "What you mean is, as long as we can reseal that monster, we can complete the hidden task?" Grandma Goldenleaf gently nodded, her expression calm. "That's right, as long as the seal is successful, the town will return to normal, and all the abnormal phenomena will disappear. At that time, the hidden mission can be considered complete. As for the rewards," she paused, revealing a meaningful smile, "since we are all in the same instance, why fight each other? If we work together to complete this, the mission rewards can be shared equally. Wouldn't that be a joy for everyone?" As soon as she finished speaking, the room fell into a brief silence. Yi Zi and Shen Wanqing exchanged glances. Han Zhuoran clenched his fists, while Su Mubai crossed his arms, his gaze flickering slightly. Qin Lang pondered for a moment, his deep eyes staring at Grandma Goldenleaf, as if weighing the pros and cons. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Grandma Goldenleaf, his tone steady and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "You make it sound easy, but what evidence do you have to prove that the true goal of the hidden mission is to seal the monster, rather than to make a sacrifice?" Upon hearing this, Grandma Goldenleaf chuckled softly and pulled out an ancient jade token from her sleeve, tossing it effortlessly towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang quickly caught it, feeling the coolness in his hand. The surface of the jade token was engraved with intricate patterns, exuding a strange wave of energy. "What is this?" Qin Lang frowned, carefully examining the jade token in his hand. Grandma Goldenleaf smiled slightly, leaning on her cane with a leisurely tone. "This is called the voice jade, which allows communication between instance players and real-world players. It's a quite rare treasure in the entire instance, even said to be priceless." Everyone was taken aback by this. Shen Wanqing frowned and asked, "Instance players can communicate with the real world?" Even as an experienced player, it was her first time learning about this. If players inside and outside the instance could communicate, wouldn't some unsolvable instances, like Silent Hill, be spoiled? No wonder Grandma Goldenleaf knew so much. Grandma Goldenleaf nodded gently, her voice deep. "Of course, the premise is that you can find such a thing and have the qualification to use it." Qin Lang held the voice jade, rubbing his fingers over its cool surface, deep in thought. "So, you brought this out to tell us that you have insider information?" Grandma Goldenleaf smiled, her eyes deep like a well. "That's right, I once had a friend who entered Silent Hill, and he wanted to unlock this hidden mission. But unfortunately, he ultimately failed." Yi Zi's expression changed slightly, unable to help but ask, "Failed? Then he..." Grandma Goldenleaf exhaled a puff of smoke, a knowing smile curving at her lips. "Of course, he died. Alright, let's activate the voice jade and listen, just a little twist will do." Qin Lang gazed at the voice jade in his hand, rubbing the cold surface with his fingers. He gently twisted it to activate the voice jade. The jade body glimmered slightly, and then a hoarse and weak voice slowly emerged, echoing in the silent room. "Cough, cough, this is my 8th day in Silent Hill." The voice belonged to a man, his tone hurried and clearly out of breath, as if he had just experienced a violent escape. Everyone held their breath, listening intently. "I finally found this mysterious basement." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden burst of harsh noise from the jade token, like nails scraping across glass, making everyone's scalp tingle. Then came the sound of metal scraping and heavy breathing, as if something was getting closer. Suddenly, there was a sharp and piercing scream. "Ah!" The scream was accompanied by a series of chaotic crashing sounds, as if someone was struggling violently, the entire space echoing with that person's extreme terror. However, his voice gradually distorted, as if being swallowed by some invisible presence, elongating painfully, becoming vague, and finally dissolving into a series of incomprehensible deep murmurs. Qin Lang and the others were sure that those sounds did not belong to humans. Yi Zi instinctively gasped, unable to resist taking a step back, her face pale. Qin Lang stared intently at the sound-transmitting jade, his expression calm as he continued to listen. After a long while, the man's voice finally came through the jade again. But this time, his tone was no longer fearful, it was filled with extreme weakness and despair, as if he had exhausted his last bit of strength to barely squeeze out a few words. "The thing, inside, has come out, must seal it. It has not actually disappeared, it is waiting for a container." The voice abruptly cut off. Then, the sound-transmitting jade fell silent, no more sounds came out. A deathly silence enveloped everyone, as if the very air had frozen with this eerie recording. Shen Wanqing couldn't help but hug her arms tightly, murmuring, What on earth is this? Han Zhuoran swallowed hard, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. If this means, what that guy saw has already escaped. If that's true, then we're in big trouble. Yi Zi whispered, her brows tightly furrowed. The calmest one was still Qin Lang. He looked back at old Granny Jean, but he didn't say the specific sealing method. Old Granny Jean slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, her eyes flashing with an inscrutable smile. Well, you don't have to ask about that. Her tone was plain, yet it sent a chill to the depths of one's heart. Qin Lang's gaze slightly tightened, the corners of his mouth curling into a meaningful smile as he slowly spoke. Old Granny Jean, have you already understood these characters? Old Granny Jean was leisurely puffing smoke when she heard this, her fingers paused slightly. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, and she squinted while staring at Qin Lang, her tone involuntarily dropping a few degrees. How do you know? Chapter 129, By What Right? Old Granny Jin's words paused as if she suddenly realized something, and her expression slightly changed as she fixed her gaze on Qin Lang. Could it be, you can understand too? This time, Qin Lang did not answer immediately. He let out a light laugh, crossed his arms, and spoke with a tone that carried a hint of casual indifference. You don't need to ask about that. In fact, from the moment Qin Lang stepped into this room, he had already understood the strange characters on the walls, the floor, and the altar. Because these characters were just like the heavenly book he had seen in the Forbidden Door village instance. He could only interpret part of the characters here, with still some key parts left unbroken. When old Granny Jean appeared here, Qin Lang found that what she said matched what he had grasped. It was as if all the clues suddenly pieced together. Qin Lang began to believe old Granny Jean knew how to complete this ritual. Old Granny Jean was silent for a moment, as if weighing something, then her face returned to its usual calm and composed expression. She took another puff of smoke and said faintly, Since that's the case, shall we cooperate? Her tone was inquiring but carried a hint of veiled testing and vigilance. Qin Lang smiled slightly and nodded without hesitation. Cooperation is fine, but I want a 70-30 split. His eyes were bright, looking at old Granny Jean with a mix of amusement and provocation. Old Granny Jin's eyes turned cold, the smile at the corner of her mouth instantly vanishing, her gaze deep as she looked at Qin Lang, as if weighing the pros and cons. She knew very well that although she held some key information about this sealing ritual, Qin Lang could interpret these characters, and he might not be lacking in information compared to her. This information gap was crucial, even related to the success or failure of this hidden task. After a few seconds of silence, she gritted her teeth and spoke in a low voice, All right, 70-30, it's settled. You can't do this. Feng Lanlan's eyes were filled with anger and fear, cold sweat beading on her forehead, her lips trembling slightly, but she still struggled to twist her body. Her gaze darted between Qin Lang. Han Zhuoran and Yi Zi glanced over the faces, seemingly searching for a trace of sympathy among them. What right do you have to decide my life and death? Let me down. Players killing players is a violation. What you are doing will lead to punishment. Old Lady Jean stood before the altar, lightly tapping her pipe, squinting her eyes with a hint of mocking smile at the corner of her lips. Feng Lanlan, just obediently listen and don't think about anything else. After all of this is what you've brought upon yourself. She slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, the smoke curling in the air like a slow-moving poisonous snake. Feng Lanlan's pupils suddenly constricted, her face turned pale, she bit her teeth tightly, and forced herself to ask calmly, What do you mean? Old Lady Jin's gaze was as cold as a knife, piercing sharply at Feng Lanlan, slowly stepping to the edge of the altar, leaning slightly, staring into her eyes, and spoke in a teasing tone, Feng Lanlan, you don't think I know nothing, do you? You are so weak, yet you were chosen by me, haven't you ever been curious? As soon as her words fell, the air seemed to freeze for a moment, Feng Lanlan's breathing turned rapid, stopping her struggle. Old Lady Jean chuckled lightly, her tone revealing a hint of ruthlessness. After you entered the instance, you gained a full set of assassin skills. And then? You thought you gained powerful strength and immediately slaughtered those men entering the red light district at will. Her voice suddenly turned deep, her gaze as sharp as a blade. You have already stained your hands with dozens of lives. You once killed 40 clients and 32 prostitutes in one night, almost committing a massacre. You think no one knows, it's just that no one wants to manage it. As these words fell, the whole room turned deathly silent. Han Zhuoran stood to the side, slightly frowning, his gaze carrying a trace of scrutiny. He focused on Feng Lanlan's face, subconsciously searching for related laws in his mind. If that's the case, then it is indeed justly deserved. Although I have also killed, I am not as crazy as her. Feng Lanlan suddenly lifted her head, fiercely staring at Han Zhuoran, her eyes burning with fierce rage, her fists clenched tightly, nails digging deeply into her palms, her face twisted in anger. What right do you have to say that about me? Her voice trembled slightly with anger, her chest heaving violently. You don't know anything at all. What right do you have to judge me? Do you think you are clean? Her voice almost turned into a roar, filled with despair, unwillingness, and deep anger. She struggled desperately, like a beast forced to the brink of collapse, trying with all her might to break free from her restraints, but those sturdy ropes tightly bound her movements, making her resistance appear helpless. The flickering candlelight cast shifting shadows on her face, her gaze mad and furious, her teeth grinding together, breathing rapid and chaotic. Old Lady Jean tapped her forehead with the pipe. A sizzling sound arose, leaving a fiery red mark on Feng Lanlan's head. Qin Wanqing and Yi Zi closed their eyes in pity. Old Lady Jean said, "Be honest. You are the one among us with the most killings and the deepest sins. I chose you back then precisely for this." Feng Lanlan cried out in pain, then gasped violently, her chest rising and falling erratically, her gaze sharp as a poisoned blade, glaring fiercely at Old Lady Jean. In the next second, a low, hoarse laugh escaped her throat, filled with sarcasm, hatred, and a touch of desperate madness. "What right do you have to say I am guilty?" Her voice was hoarse, eyes filled with bloodshot anger, as if carrying unspeakable rage and pain. "Do you know what I have gone through? Do you know how I survived before?" She took a deep breath, her nails digging deep into her palm. The sound became sharper, carrying a kind of mad resolution. "I was sold to the red light district as a child, and became a whore. I don't even know what a normal life is, not even in my dreams." Her voice trembled sharply, as if protesting, and also tearing apart the deepest pain in her heart. "Those men, they treated me like livestock, trampling on me at will. Has any one of you felt that humiliation of being treated as a toy? Has any one of you felt the despair of living every day like it's hell?" Her tears mixed with anger fell from her cheeks, but she did not wipe them away. Instead, she laughed fiercely, laughing madly, laughing in pain. "So, when I finally gain strength, why shouldn't I take revenge?" Han Zhuoran, after hearing this, adjusted his glasses with a hand and stopped looking at Feng Lanlan. Qin Wanqing and Yi Zi also looked on with pity. Feng Lanlan shouted, "Those men, they deserve it. They should die. I killed them to uphold justice. I have the ability to take revenge, I will make them pay the price. What's wrong with that? Why do you dare to accuse me? Why?" As soon as her words fell, Qin Lang frowned. "This is bad, quickly make her stop talking." Chapter 130, The Leak. As soon as Qin Lang finished speaking, Granny Genie already stuck a yellow talisman over Feng Lanlan's mouth. Feng Lanlan could only let out muffled cries of woo woo woo, her voice echoing in the cold room, filled with deep resentment, like a ghost wailing for vengeance. Yi Zi was puzzled. "Qin Lang, what's wrong? Why don't you let Feng Lanlan continue speaking?" Qin Lang said, "Can't you all see? The black marks on Feng Lanlan are becoming more and more obvious." Only then did everyone notice that the black runes on Feng Lanlan's arms were indeed darker than before, as if they had been carved in. The more grievances Feng Lanlan has, the more interested the demon becomes. Granny Genie stood to the side, quietly watching her, her eyes deep as an ancient well, without a trace of pity, instead showing a hint of an elusive smile. "Feng Lanlan, I told you, you are suitable as this vessel in sacrifice, right? The demon favors you, which means your sins are heavy." Granny Genie slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. The smoke spread in the air, carrying a faint herbal fragrance, making the atmosphere more oppressive. Feng Lanlan's pupils suddenly constricted, her lips trembling slightly. She stared hard at Granny Genie, her eyes filled with extreme anger and fear. Granny Genie watched her without care, her tone conveying a chilling indifference. "This is your fate, accept it." Her casual words were like a cold death sentence, instantly freezing the air in the entire room. Feng Lanlan's whole body trembled, her fingertips turning white from excessive force, her breathing becoming rapid, and her heart racing wildly. She wanted to argue back, wanted to struggle, but that bone-deep chill made her throat feel blocked, so she couldn't utter a word. Granny Genie slowly paced, lightly tapping her smoking stick against her palm, looking at Qin Lang, her eyes gleaming with a sinister chill. "Qin Lang, to complete the ritual, you must personally kill Feng Lanlan." The air seemed to freeze instantly. Feng Lanlan's eyes widened in shock, her lips trembling, her face full of disbelief. Her body instinctively shrank back, but her limbs were tightly bound to the altar with ropes, leaving her nowhere to escape. Qin Lang frowned slightly, his tone steady and calm. "What's the reason? Why me?" Granny Genie exhaled smoke slowly, her gaze profound, and her voice deep. "The demon's power has already partially entered her body." Upon hearing this, Feng Lanlan struggled even more frantically, twisting her body, trying to break free from the ropes, but those ropes seemed infused with some mysterious power, binding her tighter and pressing her skin white. Qin Lang's gaze flickered slightly as he calmly pondered the truth of these words. "So," he said in a low voice, "what you mean is, as long as I kill her, the monster can successfully take over?" Old Granny Jean nodded, her tone so calm that it sent chills down the spine. "Exactly. The monster needs a perfect vessel to descend into the world, and Feng Lanlan is already the most suitable medium. Her hatred, her killing, her obsession, all have become the best nourishment for the monster. Now, it just needs the final step." Qin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he understood her meaning. "I see, your plan is after the monster arrives, to kill it." Qin Lang said slowly, his tone as calm as if discussing something trivial. Old Granny Jean curled the corner of her mouth into a slight smile. Exactly. To seal the monster, it must first show itself. How can we get the tiger cub without entering its den? When the monster completely descends, we will find a way to seal it. Yeezy asked in confusion, but it's a monster. Once it descends, do we really have a way to deal with it? Old Granny Jean glanced at Qin Lang. Of course, you few cannot, but Qin Lang and I can. So I let Qin Lang take action. If it were you, you would probably be so scared that you'd wet your pants at the moment the monster arrives. Han Zhuoran snorted unwillingly. Qin Lang remained silent for a moment, then raised his gaze to meet Old Granny Jin's. Is it really that simple? A peculiar light flashed in Old Granny Jin's eyes, and she slowly said, Simple? Ha! If it were really that simple, it wouldn't deserve to be called a monster. Her voice was eerie and low, carrying an unspeakable chill. This thing is extraordinary. She squinted her eyes, lightly tapping her smoking pipe against her palm, the corner of her mouth curling into a meaningful cold smile. Once it truly descends into the world, it will be more than just a disaster for this small town. Qin Lang, you must be fully alert and bring all your strength to deal with it. Qin Lang's gaze grew serious, and his heart tightened slightly. The atmosphere fell into a sudden silence. The candlelight flickered, reflecting the complex expressions on everyone's faces. Such a ritual was far too risky, the dangers outrageous. Who could really guarantee success? Moreover, the biggest question, would Old Granny Jean also see them as bait? Old Granny Jean seemed to see their worries and said, Don't be afraid, if I really wanted to trick you, what good would it do me? If the monster comes and I can't handle it, wouldn't I also die here? An old lady like me values her life more than you young ones. The others exchanged glances, sensing a bit of reason in her words. Old Granny Jean lightly shook her smoking pipe, looking at Qin Lang with a half-smile. If you want to take 70%, you must pay something first, right? This matter I originally arranged for Sima Qin to help me, but now that you want to stick your nose in, please work hard and get more. The rest, Han Zhuoran, Feng Lanlan on the altar, all held their breath, their eyes fixed on Qin Lang. Feng Lanlan's face was pale, cold sweat beading on her forehead, her hands tightly bound on the altar, unable to escape, her voice filled with pleading, fear, and even a sliver of desperate hope. Qin Lang was silent for a moment, as if contemplating, as if weighing his options. He walked to Feng Lanlan's side, then spoke. I refuse. A flicker of wild joy crossed Feng Lanlan's eyes. She looked at Qin Lang in disbelief, while Old Granny Jin's brow furrowed slightly, her finger tapping lightly on the smoking pipe. Han Zhuoran's eyes widened slightly, seemingly not expecting Qin Lang to make such a decision. Qin Lang had always seemed indifferent to anyone dying during previous tasks. Only when Su Mubai was captured did he show some anger. Could it be that he was also feeling compassion in front of Feng Lanlan? Old Granny Jean was silent for a moment, squinting her eyes, her voice still calm. Why? Are you not going to take that 70% reward? Qin Lang gently exhaled, looking around, his gaze sweeping over the altar, the candlelight, and landing on Granny Jean, a faint smile appearing on his lips, his eyes deep and sharp. There is a flaw in your statement. In other words, you are lying to me. Granny Jean's eyes flickered slightly, but she did not speak, only silently watching Qin Lang. Chapter 131, The First Generation Vessel. Qin Lang slowly said, the entire theme of the Silent Hill dungeon revolves around repentance. His gaze was profound, his voice low and powerful, and you said, as long as we kill Feng Lanlan, allowing the monster to successfully possess her, then eliminate it, the hidden quest will be considered completed? He paused, a hint of a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth, but the problem is, how does this qualify as repentance? Shen Wanqing's eyes widened suddenly, as if she too realized this problem, while Han Zhuoran's expression also became somewhat grave. This dungeon has always been guiding players to seek the meaning of repentance, to face their past sins and mistakes, to find redemption. Qin Lang continued, his gaze sharp enough to cut through, but your method only brings the monster into being, then kills it. What does this have to do with repentance? On the contrary, bringing the monster into being is truly what one should repent for, right? Granny Jean's face remained calm, but her fingers had subtly tapped the tobacco pipe, as if pondering something. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. Furthermore, I suspect that what happened back in Silent Hill was not that simple. Everyone gasped again upon hearing this. Could it be that Qin Lang had discovered something more? Qin Lang's voice echoed in the quiet, oppressive space, each word like a stone falling into still water, stirring up ripples that made everyone's hearts tremble. Let's think carefully. His gaze slowly swept over each person, the air seeming to thicken, everyone instinctively holding their breath. Qin Lang said, if the monster's arrival back then caused Silent Hill to become the ghostly sight it is now, then why do we not see it now? Granny Jean slowly spoke, her voice still low and hoarse. Very simple. Because it currently has no suitable vessel, so it cannot arrive in this world. That's why we are here. Han Zhuoran nodded slightly. Right, isn't this obvious? However, Qin Lang's smile hinted at deeper meanings. If that's the case, His voice dropped a few tones, carrying a hint of coldness. Doesn't that mean its arrival then indicated there was already a suitable vessel? As soon as this sentence fell, a chill seemed to spread silently along the floor, an inexplicable unease rising behind each person. The room fell into a suffocating silence. Granny Genia remained calm, exhaling green smoke, her eyes narrowing slightly. Qin Lang continued, if the monster truly arrived back then where is its vessel now? Everyone gasped in shock. This question was like an invisible thunder, cracking in everyone's minds. Indeed, if the monster's arrival back then meant it found a suitable vessel, then why does it still need a new one now? Qin Lang stated, unless that vessel from back then has already disappeared. But could a vessel capable of carrying the monster's arrival really vanish quietly? Granny Genia continued holding her tobacco pipe, slowly taking a puff, her expression showing no signs of upheaval, only the slightly trembling fingertips betraying her inner wavering. This Qin Lang's thoughts are so delicate? Even this he realized? Qin Lang stopped speaking, quietly watching Granny Genia, waiting for her response. Granny Jean did not speak immediately. She slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and after a while, said softly, you little rascal, you really are smart. But, does it make sense for you to get tangled up in this question? Her fingers gently tapped the pipe, ash falling to the ground, instantly swallowed by the darkness. Qin Lang, however, curled his lips, his gaze sharp. Of course it makes sense. If monsters really need a container to descend, that means, when the coal miners dug it up, it did not directly come into the world. In other words, they only opened its existence but did not truly release it. Simply put, the monster just appeared, but did not really descend. Silent Hill did not become this way all at once. Qin Lang slightly narrowed his eyes, his tone carrying a hint of certainty. If so, doesn't that imply someone did something, performed a certain ritual, that allowed the monster to truly descend? Granny Jin's eyes flickered slightly, but she remained composed, inhaling and exhaling the green smoke without responding. Feng Lanlan's face was pale, her lips trembled slightly, as if she thought of something but dared not speak. Han Zhuoran frowned, seeming to struggle to make sense of the logic involved. Yi Zi suddenly widened her eyes, her pupils revealing shock and realization. Her voice trembled slightly, but firmly said, I understand. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on her, waiting for her to continue. Yi Zi took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and her tone carried an unprecedented certainty. Back then, the monster made people create a container. As her words fell, the temperature in the entire room seemed to drop by a degree. Because it needs a container, it could not appear the moment it was dug up from the coal mine. Yi Zi continued her analysis, her thoughts becoming clearer. So, it must be that someone followed its will, performed a certain ritual, and created its container, allowing it to truly descend. Qin Lang smiled slightly, nodding in satisfaction. Exactly. But here comes the question, if the monster's descent depends on the creation of a container, then who back then knew how to complete this ritual? And how did that container disappear? Qin Lang stood before the flickering candlelight, eyes slightly downcast, as if pondering something. His fingertips gently stroked the surface of the sounding jade, as if sorting through the clues emerging in his mind. So, from my perspective, the events that happened in Silent Hill back then should have been like this. Qin Lang spoke calmly. The monster was released, but it could not immediately come into the world. It did not have enough power, or rather, it lacked a key medium, a suitable container. Everyone held their breath, quietly listening to his speculation. Feng Lanlan, lying on the altar, was stiff all over, her face pale, seeming to have thought of something. Granny Jin's gaze was inscrutable, her mouth curled with a hint of ambiguous smile. Qin Lang slowly paced, his voice echoing in the Eerie basement. So, it was initially looking for a suitable person, or, rather, it began to guide someone to complete a certain ritual. Chapter 132 Deception. Qin Lang stared at Granny Jin. It must have used that person, bewitched his mind, and made some promise, allowing him to willingly do this thing. In the end, the first-generation container was born. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Suddenly, an impatient voice shattered the silence. Sima Qing frowned, arms crossed, his tone tinged with impatience and doubt. All right, what are you trying to illustrate with all this? These things have happened so many years ago, even if there really was a first-generation container, it's got nothing to do with us, right? Qin Lang's gaze lingered for a moment between him and Granny Jin. A meaningful smile floated on the corner of his mouth. Then, he slowly opened his mouth. Are you deliberately avoiding my point? I said, for it to descend to the world again, it must tempt others to complete the ritual. Don't you think this is somewhat similar to what we are doing now? As soon as the words fell, everyone gasped in shock. Yi Zi's face instantly changed, and she took a sudden step back, her fingers trembling slightly, watching Granny Genia warily. Feng Lanlan's breathing quickened. Even though she was bound to the altar, she couldn't help but struggle, her eyes filled with fear. Han Zhuoran and Sima Qing exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious, and then they all looked at Granny Genia in unison. The air suddenly became extremely oppressive. Everyone turned to look at Granny Genia, their gazes filled with wariness and suspicion. Granny Genia remained calm, a faint smile hanging on her lips, as if she had long anticipated this scene. She gently tapped her pipe, and wisps of blue smoke spread through the air. Her gaze slowly swept across the crowd, finally resting on Qin Lang. He he. She chuckled softly, her voice hoarse and significant. Kid, it seems you've thought it through. I have to admit, I underestimated you. Qin Lang did not reply, just quietly stared at her. Xin Wanqing's face turned pale, trembling uncontrollably, her fingertips almost digging into her palm, breathing rapidly. She stared intensely at Granny Genia, her voice trembling slightly from fear and anger. So it was you had already planned with the monster, that's why you deliberately lured us here to create new containers. This sentence shocked everyone's nerves instantly. Han Zhuoran's face became extremely ugly, Sima Qing's brows furrowed tightly, and Yizi clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white. Feng Lanlan's eyes widened in shock, her lips quivering slightly. So that's it, no wonder it was always you. But Granny Genia remained composed, a faint smile still on her lips, as if everything was under her control. She slowly nodded, her voice hoarse and calm. Correct. Her gaze swept across everyone, carrying a hint of undisguised mockery. I originally wanted to keep this from you. Actually, letting the monster descend was the real hidden task. Everyone's pupils suddenly constricted. What? Han Zhuoran exclaimed in shock, his fists clenched tightly, veins popping. Xin Wanqing frowned hard, her voice laced with anger. Are you insane? So you deliberately let the monster descend without thinking about how to deal with it? Pulling it out, and you can just leave, right? But Granny Genia merely smiled lightly, a smile filled with a strange calmness. Her gaze slowly turned to Qin Lang, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, revealing a significant smile. Qin Lang, don't you really want to complete the hidden task? She slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, her eyes like a snake in the depths of the night, carrying a certain seductive meaning. Now, the opportunity is right in front of you. You should make your move, shouldn't you? We're almost done with the task in Silent Hill. Once we step on the ground, we will roughly complete it. Plus, with this hidden item, the rewards will be abundant. The candle flame flickered in the cold air, illuminating Qin Lang's face. His gaze was deep, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Qin Lang said, I'd rather not. Granny Genia was slightly taken aback, the smile in her eyes seeming to deepen. Oh, why? Do you not want to do this task? Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, coldly staring at Granny Genia. You've deceived me too many times, I have no reason to trust you again. Granny Genia smiled, gently shaking the smoking pipe in her hand, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, her voice languid. Oh? I deceived you? Qin Lang scoffed. His gaze was piercing. A real hidden mission can only be called hidden once it is completed. You only told me part of it, but you deliberately concealed the other part. Why should I believe your let the monsters descend is the right choice? Maybe stopping the monsters from coming is the real hidden mission? Old Granny Jin's smile faltered for a moment upon hearing this, but soon, she returned to calmness. A deal is a trait of information discrepancies. If I told you all the truth, would it still be called a deal? The essence of a deal is that one person knows more than the other. How could you think I'm deceiving you? She shrugged, sighed lightly, and looked at Qin Lang with deep eyes. No, I just hid part of the facts. Qin Lang's lips curled slightly, coldly laughing. Ha! No matter how you argue, in short, I won't let you have your way. The air seemed to freeze completely at that moment, and everyone felt an invisible tension in the atmosphere. Old Granny Jean quietly stared at Qin Lang, a trace of faint regret passing through her eyes, as if lamenting something unfortunate. Then there's no other way, since that's the case. She sighed gently, slowly turning her head to look at Sima Qing beside her, her tone calm and chilling. Make your move. As soon as her words fell, Sima Qing's eyes suddenly darkened, his hand quietly clenched. Qin Lang's expression tightened, and he firmly told Yizi and the others, protect Feng Lanlan. Yizi immediately reacted, standing in front of Feng Lanlan, while Xin Wanqing, Han Zhuoran, and others also prepared for defense. However, Han Zhuoran frowned and whispered, shouldn't we save her? She's still alive. Qin Lang did not answer immediately, instead, his sharp gaze swept around, eventually landing on Feng Lanlan. The black iron chains tightly binding her limbs faintly revealed a strange dark red glow, like blood seeping through. Feng Lanlan's face was pale, her lips trembling slightly, a hint of struggle and pain appearing in her eyes. Yeah, save me first. Qin Lang shook his head. No way. We can't save her. Qin Lang's tone was unyielding. Han Zhuoran was taken aback. Why? Qin Lang took a deep breath and slowly explained, the chains on Feng Lanlan are problematic, they are not just ordinary restraints, but a part of a ritual. I suspect that as long as these chains remain, she will still be under the control of the ritual. He paused, his eyes coldly adding, more importantly, her body has already been partially invaded by the monsters. If we rashly save her now, it won't help her, but will make the monsters descend even faster. As soon as this was said, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. At that moment, Sima Qing let out a cold snort and struck without warning. Boom! Several blazing fireballs shot out from his palm, burning with a fierce flame, as if to consume everything. They dragged trails of red light through the dark space, like falling meteors, swiftly heading towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang's eyes suddenly cooled, and the ghost-slaying blade was drawn from its sheath. Clang! The blade flashed, the cold edge slicing through the firelight, drawing a silver-white arc. Bang! 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 Qin Lang swung his blade accurately, each strike precisely hitting the core of the fireballs, causing them to explode instantly, scattering stars of fire like blooming fiery flowers. In an instant, waves of heat surged, gusts of air howled by, stirring up the surrounding decaying dust, the ground charred faintly black. Qin Lang looked at Sima Qing and smiled. "You, this mage, are nothing special." Sima Qing gathered several fireballs with both hands and said, "You better be careful, my fire is quick." Qin Lang laughed. "Is it faster than your life?" Sima Qing's eyes turned cold, seeking death. Old Granny Jean had been quietly watching from the side, gently tapping her smoking pipe, exhaling a puff of white smoke. The corners of her mouth slightly curled up, revealing a meaningful smile. He. Her gaze fell quietly on Qin Lang, as if she was enjoying a struggle of a fascinating prey, while she watched coldly from the sidelines the imminent life and death showdown. Qin Lang, in order to guard against Granny Jean, truly found it hard to focus on dealing with Sima Qing. Yizi's eyes narrowed, watching Qin Lang and Sima Qing fight fiercely, flames raging, blades whistling, while Granny Jean still stood leisurely by, coldly observing the battle as if everything was under her control. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Qin Lang, I'm coming to help you." Before her words could finish, she suddenly raised her hand, and the paper fan waved out, accompanied by a slight swish sound. Dozens of white talismans surged and flew in the air. Paper blowing snow. The pieces of paper turned into snowflake-like blades, flashing a cold and sharp light, rushing directly towards Sima Qing. Sima Qing sensed something amiss, his eyes igniting with fury. He raised his hand to block this sudden attack. However, just as the talismans were about to collide with him, they suddenly changed direction. Yi Zi's target was actually Granny Jean Yi. Sima Qing was shocked. "Granny!" The paper snowflakes suddenly became incredibly sharp in the air, each resembling a thin blade, carrying a sharp chill, slashing towards Granny Jean Yi like a mighty wave. Granny Jean Yi, who was still nonchalantly smoking, slightly raised the corners of her mouth, giving a cold smile upon seeing this. She casually lifted her hand, as if merely flicking her sleeve, and those talismans seemed to hit an invisible barrier just 3 inches away from her, instantly shattering into clouds of white ashes, gracefully falling down. She exhaled a puff of smoke, a hint of mockery in the smile on her lips, her eyes revealing a trace of amusement. She said slowly, "Little girl, you're quite clever. On the surface, you're attacking Sima Qing, but your real target is me. Your mind is quick indeed." Her voice was light and airy, yet carried an unsettling meaning. Yizi's heart tightened, gripping the paper fan even tighter, the look of vigilance in her eyes deepening. She knew that this old woman was more dangerous than anyone she had encountered before. Granny Jean's cold smile remained unchanged. She lightly waved her smoking pipe, and suddenly a strange air current surged in the air. Those white papers that had just fallen to the ground seemed to be pulled by some invisible force, suddenly swirling back up. The papers twisted and turned in mid-air, as if manipulated by an invisible hand, reassembling into sharp white arrows, shooting towards Yizi at an even faster speed. Yizi's face changed dramatically, hastily waving her fan to defend, but she knew that Granny Jean had seen through her previous attack, and this counterattack would probably be even harder to deal with. However, in that instant, a shadow suddenly appeared behind Granny Jean. A blood-red figure, like a ghost, burst forth from the shadow of the wall. In that moment, a rich blood mist seemed to seep through the cracks of the broken wall, as a tall silhouette silently rushed out from the darkness. Blood demon technique, shadow erosion. Sumubai's figure darted across, transforming into a crimson shadow, rapidly moving towards Granny Jean's back. Her eyes shone with a ghostly red light, the blood energy swirling around her like threads, as she swept her right palm, condensing the blood mist into a pitch-black claw, fiercely clawing at Granny Jean's back. This strike was as quick as thunder, mysterious as a phantom, with an unusual angle and brutal intent, clearly aimed at completely overpowering Granny Jean. But at that moment, the corner of Granny Jean's mouth lifted into a cold arc. She sighed with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, and said softly, "Hee. I almost forgot, there is still one more." Her voice carried no hint of surprise. It was as if she had anticipated everything. Grandma Jean slightly tilted her body, her movements seeming slow, yet precisely evaded Sumubai's deadly strike. Sumubai swept past her, bringing a chilling scent of blood, but grasped only emptiness. Hiss. Her gaze sharpened slightly, realizing she had missed. She immediately wanted to retreat using the blood ghost technique's phasing ability. Hee. The corner of Grandma Jean's mouth curled into a cold smile as she slightly raised her smoking pipe, exhaling a puff of smoke. This smoke was not ordinary, it carried peculiar swirls, swirling in the air like a living creature, quickly spreading out. What had originally been a faint wisp of smoke suddenly expanded into a dense white fog, rapidly winding around Sumubai. Sumubai's pupils contracted. She immediately sensed something was wrong and wanted to dodge backward, but the fog seemed to have caught her scent. The white smoke twisted and wound in an extremely strange manner, as if alive, accurately locking onto her figure. Sumubai was alarmed. What? Chapter 134, Take a Gamble. Sumubai let out a low shout, her figure just phasing. She tried to merge into the shadows and escape. But just as she was about to completely disappear into the darkness, the white smoke suddenly contracted fiercely, transforming into countless twisted white smoke cords, instantly wrapping around her limbs and torso like venomous snakes. Swish! Those smoke cords moved in the air at an astonishing speed. In a blink, Sumubai's arms were tightly bound. How is this possible? She was clearly a spirit body, yet these white smoke could actually bind her? Sumubai gritted her teeth, struggling violently, continually trying to break free using the blood ghost technique. However, those smoke cords seemed like a special kind of spell. Not only were they not dispersed by her blood energy, they tightened even more the harder she struggled. They even dug deep into her spirit body, sending a strange burning sensation of pain. She frowned, her heart sinking. This smoke was not right. Don't waste your effort. Grandma Genia's voice drifted calmly through the air. She slightly shook her smoking pipe, a trace of mockery on her face. You little ones are quite interesting. But unfortunately, you're still too inexperienced. With a gentle flick of her pipe, the smoke cords tightening around Sumubai immediately pulled her down to half kneel on the ground. Don't move. Grandma Genia said indifferently, the yellowed pipe in her mouth, quietly exhaling a sentence. The pipe seemed to blend into her very being, the smoke cords entwining Sumubai subtly shrinking with her breath, tightening even further. Sumubai's whole body tensed. She could feel that this smoke was not an ordinary spell but a form of advanced magic, even carrying a ghostly aura that lingered. They were not like regular binding spells, which could be broken with sufficient force. Instead, they resembled a soul-binding restriction. Every struggle only allowed it to absorb her power, tightening deeper. Be careful, or I'll make it so you can't even be a ghost. Grandma Genia said slowly, her eyes peering through the thin smoke at her, a cold smile spreading on her lips. Sumubai heard this and gritted her teeth, roaring low, if you have the ability, then try it. Grandma Genia observed her reaction, suddenly chuckling softly, lightly shaking her pipe, her tone laced with mockery. TSK, you little girl have quite the temper. Were you this hot-headed when you were alive? Sumubai, stop the nonsense. Let me go. Or just kill me, otherwise. Grandma Genia's eyes squinted slightly, as if enjoying the final struggles of a trapped beast, then she slowly spoke, kill you? Hee hee, I'm not that stupid. If you die, Qin Lang would probably come storming in to deal with me. Sumubai's whole body trembled, stunned. What do you mean? Granny Jean saw this and laughed deeper, leisurely taking a puff of smoke, then slowly exhaling, the smoke spreading like water waves, transforming into circles of ripples, enveloping Sumubai inside. Her tone was light, yet it carried a kind of certain understanding. I can see that you are very important to Qin Lang. She paused, seemingly drawing out her tone, watching the changing expressions on Sumubai's face, continuing, he feels that protecting you is his responsibility. Sumubai's fingers tightened slightly, her pupils flickering for a moment. Responsibility? Her breath hitched, scenes suddenly flashing in her mind, from their first encounter, to fighting side by side, from Qin Lang pulling her back from the brink of death countless times, to that casual yet firm declaration, Miss Su, don't worry, I'm here. Sumubai never thought about this herself. Was she really that important to Qin Lang? Granny Jean said no more. She had gotten the reaction she wanted. She could see that Sumubai's heart was already stirred. She gently tapped her pipe, the smoke still swirling around Sumubai but not tightening further, as if waiting for something. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle between Qin Lang and Sima Qing continued. Flames and blades intersected, the intense heat waves erupting in the air. Sima Qing was engulfed in azure magical flames. As he raised his hand, the flames rolled like long snakes, pouncing toward Qin Lang. Every swing carried a strong explosive force, scorching the surrounding ground black. Even the air was filled with searing turbulence. Qin Lang held the demon-slaying blade, constantly dodging and blocking, each strike producing a sharp tearing sound. His figure darted through the flames like a hunting wolf, always searching for a flaw. Sima Qing's strength exceeded Qin Lang's expectations. He even suspected that this guy was pretending to be weak. Ai Qi. Qin Lang grunted, eyes like lightning. How much chance do you have against this guy? Bai Qi's voice resonated in his mind, low and calm. You must get close, otherwise, the chance is not great. But this guy's magic is not ordinary, you'd best be careful. Qin Lang frowned, his gaze darkening. Must get close, but this guy's flames don't allow for an opportunity. He suddenly swung his blade, scattering the attacking flames, his body instantly dodging to the side. At the same time, Sima Qing sneered, the flames in his hands suddenly exploding, transforming into dozens of fire snake shadows, surrounding from all directions. Qin Lang's eyes narrowed, gritting his teeth and lowly shouting, it seems I can only gamble everything. Qin Lang took a deep breath, stepping forward, his figure instantly turning into a whirlwind, charging towards Sima Qing. Madman, are you seeking death? Sima Qing's expression changed slightly, his hands suddenly coming together, the surrounding flames seemed to be drawn in, crazily gathering in his palms, the crimson glow illuminating his face, killing intent glaring in his eyes. He shouted sharply, swinging his hand, a blazing wall of fire surged up, like the gates of hell, blocking Qin Lang's path. Roaring flames boiled, heat waves crashing towards him, the air seemed to warp, the ground around instantly crackled from the searing heat. Die. Sima Qing's lips curled into a cold smile. In his view, Qin Lang's charge was equivalent to seeking his own doom. Anyone blocked by this wall of fire would be instantly turned to ashes. But Qin Lang did not stop, instead, he accelerated. His figure hurtled through the whirlwind, his steps thunderous, directly charging towards the blazing wall of fire, showing no signs of stopping. Is he really insane? Sima Qing's pupils constricted, a flicker of shock passing through his eyes. Boom! Qin Lang plunged straight into the wall of fire. The flames instantly swallowed Qin Lang. The corner of Sima Qing's mouth had just lifted into a smug smile, but at that moment, his smile suddenly froze. Chapter 135 of Full Force Strike. The wall of fire was still roaring with flames, yet Qin Lang's figure astonishingly rushed out from the other side unscathed. Not only that, beside him, a faint blue transparent barrier appeared, as if a light bubble perfectly wrapped his body inside, making it impossible for the external flames to invade even a fraction, no matter how fiercely they burned. What? The cold smile on Sima Qing's face instantly froze, his pupils suddenly constricting, hardly believing his eyes. His flames had failed to burn Qin Lang? And what is this big bubble? Qin Lang was also momentarily stunned, he had not expected to dash out of that wall of fire completely unharmed. What is this faint blue barrier? However, he had no time to explore, opportunities were fleeting, and Sima Qing was already right in front of him. Ai Qi! Qin Lang hissed lowly, abruptly raising the ghost-slaying blade in his hand, the blade gleaming with a cold light reflected in the fire. At the same time, a powerful force surged from the blade, like a long-dormant beast awakened, killing intent and murderous aura condensing into something tangible in the air. Sima Qing's face changed dramatically, just as he was about to retreat, he suddenly felt an invisible restraint locking onto his breath, causing him to hesitate for the briefest moment. And that moment was already enough. What? Poochie! Qin Lang's ghost-slaying blade cut through the air with the force of thunder, the blade's edge carrying a fierce wind that seemed capable of tearing apart even souls, boosted by Bai Qi. Ka-cha! Blood splattered. Sima Qing's right arm was instantly severed, cut clean off at the shoulder. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream pierced through the night sky. Sima Qing stumbled back, his face twisted in agony, the blood and flesh where his arm had been burned black, clearly the force of the blade had seared the wound, making it hard to heal. But Qin Lang's assault did not end, he did not lower his blade, and with a swift step, he charged towards Sima Qing. Sima Qing gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with mad rage, he bore through the intense pain of his severed arm and waved a single hand, fiery flames violently gathered before him, almost instantaneously forming several fireballs the size of fists. Die! Boom! The fireballs shot out with a scorching wave, blasting towards Qin Lang like meteors. Sima Qing's fireballs crashed down like falling meteors, the air ignited in an instant by the intense flames, rolling heat waves rushing forward as if even the earth was about to be burned to ashes. However, just as the fireballs were about to consume Qin Lang, a layer of crystal-clear barrier rapidly unfolded, like a softly glimmering soap bubble, once again enveloping Qin Lang completely. Bang! 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 A series of explosive roars erupted outside the barrier as flames detonated, violent shockwaves sweeping around, the ground turned red from the scorching heat, the air filled with a burnt scent. Yet, Qin Lang stood there unharmed, that layer of bubble barrier was like a gentle yet resilient wall, isolating all flames outside, only causing ripples to form on its surface. Qin Lang furrowed his brow slightly, quickly turning to look back, his gaze locking onto Shen Wanqing not far away. At this moment, Shen Wanqing's face was pale, her forehead covered in fine beads of sweat, and she appeared exceptionally weak. She trembled slightly as she raised both hands, fingertips floating with a few softly glowing bubbles, those bubbles seemed to contain the power of life, floating lightly yet radiating a strange protective force. Is it you? Qin Lang was momentarily taken aback. Shen Wanqing strained to hold her body upright, biting her lip to force a smile, her voice a bit weak. This is my ability. These bubbles can heal and can also resist some damage for a short time. Qin Lang's eyes flickered slightly, he did not expect her ability to be so amazing. To withstand a flame assault of Sima Qing's level, this bubble barrier is much more resilient than it looks, but it surely consumes a lot of energy. Sure enough, Shen Wanqing's body swayed unsteadily. I can only hold it once more at most. Her voice was somewhat strained, and her breathing seemed hurried. Looking at her weak appearance, a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Qin Lang's mouth, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. That's enough. Seeing that determined light in Qin Lang's eyes, Shen Wanqing felt a surge of energy from somewhere and suddenly thought everything still had hope. Qin Lang's leg suddenly pushed off the ground, and his figure rushed towards Sima Qing like a gale, the ghost slayer knife in hand, its cold light fierce, directly pointing at the enemy's vital parts. At the same time, Shen Wanqing took a deep breath, conjured her last bubble, and gently pushed it. The bubble instantly expanded, enveloping Qin Lang entirely, as if he wore a layer of transparent armor. A cold light flashed in Sima Qing's eyes. Facing the advancing Qin Lang, he suddenly clenched the fireball in his hand, and the flames instantly roiled and burned, swiftly twisting and deforming. In the intense firelight, a fire spear gradually formed, its shaft glowing red-hot, the tip flickering with an ominous light, as if it could pierce through everything at any moment. "I hate cockroaches that can't be killed." Sima Qing roared, suddenly stepping forward, the fire spear in his hand slicing through the air like a blazing meteor, directly stabbing at Qin Lang's chest. Facing this astonishing blow, a look of disdain suddenly appeared at the corner of Qin Lang's mouth. Bang! He raised his left hand sharply, forming a gesture like a pistol, and his fingertip trembled slightly. The invisible psychic bullets shot out like midnight meteors. Bang! 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 Several psychic bullets flew straight at Sima Qing. Sima Qing's pupils constricted violently. He didn't expect Qin Lang to have such means, and he instinctively wanted to dodge, but the psychic bullets were silent, their speed beyond imagination. Pooh! Sima Qing felt a jolt in his chest, a sharp pain came instantly, and he stumbled back, his eyes filled with horror. His consciousness was momentarily overwhelmed, and even the fire spear in his hand shook slightly. Ha! A cold light flashed in Qin Lang's eyes, and the ghost slayer knife instantly slashed out horizontally, the blade tearing through the air, carrying an unstoppable force, directly aimed at Sima Qing's neck. However, just as the blade was about to touch Sima Qing's skin, a strange shadow suddenly inserted itself. Bang! Qin Lang's knife was forcefully blocked. He narrowed his eyes. The figure in front of him was not Sima Qing but Granny Genia. Granny Genia had somehow appeared between the two, and she merely raised a hand lightly, tapping her ancient pipe, immediately freezing Qin Lang's body as if bound by an invisible force. He. Granny Genia revealed a meaningful smile at the corner of her mouth, taking a deep breath of smoke. Amidst the swirling mist, her gaze was cold and mysterious. "Young man, why are you in such a hurry?" Qin Lang felt his body was bound by invisible threads. The ghost slayer knife was suspended in midair, and despite trying with all his might, he couldn't advance an inch. His arm felt as if frozen by a strange force, even the tremor of his muscles was taken away. "Am I stuck? What ability is this?" He took a deep breath, his gaze sharply fixed on Granny Genia. "Why haven't you made your move yet?" Granny Genia slightly curved her lips, revealing a knowing smile, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, the mist swirling as if forming a faint barrier in front of her. Her voice was lazy yet tinged with amusement. "To stay calm in such a situation, not bad, not bad. I haven't seen such a clever young man in a long time. I want to give you a chance." She paused, took a deep puff of smoke, and slowly exhaled. "If you promise to stop the war now, we can negotiate. I am even willing to team up with you to complete the real hidden mission." Qin Lang's eyes flickered, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Stop lying, you have no intention of trading with me." Grandma Genie raised an eyebrow, her tone still calm. "Oh? Why are you so sure?" Qin Lang's gaze was as piercing as a torch, his voice firm. "Because you are also a woman." Grandma Genie was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting Qin Lang to respond this way. Qin Lang continued, a hint of mockery in his tone. "As long as it's a woman lying, I can see through it at a glance." Grandma Genie stared at Qin Lang, her eyes deep as a dark pool, as if pondering something. After a moment, she let out a soft sigh, the smile on her face finally fading, replaced by a faint killing intent. "Then there's no choice." She slowly raised the pipe in her hand, pointing it at Qin Lang, her voice devoid of any warmth. "Then you can go die." Qin Lang's pupils slightly constricted, knowing that Grandma Genie intended to show no mercy. Time paused. The world fell into dead silence. The smoke in the air hung still, Grandma Genie's gesture froze mid-air, and her impending killing strike became suspended in the stagnation of time. At this moment, Bai Chi's voice echoed in Qin Lang's mind, tinged with confusion. "This is a great opportunity, why not take the chance to eliminate them?" Qin Lang frowned slightly, calmly replying, "During the pause of time, I cannot kill." Bai Chi was taken aback. "What?" Qin Lang chuckled softly, his gaze still sharp. "Have you ever seen me take advantage of a time stop to kill someone? That is also my limitation." Several times Qin Lang considered doing something bad during the time stop, but the system always told him that no extreme events could occur during that time. Thinking back, Qin Lang then realized that his supernatural ability hadn't refreshed for a long time. Could it be that in this silent hill, time had not passed at all? Qin Lang suddenly understood. That's right, Silent Hill has both an outer world and an inner world. They were still in the inner world, where the flow of time might be different. Bai Chi was silent for a moment, then mocked, "Big brother, your ability is quite peaceful. Stop talking nonsense." Qin Lang's lips twitched slightly, his gaze shifting to his hands. "Quickly lift this immobilization effect, my hands are going numb." Heh, it's a small matter. Bai Qi chuckled, then unleashed an invisible force. In an instant, the binding sensation on Qin Lang dissipated like clouds scattered by a gale, vanishing without a trace. Bai Qi said, "This old lady is not an ordinary person, her magical power is so strong just now even I was startled, almost forgetting to break free with my power. Looks like, big brother, you've met your match this time. Hey, don't lose points later." Qin Lang moved his fingers, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, then without hesitation, lifted the time pause. The moment time flowed again, the world returned to its clamor. Grandma Jean Yu was stunned to discover that Qin Lang had completely regained his freedom of movement. What? Her pupils contracted, disbelief in her eyes. How did you do that? She clearly remembered locking Qin Lang's movements with her own hands. Unless she actively released it, no one could break free. But Qin Lang stood before her as if he had completely ignored that rule, obstructed in no way. Qin Lang's lips curled up, his eyes filled with mockery, slowly raising the demon-slaying blade in his hand, its blade reflecting Grandma Jean Yu's shocked expression. Want to know? Then trade your life for it. Grandma Jean Yu did not show panic at Qin Lang's forceful breakthrough. Instead, she laughed with relief, gently tapping her pipe to shake the ashes onto the ground. "Qin Lang, I admit defeat, you are indeed very impressive." Her gaze scrutinized Qin Lang, her tone carrying a hint of admiration. Yet there was a certain unshakable certainty. But do you think this can change anything? Qin Lang's heart tightened, his brows slightly furrowed. What do you mean? Granny Jin's smile never changed, her tone calm. The ritual is about to be completed. Ritual? Qin Lang's heart jolted, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He suddenly turned around to see Han Zhuoran standing beside Feng Lanlan, holding a pitch-black short blade, its edge wrapped in a strange purple aura, swiftly stabbing towards Feng Lanlan's heart. Not good. Qin Lang shouted, his pupils suddenly constricting, and in an instant, he understood the demon was deceiving him. All along, he thought the danger came from Granny Jean and Sima Qing. Since the demon had formed an alliance with Granny Jean, it was certainly following her. So the demon could invade others too. Stop. Qin Lang wanted to rush over, but it was already too late. Yi Zi had already reacted, her paper fan suddenly waved, and a large number of sharp, snow-white paper pieces fluttered out, racing towards Han Zhuoran. However, just as the paper was about to hit Han Zhuoran, his body suddenly melted like a puddle losing shape, easily torn into fragments. What? Yi Zi's eyes widened. She saw those countless tiny liquid fragments writhing in the air, quickly reassembling, returning to Han Zhuoran's form. Qin Lang's heart skipped a beat. Could Han Zhuoran's ability turn his body into liquid? This was troublesome. Han Zhuoran still wore that calm expression, his eyes blankly gazing at everyone. He slowly raised his head, the corners of his mouth turning upward slightly, his gaze deep and chilling as he solemnly uttered. Everyone is the master's slave. Qin Lang's heart sank suddenly, a wave of ominous premonition surging within him. Granny Jean chuckled, Qin Lang, don't lose focus. Chapter 137, The Arrival. Granny Jean had a grim smile on her lips as she gently lifted her pipe. A dense gray-white smoke suddenly spouted from her mouth, like a snake emerging from its hole, swirling towards Qin Lang. In the instant the smoke spread, Qin Lang felt his vision blur, a strange smell filling his nostrils, like burnt herbs and decayed earth, bringing a dizzying suffocation. He bit his tongue sharply, forcing away the haze-induced dizziness, and the light of the ghost-slaying knife surged, the blade vibrating and unleashing a fierce knife aura. Break for me! Boom! The blade of light tore through the swirling smoke, instantly splitting the dense mist in two, casting it aside, revealing Granny Jin's cold and deep eyes. However, before Qin Lang could catch his breath, Han Zhuoran's figure suddenly transformed into a pool of black liquid, slithering across the ground like a shadow, rushing straight towards Feng Lanlan. Stop him! Yi Zi's eyes narrowed, and with a sudden wave of her paper fan, large, snow-like paper pieces transformed into a whirlwind. They flew through the air, glinting with cold light. The paper pieces swirled like a snowstorm, sweeping towards Han Zhuoran's path. Countless pieces cut into the liquid Han Zhuoran, tearing him into countless fragments, like spilled ink scattered on the ground. However, the torn liquid strangely twisted and surged in the air, like uncontrolled life, unbound by rules, directly penetrating the storm of paper and rushing towards Feng Lanlan in a bizarre manner. Not good. Yi Zi's pupils constricted, disbelief in her expression. Quick, stop him! Shen Wanqing shouted sharply, but it was already too late. Put! A blood-red flower quietly bloomed. The black liquid instantly coalesced into human form like a ghost, and Han Zhuoran's figure stood before Feng Lanlan. The pitch-black dagger in Han Zhuoran's hand, carrying a chilling aura, pierced through Feng Lanlan's chest without any obstruction. Feng Lanlan's eyes widened, her lips trembling slightly, blood dripped slowly from the blade, blossoming a gorgeous blood flower on the ground. At this moment, everyone was stunned. A deathly silence. Feng Lanlan's body shook violently, the black dagger embedded in her chest seemed to become a chain leading to the abyss, tearing her life away from the real world. Her skin rapidly lost its color, turning as pale as paper, while her eyelashes, which had been slightly trembling, eerily stopped moving altogether. In the next moment, she seemed to have completely lost her vitality. However, the truly shocking change was just beginning. Fong Lan's body suddenly convulsed violently, and a strange aura swept out from within her. A bone-chilling cold wind surged violently from the corner of the basement, sweeping through the entire space, and the runes on the walls flickered with a faint red light, as if issuing a silent warning. Immediately, the ground began to tremble slightly, dust fell from the ceiling in droves, and the air felt unbearably heavy, making it hard to breathe. Grandma Jean Yi watched the scene before her, an excited glimmer flashing in her eyes. She grinned, exposing her yellowed teeth, and proudly laughed. Ha ha! This time, I win! Her laughter was like needles, piercing the ears of everyone present, filled with an unspeakable eeriness and pride. Just then, Fong Lan's body suddenly floated into the air. With no external force acting upon her, her limbs drooped helplessly, her entire body being slowly lifted into the air by some invisible hand. Her head slowly rose, and that originally gentle face became extremely unfamiliar, the corners of her mouth slightly cracked, revealing a strange arc. Her eyes had completely transformed into endless darkness, no pupils, no whites, only a depth of void. The next second, her hair began to grow wildly. The jet-black long hair seemed to come alive, twisting and spreading in midair, like silent writhing tentacles, extending in all directions in a nearly biological instinctive way, gently twisting in the air, sending chills down spines. Then, a cold, hoarse voice filled with countless echoes slowly spilled from her mouth. Hee, there are quite a few guests from Silent Hill this time. Qin Lang heard this voice and understood, the demons had indeed descended. The demon's lips slowly curved upwards, revealing a hair-raising smile. It lowered its black hole-like eyes, surveying the crowd present, its gaze filled with unabashed mockery and madness. Next, we can have a good play. That voice was deep and cold, carrying a hint of delighted excitement, as if looking forward to an impending feast. Standing to the side, Grandma Jean Yi's smile became even brighter. She gently tapped her palm with her pipe, as if she had long foreseen this moment's arrival, then squinted her eyes and slowly spoke. Demon, our deal should be fulfilled now? Her voice was steady and confident, as if everything was under her control. Fong Lan's body trembled slightly, the black hair paused midair, seemingly hearing Grandma Jean Yi's words. After a brief silence, the demon chuckled softly. Of course, as you wish, I will tell you where the treasures of Silent Hill are, that's your reward. Qin Lang's pupils contracted sharply, finally realizing Grandma Jean Yi's true goal. She wanted not the demon's arrival, but the treasures of Silent Hill. Qin Lang looked at Grandma Jean Yi, so, this is the real hidden task. Grandma Golden Leaf smiled slightly, revealing a cold smile at Qin Lang's sigh. She gently tapped her pipe, ashes scattered, and smoke slowly drifted away, as if depicting twisted and sinister ghost faces in the night. Not bad. Her tone was leisurely, laced with a hint of sarcasm. If you had just chosen to cooperate, I could have rewarded you a little. But now, you can only wait for death. Qin Lang remained silent, only slightly shifting his stance, cautiously watching the figure of Fong Lan suspended in midair, or rather, the monster born from Silent Hill. Fong Lan, possessing the monster, had her hair wildly growing around, as if alive, like twisting black snakes dancing in the air, her eyes dark as ink, deep enough to swallow everything. I am very excited right now. The monster spoke through Fong Lan's body, its voice hoarse and low, like decayed bones whispering. I wonder if you can let me enjoy myself. Chapter 138, Playing with Claps. Upon hearing the monster's words, everyone present couldn't help but shudder. Suddenly, a weak and desperate voice came through. Grandma, help me. It was Sima Qing, lying on the ground, his broken right arm charred and burnt by scorching flames, blood staining the ground. He struggled to lift his head, his eyes full of pleading as he looked at Grandma Golden Leaf, his voice tinged with unmasked fear. Grandma, please save me. However, Grandma Golden Leaf didn't even glance at him, continuing to leisurely puff on her pipe as if Sima Qing's life or death meant nothing to her. Despair flickered in Sima Qing's eyes, but he still refused to give up, gritting his teeth and pleading, Grandma, you can't ignore me. I have always followed you, always listened to you, please save me. Grandma Golden Leaf finally slightly turned her head, looking at him with eyes as cold as a broken chess piece. You are useless now, just stop here in this scenario. Sima Qing's face turned pale, he finally realized she had never considered him a true companion. Grandma. His voice trembled, his gaze complex as he looked at her, suddenly revealing a bittersweet smile, whispering. I love you. A dead silence fell. Everyone was stunned. Even Qin Lang frowned slightly, not expecting Sima Qing to say such a thing at the final moment of his life. Moreover, Grandma Golden Leaf was old enough to be Sima Qing's great-grandmother. It was indeed a bit strange for them to express love to each other. Grandma Golden Leaf's movements paused slightly, the ash at her fingertips trembling slightly. But soon, she returned to normal, maintaining her indifferent expression. She lightly exhaled a puff of smoke, her voice cold. You love me, so what? If I want you dead, you die. Sima Qing's pupils constricted slightly, his lips trembled, but he could not utter a word. In the next second, the monster's tentacles suddenly attacked, completely engulfing him. Qin Lang furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze lingering for a moment where Sima Qing had been swallowed by the monster. Is this a grandchild love? Grandma Golden Leaf suddenly laughed lightly, with a hint of ridicule, casually flicking her pipe and leisurely saying, "Given that you are about to die, let me give you a little benefit before you go." Qin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly, immediately tensing his nerves, his hand unconsciously tightening around the hilt of the Ghost Slayer knife, cautiously watching her movements. Grandma Golden Leaf lightly exhaled a puff of green smoke, which rapidly swirled and condensed in midair, as if manipulated by an invisible force. At first, it was just a vague cloud of mist, but soon, under Qin Lang's watchful gaze, the mist slowly took shape, outlining a graceful figure. A stunningly beautiful woman stepped slowly out of the smoke. She had a graceful figure, skin like smooth jade, and her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her eyes were like autumn waters, flowing with a touch of enchanting allure. She wore a long dress of dark gold, the hem fluttering gently, each movement exuding a lazy yet dangerous charm. That face, breathtakingly beautiful, also carried a chilling aura of otherworldliness. Qin Lang squinted slightly, and at that moment understood, this Golden Leaf Granny was not an old woman. This is my true form. Golden Leaf Granny spoke slowly, her voice no longer the elderly rasp from before, but becoming seductive and soft, carrying a hint of soul-snatching magic. Qin Lang stared at her for a few seconds, suddenly laughed, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "You really are something." A smile appeared on the corners of Golden Leaf Granny's lips, but beneath that smile had deeper schemes and killing intent. Golden Leaf Granny paused slightly, narrowing her enchanting eyes, focusing on the twisted and eerie face of the demon. Her hand slowly raised, the tip of her smoking pipe shaking gently, a wisp of blue smoke slowly rising. "Since the deal is done, let's not waste any more time." She spoke coldly to the demon, her voice regained an undeniable authority. "First, take care of Qin Lang and the others." However, the demon did not act immediately. Its unfathomable dark eyes stared at Golden Leaf Granny, the corners of its mouth slowly splitting open, revealing a chilling smile. Its laughter was low and strange, as if many mouths were whispering in the ear at the same time. "No rush," the demon said leisurely, stretching out the words with an indescribable eerie feeling. Golden Leaf Granny's face darkened, giving it a cold glance. "What do you mean?" The demon blinked, its gaze full of mockery. "I want to take you all to see the treasure first." Golden Leaf Granny's pupils slightly shrank, a fierce killing intent rising from her body. Her fingers tightened slightly, the smoking pipe twisted gently, the blue smoke suddenly swirling violently. "What do you mean?" Her voice was low, the tone already carrying hints of anger. The demon smiled slightly, its tone leisurely. "What you want is still yours, I have never gone back on my word." "But..." The demon feigned mystery, pausing for effect, the smile at its lips becoming even more eerie. "Good things should be enjoyed together. I am willing to show mercy once before they die." Golden Leaf Granny's face instantly darkened, a trace of cold killing intent flashing in her eyes. She had already understood, the demon no longer planned to follow the original agreement dutifully. "You promised me," she said slowly, her voice completely cold, even carrying a hint of dangerous meaning. Yet the demon remained unmoved, still wearing that chilling smile, as if ignoring her anger. "Of course, I never go back on my promises," it said slowly, the tone holding a hint of mockery. "But, in this game, if it's just you playing, it's too boring." Qin Lang slightly squinted, watching this scene, the corners of his mouth quietly lifting into a faint smile. "You mean you can definitely kill me?" The demon countered. "Do you think not?" Qin Lang tightened his grip on the demon-slaying knife. "I think you can." The demon chuckled. "Interesting, but when facing someone so much weaker than me, I always prefer to play a while before killing." Qin Lang crossed his arms, looking at Golden Leaf Granny with amusement, a smirk of mockery on his lips. "Ha, the mighty Golden Leaf Granny can also be toyed with?" His tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. "That arrogant demeanor of yours just a moment ago? Now you're being played with by this demon." Golden Leaf Granny's face instantly darkened, her gaze like a venomous snake staring at Qin Lang. Chapter 139 Truth. "Shut up!" she shouted in a low voice, her eyes flashing with dangerous light, as if she could strike at any moment to tear Qin Lang apart. Qin Lang shrugged, showing no fear, instead smiling nonchalantly. At that moment, the creature's laughter echoed once more, deep and eerie, as if it came from countless twisted throats simultaneously. "Enough!" Its voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority. The game must continue. The creature suddenly raised its hand, and an invisible force swept through the entire basement in an instant. Boom! The ground shook violently. Everyone was caught off guard, staggering as the stone bricks beneath them groaned, as if some gigantic creature was awakening deep underground. Immediately, the entire basement began to sink. Qin Lang stuck the ghost-slaying blade into the ground, stabilizing himself while quickly scanning the surroundings, trying to uncover the creature's intentions. The candle flames on the stone walls flickered wildly, the light and shadows intertwining, reflecting on everyone's faces, twisting their expressions into fear and horror. Sima Qing fell to the ground, her face pale, completely unable to move. Meanwhile, Granny Jean Ye's gaze was obscure, clearly not expecting the creature to act in such a way. The creature's voice was prolonged, laced with mockery. Next, there will be good things. Boom! Another violent tremor. This time, everyone felt a tremendous pressure coming from all directions, as if the entire space was being squeezed, the air becoming heavy and oppressive. After an unknown period, with a loud crash, the basement finally stopped shaking. A deathly silence. The surrounding walls were covered in cracks, dust falling slowly, the light dim beyond measure, as if they had descended deep underground, arriving at a forgotten ancient space. Just when everyone's minds were unsettled, the creature suddenly bared its teeth, revealing a chilling smile. It raised its hand sharply and waved it violently. Boom! A wall crumbled instantly, stones flying, dust billowing. Everyone instinctively stepped back, raising their weapons, warily gazing at the dark ruins. As the dust slowly settled, a deep passage came into view. Behind the passage was a hidden room. In the dim candlelight, one could vaguely see that the room was filled with certain ancient artifacts, emanating an indescribable eerie atmosphere. The creature slowly turned its head, a chilling smile playing at the corners of its mouth, whispering softly. The treasures of Silent Hill are inside. It slowly spread its arms, making an inviting gesture, its voice echoing like a nightmare in everyone's ears. Come inside. Qin Lang smirked slightly, a teasing smile on his face, looking at the creature and saying, "You're quite polite, huh? You want to kill me, yet you invite me in to take a look first." The creature chuckled, its voice deep and hoarse. "You came here, didn't you, just for that? Since death is inevitable, experiencing some thrill before dying is better than fading away without seeing anything, right?" Qin Lang, uninterested in arguing with it, narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly activated his ability to pause time. The air froze instantly, dust suspended in midair, flickering candle flames halted in place, even the creature's cold, smiling face was completely still, as if the world had turned into a lifeless painting. Bai Qi rolled his eyes helplessly, snorted softly, "Brother, isn't this ability too energy-consuming? I may have a lot of power, but I can't handle your usage like this." Qin Lang said, "No more nonsense, hold on." He didn't hesitate further, stepping into the shattered wall, crossing into the mysterious room. As soon as he stepped inside, his pupils constricted, his expression freezing in an instant. The scene inside the room far exceeded his imagination. Qin Lang's heart raced violently, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the altar and the strange stone statues. Took a deep breath, then slowly stepped forward, walking to the very center of the room. There, a stone coffin lay quietly, its surface carved with intricate and unfamiliar patterns, neither like ordinary religious totems nor like symbols of known civilizations. The entire coffin seemed to be sealed by some special power, giving an indescribable sense of pressure, as if a monster sleeping for 1,000 years was about to awaken. Qin Lang frowned and slowly reached out to push open the coffin lid. Boom! The coffin lid slid heavily, and in an instant, a suffocating chill spread from inside the stone coffin, instantly seeping into the bones, making Qin Lang involuntarily shiver. His gaze then fell into the coffin, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Inside lay a strange body. It was a presence that could not be described in words, neither human nor monster, more like some deformed creature that had transcended biological logic. Qin Lang felt completely unable to describe what this thing was. "What the hell is this?" Qin Lang frowned, gritted his teeth, and dared not look any longer. He immediately turned his head to scan the ground beside the stone coffin. There, several lines of ancient incantations were carved, the fonts twisted and grotesque. "Wait, what it says is..." Qin Lang suddenly understood the text above. So this is its Silent Hill, so it turns out to be a... At that moment, Qin Lang completely understood the truth of Silent Hill. A chill rushed to the top of his head, his throat tightened slightly, and he clenched his fists. Without saying a word, he immediately took a few steps back and quickly walked out of the room, without a moment's pause. Qin Lang then smiled, all right, so that's how it is. Time freeze, release." The air resumed its flow, and everyone's bodies swayed slightly, as if everything that had just happened was merely a brief illusion. Grandma Jeannie frowned, her gaze immediately landing on Qin Lang. "What kind of trick are you playing now?" Though she didn't know what had just happened, she vaguely felt that Qin Lang had done something. Others also showed puzzled expressions. Yi Zi and Bai Qi were waiting for his answer. Only Qin Lang's expression turned darker than ever, even revealing a hint of barely noticeable panic. "No one is allowed to go in." His voice was low and firm, like an irresistible command. Grandma Jeannie's expression changed, her brows tightening even more, with a slightly displeased tone. "What kind of joke is this? You cannot go in, but I have no intention of giving up. I said no one is allowed inside. Including you." Qin Lang's gaze suddenly became sharp, coldly staring at her, his words carrying an undeniable threat. Grandma Jeannie's expression slightly faltered, and then she sneered, "Hey, what do you think you are? Chapter 140, Fake Monster. Grandma Genia's expression changed unpredictably, her gaze towards Qin Lang filled with a hint of exploration and confusion. She had thought Qin Lang was only blocking her out of hostility, but now it seemed that things were far from simple. Coldly, she asked, "Why won't you let me in? What are you afraid of?" Qin Lang took a deep breath, his eyes sharp as knives, and said solemnly, "I am not afraid, but you simply cannot go in. If you insist on going in, I will have to kill you. After all, you will be dead once you go in." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Sumubai and Yi Zi's faces changed slightly. This was the first time they had seen Qin Lang's tone so strong. Grandma Genie stared at Qin Lang, her brows slightly furrowed, the mockery in her gaze slowly fading, replaced by a hint of vigilance and confusion. She could tell that Qin Lang was not joking just now. If he was willing to fight with her to prevent her from entering the room, it meant that whatever was in the room was absolutely not an ordinary treasure. He. The monster's laughter echoed in the basement, carrying a careless mockery. It tilted its head and looked at Qin Lang. A smile tugged at the corner of its mouth, and its voice was calm. "Qin Lang, are you afraid that after seeing the treasure, I'll kill you?" Qin Lang glanced at it and suddenly laughed. "Go tell that to a ghost." His smile was tinged with mockery. "With you? You think you can trick me into going in?" The creature's smile stiffened slightly, a flicker of displeasure passing in its eyes, but it quickly resumed its calm demeanor. Qin Lang turned his head, his tone firm. "No matter what you say, I will not go in." The creature's smile froze for a moment, narrowing its eyes, a subtle impatience flashing in its gaze, but it soon regained its composed tone and smiled as it spoke. "Qin Lang, don't you want to reconsider? I can take you inside to see. The treasures of Silent Hill are not ordinary things, they will never disappoint you. And in the end, you will all die, so why not take another look?" Its voice was deep, carrying an irresistible temptation. Xin Wanqing trembled, almost unable to stop herself from stepping forward. However, Qin Lang only sneered, a mocking curve on the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharp as he looked at the creature, speaking faintly. "Heh, there's just a corpse inside. What are you pretending for?" Instantly, the entire underground space fell into a deathly silence. The creature's smile finally froze completely, its pupils suddenly contracting, staring intensely at Qin Lang, a trace of shock and suspicion flashing in its eyes. "What did you say?" Its voice was still low, but now tinged with a hint of panic, as though it had been exposed. How could he know? Countless possibilities flashed through the creature's mind, but none of them made sense. The others in the room were also stunned by Qin Lang's words. Grandma Genie furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with doubt and wariness. Sumubai couldn't help but gasp in shock. Yi Zi clenched her fist, trying to get an answer from Qin Lang. "A corpse?" Grandma Genie finally spoke, her gaze sharp as she stared at Qin Lang. "Qin Lang, what exactly did you see?" Qin Lang slowly scanned the crowd, finally locking his gaze on the creature. He took a deep breath, his tone steady and certain. "I now completely understand the secret of Silent Hill." Qin Lang slowly raised his hand, pointing at the creature, his gaze sharp as a knife, a faint yet meaningful sneer hanging at the corner of his lips. "You're not a real monster. You're just an imposter." At this, everyone was shocked, looking at the creature with faces full of disbelief and confusion. Grandma Genia's face immediately darkened, almost instinctively exclaiming, "Impossible." The intelligence gathered by her countless teammates with their lives couldn't possibly be wrong. There was no doubt that there were priceless treasures hidden in Silent Hill. However, Qin Lang just sneered, his eyes like piercing flames, carrying a sharpness that seemed to penetrate everything. He stepped closer to the creature, his voice low but full of power, each word landing like a heavy blow to the heart. Qin Lang looked at Grandma Genie. "Aren't you curious? Where did the first-generation container go?" Grandma Genia's brow furrowed deeply, her gaze flickering slightly as though she sensed something but was unwilling to admit it. Qin Lang slowly raised his hand, unhesitatingly pointing at the creature, his eyes filled with an unshakable determination, his voice clear and forceful. "You are the first-generation container." In an instant, the air seemed to freeze, and everyone's heart shook violently. The creature's expression completely darkened, its jet-black eyes flashing with a barely noticeable shift. It still wore that mocking smile, but behind it, there seemed to be a slight crack. It didn't immediately deny the accusation but instead stared deeply at Qin Lang, its eyes obscured, as if searching for some flaw in him. But Qin Lang did not speak again, he just quietly looked at the demon, the smile at the corner of his mouth carrying a hint of cold sharpness. Granny Goldenleaf's face grew darker, her gaze fixed firmly on Qin Lang, with suspicion, resentment, and a trace of barely noticeable astonishment flashing in her eyes. She asked in a deep voice, "Qin Lang, what on earth are you talking about? Is this demon in front of me the first-generation container?" Her voice carried a slight anxiety, as if she feared hearing an answer she did not want to face. Qin Lang took a deep breath, his eyes as cold as a knife, and slowly began to speak. "What is inside there is actually the real corpse of the demon. That corpse hasn't been awakened yet. When these words came out, everyone's heart shook violently, the air seemed to freeze in that moment, making it hard to breathe. Granny Goldenleaf's eyes widened suddenly, her expression becoming one of disbelief in an instant. She wanted to refute but found Qin Lang's gaze exceptionally firm, with not a hint of hesitation or deceit. A corpse? You mean that's the corpse of the demon? Her voice trembled slightly, but she swiftly masked it, her tone filled with suspicion and caution. If the corpse of the demon is inside and has not been awakened yet, then this demon in front of us is undoubtedly a fake. Qin Lang did not answer directly, but slowly looked around, his gaze finally landing on the room behind the shattered wall, and he spoke in a low, solemn voice. Back then, the coal miners dug up the corpse of the demon, but they had no idea what they had discovered, until the cult on Silent Hill intervened. They secretly kept the corpse of the demon, and... Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. This place is where the cult originally placed the corpse of the demon. Chapter 141, Man-Made Disaster. Granny Goldenleaf's pupils slightly contracted, as if she was contemplating something. And Sumubai, who was standing beside her, suddenly trembled, as if he had instantly thought of something, his face turning pale, and he asked in a terrified voice. Could it be that the people of Silent Hill Town didn't die in a mining accident, but rather... Her voice trembled, as if she dared not say the answer that was coming, but ultimately gritted her teeth and said. But rather someone is deliberately slaughtering? In an instant, everyone's breath suddenly stopped, a suffocating chill spreading up from beneath their feet. The entire underground space fell silent, leaving only the sound of each person's heart racing and the dim yellow light above swaying to cast distorted shadows. The demon stood still, the smile on its face gradually fading, replaced by a deep and elusive expression. It slightly squinted its eyes, seemingly assessing Qin Lang, trying to see how much he really knew. Qin Lang's voice echoed in this dim underground space, each word like a sharp blade, ruthlessly piercing everyone's heart. The mining accident back then was indeed real. But that accident was not a natural disaster, but a completely man-made tragedy. He slowly scanned every person present, especially Granny Goldenleaf. The cold smile on her face had not completely vanished, but her gaze flickered slightly, as if she was contemplating something. Qin Lang continued. The true culprit, the one who planned everything, after obtaining the corpse of the demon, was seduced by the demon. Then he wanted everyone to die in this town, and then revive the demon. Everyone? Sumubai suddenly furrowed her brows, a glimmer of incredulity appearing in her shocked eyes. Then the entire Silent Hill, isn't it just a huge altar? That's right. Qin Lang nodded, the residents of Silent Hill all became sacrifices to revive the demon. Everyone's heart sank. Granny Goldenleaf could no longer suppress a sneer, breaking this eerie silence. She crossed her arms over her chest. With a smirk at the corner of her mouth, she slowly spoke. Are the people of the small town all fools? No matter how capable this planner is, do they not know to run? Don't they have the most basic survival instinct? A trace of disdain flashed in her eyes, clearly not believing that the entire town would wait to die obediently. However, Qin Lang merely cast her a cold glance, then said. Of course, they want to run, but someone won't let them. Who? A hint of doubt finally appeared in Granny Jean's eyes. Qin Lang's gaze narrowed slightly, like a blade piercing through all illusions in the dark, slowly saying. For example, what if they're all made to hide in the church? What if the leader of the cult, the actual controller of this town, made them all come to the church? Let all the residents hide in there before the mine disaster begins, and then let them slowly die. What? In an instant, everyone's expression changed drastically. Is it possible for someone to do this? Yi Zi's lips trembled slightly, as if she realized something, her face suddenly pale, her breathing quickening. Now you understand, right? Qin Lang's voice was deep and calm, but carried an irresistible power. This is also why, from the moment we stepped into Silent Hill, we couldn't reach the true church no matter what. He slowly turned around, his gaze deeply looking at the distant dim light, his voice low like the whispers of ghosts from the underworld. Because the real church. He paused for a moment, his eyes suddenly cold, his tone chillingly said. Has turned into a mass grave piled high with sacrifices. At this moment, everyone felt a chilling sensation surge from their feet to the top of their heads, as if the underground space they occupied was no longer the human world, but hell. At that time, someone forced all the residents to hide in the church, and so, the church became a mass grave. He spoke extremely calmly, but because of that, these words sounded more horrifying than the most terrifying whispers of demons. Everyone's faces changed completely, especially Sumubai, whose fingertips trembled slightly, as if he had already sensed a chilling truth. The one who could do this. Qin Lang raised his eyes, can only be the priest of the church at that time, right? Once the sentence fell, the entire basement became dead silent. Silence, a suffocating silence. Granny Genia's face turned extremely ugly, Sumubai clenched his fists, while Bai Qi frowned, staring pensively at Qin Lang. And do you all remember what Han Zhuoran said when he was controlled? Qin Lang slowly scanned the surroundings, his tone still calm, but each word seemed to carry a chilling chill deep into the bones. At that time, he said he was just a slave. Slave? Sumubai muttered to himself, as if digesting the true meaning of this sentence. Yes, a slave. Qin Lang nodded, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, but the problem is, at that time, Han Zhuoran had already lost his self-awareness, right? In other words, the one speaking at that time was not Han Zhuoran himself, but the thing that possessed him. Sumubai's eyes suddenly widened as he exclaimed, wait. If it was a ghost speaking, why would it call itself a slave? Exactly. Qin Lang smiled coldly, this is the key point. He stared at the monster, his gaze sharp, as if he had seen through everything. How could a true monster call itself a slave? The air was filled with a suffocating atmosphere, and everyone's breathing turned heavy. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, his gaze like lightning in the night, cutting through layers of fog, pointing directly at the core of the truth. So, there is only one explanation. His voice was deep and powerful, each word seemingly causing an invisible ripple in the underground space. And that is, the one possessing Han Zhuoran. It's not a real monster, but an existence that willingly serves as a monster's servant. It is he who caused this series of tragedies. As Qin Lang's last words fell, the entire underground world seemed to instantly lose its voice, a terrifying silence enveloping the space. Ha 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 ha. The sudden laughter shattered the silence, echoing like the mad cackle of demons from the depths of hell, resonating in the dark space. The monster possessing Feng Lanlan burst into laughter, its crimson eyes flashing with a dangerous light. It slowly clapped its hands, a wicked smile curling at the corners of its mouth, the laughter holding a hint of almost arrogant appreciation. You, my friend, are truly fascinating. Chapter 142, A Deadly Game. The monster lifted its head, squinting its eyes, the smile deepening, finally admitting everything. That's right, I am not a monster. I am the priest of Silent Hill. The air suddenly froze, each person's heartbeat momentarily halted. I never expected anyone would be able to understand these matters. Its voice was deep, carrying a strange admiration, like a chess master who had set up a careful game, finally encountering a worthy opponent. Qin Lang, you truly stand out. Qin Lang sneered, his gaze sharp, you lured us in just to kill us, then resurrect your master, right? The priest did not deny it, simply clapping lightly, a strange curve forming on his lips, that's right, exactly. His tone was casual, as if he was discussing something trivial. But those few words dropped, and the temperature in the entire space seemed to drop another degree, an oppressive sense spreading, as if countless invisible hands were quietly reaching out from the darkness, slowly extending towards everyone. Granny Jin's brows furrowed tightly, still somewhat puzzled. She had seen slaughter, gone through countless plots and schemes, but the current situation sent a chill down her spine. What does this really mean? Qin Lang looked at her deeply, his expression serious, don't you understand? Why has no one cleared the Silent Hill for so long? His voice was soft, yet each word struck the listeners' hearts like a hammer. Everyone froze, seemingly realizing a certain possibility, Sumubai's face suddenly changing. Granny Jin's eyes gradually revealed a look of shock. Qin Lang continued, because the existence of Silent Hill is meant for all players to die here, becoming nutrients for the resurrection of the monsters. This sentence erupted like thunder, suddenly exploding in everyone's ears. Granny Jin's pupils constricted slightly, her heart racing, do you mean to say? Qin Lang nodded, his voice low, carrying a chilling killing intent, that's right, the dungeon managers we encountered along the way, each level is deliberately designed for player deaths. Do you remember? Every rule seems fair, but it hides deadly traps, each challenge is extremely brutal, almost giving no one a real chance to survive. His gaze swept over everyone, his expression icy, all the rules, all the trials, all the choices, have only one purpose. To make us die. The entire Silent Hill dungeon is a killing game designed by the dungeon system and the monsters. The air seemed to be sucked away in an instant, everyone's breaths halted for a moment. Qin Lang slowly raised his head, his gaze sharp as a sword, aimed directly at the priest standing opposite. Every person who dies in Silent Hill is the nourishment for the monsters. The priest smiled slightly, a sense of inexplicable pride and appreciation in his eyes, looking at Qin Lang like a connoisseur admiring a fine piece of art. Smart, very smart. What a pity. Yi Zi's face instantly turned pale, her hands instinctively clenching the corners of her clothes, her eyes revealing a hint of tension and unease. Qin Lang, then do we have no way out? Her voice was soft, but in this suffocatingly silent underground world, every word was exceptionally clear, as if carrying a trembling echo. Qin Lang did not answer immediately, instead, he squinted slightly, as if pondering something. After a moment, he took a deep breath and turned his gaze to Granny Jinyi. Granny, I ask you, why did you come back to do this hidden task? Granny Jinyi frowned, clearly not expecting Qin Lang to suddenly ask this question. She was silent for a few seconds, and finally sighed, deciding to tell the truth. I heard that Silent Hill hides a treasure, and as long as we get it, we can complete the hidden task, unlock achievements, and directly clear the game. My teammates have been working hard for this treasure. Her tone was calm, but the greed and calculation in it were not intentionally concealed. After all, she was an old hand and wouldn't do things without returns. So you came. Qin Lang nodded, then a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Then let me tell you why I came. Everyone's gaze fell on him in unison. Qin Lang slowly said, I came because I was entrusted by Qin Hub. In other words, each of us knows there is a hidden task here, and we all came for this task. But have you ever thought, with so many people, why do they all know this piece of news? Granny Jin Yi was suddenly taken aback, and Yi Zi gasped coldly. Shen Wanqing's face changed as well. You mean, we were brought here on purpose? Qin Lang's smile turned colder. Exactly, this is not an ordinary hidden task at all, but a bait, a trap specifically designed to lure players here to their doom. Boom. These words were like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's hearts. Granny Jin Yi's face changed, Yi Zi's body trembled slightly, Sumu Bai's eyes revealed shock and anger, and Shen Wanqing clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles cracking. Everyone understood one thing, they were not challengers, but prey purposely raised for slaughter. The priest smiled slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and his gaze slowly swept across Qin Lang and the others, as if admiring their shocked expressions. That's right, Qin Lang, you are correct. His voice carried an indescribable strange excitement. In fact, long ago, I was completely erased by a mysterious power. He paused, the smile on his face grew broader, as if recalling some pleasant scene. As for my master, because there was no suitable vessel, he could only be sealed in this darkness. But that person was magnanimous, he did not completely annihilate us, but instead gave us a chance. A chance? Granny Jin Yi frowned. What do you mean? The priest slowly spread his arms, his tone tinged with a hint of frenzy. He said, as long as we continue to play the role of sacrificers here and lure all players into here as sacrifices. A trace of bloodthirsty excitement flashed in his eyes. My master will be allowed to resurrect. In other words, he is the director, and we are just the actors. He even let many beast-faced, human-bodied monsters come to assist us in completing the sacrifice. Isn't that strange yet kind? Boom. Qin Lang and the others felt a sudden weight in their hearts, a bone-chilling cold spreading along their spines. So, the so-called hidden task is not meant for players to clear the game at all, but a slaughter trap. Qin Lang's voice was deep and cold. You were never meant to let anyone leave here alive. Chapter 143, The Avatar of the Monster. The priest laughed out loud, his laughter revealing a sickly madness. That's right. Every person who enters Silent Hill will ultimately become a sacrifice. They will be driven mad by fear, and torn apart by monsters, toyed with by rules. In the end, their blood and souls will nourish this land, turning it into the cradle for my master's resurrection. Qin Lang's gaze was cold and fierce as he stared at the priest in front of him. He slowly raised his hand, pointing at him with a chilling tone. You should go accompany your master. Before the words had left his mouth, Qin Lang was already ready for battle. He slightly crouched down, gripping the ghost-slaying blade tightly. The blade trembled slightly, emitting a terrifying cold light, as if it had been thirsty for blood for a long time, longing for new prey. However, the priest showed no sign of panic, but instead chuckled softly. That laughter carried a sense of disdain and mockery. You think you can defeat me here? How ridiculous. Qin Lang remained unfazed, coldly sneering. The naive one is you. Before his words had finished, he suddenly stomped his foot, his entire body shot out like an arrow released from its bow, the ghost-slaying blade slicing through the air, aimed directly at the priest's throat. The blade light pierced through the mist, like a flash of lightning in the dark, filled with intense killing intent, instantly closing in on the priest's face. However, just as the blade was about to touch the priest, a strange shadow suddenly spread out behind him. It was a vast darkness, expanding like an abyss, swallowing all light. Glub glub. In the shadows, it seemed as if countless twisted faces were rolling, constantly struggling and moaning, producing eerie whispers. Soon after, a black giant claw slowly reached out, sharp nails full of dried blood, emanating a stench of decay and despair, suddenly lunging towards Qin Lang. Look well, this is the power of my master. The priest laughed maniacally, his voice echoing in the darkness, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty madness. Yi Zi exclaimed in surprise, that is a monstrous creature? Old Granny Jin Yi said, impossible, the creature isn't resurrected yet, this could just be a clone. Qin Lang squinted, feeling an unprecedented pressure. The black giant claw roared in with unmatched strength, the air was ripped apart with a deep rumble, as if the very space was twisting. Faced with this terrifying enemy, Qin Lang did not take a single step back, his eyes electrifying, fighting spirits boiling, the ghost-slaying blade bursting forth with a dazzling cold light, charging up. This battle was unavoidable. Old Granny Jin Yi looked at the unfolding battle scene and couldn't help but shake her head and sigh, muttering softly, is Qin Lang a fool? Although this is just a clone, can he really handle that power? No matter how strong Qin Lang was, he was still just a mortal. How could he turn the tide? Bai Qi thought the same way, trying to dissuade Qin Lang. Big brother, you're being too reckless. The clone still possesses formidable power. I wouldn't dare to face it unless I was at my peak. Right now, you cannot unleash my full power. Qin Lang said, stop talking nonsense. If I say I can, then I can. Bai Qi sighed softly. Alright, you have to endure it then. In the next second, Qin Lang's figure actually disappeared. Everyone was astonished, their eyes searching around, trying to find his trace. However, whether it was their naked eyes or those senses enhanced by skills, they were unable to catch even a whiff of Qin Lang's presence. He seemed to have been swallowed by the darkness, vanishing without a trace. The priest's face changed slightly, his brows furrowing, a hint of unease flashing in his eyes. He glanced around, his tone dark. Qin Lang, where did you hide? His voice echoed in the dead air, laced with an almost imperceptible anxiety. With his abilities, it shouldn't have been possible to not notice Qin Lang's trace, but at this moment, he couldn't even see Qin Lang's shadow. This knowledge weighed heavily on his heart, an ominous premonition began to spread in his chest. The next second, a flash of knife light suddenly lit up behind him. What? The priest's pupils shrank sharply, with no time to react. Qin Lang's blade came crashing down. Puff! The ghost-slaying blade, sharp and unparalleled, directly chopped into the shoulder of Feng Lanlan, possessed by the priest. Blood instantly splattered, staining the priest's cold face red. Feng Lanlan's body trembled violently, letting out a shrill, painful scream, while the priest also felt a chilling pain in that moment. Qin Lang's attack was not just harming the body, it was striking at his very soul. Damned kid! The priest's face twisted, a furious flame igniting in his eyes, his voice turning ferocious and angry. You actually dare to hurt me? He gritted his teeth against the soul-wrenching pain, suddenly raising his hand, a pitch-black shadow swiftly spreading, transforming into sharp tentacles, coiling towards Qin Lang like a poisonous snake. However, Qin Lang let out a cold laugh, lightly stepping back, his figure once again becoming a phantom, quickly retreating and dodging the attack. You think that with these little tricks, you can kill me? Qin Lang's gaze was sharp, the blade still dripping blood, his tone icy. Don't you understand? Your weaknesses have been completely exposed. However, the priest did not show fear. Instead, he burst into a sinister laugh, the corner of his mouth slowly curling into a strange arc. I have weaknesses? He whispered with a chilling laugh, his voice echoing like a ghost in the air. Qin Lang, do you really think you've won? Before his words ended, a deafening roar burst forth from the monster's avatar behind him. Boom! Darkness surged, a killing intent even more terrifying than before erupted, as the monster's avatar, under the priest's command, dragged its twisted body, once again pouncing towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang's gaze was sharp, his brows full of coldness. He suddenly waved his hand, his mental power stirring in the air, condensing into several invisible bullets that shot out like shooting stars. Bang! 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 The bullets, carrying an invisible killing intent, violently slammed into the priest's body. The priest's body shook violently, his face instantaneously contorting, revealing an expression of pain. At that moment, his soul seemed to be torn apart by sharp forces, the agony making it hard for him to bear, even unable to move for a moment. Damn it! The priest growled, fury boiling in his ghostly green eyes. However, just as he forced himself to stabilize his stance. Boom! A terrifying power exploded from the depths of darkness. The monster's avatar roared, waving its enormous and twisted limbs, its giant claw, covered in black scales, suddenly slammed onto the ground, shaking the entire basement violently. In an instant, it felt like an earthquake had erupted, the walls cracking, large amounts of dust and debris falling from the ceiling, heavy pressure filled the air. Yizi's figure swayed, almost toppling over. She hurriedly grabbed onto a stone pillar beside her, her eyes filled with urgency. Qin Lang, I'm coming to help you. She shouted, exerting force with her feet, preparing to rush in for support. Chapter 144, The Way Out. However, Qin Lang's voice came without hesitation, carrying an undeniable coldness. Take care of yourself first. Yizi's steps paused, biting her teeth, yet the worry in her eyes did not lessen at all. Just then, the monster's avatar attacked like lightning, launching a surprise assault from Qin Lang's flank. Its claws cut through the air, creating a chilling arc of light, fiercely ripping down. SZZ. Blood flowers blossomed. Qin Lang's left shoulder instantly split open, a ghastly wound, blood spraying, splattering onto the ground, a vivid red and piercing to the eyes. His body swayed slightly, a bead of cold sweat forming at his temple, but his expression showed no pain, rather, his gaze became sharper, infused with a near-cold battle intent. Yizi's pupils constricted, her heart tightening, anxiously calling out, Qin Lang. You. She wanted to rush up, but was held back by a bony hand pressing on her arm. Grandma Jeannie slowly shook her head, her tone calm. Don't worry, he won't die. But, his wounds? Yizi's voice trembled, she couldn't bear to watch Qin Lang get hurt, but she was held back by Grandma Jeannie, unable to move. Grandma Jeannie's lips slightly curled, revealing a meaningful smile. Don't forget. He has the deadly virus. Just as Yizi was puzzled, Qin Lang's wound began to heal at a visibly rapid speed. Muscles twitched and flesh grew, the open wound was quickly filled with new tissue. In just a few seconds, the wound, which was deep enough to see the bone, had actually healed completely, even the bloodstains were covered by new skin. Yi looked at Granny Qin, once again shocked. She actually knew that Qin Lang had the deadly virus. It seemed she had known about him for a long time. Qin Lang slowly raised his head, moved his shoulders, and the corner of his mouth crooked into a cold smile. Is this all you can do? It's not enough. In his eyes burned fierce fighting spirit, and the demon-slaying blade in his hand trembled slightly, as if responding to his killing intent. Seeing this scene, the priest's face finally turned ugly. What the hell are you? What kind of monster? Qin Lang licked the corner of his mouth, sneering, monster? No, this is just the beginning. Qin Lang's figure flashed and charged towards the priest like a raging wind, the demon-slaying blade tearing through the darkness, the cold light like lightning. The demon's avatar let out a deafening roar, its body swelling abruptly, and its giant arm covered in black scales swung down violently, bringing a terrifying impact as it struck the ground. Boom! The entire basement shook violently, as if an earthquake had hit, huge cracks spreading from the ground, the walls instantly collapsing, large rocks falling like raindrops. Yi's pupils shrank suddenly. She quickly leaped away, swinging her short sword, accurately smashing a large stone that was crashing towards her. Granny Qin, however, just lightly stomped her foot, and the true energy in her body was suddenly released. An invisible gust of wind swept out, blasting away all the debris falling around her. Be careful, it's going to collapse. The others used their own methods, either dodging or bracing themselves, struggling in the collapsing basement. Yi looked up, her gaze fixed firmly on Qin Lang, her heart filled with anxiety. What on earth does he want? Fighting like this is not a solution. However, Granny Qin beside her suddenly smiled lightly, a knowing look flashing in her eyes. I understand. Yi was taken aback and turned to look at Granny Qin. Grandma, what are you talking about? Granny Qin slowly exhaled, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Qin Lang doesn't intend to fight the demon's avatar to the death. Yi stared blankly for a moment, obviously not comprehending. What? Granny Qin narrowed her eyes, gazing at the walls continuously collapsing around them, her voice filled with certainty. He is deliberately letting the demon's avatar destroy this place. His real purpose is to cause the entire basement to collapse completely, burying the demon's main body once again under the ruins. Yi's eyes widened, her heart racing, then she gasped in shock. This is too risky. Qin Lang was still darting about, skillfully dodging the demon's avatar's frenzied attacks, as if he didn't care about winning or losing, just continually guiding the demon to strike. Every time the demon's avatar slammed down, it made the basement more decrepit, the cracks growing wider, the supporting structure of the underground space already on the verge of collapse. If this continued, in no time, the entire basement would completely cave in. The priest finally realized something was wrong, his expression turning completely grim. Damn it, so you've been using me all along? Upon hearing this, Qin Lang curled his lips into a cold smile, lightly flicking the blood off the demon-slaying blade, his eyes filled with undisguised mockery. You're just a puppet, why would I target you? The priest's face turned ashen, a rage from being fooled rising in his chest. He gritted his teeth and roared, You bastard! Boom! Before he could make his next move, the entire basement finally could not withstand the raging destruction of the demon's avatar and began to collapse completely. Boom! The ceiling of the entire basement was already riddled with countless gaping cracks. Rocks fell like raindrops, and the violent monsters roared in the ruins, rampaging with a destructive force. In this life and death chaos, a tall figure suddenly burst out from the cracked wall. Qin Lang. I'm here to help you. Sumubai's voice rang out amidst the deafening roar, as she gracefully leaped onto the collapsing stones, her eyes showing a hint of anxiety. Qin Lang glanced over, seeing Sumubai, not surprised at all, and instead smiled slightly. Did you find a way out? Sumubai nodded, of course. Qin Lang smiled, asking no further questions, directly saying, All right, then help me with something. Just as Sumubai was about to nod, she saw Qin Lang suddenly draw near, leaning in to whisper a few words in her ear. After listening, Sumubai's expression changed slightly, as she looked at Qin Lang in surprise, but soon, a playful smile crept onto her lips as she gently nodded. No problem. Qin Lang patted her shoulder, his gaze resolute, then I'll leave it to you. Sumubai said nothing more and turned to look at Yi and the others, loudly proclaiming, Follow me. I have found the way out. Upon hearing this, Yi asked, What about Qin Lang? He's fine. Sumubai raised her chin confidently, You all better not fall behind. She swiftly led the charge toward a side of the stone wall, weaving through the layers of cracks, with Yi, Granny Qin, and others quickly following. However, just then, the cold laugh of the priest echoed, Ha ha, do you really think you can leave so easily? Chapter 145, The Limit. Qin Lang's expression darkened as he looked up at the priest, who stood atop a towering broken wall, his face sinister in tone mocking. The rocks in this underground space are among the hardest in the world, without my mechanism, you can't get out. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi had already tried to use a paper-blown snow attack to break through the rocks ahead. Clang! The blade struck the rock, producing a sound like metal clashing, even causing the sword's edge to tremble slightly. Yi's expression changed slightly, stepping back, gritting her teeth and saying, It's really hard. The priest laughed loudly, ha 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 ha. This rock layer took countless years to form, you can't possibly break through. However, just as the priest was full of pride, Granny Genie slowly stepped forward, lifting her eyelids and saying lightly, let me give it a try. She took out her smoking pipe, inhaled deeply, then suddenly exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. The smoke quickly rolled, gathered, and twisted in the air, instantly transforming into dozens of sharp smoke blades, each one shimmering coldly, like real blades. With a gentle wave of Granny Genia's hand, swish, 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 dozens of smoke blades shot out like a torrential storm, fiercely slashing toward the rock wall. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. What was originally indestructible rock was sliced open like tofu by these smoke blades, and in an instant, a passage wide enough to walk through appeared on the wall. Yeezy gasped in disbelief at the scene before her. This Granny Genia's strength was truly unfathomable. Granny Genie tucked away her smoking pipe, smiling indifferently. All right, the path is open, let's go. The priest's face turned incredibly ugly in an instant. You. Qin Lang's lips curled up, watching all of this with a glint in his eyes. Focus a bit, I'm coming again. The priest trembled with anger, the murderous intent in his eyes surging. Meanwhile, Sumubai had already led Yi Zi and the others swiftly toward the open passage. Don't leave. The priest's eyes burned with madness, watching helplessly as Yi Zi and the others rushed toward the open passage, his reason nearly consumed by rage. You will never leave here. He suddenly waved his hand, and the monster's avatar let out a thunderous roar, its limbs pushing against the ground, like a collapsing mountain, bringing a terrifying shadow crashing toward Qin Lang. Try to tear him to shreds. Qin Lang had been prepared for this, letting out a cold snort, as the demon-slaying blade in his hand gathered full power, and suddenly chopped down towards the chest of the demon's avatar. Ha! The blade glimmered with a chilling light, breaking through the air, slicing through the darkness, and violently striking the demon's avatar. Boom! The massive body of the demon's avatar suddenly shook, accompanied by a deafening roar. Its huge form was actually pushed back several steps by Qin Lang's single blow, with sharp blade energy tearing a savage wound open on its chest, dark energy surging wildly from the injury. The priest's eyes suddenly changed. How is that possible? His body trembled slightly, looking at Qin Lang in disbelief, his lips quivering slightly, as if he was thinking if he had seen it wrong the demon's avatar was actually pushed back by Qin Lang with a single strike? He could not understand, could not accept. Logically speaking, although this demon's avatar was only part of the body, its power was still incredibly terrifying, capable of flattening a city. But this mere mortal in front of him was actually able to withstand its attack and even push it back? The priest's eyes grew colder, his face turning pale, as he growled, How did you do it? Qin Lang flicked his wrist, blood sliding down the blade. Father, do you think you can act recklessly just by relying on the demon's avatar? He stepped closer, the demon-slaying blade exuding a chilling killing intent. You are nothing but a puppet, even with the demon's avatar, it doesn't mean you can unleash its full power. You are ultimately just a piece on the board. As soon as he spoke, the priest's face instantly turned red, shaking with anger. Qin Lang's words struck the deepest pain in his heart. Yes, he truly could not fully exert the demon's full power. The power of the demon was terrifying, but he was merely a vessel borrowing that power, not the demon's true body. If the demon's true body were to descend, Qin Lang would not have been able to survive. But now, he was actually looked down upon by Qin Lang, who even said he was just a puppet. You dare to underestimate me? The priest completely lost his composure, madness swelling in his eyes, as he suddenly bit his finger, and black blood instantly seeped into the air, causing the entire basement to be engulfed in a raging wind, the eerie energy rolling. I will kill you. He suddenly spread his arms wide, and the demon's avatar seemed to sense its master's fury, letting out a deafening roar, as terrifying power gathered in its arms, smashing towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang's fighting spirit surged, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. This is interesting, let me see you try again. He did not retreat but charged forward, facing the demon's avatar, and struck with his blade again. Just as Qin Lang was about to swing his knife again, suddenly, a deep and cold voice echoed in his mind. Enough, big brother. Your body is reaching its limit. Bai Chi's voice held an undeniable warning, resonating in Qin Lang's consciousness. His tone was stern and urgent, as if he could already see Qin Lang on the brink of collapse from enduring too much. Qin Lang gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead slightly twitching. He certainly knew how terrible his condition was. His stamina had been exhausted, his muscles aching as if they were about to burst, and his bones aching faintly, with every swing of the blade causing a tearing pain. The desperate virus was continuously repairing his body, but the speed was gradually unable to keep up with the consumption. Bai Chi said sternly, Big brother, those last few strikes, you were only able to withstand them because of my force supporting you. But you cannot handle such strong power, your meridians have already started to crack. If you continue, your body will be completely destroyed. Qin Lang's lips twitched slightly, the intense pain surging through him like a tide, but he stubbornly gritted his teeth to endure, sweat beading on his forehead, yet his gaze remained sharp as a knife. Just hold on a little longer. His voice was deep and firm, showing no signs of wavering. Bai Qi was slightly stunned, then angrily said, "Hold on? You still want to hold on? You know that your previous bursts of energy were thanks to my strength supporting your body, or else you would have been smashed into pieces by the monster. But you've already reached your limit. Even with my strength, I can't support your body infinitely. Brother, if you keep fighting him, you will die." Chapter 146 must be fast. Bai Qi's voice echoed in his mind, filled with unusual anger and urgency. However, Qin Lang simply took a deep breath and calmly replied, "I know." Bai Qi was stunned. "You know and you still do this?" Qin Lang's lips curled up slightly, revealing a crazy and confident smile. "But I've already thought of a way to deal with this guy." Bai Qi's voice stalled, and after a moment of silence, he asked in a serious tone, "What method?" Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, coldly gazing at the roaring monster in front of him, while his peripheral vision glanced towards the distant passage. "This will depend on whether Sumu Bai and the others can hurry up." In the deep underground passage, Sumu Bai took the lead in running, his steps quick and firm, his voice tinged with urgency. "Hurry. Faster. We must leave here as soon as possible." Behind him, Yi closely followed, but her brow was tightly furrowed, an unshakable unease lingering in her heart. Her breathing was slightly hurried, she gritted her teeth and couldn't help but ask, "But what about Qin Lang? Are we just leaving him behind? His current situation?" Before she finished speaking, Sumu Bai interrupted her without hesitation. "The faster we get up, the quicker Qin Lang will be saved." Yi was taken aback, her steps slowed slightly, looking at Sumu Bai in confusion. "Why?" But Sumu Bai didn't explain, he just lowered his head, clenched his teeth, and charged forward with all his strength. Yi was even more puzzled. She turned her head to look at the others, hoping to find the answer in their expressions. However, at that moment, the previously silent Granny Jean Yi suddenly slowed down. She widened her eyes, as if suddenly thinking of something, and then she actually burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha." Her laughter echoed in the narrow passage, and everyone stopped, staring in shock at Granny Jean Yi. Shen Wanqing couldn't help but frown, confusedly asking, "Granny, what are you laughing at?" Granny Jean Yi's laughter gradually calmed down, but her lips still held a meaningful smile. She looked at Sumu Bai deeply, then slowly scanned the crowd, her gaze filled with a glow of insight. She sighed lightly, her tone carrying a hint of admiration, also a trace of shock. "I understand what Qin Lang really wants to do." She looked up at the dark end of the passage above, her eyes flashing with a strange light. "This kid wants to summon all the lost souls in Silent Ridge." As soon as she said this, everyone was taken aback. Sumu Bai was also a bit surprised. This woman actually saw through Qin Lang's plan in one go. Yi's eyes widened suddenly, her breath caught, her voice trembling in disbelief. "What? Release all the lost souls?" Shen Wanqing also looked shocked, unable to imagine the horror of this plan. "But how is that possible? What does he want to do?" Sumu Bai didn't look back, only quickened his pace, his voice low but firm. "You're right, that's why we have to hurry up." Everyone felt a chill creeping up their spines. Qin Lang's plan was too crazy, simply unbelievable. But at the same time, their footsteps quickened even more than before. Granny Jean Yi turned to look back at the long and rugged stone steps behind, her eyes flashing with impatience. She suddenly stopped, hands on her hips, tilting her head slightly upwards. She showed a look of disdain. "Oomph, walking this slowly is just too much." She snorted coldly, the corner of her mouth slightly raised with a hint of playful smile. After speaking, she casually tapped the edge of her pipe, leisurely taking another deep puff. Her chest swelled slightly, then she opened her mouth wide, slowly releasing a thick cloud of smoke. This puff of smoke seemed to carry some incredible power, quickly spreading in the narrow passageway. At first, everyone felt a haze before their eyes, smoke swirling, and their vision instantly became blurry. But soon, they were astonished to discover the ground beneath their feet had actually vanished. This is. Yi exclaimed, looking down to find that her feet were actually suspended in mid-air, completely free from the staircase's constraints. Shen Wanqing was also shocked. The smoke beneath her seemed to turn into a gentle yet strong force, steadily supporting her body, making her float lightly, like riding clouds. What kind of magic is this?" Her eyes widened, her voice filled with disbelief. Sumu Bai, however, was not too panicked. Instead, he quickly adjusted his posture, adapting to this sudden floating state. He furrowed his brow slightly, whispering, "Granny Jean Yi's strength is even deeper than I imagined." The smoke grew thicker, like an invisible giant hand, steadily lifting everyone up. In the next moment, a powerful force suddenly pushed out, and everyone's bodies accelerated, rushing toward the end of the passage like leaves caught in a raging wind. "Wah!" Yi couldn't help but scream, her body swaying slightly in the air, frantically reaching out to grab something. But the smoke wrapped around them gently, neither letting them fall nor lose control, just rapidly sending them upward. Granny Jean Yi stood amidst the smoke, showing a hint of a proud smile, shaking her pipe, her lips slightly curved up. "Hee, hold on tight." Everyone was deeply shocked, completely not expecting this seemingly ordinary old woman to have such terrifying power. Wrapped in smoke, they swiftly dashed out of the passage, and when they finally felt the ground beneath their feet again, the whole world jolted suddenly. They had finally returned to the ground. However, when they looked up and gazed around, everyone couldn't help but gasp in cold breath. The scene before them was completely different from what they had seen when they arrived. The quiet and peaceful small town was no longer in existence. Instead, they were met with a wasteland of death and desolation. The streets were riddled with cracks, deep splits resembling black wounds, tearing the earth apart. The broken buildings stood askew, many already collapsed, while the rubble was thickly coated with dust, as if decades had passed without a soul stepping foot here. A heavy scent of decay filled the air, mingled with rust and damp mildew. It was as if this place had long been forgotten by the world, becoming a dead city. How is this possible? Yi Zi murmured to herself, unable to fathom how Silent Hill had suddenly transformed into this. Granny Jean Yi spoke, "This is the true form of Silent Hill." Everyone turned to look at Granny Jean Yi. Granny Jean Yi said, "What we saw before was merely an illusion created by the priest and the monsters." She gently tapped her palm with the pipe, squinting her eyes to scan the surroundings, her tone calm. "This place has long been finished, looking like this is its true appearance." Everyone's heart sank. Sumobai took a deep breath, a sense of urgency flashing across his face, breaking the brief silence. "Let's not worry about that now. Hurry to the church." His sharp gaze swept around, then he suddenly lifted his foot and rushed toward the town center. Everyone exchanged glances, and despite the shock and confusion in their hearts, they hesitated no longer, following closely behind. The church was not far away. That Gothic black church stood like a giant shadow, isolated and alone on this silent land. The broken spire pointed towards the dark sky under the night, and the ancient stained glass windows were already shattered, leaving behind only crumbling frames, swaying in the cold wind. Indeed, they had been beneath the church all along. "Stop with the nonsense, hurry inside." Sumubai's expression was serious as he boldly pushed open the half-closed door. Creak! The heavy church door slowly opened, and a decaying smell rushed towards them, mixed with the stench of blood and rotting flesh, making one feel nauseous. As everyone stepped inside, an instant chill ran down their spines. The sight within the church was hellish. Bones were piled haphazardly on the ground, white skeletons exposed to the air, some incomplete. Some still bore shriveled pieces of flesh, their twisted positions telling of the pain and despair they felt before death. Black blood had long since dried, coagulated into hideous marks, stretching from the walls to the ceiling, like a wicked curse etched by a demon. Yi Zi gasped, covering her mouth in shock, her face pale. "Is this the site where the priest used to conduct sacrifices?" Sumubai did not respond, his gaze grew heavier, and he formed a seal with his hands. Blood demon technique summon souls. Crimson blood seeped slowly into the ground, and the ominous wind in the church suddenly went wild, as if countless invisible eyes were peering at them from the darkness, waiting to be summoned. At that moment, Granny Jean Yi suddenly chuckled, meaningfully picking up her pipe, taking a gentle puff, and exhaling a wisp of white smoke, her laughter carrying a hint of interest. "Hey! Qin Lang, this kid's mind is sharper than I imagined." Sumubai stood at the center of the ruins, hands slightly together, closing his eyes to sense the emotional fluctuations of the spirits. The air was thick with a strong smell of blood, making her expression even calmer and steadier. "Don't be afraid." She spoke softly, her voice carrying an indescribable firmness and gentleness, as if calling out to dear ones who had slept for many years. "I can feel your pain, your anger, I can bring you revenge. The slaughter you endured, all the innocence lost, will find an answer." The souls slowly began to materialize, their translucent forms swaying in the darkness. Their eyes were filled with fear and confusion, they did not know what they were or why their fate was so tragic. Sumubai did not rush to speak again but instead communicated with the spirits using a gentle yet powerful mental force. Her voice rang out once more, carrying an irresistible allure. "I know where the priest is, and I know how you died. Your souls have been trapped in this ruin for many years, and behind all this chaos is that fake priest. Don't you want him to pay for his crimes?" The spirits' breaths quivered, as if suddenly awakened from their silence. Their previously confused gazes turned to anger, their bodies began to stir uneasily, as if pulled by a strong force. He destroyed everything for us. It was all him who deceived us." The furious whispers of the spirits gradually grew into a roar, the surrounding air seeming to be consumed by this resentment. Their breaths grew more restless, their voices echoing in the church. "We don't want to continue like this." However, as the angry voices grew louder, the spirits' expressions turned confused once more, and they seemed to question Sumubai's intentions. "Why should we believe you?" Sumubai sighed gently, slowly opening her eyes. Granny Jean Yi directly spoke up. "Stop wasting time with them. Be straightforward." Old Lady Jean Yi exhaled a puff of smoke, forming a huge net in the air that quickly surrounded all the ghosts, making their movements slow down as if controlled by some unseen force. Their resentment still roiled, but it was suppressed by the invisible power of Old Lady Jean Yi. She squinted her eyes slightly, a cold smile creeping at the corners of her mouth. "You ask why to trust her? Because she can take you away from this place, help you take revenge, while I help you see the truth." You are unwilling to be trapped here, unwilling to be forgotten forever. Don't you want to witness the priest's end? Right now, a young man named Qin Lang is helping you. Don't you want to be grateful? The smoke thickened, enveloping all the ghostly figures, and their awareness gradually became clearer within the haze. With every word from old lady Jean Yi, their resentment began to coalesce into a strong wave of energy. The ghosts began to lose their hesitation, their responding voices growing louder. Revenge. We want revenge. Their resentment gathered together, turning into an irresistible force, tightly clinging to Sumubai, as if a giant demon were supporting her from behind. Sumubai stared blankly at old lady Jean Yi. Old lady Jean Yi said, I want to help Qin Lang too, is that not okay? Sumubai whispered, very well, then let's go. Old lady Jean Yi seemed to be already prepared. She picked up her pipe and took another deep puff. Then, she slowly exhaled a cloud of white smoke, which twisted and spiraled in the air, rapidly spreading in all directions. That thick smoke instantly enveloped the church. Let's go. Put. Qin Lang spat out blood, his movements finally slowing down. Pushed to the limit. The priest's cold eyes fixed on Qin Lang, keenly sensing that his condition was extremely dire. A wave of wild joy surged in his heart. Qin Lang couldn't hold on much longer. He. Ha ha ha. The priest laughed loudly, his voice filled with suppressed excitement and delight as he looked at Qin Lang with malice, a cruel curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. What's wrong? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Now you can barely stand, right? You really are stubborn, but too bad, this is where it ends for you. With that, he swung his arm violently, and the demon's clone let out a deafening roar. Roar! Chapter 148, Retribution. The black shadows surged like a violent tide, instantly plunging the entire basement into a twisted darkness. The demon's power was fully unleashed, and the terrifying energy struck the rock walls, causing the whole space to violently shake, with large chunks of rock falling from the ceiling. Cracks spread like a spider's web, as if the entire underground world was about to collapse completely. The ground trembled violently, as if an invisible giant hand was trying to crush the whole basement to pieces. The priest watched the scene, his smile becoming more sinister, pointing a finger at Qin Lang, his tone filled with arrogance. You will die here. This basement will become your grave. Even if my master does not revive, I will still kill you. At that moment, a strange cold wind quietly swept in. That wind was bone-chilling, like whispers from the underworld, carrying a dread-inducing presence that sent shivers down the soul. As the wind blew, the temperature in the basement suddenly plummeted, as if the air had become a bit heavier. The priest's laughter abruptly stopped, his brow tightening. This cold wind, something was wrong. His pupils slightly contracted, an indescribable chill shot up from his feet to the top of his head, and a layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on his back. The priest nervously looked around, realizing that at some point, a faint, distorting shadow had surfaced from the surrounding darkness. As if countless ghosts were peering at him in the darkness, whispering and muttering. What is this? The priest's voice trembled slightly, and he suddenly turned to look at Qin Lang, his eyes showing unease for the first time. Qin Lang gasped for breath, yet a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He raised his head, looking mockingly at the priest, his tone leisurely and cold. What? Don't you know yourself? Qin Lang slowly lifted the ghost-slaying knife in his hand, the blade glinting with a ghostly cold light. He smirked slightly, his eyes locking onto the priest with icy determination. Your retribution has come. The walls began to shake, and ghostly green light seeped through the cracks. Immediately, countless blurred and twisted figures emerged from the walls, their eyes hollow and angry, their bodies wrapped in black resentment, as if prisoners of hell had been released. Father! Do you still remember us? A deep voice came from the group of ghosts, filled with chilling hatred. A man dressed in tattered clothing slowly stepped out of the shadows, deep knife scars on his face, his eye sockets empty, but the chilling resentment was enough to penetrate a person's soul. You said we would be safe in the church, yet you left us with no burial place. You lied to us, claiming this was God's grace, but what did we gain? Wails gathered in the darkness, and more ghosts rose from all directions. They emerged from the walls, from cracks in the ground, and even from the church's decaying statues. Their hands clawed at the air, their faces twisted in pain, but more than anything, there was deep hatred. The priest stumbled back a few steps, his face pale, his legs nearly giving way. He recognized them instantly, they were the residents of Silent Hill. His lips trembled slightly, eyes filled with terror. No, it can't be, you should have been purified long ago. Purified? The ghosts let out a piercing laugh, filled with resentment, anger, and endless sorrow. Did you think your hypocrisy and lies could fool the true gods? Did you think we would forget the suffering you inflicted upon us? Did you think your sins would go unpunished? You owe us a blood debt, it's time to pay. With these words, the entire church suddenly turned intensely cold. The ghosts gathered continuously in the darkness, their resentment solidifying, twisted spirits surged toward the priest like a wave. A look of disbelief and terror appeared on the priest's face, his breathing quickened, his heart racing. The ghosts flooded toward the priest like a tide, the hatred suffocating. The air in the church felt heavy, as if the sighs of the dead echoed in his ears. "Stop them! Block them for me!" The priest's face turned pale as he frantically waved his hands, directing the demonic avatars to rush at the ghosts. Those demons roared savagely, their crimson eyes burning with a bloodthirsty fire. They wielded sharp claws, lunging at the ghosts ahead. But the number of ghosts was too vast, illusory figures kept pouring in from all directions, even seeping through the walls and ceiling, as if the whole church was their territory. Rip! A demonic avatar was tackled by a dozen ghosts, its body twisted and struggled in the resentment, letting out a mournful scream. Instantly, its entire form seemed to corrode, dissolving into black mist. "Damn things! Go die!" The priest's eyes reddened, gritting his teeth, as he crazily commanded the remaining demons to fight. But he soon realized that no matter how much the demons killed, the ghosts were endless, like the relentless vengeful spirits from hell, never ceasing their demands for his life. Qin Lang crossed his arms, leisurely standing aside, with a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. "What? Weren't you very arrogant just now?" The priest's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he looked at Qin Lang, his voice trembling. Qin Lang. We can talk. I can give you wealth, give you power. Even tell you the true secret of the monsters." Qin Lang scoffed, shook his head, his gaze icy. "Unfortunately, I'm not interested in your little broken secret. But you can slowly enjoy what's coming next." The priest was completely panicked. He saw more and more ghosts tearing apart the monster's avatar, and his protection was about to collapse, with the shadow of death drawing nearer. His body began to tremble, his tone becoming pleading. "Qin Lang. No, Mr. Qin. Please, take me away. I am willing to be your servant, willing to pledge my loyalty to you. Just take me away from here." Qin Lang looked down at the priest, his eyes full of mockery. He slowly crouched down, getting close to the priest's ear, whispering, "You asked the wrong person. You should ask them." He raised his hand and pointed at those ghosts. The priest suddenly turned his head back, only to see countless pairs of hateful eyes staring at him fiercely. "Father, let's go to hell together." The twisted faces of the ghosts revealed sinister smiles, all reaching out their withered hands, waiting to drag him into eternal darkness. Bai Qi finally understood Qin Lang's intention. He stroked his dragon beard, laughing. "Big brother, so you want to use these souls he harmed to deal with him? Impressive. Big brother. What's wrong with you?" Chapter 149, finally over. Qin Lang's body was completely exhausted, his blood surging, his limbs as heavy as lead. He wanted to steady himself, but his legs softened, and he fell straight back. Boom! Bai Qi shouted, "Big brother." A huge rock fell from the ruins above his head, bringing a heavy sound of breaking air, crashing towards Qin Lang's body. The stone spun in the air, stirring up fierce winds, carrying an unbeatable impact. If it hit, Qin Lang would surely be crushed into a pulp. Bai Qi wanted to control Qin Lang's body, but he couldn't move at all. At the critical moment, a white smoke, like a spiritual snake, burst through the air, instantly wrapping around Qin Lang's waist. That smoke rope suddenly tightened, pulling Qin Lang's body sideways, narrowly avoiding the crushing blow of the falling rock. Boom! The giant stone smashed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust, cracks spreading, debris flying, the entire church shaking as if foretelling its imminent collapse. Qin Lang was violently tossed aside, falling to the ground, gasping heavily. His body was completely powerless, relying solely on willpower to hold up, yet he couldn't help but raise his head to look at the source of the smoke rope that saved him. "Qin Lang, you should thank me." A familiar smoky voice teased lightly. Granny Jinyi was holding a pipe, smiling at him, her eyes gleaming with mockery. With a gentle wave of her hand, the white smoke rope instantly turned into wisps of blue smoke, dissipating into the air as if it had never existed. Sumubai's figure appeared not far away. She anxiously glanced at the collapsing basement and immediately urged loudly, "Granny, stop messing around. Quick, retreat." Granny Jinyi leisurely exhaled smoke, squinting her eyes, smiling. "What's the hurry? Such a wonderful show, how can we not finish watching?" Not far away, the priest's body trembled violently, his face as pale as paper, fear filling his eyes. Around him, the ghosts surrounded him like a tidal wave, their twisted faces, hollow eyes, and pale lips silently opening and closing, filled with unwillingness and resentment, glaring at him. "Father! Why did you deceive us?" A ghost questioned sharply, its voice filled with pain and anger. Its body was blurry and tattered, its outstretched fingertips exuding a chilling air. "To tear the priest apart. You made us hide in the church, saying it was a safe sanctuary. And what happened? We were trapped inside, with no chance to resist, sacrificed to the monsters. You are not our priest. You are a butcher." The resentment of the ghosts thickened in the air, filling the space with a chilling cold, black mist seeping from the cracks in the ground. The priest's lips trembled slightly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The ghosts before him were once residents of Silent Hill. They had trusted the priest and placed their lives in his hands, only for him to send them into despair to save himself. No, no. The priest shook his hands repeatedly, trying to explain. At that time, I was also held captive by the monsters. I had no choice. I just wanted to survive. You all should leave. Get out of here. However, the ghosts paid no attention to his pleas. Their gazes were icy, filled with wrath, as if they were evil spirits from the abyss, determined to drag him into eternal darkness. You had no choice? What about us? You betrayed us, now it's time for you to pay back. The ghosts' screams erupted like thunder, and they charged at him all at once. Countless pale ghostly claws tore through the air, filled with destructive hatred, lunging at the priest. The priest retreated in terror, yet his feet seemed glued to the ground by some invisible force, unable to move. He struggled desperately, his body suddenly jerked, and he actually detached from Feng Lanlan's body. His pale, transparent spirit was exposed to the air, and the surrounding ghosts, upon seeing this, erupted with overwhelming resentment, all lunging at him. The priest let out a sharp, heartbreaking scream, as his spirit twisted violently under the ghosts' tearing, his fingers helplessly clawing at the air, trying to escape, but it was all in vain. The ghosts showed no mercy, tearing him apart inch by inch, his twisted face crumbling in pain, his limbs shredded by the ghosts, his torso slowly disintegrating, the despair deep within his soul erupting in a heart-wrenching cry. No! No! Please, spare me! Puff! With a final, piercing scream, the priest's spirit shattered completely, turning into specks of ghostly light, quickly dissipating in the air. The ghosts slowly stopped, their hollow gazes staring at the remnants that faded away, expressions of complexity emerging on their faces. Grandma Genia smiled and said, "All right, let's go." Not sure how long it had been, Qin Lang slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness not fully awake, feeling as if he was floating in the clouds. Around him was a thick, white mist, gently wrapping around his body, giving him a dreamlike illusion. "You are awake." A familiar voice came, carrying a hint of surprise and barely noticeable relief. Qin Lang focused his gaze, seeing Su Mubu beside him, her eyes showing a trace of lingering tension, while behind her, a wisp of white mist swirled into a ribbon-like shape, seemingly crafted by Grandma Genia. Qin Lang slightly moved his body and realized he was actually lying on this mist, as if supported by some invisible force. He frowned, about to speak, when a hearty laugh from afar broke the silence. "Aha, you little rascal, you have such big luck." Grandma Genia approached quickly, holding her ever-lit pipe, the white mist swirling wildly with her movements. Qin Lang propped himself up, twisted his neck, and asked wearily, "So, is it all over?" Grandma Genia took a deep puff from her pipe, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting as she casually said, "It's over, that priest is still entangled with those dead souls." A glimmer of glee flashed in her eyes, seemingly not surprised by the priest's fate. Qin Lang finally let out a long breath, feeling the heaviness that had pressed against his chest finally dissipate, making him feel much lighter. He murmured, "It's good to be over." This Silent Hill was even more exhausting than he had expected. However, Granny Jean suddenly sighed, shook her head, and said with a hint of helplessness, "TSK, what a pity, the hidden task is completely impossible to complete now." Qin Lang raised an eyebrow and looked at her, "You are still thinking about completing it?" Granny Jean shot him a glance, exhaled a puff of smoke, and shrugged, "Of course, if it could be completed, my teammates and I wouldn't have to keep rushing into the dungeon over and over again." Her voice still carried a hint of cynicism, but Qin Lang caught a trace of unusual emotion within it. Qin Lang fell silent for a moment, not rushing to respond, but instead looking up towards the distance, where a faint mist still lingered. He and his companion stepped out of the ruined church slowly. Under the night sky, the broken street was still shrouded in a layer of thin mist. Silent Hill had returned to its true form, eerie, desolate, and completely silent. Qin Lang scoffed, this damn place." Yeezy immediately spotted Qin Lang, bruised and battered. She rushed towards him, her eyes filled with concern, and asked urgently, "Qin Lang, how are you? Can you hold on?" Qin Lang's lips slightly curled up, revealing a tired but calm smile. He waved his hand, his voice hoarse yet carrying a hint of ease, "I'm fine, the absolute doom virus will heal, I won't die." As soon as he finished speaking, Granny Jean next to him snorted, taking a deep drag from her pipe, narrowing her eyes in dissatisfaction. "It's not that simple. You're not just hurt normally, the absolute doom virus can heal the body, but the cursed power inside you won't dissipate easily." Qin Lang looked down at his tattered clothing, the wounds on his arms had healed, but some cold black markings still remained. However, he didn't care at all, a slight smirk appeared on his lips, filled with teasing, "Don't worry, this little thing won't trap me." Granny Jean frowned at him, "Kid, you're not really." Qin Lang smiled slightly, his gaze deep as he looked into the distance, speaking casually, "It's nothing, just a small problem." He had Bai Qi within him, he wasn't afraid of any cursed power. What powerful creature's ability compares to that of a god of death? Granny Jean narrowed her eyes, seemingly wanting to say something, but finally just shook her head, smiling knowingly. Just then, a light step approached, accompanied by a faint, gentle fragrance. The mysterious mare emerged slowly from the mist. She smiled slightly, her voice pleasant and calm. "Congratulations, everyone, the level has been completed." Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, looking at the mysterious mare before him, a slight smile curling his lips, eyes carrying a hint of mockery. "Is it really that simple? We just count this as completing the level?" The mare gently shook her head, her gaze calm yet filled with a hint of approval. "Mr. Qin, the condition for clearing Silent Hill has never been to escape, but to completely bury the creature." She paused slightly before continuing. "In fact, everyone who enters Silent Hill knows about the existence of hidden levels, but they all fail. Because the moment the creature awakens, death and end become inevitable." Her voice was gentle, yet the implications made one shudder. Sumubai and Yi Zi exchanged glances, seeing a hint of doubt in each other's eyes. Granny Jean lifted her eyelids, curiously exhaling a puff of smoke. It seemed this time, Qin Lang really had saved her. Qin Lang chuckled lightly, shrugging nonchalantly. "So, am I the first one to finish?" The mare nodded. "Indeed. You are the first person to successfully complete the hidden level." Qin Lang's smile deepened at the corners of his mouth, his eyes playfully watching her, his tone casual yet filled with a hint of expectation. "All right then, hurry up and settle the rewards, don't waste time." Hearing this, the woman slightly smiled, extending her hand, a golden light slowly emerging in the palm of her hand. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force, the air trembled slightly, and a profound golden light slowly spread from the woman's palm, like ripples in water, wrapping Qin Lang's entire being within it. Sub-instant settlement in progress. A cold and authoritative voice echoed in everyone's mind, as if it came from a higher dimension of existence. Qin Lang felt his body shudder slightly, the scenery around him instantly twisting and changing, all images filled with countless golden runes, as if some reality-defying power was at work. Subinstance, Silent Hill Nightmare difficulty. Clearer, Qin Lang, first to clear. Clear evaluation, S+. Evaluation analysis, the host completed hidden tasks under extreme conditions, breaking the rules of the subinstance, overturning the priest's plot, thoroughly burying the demons, changing the subinstance ecology, belonging to an extraordinary performance, doubling rewards. Reward, 1.2 million deceit coins. As the system's voice fell, golden runes streaked across like shooting stars, transforming into countless light spots that surged toward Qin Lang's body. Following that, a series of reward messages appeared in his mind. Reward 1, Abyssal Eye, Special Ability. Can perceive illusions, see hidden truths, can briefly activate abyssal vision, uncover enemy weaknesses, and impact reality structure under special circumstances. Reward 2, Ghost Contract, Special Skill. Can manipulate souls and establish contracts with specific spirits, making them temporarily loyal, with effects depending on target's strength. Reward 3, Purgatory Resistance, Passive Skill. Immune to 50% evil curses, mental pollution, and undead erosion, can adapt automatically to negative energy environments during prolonged combat. Reward 4, Essence of Chaos Source, Rare. Can be used to strengthen equipment, advance skills, or enhance one's potential, containing extremely high alien energy, usable to break limits in special situations. Reward 5, Completion of Hidden Task Reward Talent Awakening. Your potential has been thoroughly awakened, gaining an opportunity for free talent awakening, capable of randomly triggering unknown abilities. The golden brilliance slowly seeped into Qin Lang's body, and he felt an unprecedented force surging within him. Qin Lang sensed his soul connecting with a higher existence, his entire perception lifted to a new level. This time, the rewards are even richer than I imagined. Su Muwai gently supported Qin Lang, allowing him to regain his balance, and feeling his gradually recovering strength, she finally relaxed. Her gaze held a trace of worry, but mostly relief. After all, their survival from this hellish place was already an unbelievable miracle. Qin Lang shook his hands, moved his body a bit, and although the wounds had healed, the lingering cursed energy in his body was still eroding his bones slowly. He chuckled lightly, his eyes carrying a hint of relaxed fatigue. "All right, don't be so tense, I'm not dead yet." Sumu sighed softly, glancing at him, but didn't refute, only supporting him as they slowly walked toward the exit of Silent Hill. At this moment, Granny Goldenleaf spoke up. "Qin Lang, shouldn't we settle our accounts?" Granny Goldenleaf stepped forward, her cigarette hanging from her mouth, walking leisurely, looking nothing like a person who had just experienced a life-and-death battle. "I tell you, Qin Lang, you can't just up and leave." A knowing smile played at her lips. "How about you take me with you?" No sooner had she finished speaking than Yi Zi immediately stood protectively in front of Qin Lang, her face filled with vigilance as she glared at Granny Goldenleaf, her tone full of distrust. "What do you think you're doing following us? Don't think I don't know. With your cruel and ruthless ways, you must have a hidden agenda." Grandma Genia let out a puff of smoke ring, lazily glancing at Yi Zi, as if completely unconcerned about her hostility. She shook her head, chuckling softly. "Little girl, that's not fair. After all, I just saved you once, we can't repay kindness with hatred, right? That doesn't change your past actions." Yizi stood her ground, saying without hesitation, you wouldn't rescue someone for no reason. Tell me, what is your true purpose? Qin Lang remained silent, quietly observing Grandma Jinya, his eyes deep as a well, seeming to pierce through her entire being. After a moment, he gently squinted, asking in a low voice, alright, stop beating around the bush. If you want to follow us, what's your real goal? Grandma Jinya smiled, exhaling her last puff of smoke, then tucked away her smoking pipe, her expression gradually turning serious. She looked down, smoothing her sleeves before slowly speaking, I want to save someone. Save someone? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a faint smile, you? Save someone? Why? Do I not seem capable? Grandma Jinya smiled, a hint of playfulness flashing in her eyes. Qin Lang didn't answer but looked at her with interest, waiting for her to continue. Without further ado, Grandma Jinya's smile faded, her tone turning grave, Qin Lang, you have to help me. Hearing this, Qin Lang chuckled lightly, his tone laced with mockery, on what grounds? On the grounds of... Grandma Jinya slowly uttered a few words, her gaze deep and sharp, the smile at the corner of her mouth becoming meaningful, those people are also your enemies. Qin Lang's eyes slightly narrowed, who? Grandma Jinya softly spoke 3 words, causing Qin Lang to become alert at once, Wudao Society. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, the surrounding smoke drifting slowly with the wind, revealing Qin Lang's contemplative face. Sumubai and Yizi were stunned, they were not unfamiliar with this name, and Qin Lang understood it all too well. Grandma Jinya said, many of their people have infiltrated this instance, although they should all be dead by now. But, they definitely won't let you go, and they won't let me go either. Qin Lang slightly squinted, his gaze turning cold and profound, while a hint of a dangerous smile crept onto his lips, interesting. Then let's team up. Back in the real world, as the familiar light filtered through the air onto him, Qin Lang took a deep breath. Finally, no longer shrouded in the dead silence and chill of Silent Hill, the air of reality felt slightly humid, but at least it lacked that suffocating sense of oppression. Grandma Jinya said, you have nowhere to go, right? Come with me. Sumubai and Yizi turned to Qin Lang. Qin Lang nodded, let's follow her. They stood in a remote alley, surrounded by dilapidated brick walls. Grandma Jinya stood in front, still puffing her smoking pipe, a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Let's go, my base is nearby, don't drag your feet. Qin Lang, Sumubai, and Yizi exchanged glances, though puzzled, they still followed her. After passing through several narrow alleys, they arrived in front of an abandoned building. The entrance was a heavily rusted door that looked like it hadn't been touched in many years, with moss and cracks covering the walls. However, Grandma Jinya skillfully exhaled smoke, using the mist to push open a door, revealing a dark staircase. Keep up. She beckoned, leading the way inside. Qin Lang frowned but followed suit, with Sumubai and Yizi close behind. The stairs were deep, descending with a chill in the air, and their footsteps echoed in the narrow space. Eventually, when they reached the bottom, a heavy iron door stood in front of them. Grandma Jinya pulled a key from her pocket, inserted it into the lock, and with a dull click, the iron door slowly opened. To everyone's surprise, behind the door was not a dark, damp underground chamber, but a spacious and bright space. The basement had soft lighting, clean walls, and even several computers and medical equipment scattered around the room, looking nothing like a hideout, it felt more like a carefully arranged base. Sumubai looked around in amazement and said, this place. He, didn't expect this, did you? Granny Jinya walked to the center of the room and gently patted the wall, saying, this place is far more advanced than you think. Qin Lang said nothing, carefully observing the layout and noticed many red marks on the map on the wall, while the computer screens on the desk flickered with complex data. Clearly, this base was not just a resting place, it was an operational facility. Granny Jinya lazily stretched and said, alright, you each find a room to rest, first take care of your injuries. I'll bring over the medicine later. Qin Lang's eyes flickered slightly as he stared at her back, speaking in a low voice, when you bring the medicine, we need to have a good talk. Granny Jinya paused, looked back at him, and smirked slightly, oh? Talk about what? Qin Lang chuckled softly, his gaze sharp, let's talk about what this place really is, and who you really are. The air seemed to still for a moment, Granny Jinya squinted her eyes, and after a while, a meaningful smile crept onto her face, wait for me a moment, I'll come find you. About 10 minutes later, Granny Jinya came over holding a bowl of fragrant herbal soup, placing it in front of Qin Lang while twirling her delicate smoking pipe in her hand. Qin Lang picked up the bowl of medicine and gently blew on it. Alright, tell me about yourself. Granny Jinya leaned back in her chair, her gaze fixed on some spot on the ceiling as if recalling something. Actually, I've always had many teammates. We've known each other since childhood, growing up together, just like a family. She paused, took a puff from her pipe, and as the smoke slowly dispersed in the air, her voice carried a hint of bitterness. Later, someone found us, named Boss Jean. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. Boss Jean, does he have any connection to the Wudao Association? Granny Jinya responded, I will explain that shortly, but just to give you a heads up, their relationship is quite deep. Qin Lang smiled, then it seems he isn't a good person. He, of course he isn't. Granny Genia sneered, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Boss Jean hired us, specifically to go hit dungeons. Dungeons are a type of resource that can provide skills, provide ghost coins, providing all the chances to become stronger. Once we receive rewards, especially ghost coins, we must hand everything over to him. Boss Jean made his fortune this way. Granny Genia took a puff of smoke, slowly saying, at first, we all thought this was just a normal cooperative relationship, complete the tasks, get paid. But gradually, we realized things weren't like that. Every time we entered a dungeon, someone in our team would die. One after another. At first it was an accident, then it became inevitable. The danger level of each dungeon was higher than the last, our gear and abilities were improving, but the death rate didn't decrease, instead, it kept rising. Sumobai and Yeezy's expressions became grim. They clearly understood the danger of dungeons and had witnessed many people die before their eyes. From Granny Genia's tone, it was evident that this matter had a significant impact on her. Granny Genia gently exhaled a puff of smoke, her eyes complex. Once, one of our brothers smiled at us before he died and said we were just tools for his profit, die one and replace with another. That smile. It really is something I will remember for a lifetime. She paused for a moment, as if calming her emotions. After a while, she slowly said, finally, we can't take it anymore. We go to find Boss Jean together and say we want to quit. Old Lady Jean gently tapped her smoking pipe, ash falling into the nearby metal ashtray, making a crisp sound. Qin Lang said, he is not so kind. Old Lady Jean nodded and said, indeed, we worked really hard just to win one condition. Boss Jean caught my other teammates and promised me that as long as I completed the hidden mission in Silent Hill and got the treasure there, he would let me and the remaining teammates go free. That's why I led the team into the instance, fighting with all my strength to complete the mission. Qin Lang leaned against the wall, lightly turning the teacup in his hand, but his gaze was firmly fixed on Old Lady Jean. So, you should report back now? Looking at the result alone, you have succeeded. Old Lady Jin's lips curled into a mocking smile, exhaling a puff of white smoke, and slowly said, succeeded? Yes, I have succeeded, but do you really think he will keep his promise? Qin Lang squinted, slowly putting down the teacup, and tapped the table with his index finger. Of course not. Old Lady Jean said indifferently, Qin Lang, right, what kind of wolf would let prey escape from its mouth? A cold light flashed in her eyes, her tone low. Boss Jin's promise has never been for us tools. Qin Lang caught the chill in her tone, his gaze slightly darkened. So what do you plan to do next? Old Lady Jean didn't answer immediately but slowly took a puff of smoke, squinting her eyes to enjoy a moment of silence, then laughed softly. What do you think? I know very well that a person like Boss Jean would never keep his word. He will pretend to be very satisfied, smile, and say you've worked hard, and then, when we let our guard down, he will make us completely disappear. Qin Lang leaned against the wall, arms crossed, smiling. I understand, you want to deal with the person who caused the problem, in other words, you want to kill Boss Jean. So, you want me to help you? You want to hire me as your assassin, right? No wonder you've been so nice to me. Old Lady Jean grinned, revealing slightly yellowed teeth, her expression a bit eerie. You are indeed clever, so I enjoy chatting with someone like you, it's effortless. She gently tapped the edge of the table with her smoking pipe, making a clear sound. Since he will certainly go back on his word, I must find helpers, and strike first. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a half-smile. It sounds like you already have a complete plan. Old Lady Jean squinted, her gaze deep as she looked at him. You are also a clever person, let's not beat around the bush. You just cleared the Silent Hill instance, which no one has ever done before. Boss Jean will definitely be interested in you. Qin Lang gently tapped the table, his tone calm, and then? Then, he will prepare you a feast of betrayal. Old Lady Jean leaned forward slightly, her eyes like a snake watching its prey. We conspire together to assassinate Boss Jean. Qin Lang's expression remained steady, but a hint of scrutiny appeared in his eyes. He asked slowly, what reason do I have to agree with you? Old Lady Jean exhaled her last puff of smoke, casually placing the pipe on the table, reaching to play with a strand of fallen hair, the corners of her mouth curling with a hint of amusement. Because this is not just helping me, but helping yourself. Qin Lang, you are a smart person, I think you already have your own judgment in your heart, right? Qin Lang did not speak, just quietly looked at her. Old Lady Jin's smile gradually faded, her voice lowered, revealing a hint of chill. You should know very well that the Wudao will be your enemy, and Boss Jean is one of the sponsors of the Wudao. Qin Lang's pupils slightly constricted, and his gaze finally became sharp. Granny Jean knocked on the table, her tone relaxed yet carrying an air of pressure. So, killing him together is not only helping me escape but also a heavy blow to the unjust society. The air instantly became a bit heavy, and Qin Lang's fingers slowly stroked the table, pondering the pros and cons of her words. Qin Lang gently sighed, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, hands crossed over his chest, his eyes sparkling with interest. Okay, since they are bound to come for me, I should go play with them. Granny Jean revealed a strange smile upon hearing this, as if she had already anticipated Qin Lang's decision. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a dull sound came from outside, as if something had been knocked over. Granny Jin's expression changed instantly, her eyes sharp as blades. She sat up straight, warily looking towards the door to the basement, her voice deep and cold. This hideout is known only to me now. It looks like it might be Boss Jin's people coming. Chapter 153, Black Man. I'll go take a look. Yi Zi's heart tightened, instinctively clenching her fists, her gaze sweeping over everyone in the room, her expression on guard. Qin Lang frowned slightly, an uneasy feeling rising in his heart. If Boss Jin really sent people here, it meant their movements had already been exposed. No, I'll go. Su Mubo suddenly spoke up. I am in a spiritual state of probe now, it's hard to be detected. Qin Lang nodded, speaking solemnly, Miss Su, be careful. Su Mubo said no more, her figure completely vanishing, as if merging into the air, silently sneaking outside. The room fell into a brief silence. Minutes passed, the air filled with a suffocating silence, everyone holding their breath, waiting for Su Mubo's return. However, 5 minutes went by and there was still no sound from outside. Qin Lang's expression suddenly changed, his heart sinking sharply. Something's not right. He whispered, his tone laced with an ominous premonition. Why hasn't Su Mubo come back yet? Yi Zi frowned, her voice tinged with urgency. Granny Jean lightly tapped her fingers on the table, her eyes narrowing, the smile on her face disappearing. She's in trouble. Qin Lang did not wait any longer, he suddenly got up, his gaze sharp as a knife, charging out without hesitation. Qin Lang! Yi Zi exclaimed, wanting to stop him, but Qin Lang's speed was extremely fast, his figure like an arrow released from a bow, instantly disappearing at the exit of the basement. Qin Lang burst out of the basement, the night was as dark as ink, and an ominous chill filled the air. The moonlight dimly spilled onto the ground, casting a strange shadow, a long but strangely shaped man. His face was abnormally pale, the skin seemingly soaked in water for too long, exuding a dead, dull gray color. What was most uncomfortable was the smile on his lips, his narrow eyes slightly squinting, resembling a smile that wasn't a smile, the corners of his mouth seeming like they could split open at any moment, revealing even more sinister malice. But what truly made Qin Lang frown was not the man's appearance, but what was behind him. A pitch-black evil spirit, like a monster crawling out from the depths of hell, floated behind the man, its form shifting like a living curse. Its left half of the face was disfigured, its right eye deep as a well, and its enormous, twisted hand was gripping Su Mubo's body tightly. Su Mubo's face was in pain, her body struggling violently in the black hand, her spiritual form flickering uncertainly, as if it could shatter at any moment, but even so, she gritted her teeth and shouted angrily, Qin Lang! Run! Don't worry about me! Granny Jin's expression turned extremely ugly at the sight of this man, her pupils slightly constricting, unable to suppress a gasp. He let out a silent scream. Black man? Qin Lang frowned and shot a glance at Granny Jinyi. Do you know him? Granny Jinyi's expression was serious as she spoke in a low voice. He is one of the strongest killers under Boss Jin. No one can escape alive from him. He. Jinyi, you did well this time. The black man's voice carried a chilling laugh as he slowly raised his head, his deep-set eyes fixated on Granny Jinyi, the smile at the corner of his lips deepening, as if admiring a trophy already in his hands. I really didn't expect you to come out alive from Silent Hill. The black man lightly clapped his hands, but his gaze was filled with disdain. However, this is a good thing, at least I don't have to go through the trouble of finding you. Qin Lang's gaze was as cold as a knife as he stepped forward, his voice deep and dangerous. Let her go. The black man raised an eyebrow, seemingly amused as he watched Qin Lang, slowly shaking his head with a smile. Mr. Qin, you don't think you have the right to negotiate now, do you? The ghostly hand tightened suddenly, and Su Mubai let out a painful grunt, her spirit almost turning transparent for a moment. Qin Lang's gaze turned icy, his fists clenching slightly, the power within him restless. Bai Qi shouted, Big brother, don't act rashly, your body is not fully. The black man glanced at him casually and laughed. Don't be impulsive, you wouldn't want this young lady to completely vanish, would you? His smile was sinister, and his voice carried a teasing tone of a cat playing with a mouse. You are very special, no one has ever exited the Silent Hill instance before, and Boss Jin is very interested. The black man raised a finger, shaking it slightly. So, come with me to see Boss Jin. The air suddenly froze. Qin Lang squinted, the corner of his lips curling into a meaningful cold smile. Oh really? His voice was low and chilling. Qin Lang's eyes suddenly turned cold, killing intent concentrating in an instant. Without hesitation, he took a step forward, fiercely drawing the Ghost Slayer blade, the blade gleaming with a cold light aimed directly at the black man's throat. However, the black man only sneered, raising his right hand slightly, and the air instantly began to twist. Accompanied by a low and eerie whisper, 3 distorted shadows slowly crawled out from the black spirits behind him. Summon the ghosts. Qin Lang's pupils constricted slightly. The 3 ghosts were pitch black, as if burned by invisible flames, lacking facial features, only deep-set eye sockets glowing with mysterious red light in the night. Long claws scraped against the ground, producing a piercing sound, bringing a suffocating chill as they rushed towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang's eyes narrowed, hands gripping the Ghost Slayer blade tightly. In an instant, his form shifted, the blade cutting through a fierce cold light. Ha! The blade light was like lightning, ruthlessly slashing down at the first ghost. But just as the blade was about to fall, Qin Lang's body suddenly trembled, a violent tearing sensation erupted in his chest. Cough! A mouthful of fresh blood surged uncontrollably from his mouth, splattering onto the blade, leaving dark red marks. His hand shook, causing the force of the Ghost Slayer blade to weaken instantly, and taking advantage of this gap, the ghost opened its gaping mouth like a black hole, roaring as it lunged towards his body. Ha ha ha! The black man laughed loudly, arms crossed over his chest, eyes filled with mockery, just as the boss predicted. Mr. Qin, although you barely escaped from Silent Hill, your body has completely exhausted itself, right? He squinted his eyes, a cruel smile curving at the corner of his mouth. You are no match for me at all right now. Qin Lang's face turned pale, cold sweat trickled down his forehead, he gritted his teeth, tightly holding the hilt, his feet sinking slightly as he forcefully steadied his form. But the turbulent blood within him made every muscle protest, as if they would crumble at any moment. Bai Qi grew anxious. Big brother, do you want to die here? Su Bai shouted. Qin Lang, don't do anything reckless. Chapter 154, The Art of Hospitality. Yi Zi saw the scene, her eyes flashing with urgency, and without hesitation, she stepped forward, raising her hand to release a spell for assistance. But just then, Grandma Jean grabbed her shoulder and said in a low voice, it's useless. Yi Zi's eyes widened. What? Grandma Jin's face was extremely serious, her gaze fixed on the black man, her voice low, you are not his opponent. Yi Zi's heart sank suddenly. The black man squinted his eyes, watching Qin Lang struggle, his smile widening even more, his voice full of disdain. Mr. Qin, tell me, how should I deal with you now? Yi Zi's figure shot out like a swift wind, flipping her wrist, and countless pieces of paper suddenly appeared. Her delicate fingertips moved slightly, and the paper instantly shot out like blades, densely pouncing towards the three evil spirits. The paper snow sparkled with a sharp cold light in the night, each piece carrying a fierce energy, as if it could instantly tear apart any obstacle in its way. However, hiss! The evil spirits let out a deep, strange laugh, their bodies shaking lightly like smoke, and those razor-sharp pieces of paper actually passed through their bodies without causing any substantial harm. Yi Zi's heart dropped sharply. What? Her pupils constricted, and she quickly changed her tactic, flipping her wrist once more, and the pieces of paper transformed into a long paper blade, glimmering with cold light, and fiercely chopped down at the foremost evil spirit. But the evil spirit did not dodge at all, letting the paper blade strike itself. Swish! The paper blade swept past, but the evil spirit's body merely rippled slightly, as if it had struck the surface of the water, causing no substantial damage at all. The black man laughed wildly, his voice full of mockery. Ah! Is this all you can do, and you dare to stand in my way? Before his laughter ended, he suddenly stepped forward, extending a dry yet powerful hand to grab at Yi Zi's throat. Yi Zi's expression changed, wanting to retreat, but the black man's speed was faster than she imagined. In an instant, his hand was already closing in on her neck. Oh no! Just as Yi Zi was about to be captured, a crystal-clear light burst forth. Bang! A semi-transparent bubble suddenly expanded, exploding in front of Yi Zi, forming a barrier that forcefully deflected the black man's hand. The black man was slightly taken aback, his smile restrained a bit, his gaze sweeping toward the graceful silhouette that had just charged out. Qin Wanqing stepped on two bubbles, landing lightly beside Yi Zi. She slightly raised her hand, with smooth bubbles floating in her palm, shimmering with a rainbow halo. Qin Wanqing quickly waved her hand, and several bubbles flew out, wrapping around Qin Lang. Her eyes were calm, her tone firm. Qin Lang, I'll send you over. As long as Qin Lang was wrapped in the bubbles, she could quickly pull him back to her side, avoiding the black man's attack. However, just at this critical moment. Snap! The black man lightly snapped his fingers. Behind Qin Wanqing, a pitch-black, grim face suddenly appeared, and a gigantic evil spirit suddenly reached out with its dark claws, moving with incredible speed. Qin Wanqing's pupils contracted suddenly, with no time to evade, she was thrown into the grip of the ghostly claws. She let out a muffled groan, her body stiffened suddenly, and the bubbles in her hand shattered in an instant, the light fading. The black man raised the corner of his mouth in a cruel smile, slowly stepping forward, his eyes playfully scanning Qin Lang, Yi Zi, and Qin Wanqing. What a bunch of overconfident fools. He leaned slightly forward, revealing a cold smile. Now who among you can still stop me? Grandma Jin's fingers trembled slightly, beads of cold sweat seeping from the wrinkles on her face. The black man's grim laughter seemed to carry a certain bewitching power, echoing in the air, making her breath quicken instinctively. Her gaze swept over Su Bai, Yi Zi, and Qin Wanqing. They were all easily subdued by the black man, and Qin Lang's face was pale, clearly too weak to fight anymore. The situation was extremely dire. The black man's gaze fell on her, the corner of his mouth slightly curling up, revealing a hint of a mocking smile. What's wrong? Jin Yi, do you want to make a move? You should know better than anyone that you are not my opponent. His tone was casual, as if he were speaking to an inconsequential old lady, and there wasn't the slightest hint in his eyes that he saw her as a threat. Grandma Jean's fingertips tightened around her pipe. In an instant, countless images flashed through her mind. The black man's voice swept over her like a shadow, pulling her back to that terrifying abyss. Her body trembled slightly, a muscle's instinctive reaction, a remnant fear of past nightmares. The black man narrowed his eyes, his smile deepening. "Hey, it seems you still remember." Grandma Jean took a deep breath, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing on the pipe. She could not back down. She had survived Silent Hill, she had endured once in a desperate situation, that kind of fear, that kind of helplessness, she never wanted to experience a second time. "Black man." Her voice was low and hoarse, her gaze gradually fierce. "Do you think I am still that pawn who only obeys orders?" The black man laughed derisively, his tone filled with sarcasm. "Oh? After coming back from Silent Hill, your courage has grown quite a bit." He leaned slightly forward, his gaze filled with disdain. "But the question is, do you really have a chance? You'd better be a bit self-aware, otherwise, I'm afraid I won't let you feel too comfortable." Grandma Jean did not respond, she simply slowly raised her pipe, a cold smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. Qin Lang suddenly spoke. "Stop it." Grandma Jean turned to look at Qin Lang. Qin Lang's mouth curled slightly, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown on his face, as he slowly stood up, casually wiping the blood remaining at the corner of his mouth. He glanced around, then looked at the black man, his tone light but with a hint of careless mockery. "Tisk, your boss invited me over, and this is how you treat guests?" The black man narrowed his eyes, still wearing a sinister smile. He didn't understand why Qin Lang could stay so calm now. This took away half the fun for him. Qin Lang's smile deepened as he continued slowly. "How about this, when I meet your boss, I'll have a good chat with him. Just mention that he has a subordinate whose attitude is too horrible. If my conversation with him doesn't go well, then just say it's your fault for ruining my mood. I wonder how your boss will view you." The black man's smile momentarily froze. Chapter 155, Your Attitude. Qin Lang gently patted the dust off his shoulder, continuing to speak slowly. "Originally, I was quite interested, wanting to discuss cooperation with your boss, to see if we could meet each other's needs and create a win-win situation." He paused, looking at the black man with a mischievous smile. "But it seems, my impression of you isn't too good." The black man furrowed his brow slightly, the coldness in his eyes deepening. "What do you mean?" Qin Lang shrugged, spreading his hands, appearing helpless. "If I don't have a pleasant conversation with your boss, do you think he will blame you? After all, if it weren't for your terrible first impression, I might have been more willing to cooperate with him." The black man's smile finally froze for a moment. Qin Lang secretly laughed. Sure enough, although this guy was arrogant and had decent power, at his core, he was still just a servant following orders. Boss Qin was the real figure he was afraid of. Now, he had grasped his weakness. The black man's fingers tightened slightly, his gaze deeply fixed on Qin Lang. It seemed he was weighing something. After a moment, he finally spoke, his tone slightly softened but still carrying a threat. "Qin Lang, stop trying to scare people here. Do you think such little tricks can make me let them go?" Qin Lang continued to smile, his tone mocking. "Why don't you take a gamble and see if your boss will blame you?" The black man's expression finally shifted. He thought of his boss's demeanor and shuddered inexplicably. The black man's expression wavered, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. He stared at Qin Lang, his lips twitching slightly as he coldly said, "Qin Lang, just behave and come with me, don't make trouble for yourself." However, Qin Lang lazily patted his clothes, as if he had just finished chatting at a tea house, his tone light and carefree. "Why should I? Look at my friends, each one of them has been tortured by you." His gaze swept over Sumubai and the others, who were still panting, his eyes darkening, and his tone suddenly becoming sarcastic. "You've made my friends suffer like this, and I should just obediently go with you? Am I that cheap?" The black man's expression immediately turned cold, the black hand of the shadow behind him slightly trembling. He scolded in a low voice, "Qin Lang, don't go too far." But Qin Lang didn't care, spreading his hands in a dismissive manner. "Isn't it just going a bit too far? If you think it's too much, then you have the ability to take me away." He tilted his head, revealing a meaningful smile. "When I see your boss later, I'll definitely have a good chat with him about this reception experience. Maybe I can even give you a special evaluation." The black man's expression froze instantly, the muscles on his face twitching slightly. He remembered clearly the boss's instruction, "Bring Qin Lang here properly." Now, even though Qin Lang was being arrogant, every word he spoke was a threat. The black man could disregard what others thought, but he couldn't ignore his boss's attitude. The boss hated it when his subordinates caused trouble, especially when they messed things up before even meeting him. After a moment of silence, the black man gritted his teeth, suddenly waving his hand, and the giant hand of the shadow slowly released, heavily tossing Sumubai, Yizi, and Shin Wanqing to the ground. "I can let them go." The black man coldly stared at Qin Lang, his voice deep like it was squeezed from his throat. "I let them go, but you must come with me." Qin Lang shrugged, his lips still curling with that frivolous smile. No way. The black man's expression completely darkened, a dangerous chill flashing in his eyes. He fixed his gaze on Qin Lang, his voice low and suppressed. Qin Lang, don't push your luck. Qin Lang, however, paid no mind, moving his shoulders and curling his lips into a disdainful smile. How am I pushing my luck? I just came out of the instance, I'm covered in wounds, feeling unwell, shouldn't I at least rest a bit? He deliberately coughed twice and patted his chest. If you don't feel satisfied, you can just move directly and tie me up to take me away. The black man's eyes narrowed, the surrounding ominous energy seeming to condense once more, the shadow behind him stirring restlessly. But he ultimately didn't act rashly. He dared not defy the boss's orders, which called for inviting Qin Lang rather than dragging him away. Seeing the black man hesitate to take action, Qin Lang appeared as if it was only natural and leisurely said, since you're not going to use force, then you have to let me willingly come along, right? Unfortunately, I'm hungry now, and I don't have the strength to leave. The black man frowned, as if realizing something, coldly asking, then what do you want? Qin Lang's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He slowly said, it's simple, I'm starving, you go buy us some food. The black man coldly scoffed, huh, buy food? Do you think I'm your errand boy? Qin Lang wasn't angered. Instead, he stared at him with great interest. Didn't you say you would invite me over? How can a guest go to a feast on an empty stomach? If you want to invite me, you need to show some sincerity. The black man's face grew darker, narrowing his eyes. What do you want to buy? Qin Lang wiggled a finger and grinned mischievously. Find a 5-star hotel and have them deliver every dish on the menu to me. The black man's eyebrows jumped sharply, unable to suppress a cold laugh. A whole menu? Heh, can you eat it all? Qin Lang was clearly toying with him. Qin Lang nodded matter-of-factly. If I can't finish it, what does it have to do with you? Anyway, it's what I asked for. You wouldn't fail to meet such a small request, would you? Grandma Jean couldn't help but laugh. The black man took a deep breath, the veins on his forehead popping, his fists almost crushing with rage, but he ultimately held it in. He knew that Qin Lang was deliberately stalling for time, but he had no choice but to grit his teeth and nod. All right. Just as he was about to turn around to do it, Qin Lang lazily added, wait, I need to send someone to supervise you. The black man's brow furrowed even tighter. What do you mean? Qin Lang blinked and smiled. Who knows if you might spit in the food or sneak in something strange. He turned to Sumubai and Grandma Jean. Sumubai, Grandma Jean, you two go with him, keep a close eye on him while he orders, and see if he pulls any tricks. Also, I'm giving you the opportunity to boss him around. Grandma Jean and Sumubai exchanged glances, both understanding Qin Lang's intention. The corner of the black man's eye twitched violently, feeling greatly humiliated. As a capable killer of Boss Jean, he was not only treated like a petty errand boy but also had someone supervising him while he bought food? However, there was no rebuttal to Qin Lang's words. What if Qin Lang used the excuse of fearing poisoning to avoid eating and continue to delay? What could he do then? In the end, the black man forced down his anger and ground out a word through clenched teeth, go. Sumubai and Grandma Jean exchanged a glance, both having a hint of glee in their eyes, and then they unceremoniously followed the black man's lead. The black man's figure disappeared into the night, but the air still carried the suppressed killing intent of his fury. When the black man returned with a large pile of exquisite takeout boxes, his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he struggled to contain his anger. Qin Lang lounged in a chair at the inn, his legs propped up on the table, his eyes filled with carefree contentment. Oh, you're back? Qin Lang deliberately stretched his voice, getting up slowly, and casually lifted the lid off one takeout box. A rich fragrance wafted out, with enticing dishes neatly arranged, clearly from a top hotel's kitchen. The black man's face turned blacker than ever. He crossed his arms and glared intensely at Qin Lang, his voice icy enough to freeze the air. The food's back, eat it. Qin Lang acted completely unbothered, stretching lazily, and smiling broadly. No hurry, no hurry. When eating, what's most important is the mood. Come on, everyone sit down, let's enjoy this meal. He said, pulling Sumubai, Grandma Jean, and Yi Zi to sit down. They exchanged glances, all understanding that Qin Lang was deliberately teasing the black man. Since there was free food to enjoy, nobody refused, they all settled down and picked up their chopsticks to eat. Meanwhile, the black man stood at the door, his face dark, looking like he was ready to explode at any moment. Qin Lang picked up a piece of melt-in-your-mouth braised pork, smacked his lips in satisfaction, then lazily glanced at the door. Hey, black man, you just stand there and watch. A flicker of anger flashed in the black man's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Qin Lang, don't push your luck. Oh come on, just joking, don't be so serious. Qin Lang chuckled lightly and continued to enjoy his food. During this meal, he ate with extraordinary leisure. From main course to dessert, not a single grain of rice was wasted. After eating and drinking to his fill, he satisfiedly stretched, let out a big burp, then slowly wiped his mouth and waved to the black man. All right, you've worked hard waiting outside. The black man's eyes twitched suddenly, as if he had reached his limit, but Boss Jin's orders forced him to suppress his anger. He coldly snorted and turned to leave the room, standing guard at the door. Grandma Jeannie looked at Qin Lang's relaxed appearance and couldn't help but frown, softly saying, "Qin Lang, dragging this out like this isn't a long-term solution. You will have to see Boss Jean eventually." Qin Lang lazily leaned back in his chair and smiled nonchalantly. "No problem, I just happen to want to have another meal." Grandma Jeannie was momentarily speechless and glared at Qin Lang. "You rascal." Her face showed undeniable worry. She knew very well that Boss Jean was not an easy person to deal with. No matter how slick Qin Lang was, he couldn't rely on just smooth talking to get out of it. She was about to advise him again when Su Mubai raised his hand to stop her. Su Mubai looked at Qin Lang, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, his voice gentle yet firm. "Just trust Qin Lang." Grandma Jeannie was stunned and looked towards Qin Lang. He still seemed indifferent, but a deep light flickered in his eyes. She sighed, knowing that no matter what she said, it would be useless. The black man stood at the door, his face so gloomy it seemed like water could drip from it, coldly asking, "Can we leave now?" Qin Lang lazily leaned back in his chair, yawned, slowly stretching his body and looking at the black man with a half-smile. "What's the hurry? Just because I'm full, I have to leave? That would be unfair to me." The black man frowned, his gaze slightly chilling. "What else do you want?" Qin Lang waved his hand, looking as if it was obvious. "I just fought a hard battle, my body is almost falling apart, of course, I need to take a nap to recover my spirit. I can't let Boss Jean see a pale, listless me, can I?" The black man's face immediately darkened, coldly saying, "Qin Lang, don't push your luck." Qin Lang blinked, suddenly changing his expression, a teasing smile forming on his lips. "Have you ever beaten Silent Hill?" The black man was momentarily taken aback. "What? I asked you, can you beat Silent Hill?" Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, speaking every word clearly. The black man's face instantly darkened, gritting his teeth. "What do you mean?" Qin Lang shrugged, wearing a you-know-what-I-mean expression. "If you can't beat it, then don't blabber, got it?" Veins were popping on the black man's forehead, his fists clenched, as if he were ready to hit someone at any moment. But in the end, he took a deep breath, forcibly enduring, repressing his anger as he said, "Wait another night. You must leave tomorrow morning." Qin Lang waved his hand carelessly. "All right, do as you please." After saying this, he returned to his room and gently closed the door. Deep in the night, the candlelight in the room flickered gently. Qin Lang sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and slowly sank his consciousness into his inner world. In the darkness, a familiar figure slowly appeared, with dragon whiskers drifting. It was Bai Qi. Qin Lang got straight to the point. "Bai Qi, can I restore my body immediately?" Bai Qi stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sharp. "Big brother, recovery is not a problem, but your current physical condition will need a little help from medicine." Qin Lang frowned. "Medicine?" Bai Qi said lightly, "You have quite a few strange coins on hand, open the system mall and see if there are suitable herbs. I will prepare the medicine for you." Qin Lang's heart jolted, and he immediately opened the system interface, the light of the mall appearing before his eyes, various mysterious and precious items dazzling before him. He quickly searched for precious herbs for recovery according to Bai Qi's instructions. Scarlet Flame Ginseng, 100-year-old stock, invigorates blood circulation. Price, 300,000 strange coins. Inspector Herb, enhances soul power. Price, 250,000 strange coins. Sky Spirit Leaf, specifically used to repair damaged bodies. Price, 450,000 strange coins. Ghost Findu, balancing yin and yang, costs 150,000 ghost coins. Qin Lang looked at these overpriced medicinal herbs, his mouth twitching slightly. "Damn, so expensive?" Bai Qi said calmly, "Precious things naturally come with a high price. These herbs combined will restore your body in the shortest time, allowing you to face the upcoming dangers in your best condition." Qin Lang gritted his teeth and still bought all the herbs in one go, spending over 1 million ghost coins. Only then did Bai Qi nod in satisfaction. "Good, now learn alchemy from me." "Qin Lang, you can do that too?" Bai Qi said, "I have seen Zhang Sanfeng in the underworld." Qin Lang. The underworld is really full of talents. Bai Qi, alright, let's start quickly. First, meditate. Chapter 157, Splitting Up to Act. Bai Qi stood in the void, hands behind his back, eyes cold and stern, like a strict mentor. Alchemy requires attention to timing, temperature, and ratio. A slight mistake can ruin everything. Qin Lang placed the newly bought alchemy furnace in front of him and sat cross-legged. Bai Qi slowly opened his mouth, his voice deep and steady. "The crafting of the 9-turn pill is extremely complex. A simple mistake can lead to failure. Listen carefully, I will only teach this once. First step, warming the furnace." Bai Qi spoke unhurriedly. "Use your true energy to ignite the alchemical fire, controlling it at a medium temperature." Qin Lang followed his instructions, his palm moving slightly, a faint flame slowly rising, wrapping around the furnace, which quickly turned slightly red. Bai Qi nodded. "Good, next, put in the crimson flame ginseng and use the fire's heat to refine its essence." Qin Lang carefully dropped the crimson flame ginseng into the furnace, and immediately, there was a faint explosion inside, the flames burning fiercely, shimmering with a reddish golden light. Stabilize the heat, keep it within the nourishing range, do not let the flames get too fierce. Bai Qi reminded him. Qin Lang concentrated and held his breath, pressing his palm down to control the alchemical fire, keeping it in the most stable state. Time slowly passed, and after a while, Bai Qi nodded. Okay, add the underworld grass. Qin Lang reached for the underworld grass and gently tossed it into the furnace. In an instant, a deep humming sound emerged from the furnace, the flames turning from reddish golden to deep purple, a chilling aura permeated the air, as if the surrounding temperature had dropped a few degrees. Next is the heavenly leaf. Bai Qi's voice remained calm. Qin Lang's forehead had begun to bead with fine sweat. This alchemy process was more complicated than he had imagined, every step must be perfect. He didn't dare be careless, carefully placing the heavenly leaf into the furnace, a green halo instantly spread within, intertwining beautifully with the previous purple flame, creating a strange spectacle. Finally, drop in the ghost vine dew. Bai Qi continued to instruct, remember, only 3 drops, even 1 drop too many will ruin the entire batch. Qin Lang held his breath, his fingers pinching the small bottle of ghost vine dew, slowly tilting it. A transparent liquid formed around droplet, drip it fell into the furnace, followed by the second drop, and the third drop. Boom! The furnace suddenly erupted with brilliant light, the flames surged violently, and Qin Lang squinted his eyes at the blinding brightness. He quickly obeyed Bai Qi's instructions, placing his palm on the furnace to adjust the heat, allowing the flames to gradually stabilize. Now, wrap the pill with your true energy and nurture it for 3 breaths. Bai Qi's voice was still steady. Qin Lang urged his internal true energy, slowly injected into the furnace, and after 3 breaths. Bang! The furnace lid quivered slightly, and then a faint golden fragrance wafted out, filling the entire room with the aroma of herbs. Qin Lang held his breath and focused, slowly opening the lid. 3 round, luminous 9-turn pills lay quietly inside, radiating a warm glow. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed with relief. It's finally done. Bai Qi nodded slightly, showing a rare acknowledgement. The result is barely acceptable. Qin Lang pouted in dissatisfaction. Barely? This is a 9-turn pill, and I succeeded on my first try. Call it a gift. Bai Qi snorted coldly. This is just the most basic 9-turn pill. Don't be too proud. Qin Lang was too lazy to argue with him and picked up a pill, asking, is this enough? Bai Qi replied lightly, after you take it, your body will almost recover within 5 hours. Qin Lang frowned, why so long? Bai Qi shot him a cold glance, his tone laced with sarcasm. Who told you to act recklessly before? For an ordinary person in your situation, just surviving is already a miracle. Qin Lang pouted. He knew he had indeed overexerted himself before, leaving no room for negotiation. Alright, then I'll take it. He no longer hesitated and swallowed the 9 turns pill. The pill melted instantly, a fiery warmth surged into his limbs and bones, as if a warm river was flowing within him. Qin Lang felt warmth spreading throughout his body, his weary frame seemed to have been infused with life again. He gently closed his eyes, quietly waiting for his body to recover. Qin Lang slowly opened his eyes, the morning light spilled through the curtain gaps, filling the room with a faint, sunny fragrance. He stretched, feeling the blood flow inside him much smoother than yesterday, the soreness in his muscles had nearly vanished, and he felt refreshed. The 9 turns pill was indeed a top-tier medicine. In just one night, his body had recovered significantly. He got out of bed, casually washed up, then pushed open the door, ready to leave the room, but saw Sumubai, Granny Jean, and Black Man already standing in the living room, as if they had been waiting for a long time. You guys got up so early? Qin Lang smiled and scanned the group. Sumubai crossed his arms, his tone indifferent. We're not like some people who had a full meal and a good night's sleep last night. Qin Lang shrugged, not caring. So why are you waiting for me? We also want to go find Boss Jean with you. Sumubai said directly. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, glancing at them with a slight smile on his lips. That's unnecessary, isn't it? Granny Jean and I can go by ourselves. Sumubai frowned, somewhat confused. Why? Boss Jean is a dangerous person. Wouldn't it be more troublesome for you to go alone? Qin Lang waved his hand, his tone calm. You all have more important things to do. I need you to find Bai Qinhu. Hearing this, Sumubai's expression suddenly changed, while Granny Jean raised an eyebrow. Bai Qinhu? Are you suspecting him? Qin Lang nodded, his gaze growing serious. Bai Qinhu sent me to Silent Ridge, and that place almost got me killed. Now that I think about it, he's probably involved with the Wudao Society. Sumubai's expression shifted slightly, and after pondering for a moment, he asked, Are you sure? Qin Lang chuckled lightly, casual in tone, yet with a hint of sharpness in his eyes. Pretty sure, and it's worth investigating. Since the Wudao Society's influence is lurking in the shadows, we can't let any suspicious person go. Qin Lang continued, you all go and find out his background and the relationship between him and the Wudao Society. As for Boss Jean, I can handle it myself. Sumubai looked at Qin Lang, curiosity in his eyes. How do you plan to handle it? Qin Lang smiled lightly, his gaze filled with confidence and a hint of playfulness. What else can I do? Just take it one step at a time. Moreover, I actually have something to ask Boss Jean. Chapter 158, Negotiation. Granny Jean frowned slightly, clearly displeased with Qin Lang's nonchalant attitude, but in the end, she chose not to say more. Sumubai stared at Qin Lang for a few seconds, sighed with a smile, and turned to Yizi. Let's go find Bai Qinhu. Yizi was also worried, but ultimately, she said nothing and followed Sumubai as they left. Qin Lang, you must be careful. Qin Lang nodded, watching their departing figures. A meaningful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. All right, we should set off now. He turned to look at Granny Jean Yi. Granny Jean Yi stared deeply at Qin Lang for a moment, ultimately choosing not to ask more, slightly nodding. Let's go. Qin Lang and Granny Jean Yi followed the black man into a huge manor. The outer walls of the manor were built from thick heavy stones, giving a sense of oppression. Although the courtyard was exquisitely maintained, with lush green trees and blooming lotus flowers in the pond, to Qin Lang, all this beauty held an inexplicable sense of oppression. A faint coldness lingered in the air, as if danger could strike at any moment. The black man walked steadily, leading Qin Lang and Granny Jean Yi through a long corridor into the core area of the manor. Strange paintings hung on the walls around them, and the figures in the paintings seemed alive, their eyes following every step they took. Qin Lang furrowed his brows slightly, a sense of unease rising within him, and from the very beginning, he felt an oppressive force lingering around him. This atmosphere feels off. Qin Lang whispered. Granny Jean Yi also frowned, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. This is a defensive formation set up by Boss Jean. The energy field around here has been carefully manipulated by him, making it hard for ordinary people to notice. You can feel a kind of power, right? That means you've already entered the core area of the formation. Qin Lang nodded, yet felt somewhat shocked. Given the oppressive feeling from this power, Boss Jin's means were indeed remarkable. Moreover, the black man was so strong, yet he still had to assist Boss Jean, which showed just how powerful Boss Jean truly was. It seems like this is a defensive formation. Qin Lang said, looks like Boss Jean has many enemies. Granny Jean Yi sighed, her gaze becoming somewhat complex. To gain more copy rewards, he spares no means, even targeting some players. Boss Jean has always been ruthless. Not only does he kill those who betray him, he is merciless to anyone who threatens his interests. The rule of living for those who follow him and death for those who oppose him has long been imprinted in every player's heart. So, both those he has offended and those who have offended him are not few? Qin Lang asked thoughtfully. Granny Jean Yi nodded, her tone carrying a hint of coldness. Yes. Anyone who dares to resist him, or wishes to challenge his interests, ends up sent into copies. So they must follow his wishes, constantly exploring various copies, and the final result is always death. Many don't even know where they died. Boss Jin's ruthlessness is not limited to the real world, even players in the virtual world are not spared. What he desires is not just profit but complete control and dominance. And all this is built on the flesh and blood of countless sacrifices. At the end of the corridor, the black man stopped, turned back to Qin Lang, his tone emotionless. We've arrived. Qin Lang said nothing, his gaze falling on the massive wooden door ahead, which was inlaid with strange symbols and patterns, exuding a heart-pounding aura. Well, let's go in. Granny Jean Yi said softly after taking a breath. Qin Lang nodded, stepping forward towards the heavy wooden door. At the moment his hand touched the doorknob, a strong force surged over. Qin Lang instinctively pushed back with the power within him. As the door slowly opened, the scene inside gradually emerged. The hall was luxuriously decorated, with exquisite carpets on the floor, and the walls surrounded by priceless artworks, each painting seemingly revealing an unsettling aura. In the center of the hall stands a huge and gleaming golden chair, at this moment without anyone sitting on it, yet it emanates a kind of oppressive aura. Grandma Jean stands beside Qin Lang, her tone a bit low. Boss Jean is probably inside, preparing to welcome us. Qin Lang takes a deep breath, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. I hope he can give me a satisfactory answer. The two step into the hall, and the surrounding air seems to freeze, silent to the point of being suffocating. The hall's decorations are extremely luxurious, the glittering and resplendent glow reflecting dazzling light, but beneath this lavish exterior lies an inexplicable sense of threat. There is not much furniture in the hall, the empty space further accentuating an eerie atmosphere. Qin Lang walks steadily, his eyes scanning the surroundings, a strong sense of alertness rising in his heart. Roar! Suddenly, a deep and shocking lion's roar comes from upstairs, the sound immense, as if it could shake the air of the entire hall. Qin Lang and Grandma Jin's steps pause involuntarily, both feeling a powerful sense of oppression. Qin Lang thinks to himself how powerful Boss Jean truly is, making such a grand entrance. Grandma Jin's hands begin to tremble unconsciously. Then, a shadow quickly moves upstairs, a massive figure slowly walks down the stairs. It turns out to be a lion. This lion has a fluffy golden mane, solid muscles, and a gigantic size, walking with weight and authority. Its gaze is sharp, as if it can see through everything. Each step down the stairs causes a heavy tremor in the ground, accompanied by a strong oppressive sense. Is this Boss Qin? Qin Lang furrows his brow, looking at the lion, his tone filled with a hint of confusion and caution. Grandma Qin whispers, "Don't speak, you'll find out soon." Before her words could finish, the lion has already reached the center of the hall, stopping to gaze at the two for a moment, a glimmer of a smile in its eyes. Suddenly, it speaks, the voice deep yet carrying a strange magnetism, as if it is not from an animal, but clear human language. "Jin Yi, you have finally returned to your 20-something form, that's more like it." The lion lets out a strange laugh. "What's the point of being an old woman? You should shine like you did when you were young." It then looks at Qin Lang. "Qin Lang, he, indeed handsome." Chapter 159, The Greedy Boss. Qin Lang is stunned, his gaze instantly shifting from the lion to Grandma Qin, confusion rising in his heart. He never expected that this Boss Qin would actually be a lion. Bai Qi then speaks, "This is beast mastery." Beast mastery? Qin Lang understands, this lion is merely Boss Jin's puppet. Grandma Jin's expression slightly changes, her gaze dims, as if she is not unfamiliar with the lion's words. She lets out a gentle sigh. "Boss Qin, our agreement, can we fulfill it now?" The lion seems unfazed by Grandma Jin's silence, its gaze deepens, staring at Grandma Jin's face for a moment, as if observing her reaction. Then, a faint smile appears at the corner of its mouth, its tone becoming flippant. "What made you accept my deal back then?" "Oh, I know, at that time you were forced, and I gave you a promise. But you should also understand now, that means you'll never escape my palm." A flash of pain crosses Grandma Jin's eyes. But soon, she regains her composure, coldly responding, "You're becoming more untrustworthy, Boss Qin. If anything happens to my teammates, we'll just end up hurting each other." The lion lightly laughs, slowly approaching Grandma Qin, its mouth slightly opening to reveal a row of sharp teeth. "You still like to say provocative things, but this time, there's no excuse to escape. But now, I have no interest in you." It stopped and suddenly turned to Qin Lang, its gaze sharp as a knife. "You are the one who passed through Silent Hill, right?" Qin Lang's gaze locked with the lion's, a cold feeling rising in his heart. He smiled slightly, unafraid as he looked directly into those eyes. "I am." "Does Boss Qin have any advice?" Granny Qin stood beside them, seemingly realizing something was off, a flicker of urgency crossing her eyes. She wanted to speak to persuade him, but the words fell silent. The lion's mouth curled slightly, emitting a low, deep laugh. "I am very interested in you, young man. You managed to pass the Silent Hill challenge, which means you have some skills. But do you know? I don't just want to invite you to meet." Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. "Then what do you want?" "Oh, it's simple." Boss Jin's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. "I can give you power, endless rewards from dungeons, even make you strong beyond imagination. And you just need to serve me, become one of my pawns." Qin Lang listened quietly, a cold smile rising in his heart. Isn't this just the language of a greedy boss trying to manipulate an employee? His goal is to recruit Qin Lang, or perhaps to turn him into a tool. "Boss Qin, we are all adults, no need for this nonsense to scare people." Qin Lang said in a deep voice, "I treat what you just said as the wind passing through my ears. I'm not someone you can easily buy." Boss Jin's smile became even more unrestrained, he licked his sharp claws, eyes filled with provocation. "You can refuse me once, but that doesn't mean you can refuse me a second time." As soon as he finished speaking, the lion's body suddenly grew bigger, its limbs became stronger, and its fur shone brighter, as if it had instantly unleashed a powerful aura. The oppressive feeling in the air peaked, and Qin Lang felt a strong threat, a flicker of alertness flashing in his eyes. Granny Qin could no longer help but speak. "Boss Qin, just speak properly, don't force people." The lion looked down at Granny Qin again, the mockery in its eyes showing no sign of fading. "You really like to confront me, Qin Yi. But today, I don't like you confronting me." Boss Jin's voice was deep and powerful, carrying a sense of oppression. The lion's eyes were like sharp blades, staring directly at Qin Lang, as if seeing through everything about him. The pressure from this aura felt like the air had frozen, and the surrounding space seemed distorted by Boss Jin's presence. Granny Qin nervously tightened her grip on her pipe, her gaze complex as she looked at Qin Lang. Boss Qin never easily lets go of anyone who challenges his orders. But Qin Lang seemed unwilling to back down. She knew Boss Jin's strength well. Qin Lang wouldn't really try to fight, would he? "Qin Lang, let me make myself clear. Your next task is to help me clear a dungeon." Boss Jin's tone was unquestionable, as if seeing this as Qin Lang's responsibility. "As long as you can clear it, we'll split the rewards 50-50, and everyone will be even." Qin Lang chuckled lightly, his gaze cold. What are you to command me to do?" Boss Jin's mouth curled up in a meaningful smile, a hint of provocation flashing in his eyes. His body began to glow slightly, as if the entire aura was responding to his authority. "Don't drink the toast, only to eat the punishment wine," he said coldly. "I give you a chance, take everything you can carry, go do what you need to do, otherwise." Before he finished speaking, the golden lion suddenly lunged forward. That massive body erupted with an unstoppable power in an instant. The sharp claws swung, cutting the air with a sharp sound due to their speed. The lion's massive figure instantly made Qin Lang feel an indescribable oppression, as if in an instant, his entire world was surrounded by this beast, unable to move. Qin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly, his body showed no hesitation, and he fearlessly approached. He took a deep breath, feeling calm in his heart, and suddenly stepped back, instantly avoiding the golden lion's attack. The lion's sharp claws grazed his clothes, flying past as the air violently vibrated with speed, bringing a ringing sound to his ears. "You're fast." Boss Jin's deep voice came from the lion's mouth, carrying a hint of disdain, "but this speed cannot escape my control." Qin Lang's gaze gradually became sharp, every nerve in his body was tense, as if he had turned into a gust of wind, swiftly dodging in the direction of the golden lion's attack. The lion's speed was extremely fast, almost giving Qin Lang no time to react. But at this moment, Qin Lang's reaction was not slow, his steps were strange, and his body suddenly disappeared from the spot, escaping the lion's lightning-fast pounce. "I didn't come here to fight beasts." Qin Lang coldly asked, staring at Boss Jin, "What exactly do you want?" Boss Jin smiled slightly, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Since you don't want to follow my orders, let me show you the gap between us." Chapter 160, Little Kitty. Before his words fell, the golden lion swung its claws again, instantly summoning a black shadow from behind him. The shadow surged like rolling waves, quickly forming a strong energy that seemed capable of devouring everything. Boss Jin flicked his fingers, and the shadow shot toward Qin Lang like a cannonball. This energy was not just a pressure of speed, but carried a terrifying killing intent, as if it could destroy everything in its path. A flash of determination crossed Qin Lang's eyes as he jumped up, soaring into the air, avoiding the impact of the energy wave. At the same time, he quickly drew out the Slayer's sword, the blade slicing through the air, swiftly aiming at the shadow summoned by Boss Jin. "Looking for death?" Boss Jin coldly sneered, a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. Just as the shadow clashed with the Slayer's sword, a powerful shockwave burst forth. Qin Lang felt his body nearly lose balance from the tremendous force, but he gritted his teeth, and the Slayer's sword still didn't stop. "This is only a small part of my power." Boss Jin's voice came coldly, "You are still far from it." Qin Lang frowned, a fierce look rising on his face. "Do you really think I am easy to bully?" As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of determination suddenly crossed his eyes. The blade of the Slayer's sword turned in the air, producing a piercing sonic boom, directly locking onto Boss Jin's weakness. However, just as the blade was about to make contact with Boss Jin, his figure suddenly became blurry, as if being pulled and twisted by some strange force. "Give up, you will never be able to hit me." Boss Jin's voice echoed from all directions, seemingly no longer limited to a specific location. "Your attack is simply not worth mentioning to me." Boss Jin's cold laughter reverberated in the empty hall, like whispers coming from the abyss. "Since you can't hit me, then I'll wait for you to attack." Qin Lang's tone was relaxed, carrying a fearless provocation, with cold light flickering in his eyes. Boss Jin's expression instantly darkened, his gaze sharp as a knife, as if he wanted to see through Qin Lang from head to toe. "Do you say you don't want your life?" His voice was deep, carrying a threatening chill. Qin Lang smiled slightly, his demeanor utterly relaxed. "Even a hint of mockery? Hee, then you can come and try." His words carried a confidence and provocation, as if he feared Boss Jin's threat not at all, even treating it as entertainment. The anger in Boss Jin's eyes gradually rose, like a volcano about to erupt. He abruptly waved his hand, and the golden-haired lion pounced forward like a storm, moving swiftly as if every inch of space was being torn apart by its speed. The lion's eyes were filled with rage and murderous intent, its mouth wide open, revealing sharp fangs, charging straight at Qin Lang. The pressure in the air made it hard to breathe, as if the surrounding space was twisting, and every step of this beast brought a scent of endless slaughter. "You're dead." Boss Jin's voice was filled with overwhelming momentum, as if he thought Qin Lang's provocation was trivial and could crush him at any moment. Yet, Qin Lang showed no signs of retreat, instead appearing relaxed, standing firm in place, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "Come on, I'm waiting for you." His tone was like welcoming a grand competition about to begin, filled with anticipation for everything that was about to happen. The golden-haired lion leapt up, its speed like lightning, pouncing towards Qin Lang. Its massive body traced a terrifying arc in the air, roaring like thunder, directly attacking Qin Lang's chest. Qin Lang's body instantly entered a mode of extreme reaction, his eyes slightly narrowing, hands swiftly responding. He sidestepped and avoided the lion's deadly attack. The lion's claws were only a centimeter away from him, yet they did not touch him at all. The oppressive feeling still surrounded him, as if at that moment, invisible threats filled the space around him. The golden-haired lion spun around sharply, once again pouncing towards Qin Lang, its eyes filled with rage and killing intent, as if they had turned into a tangible force, charging fiercely. With each leap, the entire hall shook with each movement it made. But Qin Lang was not the least bit flustered, instead appearing increasingly calm under this pressure. The lion's massive body lunged at Qin Lang, letting out an ear-splitting roar. Its sharp claws swiped towards him, and its gaping mouth, filled with sharp teeth, suddenly opened in the air, like a bloodthirsty maw, ready to swallow Qin Lang whole. Qin Lang showed no panic, merely curling his lips into a mocking smile. The golden-haired lion's mouth snapped shut, its teeth sinking hard into Qin Lang's arm. In an instant, the sensation of flesh and pain came, yet Qin Lang just chuckled, showing no reaction to the pain. The lion bit down tightly, its muscles tense as if trying to rip apart Qin Lang's arm with its strength, but nothing happened. "Go on, little kitty, why aren't you eating?" His words were provocative, calm yet filled with undeniable disdain. Qin Lang looked down at his arm, his gaze cold and unhurried. "What's wrong? Bad teeth?" Just as his words fell, Qin Lang suddenly pulled hard, and with a crack, the lion's giant tooth actually fell out. The lion's mouth slid off Qin Lang's arm, revealing its wide-open eyes, its face turning extremely fearful in an instant. It could no longer bite Qin Lang, instead showing a trace of unwilling dread. The golden-haired lion abruptly retreated a few steps, its gaze filled with astonishment and confusion. It did not understand why, as a powerful beast that had always relied on strength to overwhelm everything, today's prey was so difficult to deal with, even its attacks were ineffective. Seeing this, Qin Lang's eyes flashed with a cold smile, quickly taking action, his hands tightly gripping the lion's neck. "Lock that massive body tightly." The golden-haired lion struggled desperately, its limbs twisting, but it couldn't break free from Qin Lang's iron-like grip. "How long do you plan to keep playing this replacement trick?" Qin Lang's voice carried a hint of mockery and disdain. His strength was enough to toss the golden-haired lion into the air and slam it harshly to the ground. With a dull thud, the massive body of the golden-haired lion crashed to the ground, sending violent vibrations through the earth around them. Qin Lang didn't stop, he aimed at the lion's head and swung his fist down with force. The sound of his fist colliding with the lion's head was deafening like thunder, followed by a scene of blood splattering everywhere. The golden-haired lion had no time to react as blood gushed from its head, instantly staining the ground red. The once fierce light in the lion's eyes dimmed instantly, its body became still, clearly lifeless. Qin Lang chuckled. "Boss Qin, it's time for you to come out, right?" Chapter 161 Information Exchange. Qin Lang stood beside the corpse, looking indifferently at the now lifeless golden-haired lion, his gaze cold and detached. He wiped his bloodied hands and spoke calmly. "Did you really think I would be fooled so easily? You should play fewer tricks like this." He turned to face Boss Qin, his eyes sharp as knives. "These tricks of using a double and distant communication are truly unoriginal." "Boss Qin, is that all you have?" Qin Lang's voice was filled with provocation, as if he didn't take Boss Qin's schemes seriously at all. At that moment, hidden in the shadows, Boss Qin's expression changed. He clearly didn't expect Qin Lang to defeat the golden-haired lion so easily, turning the situation around in an instant. Beside him, a black man became angry. "Boss, let me teach this kid a lesson." "Shut up." Boss Qin shot him a glare. The black man had no choice but to take a step back. Qin Lang let out a cold laugh. "Hee, no more talking?" The massive body of the golden-haired lion lay on the ground, the stench of blood spreading everywhere. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. But just when everyone thought the conflict had ended, a surprising scene occurred. The lion suddenly trembled and stood up abruptly. The lion's lifeless eyes suddenly lit up again, now no longer those of a living being, filled with death and indifference. As it moved slowly and heavily, its mouth slightly opened, and to everyone's shock, a familiar voice came from within. "Qin Lang, very impressive, you actually killed my strongest lion." Boss Jin's voice was deep and cold, laced with a hint of sarcasm, echoing through the hall. Qin Lang was slightly taken aback, his cold smirk unfading, but deepening instead. "This guy not only controls beasts but can also manipulate corpses? That's indeed interesting. Boss Qin, you really have skills to even revive your dead pet." His words were light, yet carried an invisible threat. "But, do you think you're underestimating me?" The golden-haired lion stood straight, its eyes still radiating an unsettling cold light, and again it uttered Boss Jin's voice. "You are indeed smart to realize that you are merely a pawn in my game." Boss Jin's words held a bit of disdain and leisure, but no need to rush to retort. "Today's events will be settled between us." Qin Lang remained unmoved, raising a slight smile. "You want me to help you through a quest? Then at least tell me what you really want to do. Stop with the nonsense." The lion's body swayed slightly. It seemed that after hearing this, its movements became even heavier. "You are smart to see through everything I do. You do deserve my serious attention." Boss Jin's voice calmly rang out. "I just want to ask you to help me clear a quest. As long as I get through this instance, I won't disturb you anymore." Qin Lang stood still, his gaze locked firmly on the lion, not showing a hint of fear in his eyes. "Do you think I would risk my life for an instance? I'll say it again, I don't like being someone else's pawn." Boss Qin was silent for a moment, then smiled, his tone becoming more relaxed. "You're not afraid I'll cause you trouble? That's quite surprising. And do you really think the background of the Wudao Society is that simple? Have you not heard of its true power? Upon hearing this, Qin Lang's expression suddenly darkened, a vague sense of unease flickering in his heart. But he still smirked coldly. Wudao Society? I'm curious, just how deep is your connection with the Wudao Society? Boss Jin's voice turned somewhat cold, carrying an undeniable authority. The Wudao Society, the real puppet masters, are not something you can provoke lightly. I'm just a small supporter of theirs. If it weren't for their funding, my strength and resources wouldn't have developed to this level today. As for what you want to know more about, I do know some useful clues. He paused for a moment, seemingly watching Qin Lang's reaction, but you have to complete the task I give you, or else, even if you know, you may not survive long. Qin Lang's face changed slightly, but he quickly regained his calm. I don't believe you can threaten me. I'm not afraid of you causing me trouble. Boss Qin let out a chuckle from within the golden-haired lion. You don't believe it? That's fine. In any case, you can't escape now. This instance is carefully arranged for you. Don't be too hasty, accept the challenge first. After you complete it, I guarantee I won't bother you again, and I might even let you free access to this world. As for Wudao Society, I can give you more of what you want. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone still indifferent. You think a few words like that will truly make me believe you? Boss Qin looked at Qin Lang, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. You will, Qin Lang. Because the power of the Wudao Society is not as simple as you imagine. Besides me, no one dares to tell you much. Even if others know something, they wouldn't dare to share it with you. His words were tinged with obvious provocation. Qin Lang's gaze swept coldly over the golden-haired lion, then turned back to Boss Qin, his voice deep and firm. I'm here solely to stir up trouble for the Wudao Society. If you don't give me some useful information, I'll leave right now. His tone was resolute and cold, making the air feel as if it had solidified. Boss Jin's expression changed slightly. He really didn't expect Qin Lang to be so fearless. But he quickly regained his composure, a faint smile appearing on his lips, as if everything was under control. Is this a threat against me? His tone, though calm, carried a pressure that couldn't be ignored. Do you think you can escape from the grasp of the Wudao Society? Or do you think you can fight against them now? Qin Lang stood his ground, sneering. I naturally am not afraid of the Wudao Society, but if you don't give me information, I'd rather take the risk to find them than to collaborate with someone like you. Boss Jin's smile remained unchanged. Do you really think you can challenge the Wudao Society alone? Qin Lang did not answer directly, but coldly glared at Boss Jin, his eyes full of disdain. Since you want me to help you, you must have your own purpose. You must be clearer than anyone about the secrets behind the Wudao Society. If you want me to take risks for you, you at least need to give me something. Our deal can't just rely on your empty promises. Boss Jin's voice turned slightly cold. However, I can consider your conditions. What kind of information do you want to feel comfortable helping me? Chapter 162 Rainy Night Inn. Qin Lang said, first tell me what you know, I want to see how valuable it is. Boss Jin looked down and chuckled softly, as if he had anticipated Qin Lang's straightforwardness and persistence. Okay, since you are so eager, I will give you some information. His tone suddenly became serious. The real core of the Wudao Society is a group of strategists hidden in the background, who are good at manipulating situations and commanding from behind. The founder of the Wudao Society was the first player to conquer 100 instances. Do you know that this achievement has not been surpassed to this day? In terms of strength, at least among the top 3. He paused, as if savoring the weight of these words. At that time, he was truly unmatched. Even the entire instance system might not compare to his ability. Qin Lang nodded after hearing this. Interesting, keep going. Seeing that Qin Lang had no reaction, Boss Jin continued, as for how we know each other, it's because we are both keen on the rewards from instances. To put it bluntly, the various treasures and lost manuals in the instances are what we pursue. And the Wudao Society gradually built a huge power precisely by collecting resources from these instances. He paused slightly, as if recalling something, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing deeper. Members of the Wudao Society are spread across major instances. Each person sees conquering instances as their mission, while also gradually expanding their power and network. Boss Jin waved his claw like a lion, carving a pattern on the lion's body. This tattoo is the symbol of the Wudao Society. All members will have such a pattern on them. Look, just like this. Qin Lang stared at the pattern, silently memorizing this symbol in his heart. How many people are there in the Wudao Society? Qin Lang asked, his tone calm, but his eyes revealing an undeniable curiosity and vigilance. You said they have a huge power, so how many members do they really have? What's their layout like? I want to know more. Boss Jin smiled slightly, his smile still carrying a hint of disdain and depth. What do you guess? If you want to know the true scale of the Wudao Society, you will find that the number of members is enough to shock you. Whether they are experts in the instances or ordinary players in the cities, their influence has already seeped into all aspects. He looked at Qin Lang, a glint of contempt flashing in his eyes. If you want to know more, perhaps you need some skills to get closer to that level. Qin Lang calmly continued to inquire, so, what is the actual scale of the Wudao Society? At least tell me some specific information that can help me prepare better. Boss Qin said, if you want to find them, you can start by looking for clues in the instances I arrange for you. He paused. The difficulty of the instance is not low, it can be quite challenging for you. In short, if you want to understand the internal workings of the Wudao society, you must first pass this hurdle. Qin Lang looked at Boss Qin, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes, but the corners of his mouth still held a cold smile. After talking for so long, you still want me to help you conquer the instance? You must have other motives. Do you really think I will trust you? Boss Qin did not rush to respond but slowly said, you still do not understand the value of this instance. Let me be clear, even I do not dare to take it on myself, so I need your help to conquer it. Qin Lang frowned slightly, but did not speak immediately. At this moment, Granny Jean whispered, you are not really planning to help Boss Qin, are you? This instance must be extremely difficult. Even if you are strong now, you cannot pass it easily. Her tone was filled with concern, clearly disapproving of Qin Lang's choice. Qin Lang did not directly respond to Granny Jean but looked at Boss Qin, his tone still stern. If I really go, you will tell me more about the Wudao society, right? Boss Qin didn't seem to care about Qin Lang's doubts, and casually said, I told you, once you complete the dungeon, you can get many things you want from me. Trust me, this will be good for you as well, at least you'll find what you're looking for. Qin Lang exhaled a deep breath. Alright, enough with the nonsense. Just tell me, which dungeon do you want me to go to? Boss Qin chuckled lightly, the Rainy Night Inn. When Granny Jean heard the words Rainy Night Inn, her heart suddenly trembled. That's an S+ difficulty dungeon. What does an S+ difficulty dungeon mean? It's a dungeon beyond the ordinary ones, meaning the enemies inside aren't just simple monsters, but powerful, challenging foes that may even surpass the player's expectations and capabilities. Each S+ difficulty dungeon is a test of the player's limits. Unless one is a seasoned veteran with unfathomable strength, it would be nearly impossible to pass easily. Qin Lang asked, an S+ dungeon, interesting. Boss Qin, hearing this, gave a light smile, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Whether you succeed or not depends entirely on your own abilities. You may be strong, but in my opinion, your chances of passing are only 1%. But if you want the information you're seeking from me, the only way is to complete this dungeon. Qin Lang thought for a moment, then said, alright, I'll go, but you better remember your promise, or I'll take the dungeon rewards for myself. Boss Jin's voice was full of mockery. Then, I wish you good luck. Qin Lang then pointed at Granny Jean Yi. By the way, what about her teammates? Don't you plan on letting them go? Boss Qin replied, so you like to meddle in other people's business, huh? Qin Lang said, I'm not meddling, I want you to fulfill your promise. Without trust, no one can stand, right? Boss Qin said, fine, since it's your face, I'll let her teammates go. Granny Jean Yi, hearing that her teammates were safe, let out a sigh of relief. Boss Qin said, Jean Yi, your teammates will come find you. Then he said, but Qin Lang, remember this, if you don't participate in the Rainy Night in dungeon, I'll show you what real terror is. After that, the corpse of the dead lion began to mutate, with all its flesh and blood instantly falling off, leaving behind only a pile of bones. The flesh, skin, and hair all condensed into a blood-red ball of meat. Qin Lang frowned, thinking to himself, this move is really sinister. And Boss Qin isn't even here, but he can still cast spells from afar, his strength is indeed unfathomable. Then, Qin Lang and Granny Jean Yi walked out of Boss Jin's villa. Granny Jean Yi sighed, you're really going to the Rainy Night Inn? The difficulty of that dungeon may be no less than Silent Hill. Silent Hill is tough because there's a hidden mission that guarantees death. But the Rainy Night Inn is truly difficult. And, didn't we agree to look for an opportunity to assassinate Boss Qin? Chapter 163, There's a Spy Among Us. Qin Lang said, if we go now to assassinate him, it wouldn't succeed. Why? Granny Jean Yi's voice was low, tinged with dissatisfaction, and a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. Qin Lang fell silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and spoke slowly with a deep tone, because Boss Qin already knows about our plan. Granny Jean Yi's face instantly changed, and a familiar dangerous aura rapidly spread. What? Why would he know? Qin Lang raised his head, his gaze fixed on Granny Jean Yi, his tone tinged with helplessness, but also a hint of shock. I'm very sensitive to the scent of women, just now. I smelled a familiar scent from that lion's body. Granny Jean Yi's eyes widened in shock, a flash of surprise passing through her brows, then turning into cold severity. You mean? Yes, that scent, I've smelled it before. Qin Lang interrupted her, his voice becoming steadier. In other words, there's someone from Boss Jin's side around us. Granny Jean Yi shuddered, her expression becoming even more serious. A trace of killing intent flashed in the eyes. No wonder Boss Jin did not show up directly. Her gaze was sharp as a knife, as if she wanted to read more clues from every word Qin Lang said. Who is it? Qin Lang shook his head, sighed, and said softly, we will talk about this later. Right now, the most important thing is, we need to find Bai Qin Hu as soon as possible. Old Lady Jean felt a tightness in her heart, as if she had realized the seriousness of the situation. You mean, Su Mubai and the others might be in danger? Su Mubai had already taken Yi Zi and Shen Wanqing to find by Qin Hu. Su Mubai couldn't possibly be Boss Jin's person, so the undercover must be among Yi Zi and Shen Wanqing. Qin Lang nodded, urgency in his eyes. Yes, if we don't act quickly, it might be too late. If that undercover person has any bad intentions, or if Boss Jin has other ideas, Su Mubai could be in danger. Qin Lang said, that's why I was so anxious to leave just now. Okay, I'll go with you. Old Lady Jin's voice was deep and firm. On the other side, Su Mubai arrived at Bai Qin Hu's villa, relying on her memory. But unlike last time, not a single subordinate of Bai Qin Hu was seen, and instead, there was a strong smell of blood in the air. Su Mubai instinctively sensed something was wrong, and Yi Zi and Shen Wanqing were also ready for battle. It seems, something has happened. Su Mubai gently pushed open the villa door, and the originally elegant corridor was shrouded in deep shadows, the smell of blood thickening in the air, sickening. As Su Mubai looked inside, she instinctively covered her mouth but couldn't suppress the shock within her. On both sides of the corridor, the art pieces and paintings that were once carefully arranged were all covered in blood. Those decorations were overturned, and fragments were scattered all over the floor. Yi Zi's eyes widened as she scanned the surroundings, each spot revealing a tragic atmosphere. Bloody corpses lay helplessly on the ground, their faces twisted, clothes stained with blood spots. The entire villa seemed to have turned into a death altar, serene yet filled with a suffocating horror. Yi Zi suddenly felt a chill spreading from her spine, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. She could hardly believe what was in front of her. So many people, how could they all be dead? What has happened to Bai Qin Hu and them? Shen Wanqing hurriedly covered her mouth, trying not to make any noise. Yi Zi moved her feet lightly, her heart pounding like a drum. She knew, this was definitely not just a simple murder case. Su Mubai said, Bai Qin Hu sent us to the Silent Ridge instance, and now that we've just left the Silent Ridge instance, Bai Qin Hu is dead. There must be some extremely terrifying conspiracy hidden behind this. But, who did it? Boss Jin? Or the Wu Dao Association? Yi Zi murmured, her voice weak, filled with questions and fear. She turned around, quickly took out her phone, and was about to dial Qin Lang's number when suddenly, a heavy sound of footsteps came from the villa's entrance. Su Mubai's heart tensed sharply. Before she could react, urgent voices sounded outside the door. Search warrant. Everyone, stop. Immediately, a group of personnel dressed in law enforcement uniforms rushed in like a torrent. Their eyes were cold, steps decisive, weapons already drawn, swiftly locking onto everyone present. You three. One of the law enforcement officers shouted loudly, his voice cold and unyielding, you have to come with us now. Su Mubai instinctively felt something was off. She was currently in a spiritual state, but this law enforcement officer could actually see her. These law enforcement officers are not simple. Run. Yi Zi and Shen Wanqing's faces suddenly turned pale, realizing that the strength of these law enforcement officers was extraordinary. Realizing the danger of her situation. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Zi decisively turned around and immediately rushed towards the villa's main door, with Shen Wanqing closely following. However, the law enforcers were clearly prepared, and they quickly reacted, blocking the two people's path. Stop. The law enforcer shouted sharply, the short blade in his hand gleaming coldly as it came close to Yi Zi's face. Run. Yi Zi suddenly took a big step back and yelled, then without hesitation, rushed towards another exit, with Shen Wanqing closely following, her heart almost jumping out of her chest. Su Mubai formed a hand sign, blood demon technique, blood mist. In an instant, the air in the entire villa seemed to freeze, and the temperature around dropped suddenly. A wave of blood-colored mist suddenly surged around her, like a giant vortex, rapidly spreading out. The blood mist tangled in the air, and the law enforcers instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes, but the blood mist did not dissipate easily like ordinary smoke. Su Mubai immediately turned to leave, but before she could take a few steps, a cold and strong hand tightly grabbed her shoulder. Thinking of running? The hand was like a steel clamp, firmly fixing her body in place, making her unable to move. Su Mubai's pupils dilated sharply, instinctively wanting to counter with the blood demon technique. Do you think you can escape with just this little blood demon technique? The voice was deep and cold, carrying an oppressive feeling, as if whispering from the depths of hell. There was no emotion in that voice. Don't struggle, or I'll make you die this strange death again. Su Mubai struggled violently, but that hand locked her tightly, leaving her completely unable to break free. An A-level anomaly like herself was actually captured so easily. This person's strength truly unfathomable. Yi Zi was shocked. Miss Su. She turned around to save her, but Su Mubai shouted loudly, run. Go find Qin Lang. Chapter 164, The Three Missing. Yi Zi looked back at Su Mubai's direction, her eyes filled with unwillingness and struggle. Her fists were tightly clenched, nails deeply embedded in her palm, wishing to rush back and save her immediately. But Qin Lang grabbed her tightly, with such strength that she couldn't even move. Yi Zi, don't be impulsive. Qin Lang's voice was low and urgent. If we go back now, none of us can be saved. You will put yourself in danger too. Yi Zi glared at Qin Lang in anger, gritting her teeth. But Miss Su. She will be fine, the law enforcers won't easily kill. Qin Lang's tone was incredibly firm, staring hard at Yi Zi, her eyes showing not a hint of hesitation. Yi Zi's heart trembled, her lips slightly quivering, understanding that Qin Lang was speaking the truth. Right now, there were only the two of them, and the other side was not only law enforcers but also stronger than they were. Su Mubai, as an A-level anomaly, didn't have any fighting capacity at all. If she rashly went back, it would be a death sentence. Yet, knowing that Su Mubai was in danger, she could only turn and run away, a feeling that made her extremely uncomfortable. Then how do I explain it to Qin Lang? Seeing her hesitate, Qin Lang simply grabbed her wrist, pulling her away quickly. Yi Zi felt a knot in her chest, her steps heavy, until the two of them burst out of the villa, shaking off the pursuers, before finally stopping. Yi Zi leaned against the nearby wall, breathing heavily, her eyes filled with struggle and guilt. She turned to Qin Lang, her tone anxious. What do we do next? Wait. Before she could finish her sentence, a heavy blow struck. Bang! Yi Zi felt her vision go dark, a severe pain shooting through her head, and she instantly lost her balance, her legs going weak, falling heavily down. In the last moment before losing consciousness completely, she saw Qin Lang's cold face, with no hesitation, no wavering at all. Her eyelids grew heavier, her consciousness swallowed by darkness. Qin Lang stood in place, coldly looking at the fallen Yi Zi, gently withdrawing her hand and letting out a soft sigh. Yi Zi exclaimed in surprise, "You." She whispered, "I'm sorry, Yi Zi, please don't blame me." As Qin Lang and his group stepped into Bai Kintiger's villa, a strong smell of blood assaulted their noses. In the large courtyard, dozens of corpses were sprawled in disarray, dark red blood flowing like a river, filling the air with a heavy scent of death. Under the night sky, the entire villa appeared eerie and terrifying, as if it were a hell on earth. Grandma Genia's face changed dramatically, she waved her smoking pipe and slowly walked forward, frowning as she surveyed the surroundings with a serious tone. It seems something big has happened. Bai Kintiger's people have almost been killed without a trace. Qin Lang's gaze was sharp as a knife, slowly scanning the surroundings, his eyes filled with vigilance. His footsteps sank into the pool of blood, leaving a series of deep footprints. He crouched down to examine a corpse, gently probing the body's temperature with his fingers, and said softly, "They've not been dead long, at most half an hour." Grandma Genia said in a deep voice, "Su Mubai, it seems to be." "I know." Qin Lang stood up, his expression serious as he scanned the area, a hint of unease creeping into his heart. The slaughter here was too clean and neat, leaving almost no trace of resistance, indicating that the opponent was not only powerful but also acted quickly. Su Mubai has probably fallen into someone's hands. Grandma Genia's gaze became sharper, staring at Qin Lang. Is it possible that it was the undercover's doing? Qin Lang pondered for a moment, his eyes deep. It's very possible. Grandma Genia leaned on her cane, her brow furrowing deeper. Who exactly is that undercover? Qin Lang was about to speak when suddenly, a steady sound of footsteps broke the bloody silence in the night. Then, a cold voice came from outside the villa. "Qin Lang, right? Come with us." Several figures slowly emerged from the darkness, dressed in black law enforcement uniforms, wielding weapons, their expressions stern and exuding an air of unyielding authority. The leading law enforcement officer was a cold-faced woman, her piercing gaze fixed firmly on Qin Lang. "We are the law enforcement officers of this area. Do not resist unnecessarily, just submit." Qin Lang's gaze darkened, his hand quietly tightened, his body slightly tensing, clearly ready to face any sudden situation. He coldly stared at the law enforcement officers, his tone unfriendly. "You say I have to obey? Why should I?" The female law enforcement officer smiled faintly, slowly raising her hand, and a team of officers immediately closed in, surrounding them tightly. The female law enforcement officer said, "With you appearing in this pile of corpses, why even ask? You wouldn't say you came here for a post-meal walk, would you?" Qin Lang's lips curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile, his eyes staring directly at the group of officers without any fear. "Officer, I have a peculiar habit of liking to be in places with many corpses." "Is this a crime too?" The female law enforcement officer's eyes instantly turned icy, yet the corner of her mouth curled up in a mocking smile. "Oh? Since you're this kind of pervert, then we can't let you go." Her voice was clear, but her tone carried a dangerous undertone. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her right hand, and a pair of silver handcuffs glinted with a cold light in the night, like a silver snake, swiftly flying towards Qin Lang. The handcuffs sliced through the air, moving so fast that they almost left a silver blur in their wake. Qin Lang's expression changed slightly, his footwork shifted, and his body leaned back just in time to narrowly avoid the direct assault of the handcuffs. At the same time, Grandma Genia swiftly sidestepped, separating from Qin Lang, preparing to defend against the enemy. This is getting interesting. Qin Lang let out a cold laugh, his hand quietly gripping the handle of the Demon Slayer sword, ready to draw it in response to the opponent's next strike. However, just as he was about to act, the silver handcuff suddenly shuddered in the air and inexplicably swelled and transformed. That handcuff suddenly transformed into a huge silver chain net, rapidly curling back. Wow, interesting. Qin Lang's pupils shrank, instantly sensing something was wrong, his body retreating quickly, trying to dodge. But this silver chain seemed to have a life of its own, instantly expanding and wrapping him tightly. Boom! The silver chain tightened suddenly, binding Qin Lang firmly, his arms tightly entwined, leaving no chance to draw his blade. Qin Lang frowned, immediately feeling a strange power seeping into his body through the silver chain, causing his vital energy to feel slightly sluggish. This handcuff is peculiar. Qin Lang gritted his teeth, trying to break free, but the silver chain seemed to have its own spirit. The more he struggled, the tighter it bound him, even fatally emitting a wave of energy that greatly restricted his strength. Got it! The female law enforcer clapped her hands lightly, watching the bound Qin Lang with a mocking gaze, a smug smile tugging at her lips. Qin Lang, did you think we didn't know your abilities? Don't waste your effort, this binding lock is specially designed for dangerous individuals like you can't escape. As her words fell, the surrounding law enforcer sneered, slowly closing in on Granny Jean Yi, while Qin Lang was firmly restricted by the silver chain, unable to break free. Oh really? Not necessarily. Qin Lang gathered his energy forcefully, the sluggish vital energy suddenly surged, a vast power breaking through the binding in an instant, like a flood rushing forth. His muscles trembled, and the silver binding lock disintegrated instantly, turning into countless broken chains that scattered and splintered, emitting a crisp sound of metal shattering. What? The female law enforcer's pupils contracted, a hint of surprise appearing on her face, but it quickly returned to calm. In a flash, she moved, her hands darting, pulling out 2 pairs of silver handcuffs from her waist. These handcuffs were even more exquisite than the previous binding locks, faintly engraved with fine runes, glowing with a subtle light. Indeed, not an ordinary criminal, I will have to put in some effort. She smiled coldly, shaking her hands as the 2 sets of handcuffs instantly shot out like living creatures, aimed straight at Qin Lang. On the other side, Granny Jean Yi's battle was equally fierce. She moved gracefully, circling with 2 law enforcers, one was tall and imposing, while the other wore black sunglasses, looking particularly mysterious. Ha! Granny Jean Yi's lips curled slightly as she slowly exhaled a wisp of smoke, the pale white smoke rapidly spreading, like a flowing mist, instantly swallowing her figure completely. Disappeared? The tall law enforcer was startled, scanning the surroundings warily. However, in that instant, Granny Jean Yi had silently glided to his side, her 5 fingers slightly spread, gathering a sharp energy at her fingertips, aiming straight at his neck. Bang! Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in, causing the tall law enforcer to step back. Just when Granny Jean Yi's palm was about to touch her target, a hand wearing black leather gloves suddenly intercepted her attack. A sunglass-clad law enforcer darted towards Granny Jean Yi with precision. Granny Jean Yi's gaze sharpened, her heart secretly alarmed. But this person was actually able to accurately pinpoint her position and block her sneak attack? The sunglasses law enforcer's ears twitched slightly, and he reached out directly towards Granny Jean Yi. Granny Jean Yi instinctively swung her long smoking pipe, colliding with his sunglasses. The sunglasses tilted slightly, revealing a pair of lifeless eyes. Granny Jean Yi was startled. So, you are blind. No wonder. The sunglasses law enforcer smirked faintly, his voice deep and indifferent. Your smoke isn't effective against me. You should just submit. You really have a sense of humor. Granny Jean Yi chuckled lightly, suddenly taking a deep breath, and then forcefully exhaling a denser white smoke. This time, the white smoke didn't just disperse, but quickly condensed in the air into strands of smoky ropes. Like a living creature, it swiftly twisted towards the 2 enforcers. What? The tall enforcer realized something was wrong and was about to retreat, but the smoke rope moved too fast, quickly binding his hands and feet. The enforcer in sunglasses heard the odd sound, but in an instant, the smoke rope precisely bound his arm. Hee, who told you to be blind? Grandma Golden Leaf chuckled lightly, pinching her fingers, the smoke rope twisted tighter, sealing both of their movements. Grandma Golden Leaf thought the smoke chain had securely trapped the opponent, but the next second, a domineering and fierce power erupted from the smoke. Sizzle! With a rapid sound of tearing air, Grandma Golden Leaf's smoke rope was unexpectedly torn apart. That power seemed to explode from within, instantly breaking all restraints. What? Grandma Golden Leaf frowned and quickly stepped back, only to see the enforcer in sunglasses already closing in on her, his footsteps steady and silent, as if completely unaffected by the smoke. He slightly flipped his wrist, and a thin black blade, as delicate as a cicada's wing, appeared between his fingers, cold light piercing the night. Tisk, indeed a tough one. Grandma Golden Leaf whispered to herself in annoyance, retreating lightly, but her steps momentarily faltered. She had grown used to enemies hesitating and delaying in the smoke, but this man completely ignored her tactics. No matter how she dodged, that black blade accurately locked onto her position, the killing intent cold. A man who shows no mercy is truly the most detestable. Grandma Goldenleaf sneered, her tone carrying a hint of mockery, yet her movements became increasingly suppressed, the enforcer in sunglasses launching a more and more fierce assault, each strike like a storm, leaving no gaps. She had originally been able to move flexibly in the smoke, but the opponent seemed capable of precisely predicting her movements, repeatedly sealing off her escape routes and forcing her into a passive position. A flash of the blade, the cold wind approached, and Grandma Goldenleaf could almost feel the chilling sensation of the edge brushing past her neck. Cursing inwardly, she realized that if this continued, she would soon be forced into a dead end, and she had to find a way to escape. Taking a deep breath, Grandma Goldenleaf suddenly waved her sleeve, pouring all of her remaining true energy into the smoke. Instantly, the originally ethereal white mist erupted violently, swirling and spreading like raging waves. Smoke mist formation, thousand shadows escape. Her figure split into 10 within the thick fog, scattering in all directions like a ghostly apparition. The enforcer in sunglasses was momentarily stunned, and the blade in his hand swung out, instantly slicing through 3 illusory figures. But just as he prepared to continue the pursuit, Grandma Goldenleaf's true body had already transformed into a remnant shadow, swiftly rushing toward Qin Lang's position. "Qin Lang, let's deal with them together." She darted in, landing beside Qin Lang, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings, ready to welcome the next battle. Qin Lang had been entangled by those silver handcuffs, his hands bound and unable to exert his full strength, but at the moment Grandma Goldenleaf approached, he let out a cold smile, the killing intent in his eyes suddenly condensing. "Kid, you really aren't thinking of dragging this junk along to fight, are you?" Grandma Goldenleaf gasped and glared at him in dissatisfaction. Qin Lang gritted his teeth, suddenly shaking his arms violently, true energy surging like a storm. The binding spirit lock instantly exploded, the silver light shattering like frost, dissipating into countless points of light in the air. The female enforcer frowned, surprised that Qin Lang could break free from her restraint, but then she smirked, a bit of skill, but nothing more. Qin Lang snorted, too lazy to waste words, flipping his wrist as the blade of ghosts unsheathed. "If a protracted war is not in our favor, then let's finish this quickly." Before his voice fell, an extremely violent aura erupted from Qin Lang, a fierce wind blowing, and the killing intent swept like a hurricane, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Chapter 166, by Qi's old friend. At this moment, Qin Lang's momentum soared to the ultimate point, like a divine weapon just drawn from its sheath, radiating brilliance and shining with a cold light. Boom! The earth trembled slightly, and Qin Lang shot out like a bolt of black lightning, his ghost slayer blade slicing through the air, creating a series of sharp sonic booms, directly aiming for the female law enforcer. The female law enforcer's expression changed. Qin Lang's speed was so astonishing that it made her heart tighten, even the opportunity to counterattack slipped away in an instant. She instinctively stepped back, her hands flipping, and 2 pairs of silver handcuffs crossed in the air, forming a silver barrier in an attempt to block the strike. Clang! The furious blade energy sharply slashed down, and the silver handcuffs trembled violently, forcing the female law enforcer to retreat repeatedly, even cracking the ground beneath her feet. On the other side, the sunglasses law enforcer had originally planned to continue attacking Granny Jin, but when the terrifying killing intent from Qin Lang erupted, he was slightly startled, and the black blade in his hand stopped for half a moment. "This kid's strength is surprisingly this strong?" The sunglasses law enforcer felt the fighting spirit in the air, his grip on the knife instinctively tightened, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. Qin Lang forced the female law enforcer back, the blade pointing to the ground, his gaze as cold as lightning, slowly raising his head to look at the surrounding law enforcers, the corner of his mouth curling into a cruel arc. "What are you all standing there for?" Qin Lang smiled lightly, "Come at me together." The female law enforcer was pushed back by Qin Lang's strike, her face showing a trace of shame and anger. She had always prided herself on her strength and skills, and now being suppressed by the opponent, how could she endure? "Damn it!" She gritted her teeth fiercely, her eyes sharp, disregarding the sunglasses law enforcer's warning, and suddenly leaped up, charging towards Qin Lang again. "Captain, calm down." The sunglasses law enforcer shouted loudly, his brows tightly knitted. But the female law enforcer could no longer listen, the silver handcuffs in her hands flashed with an eerie glow, dancing like a spiritual snake. She flicked her wrist, and the silver chain of the binding spirit lock transformed into a stream of light, racing toward Qin Lang. Qin Lang sneered coldly, just about to erupt once more. At this moment, Bai Qi's voice suddenly rang out. "Big brother, don't make a move." Deep in his mind, Bai Qi's voice exploded, carrying an urgent and undeniable warning. Qin Lang suddenly stiffened. Before he could react, he felt a sudden stagnation in the power within him, a strange repulsive force roiling at his dantian. 2 different auras were violently clashing within Qin Lang, making his meridians feel as if they were stuck. This. Qin Lang cursed inwardly, and the energy in his body instantly became chaotic. The explosive force that had been primed was interrupted in a moment. It was in this brief delay that danger had already descended. A glimmer of triumph flashed in the female law enforcer's eyes, the silver handcuffs suddenly expanded, transforming into several binding spirit chains, like wildly dancing steel snakes, instantly wrapping around Qin Lang's limbs and body. Click. The chains intertwined and tightened. Qin Lang was firmly bound, unable to move. Qin Lang. Granny Jinya's expression changed, not understanding why Qin Lang was captured again. But before she could act, the sunglasses law enforcer's figure had already approached, as if he had seen through everything, locking onto Granny Jinya's weakness at the exact moment the female law enforcer attacked. Got you. The sunglasses law enforcer said coldly, his hands suddenly reaching out, fast as a storm, directly pressing down on Granny Jinya's shoulder, the force strong enough to make her tremble slightly. Granny Jinya's heart tightened. Just as she was about to break free, she suddenly felt a heavy weight on her shoulder, a terrifying power like a 1,000-pound rock pressing down, making it impossible for her to use her agile movements. Bang! Granny Jinya was harshly pressed to the ground, mud flying and dust swirling. The surrounding law enforcers saw this and rushed in, their faces revealing relaxed smiles. Oomph, finally caught him. Qin Lang, bound by the binding spirit chains, was filled with confusion in his heart. Bai Qi, what on earth are you doing? For so long, Bai Qi had never caused him any trouble. Why did I suddenly start to argue with myself today? Is there some change? Qin Lang complained in his heart, but Bai Qi calmly said, Brother, don't blame me, I will explain it to you clearly later. Don't worry, if they are against you, I will definitely help you. Qin Lang was at a loss for words. The police car sped along, the night outside the window was dark as ink, and the streetlights along the way cast swaying shadows inside the car. Qin Lang and Grandma Jinya were locked in the back seat, the silver binding spirit locks still restraining them. Qin Lang leaned sideways in his seat, his gaze deep, his expression on his face revealing little emotion, yet his heart was churning. Bai Qi, why are you stopping me? He quietly questioned in his heart. After a moment of silence, Bai Qi's voice finally echoed in his mind, deep and complex. I sensed a familiar aura from that female law enforcement officer. Qin Lang was slightly taken aback, his brows furrowing. Familiar? What do you mean? Bai Qi slowly sighed, as if rummaging through a distant memory. After several seconds, he continued, this woman might be a descendant of one of my former subordinates. This statement surprised Qin Lang somewhat. Your subordinate? Qin Lang repeated in a low voice, his eyes flickering, which subordinate? To be remembered by Bai Qi, that person was probably not a minor character. Bai Qi did not answer, only falling silent, as if unwilling to discuss further. Since Bai Qi did not want to say more for now, Qin Lang simply stopped asking and raised his head to look towards the front driver's seat. In the front, the female law enforcement officer was focused on driving, the red and blue lights inside the car occasionally casting a cold light on her profile. Her expression was indifferent, her lips tightly pressed, occasionally glancing toward Qin Lang, exuding an intense sense of discipline and vigilance, as if she would never relax her guard. Qin Lang's gaze flickered, and he took the initiative to speak. Hey, officer, what's your name? The female law enforcement officer slightly turned her head, giving him a cold glance, her eyes showing no extra emotion, as if she had no intention of acknowledging him at all. The police car fell silent for a moment, the atmosphere oppressive and heavy. However, Qin Lang raised the corners of his mouth and lazily continued, What's the matter? You arrested me and won't even introduce yourself? The female law enforcement officer finally spoke, her voice cold and devoid of warmth. Your curiosity is too heavy. Qin Lang shrugged, casually replying, I can't help it, it's hard not to be curious about such a beautiful and tough police officer like you. Grandma Jinya rolled her eyes at the side, thinking that this kid actually dared to tease the law enforcement officer at such a time, truly bold and skilled. The female law enforcement officer frowned slightly, seeming to be irritated by Qin Lang's slick attitude. Why should I tell you? Sick. Qin Lang said, if you won't say, then I might act out. Chapter 167, Another Objective. What are you going to do? The police car continued to speed, the atmosphere inside the cabin filled with tension. The female law enforcement officer watched Qin Lang warily. Qin Lang smiled, and suddenly a crisp click sound unexpectedly echoed. Qin Lang's arms shook, and the binding spirit lock that restrained him instantly shattered, the silver chains sliding off him like broken snakes, making a series of clear metallic clashing sounds. You! The other law enforcement officer in the passenger seat suddenly turned his head, and the female law enforcement officer slammed on the brakes, the whole police car coming to a brief halt in the night, the tires screeching against the ground. The air in the cabin seemed to freeze instantly, and the female law enforcement officer slowly turned her head, her gaze sharp as she stared at Qin Lang, her hand quietly reaching for the weapon at her waist. However, Qin Lang simply leisurely moved his wrist, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, completely unconcerned about her vigilance, and casually said, Don't be nervous, calm down. If I really wanted to escape, it would be effortless. Look, I'm being so sincere that. Clearly not wanting to cause trouble. Qin Lang deliberately spread his hands, signaling that he meant no aggression. The female law enforcer gritted her teeth and said, "I advise you not to." Qin Lang replied, "If I really wanted to escape, do you think you could stop me?" The female law enforcer took a deep breath, her eyes slightly flashing, staring tightly at Qin Lang, trying to find a flaw in his expression. Clearly, she did not expect Qin Lang to easily break free from the binding spirit's trap. Once locked, no one has managed to break free so far. What kind of monster is he? But soon, the female law enforcer forced herself to calm down, suppressing her inner shock, and asked in a low, steady voice, "What exactly do you want?" Qin Lang casually leaned back in his seat, looking at her with a half-smile, his eyes filled with a hint of mischief and depth. "Actually, not much, I'm just a bit interested in you and want to have a good chat." The female law enforcer's brow furrowed deeper, her tone cold. "Talk about what?" Qin Lang lightly flicked his fingertip, casually asking. "For example, your name." Song Nianxi's eyes changed slightly, but she did not hesitate for too long and coldly replied after a moment. "Song Nianxi." Upon hearing this name, Qin Lang's gaze flickered, then he quietly asked in his mind. "Bai Qi, can you remember now? Who was it that your subordinate's descendant?" Bai Qi was silent for a moment, then sighed helplessly. "1,000 years have passed, do you think I can immediately remember just from a name? I'm not a deity." Qin Lang shrugged, seemingly not surprised by this answer, casually saying, "What a pity." Song Nianxi narrowed her eyes slightly, clearly sensing that Qin Lang's reaction was a bit strange, her voice tinged with caution as she asked, "What exactly are you planning?" Qin Lang suddenly curled his lips, revealing a meaningful smile, and said playfully, "What else? Of course, I want to pursue you." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire carriage froze. Granny Genia shot Qin Lang another glare. The law enforcer in the passenger seat turned around in shock, staring at Qin Lang as if doubting whether he heard incorrectly. Song Nianxi was stunned for a moment, then her expression instantly turned cold as she gritted her teeth and spat out 3 words. "You're insane." But Qin Lang smiled even more brightly, as if he had anticipated her reaction, lazily leaning back in his seat and said nonchalantly, "Don't be so cold, we still have plenty of topics to discuss." Song Nianxi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to slap him, her gaze as cold as a knife, as if contemplating how to make this man shut up completely. Qin Lang clasped his hands behind his head and closed his eyes. "All right, let's drive, I need to take a nap." Song Nianxi still felt a bit uneasy. But Granny Genia spoke up, "All right, let's drive. If Qin Lang truly wanted to leave, he wouldn't waste time with you." Song Nianxi snorted indignantly. In the police station, the cold white lights illuminated the metal tables and chairs, and a faint smell of disinfectant lingered in the air. Qin Lang lounged lazily on the detention room bench, his legs crossed, a smile at the corners of his mouth, looking as if he was just chatting at the police station, and not a suspect who had been arrested. Granny Genia sat cross-legged beside him, holding a slender pipe, occasionally exhaling wisps of bluish-white smoke. Granny Genia narrowed her eyes, her gaze drifting over Qin Lang, and suddenly said, "Qin Lang, aren't you the least bit worried about Su Mubai?" Upon hearing that, Qin Lang smiled slightly, gesturing dismissively with a relaxed expression, his tone indifferent. "Worried? No need." Granny Genia raised an eyebrow. "Oh? You seem carefree, I thought you cared about that female enigma." Qin Lang chuckled softly, his eyes meaningfully gazing in the direction of the police station's corridor, his lips curving slightly as he leisurely replied, "Did you forget what I said before? My nose is very sensitive. Just now, on Song Nianxi, I smelled Su Manghai's scent." Grandma Genia was slightly stunned, then laughed out loud, her eyes holding a hint of teasing. TSK, so you already knew that Su Manghai fell into the hands of the law enforcer? No wonder you were so calm, I almost thought you really knew nothing." Qin Lang shrugged and said indifferently, "If I hadn't seen you so into it, I wouldn't have played alone." Grandma Genia rolled her eyes. "Okay, you are indeed more cunning." Qin Lang didn't respond, but slightly furrowed his brows, his expression thoughtful. "However, there's one thing I still don't get." He raised his hand to touch his chin, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. "Why is the law enforcer targeting me? I have nothing to do with Bai Qinawa's case." Grandma Genia's smile slowly faded, looking at him thoughtfully. "Do you suspect they have other motives?" Qin Lang nodded, his gaze darkening. "The law enforcers suddenly looking for me must have another reason. I just came out of Silent Hill the day before yesterday. Those people from Bai Qinhua have clearly been dead for a long time. I couldn't have done it. The law enforcers must be looking for trouble." Just as the two were discussing, a cold voice came from the door. "Qin Lang, come out, your interrogation time is up." The two turned to look and saw Song Nianxi standing at the door, arms crossed, looking coldly at Qin Lang, her eyes carrying a hint of hidden scrutiny. Qin Lang smiled slightly, stood up, adjusted his collar, and lazily looked at her, teasingly said, "Law enforcer Song, did you miss me so soon?" Song Nianxi's eyes turned cold. "Stop the nonsense, come with me." Qin Lang shrugged, gesturing to Grandma Genia to wait for him to return, then leisurely stepped into the interrogation room. The light in the interrogation room was harsh and glaring, the pale light reflected coldly on the metal table, casting icy reflections. The room was extremely simple. Apart from the table and chairs and the surveillance camera in the corner, there were almost no extraneous decorations. Qin Lang was led to sit in front of the chair, his hands casually resting on the table, his expression lazy, as if he cared nothing for this interrogation. Across from him, Song Niancy stood straight, arms crossed in front of her chest, her sharp gaze fixed on him, radiating an intimidating aura. She slowly pulled out a chair, sat down, and her gaze remained on Qin Lang, immediately launching into direct questioning. "Qin Lang, what is your relationship with Bai Qinhua?" Hearing this, Qin Lang smiled faintly, his tone as casual as if they were just chatting. "He asked me to go to the Silent Hill instance, so I went." Song Niancy scoffed, tapping her fingers lightly on the table, her voice carrying a hint of disdain. "Is it really that simple?" Qin Lang shrugged. "Otherwise, what do you expect?" Song Niancy stared at him, and after a moment, slowly asked, "Then why were you at Bai Qinhua's villa?" Qin Lang blinked, as if he heard a very ordinary question, and naturally replied, "Because I came out from the Silent Hill instance, I went to report to him." Bang! Song Niancy slammed the table, her expression one of shock, her voice rising a few notches. "I don't hold back from exposing you, yet you still keep inflating your claims? What did you say? You came out from the Silent Hill instance?" Her pupils slightly contracted, her gaze filled with disbelief. Qin Lang was amused by her reaction, leaning back comfortably in his chair, with a half-smile. "What? Am I not sitting here just fine?" Song Niancy stared deeply at him, as if trying to confirm whether he was joking or attempting to deceive her. However, from his demeanor, Qin Lang showed no signs of lying. But her hands still instinctively clenched tighter, her knuckles slightly whitening. She said in a deep voice, "It's impossible. No one has ever come out alive from the Silent Hill instance." "How did you do it?" Qin Lang sighed lightly, stretched lazily, looking completely relaxed. "How about, you treat me to a cup of coffee, and I'll slowly tell you." Song Niancy's gaze grew increasingly sharp, her hands crossed on the table, fingers gently tapping on the cold metal surface, producing a low, rhythmic sound. Her voice carried an undeniable authority. "Qin Lang, I advise you to be more serious. The murder case at the White Capture Tiger Villa has caused a huge uproar, and the whole city is paying attention to this matter. If you don't cooperate honestly, things will get difficult for you." Qin Lang shrugged helplessly, the smile on his face fading slightly, but his tone still carried a hint of playful defiance. "I really have cleared the Silent Hill instance, but if you don't believe me, what can I do?" Song Niancy's eyes darkened, her gaze cutting like a blade across his face, seemingly trying to find a flaw in even the slightest change in his expression. However, Qin Lang remained calm, even a bit lazy, as if he genuinely thought what he was saying was completely normal. Song Niancy snorted coldly, clearly not believing his nonsense. She knew better than anyone how terrifying the Silent Hill instance was. It was a forbidden ground where all who entered were sure to die. Not to mention clearing it, no one had ever come out alive. Suddenly, Qin Lang squinted, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, and he asked with a meaningful tone, "Officer Song, since you're not asking me, let me ask you a question." "What?" Song Niancy frowned. Qin Lang raised a finger, waving it in the air and said leisurely, "Have you caught an A-class anomaly?" Song Niancy startled slightly, caught off guard by the question. Her eyes narrowed sharply, her tone unfriendly. "No, why do you ask?" Qin Lang stared into her eyes, as if seriously observing her reaction, and after a moment, the smile on his lips deepened as he shook his head. "You're lying." Song Niancy's brow furrowed even tighter, her gaze at Qin Lang revealing a hint of caution. "What do you mean?" Qin Lang leaned back in his chair, gently sniffing the air, a trace of mockery flickering in his eyes, and slowly said, "Because you smell like her." Song Niancy's expression suddenly darkened, her pupils contracting slightly, the air around them seeming to chill instantly. Her gaze sharpened, exuding a pressure, and her voice was low and firm. "Qin Lang, you don't have the right to ask questions. Now, you should obediently answer my questions, instead of questioning me." But Qin Lang laughed indifferently, even carrying a hint of carefree sarcasm. He shrugged and replied blandly, "That won't do, Officer Song. If you don't release Miss Su, you can forget about getting any answers from me." As his words fell, the air froze for a moment. Song Niancy narrowed her eyes, staring hard at Qin Lang, her tone icy. "I did catch a female ghost. If you don't speak the truth, don't expect to see her again." Qin Lang, upon hearing this, was slightly taken aback, then revealed a faint smile. "Oh? So, Su Mubai is indeed in this police station?" Song Niancy's brows furrowed. "Yes, so what?" Qin Lang's smile deepened, and he leaned back in his chair, hands crossed, gently sighing. "If that's the case, I guess I'll just search slowly." Before he finished speaking, there was a crisp crack. Sound. Song Niancy's pupils suddenly shrank. She watched in disbelief as Qin Lang applied a bit of force, effortlessly breaking the special handcuffs binding his hands. At the same moment, the wooden chair in the interrogation room shattered into pieces, fragments bursting everywhere. Not good. A tightening sensation gripped Song Niancy's heart. In a split second, she quickly raised her hand and drew another binding spirit lock from her waist. But Qin Lang's figure had already flashed away amidst the shattered chair pieces, disappearing swiftly. The whole person had already rushed towards the door. Want to escape? Song Nianxi's eyes sharpened, her wrist flicked, and the binding spirit lock instantly flew out like a spirit snake, bringing a whistling wind as it swiftly wrapped towards Qin Lang's back. Haha, interesting. Qin Lang heard the wind rushing in his ears, a slight smile appeared on his lips, and he suddenly halted, his feet shifting slightly, his whole body stopping like a ghost, nearly brushing past the chain. The binding spirit lock missed its target, striking the interrogation room door with a loud thud, shaking the entire door slightly. Song Nianxi's face darkened, she suddenly turned around, rapidly retracting the binding spirit lock, her eyes igniting with fierce fighting spirit. Qin Lang, don't think you can escape. Chapter 169, A Big Disturbance at the Law Enforcement Bureau. Song Nianxi closely followed behind Qin Lang, her voice echoing coldly in the police station corridor. Qin Lang, do you think you can escape? This is the Law Enforcement Bureau, experts are everywhere, what you're doing is just a waste of effort. Qin Lang did not look back, his steps not slowing down at all, instead running faster. His eyes sparkled with excitement, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Experts everywhere? That sounds thrilling. However, just after he dashed out of the interrogation room, a tall figure stood firmly in his path ahead. It was a man in a black law enforcement uniform, wearing sunglasses, his hands casually tucked in his pockets, standing straight like an unmoving statue. It was the enforcer who had captured Granny Genia. The sunglasses-wearing enforcer tilted his head slightly, his voice low and full of pressure. Please go back immediately, otherwise you will only add to your own sins. Qin Lang paused, glanced at the man, then chuckled lightly. Sins? That's quite a big hat to wear. I'm not interested in being a good boy. Just hand over my companions, and there will be no problem. The sunglasses-wearing enforcer didn't respond, only slightly raised one hand, taking a standard fighting stance. Qin Lang shrugged inside helplessly, looks like there's no negotiating. In the next moment, the air suddenly exploded with sound. The enforcer's figure shot out like a cheetah, the floor cracked beneath his feet, and his body turned into a black shadow, instantly closing in on Qin Lang. The punch tore through the air, a fierce, unmatched straight punch aimed straight at Qin Lang's face. Qin Lang's pupils shrank, his footwork shifted, rolling backward to evade the punch. However, as the punch passed, the air seemed to burst apart, even the corridor walls shivered slightly. A bit of strength. Qin Lang chuckled softly. But the sunglasses-wearing enforcer didn't give him a chance to breathe. As soon as he dodged the straight punch, his figure accelerated again, his other fist fiercely aimed at Qin Lang's abdomen, the momentum thunderous. Qin Lang squinted, feeling the incoming force of the wind, finally not holding back anymore. He flipped his wrist, and in an instant, a cold light flashed, a narrow black blade shot out from his hand, the Demon Slayer knife. The blade gleamed like electricity, cutting towards the enforcer's fist in an instant. Clang! The expected blood spatter did not occur, the Demon Slayer knife struck the enforcer's fist, emitting a sound like metal clashing. Qin Lang's eyes shifted slightly. Such a tough fist? The sunglasses-wearing enforcer's expression did not change, stepping forward, taking advantage of Qin Lang's knife swing, his body suddenly turned, shoulder crashing hard. Qin Lang, caught off guard, was knocked back 3 steps, but his reaction was also extremely fast, flipping his wrist again, the Demon Slayer knife with a sharp cold light pierced out again, aiming for the enforcer's throat. However, the enforcer still did not draw any weapons, needing to strike head-on with his bare body. He slightly shifted sideways, avoiding the strike close to the blade, then suddenly reached out with his left hand, grabbing Qin Lang's wrist like a capture, wanting to snatch away the ghost-slaying blade. Qin Lang let out a cold snort, the blade's edge suddenly turned, forcing the opponent to release his grip, then he pressed forward, the blade gleamed, and the assault was like a wild wind in torrential rain. However, the sunglasses law enforcer simply responded with martial arts, using precisely timed footwork and blocks, surprisingly battling back and forth with Qin Lang. In just a few seconds, the two had already clashed dozens of times, the glint of the blade and shadow of fists intertwining, each collision creating an astonishing impact, as if the surrounding air were shaking. The sunglasses law enforcer panted slightly, his feet firmly planted, his tone still calm and confident. Qin Lang, you are not my match, give up. Qin Lang heard this and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh? Is that so? Before his words finished, he suddenly slashed horizontally with his blade, the edge cutting a fierce arc in the air. The sunglasses law enforcer thought Qin Lang was going to continue his attack, his body instantly tensed, arms crossed in defense prepared. But the next second, he was shocked to discover that Qin Lang's slash was not aimed at him. Boom! The edge of the ghost-slaying blade was unmatched in sharpness, directly slicing through the wall beside him. Bricks shattered, dust filled the air, and the wall was cut open, creating a gap wide enough for someone to pass through. What? The sunglasses law enforcer's face went pale, immediately realizing he had been tricked. Qin Lang was not seriously fighting him but getting familiar with the internal structure of the Law Enforcement Bureau through their skirmish, and once he figured out the environment, he tore open a passageway, charging straight towards his target. Damn it! However, his roar came too late. Qin Lang's figure flashed like a ghost, directly rushing through the breach into the adjacent room. As soon as he stepped into the room, Qin Lang felt a familiar aura, the one belonging to Su Mubai. Right nearby. His gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he charged forward, but just then, a playful yet slightly lazy voice rang out from the darkness. "Oh dear, whose child is lost, actually ran to my place?" Qin Lang's heart jolted, his footsteps suddenly halted, swiftly turning his gaze towards the corner of the room. In the dim light, a graceful woman was lazily leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, long legs stacked together, her posture relaxed yet exuding a dangerous aura. She wore a law enforcer's uniform, her tight black jacket accentuating her curvy silhouette, and below was a pair of black stockings wrapping around her long, beautiful legs, glistening subtly in the dim light. Her narrow phoenix eyes held a hint of playfulness, red lips slightly curled, as if looking at a prey that unexpectedly intruded into her territory. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, gripping the ghost-slaying blade tightly, warily assessing the other. "Another one blocking my way?" Wearing black stockings to work, your law enforcement bureau really is full of talent. The black stockings law enforcer chuckled softly, leisurely stepping forward, each movement filled with poise and elegance, but the oppressive air grew thicker. She tilted her head, half smiling as she said, "Oh? Full of talent? It's quite amusing coming from you." Qin Lang sneered, "So do you want to fight, or do you want to talk?" The black stockings law enforcer's smile widened, her eyes glancing at him like a cat toying with a mouse, then she lightly licked her lips. "What do you think? Being able to match sunglasses means you are quite strong. I like men who are both strong and tough like you." Qin Lang laughed. "Oh, then let's have a little clash." As soon as Qin Lang's words fell, he instantly moved like lightning, suddenly lunging forward, the ghost-slaying blade wrapped in fierce blade aura, aimed straight at the throat of the female law enforcer. However, facing such a rapid attack, the female law enforcer only smiled lightly. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, her figure flickered like a phantom, and before Qin Lang's blade could reach, she instantly vanished from her spot. Qin Lang's eyes narrowed, the momentum of his blade unyielding, he forcefully retracted his move and stepped back, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. He was certain that his strike was not just fast, but accompanied by a mental lock. Ordinary movements could not possibly evade it completely. However, this woman before him not only easily dodged but seemed to have completely vanished, as if she had never existed at all. What is happening? Qin Lang silently thought, his heart alert and guarded. The truly dangerous enemies are often not those who attack fiercely, but those elusive assassins, appearing and disappearing without a trace. He was sure this woman was not invisible. If she were, she would definitely leave behind some trace of her presence. But now, there was no sign of her anywhere in the room. However, before he could react further, a chilling sound of slicing wind suddenly attacked from behind. Qin Lang reacted quickly, instinctively tilting his head to dodge, while suddenly turning around to see the sunglasses-wearing enforcer had caught up, his fist wrapped in a powerful gale, heading straight for his face. Tisk. Qin Lang clicked his tongue, flipped his hands, and raised his blade, the edge blocking the incoming iron fist. Bang! Blade and fist clashed, igniting a deafening roar. Shockwaves surged forth, instantly creating cracks in the glass outside the interrogation room. Qin Lang felt a tremendous force traveling along his blade, and he slid back using the force, a trace of astonishment flashing in his eyes. That sunglasses enforcer's physical skills were indeed terrifying, able to match his Zhang Guidao with sheer physical strength. He was no ordinary opponent. However, what concerned him even more was... He. A soft laugh suddenly sounded from his side. Qin Lang's eyes narrowed suddenly. That female enforcer had somehow appeared again, still in her sleek black uniform, the black stockings outlining her long legs, watching Qin Lang with keen interest, her eyes full of mockery. This woman's movements were too strange. Qin Lang's face darkened, realizing that these two were skillfully coordinating to block his escape routes. The sunglasses enforcer was attacking head-on, while the female enforcer lurked like a ghost in the shadows, waiting for her chance. If he couldn't quickly find a way out, he would likely be dragged down into a passive position. "It seems you really think you can stop me?" Qin Lang took a deep breath, gripping the handle of his knife tightly, his aura subtly becoming violent. "Of course." The female enforcer chuckled lightly, slowly approaching, tilting her head to observe him, and said leisurely, "After all, you are a very dangerous and charming man." Qin Lang snorted coldly, his gaze sharp as he fixed his eyes on her, but a meaningful smile crept up the corner of his mouth. "Is that so?" As he spoke, he suddenly stomped his foot, his figure accelerating, not charging towards the female enforcer but instead swinging his Zhang Guidao fiercely. Bang! The adjacent wall crumbled on impact, debris flying everywhere. Qin Lang had silently familiarized himself with the layout of the enforcement bureau during the battle, directly breaking through the wall, charging toward the direction where Su Mubai was. Both the sunglasses enforcer and the female enforcer were taken aback, clearly not expecting Qin Lang to not be focused on fighting, but that he had already planned his escape route in secret. Oh dear. The female enforcer sighed lightly, then a trace of coldness flashed in her eyes, and her figure suddenly vanished from sight. As soon as Qin Lang rushed into the next room, he heard her low whisper beside him, "What a sly little guy." Qin Lang slightly misstepped, his body suddenly leaning back, gliding like a snake past the sharp strike of the female enforcer's hand. At the same time, the sunglasses enforcer's heavy fist, wrapped in a terrifying gale, suddenly roared toward Qin Lang's flank. The howling wind rushed at him, a sense of pressure rushing forward. But just as the fist was about to touch Qin Lang, his figure suddenly swayed. Qin Lang slid out at an unbelievable speed, easily dodging through the gap between the two, slipping out of the battle circle like a shadow, and landed steadily a few steps away. Hoof! Qin Lang panted slightly, moving his wrist and revealing a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. He glanced down at the slightly sunken ground beneath his feet, recalling the details of the earlier battle, and suddenly let out a soft eh. He raised his head, looking deeply at the female law enforcer, his tone carrying some contemplation. I just feel like something is off. The female law enforcer raised her eyebrows slightly, showing a hint of teasing smile, but she did not speak, quietly watching Qin Lang. Qin Lang stroked his chin, quickly replaying the fight scene in his mind. During the earlier attack, he had clearly locked onto the female law enforcer, and logically, even if she was extremely fast, she couldn't completely disappear without a trace. More crucially, she didn't just dodge, but her breath had completely vanished. It was as if she had never existed at all. It was just like. Qin Lang's eyes suddenly lit up, and the corner of his mouth slightly tilted upward. I understand now. He slowly raised the ghost-slaying blade in his hand, his gaze coldly fixed on the female law enforcer, and he slowly uttered a few words. You're not fast, but rather have some kind of spatial shifting skill, right? The sunglasses-clad enforcer furrowed her brow slightly, while the female law enforcer laughed even more joyfully. She gently clapped her hands, her eyes filled with a mix of admiration and danger. So clever, Qin Lang. Qin Lang stared at her, not letting his guard down, but rather tightening his grip on the knife, ready for her next move. Using the skill of spatial shifting, you can instantly move elsewhere, not only dodging attacks but also conveniently hiding your breath, creating an illusion of disappearing. Qin Lang slowly said, his tone growing more certain, no wonder every time I lock onto you, you can vanish completely. What if you saw through it? The female law enforcer smiled lightly, her red lips parting, her voice like a seductive whisper floating in the night. Even if you know, you'll still die. Qin Lang smiled slightly, the corner of his mouth curling into a mocking arc, his eyes gleaming with sharp light, as if he could pierce through the darkness and see all illusions. Who dies is not certain yet, he said casually, seemingly not taking the surrounding dangers seriously at all. Before he finished speaking, hurried footsteps came from the side, and Song Niancy rushed over with a binding spirit lock in her hand, her gaze sharp. Seeing her two colleagues had already gained the advantage, she felt a surge of pride. Song Niancy's voice turned cold and firm. Qin Lang, you have no way out. Surrender obediently, or you will surely die here. Qin Lang only laughed softly, his eyes carrying a hint of mockery, as if he didn't take her words seriously at all. Is that so? Then let's see. He abruptly tightened his grip on the ghost-slaying blade, the blade gleaming with a cold light in the dim surroundings. The next second, his figure shot out violently, the ground beneath him cracking instantly, and he transformed into a residual shadow, charging directly at the female law enforcer. Seeking death. The female law enforcer chuckled lightly, her figure once again vanishing mysteriously into the air, as if melting into the darkness, leaving no trace of breath. However, just as she was about to reappear behind Qin Lang to launch a fatal blow, an explosive surge of violent energy erupted from Qin Lang's body. Boom boom boom. That energy swept through like a hurricane, bringing an overwhelming sense of oppression, instantly filling the entire room. The air seemed to suddenly freeze, the violent energy surged, creating ripples in the invisible space. Song Niancy's expression changed drastically, her steps halted, the hand gripping the binding spirit lock slightly trembling. The fist of the sunglasses-clad enforcer hung in mid-air, cold sweat trickling down his brow. And the female enforcer, she had just leaped behind Qin Lang, ready to launch a surprise attack. But in that instant, her body suddenly froze, her pupils dilated, and the playful smile on her face completely solidified. A suffocating sense of oppression tightly locked onto her. What a powerful aura! Song Niancy felt her legs begin to weaken. Qin Lang's gaze slowly swept over everyone, his voice deep and dangerous. Now who dares to move? Song Niancy's eyes abruptly turned cold, her fists unconsciously clenching, the anger on her face nearly overwhelming. Her patience was nearing its limit. Just as she was about to scold Qin Lang's arrogance, the interrogation room door suddenly swung open. Creak! The heavy metal door slowly opened, and a middle-aged man in a black enforcer uniform walked in. He was tall and composed, exuding the authority of a superior. Qin Lang noticed that a golden trim was embroidered on his cuffs, and the badge on his chest was more complex than Song Niancy's, clearly indicating a high rank. Upon seeing the newcomer, Song Niancy immediately stood up straight, hiding all her emotions, saluting the man respectfully. Hello, Director. The director nodded slightly, acknowledging her salute, then his gaze fell on Qin Lang, filled with scrutiny and investigation. After a moment, he curved his lips into a slight smile and said calmly but emphatically, Mr. Qin, I heard it took us some time to invite you over. It seems that indeed, one needs some ability to bring you here. Qin Lang lazily leaned back in his chair, looking at the director with a half-smile, his eyes devoid of any fear, instead carrying a hint of mockery. He chuckled and asked casually, "What do you want to do?" The director's lips curled slightly, revealing a meaningful smile, his tone gentle, even containing a hint of flattery. "Logically, for a master who can conquer Silent Hill, you certainly have the ability to take care of by Kinhux and his group. It is only natural that we invite you for questioning, so please do not get angry." As soon as these words came out, Song Niancy and the others were suddenly shocked, turning their heads sharply to look at the director. Song Niancy spoke with barely concealed astonishment. "Wait, are you saying he really cleared the Silent Hill instance?" Qin Lang's gaze showed no signs of rippling. "Didn't I tell you this already? Do you think I'm joking?" Song Niancy gritted her teeth, momentarily speechless. She certainly knew how terrifying the Silent Hill instance was. It was a situation that most wouldn't dare to easily step into. Moreover, to this day, not a single one of the challengers officially registered had survived. And Qin Lang not only walked out alive but appeared completely unaffected? How was that possible? The director lightly sighed, reaching out to tap on the table, pulling their attention back to himself. "All right, discussing this is pointless." He paused, the smile on his face gradually receding, his tone becoming serious. "Mr. Qin, I know you are very concerned about Miss Su's safety, so we can make a deal." Qin Lang's eyes sharpened, his smile unchanged, but his gaze narrowed slightly, carrying a hint of danger. His voice was steady and cold. "Oh? What deal?" The director calmly looked at him and slowly said, "You only need to agree to one of my conditions, and I will release her immediately." "What condition?" Qin Lang asked directly, his tone still casual, as if he was not at all worried about Su Mubai's safety. The director's fingertips gently tapped on the table, quietly saying, "Do not go to the Rainy Night Hotel instance." Song Niancy and the others gasped in surprise again. "What? Qin Lang is still going to the Rainy Night Hotel instance?" Qin Lang's smile stiffened, his gaze instantly sharp, and the laziness at the corner of his mouth vanished completely. He found a place and slowly sat up straight. Both hands crossed on the table, his deep gaze fixed on the director, his voice low. "Why?" The director's expression remained calm, but his tone carried an indescribable sense of pressure. He looked intently at Qin Lang and slowly spoke. "We have investigated thoroughly. You and Boss Jin have reached an agreement. And once you successfully clear the Rainy Night Inn, Boss Jin's power will greatly increase, which is absolutely not the outcome we want to see." Hearing this, Qin Lang raised an eyebrow slightly, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He gently tapped the table, his tone lazy. "From what you're saying, it seems the rewards for this quest are even richer than those in Silent Hill?" The director did not respond immediately but quietly watched Qin Lang, as if figuring out how to answer. After a moment, he slowly nodded, his tone low. "You are right. The rewards of the Rainy Night Inn are enough to change a person's fate." Qin Lang's gaze sharpened, and with keen interest, he asked, "Oh? Then what is so special about this quest?" The director did not answer directly but sighed softly, as if lost in memories. Years ago, one of the founders of the Yudao Society. It was after clearing the Rainy Night Inn that he gained immense power, ultimately becoming a dominant figure and founding the Yudao Society. As soon as Yudao Society was mentioned, the room fell silent. Song Niancy's expression changed slightly, her demeanor serious as she looked at the director, a flicker of complex emotion in her eyes. It seemed this news was also new to her. Qin Lang's eyes brightened, the smile deepening. He lightly tapped the table again, excitement creeping into his voice. "The Yudao Society, huh, that makes me even more interested." His gaze suddenly sharpened, a hint of provocation at the corners of his mouth. "Hearing you say that, now I absolutely have to go." The director frowned slightly, having seemingly anticipated Qin Lang's reaction, but still sighed deeply, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Song Niancy glared fiercely at Qin Lang, her voice filled with anger. "Qin Lang, the director is talking to you nicely, and did you do it on purpose?" Qin Lang shrugged, arms crossed, the smile on his face unabated. "Of course. What, are you not convinced?" Chapter 172, The Power of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Song Niancy furrowed her brow, her expression darkening as she coldly said, "Qin Lang, watch your words. This is not a place for you to run wild." Her tone carried an undeniable authority, and the spirit-binding lock in her hand quivered slightly, seemingly ready to launch its next attack. Just having been suppressed by Qin Lang's aura earlier left her feeling uneasy, even furious. This man was simply too arrogant. However, at that moment when the air grew tense, a calm voice with a hint of amusement rang out. "It's fine." The director slowly stepped forward, his gaze assessing Qin Lang, a slight smile on his lips. His hands clasped behind his back, his presence steady as a mountain, making it hard to gauge his depth. "Mr. Qin, your power is indeed astonishing." The director sighed softly, a profound light flashing in his eyes. "However, since you are determined to go to that quest, you must take our enforcers with you." Upon hearing this, Qin Lang's eyes flickered slightly, a half-smile on his lips as he asked, "Oh? You want to send me 2 supervisors?" The director smiled indifferently. "They are not supervisors, I am not like Boss Jin." He then turned to the two people standing nearby and slowly said, "You've already crossed paths with them, but now let me formally introduce them." He raised his hand, first pointing to the man in sunglasses. "His name is Hanjua. He excels in close combat and can face various weapons with sheer physical strength. Even against extraordinary beings, he can hold his own effortlessly." Qin Lang raised an eyebrow and looked at Hanjua. "He really is a master," Qin Lang chuckled. Hanjua seemed to realize Qin Lang was looking at him and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your guidance earlier." The director smiled and then turned to the female enforcer standing on the other side. "And her." Qin Lang's gaze fell on the woman in black stockings. "Let me speak." She crossed her arms, a playful smile dancing at the corners of her mouth, her eyes provocatively fixed on Qin Lang. "My name is Ling Wei, and I excel in high-speed combat and space leaps." The director nodded. In front of her, many people don't even get the chance to make a move before they've already lost. "Oh?" Qin Lang's gaze slightly tightened as he stared at Ling Wei. "No wonder you suddenly disappeared just now. So, you really use space leaps?" Ling Wei chuckled softly, her voice carried a hint of lazy mockery. "Oh, Mr. Qin is so clever. But even if you see through it, so what?" She tilted her head slightly, extending a slender finger that playfully beckoned. "Want to try again?" Qin Lang smiled, a glint of battle spirit shining in his eyes. "If you want to try, then let's try." Seeing this, the director lightly coughed, interrupting their tense atmosphere, and slowly said, "All right, since everyone has already met, then we should talk about the instance." Qin Lang retracted his gaze, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Sure, let's talk." The director stood with his hands behind his back, his tone calm and unyielding. "This time entering the Rainy Night Hotel, you must be accompanied by our law enforcement personnel." Qin Lang tilted his lips in a slight smirk, looking at him with a half-smile, his eyes revealing a playful spark. "Oh? Sounds like you're afraid I'll run away?" "Not afraid you'll run, but afraid you won't." The director sighed softly, his gaze deep as he looked at Qin Lang. "The danger level of the Rainy Night Hotel is far beyond your imagination. Although you are powerful, facing this instance, going solo may not be the best choice." Qin Lang scoffed lightly, casually shrugging his hands. "Then if your law enforcement insists on tagging along, what's in it for me?" The director smiled faintly, his tone unhurried. "They can take your orders and directions." As soon as he said this, the room fell silent. Song Nianxi's face suddenly changed, her head snapping up as she stared at the director in disbelief. "Director! This absolutely cannot be." Her tone was filled with strong dissatisfaction and resistance, her whole being radiating suppressed anger. "Letting law enforcement follow the orders of an outsider? This absolutely violates the rules." However, standing beside her, Hanzhuo and Ling Wei showed no signs of objection, instead appearing remarkably calm. Hanzhuo lightly adjusted his sunglasses, speaking in a calm tone. "It doesn't matter, it's just a mission, it doesn't matter who directs." Ling Wei looked at Qin Lang with great interest, a faint smile playing on her lips as she lazily said, "Listen to his orders? Interesting. Anyway, I don't like listening to those old guys either." Song Nianxi glared at them fiercely. "You." But the director simply waved his hand, interrupting their argument, his sharp gaze returning to Qin Lang. "Mr. Qin, I can tell you directly, my only goal is to eliminate Boss Jin and the Wudao Association." His voice was low and firm, carrying an unquestionable resolve. "You have old grudges with the Wudao Association, right? So this time, you can fully utilize the power of the Law Enforcement Bureau to achieve your goals. You could say, this time I'm commissioning you, while allowing you to receive assistance from the Law Enforcement Bureau." Qin Lang lightly flicked his wrist, a faint smile rising to his lips, yet his eyes revealed undeniable determination. "Cooperation is fine, but before that, I want to see Sumu Bai." The director slightly nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor without hesitation. "Okay." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Nianxi's expression clearly stiffened, her complex gaze scanning Qin Lang, biting her teeth, but ultimately she said nothing more, turning to walk towards the interrogation room. Before long, the door was pushed open from the outside, and a slender figure walked in. Qin Lang. Sumu Bai's eyes shone with unhidden joy as soon as she saw Qin Lang. She hurried forward, a look of indescribable relief on her face. "It's good that you are fine." Qin Lang smiled slightly, nodded gently, and after observing her state and confirming she was unharmed, he withdrew his gaze and casually said, "It's good that Miss Su is fine." Beside them, Song Nianxi watched this scene with an inexplicable discomfort in her heart, her expression showing some unwillingness. However, Qin Lang paid no attention to her emotions. He turned his gaze to the director, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. "Since Miss Su is safe, then next, another person should also be released." The director frowned slightly. "Which one do you mean?" "I mean Granny Jinya, who was captured with me." Qin Lang's tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable meaning. "If we are to cooperate, we must first show enough sincerity, right?" Chapter 173, She is the Undercover. The director fell silent for a moment, then nodded to signal. A moment later, another figure was brought in. When Granny Jinya entered and saw Qin Lang, she smiled slightly. "Good boy, you have become a guest of honor?" Qin Lang nodded lightly, getting straight to the point. "We have reached an agreement with the Law Enforcement Bureau." This time, I will go with them into the rainy night hotel's instance. Upon hearing this, Granny Genia's brows furrowed slightly, while Sumubai looked on in surprise with wide eyes. You are going with them? Qin Lang smiled and shrugged. There's no way around it, since they actively offered to help. Sumubai and Granny Genia exchanged glances, both with a hint of doubt in their eyes. Just as they were about to ask something, Sumubai suddenly thought of something and her face changed slightly. Wait, where is Yi? Granny Genia's expression also darkened, her sharp gaze sweeping over Qin Lang. Yes, where is Yi? The atmosphere in the room instantly became delicate. Qin Lang smiled faintly, but his tone carried a hint of indifference. No need to worry about her. She should have been taken away by Shen Wanqing by now. Sumubai was taken aback, her brows furrowing tightly, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Why? Granny Genia's eyes instantly sharpened, narrowing as she stared at Qin Lang, her voice low and carrying an undeniable pressure. Kid, are you implying that Boss Jin's undercover is actually Shen Wanqing? Qin Lang gently shook his head, his expression calm, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. On the contrary. As these words fell, everyone was stunned. Sumubai's pupils contracted slightly, an indescribable sense of unease rising within her. She stepped forward unconsciously, her voice tight. What you mean is? Qin Lang slowly surveyed the crowd, finally letting out a deep sigh, his voice low and meaningful. Shen Wanqing is actually a person from the Law Enforcement Bureau. What? Sumubai exclaimed, her eyes filled with shock. Granny Genia's expression also became serious, her gaze fixed intensely on Qin Lang, her eyes flickering with complexity. Meanwhile, Song Nianzi, Han Zhua, and Ling Wei also frowned slightly, clearly surprised by this unexpected news. After a moment of silence, Sumubai took a deep breath and spoke with difficulty. Wait. Qin Lang, are you saying that Yi is actually Boss Jin's undercover? Her voice held disbelief, even hinting at a reluctance to accept it. Granny Genia was also startled, not expecting the inconspicuous Yi to actually be Boss Jin's undercover. It was hidden too deep. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, all eyes on Qin Lang, waiting for his answer. Qin Lang slightly raised his chin, his gaze sweeping across everyone's faces, a faint smile curling the corners of his mouth as he said, Actually, I already knew when I was at Boss Jin's house. Sumubai was taken aback and frowned as she asked, What do you know? Qin Lang gently sniffed the air, his gaze lingering on her meaningfully, his voice calm but carrying an undeniable certainty, the scent of Yi. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Qin Lang crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, as if reminiscing about something, his tone casual. I smelled Yi's scent in Boss Jin's villa. His voice suddenly dropped a bit, that places not one ordinary people can easily enter, only a very few trusted individuals could leave traces there. Sumubai's eyes widened in shock, her face instantly pale. What do you mean? Yi has always been by Boss Jin's side? Qin Lang shook his head lightly, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. No, it should be said, she has always been by my side. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Qin Lang continued slowly, at that time, I still couldn't confirm her identity completely, but at least I knew her stance was absolutely not simple. His eyes darkened slightly, a depth in his gaze that was hard to fathom, but when I see Song Nianzi, everything will have an answer. Song Nianzi frowned, glaring coldly at Qin Lang. What do you mean? Qin Lang smiled gently, his tone carrying a hint of meaning. You carry the scent of Shen Wanqing. Song Nianzi's face changed slightly, her eyes wavering, but she quickly regained her composure. Qin Lang, however, continued at his unhurried pace. The scent of Shen Wanqing is very faint, but I won't mistake it, she has been with you, and not for a short time. His gaze sparkled with sharp light, as if seeing through everything. From that moment on, I mainly deduced the truth of the matter. Shen Wanqing is not Boss Jin's undercover agent, but one of your law enforcement bureau. Everyone's expression shifted, especially Sumubai, who covered her mouth in disbelief, unable to speak for a long time. Qin Lang sighed lightly, shaking his head. This way, a lot of things can be explained. The reason Yi has been following me, why Boss Jin knows my actions so clearly, even my detailed habits so well. He paused, the smile at the corners of his mouth growing colder. The answer is simple. Yi has been passing information to Boss Jin all along. Sumubai's expression became extremely complex, her lips quivering, as if she wanted to refute but couldn't find the right words. She looked at Qin Lang, her eyes filled with unwilling disbelief. Impossible, how could Yi be an undercover agent? She has fought alongside us through life and death so many times, she even saved us, and even. Her voice grew quieter, as if she was starting to waver herself. She recalled the countless battles where Yi had accompanied them through life and death situations. If all of this were false, what else could she believe? Song Nianzi, however, didn't show much emotional fluctuation. She crossed her arms, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Lang, and scoffed, What kind of monster are you? How can you even smell this? You can't actually be a dog's nose, right? Qin Lang chuckled softly, his hands in his pockets, seemingly unaffected by Song Nianzi's mockery. Whether it's a dog's nose or not isn't important, what's important is. He tilted his head slightly, a smirk on his lips. Is Yi currently locked up by you? Song Nianzi frowned, her gaze flickering slightly. What of it? Qin Lang shrugged, his eyes deep. That means my deductions are not wrong at all. You didn't let her know that she's been captured by law enforcement, right? Song Niancy asked, are you thinking of something evil again? Chapter 174 My Identity. Qin Lang glanced at Song Niancy and smiled, it's not evil, it's interesting. Aunt Jean gently tapped her smoking pipe, her gaze deep as she looked at Qin Lang. So, how do you plan to deal with Yi, this traitor? Qin Lang chuckled nonchalantly, his eyes gleaming with a hint of cunning. Since the law enforcement bureau has already caught someone, I will play along. His words left everyone stunned, their brows furrowing as they struggled to understand his meaning. Play along? Su Mubai looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? Han Zhuo stroked his chin. Are you planning to use her to extract information from Boss Jean? Qin Lang nodded, exactly. At the same time, in the underground prison of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Yi was trapped in an iron cell. Cold metal bars surrounded her, and her hands were bound by special spirit-suppressing shackles, suppressing her powers, rendering her unable to use even the most basic skills. She tugged hard at the shackles, causing red marks on her wrists, but it was all in vain. Her eyes were filled with rage and unwillingness, glaring fiercely at the law enforcement officer outside the cell, her voice tinged with suppressed agitation. Hey! Who are you? Why did you capture me? Let me out! Her voice echoed in the empty cell, but the law enforcement officer stationed outside remained unmoved, standing coldly in place as if waiting for something. At that moment, the iron door was pushed open, and steady footsteps echoed. Yi looked up to see three people walking in. Leading the way was Song Niancy. Unlike her usual uniform, she was now wearing a black leather jacket, her long hair casually tied in a high ponytail, a teasing smile on her face, exuding a particularly relaxed and dangerous vibe. The man beside her was sturdy, his hands in his pockets, wearing sunglasses. Behind them was a young man in his 20s, wearing an oversized hoodie, with the cuffs slightly rolled up, revealing strong arms. He wore a mask, his eyes sharp, emanating a casual and relaxed aura. Yi felt a sense of unease as she looked at the three of them. Qin Lang adjusted his mask and swaggered in with Song Niancy and Han Koen, their demeanor lacking any trace of law enforcement, resembling a small gang instead. Yi froze and felt a wave of intense anxiety wash over her. You all. Who are you? Why did you capture me? Song Niancy stopped, folding her arms, with a meaningful smile on her lips. What do you think? Are you in cahoots with Xin Wanqing? Yi's pupils slightly contracted, her gaze fixed angrily on Song Niancy's face, filled with rage and vigilance, as if trying to see through her. However, Song Niancy merely smiled lightly, her expression both frivolous and teasing, as if looking at a small beast trapped in a snare, leisurely speaking. We are enemies of Qin Lang. Her voice was lazy and upbeat, laden with undeniable nonchalance. She leaned down slightly, looking down at Yi with a smirk. So, Miss Yi, now we need you to cooperate and record a video to lure Qin Lang here. As long as you obediently listen, you can save yourself some suffering. Yi's breath quickened, a spark of anger igniting in her eyes. She clenched her fists tightly, forcing herself to calm down and sneered, in your dreams. You won't make Qin Lang take risks. Hearing this, Song Niancy slightly shook her head, but the smile on her face deepened. She sighed lightly, shrugged her shoulders, a hint of disdain curling her lips. Oh, Yi, you are just too stubborn. Since you are so clueless, I can only show you the consequences. Yi's whole body trembled, her internal alarm ringing loudly. Her breath hitched, muscles tensing, ready to face the upcoming torment. Meanwhile, Qin Lang watched Song Niancy, thinking to himself how well this woman was acting. Oh dear, why so violent? Yi suddenly looked up, her gaze landing on Qin Lang in the distance. He stood there leisurely, a mysterious smile on his lips, yet a disturbing glimmer in his eyes. He stepped forward, moving casually with his hands in his pockets, his gaze slowly surveying Yi before narrowing slightly, a somewhat lewd smile appearing. Such a big beauty. Qin Lang deliberately elongated his tone, making the smile on his face even more pronounced. I wonder what it's like under those clothes. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. Yi's face turned pale instantly, her eyes widening, her heart feeling like it was gripped tightly by an invisible hand, sinking into the depths. She instinctively took a step back, her breathing quickening, her voice tinged with anger and a barely detectable panic. You, don't mess around. Otherwise, I'll kill you. However, Qin Lang seemed unbothered by her threat and instead laughed even more joyfully. He slowly moved closer, leaning down to stare at her, his tone teasingly light. The more you resist, the more excited I get. Yi's nails dug painfully into her palm, her face pale with anger and humiliation, her eyes sharp as knives, wishing to tear this man apart. Meanwhile, Song Niancy stood to the side, silently rolling her eyes. This man truly was no good. Unlike others, he wasn't even pretending to be harmless. Yi's back pressed tightly against the cold wall, her gaze fierce, like a wild beast cornered. Her breath came in quick gasps, her chest heaving violently, her eyes sweeping across the three people in front of her, finally landing on Qin Lang's smug face, her voice sharp and furious as she shouted. If you dare to touch me, you will definitely die without a burial place. Her voice echoed in the small cell, carrying an undeniable ferocity and warning. However, Qin Lang merely raised an eyebrow, his smile deepening a few notches. He reached out, clapping his hands, looking very interested. Oh? Interesting. Then tell me, what background do you have that would make us unable to even find your corpse? Yeezy took a deep breath, quickly weighing the pros and cons in her mind. She knew that only one way would make them back off now. She tried to stabilize her emotions, her gaze sharp as it swept across everyone, and she solemnly said, "My identity is special." Oh? Qin Lang elongated his tone with a meaningful look, glancing at her with a half-smile. What identity? Tell me. Yeezy ignored his taunts and continued, "As long as you release me and Qin Lang, I promise you can have whatever you want." Song Nianzi crossed her arms, sneering, "Yeezy, do you think we are 3-year-olds? Who would believe empty words?" Exactly. Qin Lang tilted his head slightly, a playful expression on his face. "You think we will trust you just based on a few words? Do you really believe that's possible?" Yeezy's face changed slightly. She knew that if she didn't provide some real evidence, these people would never believe her. She fell silent for a moment, biting her jaw, her gaze sweeping over everyone, finally speaking slowly. "You know Boss Qin, right?" Qin Lang and Song Nianzi exchanged glances. Qin Lang asked, "Who doesn't know Boss Qin? But so what? Actually." Her voice was low and slow, as if every word carried immense pressure. "I am Boss Jin's daughter." This sentence exploded like a bomb in the cell. Everyone's eyes widened, and Song Nianzi leaned forward abruptly, disbelief written all over her face. "What did you say? You are Boss Jin's daughter?" Han Kuan couldn't help clenching his fists. Yet Qin Lang remained calm and unflappable. But Qin Lang couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. He had thought that Yeezy's role in Boss Jin's team was not ordinary. But he never expected Yeezy was actually Boss Jin's daughter. Qin Lang slowly raised his eyebrows and spoke calmly, "Who? Boss Jin's daughter? With Boss Jin's power and influence, does that mean you are above everyone else?" Yeezy's face turned cold, her teeth clenched tightly as she said, "You don't need to worry. As long as you let me go, I will naturally take you to find him. You can ask for anything, I can make him give it to you." Qin Lang stared at her face, a small smile lifting the corner of his mouth, his gaze deep and unfathomable. His voice was low and slow, carrying a hint of testing. "Then, what evidence do you have?" Yeezy's heart tightened. She knew that if her words had no proof, they would be seen as nonsense. She gritted her teeth and said firmly, "I can prove it. But the condition is, you must let me go, and at the same time, must not harm Qin Lang." The air in the cell seemed to freeze again, all eyes gathering on Yeezy. Qin Lang squinted, a meaningful smile emerging, as if he was pondering something, while Song Nianzi's gaze grew more complex. Yeezy straightened her back, her eyes sharp as she stared at the few people before her, her tone resolute. "In short, you cannot lay a hand on Qin Lang. Otherwise, I will definitely not let you go." Her voice was strong and powerful, carrying an undeniable toughness that echoed throughout the whole cell. However, Song Nianzi merely paused slightly after hearing this, and then a meaningful smile appeared on her face. He. She chuckled lightly, crossing her arms and leaning against the cell door, her gaze playfully sizing up Yeezy. "You seem to really care about Qin Lang?" Yeezy's fingers trembled slightly, her eyes flickering, but she still forced herself to remain calm. Seeing this, the teasing in Song Nianzi's eyes deepened, and she continued in a playful tone, "What? Is there some secret you're hiding?" She deliberately extended her last word, her voice carrying a hint of mockery. Yeezy's heart raced as if struck, her brow furrowing imperceptibly. She opened her mouth to retort, but found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing her silence, Song Nianzi laughed even more wildly, her eyes glinting with speculation. "Or could it be that you like him?" This sentence was like a stone thrown into a lake, stirring up ripples one after another. Qin Lang turned to glance at Song Nianzi, who appeared triumphant. Yeezy's pupils dilated sharply, her entire being froze for a moment, then she instinctively clenched her fists, forcing a calm reply. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Her voice was more hurried than she had intended, as if eager to clear something up, yet her ears quietly flushed with a subtle hue of red. Song Nianzi took in her reaction, her smile deepening. "Oh, this reaction seems a bit suspicious?" Yeezy's heartbeat skipped, her gaze becoming sharper for a moment. She took a deep breath, suppressing that inexplicable emotion within her, and coldly stated, "In any case, you cannot harm Qin Lang." She stressed again, each word carrying an irrefutable conviction. "Otherwise, no matter what the cost, I will not let you go." Qin Lang looked calm, a hint of a smile dancing at the corner of his mouth, his gaze deeply fixed on Yeezy. "You look like you really care about Qin Lang. But according to what I know, Boss Qin has always wanted Qin Lang's life." These words fell into Yeezy's ears like a sharp sword, piercing straight into her heart and leaving her breathless. Yeezy swallowed hard. This. Qin Lang leaned slightly forward, locking his sharp gaze on her eyes, as if piercing through all her disguises, and continued, "Since you are Boss Jin's person, then it seems don't you wish for him to die too? Yeezy's face suddenly changed, her pupils contracting sharply, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes, as if someone had tightly gripped her throat. No, that's not it. She almost blurted it out, her voice filled with a mix of urgency and anger as she desperately denied, I never thought that. Never. Qin Lang is my friend. Qin Lang asked in response, does he know your identity? Yeezy was speechless. I. But even she didn't realize that her fingers curled slightly from the force, her knuckles turning white, her body instinctively tensing up, as if she was afraid Qin Lang wouldn't believe her words. Qin Lang's expression showed no change, still calm and composed, he simply looked at her quietly. Boss Qin just sent him to the rainy night in dungeon, you can't not know, right? These words struck like thunder, exploding violently in Yeezy's mind. What? Her pupils dilated suddenly, her whole being felt as if struck by lightning, the color drained from her face in an instant. The rainy night in that dungeon. Her heart raced wildly, feeling as if a giant stone was crushing her chest, making her breath quicken, and uncontrollable panic suddenly surged from her heart. She stared at Qin Lang fiercely, her voice trembling slightly from excessive panic. Where is Qin Lang now? Tell me quickly. Chapter 176. She cares about you a lot. Yeezy gripped the iron bars of the cell door tightly, her fingertips turning white from the force, her whole being exuding an unprecedented restlessness and tension, even her previous calmness and composure completely collapsed. Please, don't lay a hand on Qin Lang, okay? The other people in the cell were shocked by her reaction. Qin Lang was somewhat confused. Didn't I do anything? Is it really that serious? Song Niancy squinted, looking at her with a playful smile, then glanced at Qin Lang with interest, as if suddenly sensing something unusual. Qin Lang restored his indifferent demeanor, slowly raising his head, his gaze deep and cold. What, are you really afraid of? His voice was low and slow. Yeezy's rapid breathing echoed in the small space. Qin Lang is my friend, I just want to protect him. I beg you. Her shoulders trembled slightly, her eyes reddened, with tears rolling down like loose beads, cascading down her cheeks and hitting the cold ground. Qin Lang just came out of the Silent Hill dungeon, and his body is still not well, don't push him, and don't harm him. Her voice carried a sob, revealing an unmasked plea and anxiety. Qin Lang coughed, breaking this somewhat awkward atmosphere. Ahem, crying won't help, why not speak a few truths, and we'll decide if we should listen to you. He even doubted whether Yeezy had already seen through his identity and was intentionally saying these things to confuse him. Yeezy took a deep breath, raised her tear-filled eyes, looking directly at Qin Lang, her eyes filled with determination and plea. Qin Lang is the most important person to me. Her voice was soft but carried an unwavering determination, so I beg you not to harm him. Put. Song Niancy squinted her eyes, her gaze shifting back and forth between Yeezy and Qin Lang, the smile at the corners of her mouth deepening, as if finding this sudden heartfelt confession quite amusing. And Han Kuan couldn't help but stroke his chin, pondering whether there was another hidden meaning behind this statement. Qin Lang's heart skipped a beat. This woman, what does she mean? But before he could think more, Yeezy eagerly spoke again. Also, don't let him go to the rainy night inn, he will die. She nearly shouted it out, her voice filled with fear and unease, as if that place concealed something extremely terrifying, and as long as Qin Lang set foot there, he would meet his doom. Yeezy's breathing slowed a little, but her eyes were still filled with anxiety. She tightly gripped the iron railing, her knuckles slightly turning white from the strain. Qin Lang frowned slightly and then said, it means nothing to me that you keep repeating this. You need to provide some information that can move me, otherwise it's all for nothing. Yeezy took a deep breath, trying hard to keep her voice calm. Okay, I'll tell you. I am really the daughter of Boss Qin. Since I was young, I was trained to be a player who enters dungeons. According to his plan, I should become his capable assistant, collecting resources for him and serving his business. Unfortunately, I lack talent, and in his eyes, I am just an useless waste. Moreover, I couldn't stand how he treats players as tools for profit, using human lives as chips in his game, so I eventually ran away from home. The air in the room fell silent for a moment. Qin Lang squinted his eyes, looking at her with interest, and spoke with a half-smile, who would believe you just because you said it? Yeezy took a deep breath and said in a solemn tone, I can prove it. Boss Qin has a stronghold in the city, it's a contact place with the Wu Dao Association, and usually only a few core members know about it. Then she mentioned a location. You can go and check for yourselves, and you will quickly find out whether what I said is true or false. As soon as she finished speaking, the few people present exchanged glances. Song Niancy rubbed her chin and revealed a meaningful smile. Oh? Why do you want to tell us about such an important place? Don't tell me you are trying to trick us, or set a trap? Yeezy did not hesitate and spoke directly, because I don't want to be involved in Boss Jin's plan anymore, his affairs have nothing to do with me now. Moreover, I cannot joke with Qin Lang's life. Qin Lang stood by, his eyes flickering slightly, as if weighing the credibility of her words. After a brief silence, he smiled slightly and turned to walk outside. At that moment, Yi suddenly reached out to grab the iron railing, her voice carrying a hint of pleading. Wait. Qin Lang stopped but did not turn around, only asking in a lazy tone, what is it, more to say? Yi's eyes were extremely anxious, her voice choked, as if she had used all her strength to shout. If you can contact Qin Lang, please pass on a message for me. Please do not let Qin Lang go to the Rainy Night Hotel, I'm begging you. Qin Lang cast a glance at her and then said, just take care of yourself. After walking out of the cell, Qin Lang told Song Nianzi, let's check out that stronghold. Song Nianzi put her hands on her hips, do you really think I'm your subordinate? Qin Lang replied, if you don't go, I will go myself, and then you can explain to your director. Song Nianzi gritted her teeth, this brat. Ling Wei smiled, Nianzi, you should go with him. If I didn't have things to do, I would want to go with him too. But you must be careful, that Yi just now valued Qin Lang so much, make sure you don't end up like her. Song Nianzi laughed, me like her? Only if I'm crazy. Soon, Qin Lang, Sumubai, Song Nianzi, and Han Kuan sat in the police car, heading towards the stronghold Yi provided. Song Nianzi turned to look at Qin Lang, wearing a playful smile. So, are you really planning to check that stronghold or is it because you don't trust that girl's words? Qin Lang lazily glanced at him, speaking casually, I believe what she said. He raised his hand to stretch his fingers and continued, but regarding the Wu Dao Association, I need to see for myself what they are really up to. Otherwise, I can't safely enter that dungeon. Han Kuan frowned slightly, you mean? Qin Lang curved his lips, his voice low and meaningful, they will definitely come to the dungeon of the Rainy Night Hotel. Upon hearing this, Song Nianzi immediately burst into laughter. He shrugged and said with a hint of teasing, I told you, that girl seems so attentive to you, how could she possibly deceive you? Qin Lang paused, turning to look at Song Nianzi with suspicion, his gaze like he was looking at someone who wasn't quite right in the head. I'm saying, what are you even thinking? Chapter 177, Sudden Capture. Song Nianzi spread her hands wide, her innocent smile beaming, I'm just speaking the truth, right? That girl cried so pitifully in prison, scared you might die, it makes your heart ache just to hear it. Qin Lang frowned slightly, his eyes showing a bit of helplessness, although you're a woman, do you really misunderstand women's tears? Song Nianzi whistled, not saying another word, but the smile on her face was impossible to hide. Han Kuan stood by, shaking his head slightly, clearly uninterested in the conversation between the two. The base was located in a deserted factory area, surrounded by rusty steel frames and collapsed buildings. Dim lights reflected on the damp ground, the air mixed with a musty smell and the metallic scent of blood. Even from a distance, there was a foul stench. Qin Lang crouched behind an abandoned container with Song Nianzi, Han Kuan, and others, quietly observing the movements at the base ahead. This place was quite wide, if the people inside really wanted to escape, it would be easy, making them harder to find. Qin Lang whispered, Miss Su, you go in first and check the situation. Sumubai nodded and then her form flickered, disappearing into the night like a wisp of morning mist, quietly passing through the door and sneaking into the base. Watching Sumubai disappear, Song Nianzi couldn't help but pout, quietly complaining, Hey, Qin Lang, doesn't it feel too eerie to have a female ghost by your side? Without turning around, Qin Lang casually tossed out, Aren't you still unmarried? Song Nianzi almost lost her balance, her smile instantly frozen, looking confused. What does me not being married have to do with you? Only then did Qin Lang glance at her, a slight smile on his lips, casually responding, Then what does Miss Su being with me have to do with you? Song Nianzi was momentarily speechless, her face slightly flushed. She raised her fist, wanting to hit Qin Lang on the shoulder, gritting her teeth. Qin Lang, do you have a death wish? Qin Lang had already anticipated this, slightly shifting his body, easily dodging, the smile on his face growing deeper. It's just the truth, why are you reacting so much? Song Nianzi took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, quietly telling herself not to stoop to Qin Lang's level, otherwise, she'd surely die from rage sooner or later. Han Kuan, listening to the bickering, couldn't help but shake his head, helplessly saying, all right, stop arguing, the important stuff is a priority. As soon as he finished speaking, Sumubai's figure silently appeared behind them, carried by a cold night breeze. Her expression was somewhat serious, clearly indicating she had encountered some bad news. Qin Lang's expression changed slightly, his gaze darkening, looks like the situation here isn't simple. Everyone immediately stopped joking, all eyes on Sumubai, waiting for the news she had brought back. Sumubai appeared from the darkness, her face looking slightly grave, clearly having discovered some important information. She gently furrowed her brows, her voice low and calm. There are indeed people inside talking, but there are barriers set around, making it hard for me to get close. But I noted the general location and can take you there. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang rubbed his chin thoughtfully, glancing at Song Nianzi, his lip curling slightly, almost a sneer as he asked, Do you think we can directly arrest them for their illegal gathering? Song Nianzi rolled her eyes, shooting him an annoyed glare. Do you think enforcers can just act recklessly? You can't just find any excuse to arrest someone? Qin Lang's eyes lit up, his tone significant as he said, So what you mean is, it's possible, right? What do you mean? Song Nianzi was taken aback, wanting to explain that her words did not mean this, but Qin Lang had already rushed out. Under Sumobai's lead, Qin Lang raised his hand without hesitation, a burst of energy surged into the sky, and he shouted loudly, "Law enforcement officers are conducting a surprise inspection. Everyone inside is not allowed to move. You have already been surrounded by me alone." This sudden turn of events caused Song Nianxi's face to change dramatically, her heart filled with shock. How dare this guy? "Qin Lang, are you crazy?" Song Nianxi shouted in alarm. Without thinking, she immediately rushed forward, trying to stop Qin Lang. But she couldn't catch up to Qin Lang's speed, only able to closely follow behind. Song Nianxi was so angry she wanted to curse, her heart almost driven mad by Qin Lang's reckless behavior. This guy was just messing around under the guise of a law enforcement officer. But it was too late to shout now. Qin Lang's voice had already echoed through the abandoned factory like thunder, and those in the hideout had definitely sensed something was wrong. "It's over, this is really going to be chaotic." Song Nianxi gritted her teeth in curse, not thinking further. She suddenly quickened her pace, charging straight into the hideout. As soon as Qin Lang's shout fell, the atmosphere in the room became extremely tense. After a moment's silence, accompanied by a hurried sound of footsteps, two figures suddenly burst out from the side door, trying to escape in the confusion. Running quite fast. Qin Lang let out a cold snort, pushing off the ground, his body shot forward like an arrow, directly chasing after one of them. His speed was incredibly fast, the wind howled past his ears. Just as that person took a few steps, Qin Lang had already closed in, suddenly reaching out to grab the person's shoulder. However, the other person reacted equally quickly. Sensing Qin Lang closing in, they immediately turned their body like a fish, narrowly avoiding Qin Lang's capture. Pretty quick reflexes, interesting. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. His body sank, gathering strength to charge again. At the same time, Song Nianxi had already taken action. Standing at the back, seeing the two attempting to escape, she raised her hand without hesitation. The binding spirit lock on her wrist immediately shot out like a spirit snake, making a sharp sound whoosh as it cut through the air, accurately wrapping around the bodies of the two. "Don't run!" Song Nianxi shouted sharply. The binding spirit lock instantly tightened, locking the four limbs of the two in an instant, rendering them unable to move. The two struggled briefly but soon found that the chain faintly shimmered with a bluish spiritual power, seemingly possessing a sealing effect, binding the breath within them and making it impossible to unleash their strength to break free. "TSK, this trick works quite well." Qin Lang stopped, looking at the two captured individuals, casually patting his sleeves and smiling. "No kidding, this is my treasure, specially used to deal with restless people like you." Song Nianxi glanced at Qin Lang. While her words weren't polite, a hint of pride flashed in her eyes. "Alright, let's first see who these two are." Qin Lang stepped forward, his gaze icy as it swept over the captured pair, his eyes slightly darkened. He loudly asked, "Hey, which one of you is from the Wudao Association?" Chapter 178, The Interrogation Begins. Qin Lang walked slowly forward, his gaze sweeping over the two firmly bound by the binding spirit lock. Under the dim light, it was clear that there was one man and one woman. Both were dressed plainly, but the fabric they wore was specially treated with faint protective patterns, making them look unlike ordinary people. The man had dark skin, a lean build, but his eyes were sharp, exuding a fierce beast-like aura. At this moment, he was glaring fiercely at Qin Lang and Song Nianxi, his face full of anger, seemingly completely unaware of his situation. "You law enforcement officers are too bold. Let us go." The man growled menacingly. The voice carried a hint of restrained irritation, like it could explode at any moment. The woman spoke up, "Do you guys even know what you're doing? If you don't want to die a terrible death, let us go now. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it." "Oh?" Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, revealing a meaningful smile, slowly crouching down to look down at the man's fiery eyes. "Did I hear you right? Are you threatening me? Do you not know what enforcers do? Sneaking around here late at night is too suspicious, capturing you is normal." The man snorted coldly, clenching his teeth, his facial muscles twitching slightly, clearly holding back his anger. "What's so great about you enforcers? I have plenty of ways to deal with you." He. Qin Lang chuckled softly a couple of times, the corners of his mouth curving up, showing a hint of amusement. "You make it sound so scary, but unfortunately for you, I have never been threatened by anyone." He deliberately paused, casting a glance at Song Nianxi beside him, and smiled lightly. "Officer Song, did you hear that? This gentleman said he wants me to regret it." "Yes, I heard very clearly." Song Nianxi crossed her arms in front of her chest, looking at the man with a half-smile. "But why do I feel that the ones regretting will be you?" The man bit his teeth, a flash of panic crossed his eyes but was soon forcibly suppressed as he coldly said, "You better understand, we are not ordinary people. If you dare to touch us, you won't end well." "Oh dear, I'm so scared." Qin Lang feigned a sigh of fright, but the next second, his face suddenly turned grim, his gaze sharp as it pierced towards the man like a knife. "But what I enjoy the most is dealing with people like you who have backing. Now, you can try threatening me again." Qin Lang smiled, his voice gentle as if chatting with an old friend, but his eyes were icily cold, exuding a chilling murderous intent. "I'm curious how long you can hold on." The man's expression finally changed, turning from initial anger and disdain to unease, even hinting at fear. The woman beside remained silent but finally couldn't help but ask, What do you want? Her voice was a bit hoarse, carrying a touch of forced calmness. Very simple. Qin Lang stood up, raised his chin, and spoke lightly, I just want you to cooperate. That way, everyone will be better off. If you refuse to cooperate. He paused, a cold smile appearing, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The air became instantly oppressive, as if the temperature around them had dropped a few degrees. Qin Lang smiled lightly, slowly extending his hand, a flash of cold light passed, and in his hand appeared a long knife as black as ink, faintly gleaming with a blood-like sheen, the ghost-slaying blade. The blade was fierce, entwined with visible dark malevolence, as if countless wronged souls wailed upon it. In the next second, Qin Lang thrust the ghost-slaying blade directly in front of them. The man, who had been forcefully holding back his anger, now had his pupils shrink, as if something had blocked his throat, even swallowing saliva became difficult. The woman couldn't help but shrink back, her face pale, breath uneven, her eyes filled with terror. The corner of Qin Lang's mouth curled into a nearly smiling curve as he slowly rotated the blade in his palm, whispering, This knife, you can see it, right? It's not an ordinary blade. His voice was soft, even carrying a hint of casualness, but this casual tone sent chills down the spines of the man and woman. Qin Lang slowly crouched down, holding the knife horizontally before them, casually rubbing the blade, speaking indifferently, If you don't behave, I'll have to use this to slice your flesh piece by piece. As his voice fell, a terrifying killing aura suddenly surged from the blade, as if it were a tangible force that pounced on the man and woman. The chill pierced their bones, as if their souls were about to be pulled into the knife. The woman's body trembled violently, she instinctively closed her eyes, her lips quivering but unable to utter a word. The man, on the other hand, gritted his teeth, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his 10 fingers beginning to tremble slightly. Aren't you an enforcer? Abusing power is. Seeing this, Qin Lang slowly stood up, feigning helplessness with a sigh, his tone tinged with regret as he said, What's wrong? Just now, you didn't think much of enforcers or the law, and now you want to use the law to protect yourself? Very flexible bottom line and principles. Ah, it looks like you still refuse to cooperate. He slightly tilted his head, almost to himself as he murmured, Actually, I have a daily quota for killing. If I reach the number, then I won't kill anymore. Hearing this, the woman suddenly opened her eyes wide and, with a quivering voice, asked, How many do you kill each day? Qin Lang lowered his gaze at her, revealing a gentle smile as he casually said, Not much, just 100 a day. A 100? The man couldn't help but exclaim, his face turning instantly pale. Right. Qin Lang gently turned the handle of the knife, pondering as he said, You two are lucky today, I have already killed 99. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, the woman's face pale as before, her mouth slightly open as if wanting to say something, but her throat was dry and she couldn't produce a sound. The man was filled with disbelief, struggling and terrified in his eyes. You must be lying. The man forced himself to speak, his voice trembling, How can someone kill so many people every day? Qin Lang chuckled softly, looking down at the knife in his hand, and sighed, If there weren't that many, then tell me, why would the killing aura on this knife be so heavy? As soon as he finished speaking, he abruptly unleashed the killing aura from the knife. In an instant, a dense black mist surged forth like a released ghost from the blade, transforming into countless twisted shadows in the air, with the piercing cries of ghosts seeming to explode in their ears. The temperature around them dropped suddenly, a chilling aura sweeping over them, making them feel as if they were trapped in a haunted place. That intense killing intent and the breath of death pressed down on the two of them, making them feel a deep-rooted terror. It was as if in the next moment, their souls would be devoured by this bloodthirsty knife. The woman could no longer contain herself, trembling as she shrank back, while the man, who initially gritted his teeth to hold on, finally completely broke down, his face pale, breathing rapidly, his pupils filled with fear. Don't big brother, let's talk nicely. The man's voice began to tremble, as if he might burst into tears at any moment. Oh? Have you thought about what to say? Qin Lang slightly raised an eyebrow, his tone leisurely, as if all of this was just a little game he was playing. Qin Lang smiled slightly, casually raising the ghost-slaying knife in his hand, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp glint, the killing aura rolling. The man swallowed hard, Brother, I can give you something else. Qin Lang shook his head, Alright, since I am still one short for my quota today, then you two discuss who will fill this slot. After all, I went through so much trouble to come here just to ask about some matters of the unruly society, you two can't refuse to satisfy me. As soon as these words were spoken, the man and woman froze instantly, the air seeming to solidify, their breathing turning rapid and chaotic. The man reacted the fastest, almost without a moment's hesitation, pointing to the woman beside him, his tone urgent, Let her come. She can come. The woman was still trembling. Hearing this, the whole person was suddenly stunned. She quickly turned her head to look at the man, her fear instantly turning into anger, her voice sharp and filled with hatred, You scumbag. You actually push me out at this time? The man, however, did not care about her anger. Instead, he stared fixedly at the knife in Qin Lang's hand, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, and hurriedly said, "She's just a small character. I know more than her, really. I am the one you want." Qin Lang looked down at the demon slayer knife in his hand, as if pondering, then raised his gaze to the woman and smiled. "Oh? Since he said so, then let's kill you." The woman's face changed drastically. She waved her hands repeatedly, backing up in panic, her tone urgent. "No, no. Don't kill me." She glared at the man, her teeth gritting with hatred. "I don't know enough? Let me tell you, I am the leader of the Wudao Society." Hearing this, Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, revealing a playful smile. "Oh? The leader." He looked at the man with a half-smile, his tone leisurely. "Sounds like you have no value." Seeing the situation turning bad, the man's face turned pale, and he hurriedly waved his hands, urgently saying, "No, no, no. She is just a small group leader. I am the special liaison officer of the Wudao Society, I know more." Qin Lang nodded, seemingly thoughtful while smiling, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Oh, so your intelligence is worth more?" The man nodded frantically, eagerly speaking, "Yes. Yes. I know more. Please don't kill me." The woman gnashed her teeth, looking at the man with her eyes full of anger and hatred, wishing she could strangle him herself. Meanwhile, Qin Lang lightly patted the hilt of his knife, seemingly very satisfied with their performance, a deep and meaningful smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Qin Lang gently shook the demon slayer knife in his hand, the blade glinting coldly under the moonlight, killing intent still lingering, pressing down on the man and woman so they didn't dare to breathe. Qin Lang's lips slightly curved upward, as if smiling but not smiling. He glanced at the two and slowly said, "I will ask questions now. Whoever's answer satisfies me more will get to leave alive." As soon as the words fell, the man and woman nodded desperately, the fear in their eyes almost spilling out. Qin Lang smiled slightly, as if completely immersed in the situation, casually flicking his knife, leisurely asking, "All right, let's start with the simplest question. Who are you?" The man stepped forward, almost blurting out, his voice urgent, afraid the woman would go first. "My name is Wu Qi. I'm an outer member of the Wudao Society, responsible for passing on information. I am responsible for transmitting all kinds of key information, really. I know most of the things." The woman shot a fierce glare at Wu Qi, her expression changing rapidly, but she quickly suppressed her emotions, gritted her teeth, her tone clear and resolute. "My name is Zhao Qingran, the group leader of the 3rd Division of the Wudao Society, mainly responsible for coordinating some operations, but I also know many confidential matters. I even know several real core members. I can tell you their names and contact information." Wu Qi's face changed, his throat swallowed hard, quickly adding, I am not only a liaison officer, I also know some secret bases of the Wudao Society. Big brother, there are places even she doesn't know. If you want intelligence, mine is more useful than hers." Zhao Qingran sneered and stubbornly looked at Qin Lang. "I know the connection between the Wudao Society and Boss Jin, and I know the true purpose of the Wudao Society at the Rainy Night Inn." Wu Qi's face changed drastically, anxious and restless, large drops of sweat rolling down his forehead, gritting his teeth said, "She's lying to you. What she knows is just the tip of the iceberg, the plans for the Rainy Night Inn. Only we liaisons would touch the real details. I am the one you truly need." Qin Lang stood before them, leisurely observing their desperate attempts to prove their loyalty, his lips slightly rising, revealing a meaningful smile. Qin Lang gently rotated the ghost-slaying blade in his hand, the cold light of the blade flickering in the night, like eyes opening in a deep abyss, revealing a chilling aura. His gaze slowly swept over Wu Qi and Zhao Qingran's faces, a hint of a smile that was not quite a smile curved at the corner of his mouth, his tone calm but carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. "What I want to know next is about the Rainy Night Hotel's instance." Wu Qi and Zhao Qingran both shuddered at the same time, exchanging a glance. A trace of hesitation appeared in their eyes, as if weighing how to respond. Zhao Qingran's fingertips unconsciously twisted the corner of her clothes, her gaze flickering slightly, her lips moved, but she did not speak immediately. Wu Qi, on the other hand, had a layer of fine sweat on his forehead, and his Adam's apple rolled slightly, as if considering his words. "Brother. I can talk about other things, but I really can't say anything about the Rainy Night Hotel. If I say this, I'd rather be killed by you." Chapter 180 Edited Instance. Seeing this, Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, the blade tip inching forward gently, the killing intent on the blade suddenly overflowing like a tide, bringing an invisible oppression that pressed towards the two. "What are you still considering?" Qin Lang's voice was deep and cold, like a cold wind slicing through a sharp blade, carrying a ruthlessness that could not be refused. "You're not trying to deceive me, are you?" Zhao Qingran shuddered at the killing intent, suddenly trembling, her eyes flickering as she looked at Wu Qi, clearly a bit flustered. "No, no. Brother, calm down." Wu Qi's face turned even more unsightly, he took a deep breath, his lips pressed tightly, clearly struggling internally. "This." Wu Qi spoke softly, his voice slightly hesitant, as if searching for a less fatal answer. "The Rainy Night Hotel is indeed very important. But as for the specific reasons, we peripheral members don't know much." Qin Lang looked at him calmly, but the smile at the corner of his mouth had grown even colder. Oh? What about her? His gaze landed on Zhao Qingran, sharp like a silent blade. Zhao Qingran bit her teeth, her gaze shifting between Qin Lang and Wu Qi, finally taking a deep breath and saying softly, "The Rainy Night Hotel indeed hides some things. But what exactly it is, I really don't know." As soon as her voice fell, Qin Lang lightly snorted, his gaze gradually cooling, the ghost-slaying blade slightly raised, the killing intent once again spreading out, pressing down on the two until they could hardly breathe. "It seems you both don't want to live." Wu Qi's face suddenly turned pale, and he hurriedly waved his hands, his voice trembling a bit. "No, no. What I know is really limited, I can only tell you a little. That instance has been edited." Qin Lang's brows furrowed slightly, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. "Edited?" Qin Lang slowly repeated Wu Qi's words, his tone mixed with confusion and vigilance. Wu Qi swallowed hard, seeming somewhat hesitant, but under Qin Lang's gaze, he still steeled himself to explain, "Yes. Actually, as long as you can unlock all achievements in an S+ level instance, you can gain editing rights for the instance." "Editing rights for the instance?" Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the handle of the blade. Wu Qi nodded, cold sweat trickling down his temples, his voice a little tense. "Players with editing rights can add or delete content within the instance. In other words, they can edit the instance, even design levels and set rules for players who enter later. Moreover, if no one clears that instance, all the benefits will belong to the editor. The instance of the Rainy Night Hotel was previously cleared by our guild's leader, and he gained editing rights." As soon as this was said, before Qin Lang could speak, the expression of Song Nianzi, who was standing by, suddenly changed. Her pupils slightly constricted. Suddenly realizing something, he spoke solemnly, "If that's the case, then wouldn't the people from the Unrighteous Society breeze through the challenges?" Wu Qi forced a bitter smile, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. "That's not the case, those who have edited the copy cannot reveal anything within the copy, or they will be punished by the copy system. The editor can design specific traps that outsiders cannot pass, or directly let certain specific players become stuck infinitely. Zhao Qingran's face also turned pale, and she added in a low voice, "More importantly, all the benefits inside the copy, including items, gold, hidden rewards, and even certain special privileges, will be prioritized for the editor." Song Nianzi said, "Wow, it's as if a copy that was supposed to be a fair competition has turned into their internal breeding ground." Qin Lang's eyes grew cold. "So, does that mean the Rainy Night Inn has completely turned into the backyard of the Unrighteous Society?" Wu Qi avoided his gaze and whispered, "To be precise, it is the president's backyard." Qin Lang let out a cold laugh, as he lightly spun his ghost-slaying knife on his fingertips, the residual evil energy on the blade gently rippling, reflecting Wu Qi and Zhao Qingran's tense expressions. "This is interesting," he murmured softly, a hint of deep thought appearing in his eyes. "Then, I really want to check out that copy." After that, Qin Lang instructed Song Nianzi to detain Wu Qi and Zhao Qingran in the interrogation room of the Law Enforcement Bureau, with several law enforcers tightly guarding them to prevent any unusual moves. Qin Lang stood behind the one-way glass, his gaze coldly fixed on them, his fingers lightly tapping on the glass, as if deep in thought. Song Nianzi stood by, watching the two being taken away, her lips curling slightly, clearly very satisfied with this operation. She stretched lazily, then turned her head to look at Qin Lang, smiling as she said, "How about it? This proves that Yi Zi wasn't lying, right? Shouldn't you go talk to her, to ease her mind a bit?" Qin Lang's gaze shifted away from the glass, turning to face Song Nianzi, his expression still calm and restrained. "There's no need for that right now." He spoke slowly, his voice deep, carrying a hint of undeniable firmness. Song Nianzi frowned slightly, displeased as she said, "After all, she helped us, she's still an ally, isn't your attitude too cold-blooded?" Qin Lang scoffed lightly, his gaze deep as he looked at her, his tone calm but with a hint of warning. "She is the boss's daughter, even if what she says is true, her intentions are still suspicious." Upon hearing this, Song Nianzi rolled her eyes, crossing her arms and speaking with some dissatisfaction, "Aren't you too paranoid? She has already run away from home, clearly not on good terms with the boss, do you still have to be so guarded against her?" Qin Lang did not respond, merely glanced at her before turning to leave. Song Nianzi gritted her teeth, somewhat discontented. She stared at Qin Lang's back, suddenly letting out a cold snort, then spoke in a nonchalant tone, "Fine, if you're not going, then I'll go find her myself and tell her a bit of news so she doesn't worry too much." "No." Qin Lang's voice suddenly turned cold, stopping in his tracks to stare directly at Song Nianzi, his eyes sharp as a knife. Song Nianzi was taken aback by his gaze, her mouth slightly opening, only to unwillingly close it again. Ultimately, she just pouted, showing a perfunctory smile and casually replied, got it, I'm not an idiot, I won't say too much." Qin Lang scrutinized her expression, seemingly wanting to confirm whether she truly understood. Finally, he let out a gentle humph. "Remember, don't go find her." Okay, I got it." Song Nianzi watched Qin Lang's retreating figure, feeling even more unsettled. She pouted, a glint of stubbornness flashing in her eyes. "You don't want me to go? Aren't you controlling too much, Qin Lang?" Don't think I'm going to let you off easy like the director? She muttered in her heart, secretly glancing at the exit of the law enforcement bureau, already having made up her mind. Yi was locked in a separate interrogation room at the law enforcement bureau, where there were no windows, only a cold light shining down, making her face look even paler. Her hands were shackled behind her back, sitting on a metal chair. Although the position was a bit uncomfortable, she still maintained her usual calmness, her gaze indifferently looking ahead. The door was pushed open, and a familiar figure walked in. Song Niancy walked in with a lively step, a playful smile on her face, seemingly quite interested in this scene. She walked up to Yi, arms crossed, looking down at her from above, purposely adopting a slightly mocking tone as she said, "Your information is quite good, it seems you really are Boss Jin's daughter." Yi raised her eyes to glance at her, calmly replying, "Since you have confirmed my identity, can you let me and Qin Lang go now?" Upon hearing this, Song Niancy let out a light laugh and shook her head, her tone still carrying a hint of mockery. "Of course not." She deliberately paused, noticing Yi's brows furrowing, and then slowly added, "But I can tell you, Qin Lang is still alive and kicking." Yi's gaze visibly softened, and her previously tense shoulders slightly relaxed. Clearly, she had been worried about Qin Lang's situation. Now, after receiving affirmative news, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Then she gently frowned and whispered, "But this position is really too uncomfortable, can you loosen it a bit?" After hearing this, Song Niancy tilted her head as if considering whether she could grant Yi's request. Looking at Yi's expression, she recalled how hard Yi had fought for Qin Lang earlier, and an indescribable feeling stirred in her heart. "Alright, since you are being so cooperative." Song Niancy shrugged, walked forward, and skillfully unlocked the shackles, allowing Yi's hands to regain their freedom. Yi moved her wrists and gently rubbed her slightly sore joints, showing a hint of comfort on her face. Song Niancy placed her hands on her hips and said to her, "Let's move you to another place later, don't stay here all the time." Yi raised her head to glance at her, a faint smile curving the corners of her mouth, her tone carrying a thought-provoking hint, "You law enforcers are quite humane." Song Niancy was taken aback, her expression suddenly changing, her pupils shrinking as she took a step back, looking at Yi warily, her voice raised a few notches. "How do you know I'm a law enforcer?" Yi smiled lightly, her eyes carrying a trace of teasing, her voice calm and unhurried as she replied, "You were in such a hurry when you came that you even forgot to take off your military boots." Song Niancy's heart sank sharply, realizing she had made a big mistake. She looked down, and sure enough, her standard military boots were right in front of her, one of the signs of a law enforcer. Yi laughed, "So it turns out a law enforcer caught me. Damn it." Song Niancy silently cursed, quickly retreating while reaching for the binding spirit lock at her waist, wanting to subdue Yi immediately. However, the moment her fingers touched the binding spirit lock, Yi was already one step ahead. Paper snow. With a flick of her wrist, Yi released a flurry of white paper from her sleeve, instantly filling the entire interrogation room like a snowstorm. Each piece of paper spun in the air like a blade, producing a sharp sound as they flew, resembling countless small flying daggers, sweeping towards Song Niancy from all directions. "Damn it!" Song Niancy cursed under her breath, swiftly retreating while crossing her arms in front of her, simultaneously channeling her spiritual power, trying to resist the overwhelming attack. But the speed of the paper snow was simply too fast, dense like a torrential storm. Even though she tried hard to dodge, a few sheets sliced her arm, leaving several blood marks. "You?" Song Niancy gasped, her face slightly changed, but she couldn't care less about the wound. She knew she couldn't delay any longer. She gritted her teeth, preparing to force her way out, but just then, boom! A strong wind attacked from the side. Before Song Niancy could react, Yi had already rushed out like a gale while she was dodging the attack. "Oh no, she's going to escape." Song Niancy felt a tightness in her heart and hurried to chase after her. However, just as she burst out of the interrogation room's door, she hadn't had time to see the situation outside when suddenly, bang! A shadow suddenly lunged from the side. Song Niancy's vision blurred, and before she could react, she was knocked down by a huge force. Her back crashed hard against the ground, shaking her insides violently. She suddenly lifted her head and met Yi's eyes. Yi's lips slightly curled up, one hand pressed on Song Niancy's shoulder, her knee pushed into her waist, while her other hand firmly pinned down her wrist, preventing her from reaching for a weapon. "Sorry, I won't just stay here quietly." Yi smiled lightly, her voice carrying a hint of teasing, "Miss Officer, you still need to practice your skills in capturing people." Song Niancy furrowed her brows, struggled a bit, and found she couldn't shake off Yi's hold for the moment. She gritted her teeth, stared at Yi's face, and asked in a deep voice, "What exactly do you want?" Yi squinted slightly, a trace of impatience in her cold smile, yet her tone remained relaxed and casual. "Very simple, take me to find Qin Lang right now." "You've caught him, haven't you?" Song Niancy was taken aback for a moment, feeling a mix of laughter and tears. Pinned down by Yi, she originally thought the other party would try to escape or even do something more radical, but unexpectedly her goal was just to find Qin Lang? Song Niancy took a deep breath, adjusted her posture slightly, and tentatively said, "If you want to find Qin Lang, you don't have to do this." Yi Zi's eyes flickered, showing a hint of doubt. "What do you mean?" "I'll take you to him." "Is that okay?" Song Niancy sighed, adding with a touch of helplessness in her voice. Yi Zi narrowed her eyes slightly, still maintaining her hold on Song Niancy, clearly not fully believing her words. "Do you think I would fall for that?" Song Niancy sighed softly, a hint of helplessness on her lips, yet her gaze bore a slight teasing. "Qin Lang is right in the Enforcement Bureau, you've actually met him before." Yi Zi furrowed her brow slightly at her words, a trace of confusion flashing in her eyes. She quickly recalled the past few days, feeling a vague unease. "Met?" She repeated softly, quickly searching her mind for the people she had encountered in the past few days. Suddenly, her pupils slightly constricted. That day, in the interrogation room, the person sitting across from her with a scrutinizing gaze, that familiar feeling. Her eyes widened suddenly, as if struck by lightning, a chill crawling up her spine. Chapter 182, Cooperation Between Women. "Wait." Yi Zi's voice trembled a bit, her lips moving gently, as if struggling to recall the scene at that time. Then, she suddenly raised her head to look at Song Niancy, her expression instantly becoming serious. "So what you mean is?" She bit her lip, her breathing quickening, and her voice involuntarily lowered. "Qin Lang already knows I'm the daughter of the boss?" Song Niancy watched Yi Zi's face change from calm to troubled, nodding gently, her tone flat. "Yes, he knew long ago." Yi Zi froze for a moment, as if feeling a bit lost, her brows knitted together, and her lips pursed. She lowered her head, seemingly lost in thought, and after a moment, she spoke slowly, her tone carrying a hint of unease. "Then, what did Qin Lang say next?" Song Niancy thought for a moment. He shrugged, his tone casual. "Him? It seems like he doesn't care much." Yi Zi suddenly looked up, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, even a bit incredulous. "He doesn't care? I am the daughter of Boss Qin, and he actually doesn't care?" Song Niancy nodded. "Yeah, his mind is completely occupied with the Rainy Night Hotel dungeon, how could he have time for this?" Yi Zi's expression changed instantly, her breath quickened, and her entire being tensed up. "The Rainy Night Hotel? Is he really going to the Rainy Night Hotel?" Her voice suddenly rose a pitch, her eyes revealing a hint of urgency. "That dungeon is not to be entered." She grabbed Song Niancy's wrist, the force so strong it made Song Niancy frown slightly in pain. "Hurry, take me to find Qin Lang," Yi Zi said eagerly, her gaze firm, carrying an undeniable intensity. Song Niancy sighed helplessly, gently freeing her wrist, crossing her arms, and with an innocent look, shrugged. "Do you think anyone can persuade him? Besides, don't you think it's awkward to see him with your current identity?" Yi Zi took a deep breath, her gaze becoming even more determined as she gritted her teeth and said, "Then I will go too." Song Niancy frowned, looking at Yi Zi with a complicated expression, unable to help but ask, "Is it really worth it for a man like Qin Lang?" In her view, Qin Lang did things clumsily and was quite strange. Hearing this, Yi Zi smiled bitterly. "You wouldn't understand." Song Niancy looked at her like this, feeling a bit confused, but she didn't continue to ask. Instead, she fell into thought for a moment. Suddenly, Song Niancy had a flash of inspiration, her lips curving upward, revealing a meaningful smile. "Okay, since you are so persistent, then we can cooperate," she said slowly, her eyes revealing a hint of calculation. Yi Zi was slightly taken aback, narrowing her eyes as if pondering Song Niancy's intentions. "Cooperate?" "Yes." Song Niancy nodded, her tone carrying a hint of playfulness. "Don't you want to find Qin Lang? I can help you, but you have to listen to me." Yi Zi stared at Song Niancy for a few seconds, then finally softly said two words, "Okay." At the same time, in the training ground inside the Law Enforcement Bureau, Qin Lang stood in front of a metal table. Ling Wei was standing before him, laying out a piece of equipment on the table. This is the Shadow Shield, which can automatically release a defense barrier to block a fatal blow at a critical moment. This is the Psycho Energy Detector, which can detect hidden traps and abnormal energy fluctuations within a 5-meter radius in the dungeon. This is the Quantum Communicator, which can maintain short-term contact with the Law Enforcement Bureau even when the signal is limited in the dungeon. As Ling Wei spoke, she skillfully operated the equipment in her hands, each one a powerful tool made within the Law Enforcement Bureau. She raised her head, looking seriously at Qin Lang, adding, "These are all treasures of our Law Enforcement Bureau. As long as you take this equipment, your survival rate will greatly improve once you enter the dungeon." Qin Lang didn't speak, only lowered his head to carefully check the equipment, his gaze deep, seemingly weighing something. Seeing him silent, Ling Wei continued. "We have also investigated the Rainy Night Hotel dungeon. It belongs to the high-risk S+ dungeon. You know it has already been modified, so there will be many unexpected traps. It is said that even the boss has been changed, specifically targeting high-level players." Qin Lang frowned slightly, his eyes showing a hint of contemplation. At this moment, the door of the training room was suddenly pushed open. Hanzhou walked in quickly, his expression somewhat serious, and he walked straight to Qin Lang, saying, "Qin Lang, Yizi has escaped." Su Bai, upon hearing this, had a complex expression. Did Boss Jean send someone to rescue her? Hanzhou said, "No, she managed to injure Niancy and then escape." Qin Lang's gaze instantly sharpened, slowly raising his head. "Really? I didn't expect she had this ability." Grandma Jean said, "To escape from the law enforcement bureau, it's..." She was truly hiding her strength before. Lingwei listened to Hanzhou's report, her brows furrowing, and asked with some worry in her tone, "What about Nianci?" Hanzhou replied, "She sustained some minor injuries, but it's nothing serious." Hearing this answer, Lingwei breathed a sigh of relief, but her expression remained grim. Her gaze shifted to Qin Lang, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Will Yizi escape back to Boss Jean?" Qin Lang shrugged, his expression indifferent, seemingly unconcerned by the question. "Let her do as she wishes." He spoke in a calm tone, "We've already obtained the information we wanted, whether Yizi lives or dies doesn't matter to me anymore." His tone was cold and rational, like stating a fact unrelated to himself. Meanwhile, a tiny camera in the ventilation duct silently focused on Qin Lang. Song Nianci curled up in the narrow space of the vent, propping up the camera with one hand, a slight smirk curling at the corners of her mouth, laced with mockery. She murmured softly, her voice carrying a hint of schadenfreude, "TSK, Yizi, now you see this man's true colors, right?" On the other side of the screen, Yizi's eyes were locked tightly on Qin Lang's figure. After a few seconds, she whispered, "I deceived him, it's only natural for him to say that." Her tone was calm as if she were finding a rational reason for herself. Song Nianci sat beside her, propping her chin on her hand, looking like she was enjoying the show, and scoffed lightly, "You really are quite foolish." Yizi remained silent, still staring at Qin Lang on the screen, her gaze murky and unclear. "All right, our plan should start now. You need to get through, I need Qin Lang. Next, I will tell you how the dungeon of the Rainy Night Inn has been altered. But you must truthfully relay it to Qin Lang." Song Nianci smiled, "Sure, I will definitely say it." Chapter 183, starting with selection. In the Law Enforcement Bureau, everyone was ready to set off. Su Bai's gaze fell on Qin Lang as he asked, "Qin Lang, when do you plan to depart?" Qin Lang showed no hesitation and calmly spoke two words, "Tonight." Upon hearing this, Hanzhou frowned slightly and said with surprise, "You're going over tonight? Isn't that a bit too risky?" The dungeon of the Rainy Night Inn had been modified by the Wu Dao Society, posing a danger far beyond a typical dungeon. Rashly entering was extremely risky. Hanzhou naturally didn't want to act hastily. "We don't have enough tacit understanding, it's better to practice more." However, Qin Lang's expression remained calm, his eyes as deep as the night, and he softly stated, "What we can't think of, they won't think of either. We are preparing, and they will be preparing too, we need to catch them off guard." This statement briefly plunged the meeting room into silence. Lingwei suddenly laughed, breaking the silence, her tone carrying a hint of admiration, "I like adventurous people." Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she threw a flirty glance toward Qin Lang. Qin Lang chuckled, "As per your director's words, you all should follow my instructions closely from now on. Boss Jean asked me to go to this dungeon, claiming we need to deal with the Wu Dao Society together. But after I learned that Yizi is his daughter, I had my doubts." Su Bai asked, "What is it?" Qin Lang shook his head, "It's nothing, nothing at all, I was just rambling. Let's set off." The night was dark and gloomy, with dense clouds overhead as Qin Lang and the others arrived at a dilapidated mansion. Qin Lang stood in front of the gate, his brows slightly furrowed as he surveyed the rundown scene before him. He turned to Lingwei and asked in a deep voice, "Is this the entrance to the dungeon?" Lingwei crossed her arms, a hint of a smile playing on her lips, and shook her head. "No, a vehicle will come to pick us up shortly." As soon as she finished speaking, several beams of car headlights pierced through the darkness, approaching from a distance accompanied by a low hum of the engine. "Song Nianci, it's here." Soon, several black minibuses slowly drove up to the front of the mansion. The car was pitch black and shiny, as if it had swallowed the night. Qin Lang glanced around and found others already seated in the cars, their expressions varied, some looked tense, while others had cold, piercing gazes, clearly all players about to enter the dungeon. Lingwei pointed at the minibus and said, "According to the information, after we clear the level, these cars will come to take us back. In other words, if we can't get on these cars, we probably won't be able to come back. This is the special feature of the Rainy Night Inn dungeon." Everyone boarded the minibus one by one, and the door slammed shut with a bang, making the cabin feel even more oppressive. The driver in the driver's seat wore a black hat, his head bowed low in the shadows, making it impossible to see his face. He said nothing, as if he were merely executing a mechanical task. The vehicle started and slowly drove out of the courtyard. The streets outside the window rapidly receded under the dim streetlights, occasionally revealing dilapidated buildings and some vague shadows peeking at the bus. Qin Lang tilted his head slightly, tapping his fingers on his knee, feeling a faint sense of unease in his heart. Just then, with a bang, the car jolted violently, and the entire vehicle tilted sharply, producing a harsh grinding sound. Han Zhuo grabbed the falling Song Nianzi, "Be careful." Before his words fell, the whole bus suddenly flipped over. Qin Lang felt his body lose balance in an instant and slammed hard against the wall of the bus, while others screamed, causing chaos in the cabin. The heavy crashing sound mixed with the sharp sound of twisted metal, the seatbelts became useless under the extreme inertia, and people were thrown to every corner of the cabin. The sound of shattering glass followed one after another. The cold night wind instantly rushed into the bus, bringing with it a bone-chilling chill. In the midst of the chaos, Qin Lang quickly adjusted his posture, grabbing hold of the seat back ahead of him. With his other hand stabilizing Ling Wei beside him, his gaze swept out the window like a hawk. After the violent impact, the entire cabin was a wreck, the twisted metal structure scratching against the ground, producing an ear-piercing squeak. The windows shattered, shards of glass scattered between the seats, and the air was filled with a burnt smell, while the scent of gasoline became stronger. "Hurry up, I think the car is going to explode." Qin Lang's ears buzzed, but he forced himself to steady his breath, quickly wiping the blood from his face, and then pushed hard to kick open the deformed door, flipping himself out of the car. Qin Lang looked around. It's lively outside too. The overturned vehicle appeared like a broken corpse in the dim environment, with several black minibuses sprawled haphazardly on the road. Oil flowed slowly from beneath the cars, pooling into a dark liquid on the ground, faintly reflecting the pale lightning. More frighteningly, several cars were completely shattered, their doors flung open, and the passengers inside had gone silent. Qin Lang glanced around and found some players turned into twisted corpses. Some were flung out of the car, their bodies mangled. One person was stuck in the window, broken bones piercing through skin, revealing ghastly white bones. Further away, several players struggled to crawl up, their faces pale, still in shock. "Damn it." Song Nianzi crawled out from the wreckage on the other side, bloodstains on her face, her gaze scanning the surroundings with intensity, muttering under her breath, "This dungeon is too brutal, it doesn't even give us any preparation time, it strikes directly." The test of the dungeon had already begun from that moment. Qin Lang took a deep breath, his expression serious. He always felt this task was not simple, but he didn't expect such bloody death to start right from the entrance. Boom! A lightning bolt exploded in the sky, a blinding flash illuminating the entire night sky, followed by a heavy roll of thunder, as if a giant beast was roaring in the depths of the heavens. A fierce wind swept in, carrying wet, cold air, and raindrops struck the ground like sharp blades, instantly soaking the earth. Qin Lang said, "A heavy rain is coming." The icy rain pelted against his face, bringing a chilling sensation. The air was mixed with the smells of dirt, blood, and rust, making people feel uneasy. "We need to find a place to shelter from the rain quickly." Han Zhuo raised his hand to block the pouring rain, his gaze cautiously sweeping the area. "This rain is unusual, staying outside could be dangerous." Qin Lang squinted his eyes and looked into the distance, where a dimly lit building began to reveal its outline through the heavy rain curtain. A dilapidated sign swayed precariously in the wind, and faint light spilled from the windows, casting a shadowy glow, as if peering at intruders from the darkness. The corners of his lips curled slightly as he chuckled softly. "Looks like our destination has arrived, we've found a place to take shelter." He pointed ahead, his gaze deep as he stared at the silent building standing in the rain. "That must be the Rainy Night Inn?" Chapter 184, The Guests. Qin Lang and the others hurried to the inn's entrance. The inn appeared old, with 3 stories, its brick walls covered in green moss, and the wooden window frames rotting, as if they would fall apart at any moment. In front of the inn, wild grass grew wildly, the stone path was soaked by rain, making it smooth and slippery. In the center of the yard stood a broken stone lantern, its lampshade tilted, the wick long extinguished. It was clear that the owner had some taste and aesthetic sense, but that had all faded away. As Qin Lang and his group stepped into the yard, the rain suddenly intensified. The moment the downpour struck, the sound of rain densely pounded on the roof and ground. "Hiss, this rain seems strange." Ling Wei frowned, raised her hand to shield her forehead, trying to see the distant scenery. At that moment, Granny Genie slowly spoke, "There are still a few people coming." Everyone turned to follow her voice and saw a few dark figures stumbling in the rain, as if about to be swallowed by the heavy downpour. Qin Lang said, "Let's not worry about it, we should get inside." Song Nianzi suddenly shouted, "Ah!" Under the long corridor on one side of the yard stood a hunched old woman. She wore a floral dress and a transparent raincoat, her hair gray, skin shriveled like dry tree bark, and her murky eyes half open. Her gaze slowly scanned the crowd, as if confirming their identities. Song Nianzi felt goosebumps rising all over her body. Why does this old woman look so strange? Qin Lang looked closely, realizing she was not Eerie. Could she be a guest at this inn? Then, the old woman slightly tilted her head and glanced towards the outside of the inn, a faint smile appearing at the corners of her lips. Qin Lang alertly followed her gaze but saw nothing on the other side of the corridor. Turning back, the old woman had already turned and walked away. Song Nianzi asked, "Should we go take a look?" Qin Lang squinted again and said, "Forget her, let's go inside and see." He stepped forward first, treading on the stone steps leading to the inn. His shoes slipped slightly on the wet bluestone, making a faint squeak sound. The inn's door was slightly ajar, and a faint yellow light spilled out as if a silent eye was watching the guests about to enter. At the entrance of the inn, a subtle coldness enveloped the air. Song Niancy shivered. My god, the coldness here is so heavy, many people must have died here. As Qin Lang and the others walked in, they found the inn's lobby furnished in an ancient style, with several faded old paintings hanging on the walls, and a thick account book placed behind the counter. The staircase wound up the wall, leading directly to the corridor on the second floor. Just as everyone entered the lobby, faint footsteps sounded on the wooden stairs. Who is it? A young man slowly walked down from upstairs. He was in his early 20s, and his body was thin, wearing a simple dark long-sleeved shirt, the cuff slightly rolled up, revealing a pale wrist. His face was delicate, with regular features, but his expression was a bit cold, and in his eyes there was a trace of alertness, as if he was uneasy about Qin Lang and the others arriving. The man's gaze swept over everyone, and finally fell on Qin Lang standing at the front, and he asked calmly, "What are you here for?" Qin Lang glanced at him and said casually, "To stay at the inn." The young man slightly frowned, then nodded. "Oh, all right." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Wei suddenly walked up with a playful smile, arms crossed, looking him up and down with a teasing look, the corner of her mouth raised in a mocking arc. "Little handsome guy, you look really good." Her voice carried a bit of teasing, and her eyes had a trace of slyness. "What's your name? Do you have a girlfriend?" The young man was clearly a bit uncomfortable, his brows furrowed slightly, but he still answered seriously, "Feng Chao." "Feng Chao?" Ling Wei softly repeated it, her smile deepening, her tone deliberately ambiguous. "Why are you here alone? Don't you feel lonely?" Feng Chao's face stiffened slightly, then he lowered his head and said softly, "The inn belongs to my uncle, I'm just here to help." His tone was still calm, but it clearly showed resistance, not wanting to talk more with them. Qin Lang slightly raised his brows, looking at him thoughtfully. This place gave a very strange feeling, and the Feng Chao in front of them seemed to be hiding something too. But he didn't ask more, just quietly watched Feng Chao walk behind the counter, take out an old register book, and pick up a pen dipped in ink. "Register everyone," Feng Chao said in a low voice, without a trace of emotion in his tone. Song Niancy frowned. What age is it already, still doing handwritten registration? Qin Lang and the others stepped forward one by one, leaving their names in the register. Outside the window, the storm was still pouring down, the wind howling, wrapping the inn in a wet and confined darkness. And at this moment, no one noticed, Feng Chao's fingers slightly trembled when flipping the register. After Qin Lang and the others went upstairs, Feng Chao swallowed. "Only this few came?" Qin Lang and the others went upstairs and found it was also completely quiet there, no one else was around. Just then, a faint noise came from downstairs. The sound was somewhat chaotic, as if someone was pushing the door in, mixed with the noise of rainwater dripping on the ground, blurry and dull. Qin Lang looked downstairs, his gaze slightly tightening. The lighting in the hall was dim, unclear at the doorway, but it felt like someone had come in. Song Niancy said, "How is it?" Qin Lang shook his head, "Can't see clearly, probably someone from the rain just now." "Not many people, that car accident really took out a lot." Ling Wei said, "That's strange." Han Zhuo also nodded, "Yeah, only skilled players would dare come to this instance, how could so many die at the start?" Song Niancy's heart tightened. "Where's Yi Zi? Did she not make it either?" Qin Lang said, "Forget it, let's go check the rooms first." Everyone went into their own rooms. Qin Lang pushed the door open and let his gaze slowly sweep across every detail, finally landing on an old wall clock nearby. The clock was already broken, the hands not moving at all. Qin Lang slightly frowned, and his eyes moved around the room. Strange, really strange. Qin Lang walked out of the room and directly entered someone else's room. Ling Wei saw Qin Lang burst in, and asked, "What? So eager to come in? Can't wait a bit longer?" Qin Lang couldn't be bothered to reply, and just looked around her room. "Same as mine." As he spoke, Ling Wei beside him seemed to sense something strange about him, followed his gaze, blinked, and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Chapter 185, Normal is not normal. Qin Lang did not answer immediately, and instead slowly looked up. Looking at the slightly swaying chandelier on the hotel ceiling. The light reflected on the glass surface of the clock, making the still hands look even more eerie. Others gathered around and asked, "Qin Lang, what's wrong?" Qin Lang said, "All the clocks show the same time." Everyone was shocked. They looked closely and found it really was the case. The grandfather clock in the corner, the clock on the front desk, and even the digital clock hanging at the end of the second-floor corridor, all stopped at the same time. 11:11. This discovery made everyone feel a strange sensation in their hearts. Qin Lang stared at the still clocks, countless possibilities flashing through his mind. Is it a coincidence? Is it decoration? Or The rain outside grew heavier, and the wind whispered through the crack of the door, as if murmuring some inaudible words. Qin Lang withdrew his gaze and quietly said, "The time here really has stopped at 11:11. Hanzhua frowned and gently tapped an antique clock at the end of the corridor, but the hands didn't move at all. "This can't be a coincidence," Hanzhua said seriously, his tone tinged with caution. Before he finished speaking, heavy footsteps sounded from the staircase. Everyone turned to look and saw 3 people slowly walking up from the lobby on the first floor. 2 men and a woman, their clothes soaked by the rain, clearly just arrived as guests. As they walked, they quietly complained about the car accident that had just occurred. "This is incredible, how could the car accident happen so suddenly?" One man rubbed his arm, still showing bruises from the fall. "This place is too cold, it feels like no one has ever lived here." The only woman hugged her coat tightly, looking down at the dim environment of the hotel. "Stop complaining, let's find a room to rest." Another man lowered his voice, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. However, when their gazes met Qin Lang and the others, their expressions instantly froze. Their conversation stopped abruptly, as if afraid of hearing some forbidden secret. The atmosphere became strange, a difficult-to-describe silence hanging in the air. The 3 exchanged glances, said nothing more, and hurried back to their room, even closing the door gently, as if afraid to disturb something. Song Nianzi frowned, staring at the tightly closed doors, and whispered, "Those 3 are all strange. Why do we look like we've seen a ghost?" The atmosphere in the corridor grew heavier, faintly hinting at an indescribable unease. At this moment, Grandmother Genia's voice broke the silence. "Qin Lang, what do you plan to do next?" Qin Lang glanced around the lobby, his gaze settling on the still hands of the clock, his expression calm and thoughtful. "I just thought of something. According to logic, the game should provide a hint the moment we enter the hotel. But until now, there hasn't been a single sign. This is not normal." Hanzhua asked, "Do you mean the game hasn't officially started yet?" Qin Lang nodded, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the wooden front desk, as if pondering something. Lingwei crossed her arms and said with a thoughtful expression, "That's true. This rainy night hotel is different from those we've seen before. This game has been modified before, and now it needs to meet a certain trigger condition to officially start." "What if it can't be triggered?" Song Nianzi asked. "Then we might get stuck here until we find the right way." Lingwei slowly said, her tone carrying a hint of excitement, "How about that? Fun, right?" Song Nianzi's eyes widened, "Is this fun? What fun is there?" After hearing this, Qin Lang gently smiled, his gaze deep and sweeping across the surroundings as he murmured, "Interesting, let's spread out and explore this hotel separately, and we'll meet in half an hour." Half an hour later, in Qin Lang's room. The crowd gathered again. Outside, the heavy rain continued to pour, with thunder rumbling, reflecting the gloomy atmosphere of the inn. Lingwei leaned against the desk, arms crossed, her tone revealing a hint of confusion. "It's really boring. I just walked around and only found one strange thing. There seems to be only that young man named Feng Zhao in this inn." Her gaze swept over the crowd as she continued, "I looked around and didn't see any other staff at all. According to common sense, even if it's a family-run inn, there should at least be a chef or a cleaner, right? But there's really nothing here, not even an extra waiter. Moreover, there is a complete kitchen with a stove, pots, dishes, and a pantry, but there's not a single person inside." Song Nianzi then asked, "What about that old woman from earlier?" Lingwei shook her head, "No, I can't see her either." Qin Lang frowned slightly, tapping the table thoughtfully. "Are you suggesting that Feng Zhao is running the entire inn by himself?" "It seems so at the moment." Lingwei nodded, a hint of caution in her expression. Sumubai spoke up at this time. "I checked, and there are no secret doors, no hidden passages, and no secret rooms in this inn. At least from the architectural structure, this is just a regular inn, with no hidden spaces." Qin Lang gently stroked his chin, asking, "Have you checked on those 2 men and that woman?" Sumubai nodded, "I've seen them. The 3 of them are together, they should be friends." "Did they say anything strange?" Qin Lang asked, his gaze deepening. Sumubai thought for a moment and shook his head. "No, their conversation was quite ordinary, just about this sudden car accident and how they ended up here." At this point, Qin Lang's fingers stopped tapping the table suddenly. He squinted his eyes, slowly saying, "In that case, something doesn't feel right." Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Qin Lang. Qin Lang lifted his head, his tone slightly pausing, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. "We went out and acted separately for half an hour, and nothing happened at all. Too normal is actually not normal." Others expressed their agreement. At this moment, even if something strange appeared, they all knew how to react. But now everything was normal, making everyone a bit tense. Qin Lang said, "It seems this scenario is quite interesting, full of counter-tropes." Lingwei remarked, "Now that it's normal, who knows, it might turn abnormal soon." As soon as her words fell, a sudden scream came from outside. "Ah ah ah." The sound was sharp and desperate, clearly the last wail before death, filled with indescribable fear, chilling to the bone. Qin Lang and the others almost simultaneously rushed out of the room, quickly heading towards the sound at the end of the corridor. They saw a door wide open, the corridor's light casting inside, vaguely revealing two figures standing terrified at the door. It was one man and one woman from the three people who checked in with them earlier. Their faces were pale, lips trembling, and their eyes filled with horror. Upon seeing Qin Lang and the others approaching, the man and woman immediately tensed up. What happened? Song Nianzi quickly stepped forward, her sharp gaze sweeping over the two before looking at the open door. The scene inside the room made her frown suddenly tighten. A man lay on the floor, his death gruesomely horrific. His body was barely human, with his abdomen exploded, blood and entrails splattered everywhere, the walls and sheets covered with shocking bloodstains, and on the floor lay some unclear black fragments. His eyes were wide open, staring fixedly at the ceiling, as if he had seen something terrifying before his death, not even having time to scream. Qin Lang's pupils constricted. In a low voice, he asked, "What happened?" The surviving woman held her hands tightly, her body trembling constantly, clearly frightened, her lips slightly parted, as if she wanted to say something. However, just as she was about to speak, the man beside her suddenly reached out a hand and firmly covered her mouth. "Don't say anything." The man's voice was deep and urgent, carrying an undeniable threat. The woman's eyes widened in shock, struggling for a moment, but ultimately didn't break free. A low whimper escaped her throat, her gaze filled with fear and struggle. Song Nianzi's eyes narrowed, staring at the man, her tone calm yet chilling. "What do you mean?" The man scanned Qin Lang and the others cautiously, his voice deep and oppressive. "Don't interfere, don't ask, and don't get involved. Otherwise, you will die a terrible death too." The hall instantly fell into a strange silence. A flash of lightning outside the window briefly illuminated the man's taut face, hinting at a warning, and also revealed the horrifying corpse on the ground. Qin Lang did not speak immediately, he merely narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze deep like an abyss, as if weighing something. Song Nianzi had already reached for her ID, her eyes sharp, wanting to reveal her identity as an officer. However, just as she was about to speak, Han Zhuo gently pressed down on her wrist. "Don't be impulsive." His voice was low, quite calm. Qin Lang glanced at Han Zhuo, his gaze sweeping over the tense man, clearly aware of some underlying danger. Though Song Nianzi was dissatisfied, she was not reckless. After a moment's hesitation, she suppressed the impulse in her heart and did not take further action. At that moment, a voice came from downstairs, as if breaking the frozen air. "Guests, it's time to eat." It was Feng Zhao. His voice carried a usual indifference, yet it felt somewhat abrupt in this strange atmosphere. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, glancing at the corpse lying on the ground, then at the still silent man and woman, a hint of imperceptible coldness flashing in his eyes. "Let's go." He took the lead and stepped downstairs. The others exchanged glances, only able to temporarily suppress their doubts and follow behind. In the lobby on the first floor, the light remained dim, the wooden tables and chairs exuded an old scent, and a hint of food aroma lingered in the air. However, this aroma did not ease the tension. Instead, it stirred up an indescribable discomfort in everyone's hearts. Feng Zhao saw everyone coming down and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "We will provide you with dinner, but there are only 2 meals a day, breakfast and dinner. If you want lunch, you'll have to pay for it yourself." As Song Nianzi walked towards the table, she coldly interjected, "Someone died upstairs." Her voice was not loud, but it was enough to silence the entire hall. Feng Zhao, who had just walked out holding a bowl and chopsticks, froze immediately upon hearing this, nearly dropping the bowl to the ground. He frowned, looking at Song Nianzi in shock, clearly stunned by this sudden news. "How did they die?" His tone carried a hint of disbelief, and his face turned slightly pale. Qin Lang took his time to glance at him, the corners of his mouth curling slightly without a trace of a smile. "You should ask those two." He nodded towards the man and woman standing in the corner. However, those two remained with their heads bowed, not uttering a word, as if they didn't hear Qin Lang at all. An unsettling silence hung in the air. As everyone felt the atmosphere growing heavier, an old woman in a faded grey cloth dress slowly walked out from the kitchen, carrying a large plate of food. Though her steps were slow, they carried an inexplicable eeriness. "Come on, everyone, it's time to eat." Her voice was hoarse, and a strange smile curved her lips, revealing a few yellowing teeth. Granny Jin's pupils suddenly constricted as she stared at her for a moment, then whispered, "It's her." Everyone immediately turned to look at Granny Jin. "What her?" the woman asked uneasily. Granny Jin's tone carried a hint of hesitation. "When we arrived, we saw her standing at the hotel entrance, staring at us the whole time." Hearing this, the old woman's smile deepened, her eyes carrying a trace of an inexplicable meaning. She slowly walked towards the crowd, placing the food in her hands on the table, her movements slow and mechanical. After setting it down, she lifted her head and grinned at them, revealing more yellowing teeth. That smile had no warmth, instead, it sent an eerie chill down one's spine. Qin Lang stared at her, his brows slightly furrowed as he asked, "Who is this old woman?" His question was like an invisible blade, causing everyone to direct their gaze towards Feng Zhao. However, Feng Zhao's expression became particularly strange at that moment. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he chose silence. His eyes flickered with unease, as if he was avoiding something. She is. Feng Zhao finally said, "Don't mind her, please eat, I won't disturb you all." However, no one moved their chopsticks. Each person's gaze shifted back and forth between the food on the table and each other's faces. Qin Lang glanced at everyone indifferently, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "What's wrong? Not hungry? Afraid it's poisonous?" Song Niancy whispered, "Isn't that obvious?" Yet, Qin Lang directly picked up his chopsticks and began to grab food. Chapter 187, Arrogant Capital. Qin Lang didn't care, his eyes slowly fell on a piece of braised pork on the table, and he reached out with his chopsticks, unhesitatingly picking up a piece and placing it in his mouth. After taking a bite, Qin Lang smiled and said, the meat is rich, the sauce is thick, salty and sweet intertwined, surprisingly good." But at that moment, no one cared about the taste, everyone was watching him, even holding their breath slightly. Sumo Bai's eyes changed slightly as he said in a low voice, "Be careful." Qin Lang just chuckled lightly, put down his chopsticks, and casually leaned back in his chair, his gaze playfully sweeping over each person at the table. "If the way to die in this scenario is simply poisoning, that would be too boring." He said casually, "Wudao Society's president wouldn't change the scenario to use such low-level tactics, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, the air suddenly tightened. The man and woman sitting in the corner suddenly looked up, their gazes like two sharp blades, fixated on Qin Lang. Their eyes held shock, doubt, and even a hint of unease. "You?" The woman's voice trembled slightly, as if struggling to suppress some emotion. "How do you know about Wudao Society?" Her expression became vigilant, even revealing a trace of panic. Qin Lang leisurely looked at her, a slight smirk at the corners of his mouth. "Interesting." He narrowed his eyes slightly, tapped the table, and said indifferently, "You don't say anything to me, yet now you want me to tell you something?" His words made the air sink back into silence. The man and woman's faces turned awkward, their gazes exchanged a few seconds, as if engaged in a silent conversation. Qin Lang lightly tapped the table, his gaze casually sweeping between the man and woman, a slight look of mockery on his face. "You don't need to be so alert." His tone was casual, but his eyes carried a hint of coldness. "Our information exchange has principles. I'm not the type to casually reveal information, but as of now, you haven't made me feel like I want to exchange any information." The man's expression darkened, his gaze flickering slightly, as if weighing the pros and cons. After a moment of silence, he sneered. "Since you came for the Wudao Society, we have even less reason to join hands." His tone carried a hint of warning, even some rejection. "On the contrary, I advise you not to involve yourself in our business." As soon as he finished speaking, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Qin Lang raised his brow slightly, a smile still on his lips. Suddenly, he slowly stretched out his hand, picked up the spoon on the table, scooped up a spoonful of boiling soup, and without hesitation, splashed it towards the man. Hiss! The man instinctively dodged, although he wasn't splashed directly, hot soup still splattered onto his sleeve, instantly soaking a patch and causing a slight burn. His face changed dramatically, glaring fiercely at Qin Lang, a flash of anger in his eyes, his voice deep. "What do you want?" However, Qin Lang ignored his anger. Instead, he looked at him coldly, rhythmically tapping the spoon against the rim of the bowl, creating a crisp sound. "You better understand one thing." Qin Lang's tone turned cold, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing into the man's spirit. "Don't mistake me for a polite person, my politeness and quality are not given freely to others." He slowly stood up, looking down at the other man, his expression cold, his tone radiating a sharp pressure. "It's already very restrained of me not to kill you now." In the entire hall, the atmosphere suddenly became tense, as if the air itself had thinned. Qin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice deep, carrying a hint of impatience. "What I hate most are riddlers." The man's expression changed slightly, his fingers unconsciously tightening into a fist, his throat moving as if suppressing something. Everyone at the dining table held their breath, even Feng Zhao instinctively took a step back, as if afraid to intervene in this confrontation. "You're quite arrogant." The man's expression was terrifyingly dark, his lips pressed into a straight line, seemingly holding back his anger. Qin Lang said, "Because I have the capital to be arrogant." The man glared at Qin Lang fiercely, as if he wanted to say something more, but ultimately only snorted coldly, abruptly pushed his chair back, and left the table. The woman paused for a moment, clearly not expecting her companion to leave like that, but she quickly stood up and hurried to follow. As she left, the woman couldn't help but glance back at Qin Lang, her eyes full of complex emotions that were hard to decipher. The restaurant fell into a sudden silence, everyone watching the man and woman leave until their figures disappeared around the staircase corner. Only then did Ling Wei slowly turn her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She rested her chin on her hands, smiling brightly at Qin Lang. "Qin Lang, you were so cool when you got angry just now." Qin Lang didn't respond, simply continuing to eat the food on his plate, as if the earlier conflict was just an insignificant episode. Song Niancy frowned slightly, murmuring, "Those two are indeed strange, it's fine to confront them a bit." Han Zhuo turned to Qin Lang, his tone probing. Qin Lang, did you discover something just now? Qin Lang raised his eyes slightly, a faint smile hovering at the corner of his mouth, slowly putting down his chopsticks, scanning the few people at the table, his tone relaxed. There's so much to discover. He gently tapped the table with his fingers, paused in thought before speaking. First, let's talk about Feng Zhao. Everyone turned their attention to Feng Zhao, who was sitting not far away, noticing he was looking down, seemingly fiddling with something, his expression thoughtful. Qin Lang withdrew his gaze and continued, did you notice that when we told him someone died, a normal person's first reaction wouldn't be how did they die, but rather where did they die? As soon as this was said, everyone froze. Ling Wei recalled and nodded vigorously, it's true. Generally, if someone knows a death occurred in their shop, the reaction should be to first ask the location of the incident, right? Song Nianzi frowned slightly, but he jumped straight to how it happened. The first reaction was to ask about the cause of death. What does this indicate? Qin Lang smiled faintly. This indicates that he is not surprised by the death that occurred in the hotel. In fact, it is accustomed to it, and different methods of death will carry different messages. The atmosphere suddenly became delicate, and everyone instinctively exchanged glances, a chill rising faintly in their hearts. Ling Wei removed her smile, seriously saying, it really is abnormal. Qin Lang gently shook the chopsticks in his hand and said thoughtfully, moreover, that man and woman are also very strange. Han Zhao straightened his posture and asked, what do you mean by strange? They lost a companion, but did you notice something? Qin Lang squinted his eyes, his voice slightly low. They did not show any expressions of sorrow, which is clearly not normal. Everyone recalled the scene just now. The couple indeed did not show the slightest bit of grief from beginning to end. Instead, both were hiding something, and even that man was deliberately stopping the woman from speaking. Indeed, that makes it even weirder. Song Nianzi said softly. Ling Wei stroked her chin. Are they truly not sad, or is there something they dare not show? Han Zhao leaned back in his chair and thoughtfully stated, no matter which situation it is, it indicates they are closely related to the secrets of this hotel. Qin Lang gently curled his lips, his gaze deepening, and now the instance hasn't officially started yet. Suddenly, Qin Lang said, right, the instance hasn't officially started. How could someone die immediately? Everyone was stunned. Indeed, if the instance hadn't started, it meant that the weirdness and traps here had not activated, making it unlikely for anyone to sacrifice. Song Nianzi asked, could it be that those two did it? People exchanged glances, silently pondering. At this moment, the rain outside continued to fall, raindrops tapping against the glass window, creating a sporadic ticking sound. At that moment, a deep and melodious piano sound suddenly came from upstairs, like a ghost in the rainy night, spreading ripples in the quiet air. The melody of the piano was slow and strange. The sound neither resembled a dull tone from an old piano nor a synthesized tone from an electronic keyboard, but rather a bizarre mix, carrying a hint of unreal ethereality. Is someone playing the piano? Ling Wei suddenly looked up, suspiciously scanning her surroundings, then frowned. Wait. I clearly checked all the rooms before and did not find a piano. Su Muba also nodded, his expression serious. Not just you, I checked too, and there is no piano in any room. Everyone's gaze turned towards upstairs. The piano sound continued. The melody was enchanting yet carried an indescribable oddness, making them unable to help but feel a chill. Song Nianzi frowned slightly, her right hand habitually resting on her weapon by her side, eyes flashing with vigilant light. I'll go up and have a look. Just as she was about to stand, Qin Lang reached out to stop her, his tone calm and decisive. Sit down, don't move recklessly. Song Nianzi was taken aback, not fully understanding Qin Lang's intentions, but still obediently halted her movements. Qin Lang's gaze did not leave the direction of upstairs, his profound eyes revealing a hint of inquiry. He gently tapped the table, pondering for a moment before speaking. Ling Wei, Han Zhao, go call Feng Zhao over. Understood. Ling Wei and Han Zhao exchanged glances, then stood up and quickly walked towards the kitchen. However, the piano sound from upstairs did not cease due to their actions. Instead, it grew even louder. The one playing was completely immersed in the music. Each note seemed to carry some special emotion, echoing in the dim hotel, gradually infiltrating everyone's ears. Qin Lang slightly squinted, his fingertips lightly tapping the table as if contemplating some unresolved mystery. Everyone instinctively held their breath, feeling an indescribable sense of oppression in the air. Where is this sound of the piano coming from? Ling Wei and Han Zhuo quickly brought Feng Zhao back to the dining room. His expression seemed a bit unnatural, his gaze flickering as if avoiding something. The piano music continued to flow slowly from upstairs, like an invisible hand plucking at the heartstrings, making the dimly lit and feel all the more eerie. But Feng Zhao's expression showed little change, as if he had grown accustomed to it. Qin Lang leaned back in his chair, his gaze calmly fixed on Feng Zhao, speaking in a slow and steady tone. What's going on with the piano music upstairs? Feng Zhao's lips quivered slightly, as if he were organizing his thoughts, but when the words came to his lips, he only mumbled, it's nothing, really nothing, just act like you didn't hear it. Ling Wei raised an eyebrow, a half-smile on her face as she looked at him. Pretend we didn't hear it? But the problem is, it's still playing. How can we pretend we didn't hear it? We still have to stay here. Feng Zhao's expression became increasingly unnatural, his eyes avoiding everyone's gaze as he stammered, just don't mind it, you'll get used to it. Get used to it? Ling Wei suddenly laughed, her eyes filled with mockery. Little handsome guy, did you hear what Qin Lang just said? I'm staying upstairs. If I get woken up by this piano music at midnight, do you think I can ignore it? Feng Zhao's face changed slightly, his lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just sighed and whispered, actually, if you just wait until 11:11 p.m., it will stop on its own. Before he finished speaking, Qin Lang's expression instantly darkened, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the table. 11:11 p.m.? Qin Lang recalled, all the clocks in the inn had stopped at 11:11 p.m. A mysterious piano sound appearing in, and all the clocks pointing to the same moment. The connection between these two was too bizarre, absolutely not a coincidence. Qin Lang raised his head, his sharp gaze locking onto Feng Zhao, slowly speaking, then what about these clocks? Why are all the clocks stuck at 11:11 p.m.? Feng Zhao's expression grew noticeably tenser, he instinctively clenched his clothes, his gaze starting to wander, as if he had been pushed into a corner. After a few seconds of silence, he shook his head, speaking firmly, I don't know. Are you sure? Song Nianzi coldly spoke from the side. I really don't know. Feng Zhao's tone became a bit rushed, seemingly fearing further questioning. He paused, then suddenly took a step back, forcing a stiff smile. I have a little something to do, so I'll leave first. You all continue with your meal. After saying this, he turned and quickly left the dining room, as if escaping, without looking back. Everyone watched his departing figure, and the dining table immediately fell into silence. Ling Wei gently whistled, the smile on her face fading a bit, as she turned to Qin Lang. What do you plan to do? Qin Lang's gaze remained on the direction Feng Zhao had disappeared, his brows slightly furrowed, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. Since he won't say, let's go check it out ourselves. Qin Lang's group ascended the wooden staircase, their footsteps echoing in the empty inn, intertwining with the piano music, creating an indescribable sense of eeriness. The piano music flowed smoothly and melodiously, subtly carrying a hint of sadness, like some distant call, tightening the heart inexplicably. The sound is coming from the end of the hallway, Han Zhuo whispered, his ears twitching as he scanned the surroundings cautiously. Just as they moved forward, a voice emerged from behind them, don't go over there. Qin Lang turned around, finding it was the girl from earlier. She looked anxious and said, you mustn't go. Just now Another man ran out. A hand pulled her back, are you free now? You talk too much. The door slammed shut again, followed by a loud slap sound. Song Nianzi placed her hands on her hips, is this man sick? He even hits women, watch how I deal with him. Han Zhuo grabbed her, Nianzi, don't be impulsive, what if this is their trap? We need to remember our mission and not be affected. After hearing this, Song Nianzi had no choice but to back down, but still said, just wait, if this man lives until the end, I will definitely send him to the law enforcement bureau. Ling Wei turned to glare at the room at the end of the corridor, frowning as she said, I went into this room before, there's nothing inside, not even a bed. How can there be piano music? Hearing this, everyone quickened their pace, until a tightly closed wooden door appeared before them at the end of the corridor. The piano music flowed through the door panel, as if it was coming from another world. Qin Lang stood in front of the door, reached out to press the doorknob, and found that the door was not locked. With a slight push, the door creaked open slowly. The room before them was pitch black, the curtains covered in thick dust, and a faint musty smell lingered in the air. However, in this dark space, a black grand piano stood quietly in the center of the room, its dark body reflecting a faint light. And the piano music abruptly stopped the moment the door opened. The room became frighteningly silent at once. Sumubai gently took a breath, looked around, and whispered, there's no strange presence. Her tone carried a hint of doubt, if there was a strange presence here, she should be able to sense it as one of her kind. But now, the place was empty. Qin Lang's gaze swept around the room, contemplated for a moment, then reached for the doorknob, click, he closed the door again. At the moment the door fully closed, the piano music played again. The melodious melody echoed in the air, striking at everyone's nerves one by one. The air seemed to freeze instantly, everyone held their breath, standing at the door, staring at the tightly shut wooden door. Qin Lang's expression slightly darkened, and the corner of his mouth slowly curled into a meaningful smile, interesting. He pushed the door open again, the room was still in its dim state, the musty smell and sense of lifelessness felt even stronger. However, this time Qin Lang did not focus immediately on the black piano, but rather on the floor of the room. A row of bloody footprints clearly appeared on the wooden floor, extending from the corner of the room to the front of the piano. These footprints were somewhat blurred, as if just formed, but they carried an ancient aura, seeming to have existed in this room for a long time. The color of the blood was deep, with black spots, evidently not recently made. Moreover, their shape was somewhat unusual. Song Nianzi stepped forward to take a look and said, these are not normal human footprints, it seems someone was dragged, leaving these struggles behind. Ling Wei said in a deep voice, just now when I entered the room, these footprints did not exist, how could they suddenly appear? Ling Wei's face changed as she quickly took a small necklace off her neck. The necklace had a silver drop-shaped crystal, sparkling and emitting a faint light. This necklace can help me sense any anomalies in the room, whether human traces or some strange presence. She explained, her gaze focused, fingers tightly gripping the crystal. As her palm applied slight pressure, the surface of the necklace's crystal began to glow softly. She closed her eyes, seeming to be conducting some kind of sensing. Minutes later, beads of sweat began to form on Ling Wei's forehead. Ling Wei suddenly opened her eyes. Her expression was somewhat astonished. Strange, there is absolutely nothing unusual here. She once again aimed the crystal of the necklace at her surroundings, carefully probing, but still found no response. Song Nianzi and Han Zhuo were both somewhat surprised. Nothing at all? Qin Lang frowned slightly, squatting down beside the footprints to closely examine these marks. He murmured softly, gently touching the puddle of wet blood on the floor with his fingertips, and fell silent. Ling Wei's forehead was already covered in cold sweat, still unable to find any clues to explain these footprints. It's impossible, there are not even the slightest clues. Her voice trembled slightly, clearly also taken aback by such a change. Grandma Jean looked at Qin Lang, not human, nor strange. Could it be some kind of illusion? Could it be that we have been possessed? Once this was said, Song Nianzi and the others began to feel a bit anxious. If someone really was exerting power, wouldn't that mean they had already fallen victim to someone's skill? Qin Lang did not speak again, but bypassed the piano, checking around, carefully observing the ground. Suddenly, Han Zhuo said softly, these footprints seem to stretch from beside the piano to the other side of the room, but this room has no secret passages or any hidden space. In other words, these bloody footprints should indicate that the victim was forcibly dragged out from the piano by the murderer. Then the question arises. Qin Lang paused for a moment, looking directly into Ling Wei's eyes. How did these footprints come to be? We were all outside just now. If something had really happened, we wouldn't have missed it at all. Everyone fell into silence. Qin Lang stood in the center of the room, frowning slightly, his gaze slowly sweeping across everything in the room. Wait a minute. Qin Lang's gaze stopped at an old clock on the wall, its glass face already yellowed, the hands moving slowly, the ticking sound clearly audible. Look at this. His voice was deep and calm. The clock in this room is still ticking. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively looked up at the clock. Song Nianzi was stunned for a moment, then her pupils contracted slightly. Really? All the clocks downstairs, including the ones we checked earlier, are all stopped at 11:11, but this room's clock is still running. Her voice paused, as if she had sensed something deeper and more unusual. This clock was not only moving, but its time seemed to be a bit ahead of the outside. Grandma Jean stepped closer, staring intently at the clock face. Could it be that this room itself is not affected by some rules of the copy? Qin Lang pondered for a moment, suddenly thought of something, his tone suddenly firm. I understand. Quick, everyone hurry up and get out. No, it's not that it is unaffected, but that it is experiencing its own flow of time. He slowly raised his head, his gaze profound, as if he had glimpsed the secrets hidden in the room. I understand, this room will start to repeat past events as soon as it closes. Grandma Jean was slightly taken aback, looking down at the bloody footprints, her face instantly becoming serious. Do you mean, everything we see, including that row of footprints, the piano sound, and even the flow of time in the room, is a repetition of events that have already happened? Exactly. Qin Lang nodded slightly, his eyes emitting a glimmer of rational light. This explains why Ling Wei's necklace detects nothing, because it is not something occurring now, but a scene that has previously appeared. It's just that it is being constantly reproduced by some kind of rule now. Why does it sound like? Song Nianzi couldn't help but add in a low voice, the looped videotape? Qin Lang raised his gaze, scanning every detail in the room, and slowly said, if that's the case, then everything here might just be some kind of residual time projection. This means we cannot obtain any direct clues from here at all. The atmosphere in the room was so heavy that it made it hard to breathe. The air seemed to have become stagnant. Everyone instinctively took a step back, staring at the row of abrupt blood footprints and the black piano quietly standing in the corner. At this moment, the piano music had long since disappeared, but an invisible sense of oppression filled the entire space, chilling everyone to the bone. If the time in this room operated independently and continuously replayed what had happened before, then, what would happen next here? No one could predict. Ling Wei couldn't help but rub her arms. Even though the temperature in the room wasn't low, she felt a chilling sensation spreading from her back. Song Nianzi's fingers curled slightly, and her gaze tightened on the messy footprints. Those marks began beside the piano and extended towards the door, dragging a dark red trail behind them. At the end of those footprints, the bloodstains became thicker, and one could even see clear signs of struggle, as if someone was trying to escape but was pulled back by something. Damn, this is really troublesome. Song Nianzi frowned and muttered under her breath, so, we completely don't know what this room will replay next, and the passage of time here is not under our control. She was also an experienced player, having braved many different types and difficulties of plots and dilemmas. But at this moment, she realized an extremely dangerous fact: they could not control what happened here. They might be able to push the door open and observe the echoes of the past, but if the rules of time here truly constantly replay what had happened, then would the room replay someone's death? Would it replay some invisible horror? More importantly, when these scenes replayed, would they still be able to leave safely? Aunt Jeannie took a puff of her cigarette and said, "If that's the case, Qin Lang, it was right for you to call us out. We better not stay too long. Because we don't know if this replay process will pull us in as well." Everyone's hearts sank abruptly. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Just as everyone was deep in thought, a strange sound suddenly echoed in the room, as if something had been knocked over, followed by indistinct arguing sounds. The sound wasn't loud, but it carried a sense of unusual pressure, as if it came from the remnants of another world. The voice seemed trapped in this room, repeatedly replaying a moment that had once happened. Hiss. Accompanied by the sound of fabric tearing, the air in the room suddenly stagnated, and the arguing became clearer. Qin Lang and the others leaned in to listen. They could hear a man and a woman shouting. Their voices seemed to be covered by some invisible interference, making it hard to hear the specific content, but one could discern intense emotional fluctuations, filled with anger and rage. Song Niancy's brow furrowed slightly, then she took out a spirit binding lock from her waist. What a haunting trick! Her gaze sharpened as she whispered, "I don't believe it. No matter what ghostly thing is inside, I will catch it first." After saying that, she lifted her foot, ready to rush in. However, just as she was about to step forward, Qin Lang grabbed her arm and said firmly, "It's useless." Song Niancy was taken aback for a moment, her brow slightly furrowed. "Why?" Qin Lang fixed his gaze on the room's furnishings, his tone calm and determined. "Didn't I say? The rules of this room have already been set. Once the door is opened, the time inside will stop. You won't catch anything by going in." Song Niancy was slightly stunned and instinctively looked at the black piano, then swept her gaze around the room's decor. Sure enough, the arguing sound they had heard before had vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed at all. Song Niancy furrowed her brows. "What's going on?" "Because the door is closed." Qin Lang said calmly, "This room will only continue to repeat everything that happened before when it's sealed. As long as we push the door open, it will pause." He paused, then continued, "This is not a simple paranormal event, but some kind of special time residual." The group exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became even more tense. "Then what should we do?" Song Niancy tightly gripped the spirit binding lock, her eyes revealing a hint of unwillingness. "Just wait like this?" Qin Lang's gaze darkened. He nodded slowly and said, "We can't intervene directly, but we can wait." Hanjua furrowed his brows. "Wait until when?" "It's not about waiting until when." Qin Lang's lips curled into a slight smile, his tone meaningful. "What I mean is, wait for someone who understands to come and tell us the story of this room." Ling Wei was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized and asked cautiously, "You want to force them out?" Qin Lang's lips curved up slightly. He nodded, "That's right." Ling Wei frowned, somewhat hesitant, and said, "But the problem is, would they be willing? Especially that Feng Zhao." He was just mumbling, looking like he didn't want to talk more. "And the fact that he can tolerate the strange events happening here clearly shows he's not simple. Even if he knows, he won't tell us." At this moment, Grandma Jeannie suddenly laughed. Qin Lang, you plan to do something bad, don't you?" A playful gleam flashed in Grandma Jeannie's eyes. Qin Lang did not shy away. He nodded straightforwardly. "That's right." Chapter 191, The In's Past. After the words were spoken, Qin Lang directly took out the demon-slaying blade from behind. Seeing this scene, Ling Wei, Song Niancy, Hanjua, and the others were all slightly startled. Su Mufeng's expression changed slightly, and he whispered, "You don't really plan to tear down this room, do you?" Qin Lang sneered coldly, gripping the hilt of the blade, his gaze sharp. "If the things in this room won't speak, then let them step forward themselves." He finished speaking, without hesitation, raised the blade, its edge slightly tilted upwards, clearly about to strike the wall directly. However, just as the blade was about to fall, faint footsteps suddenly sounded in the corridor. Tap. Tap. The sound was like someone slowly walking, their steps steady but carrying an eerie weight, as if bearing some unexplainable oppressive force, causing a sudden chill to rise in the heart. Then, a hunched figure slowly appeared at the end of the corridor. It was the old woman from before. Her cloudy eyes flickered with a strange gleam under the dim light, and her lips curled into a half-smile as she stared at Qin Lang. "Ha! Such a hot-tempered kid." Her voice was deep and hoarse, but carried an indescribable, profound tone. Under the dim light, everyone could finally see that the old woman was actually wearing a damp raincoat. Raindrops kept falling from the hem and cuffs of her coat, splashing small drops of water on the wooden floor, and they could even hear the drip, drip sound, which was especially clear in the silent corridor. Ling Wei instinctively took a step back, muttering softly, "Wearing a raincoat indoors? What's wrong with her?" But the old woman seemed not to hear their murmurs, slightly lifting her head, her cloudy gaze sweeping the room, her voice low and slow. "Little ones, you should be more honest. Her tone didn't carry intentional threats, but it somehow made people feel an oppressive force, as if every word she spoke carried a 1,000-pound weight, pressing down on one's heart. However, Qin Lang only smiled faintly, still holding the demon-slaying blade steady in his hand, its edge gleaming coldly, seemingly ready to strike again at any moment. If you want me to stop, fine. Qin Lang's tone was calm. First, explain clearly what happened in this room. The old woman stared at him deeply, then shook her head. This room is one of the features of the entire inn, you can't destroy it. Her voice carried a hint of a sigh, as if speaking of something already destined. Han Zhuo frowned. Special? What does that mean? The old woman did not answer directly, but continued, if you learn about the things in this room, you will never be able to turn back. Her tone was heavy, even carrying a hint of warning. Ling Wei could not help but speak up. Never turn back? What does that mean? The old woman did not reply, instead she fixed her gaze on Qin Lang. However, Qin Lang chuckled lightly and said without hesitation, it doesn't matter, we came here for this. His eyes were incredibly firm, showing no hesitation at all. The old woman stared at him for a few seconds, then sighed, as if she had already anticipated this answer. All right then. She gently shook her head, just wait until 10:30, you all come downstairs, and I will explain everything clearly. After saying this, the old woman walked down alone. Sumu Bai and the others turned their gaze towards Qin Lang. Let's wait, go down at 10:30 sharp. Qin Lang put away the ghost-slaying blade, let's see what exactly is here. As 10:30 approached, Qin Lang and the others arrived downstairs as promised, and they saw the old woman already waiting there, still wearing that damp raincoat. Water droplets slowly slid down the hem of the coat, pooling on the ground into a small puddle, looking eerie and cold. Song Nianci stared at her for a few seconds, unable to help but frown. Aren't you uncomfortable wearing that? The old woman lowered her eyelids, her voice still gravelly. I have been wandering outside for years, I have long gotten used to it. Her tone was calm and unruffled, as if this raincoat had become a part of her body, even leading one to wonder if she had ever taken it off. Qin Lang did not speak, his gaze fixed on the old woman, waiting for her explanation. The old woman slowly lifted her head, her eyes scanning the crowd with a certain profound heaviness. She let out a soft sigh and finally spoke. This inn was once just an ordinary family inn, run by an elderly couple. Her voice was low, as if it was coming from a time long past. That couple lived a peaceful life, their inn, though small, was doing fairly well. They had a smart and lovely daughter, a family of 3 living happily, leading a simple yet joyful life. At this point, the old woman paused, her gaze drifting outside, as if she were remembering a distant past. Until one rainy night, everything changed. The wind outside rustled the tattered curtains, making a rustling sound, as if echoing her words. That night, the rain poured heavily, and the lights of the inn reflected in the puddles, looking lonely. Raindrops hammered against the windows, and the sound of a bell rang outside in the night as 10 guests knocked on the inn's door. The old woman's tone remained calm, but the mention of 10 guests made everyone feel an inexplicable chill. Song Nianci instinctively guessed, something big was about to happen. The 10 people were dressed in soaking wet clothes, looking like merchants from out of town, saying they had encountered the storm and had no choice but to seek shelter. The elderly couple were kind-hearted, of course they would not refuse, so they welcomed them, arranged rooms, and even warmly made ginger soup, fearing their guests would catch a cold from the rain. Who could have known? The old woman's voice trembled slightly, her eyes deep as night. In the middle of the night, the true nature of these 10 people revealed itself. The air in the hall seemed to freeze. The old woman continued slowly, it turned out from the very beginning, they had not intended just to stay. They tied up the elderly couple, gagged them, not letting them make a sound. Their daughter tried to resist, wanting to seek help, but... The old woman paused, a dim darkness clouding her face. She was assaulted by some of the men in the end. A family of 3 was locked up by a robber. Her voice was light and airy, yet it fell like a stone into an abyss, stirring ripples in everyone's hearts. Han Zhuo frowned, as if sensing something wrong in her words, and asked in a low voice, and then? What happened to them later? And what does this have to do with that room? The old lady did not answer immediately but looked down at her raincoat, a mysterious smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Because. She gently uttered these 2 words, her voice like a whisper in the night wind. That family of 3 died in that room. Chapter 192, 3 more arrive. As the old lady spoke, the hall gradually fell into a deep silence. Qin Lang's gaze was profound as he slowly asked, so, everything that happened in that room was the tragic state of the hotel owner's family dying? The old lady showed a strange expression, half smiling and half earnest, upon hearing this question. Not entirely. Qin Lang furrowed his brows, then what is it? What do the constantly repeating piano sounds and the sudden blood footprints in that room represent? The old lady slowly raised her head. The piano music in that room was played by the owner's daughter. Her words seemed to drop heavily into everyone's hearts, carrying a dull weight. Ling Wei frowned slightly. So, that girl's spirit is still there, right? She had seen countless strange things in spirits, so she wasn't afraid anymore. But this kind of strange phenomenon that could conduct a time rewind in a room was something she had never encountered before. Ling Wei couldn't think of how to deal with this strangeness, so she felt quite worried. The old lady sighed softly and shook her head. It's not just her, the spirits of all three of them are there, and each has its own place to return. Upon hearing this, everyone froze in surprise. If each had one, didn't that mean there were still two more? So, we've only encountered one of them. Song Niancy's voice was a bit dry. Exactly. The old lady slowly nodded. You are only touching one now, and since just now, that family of three has already set their sights on you. The moment these words fell, Qin Lang and the others exchanged glances. Qin Lang chuckled. So, they have already set their sights on us? The old lady's lips curled up slightly. That's right. Qin Lang laughed. Good, that suits me just fine. Seeing Qin Lang's expression, the old lady revealed a hint of surprise. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, a short but urgent car horn sounded, piercingly loud. Qin Lang and the others paused slightly and then walked towards the hotel entrance almost in unison. In the rain curtain, two cars stopped in front of the hotel, their headlights still on, with rainwater sliding down the car body, pooling on the ground. Soon, the car doors were pushed open, and a man and a woman stepped out of the first car. The man was just over 30, tall and thin, wearing a dark jacket, his face filled with anxiousness. He helped a woman inside, who was wearing a gray trench coat, her hair soaked by the rain, her features twisted together, groaning while clutching her swollen belly. Almost simultaneously, the door of the second car was also pushed open, and a petite woman hurriedly stepped out. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, droplets of water on her face, her expression showing some tension. The man, disregarding the umbrella, hurriedly ran up the steps and spoke to Qin Lang and the others standing at the entrance. Excuse me, is there a vacant room? Can we get a room? His voice carried an urgency, rainwater dripping down his forehead as he held the woman tightly, seemingly comforting her. The old lady slowly stood up, glanced over the three, and then turned to call out, Feng Zhao. Soon, Feng Zhao came down from upstairs, and upon seeing the two women and one man at the door, A hint of surprise appeared on the originally dull face, but it quickly returned to calm as he nodded and said. There are rooms available on the third floor, you can. No. The man immediately interrupted him, urgency in his voice. I want a room on the second floor, my wife is feeling very unwell right now. Ah. As he spoke, the woman's face grew even paler, sweat visible on her forehead, and her hands instinctively clutched her stomach. Clearly, her condition could not be delayed any longer. Feng Zhao paused slightly, seemingly hesitant. He glanced at Qin Lang and the others. There aren't many rooms on the second floor, there is indeed one room left, but it is not very suitable for staying. However, before Feng Zhao could finish his words, Song Niancy, who was standing aside, suddenly spoke up. We can give them one of our rooms. Her voice was crisp and decisive, without a trace of hesitation. Feng Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Okay, I will take you upstairs. Qin Lang's expression darkened, his tone calm but carrying undeniable authority. No, our room cannot be given. Upon hearing this, everyone froze. Song Niancy frowned, unable to restrain herself from countering. Qin Lang, you are really lacking in compassion. Can't you see she is in discomfort? What if she goes into labor? Her tone carried a hint of reproach, clearly unhappy with Qin Lang's attitude. The man nodded urgently and said, Sir, we can pay double the room fee. As long as we can stay, we can pay any amount. As he spoke, he took out a stack of cash from his pocket, spreading it open in his palm, his eyes full of pleading. But Qin Lang didn't even glance at it, coldly uttering 4 words, no amount will do. The man's expression changed slightly, his lips trembled, seemingly a bit angry. Yet, Qin Lang's expression remained unmoved, his gaze deep, as if he had already made a decision. After a moment of stalemate, the man finally sighed, gritted his teeth, and softly said to the pregnant woman, Honey, I'll take you upstairs first. Having said that, he turned to Feng Zhao, urgency evident in his eyes. Sorry for the trouble. Feng Zhao nodded and led them upstairs. The man took a few steps, looked back at Qin Lang, his eyes complex, seemingly still unwilling to accept. People like you. I wish you all the best. Qin Lang glanced at him and chuckled. No need for your concern. The man said no more and went upstairs directly. At that moment, another woman standing beside them slowly stepped forward. She wore a fitted black dress that clung to her figure even more after getting wet from the rain, her features exquisite and sharp, radiating a cold beauty. Her skin was extremely fair, with obvious double eyelid creases. Qin Lang asked, Beautiful lady, are you also staying here? The beauty ignored him, seemingly displeased with Qin Lang's recent cold-hearted behavior. After waiting for Feng Zhao to come down, she finally spoke, I want a single room, anywhere is fine. Having said this, she took out a large stack of money from her bag and placed it on the counter decisively, adding lightly, I need it to be quiet. Feng Zhao looked at the stack of cash with a slight flutter of his eyelid, then nodded, Okay, let's register first. The beauty didn't waste any words, swiftly picking up a pen and neatly signing her name in the registration book. Her handwriting was tidy and cold, just like her personality, devoid of any warmth. Suddenly, Feng Zhao looked at her name and asked, "Is this your real name?" The beauty flicked her hair and said, "What's it to you? Do you need to ask that?" Qin Lang stepped forward for a look and found she had written 3 characters, Little Strawberry. Feng Zhao suddenly asked with a stern face, "You're not selling yourself, are you?" Everyone focused their attention on the beauty. The beauty frowned. "What does that have to do with you?" Feng Zhao shouted angrily, You get out of here." Little Strawberry frowned. "What? You want me to leave in such heavy rain? Are you as cold-blooded as that man just now?" Feng Zhao wanted to say more, but the old woman in the raincoat spoke again. "Feng Zhao, how can you run a business and not let people in?" Feng Zhao gritted his teeth and shot a glare at Xiao Qiaomei, snorted, then threw out a set of keys and left. Xiao Qiaomei muttered, "Crazy." After everything was handed over, she brushed her slightly messy hair and headed straight for the stairs. Once the outsiders were gone, Song Nianzi could no longer hold back. She suddenly turned her head, her eyes angrily fixed on Qin Lang. "Qin Lang, you are way too cold-blooded. No matter how cautious you are, you should at least consider the feelings of a pregnant woman, right? What you just did was really excessive." However, Qin Lang merely glanced at her lightly, with a face full of disdain. "Song Nianzi, have you bumped your head?" Song Nianzi frowned. "What do you mean? If you don't explain clearly, I won't let you go." Qin Lang's lips curled slightly, his gaze calm and sharp. "Look at the cars those people are driving." The crowd turned, almost in unison, to look at the hotel entrance. In the rain, 2 cars quietly sat on the muddy ground, looking quite vintage from their models and appearances. Ling Wei frowned slightly, her expression grew serious. "This car is at least an old model from more than 10 years ago. In today's world, this would be considered an antique. Why are they still driving such a car?" Qin Lang nodded, continuing, "Not just the car, but the cash that woman took out earlier, did you notice? That money is also old, not new bills, over 10 years old. And who still carries so much cash these days?" Everyone fell silent for a moment. Indeed, we are already in an age of electronic payments. Almost no one would carry around a huge stack of cash unless in special circumstances. Ling Wei suddenly gasped, her pupils slightly constricted, her lips a bit dry as she said, "Qin Lang, you mean they are not from the same era as us?" Qin Lang nodded, "Exactly. At first, the 2 men and 1 woman we encountered might have been players. But the people we are facing now might all be arranged, living in the past. Everything about them might be planned and designed. Not knowing their identity, I don't want to have too much interaction with them." Song Nianzi thought of her earlier softness, realizing it could lead to unexpected consequences, feeling a wave of fear wash over her. Different times and eras happening all at one place, this was the first time she had ever seen such a thing. Hanjua asked, "What do you plan to do?" Qin Lang smirked, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "It's simple, just go find them and ask." Ling Wei frowned, whispering, "What if they don't cooperate like Feng Zhao?" Qin Lang shrugged, his tone nonchalant, "Don't cooperate? Then we can force them." After that, Qin Lang reached down to pat the ghost-slaying knife at his waist. Song Nianzi and the others exchanged looks, agreeing with this method. Ling Wei glanced around at everyone, and after a moment of thought said, "I have a suggestion, why don't we split up? Qin Lang, you go find out about those people's background, and we will check the other 2 rooms haunted by spirits, trying to quickly understand the situation here. But there's one principle, without knowing what might happen, no one should act rashly. We will wait until everyone is together before taking any action." Qin Lang didn't oppose. "Okay." Song Nianzi blinked, casually stretching her hand as if to yawn, then said, "Well, you guys wait for me a bit, I need to use the restroom, I'll be right back." Ling Wei didn't think much of it, just casually replied, "Hurry back." Song Nianzi smiled, turned, and left the living room. Walking down the corridor towards the bathroom. She pushed the door open and closed it behind her, making sure the lock clicked shut. Then she took out her phone from her pocket, quickly swiping the screen and typing rapidly. Song Nianzi sent a message to Yi, "Hey, how are you?" After sending the message, she held her breath and stared at the screen. Yi and she had secretly reached an agreement, promising to keep it from Qin Lang and allowing Yi to enter the Rainy Night Hotel's instance. Now Yi should be hiding somewhere, and after realizing the terror of this hotel, Song Nianzi began to doubt whether Yi was safe. A few seconds later, the phone vibrated, and a new message popped up. "Yi, I'm already inside the hotel." Song Nianzi's pupils constricted, she gasped, and quickly replied, "Where are you? Have you seen anything?" "Yi, there's a backyard in the hotel, I'm hiding in the warehouse for now." Just as Song Nianzi was thinking about how to reply, suddenly, she heard footsteps outside the bathroom. Clop, clop, clop. The sound was neither fast nor slow, as if someone was walking barefoot on the damp floor, moving forward slowly, each step accompanied by faint water sounds, especially clear in the bathroom. Song Nianzi's heart tightened, and she looked up warily towards the door. "Ling Wei?" she called out softly. However, there was no response from outside. The corridor was as silent as death, even the sound of raindrops hitting the window seemed to be swallowed up. Could it be? Song Niancy frowned, a sense of unease rising in her heart. She instinctively held her breath and pressed her ear against the door, trying to listen closely to the noise outside, but the clop, clop sound continued. Song Niancy took a deep breath, then said, "Who is it? Don't play tricks." The footsteps suddenly stopped. Song Niancy's fingers tightened slightly, her heart racing a beat. She quickly put away her phone, placed it in her pocket, and adjusted her breathing to calm herself. Among the people she knew, there were only two women, Ling Wei and Su Mubai. Su Mubai was a female spirit, she didn't need to go to the bathroom and wouldn't make footsteps. Then if the person outside wasn't Ling Wei, who could it be? Suddenly, the lights in the women's restroom dimmed. Song Niancy's heart raced as she pulled out her spirit binding lock. "Who the hell are you? Come out." Chapter 194, Eyes in the Night. The humidity in the bathroom suddenly increased, and the air instantly became even more dead silent. Is anyone there?" Song Niancy shivered, her heartbeat quickening. Just then, Song Niancy suddenly felt a cold and eerie gaze. That feeling, it was as though something was looking down at her from above. Song Niancy's pupils shrank sharply, and cold sweat instantaneously erupted on her back. Her neck stiffly tilted upward, a pair of deep eyes glimmering in the darkness, staring at her without moving. Those eyes were lifeless and dull, making one instantly think of the dead fish eyes seen in a morgue. Ah! In an instant, Song Niancy felt as if her entire body's blood had frozen. She screamed and stumbled out of the bathroom, her whole body was like an arrow released from a bow, almost running out into the corridor. Bang! She crashed heavily into someone's chest, and the recoil made her stagger back. When she focused her eyes, she realized she had bumped into Qin Lang. Qin Lang frowned and squinted as he asked, "What are you doing? Running so fast, did you see a ghost?" Song Niancy gasped for breath, her face pale, and firmly grabbed Qin Lang's sleeve, her voice trembling. "There's really something in the bathroom." Qin Lang's brow furrowed tighter. "What is it?" Song Niancy's voice trembled, her words jumbled as she gestured. "It was just staring at me." She was not new to dealing with the bizarre, but what she just experienced still sent chills down her spine. Qin Lang glanced at her with suspicion, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. "Calm down for now. Calm down, for the love of God." Song Niancy was about to explode. "I almost died from fear. I think." Qin Lang spoke calmly, his gaze sweeping over her, then the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. "No matter how scared you are, at least, you should put your pants on first." Song Niancy froze for a moment, her heart racing faster. She looked down and realized she had forgotten to pull up her pants when she came out. She had run out so quickly that her loose sports pants had slid down to her knees, leaving her standing bare-legged in front of Qin Lang in the hallway. "Song Niancy." The air fell into a dead silence. Then, Song Niancy's face turned beet red in an instant. Qin Lang chuckled, "I didn't expect you to be such a novice." Song Niancy pulled up her pants. "If you look again, I'll fight you." Qin Lang merely smiled, raising an eyebrow. "It's fine, being hygienic is a good thing. I have to say, I really see you in a new light. Get lost." Song Niancy pushed him away, tugging at her pants as she shouted, "If you dare tell anyone, I'll kill you. I really will." Qin Lang raised his hands. All right, I will never tell anyone I saw a wild animal today." "You say that again." Song Niancy's face was still blushing, she glared at Qin Lang fiercely, with a hint of embarrassment and anger as she asked, "Why were you waiting at the women's restroom door?" Qin Lang smiled. "You shouted so loudly, the whole corridor could hear. If I had no reaction, that would be suspicious, right? I was actually going upstairs to find that couple and some strawberries, but you called me back, and now I'm all mixed up." "You?" Song Niancy was at a loss for words, recalling her earlier embarrassing situation, her face burned hotter. At this moment, Su Mubai also rushed over, asking what was going on. Qin Lang shrugged. "The weirdness in this hotel has begun again." After hearing this, Su Mubai looked a bit nervous but then said, "But I didn't feel anything at all." This was something she cared about very much. In the previous quests, whenever there were supernatural beings or weird occurrences, she could always sense them. But in this rainy night hotel quest, she felt her ability to sense the supernatural had failed her. Qin Lang turned his head towards the restroom. "Miss Su, you should go in and check for anything unusual." Su Mubai nodded, and then she floated into the restroom, *. After a moment, Su Mubai came out, slightly frowning. "There's nothing in there, I can't even sense a hint of the supernatural." Upon hearing this, Song Niancy's expression changed slightly, her hands instinctively clenched the edge of her clothes. She knew she hadn't imagined things, but Su Mubai's words sent chills down her spine. If there were no ghosts, then what on earth did she see? Qin Lang noticed her anxious expression and continued to ask, "Are you sure you really saw something?" Song Niancy affirmed, "There's absolutely no mistake. Qin Lang asked again, then tell me in detail, what exactly was in there? Song Niancy took a deep breath, desperately trying to recall that terrifying scene from just now. After a moment, she licked her dry lips and whispered, I think I saw a pair of men's eyes. Qin Lang asked, men's eyes, what do they look like? Song Niancy continued to recall, instinctively hugging her arms. I don't know how to describe it, in short, it was very scary. It was looking down at me from above. Qin Lang couldn't help but laugh, looking down from above? Seems like it's not a serious supernatural being. Song Niancy hit him lightly, you still have the nerve to joke? I was almost scared out of my mind. Qin Lang stroked his chin, then it seems I need to go in and take a look. Let's go, let's meet the supernatural here. Under the dim yellow light, the women's restroom was filled with a faint damp smell. Qin Lang walked in front, with Su Mubai and Song Niancy following behind, the three of them slowly entering the restroom that terrified Song Niancy. At this time, the restroom's lighting seemed to have been restored at some point. The surroundings were silent, only the occasional drip of water from the old pipe fell, splashing on the tiled floor and echoing with drip-tap. Qin Lang glanced around, finding that everything in the restroom looked normal, with nothing particularly scary about it. Song Niancy nervously hunched her shoulders, raised her hand to point at the innermost stall, her voice tense, just now, it was here, I saw those eyes while sitting on the toilet. Qin Lang squinted, stepped toward that stall, pushed the door open, and found it empty, with only the toilet lid half closed and a lingering smell of urine in the air. Qin Lang pressed the flush button and said, there's nothing here, think carefully, what other features did those eyes have? Song Niancy stared intently at that stall, her face still pale, murmuring, I really saw it, it was staring at me from right there. I can't quite remember the details. However, before she could say anything more, the restroom light suddenly went out with a pop. Qin Lang looked up, and the surroundings instantly turned pitch dark. Miss Su, Song Niancy? Qin Lang's first reaction was to turn and look for Su Mubai and Song Niancy, but the space around him was empty, and he could hear no sounds. He tried calling out again, but his voice echoed in the closed space, with no response coming back. Ha, is it finally my turn? Qin Lang immediately gripped his ghost-slaying knife tightly, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile, as he pushed the stall door open and stepped outside. It seemed that he was the only one left in the restroom now. Qin Lang licked his lips, scanning the surroundings, feeling no panic in his heart, but rather a slight excitement. Rather than being kept in the dark, Qin Lang preferred this feeling of taking the initiative. It was like playing a game, getting lost and encountering nothing was less satisfying than facing the monster directly, at least it showed that he hadn't gone the wrong way. Come out and play with me. Qin Lang chuckled softly, his right hand tightening around the hilt of his knife. Suddenly, he felt a slight gaze resting on him. That feeling was like prey being watched by a lurking predator, both hidden and oppressive, as if something was hiding in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Qin Lang didn't rush to turn around, he closed his eyes, slowly exhaled, and then suddenly raised the corners of his mouth, whispering, not hiding anymore? You've been watching for so long, it's about time you show up. However, the gaze behind him did not shift, instead, it grew even colder. Qin Lang finally turned his head, his gaze falling on the dark corner behind him, still, nothing at all. He smiled, casually twirling the knife's hilt, and said cheerfully, let me give you a hint. I'm the kind of person who doesn't have many hobbies, just loves to tear down homes. He raised the ghost-slaying knife, its blade reflecting a sharp glimmer in the darkness. So stop playing hide-and-seek with me. His voice was deep and threatening, the tip of the knife slowly pressing against the wall, as if with just a little more force, the whole wall would split apart. If you don't come out, I might really tear it down. Ha ha ha. A strange laugh echoed in the dark restroom, sending chills down the spine. Qin Lang sniffed, without saying a word, the knife in his hand struck down. Bang! The ghost-slaying knife struck forcefully at that stall door with a fierce slicing sound. The blade sank deep into the wooden panel, accompanied by a violent tremble, splitting the board in the middle and leaving a deep gash from the top to the floor. But just as Qin Lang was preparing to pull out the blade for another strike, crack, unexpectedly, the split door began to repair itself. The crack seemed to be smoothed out by an invisible hand, the wood grain stitching back together, leaving no trace of damage, as if Qin Lang's attack had merely been an illusion. Ha 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 ha. And that laughter grew even louder. The laughter was sharp, piercing, and carried an indescribable mocking tone, as if mocking Qin Lang's helplessness. Qin Lang squinted his eyes, the ghost-slaying blade once again resting at his side, and spoke indifferently, what are you laughing at? You think I can't deal with you? Before the words fell, Qin Lang suddenly closed his eyes, and the blood within him seemed to boil in an instant, a strong killing intent bursting forth from deep within his body. Bai Qi! Come out and stretch a bit. The Bai Qi that had been quiet for a long time suddenly awakened at this moment. In the darkness, a chilling shadow gradually emerged, closely attached to Qin Lang's back. Bai Qi's voice, laced with lazy laughter, echoed in Qin Lang's mind, Big brother, you really haven't called me in a long time. If you didn't call me out, my body would have gotten stiff. His tone carried a hint of cruel mockery, but Qin Lang only let out a cold laugh, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Perfect, today let them see the power of you, the god of killing. As soon as Bai Qi exerted his strength, the entire restroom began to shake violently. The ceiling light flickered erratically, emitting a buzzing electric sound, sometimes going out, sometimes lighting up, as if controlled by some invisible force. The ground trembled slightly, the doors of the stalls creaked with strange noises, like invisible hands pushing forcefully. Black water leaked from the cracks in the wall tiles, as if some ominous aura was secretly flowing. The killing intent and powerful combat power from Bai Qi continued to erupt. Plus, now Qin Lang's physique was different from before. Bai Qi's killing intent overflowed even more. Big brother, how does it feel? Qin Lang laughed heartily. I feel stronger than before. Bai Qi said, it's not that you have become stronger, it's that you are becoming more skilled. While I absorb those treasures, I also allow you to benefit. So keep collecting more treasures like this, both you and I will become stronger. Qin Lang said, when you say that, you are asking me to work. Don't worry. As long as we break through this instance, we will get more rewards and can find the people from the Wudao Society. They have plenty of good stuff. The two continued their conversation, strong killing intent spilling out constantly, and the entire restroom's atmosphere began to change dramatically. However, just a few seconds later. Bang! All the anomalies abruptly stopped, the light stabilized, and everything returned to calm. Qin Lang looked around, a hint of mockery appearing on his lips, casually resting the ghost-slaying blade on his shoulder, sneering, turns out it was just a flashy performance. Qin Lang. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Turning around, Qin Lang saw Su Mubai and Song Nianci rushing into the restroom with tense expressions. Song Nianci's face appeared pale, her eyes carrying a trace of uncertainty, as if she had just experienced something unusual. Su Mubai directly frowned and asked, Qin Lang, where did you go just now? You suddenly disappeared, we searched for a long time. Song Nianci followed closely, her voice laced with a bit of unease. We were clearly standing at the restroom door just moments ago, but in the blink of an eye, you disappeared, even your breath was gone. What exactly happened? Upon hearing this, Qin Lang gently brushed off the dust from the ghost-slaying blade, leaning leisurely against the sink, and said casually. Looks like this hotel has some strange power that can send people to different times and spaces. Song Nianci was taken aback, then furrowed her brows. Different times and spaces? How can you be sure? Qin Lang took something out of his pocket. This can prove it, or can be said to be one of this hotel's secrets. Song Nianci and Su Mubai looked over, and then they were shocked. Chapter 196, The Frightening Time. Qin Lang took out something from his pocket. It turned out to be a steamed bun. Song Nianci and Su Mubai looked closely. The bun was covered in dark green mold, its surface pitted and emitting a foul odor. Song Nianci couldn't help but cover her mouth and nose. What is this? Is it the secret of the Rainy Night Hotel? Qin Lang said, this is what I put in my pocket during dinner. But just a little while ago, it became like this. Fortunately, I got out early, otherwise, I wouldn't know what was happening. Su Mubai's pupils narrowed slightly as she murmured, how can this be possible? She believed she had strong spiritual power, yet she had never seen such strangeness or traps. Qin Lang casually threw the bun on the ground, indifferent, shrugging slightly and saying, if I'm guessing correctly, this strangeness can not only send people to different time and space but also make them experience the passage of time after this time and space ends. He looked at Su Mubai. To the strange, time is meaningless, but to the living, time is equivalent to lifespan. The worst part is, this change is not harmless. It doesn't let you immediately notice something is wrong. Instead, after a few time leaps, you'll find some details start to change. For example, your belongings, your body, even your lifespan. Song Nianci's eyes widened suddenly, shock making her cover her mouth. Song Nianci's expression became serious. You mean, are we fighting them with time? She thought of how she had just fallen into this trap. If Qin Lang hadn't arrived in time, she might have already. Song Nianci couldn't help but tremble slightly. Song Nianci's face had turned pale. She instinctively touched her arm, fearing she had quietly aged a bit. Her voice was tinged with tension. Wait, does that mean according to you, after going through a few of these jumps, our lifespans will be shortened? Qin Lang lightly snapped his fingers. With a half-smile, he said, maybe. So next time we must be careful, otherwise, we might just grow old and die in some time and space. Song Nianci frowned, lowering her voice. Qin Lang, don't joke around. If this is really that serious, what should we do? Her tone showed a hint of anxiety, clearly frightened by what Qin Lang just said. Qin Lang was about to answer when suddenly, with a ding, a crisp notification sound rang out in the air. The familiar instance system was here. Immediately, the instance system displayed a line of text. Congratulations, player, you have activated the Rainy Night Hotel instance. Instance name, Rainy Night Hotel. Instance difficulty, SS+. Instance background, an abandoned hotel, back in business on a rainy night. The identities of the owner and the guests are strange, and various rumors circulate in the hotel. Main quest, within the specified time, find the abnormal existence in the hotel and uncover the hidden truth of the hotel. Qin Lang smiled. Finally, we activated the system. It looks like finding the initial truth of the Rainy Night Hotel is the real entry. Interesting, this instance has been modified to be quite fun. Song Niancy widened her eyes, surprised as she looked at Qin Lang and Su Mubai. Wait, does this mean what we just experienced wasn't even the formal start of the instance? Qin Lang squinted, a playful smile appearing on his face, whispering, yes, it's indeed modified by the president of the Wudao Society. Who would think of that? Song Niancy looked at him angrily. What is this time, and you're still able to laugh? Qin Lang shrugged, about to say something when... An abrupt scream suddenly echoed above the hotel. The voice was sharp and piercing, filled with heart-wrenching terror. Song Niancy suddenly shivered. Her face instantly turned pale. It's Ling Wei. Go! Qin Lang, Song Niancy, and Su Mubai rushed up the stairs almost simultaneously. In the corridor, the cold white lights flickered on and off, as if they might completely go out at any moment, plunging the entire space into darkness. The screams from just now seemed to have stopped, but the air was still filled with a suffocating sense of tension. Ling Wei. Song Niancy was the first to see her and hurried over. Are you okay? Ling Wei was leaning against the wall in the corner of the corridor, her face pale, fear still lingering in her eyes, hugging her knees, trembling all over. Beside her, Granny Jean Yi stood quietly. She said nothing, just silently smoked a slender cigarette, heavy smoke obscuring some complex emotions deep in her eyes. Qin Lang asked her. Song Niancy's gaze then fell on Hanjua, not far away. Hanjua was slumped on the ground, his body slightly curled up, his face extremely pale. His expression was painful, cold sweat covering his forehead, jaws clenched tightly, and his right hand gripped his left wrist tightly, as if enduring some intense pain. Qin Lang frowned, his gaze falling on Hanjua's covered wrist, his eyes changing. What happened to you? Song Niancy also rushed over, crouched down, and reached for Hanjua's left hand. Hanjua, what's wrong? Hanjua's body trembled violently, seeming unwilling to let others see his hand, but he had no strength to resist, allowing Song Niancy to pry his fingers open. The moment Hanjua's left hand was fully exposed before everyone, Song Niancy's pupils suddenly constricted, and she gasped in shock. How is this possible? Hanjua's left hand, even the skin of his wrist and forearm, had become extremely aged, like the hand of a frail old man. The skin was loose, full of wrinkles, veins bulging, and even the nails had turned dry and yellow, completely unlike a young person's hand. It looked as if something had drained the life out of it. Song Niancy stared blankly at Hanjua's hand, her mind blank, unable to say even a complete sentence. How can this happen? Hanjua was breathing deeply, his voice hoarse and painful. Just now I touched. His throat rolled as he prepared to say some terrible truth, but as the words came to his lips, he instinctively shuddered, seemingly recalling the terrifying moment he had just experienced, his face turning even paler. As an enforcer, his mindset was still relatively stable, and since Hanjua couldn't see his altered hand, he quickly managed to regain his composure. Qin Lang's expression darkened, slowly speaking. What did you touch? Hanjua's breathing was rapid, cold sweat sliding down his temples, his lips slightly trembling, as if he was straining to recall the terrifying scene from just now. He took a deep breath, his voice low and urgent. Just now, Ling Wei and I were about to find the location of the next spirit, and then... As he said this, his eyes involuntarily drifted towards Ling Wei. Ling Wei curled up in the corner, her face still pale, hugging herself tightly. Upon hearing Hanjua mention what had just happened, she couldn't help but shiver, biting her lip without speaking. She was clearly calmer than Song Niancy. Her current state was not fear, but deep contemplation of the situation before her. Hanjua swallowed, and continued. When we passed Qin Lang's room, we suddenly heard a sound coming from the wardrobe. The sound was very faint, like something was gently scraping against the wardrobe door inside. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow slightly. My wardrobe? Hanjua nodded, yes. At that time, the sound was very strange, intermittent, as if someone was inside. We hesitated for a moment but still decided to go take a look. He said this, his face became even uglier, and beads of cold sweat even appeared on his forehead. We stood in front of the wardrobe. I hesitated for a moment, then reached out to pull open the door. But who would know, just as my hand touched the crack of the wardrobe door. At that moment, Hanjua's body shook violently, his voice revealing a hint of suppressed fear. A hand suddenly reached out from the crack of the wardrobe. A woman's hand. Song Niancy's eyes widened in shock, taking a sharp breath. A woman's hand? She remembered searching through this room before. There was nothing at all. Hanjua nodded vigorously, his voice trembling. Yes. Her hand. Her wrist was very thin, her skin pale. Her nails were very long, and... His gaze flickered for a moment, as if hesitating whether to continue, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. Her fingers had no warmth. What? Su Mubai's face suddenly changed, while Song Niancy's eye directly covered her mouth. A hand without warmth, what did it mean? It meant it didn't belong to a living person. Qin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly, he spoke in a deep voice, and then? Hanjua's body trembled lightly, speaking faster than before, that hand suddenly grabbed me. It was extremely strong, I couldn't break free at all. Hanjua described feeling as if his blood was being drained out. He couldn't help but raise his hand, which had already turned withered. After calming his emotions, he said, I managed to brace myself against the wardrobe with my foot, then pulled back hard to free my hand from hers. But after pulling my hand out, it ended up like this. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, scanning the faces of the people around him. He spoke slowly, now, I think I understand. His voice wasn't loud, but in this dead silent corridor, each word struck the hearts of everyone present. Hanjuo instinctively held his breath, Ling Wei's face remained pale, while Song Nianci and Su Mubai stared closely at Qin Lang, waiting for his analysis. Qin Lang's expression turned serious, raising his hand to gesture in the air as if he was sorting his thoughts. If we connect everything that just happened, we will find, these ghosts' points have a pattern. He paused, his tone carrying a sense of certainty. First, the bizarre eyes that appeared in the women's restroom belonged to a man, which can basically confirm that this corresponds to the father among the three who died in this inn. Saying this, he turned to look at Han Shui. Then there's your experience. The hand that reached out from the wardrobe, that hand of the woman without warmth, should be the mother. Finally. His gaze swept across the dimly lit corridor of the inn, his tone slightly pausing before continuing. There's one remaining point, the first room we saw, that is, the daughter's territory. The air became even more stagnant, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping everyone's hearts. One ghost trapped in the restroom, one hidden in the wardrobe, and the last one lurking in some unknown room. Song Nianci hugged her arms, shivering slightly, then couldn't help but speak out. Wait, the daughter in the room, that seems somewhat normal, right? She smacked her lips, her brows furrowed even tighter. But why are the positions of the father and mother so bizarre? The father in the restroom, the mother hiding in the wardrobe, that's so abnormal. Qin Lang chuckled lightly, his tone casual as he said, the father appearing in the women's restroom is actually quite understandable. Everyone's attention immediately focused on him, waiting for his explanation. He slowly looked around, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Perhaps, in life, he liked to hide near the women's restroom, peeping at those unsuspecting guests. The air suddenly grew tense, Song Nianci's eyes widened. Remembering how he had used the toilet there, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Disgusting. Are you saying he was a peeping Tom when he was alive? Qin Lang nodded, his expression calm, continuing, as for the mother, she was hidden in the wardrobe. There are two possibilities, one is that she had the habit of peeping while alive, and the other is that she transformed into this ghostly form only after death. Not a family, not entering the same door. The actions of these two are full of darkness and filth. It would be strange if something didn't happen in such a hotel. Song Nianci crossed her arms, unable to help but click her tongue. This couple. Are they really that twisted? Her brows tightened even more, a vague chill creeping into her heart. Then those guests who stayed in the hotel before must have been very unlucky? If they didn't notice anything unusual, doesn't that mean they were being watched the whole time? Qin Lang said nothing, only raising the corner of his mouth meaningfully. We've always thought that those initial guests harmed the hotel owner and the other two. But there's also a possibility, the owner's perverse behavior was discovered by the guests, who then caught them and gave them a beating. Hanjuo also understood something, saying, if they chose to solve it with money, that would be too foolish. Those angry strangers, tempted by money, would definitely kill them. The hallway fell into a brief silence, even Granny Genia's smoking action paused slightly, Su Mubai's expression remained indifferent, while Hanjua's face appeared even darker. After a few seconds, Ling Wei suddenly spoke, her tone carrying a hint of hesitation. Wow, all of them are bad people. Then, what about the daughter? Qin Lang withdrew his contemplative gaze, paused, and slowly shook his head. As for the daughter. His gaze carried a hint of seriousness, his voice slightly deep. She was playing the piano in the room, and left behind bloody footprints. This part, I haven't figured out yet. But I thought of another question. This question might be the secret of the Rainy Night Hotel. Chapter 198, Secret Investigation Bureau. Qin Lang's gaze fell on Hanjua's aged, thin hands, slightly furrowing his brow. The wardrobe was in his own room, in other words, it was more likely he would be affected. Now Hanjua somewhat shared in his suffering. Qin Lang's tone remained calm, asking Hanjue, can you hold on? A thin layer of cold sweat formed on Hanjua's forehead, his teeth clenched, forcing himself to nod. I'm fine. Qin Lang patted Hanjua's shoulder. Good, then I'll help you check that wardrobe again. Qin Lang approached the wardrobe, its dark wooden door slightly ajar, as if something was peering at him through the crack. Bai Qi, it's your turn now. Qin Lang quietly called out in his heart, pour your power into the ghost-slaying blade, let's deal with this weirdness. Bai Qi seemed somewhat busy. Big brother, you can handle it yourself, right? Qin Lang replied, your killing intent is stronger. And don't you know what it means to show weakness? What I'm doing is strategy. A cold voice echoed in his mind, I see Big Brother is just being lazy. But Bai Qi did not refuse. Soon, a chill spread along Qin Lang's arm, eerie blood-red patterns surfaced on the surface of the ghost-slaying blade, and the blade seemingly exuded a pale ghostly aura, the killing intent so strong it felt like it could lower the surrounding temperature to freezing point. Song Nianzi couldn't help but touch her own arm. What on earth is this? Qin Lang's lips curled up slightly, his wrist turning as he suddenly thrust the blade into the wardrobe. Puff! The moment the blade pierced the wood, a painful scream suddenly erupted. Ah ah ah! A chilling sound rang out. Song Nianzi and the others felt their eardrums buzzing. What noise is that? Then, a stream of bright red blood oozed out from the crack sliced by the blade, slowly flowing along the wardrobe's doorseam. The blood dripped onto the floor, appearing thicker than oil. The wardrobe began to shake violently, the wooden boards creaking, as if something inside was desperately struggling, trying to break free from the ghost-slaying blade. Qin Lang squinted slightly, gripping the hilt of his knife, coldly laughing. You're quite the screamer. Keep screaming. He abruptly twisted his wrist, and the ghost-slaying blade deepened into the wardrobe, blood immediately gushing out. The entire room was instantly filled with a pungent smell of blood. The screams grew even more piercing. Qin Lang watched the blood flow continuously from the wardrobe, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. So this wardrobe is itself a mystery. Before he finished speaking, he shook his wrist, the blood-red patterns on the ghost-slaying blade flickering, and a powerful ghostly aura instantly spread out. He tightened his grip on the hilt, muscles slightly tensed, ready to strike again, intending to completely tear apart this damned wardrobe door. However, at that moment, a low and undeniable voice came from outside the door. Stop! Qin Lang's blade stopped in midair, his brows slightly furrowing as his cold gaze swept toward the door. The door was pushed open, and a man and a woman stood at the entrance. It was the pair who had checked into the inn first, having lost one companion. Qin Lang asked, "What do you want?" The man's face showed no extra expression. He held a black badge, briefly displaying it to everyone. "We are from the Secret Investigation Bureau." Qin Lang squinted, his gaze falling on the black badge, where gold lettering flickered faintly in the dim light. The badge had a steel stamp, with the name Feng Tao written on it. The woman also showed her badge, with her name written as Su Lily. Ling Wei's pupils constricted, and her expression became serious. "You are actually from the Secret Investigation Bureau?" Song Nianzi and Han Zhuo were also taken aback by this title, clearly not expecting to encounter them here. Qin Lang blinked, his tone dismissive. Secret Investigation Bureau? What's that? Ling Wei explained softly, the Secret Investigation Bureau is a special organization independent of law enforcement. For a long time, authorities in various countries have been curious about why replica powers were born, and even wanted to utilize this power. So countries around the world organized the Secret Investigation Bureau to enter various replicas for special missions. Song Nianzi added, the Bureau's authority is much greater than that of us ordinary law enforcement agencies. It could even be said that if they give orders, we all have to listen. Song Nianzi's tone was full of surprise, clearly not expecting this organization to intervene in the incident. Qin Lang stroked his chin, looking at the two at the door with a teasing gaze. Oh? So that means, they're your superiors? Feng Tao did not answer, only coldly glaring at Qin Lang, his gaze sweeping over the still dripping blood from the wardrobe, his tone calm but with a hint of warning. Qin Lang, do you realize that your last strike almost ruined our plan? Now, in the name of the Bureau, I demand that you cease all actions immediately. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, his eyes dangerous. Oh? What plans do you have here? Feng Tao said, I have no obligation to explain to you. In any case, this place needs to be sealed by us and then investigated slowly. Qin Lang let out a sneer, looking at Feng Tao with a strong sense of sarcasm. The mystery of this place is right before your eyes, and you only just thought to investigate thoroughly? Sorry, but I have no obligation to cooperate with you. Feng Tao's face immediately darkened, his gaze sharp as a knife, his voice low and filled with intimidation. What do you mean by that? He did not expect Qin Lang to be so ungrateful. What do you mean? Qin Lang shook the ghost-slaying blade in his hand, pointing the tip at the wardrobe, revealing a playful smile. It means very simply, this thing, I will never let you have. The air in the room suddenly froze. Feng Tao's eyes were icy, his fists slightly clenched, seemingly suppressing his anger. Meanwhile, Su Lily, standing aside, adjusted her glasses, looking at Qin Lang with a complicated expression, as if not surprised by his reaction. Do you know who you are going against? Feng Tao said heavily, carrying a hint of threat, we are the Secret Investigation Bureau, and we have every right to decide your life and death. Qin Lang, I am being particularly tolerant towards you because of your special talent. Now you are interfering with our actions, which could not only ruin our investigation but also lead to the situation going out of control. Qin Lang shrugged, appearing completely indifferent. You professionals? His gaze swept over the bleeding wardrobe, his tone mocking. Then tell me, what happened to Han Zhuo's hand just now? I see you are more like bystanders, wanting to see how many people these strange things can kill, right? Your behavior seems quite similar to that of the Wudao Society. Chapter 199, You Are the Prey. Feng Tao was choked by Qin Lang's words and fell momentarily speechless, his face turning increasingly ugly. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger, his tone growing deeper. Qin Lang, I warn you, this is not a place where you can act recklessly. Do you think you can deal with the Wudao Society? Qin Lang laughed. Oh? By that tone, are you also here for the Wudao Society? Su Lily spoke up. Of course, we have been watching the Wudao Society for a long time. In the files of the Secret Investigation Bureau, the Wudao Society is listed as one of the most dangerous evil organizations. There are even rumors that they have mastered some terrifying abilities that go beyond common sense, even being able to control the strange itself. This instance was transformed by the leader of the Wudao Society, and many of our investigators have already fallen here. Now is our best chance, you better not get in the way. Qin Lang chuckled, but from my point of view, the ones getting in the way are you. Feng Tao looked coldly at Qin Lang, his tone steady but full of threat. The Wudao Society is our prey. You are just an unrelated person, don't get too involved, or you won't even know how you die. Qin Lang slowly put away his smile, the corners of his mouth still curling with a trace of disdain. The Wudao Society is your prey, but also my enemy. I will never hand them over to you. Feng Tao finally lost control of his anger, stepping forward suddenly and coldly shouting, You seek death? His eyes were sharp like a knife, and the aura he radiated became extremely sharp, making the air pressure around them seem to drop suddenly. However, Qin Lang still stood in place, a casual smile on his face. What's wrong, want to make a move? Alright, before dealing with this strange thing, I can use you to practice. As soon as Qin Lang's words fell, Feng Tao's expression darkened completely. Seek death. He shouted angrily, his figure charging out like a fierce tiger, his right fist suddenly swinging out. At the moment his fist was about to strike, his entire arm was wrapped in a layer of blazing flames, the flames dancing between his muscles and bones, the red glow illuminating the entire room. The intense heat of the flames instantly caused the air to twist violently, even making the walls of the room tremble. Whoa, a fire player. Qin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly, and before he could act, Ling Wei had already made her move. A black rift suddenly split open in the air, a portal to an alternate space appearing in an instant. Feng Tao's fiery fist directly crashed into the alternate space, the blazing flames exploding immediately within. Ah! However, even though the alternate space successfully swallowed the flames, Ling Wei was also injured. Her arm was severely burned by the intense heat, forcing her whole body to stagger backward. Ling Wei sis! Song Nian Ci exclaimed, quickly supporting her, Are you okay? I'm fine. Ling Wei gritted her teeth, but her palm slightly trembled. Feng Tao's fiery power was even difficult for her alternate space to fully withstand. This man's strength was clearly far stronger than they imagined. Song Nian Ci shouted, Hey, aren't you going too far? Seeing his attack neutralized, Feng Tao frowned, his cold gaze sweeping towards Ling Wei, as a member of the Law Enforcement Bureau. You actually want to stop me? Who is your leader? Ling Wei said, Our leader ordered us to follow Qin Lang's command for this mission. Now that you want to take action against him, I naturally have the duty to help. A cold voice suddenly shouted, Stop right now. Sumobai's figure, at this moment, seemed to transform into a black ghost shadow, slowly emerging from the darkness. Her eyes were blood red, and her pale fingers slowly rose, the tips wrapped in a deep bloody aura. Blood Demon Technique Release. Boom! The temperature in the room plummeted, and a strange blood-red energy erupted wildly. Sumobai's figure instantly blurred, turning into a remnant shadow, the floor beneath her feet shattered, and her ghostly body quickly surged towards Feng Tao, her 5 fingers clawed, sharp blood-red nails slicing through the air, each attack infused with a chilling killing intent. Feng Tao was unbothered, continuing to retaliate with his fiery fists. You think you're the only one who can play with fire? Sumobai's voice was low, and the next moment, her nail suddenly stabbed towards Feng Tao's chest, the blood-red energy surged wildly at her fingertips, streaks of blue ghost fire danced above, as if trying to completely drain the other's life force. Feng Tao's pupils constricted, knowing this blow could not be taken head-on, he bit his teeth hard, and his feet stomped, his whole body violently retreated. Can you dodge? Sumobai's figure suddenly split into several phantom images in the air, blood-red ghostly claws reaching out from all directions towards Feng Tao. Feng Tao sneered, his eyes flashing with a hint of appreciation, but his lips curled in a disdainful arc. No wonder you're an A-class anomaly, you really have some skill. His gaze locked onto Sumobai, the flames on his body surged again, the raging flames reflecting his slightly twisted smile. But an A-class anomaly is still not enough for me. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure dashed out again. The rolling flames dragged out a scorching trail in the air, like a falling meteor, carrying devastating destructive power, charging towards Sumobai. But Sumobai showed no signs of fear, a cold smile crept at the corner of her mouth, the crimson blood mist swirling at her fingertips, her wrist slightly turned, and her ghostly figure suddenly vanished, transforming into a blood-red remnant shadow, instantly dodging the direct impact. Feng Tao was about to continue the attack, but felt something was wrong. Qin Lang had not made a move, but why had his previous attacks failed? Lily, cooperate with me. Seeing this wave of attacks was ineffective, Feng Tao decisively called for collaboration. Standing not far away, Su Lily frowned slightly, taking 2 steps back, not immediately joining the battle, instead covering her eyes with 4 fingers. After a moment, Su Lily raised her hand, pointing towards a nearby corner, and said solemnly, "Be careful of that old lady with the smoking pipe." Feng Tao's heart tightened slightly, just about to turn his head when he suddenly felt an unusual chill at his feet. He lowered his head sharply, only to see several strands of gray-white smoke quietly wrapping around his feet, like ghostly shackles, slowly tightening, locking his movements. The chains of smoke swirled and twisted, exuding a sinister and strange power, gradually absorbing his heat. Not far away, Granny Genia gently exhaled a puff of smoke, the tobacco in her pipe flickering red, her eyes hidden behind the smoke, revealing a sly smile. "Young man, don't play with fire." Feng Tao's face changed slightly, suddenly urging all his fiery power, wanting to break free, but that smoky chain seemed to possess some strange law, becoming even more resilient after absorbing his heat. Granny Genia exhaled another puff of smoke and laughed. "What secret investigation bureau? Just this much." "Ha ha ha." Feng Tao let out a cold laugh. "You are the prey."